Chapter 1. Draco awoke from his slumber, instinctively surveying his surroundings, only to discover an unusual ambience. How did he find himself back in this place? Draco instinctively touched his neck, recalling that he had taken his own life with his wand yet. Why had he returned to this moment in time? Observing his own physique, he estimated he appeared to be merely a teenager. Before he could comprehend the situation, a diminutive bear suddenly appeared before him. Esteemed Minister Malfoy, greetings. I am the envoy of the world's consciousness, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Astoundment. A bear could speak. Draco regarded the talking bear with an icy demeanor, his face betraying no emotion and devoid of any astonishment. S.O. It was you who brought me here, correct? You are my system? His tone was gentle and unpretentious, yet a flicker of seriousness glinted in his eyes, a detail that did not escape the bear's notice. Prior to this encounter, the bear had gleaned a modicum of understanding about the current Dracoa rather unhinged individual. It was prudent to avoid engaging with the deranged. Thus, the bear wisely opted to feign submission if it could not overpower him. It would simply play the obedient role. It was not I, but rather the world's consciousness that orchestrated this. I am merely a temporary worker. I am not a system, but rather a guide, destined to remain for only a short while. However, I can elucidate, the bear stammered. It appeared somewhat intimidated by Draco. Although this was merely an illusion after all, it was a barren entity virtually invincible in the natural order. How could it possibly be timid? Yet, it was but an ordinary creature, unexpectedly thrust into a significant role by the world's consciousness. Who could fathom this? A temporary worker face-to-face with the ultimate boss, the individual before it had once been capable of subduing the trio from Gryffindor. Bravery could prove futile, potentially becoming a weakness. For someone as volatile as Draco, being too headstrong could lead to expulsion. However, a timid approach might ensure safety, and indeed, reality aligned with its expectations. Speak. Come a bit closer. Why remain at such a distance? Are you afraid of me? Draco's expression softened as he regarded the bear with a gentle gaze, appearing unperturbed. The bear nodded and swiftly scampered to Draco's bedside, its movements still reminiscent of an animal. Surely, the world's consciousness was not so inept as to stumble through its own domain. It seemed the bear had spoken truthfully. It was indeed an envoy of the world's consciousness. Consequently, there was no need for excessive apprehension. Greetings, Minister Malfoy. Welcome to this realm, where Harry Potter has become the savior, ultimately vanquishing Voldemort. However, due to the chaotic structure of the magical world, following the disappearance of the second Dark Lord, the third Dark Lord swiftly rose to power, plunging the magical realm once more into turmoil. Thus, the world's consciousness scoured through various parallel dimensions to invite you here. You entered Hogwarts at the age of 11, graduated at 17, became the Minister of Magic at 27, and met your demise at 39. Yet, within a mere 12 years of governance, you were hailed as one of the greatest figures of the 21st century by the magical community, that he believes you possess the capability to restore order to the magical realm, allowing it to shine anew and achieve unprecedented glory. The little bear, akin to a fervent salesman, incessantly endeavored to brainwash Draco, its eyes fixated on him with an intensity reminiscent of a starving creature. It was aware that further elaboration was necessary, thus it swiftly provided the background. The world Draco hailed from was unlike this one. It appeared that errors had begun from his first year. In that world, Draco joined the Quidditch team in his first year, demonstrating remarkable intelligence and aptitude, while Slytherin perpetually dominated the House Cup. Later on, Draco even participated in the Triwizard Tournament. Although he became a Death Eater due to Voldemort's influence, it did not preclude his redemption, as he cunningly usurped the position of Minister of Magic from Hermione. However, such triumph came at a cost. He wielded the greatest power in the magical realm, yet lost friends, family, and love. Watching his rival, Harry Potter, bask in happiness while he remained a solitary figure drove him into madness. Ultimately, after orchestrating the misfortune of others, he took his own life. Send me back. I have no interest. As a man who had served as Minister of Magic for over a decade, he was not one to be swayed easily by the incitements of others. Draco's expression gradually grew cold as he regarded the little bear with a placid demeanor. Please, Minister Malfoy, the bear implored, its excitement palpable upon hearing Draco's refusal. Do not turn me down. I offer you a chance to reorganize your thoughts. Send me back now, immediately. Draco's gaze was icy, his lips curling into a faint, gentle smile. The casual observer. He appeared to be a refined and gracious gentleman, yet his next action belied that image as he seized the bear by its throat. This action was not without purpose. Having lived long enough, he was curious to discover the true nature of the world's consciousness. If the bear was indeed the embodiment of that consciousness, it would undoubtedly reveal itself when faced with the threat of death. If it was not, he would test whether the world's consciousness would come to its aid. If it did, the circumstances would change. If it did not, then he would express his regrets. 3 can fulfill your wishes, the bear stammered, struggling desperately, its paws clawing at Draco's hand that gripped its throat. Its mind raced with calculations. The outcome was clear. It was not the world's consciousness, nor did help arrive. Wishes? I have no wishes. Anything capable of dragging him from a parallel realm certainly possessed formidable power. Draco indeed harbored a desire he wished to see fulfilled. Yet, negotiations unfold in such a manner that the party to reveal their cards first inevitably loses. Furthermore, he currently held the upper hand. However, the little bear sensed that he was swayed. It could distinctly feel the pressure on its throat easing. Since he had softened, everything could be discussed. After all, a minor price to pay seemed trivial, especially considering the lengths already taken to bring him here. The consciousness of the world has offered to assist you in returning to the moment before your beloved's passing in the parallel realm, ensuring that in that existence, you may live peacefully and happily together, provided you accomplish the task at hand. The little bear presented a most alluring bait to Draco. It understood the depth of Draco's former relationship with his beloved and was confident he would acquiesce. Yet, Draco averted his gaze, focusing instead on the adjacent fish tank. A pang of anxiety struck the little bear. Alas, the stakes were insufficient. Draco acknowledged that this was indeed a compelling proposition, but it fell short of what he required. In his youth, he had held a fleeting fascination with keeping goldfish, often placing a small tank of them beside his bedroom. Observing the little bear attempting to play mind games with him, he scoffed. After 12 years as a minister, he had witnessed far more than this. He grasped the little bear and gently pressed it towards the water, his movements cautious, ensuring no harm would come, akin to giving a bath. How much water could a small fish tank possibly hold? However, the little bear was overly agitated, burdened by its own psychological pressure, which rendered it rather awkward. As the time approached, the little bear ceased its struggles. Draco's demeanor was merely a means to raise the stakes. It was not as if he could not afford it. Yet, he could not make concessions too easily, for that would only encourage insatiable appetites. What sort of wordplay are you engaging in? The parallel version of me is not the same as the present me. He does not share my current thoughts. Why should I provide him with a dowry? Draco regarded the disheveled little bear with a smirk that straddled the line between amusement and disdain. Should you desire it, he could embody you. If you succeed in your task, he shall merge with you. The little bear gasped, yet did not forget to respond to Draco's remarks. Draco remained silent for a moment, lost in thought. Time ticked away, second by second. It appeared that the stakes were nearly sufficient. A little more would suffice. The little bear felt a surge of urgency and quickly presented another enticing offer. I can grant you one wish at the outset. Once this wish is fulfilled, I must depart, returning only when you have restored order to the Ministry of Magic and the consciousness of the world has fully awakened. Should you fail to accomplish this before your 39th year, it will return you to your original time. Negotiations unfold in such a manner that the one who maintains the upper hand reaps greater rewards. The authority granted to the little bear by the consciousness of the world was considerable, yet it withheld much for itself, which explained its frugality. It, too, had its challenges. Fulfill a wish. You must help me resurrect my beloved. I'm afraid that is beyond my capabilities. What a jest, it is merely a temp. The little bear scratched its head, its eyes filled with dread. If such a feat were indeed possible, the world's consciousness would not regard it as the ultimate prize. Then send me back. I cannot do that either. Then assist me in eliminating Voldemort. That too is unattainable. As Draco's gaze grew increasingly frigid, the little bear felt every hair on its body stand on end. It hastily attempted to rectify the situation. I am merely a temporary worker. I cannot cause harm. At present, I lack the ability to return you, but I can assist with minor tasks. For instance, if you find yourself short on funds, I can retrieve some gold from Gringotts for you. If you wish to play pranks on someone you dislike, I can help with that. What a farce if it possessed such power. It would be the world's consciousness itself, and would not seek out this madman to save the world. I am too feeble. I am just a temp. Your wishes can only be granted by the world's consciousness, which currently lies in slumber, but a touch of self-pity could temper expectations, preventing Draco from making exorbitant demands. You truly are quite useless. Draco paid no heed to its lamentations. He was not particularly afraid of Voldemort in this parallel world. He was already 13 and exceptionally gifted. Armed with the Elder Wand, facing Voldemort unknown was not a terrifying prospect. Moreover, he was aware of the hiding places of Voldemort's other Horcruxes. As he pondered, He began to recall the locations of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Yet the next moment he found himself baffled. What is this? Aside from remembering Riddle's diary as one Horcrux, he could recall nothing else. Why are there gaps in my memory? Draco was certain this matter was linked to the little bear. This is not my concern. While I may be sent by the world's consciousness, I do not control the trajectory of the world. The consciousness is currently asleep, and no one can answer this question. I suspect your memories were forcibly obscured during the world's operation. At this moment, the little bear could only deflect blame. It was no match for this madman. While Draco might not abandon the task, it preferred not to invite animosity upon itself. What if I refuse to complete this task? Draco was testing the limits of the little bear. To his surprise, the little bear merely shrugged. Even if you do not complete the task, I cannot return you. You might as well envision the blissful moments that await you upon completion. I believe in your strength. You can surely succeed. Does this world contain my beloved? I do not know. I truly do not know. It seemed she was no longer present. Upon receiving this answer, Draco released his grip from the little bear's neck. The little bear plummeted from the sky, bouncing twice upon hitting the ground. It felt an overwhelming sense of liberation, shaking off the water from its fur without a care in the world. Indeed, Draco concurred. The little bear, brimming with excitement, reached out in an attempt to embrace Draco's leg, only to be halted by a mere glance from him. If my trousers get soiled, I will be preparing bear paws for dinner tonight. Do you understand, little one? Draco's face bore a gentle smile, betraying none of the anger one might expect. The little bear obediently nodded, retracting its outstretched paw. Can anyone else see you? No, only you cannot. If you feel uneasy, you may hasten to let me assist you, and I shall vanish completely once I am done, the little bear replied, its eyes glimmering with anticipation. Draco offered no response, instead casually retrieving a dry towel from the side and draping it over the little bear. Absolutely filthy. Oh, and do ensure that no one discovers anything amiss in this room. Otherwise, Draco's words trailed off as he resumed organizing his clothing. Humans. They were yet to be outwitted by it. Despite the discomfort of the process, freedom awaited after enduring these few days. In the next moment, a knock echoed at Draco's door. Draco, are you in there? It was his mother, Narcissa Malfoy, her voice unmistakable. Yes, mother, they'll be right there. The previously cold tone instantly transformed into one of compliance. Draco descended the stairs. Slowly, Malfoy manner remained unchanged, untouched by the scourge of Death Eaters. His mother was as she always had been. Narcissa observed Draco's furrowed brow and immediately teased him with a smile. Why sulk over not being allowed to take your broomstick to school? I am not, mother. Draco endeavored to maintain his former demeanor despite standing before his parents. He could not afford to show any cracks in his facade. Soon, you will be reporting to Hogwarts. Tomorrow, we shall accompany you to purchase your school supplies. Make sure to gather your belongings in the next few days. Narcissa continued her chatter about school supplies, disregarding Draco's persistent frown. Do not bring too much. If you find anything missing, write back, and he'll have your father send it to you. Draco nodded, his smile somewhat stiff, perhaps due to the difficulty of adjusting to his current role. Still not pleased? Every young wizard must attend school. Mother will send you little treats daily, and your father is still a Hogwarts governor, so you can see him often. Do not frown. I will have Dobby help you pack shortly. The mention of Dobby instantly captured Draco's attention. What a refreshing name, one I haven't heard in quite some time. Since Dobby's departure, the most frequently utilized house elf at Malfoy Manor has become Starlight. When did Dobby turn to Harry Potter's side? Was it in the present moment or during their second year? Draco nodded vigorously. Narcissa, pleasantly surprised by Draco's cooperation, chose not to press further. The family dined in tranquil silence. Lucius, a man of considerable busyness, balancing both a political career and business ventures, often made time to accompany Draco tomorrow. He would join him in procuring the necessary supplies for school. Thus, today, he felt compelled to resolve all pending matters. He swiftly finished his meal, exchanged a brief greeting with Narcissa, and returned to his work. Little dragon, heed your mother and refrain from sulking. Lucius perceived that his son's demeanor was rather peculiar today. All right, father, Draco replied obediently, hastily finishing the sandwich in his hand before waving at Dobby. Dobby had been waiting nearby, and, upon hearing Draco's command, immediately followed suit. Had Dobby ever heard the tale of the Savior? Draco gazed at Dobby with a beaming smile, his eyes sparkling with a hint of admiration, much like a child eager to share tales of their idol. Dobby, having heard the stories of Harry Potter, recounted them with an unusual gleam in his eyes, an intense reverence, almost fervent. It was said that Harry Potter would be returning to Hogwarts this year, leaving one to wonder what sort of person he would turn out to be. Draco seemed to be complaining casually. Who would have known that Dobby would immediately interject? Harry Potter is the chosen one. He must be a truly remarkable individual. After uttering this, Dobby appeared to realize the potential impropriety of his words, cautiously glancing at Draco. Observing Draco's lack of reaction, he fell silent. It seemed that from this moment onward, he had already begun to favor Harry Potter. But why? Was it due to the unjust treatment endured by house elves? Draco is aware of the situation. However, it also concerns his own interests. Thus he chooses to turn a blind eye and has no intention of altering his stance. He can comprehend Dobby's betrayal, yet he cannot accept it. Dobby, please help me tidy up my toys. I shall be at Hogwarts for quite some time, and I cannot be without my toys. Draco maintained a gentle smile as he gazed at Dobby. Upon hearing his master's command, Dobby promptly nodded and dashed towards the pile of toys, beginning to tidy them up. However, he was moving too swiftly to notice Draco's expression, which gradually descended into a complex array of emotions. Minister Malfoy, what troubles you? Is there something amiss with that little elf? The teddy bear, sensing the decreasing pressure in the atmosphere, instinctively spoke up, driven by a fierce instinct for survival. Draco gazed silently in the direction of Dobby, and after a prolonged pause, he finally uttered a phrase with a stoic expression. A rebellious spirit is a rebellious spirit. Regardless of the time or space, it can never be tamed. Draco harbors a deep-seated grudge. He is acutely aware of Dobby's potential utility. Yet he is unwilling to exploit it. He lacks no such pawns. Ever since Dobby had the audacity to lay hands on his father in a previous life, Draco has never entertained the notion of sparing him. He would willingly exchange Dobby's life for something of far greater worth. Draco is a person who would rather bear the world's disdain than be burdened by the world's judgment. Draco, having spoken, cast a glance in the direction of the little bear, as if to issue a warning. The bear, caught by his gaze, was so startled that it nearly leapt into the air. Rest assured, I am quite well behaved, it seemed to convey. Draco's lips curled slightly, and his signature gentle mask once again adorned his face. Without waiting for the little bear to respond, he strode into his own room. The little bear was bewildered by the intentions of this formidable figure, but as long as he was not subjected to any harm, it did not matter. Nonetheless, he dutifully followed behind, trailing Draco for an entire morning without witnessing any particularly noteworthy actions. Just as he thought the day would pass uneventfully, things took an unexpected turn in the deep of night. At this hour, it was well past bedtime. According to their usual routine, Narcissa and Lucius, the couple, had already retired for the night. Even their house elf, Dobby, had succumbed to slumber. Yet, Draco remained awake. He quietly slipped out of bed, casting a disdainful glance at the peacefully sleeping little bear. After a moment of contemplation, he approached and tugged at the bear's ear, lifting it from its slumber. Startled by the sudden sensation of weightlessness, the little bear awoke in an instant, bewildered. Master, is there something you need at this late hour? It stammered. Truth be told, seeing Draco had left it in a state of shock, especially after the profound impression the events of the day had left on it. It could not fathom that this seemingly affable figure, adorned with a visage as gentle as jade, would harbor good intentions. Fearful of a delayed reaction that might result in being submerged in water once more, it reminded itself that it was not a world consciousness, but merely a bear with awakened intelligence. Once its physical form had perished, it would be truly lost. The world consciousness had fallen into slumber, leaving it with no hope of rescue. It seemed prudent to feign compliance in necessary situations. Unsure of how to address Draco, it settled on a safe title, thinking that should it inadvertently offend him, it could always switch to another appellation. Would you accompany me to a certain place? I apologize for disturbing you at this hour, and I hope you are not upset. Draco spoke gently. Although his tone was mild, his actions were anything but soft. Of course not, the little bear replied hastily. Draco smiled faintly, placing the perceptive little bear upon the ground, and without a backward glance, he proceeded toward the direction of the basement. Malfoy Manor was vast, and Draco found himself meandering through a labyrinth of corridors, unsure of his destination. Before him stood a grand bronze door, adorned with a large circular lock that resembled an imposing vault from a distance. He turned the lock to the left, then to the right, and finally let a drop of blood fall, after which the door creaked open. As he gazed inside, he was met with a breathtaking array of treasures. The Malfoy family, with its millennia of history, truly possessed a wealth of artifacts that seemed limitless. He had thought the opulent decor of Malfoy Manor's castle was extravagant, Yet he was astonished to discover that the truly magnificent items lay concealed within the vault. Draco did not approach the opulent treasures. Instead, he gravitated towards a disordered assemblage of items. These objects were neatly arranged to one side, yet appeared rather dull and tattered, reminiscent of refuse. He sifted through the clutter, extracting a considerable collection of materials that had long been neglected, all of which were coated in a layer of grime. Draco gazed at the dust on the materials, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Nevertheless, he did not pause, instead turning to proceed to another location. The little bear struggled to keep pace with Draco, trailing behind and only managing to catch his breath after Draco finally halted. He exclaimed, "Sir, what are you doing? What purpose do these discarded items serve?" Draco cast a disgruntled glance at the little bear, his hands ceaselessly engaged in the intricate process of deconstructing and merging a myriad of materials. "Alchemy. Are you familiar with the art of alchemy?" The liquid in Draco's hand was being incessantly compressed, gradually revealing the shape of a gem. "One could not help but wonder, dear sir, did you exert such effort merely to refine a single gemstone? Given your considerable wealth, it seems unlikely that purchasing one would be beyond your means." The little bear harbored some confusion, striving to articulate its thoughts with utmost delicacy, deliberately steering clear of the topic regarding the Malfoy family's financial standing. "A gemstone?" Draco, with a scrutinizing tone, found the word amusing and let out a faint chuckle. "Please do not belittle it. Perhaps you are aware of its other name. You may refer to it as the Philosopher's Stone." "The Philosopher's Stone?" Draco's words astonished the little bear. How could it possibly be unaware of the illustrious Philosopher's Stone? "Can you truly concoct the Philosopher's Stone?" It blurted out instinctively, the question laced with skepticism. However, it soon realized that it had inadvertently revealed its true nature, promptly lowering its head and falling silent. "The Philosopher's Stone is the most renowned creation of Nicholas Flamel, and no one else possesses the capability to replicate it. Even if Flamel were to attempt to recreate the stone, he would likely find it impossible. To suggest that Draco could casually gather some materials and effortlessly produce the Philosopher's Stone is utterly implausible. If such an endeavor were indeed so simple, the stone would not hold such a prestigious status within the realm of alchemy, nor would Voldemort expend such effort in crafting Horcruxes." Draco regarded the astonished expression on the little bear's face and found it quite amusing. How could he possibly concoct the Philosopher's Stone? Truly, he was easily deceived. After all, he was merely a temporary worker. This, of course, was not the Philosopher's Stone. Even if Nicodemus were to attempt the creation once more, he might not succeed in producing the genuine article. What chance did I have? This was merely a replica of the Philosopher's Stone. Just look at it. Does it not bear an uncanny resemblance to the real thing? Draco held the meticulously crafted gem in his hand, admiring his creation with unwavering fascination. In his previous life, he had devoted countless hours to the art of alchemy, striving to forge this imitation, pouring a lifetime of effort into mastering the craft. At last, he had succeeded in producing a replica that bore an uncanny resemblance to the Philosopher's Stone. The little bear, intrigued by the sight, nimbly ascended the table to scrutinize the gem Draco held. Visually, it was indeed identical to the Philosopher's Stone. However, the true essence of the stone lay in its legendary abilities to transmute base metals into gold and grant immortality. Yet, if it were merely a superficial copy, it could only be deemed a poor imitation. What worth would it possess? The bear delicately voiced its skepticism. "I am well aware," Draco replied. Draco uttered another wandless spell, and a beam of golden light flashed by, instantly imbuing the previously dull gemstone with an ethereal brilliance. Draco discreetly scraped a small amount of the gem's granules, placing them upon a sheet of paper. In an instant, the paper underwent a remarkable transformation. What was once an ordinary white sheet metamorphosed into one crafted from gold. Success! Had he not achieved his goal? Alas, such a crude trick could only deceive the uninitiated. This enchantment would not endure for long, at most. It would wane within a year, necessitating the addition of further elements. Draco spoke to himself, and in the next moment, he unleashed another wandless spell. This was an exceptionally powerful confundus charm, capable of bewildering the senses and transforming a mere facsimile that bore only a resemblance of 60% into one that appeared 90% accurate. Draco was certain that as long as Dumbledore did not personally scrutinize the situation with meticulous attention, no flaws would be detected. However, he was equally convinced that Dumbledore would never conduct such a thorough examination. A demon resided within him. Having been exposed to too much, it posed a temptation for him. The world already bore a Dark Lord named Voldemort, and it could not afford another in the guise of Dumbledore. As the remarkably gifted Minister Malfoy from his previous life, he possessed a profound talent for confounding spells. Yet, he was still confined within the limitations of an 11-year-old's body, which could not sustain extensive spellcasting. After exhausting himself with merely 2 incantations, he collapsed onto the ground. Even the replica in his hand slipped from his grasp, falling to the earth below. "Are you all right, sir?" Little Bear inquired, a hint of fear in his voice. After all, this was the person he had painstakingly persuaded. He hoped he wouldn't meet his demise the very next day. "I am fine. Hold on to this replica. Tomorrow, accompany me to Diagon Alley, where we shall exchange it for the genuine article. This is the wish I wish you to fulfill." "Are you serious? Why would you want to do such a thing?" Little Bear was baffled by Draco's intentions, yet he was unnerved by his audacious plan. What sort of rational individual would, upon being reborn, contemplate stealing the Philosopher's Stone? What did he intend to accomplish with it? Was he aiming to present it as a token to the Dark Lord? Draco, upon hearing Little Bear's skepticism, narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a frigid gaze toward him. Little Bear suddenly felt as though he were ensnared by a serpent, enveloped in a chilling and terrifying aura. Of course, it was to provide a delightful surprise for Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Gryffindor. "What? Are you incapable of it?" "It is certainly possible. Yet I must ascertain the precise location of the Philosopher's Stone." You should tidy up this disarray over here," Draco responded calmly, issuing instructions to the Little Bear much like one would to Dobby. He leaned against the adjacent wall and slowly made his way back to his room. The Little Bear shot a resentful glare in his direction. How could the very embodiment of the world's consciousness be reduced to a servant? Nevertheless, with the prospect of imminent liberation, he refrained from voicing further complaints, hastily tidying up the scene before eagerly following along. In his heart, he silently prayed that the deity would refrain from causing any more disturbances that night. Yet, Draco was indeed incapable of causing further trouble. The 2 high-level spells he had just cast had already exhausted his physical capacity. It was true that he possessed a plethora of spells, and they were indeed of a high caliber, but alas, his frail physique rendered him unable to wield them effectively. Thus, he had no choice but to return to his room and await the summons of his parents the following day. Narcissa and Lucius were particularly attentive to Draco's schooling, having taken him to Diagon Alley well in advance. With the commencement of the Hogwarts term approaching, many students opted to visit Diagon Alley in the days leading up to it to purchase essential school supplies, resulting in an unusually crowded atmosphere. Observing the ever-vigilant Narcissa and Lucius by his side, the Little Bear furrowed his brow in confusion. What was happening? Draco had yet to procure the replica of the Philosopher's Stone for himself, nor had he disclosed where he intended to exchange it. Was it not agreed that they would come to Diagon Alley to clandestinely exchange the stone? If Narcissa and Lucius continued to shadow him, achieving that goal seemed increasingly unlikely. The Little Bear trailed behind them, his eyes darting about restlessly. Suddenly, the once jubilant Draco frowned deeply. "Mother, there are so many people here. I want to buy a new wizarding robe," he declared, his expression morphing into that of a disobedient child. Narcissa, clearly accustomed to Draco's capricious demeanor, along with Lucius, indulged him. Upon hearing Draco's complaint, they promptly devised a solution. "How about this, little dragon? You can first purchase the Hogwarts special uniform and the wizarding robe you desire at Madame Malkin's. Your father and I will fetch your required books and the custom-made wand. Once you have acquired your robe, stay put at Madame Malkin's and do not wander off. Wait here patiently for us to return." In Narcissa's eyes, Draco was still a mischievous 11-year-old boy, necessitating explicit instructions. Little did she know that the soul within her son had already transformed into the 39-year-old Draco. Draco furrowed his brow, reluctantly nodding in agreement, as if he were acquiescing solely for his mother's sake. Both Narcissa and Lucius, clearly aware of Draco's temperament, felt a sense of relief upon witnessing his nod. Given the Malfoy family's esteemed standing within the magical community, none would dare to recklessly threaten the heir of the Malfoy lineage. Exchanging a glance with Lucius, Narcissa left Draco at the entrance of Madame Malkin's robe shop. While they each set off on their respective errands, Lucius took it upon himself to procure books for Draco, whereas Narcissa was tasked with retrieving the wand that had been custom-ordered at Ollivander's. Draco wore a look of grievance as he turned back repeatedly to gaze at his parents, who were gradually receding into the distance. Only when their figures vanished completely did his expression shift to one of indifference. The traces of his earlier distress evaporated, replaced by a gentle faude. Rather than entering Madame Malkin's robe shop, he sought a secluded spot to don his invisibility cloak. This cloak was not one of the Deathly Hallows, but merely an ordinary item. "Sir, are we to exchange the Philosopher's Stone now?" The little bear, unable to discern Draco's whereabouts, began to panic. Before it could fret for even 2 seconds, it felt a sharp sting on its ears, as Draco lifted the entire bear off the ground. "Indeed, from this moment forth, remain silent. When the time comes, I shall present the Philosopher's Stone to you." After Draco's words, an enduring silence ensued. He needed to swiftly resolve the matter at hand, drawing upon his understanding of his parents' efficiency in handling affairs, as well as his awareness of the Malfoy family's formidable influence. He realized that their absence would not be prolonged. Should they return to find their precious son missing from Madame Malkin's robe shop, the consequences would be dire. It was precisely because they were his own parents that they would be more adept at detecting inconsistencies, necessitating utmost caution. Draco strode purposefully towards Gringotts, exercising utmost caution along the way. He remained vigilant of the bustling crowd around him, while also being careful of the brittle twigs and fallen leaves beneath his feet, striving to make as little noise as possible. The grand doors of Gringotts stood wide open, with a constant ebb and flow of individuals engaged in depositing and withdrawing their fortunes, a testament to the thriving business within. Draco paused at the entrance for a moment, gazing at the throng of people within, lost in contemplation. "Are the adults among them?" The little bear inquired cautiously, fully aware that none could hear its whispers, yet still exercising utmost care. "Excuse me, but I must ascertain the location of the Sorcerer's Stone's vault." It gently prodded Draco's hand. "Not yet." Draco began to respond when suddenly, the dialogue of Harry, Hagrid, and the goblin nearby caught their attention. "Look here. I also possess a letter from Professor Dumbledore, detailing the contents of Vault 713, Hagrid declared, extending the missive to the Goblin of Gringotts. The goblin scrutinized the two with keen eyes, then examined the letter, nodding in affirmation after confirming its authenticity. "What lies within Vault 713? Harry asked, brimming with curiosity. The little bear sensed Draco's focus had shifted to this conversation. "Is there something amiss with Vault 713? The bear's mind raced, yet in the next instant, Draco seized its ear. "The Sorcerer's Stone, is it here?" The little bear inquired with intrigue. Draco remained silent, merely extending the magical stone before him, tacitly acknowledging the bear's inquiry. In the blink of an eye, he felt the fuzzy little bear vanish from his grasp, along with the replica he had created. The bear did not linger for long. In less than a minute, it returned, once again holding a gem that was an exact replica of the previous one. Although it appeared identical, Draco could distinctly sense a difference. While he lacked the means to authenticate the magical stone in his possession, he was certain that it was not the imitation he had crafted. He could perceive no trace of the disillusionment charm he had woven into the original stone. In that moment, the little bear that had accompanied Draco throughout the day also disappeared into thin air. Draco tightly grasped the hard-earned Philosopher's Stone, silently observing Harry and Hagrid enter the subterranean vault of Gringotts. A cryptic expression flickered in his eyes as he murmured, "The game is about to commence, Harry Potter. Relish these fleeting moments." With that, he turned and departed. He needed to hasten back to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, for they had already squandered a considerable amount of time, and he had no knowledge of Narcissa and Lucius's current whereabouts. This is not Draco's first visit to Diagon Alley. He weaves through the various narrow passages with fervor. He is exceedingly cautious, avoiding collisions with others and refraining from stirring up the surrounding dust, fearful that someone might uncover something amiss. As Draco arrived at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, he paused momentarily, relieved to find no sign of Narcissa or Lucius. He sought a discreet corner, removed his invisibility cloak, and slipped into the shop. At this hour, the establishment was quite empty, with only him present to have his robes tailored. Within minutes, Narcissa and Lucius hurried in from outside. Fortunately, Draco was no longer the 11-year-old boy he once was. He had shed the tendency to meander aimlessly and make indecisive choices. The fitting for his school robes concluded swiftly, allowing him to reunite with his parents. "Little dragon, take a look. This is the wand your father and I had custom-made for you. Let us see if it suits you," Narcissa said. Both she and Lucius were well acquainted with their son's preferences and had anticipated his suitability for a particular wand, as the Malfoy family had a long-standing tradition of custom wand-making. Unbeknownst to them, the individual standing before them had undergone significant transformation, both in character and disposition. Draco gazed at the wand before him, one that appeared hauntingly familiar, having accompanied him for several years in his previous life. Crafted from hawthorn wood and adorned with the tail hair of a unicorn, it evoked a sense of nostalgia. Would they once again journey side by side in this life? Very well, mother. Draco did not hesitate. He immediately seized his wand, eager to conduct an experiment in an open area. Yet, the moment he grasped it, he felt the wand's resistance. Unicorns are known to be the purest of creatures, accepting only untainted souls. However, at the age of 39, Draco was no longer the clear-minded youth he once was. After years of serving as the Minister of Magic, his hands were far from clean. They were stained with blood, rendering him unworthy of wielding his original wand. He attempted to cast a simple spell, but in the next moment, the wand began to defy his command, transforming what should have been a mere flicker of luminescence into something far more potent. Draco's physique still bore the remnants of youth, rendering him incapable of enduring the recoil of the wand, which slipped from his grasp. This unexpected occurrence left Narcissa and Lucius astounded. Although the wand had been custom-made to align with Draco's character, such a blatant flaw was inconceivable. The Malfoy family had always possessed a discerning eye for choosing individuals, ensuring that their heir's wand was meticulously crafted, without any prior incidents of this nature. However, considering Draco's recent peculiar behavior, they exchanged puzzled glances, pondering the possibility. Could it be? What manner of wand is this, utterly unresponsive? Mother, have you perhaps been deceived? Draco acutely sensed the discordant atmosphere surrounding him and promptly turned the tables. As long as I can shift the blame swiftly, it shall not be my fault. He presented himself as a spoiled young master, directly casting his grievances upon the wand, as if all of this were the wand's doing, bearing no connection to him whatsoever. Mother, I refuse to accept this. I must have a new one. This wand is utterly ineffectual, with Hogwarts just around the corner. I cannot possibly rely on such a disobedient wand. The couple, initially perplexed, exchanged glances, confirming that this indeed was their son. Could their understanding of him be so profoundly mistaken? Yet, prior to the customization, they had conducted a small test. How could his temperament have transformed so drastically in such a short span? Had he encountered some setback? Or had he perhaps received the wrong wand? Countless questions swirled in their minds. Draco discerned their emotions. Before they could utter a word, he once again resorted to his petulant antics to disrupt their train of thought. Father, I wish to acquire a new wand. Previously, when I mentioned bringing a broomstick to Hogwarts, you forbade me. Why is it that now I am denied even the chance to change my wand? Humph. Draco, with a mischievous glint in his eye, began to playfully tug at Lucius's sleeve, as if to suggest that any refusal from Lucius would result in him stubbornly remaining there. Lucius, unable to withstand his son's relentless pleas, ultimately acquiesced. The couple had always been the most indulgent of parents. Very well, we shall visit Ollivander's to procure a new wand. And upon our return, your mother will prepare your favorite pineapple pie. Lucius spoke as though he had been convinced, his tone laced with gentleness. Yet, within his words lay a subtle trap. Pineapple pie, what a preposterous notion. Draco released his grip on Lucius's sleeve. What nonsense about pineapple pie? I have no affection for pineapple pie. It's you who adores it. You insist on claiming it as my preference when, in truth, I favor apple pie. Mother, do not heed his words. I desire apple pie. Draco spoke with a hint of reproach in his tone, as though genuinely vexed. He strode ahead, paying no heed to the expressions of the two behind him. Merely transforming into a 39-year-old Draco did not negate his identity. Lucius observed Draco marching forward and let out a slight sigh, feeling a sense of relief within. Although he held confidence in the esteemed reputation of the Malfoy family and believed it improbable that anyone would impersonate his son, he felt compelled to conduct a simple test to ensure his son's safety. It seemed that Draco might have been somewhat perturbed due to the recent prohibition against bringing his broomstick into Hogwarts. As for the wand issue, perhaps it had indeed been a misunderstanding. With his thoughts settled, they no longer hesitated and followed closely behind Draco. All right, once we return, Mother will make you an apple pie, Narcissa cooed, soothing Draco's temper, which soon transformed into a cheerful smile. After collecting their newly acquired items, they returned to Ollivander's shop. At that hour, the establishment was devoid of customers, the space feeling quite empty. Ah, greetings, Mr. Malfoy, Mrs. Malfoy, and young Master Malfoy. Is there an issue with the wand? Mr. Ollivander inquired, looking quizzically at the trio. This was unusual. The Malfoy family typically favored bespoke wands and had never encountered a problem before. Indeed, Mr. Ollivander, Draco's wand has encountered some complications, Lucius replied, signaling to Draco with a glance. Draco, evidently comprehending the situation, casually waved his wand. The once orderly shop was instantly thrown into disarray, clearly indicating that this wand was ill-suited for him. Mr. Ollivander himself observed this with a look of surprise. "Ah, young Malfoy. It appears your characteristics are far more intricate than they seem. However, fret not. Let me search for alternatives that may be more fitting for you." Ollivander furrowed his brow momentarily, but soon relaxed, addressing Draco with a gentle demeanor akin to that of a kindly neighbor. As he spoke, he turned and ascended the ladder behind him, reaching the top where he retrieved a wand. "Perhaps this will suit you. It is crafted from hawthorn and infused with a phoenix feather, possessing formidable magical properties," Ollivander remarked, extending the wand towards Draco. Draco immediately took hold of the wand, which appeared strikingly familiar. In his previous life, his beloved wielded a wand crafted from hawthorn wood and phoenix feather. In this realm, it was possible that his beloved no longer existed, and this wand might be destined for eternal seclusion. He understood that he was not worthy of this wand. Draco glanced at Mr. Ollivander and, after carefully examining the wand once more, waved his hand. The shop, which Mr. Ollivander had restored to its original state, was once again thrown into disarray. Draco could still sense the wand's resistance towards him, although its acceptance was somewhat better than when he had previously seized someone else's wand in his past life. It certainly did not evoke the same harmonious connection he had felt with his hawthorn wand during childhood. He could feel the wand's rejection. Despite his desire to keep it as a memento, he hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to relinquish it. The wand was promptly snatched away by Mr. Ollivander. "Oh, it appears this wand is not suited for you. Perhaps you should try this one instead," Ollivander suggested, producing another wand. This one, crafted from elm wood, bore a core of unicorn hair, akin to that of your father. It may indeed be a fitting choice for you. Ollivander selected wands with a deliberate intent. He held a certain confidence in his ability to match the Malfoy family's preferences, given that in previous instances, they had accurately chosen the wands they desired on the first attempt. Even if there were an error this time, it would likely not deviate significantly, ensuring that each wand he offered Draco retained its inherent qualities. However, it was evident he had miscalculated, as this wand also proved uncooperative in Draco's grasp. "Oh, what a discerning little customer you are. Not to worry, I have thousands of wands here, and surely one will be suitable for you," he remarked, rummaging through his collection, presenting wand after wand to Draco. Eventually, Draco found himself growing somewhat exasperated. "Let us give this one a try," Ollivander proposed, presenting a particularly finicky wand he had crafted in his youth, which had astonishingly remained unsold all these years. Its body was made of cedar wood, with a core of phoenix feather, ideal for a sharp and powerful young wizard. As Ollivander handed the wand to Draco, he couldn't help but express a hint of nostalgia. The moment Draco held it, he felt an instant connection. It was the sensation he had been seeking. With a gentle flick, the wand produced not chaotic sparks, but rather a display reminiscent of fireworks. Even Narcissa and Lucius were taken aback by the result. Typically, the characteristics of a wand aligned closely with those of its owner, and the combination of cedar wood and phoenix feather seemed an unlikely match for Draco. Their son appeared to be a pampered young master, not one of deep cunning. "This is the one. How much is it, sir?" Draco smiled at Ollivander, his face adorned with a gentle smile, akin to a mask firmly affixed to his features. He was acutely aware that if his temperament shifted too abruptly, it would undoubtedly arouse the suspicions of Narcissa and Lucius. Thus, he needed to allow them to gradually acclimate to the transformation of his character. "Just give me 7 galleons, and that will suffice." Draco cast a glance towards Lucius, who promptly settled the bill. Without further delay, they exited Ollivander's shop. "Is there anything else you wish to procure, my little dragon? Tomorrow, you shall accompany Crabbe and Goyle. It would be prudent to enlist their assistance whenever necessary." Lucius calmly conveyed several points of caution to Draco. "As for Crabbe and Goyle, might I request Theodore and Pansy to join me instead? While Crabbe and Goyle may be obedient, they are decidedly lacking in intellect." Draco spoke, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. This was merely the first step in his gradual attempt to acclimatize them. He needed them to acknowledge that he was not merely a naive young master, but rather one with a touch of cunning. Was Theodore a scion of the Knot family? He appeared rather taciturn and seldom engaged in their games. Lucius pondered over who Theodore was. In truth, the offspring of pureblood families were generally acquainted with one another. However, The dynamics among each pureblood family varied. For instance, the Malfoy lineage was still basking in its prime, while the Knot family had already begun its descent. There were numerous young wizards of their generation, often gathering to play, yet Theodore had always been the odd one out. Enveloped in his own silence, he refrained from joining Draco and the others in their jests about Muggle-borns and half-bloods, preferring to immerse himself in his own world. He could either be found reading alone or sharing a book with Daphne Greengrass. He possessed a keen intellect, comprehending my intentions more acutely than others. He was far more suitable as an ally than Crabbe and Goyle, who were merely fit for brute force. Draco candidly revealed Lucius's intention behind having Crabbe and Goyle accompany him. Though young, Crabbe and Goyle were notably robust and strong. Lucius's decision to assign them as Draco's companions was motivated not only by a desire for his son's happiness, but also by an implicit wish for their protection. However, Lucius had never before articulated such thoughts to Draco. His sole aim was for his son to lead a joyful and uncomplicated life, without the burdens of scheming at such a tender age. Now, he found himself compelled to reassess his understanding of his child. Perhaps Draco was not as innocent as he had envisioned. His simplicity might stem from the fact that he felt secure in the presence of family, where he did not feel the need to be guarded. Very well, if you wish, I shall have a conversation with Mr. Knot, Lucius readily agreed. Draco, realizing that he had achieved half of his objective, sought a convenient excuse to depart from the bustling scene. To his knowledge, the Philosopher's Stone had arrived at Hogwarts prior to Harry Potter's enrollment. It seemed that something had gone awry at Gringotts. It was best not to linger in Diagon Alley to avoid attracting unwanted trouble. Mother, I yearn for apple pie. I no longer wish to remain here, he declared, his face momentarily contorting in distaste as he surveyed the throngs of Muggles surrounding him, filthy in his eyes. As the days leading up to the official start of term approached, nearly all young witches and wizards flocked to Diagon Alley to procure their necessary supplies. The wizarding community was not vast, and consequently, the number of children of appropriate age was also limited. Many of the young wizards hailed from the Muggle world. The new students, being merely 11 years old, required adult supervision while shopping. Thus, this time of year saw an influx of Muggles in Diagon Alley. Very well, dear. I shall prepare it for you upon our return. Should you desire any treats in the future, simply send a message with an owl, and I shall deliver the goodies to your godfather. You can enjoy them after your classes. Do not hesitate to share anything with him, Narcissa patiently instructed, her concern evident as it was Draco's first time being away from her for such an extended period and distance. She continued to impart her advice, anxious for her son's welfare. Had it been the old Draco, he might have grown impatient by now, yet the current Draco listened intently, his eyes shimmering with innocence as he regarded Narcissa with a look of dutiful compliance. The family shared laughter and conversation as they departed. Time flew swiftly, and soon the day of the school opening arrived. Draco reverted to his former self, persistently clinging to Lucius and Narcissa, insisting that they must escort him to school. However, scarcely had they departed when his demeanor shifted dramatically. Draco likely did not anticipate the fatigue that accompanied the pretense of youth. The Hogwarts Express remained as it always had, steeped in antiquity, with doors that creaked and groaned upon opening. The Malfoy name held considerable esteem within the magical community, and with Draco being a board member of Hogwarts, he enjoyed the privilege of a private compartment, sparing him the discomfort of mingling with unfamiliar faces. The ingrained prejudice of pureblood families runs deep. They would hardly be inclined to share space with the so-called mudbloods, making private compartments a common feature in this context. Draco arrived quite early, and there were no other individuals in the Malfoy compartment. In fact, Crabbe and Goyle had arrived even earlier than he did. However, they had just gone to the train to seek refreshments and had not yet returned to the Malfoy compartment. Thus, Draco found himself alone in the compartment. Draco found a quiet spot to sit, and before he could even settle comfortably, he noticed his companions from a past life approaching. "Good day, Draco. My mother has prepared some delightful snacks. Would you care for some?" chattered Pansy Parkinson as she entered, leading a small girl by the hand. A member of the Greengrass family named Daphne. Theodore followed behind the two, remaining silent. "Good day to you all," he greeted. Draco smiled and nodded to the three individuals. Having grown up together, they were quite familiar with one another and casually found their seats. No sooner had they settled in than they heard Pansy begin to complain. "Draco, you have no idea. There are far too many mudbloods on this train. It is utterly unbearable to share the same carriage with them. I cannot fathom why Hogwarts would choose to admit such individuals. I sincerely hope they do not end up in Slytherin, for I would surely be sickened. Pansy sat there, her brow furrowed, uttering her caustic remarks. Daphne beside her nodded in agreement, while Theodore remained unresponsive, quietly engrossed in his book in a corner. Under normal circumstances, Draco would have joined in the chorus of agreement. However, today he was unusually silent. He merely nodded without endorsing Pansy's words and instead inquired, "Are the snacks delightful?" Pansy was instantly diverted by Draco's question and began to extol the virtues of her treats. The snacks smelled delectable, as if the aroma had wafted through the air. Crabbe and Goyle soon entered the Malfoy compartment. "Good day, Malfoy," they greeted him with practiced ease. "Good day to you both." Draco greeted the two with a smile. Yet this gesture aroused suspicion in Theodore. He abruptly lifted his gaze towards Draco, his eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. In the next moment, he swiftly lowered his head again, unwilling to let Draco perceive his disturbance. Draco sensed a gaze upon him and glanced in Theodore's direction, finding him engrossed in his books, and thus withdrew his attention. Suddenly, a lively voice echoed from afar. It was Zabini. "Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Have you heard? Harry Potter has arrived at Hogwarts. Aboard this very train." His tone hardly suggested the delivery of good tidings. Rather, it bore the weight of an impending thunderclap. This proclamation immediately roused the previously engrossed young wizards from their conversations, compelling them to stand in astonishment. Who among the magical community had not grown up hearing tales of Harry Potter, the legendary savior, a figure they had never encountered, now astonishingly joined them as a fellow student? "Is that truly the case, Zabini?" Parkinson interjected, her excitement palpable. Zabini, well versed in the dynamics of their social circle, sauntered into the compartment and casually took a seat, nodding vigorously. "Shall we go and see the legendary savior together, Malfoy?" he proposed. Draco himself was intrigued but hesitant to venture alone. Thus he nudged Draco to accompany him. After all, it was common knowledge that Draco had 2 bodyguards at his side. Moreover, Draco had a penchant for lively gatherings, making him the most likely candidate to join. The 2 ladies typically shied away from such commotion, and Theodore's demeanor suggested he was not one for revelry. As for Crabbe and Goyle, Draco remained unmoved, and they dared not act out of line. Lacking the wit to do so, Draco smiled faintly, refraining from answering his question. Instead, he addressed Zabini, requesting, "Would you kindly close the door, Zabini? The 2 ladies were just lamenting how the mud has sullied the air. We wouldn't want to incite their displeasure." Draco had something to convey, yet he wished to keep it private. He casually found an excuse and asked Zabini to close the door. The 2 ladies nearby, having overheard Draco's words, nodded in agreement, as if to endorse his sentiments. Zabini acquiesced with a nod, firmly shutting the door before returning to his original seat. "I still harbor a modicum of interest in Harry Potter. However, I have other matters to attend to. As you know, Salazar Slytherin has also arrived at Hogwarts, and I have never been on good terms with him. Perhaps it would be prudent for me to have Crabbe and Goyle accompany you instead." Draco hesitated momentarily. He wished to send Zabini, yet he could not be the one to go immediately. In crafting an excuse for himself, he inadvertently stoked the flames further. Draco continued, "I have heard that pureblood traitor, Weasley, is also searching for Harry Potter. I wonder what his intentions might be. If he manages to get there first, it will surely be quite a spectacle. What could Weasley possibly want with Harry Potter?" Zabini furrowed his brow, clearly perplexed. What could he want? The only thing he seeks is to drive a wedge between Harry Potter and Slytherin. He likely aims to distance Potter from Slytherin. After all, Gryffindor is merely a pack of foolish lions. If even the savior were to be swayed by Slytherin, wouldn't that spell doom for Gryffindor? Draco spoke with a hint of regret, finding amusement in his own words as he chuckled softly. However, this lightheartedness ignited Zabini's competitive spirit. "Even that fool Weasley thinks he can outshine us. Let us pay a visit to Harry Potter and see what this legendary savior is truly like," he declared. Zabini readily agreed to Draco's suggestion, eagerly summoning Crabbe and Goyle as they set off. Meanwhile, Daphne, intrigued, pondered the enigma of Harry Potter, having never encountered him before. What sort of person could he be? Would he ever grace Slytherin with his presence? Draco pondered deeply over Daphne's inquiry, remaining silent for 2 seconds before he responded. As long as he remained the savior, as long as this place was Hogwarts, and as long as the headmaster was Dumbledore, he would never belong to Slytherin. He paused again, unwilling to delve further into such intricate conspiracies, and deftly shifted the conversation to Harry Potter's origins. Furthermore, could someone who had been raised in the Muggle world, replete with the essence of Muggles, truly be worthy of Slytherin? Draco spoke with a hint of disdain in his voice. Everything aligned perfectly with his pure-blood persona. After all, if Harry Potter were not the savior, his lineage could never garner such global attention. Then why summon Zabini? Pansy inquired, somewhat perplexed. Being closest to Zabini, she felt compelled to voice her question. We must create some trouble for those pure-blooded miscreants, ensuring they receive a proper lesson and remember it well. Draco spoke and then fell silent, remaining seated in the compartment for a while, indifferent to the reactions of those around him. He then abruptly rose and exited. I shall go to see Salabak and perhaps indulge in some amusement. If you wish to accompany me, feel free to do so. Draco did not genuinely intend to summon them, nor was he in search of Salazar Slytherin. It was merely an attempt to uphold his prior assertions. He anticipated that the others would not follow. Indeed, they were not the type to meddle in affairs that did not concern them, nor did they possess any inclination to seek amusement, engrossed as they were in their own pursuits. The compartment occupied by Harry Potter was a cacophony of energy. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Zabini stood in confrontation. Crabbe and Goyle had already engaged. The two factions were embroiled in a fierce struggle, to the extent that even Ron's filthy old rat was poised to intervene. With a sudden leap, the rat aimed to nip at Zabini's nose, only to be abruptly seized by Draco, who had just entered. Zabini, look what I have caught, a disobedient little rodent. His proclamation instantly halted the actions of both parties, and all eyes turned towards him. Draco gazed at Zabini with a hint of curiosity, but when his eyes fell upon Crabbe and Goyle, he hesitated slightly. What are you two up to? Are you stealing someone else's snacks? Show some manners and refrain from such behavior. Draco spoke gently, his words seemingly serving to extricate Harry and his companions from a predicament. Yet, only he was privy to the truth of the matter. Draco, we too are innocent. It was he who first mocked Slytherin, who first derided us. A scoundrel indeed, he could only boast with words, but when it came to action, he feigned innocence. Zabini unreservedly scorned Ron, whose face flushed with humiliation at the taunt, prompting him to retort, You wicked ones are the first to complain, when it was you who initiated the conflict. Draco observed as the group seemed poised to engage in yet another quarrel. Draco had no inclination to engage in such frivolous games with them, despite the fact that he was the one who instigated the situation from the very beginning. After all this commotion, had they not had their fill yet? This was, after all, a public setting. Draco's gaze was sharp, a mere glance sufficient to halt the scene before him. Having grown up in his aunt's household, constantly bullied by his cousin and uncle, Harry had become adept at reading expressions. The elegantly dressed young boy before him was undoubtedly one of the fabled 28 sacred families of the wizarding world. However, his limited experiences prevented him from discerning which family this individual belonged to. Observing the familiarity between him and the three newcomers, it was clear they were allies, and he likely held a position of considerable influence within their group, possibly as their leader. At present, the attitude of this newcomer towards Harry seemed relatively amicable, though he remained uncertain about the potential upheavals that awaited him at school. The friend he had just made was evidently unable to provide him with any substantial protection. As an outsider at Hogwarts, would he be subject to bullying? Should he seize the opportunity to befriend this amiable youth? Harry's mind raced with these considerations. As a child reliant on others, he was no naive flower. He certainly did not wish to offend a group on his very first day due to a new friendship. If forming an alliance with this young man could quell any discord, he would not hesitate. As for his new friend, he felt confident in his ability to charm him. Draco regarded Harry's expression with a slight arch of his brow before continuing, I sincerely apologize on behalf of the three of us for any offense caused. However, Harry Potter, I find myself intrigued by the mockery directed towards Slytherin. As a young wizard raised in the Muggle world, are you even aware of what Slytherin truly represents? At times, retreating strategically proves to be far more advantageous than adopting an aggressive stance. Draco, with unwavering resolve, dug a pit for a few individuals. Harry cast a glance at Ron. As a young wizard hailing from the Muggle world, he was naturally unaware of the nature of Slytherin. However, he had gleaned insights from Hagrid and his recently formed friendships that Slytherin was not a favorable place. Yet, without personal experience, he could not ascertain the truth. The adage 3 men make a tiger had instilled a degree of prejudice in him regarding Slytherin, a fact he was acutely aware of, though a flicker of doubt lingered within him, for he was not as easily deceived as one might presume. The moment Harry Potter glanced at Ron Weasley, Draco immediately seized upon it. Surely it was not this red-haired young wizard by his side who had conveyed such notions to you? The Sorting Hat at Hogwarts has always allocated houses based on the character of the young wizards. So what ulterior motive could there be in instilling such a stereotype? What is the true intention behind it? Draco cast a piercing glance at Ron, his sharp eyes seemingly penetrating deep into Ron's very soul. Instantly, Ron reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, every hair on his body bristling as he retorted vehemently. What are your intentions? I would like to inquire about your motives as well. Slytherin is indeed a refuge for Death Eaters. When have I ever tarnished its reputation? I merely stated the truth. As Ron absorbed Draco's words, a glint of indignation flickered in his eyes, yet he soon lowered his gaze, reverting to his former, innocuous demeanor. A refuge for Death Eaters, you say? How intriguing. Are there no Death Eaters among Gryffindor? None in Ravenclaw? One cannot deny that a significant number of Death Eaters hail from Slytherin. Ron, momentarily speechless, quickly retaliated, his flushed cheeks betraying a confrontational demeanor. Draco maintained a demeanor that was both gentle and courteous. This scene appeared rather peculiar, almost as if Ron were bullying Draco. Does this not further accentuate the intelligence of the Slytherins? Some fools are incapable of mastering even the most rudimentary spells, let alone the more intricate dark arts. It is no wonder they are unable to ascend to the status of dark wizards. There are indeed prerequisites to achieving such a distinction. Draco cast a mocking glance at Ron before turning his attention back to Harry Potter. Potter, he said, you are the savior, and I presume this is the first time you have been acquainted with such a title. Allow me to remind you that often. It is not merely your tranquility that keeps others at bay. However, the concern of others may not necessarily be a negative aspect. Draco immediately ceased his discourse. It was intentional. He deliberately sought to plant a seed of intrigue for the Chosen One. He never believed that someone who could live serenely until Voldemort's defeat would embody the essence of a naive fool. However, he could discern Harry Potter's profound admiration for Dumbledore and thus sought to interject a catalyst into their relationship. To invigorate his unbreakable trio, he posed a question. You know me, do you? I am Harry Potter. And who might you be? Harry still preferred to don an air of innocent bewilderment to mask his true self. People tend to be wary of those who appear cunning or astute, but seldom do they guard against a seemingly novice simpleton. He could clearly perceive that those around him harbored various agendas, yet he found himself unable to ascertain which side genuinely held his best interests at heart, or if all merely sought to exploit him. Rather than remain passive, he would delve deeper into the matter at hand. Draco lowered his gaze to Harry's outstretched hand. Lost in thought, a subtle smile graced his lips, yet he chose not to shake hands. Instead, he placed the mouse he had been holding delicately into Harry's palm. Draco Malfoy. Draco calmly uttered his name, and once again, it provoked laughter from Ron, much like in their previous encounters. I presume you belong to the Weasley family? I once thought the Weasleys were merely impoverished, but it appears they lack proper upbringing as well. Or perhaps you have ulterior motives. Unlike the anger he had displayed previously, Draco continued to regard Ron with a gentle demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet his words were imbued with a chilling coldness that incited Ron's ire. You are the one lacking in manners. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? What am I saying? Did you not grasp that? Potter, perhaps you should educate your friend on the meaning of politeness. Draco, with a hint of mockery in his gaze, observed Harry's expression. He exchanged a knowing glance with Zabini, preparing to exit the box, but paused momentarily before the door, turning back to regard Ron. Ah, Weasley. I recall that this pet of yours was left behind by your brother, wasn't he it? It's quite remarkable what breed of rat could survive for such an eternity. Truly, a pestilence that endures through the ages. Draco's words seemed to carry a deeper meaning. Who did he deem to be a scourge? Ron, filled with indignation, instinctively wanted to charge at him, yet was firmly restrained by Harry's embrace. In that moment, Ron regained his composure. His priority was not to confront Draco, but rather to help Harry restore his shaken sense of clarity, which had been disrupted by Draco's insinuations. Harry, you must understand, his entire family consists of Death Eaters, those who serve the Dark Lord. Do not be deceived by him. Once you arrive at the Academy and join Gryffindor, you will uncover the more intricate and undeniable truths. Do not allow yourself to be misled. Draco had not ventured far and, evidently, had heard Ron's words, showing no intention to take offense. After all, he was not yet prepared to sever ties with Dumbledore. From his years of experience as a politician, he surmised that everything was likely orchestrated by Dumbledore. Should the savior deviate from his destined path, it could precipitate numerous upheavals, potentially altering the very fabric of events. although he was unafraid of confronting sudden changes. Who truly relishes chaos? Is Draco truly departing without imparting a lesson to that scoundrel? Zabini, clearly dissatisfied, had been interrupted just as he was about to take action, leaving the pure-blood traitor unscathed. Today, Professor Snape was also aboard the Hogwarts Express. One would hardly wish to leave a poor impression on the professor before the term even commenced. It is well known that Professor Snape is the head of Slytherin House. And if one aspires to enter Slytherin, I would advise against such antics. Most wizards who adhere to the pure-blood ideology ultimately seek to join Slytherin, including Draco's particular faction. This explains why he lashed out at Ron when he mocked Slytherin. Understood. However, what of that Salazar Black? Zabini was familiar with this individual, a member of a pure-blood family reputed for his arrogance. This was merely an excuse to deal with Zabini. Draco had never contemplated seeking out the so-called Salabak, merely a fool unworthy of his concern. Failing to locate him, he had heard that the individual was far more arrogant than anticipated, and he would undoubtedly encounter him again upon returning to the school. Thus, he sought you out, and to his surprise, he had indeed deduced correctly. That little rodent from the Weasley family was not to be trifled with. In truth, the bear had previously acquainted him with the ultimate fate of this world. Unlike his own, in this realm, the Weasley family emerged as the most formidable clan in the magical community. If one were to claim they were as pure as snow, Draco would certainly not believe it. He suspected that there was some underlying scheme. He could not fathom how the Weasley fools could ascend to such heights without it. Indeed, upon meeting Ron Weasley, he found him not to be the naive and straightforward character as described by the bear. Yet, that only added to the intrigue. After all, even a bloodline tainted by failure warranted such attention. However, that Harry Potter truly seemed to have been ensnared by them. Should he stir up some trouble for them? Zabini, though he professed indifference towards Ron, did indeed care for Harry Potter, as every child in the magical realm grew up hearing the legends surrounding him. The presence of such a legendary figure in Slytherin would surely be quite a revelation. Him, Slytherin, a half-blood and a child of a disgraced lineage, barely earning the title of savior through the demise of his parents. Did he truly deserve such a distinction? Draco maintained his previous persona, pausing slightly as he spoke. However, he proved to be somewhat more astute than I had anticipated. Draco, seemingly from nowhere, produced a handkerchief and meticulously wiped his hands, which had just handled a mouse. One by one, he attended to each finger, ensuring no corner was overlooked. With a hint of disdain, he glanced at the handkerchief once he was done. Suddenly, a smile graced his face as he turned to Crabbe and Goyle. I just spotted a vendor selling chocolate frogs over there. It seems I owe you both a favor today. Allow me the pleasure of treating you to some chocolate frogs. Draco spoke as he retrieved a gold coin from his pocket, placing it atop the handkerchief he had just used, and handed both to Crabbe. Upon hearing the promise of a treat, Crabbe and Goyle dashed away with the coin in hand. Why didn't you invite me to enjoy some chocolate frogs? Zabini remarked with a hint of complaint in his tone. I just sampled the delectable snacks Pansy brought, which contain flavors you adore. I believe you would find her treats even more to your liking. If you delay returning, the delightful morsels may very well be gone. Draco, with a demeanor that suggested he had given the matter some thought, instantly captivated Zabini. You are correct. Upon their return to the Malfoy box, the camaraderie among friends remained unchanged from before their departure. There was not a hint of transformation. When Pansy noticed Zabini's return, her eyes lit up, and she directly inquired about the outcome. How did it go? Was it interesting? Zabini appeared somewhat displeased, as if he were dissatisfied with the recent events. What could possibly be interesting? It's all that Weasley's fault. He even wanted his filthy rat to bite me. If Draco hadn't arrived, I would have surely been bitten by that rodent. A look of disdain crossed Zabini's face. Did you and Draco engage in a scuffle with that traitor from the Weasley family? Theodore, who had been quietly absorbed in his book, suddenly set it aside and looked up at Zabini with a question. No, Draco interjected. Professor Snape was also on the Hogwarts Express today, so we returned. There was a hint of regret in Zabini's tone as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Theodore raised an eyebrow, glancing towards Draco with an inscrutable expression. However, he soon resumed his previous demeanor, retreating to a corner to quietly read his book. The train swiftly arrived at Hogwarts. All the young wizards disembarked in an orderly fashion, following the guide step by step toward the castle. As they walked along the path, they encountered a dark lake, just as they were uncertain of their next move. Hagrid's voice echoed from a distance. All the young wizards boarded the boats, with no more than 4 individuals permitted in each vessel. The friends exchanged glances. According to their customary arrangement, Draco, along with Crabbe and Goyle, would share one boat, while the remaining four would occupy another. Just as they were about to adhere to this tradition, Draco unexpectedly spoke up. "Theodore, would you care to join me? It feels like ages since we last saw each other, and I feel a bit estranged." Draco cast a gentle glance at the four individuals ahead, and then added, "Ladies, do you have any thoughts?" Pansy and Daphne merely shrugged. "Why don't you inquire if I have an opinion?" Zabini interjected promptly, his tone laced with a hint of teasing, devoid of any anger. "I know you have none." After Draco finished speaking, he turned his gaze towards Theodore, as if seeking his opinion. Theodore shifted slightly, but quickly made his way in Draco's direction. They did not linger any longer and swiftly boarded the small boat. "Theodore, have I done something wrong today? Why do I sense you gazing at me so intently?" Draco inquired as soon as they stepped onto the vessel. His tone was exceptionally gentle, resembling the calm surface of a lake, unmarred by even the slightest ripple. Yet, it inexplicably instilled a sense of pressure, akin to the tranquility that precedes a storm. "No, I merely feel that you have been smiling much more often of late," Theodore replied, uncertain whether Draco's words were a test, held some deeper meaning, or were merely literal. He could only provide a response that was devoid of error. Draco, uncertain of whether his words had been believed, offered a faint smile before lowering his gaze towards the lake. "Why do they say a boat can hold no more than 4 individuals?" he inquired, a spark of curiosity igniting within him as he glanced at Theodore. "Perhaps it is due to the risk of capsizing with too many aboard? But look at Crabbe and Goyle. Each one of them weighs as much as 2 people. Do you think if we were to capsize here, there might be some kind of monster lurking beneath the surface?" Draco's voice was calm, yet a chill ran down Theodore's spine. Was he being threatened? Or perhaps he was overthinking it. Uncertain, he hoped not. After all, he had never heard of any mishaps involving young wizards in this place over the years. Indeed, if calamities befell young wizards before the start of term, Hogwarts would cease to function. Draco appeared to be persuaded. Before long, the boat docked, and they walked along the path until they beheld a castle, a witch stood solemnly before the castle, awaiting the new students with an air of gravity. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. They completed the essential procedures for newcomers and obediently gathered at the entrance of the hall, awaiting their summons. Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff; Hermione Granger, Gryffindor; Ron Weasley, Gryffindor. As each name was called, numerous young wizards were sorted into their respective houses, and soon it was Draco's turn. Draco Malfoy. Without a moment's hesitation, Draco stepped forward, utterly confident in his allegiance to his house. If he were to be sorted into another house, all these years would have been in vain. Indeed, the sorting hat did not even touch his head before proclaiming the name of Slytherin. Draco did not hesitate. He confidently approached the long table of Slytherin and took a seat at the foremost position reserved for the first-year wizards. Slytherin values order and discipline, adhering to certain conventions regarding seating arrangements. Occupying the frontmost seat signifies his aspiration to emerge as a leader among his peers. Naturally, this position is not fixed, as it is determined by merit. The older students within the house welcome this dynamic, for it is understood that a wizard who faces no competition will not flourish. Soon, Professor McGonagall called out the name of Harry Potter. Upon donning the sorting hat, Harry remained silent for a considerable time. He was uncertain whether he would be assigned to Gryffindor or Slytherin. The Gryffindors were known for their amiable nature, while the Slytherins tended to exhibit a more abrasive demeanor. The sorting hat suggested he join Slytherin. Draco's words indeed planted a seed of doubt within him, prompting him to question whether those around him harbored ulterior motives. However, Draco's remarks served as a reminder that to uncover their intentions, he must bravely venture into the heart of danger, fully aware of the risks involved. He contemplated making some audacious choices. After a moment of silence, the sorting hat finally revealed its ultimate decision: Gryffindor. Draco exchanged glances with a few companions, and they all understood the unspoken sentiment. Zabini still harbored some resentment, casting a look of lingering bitterness towards Ron Weasley. The first-year wizards were few in number, and soon everyone settled into their seats. Headmaster Dumbledore continued to speak from the front, seemingly guiding the conversation with deliberate emphasis on certain key points. Naturally, this intentionality was merely Draco's perception. However, his mind was preoccupied, as he felt a burning gaze fixed upon him. Draco turned his gaze towards the source of the stare, discovering it to be Solar Bach. A flicker of fiery determination ignited within his eyes, as if he yearned to challenge himself, or perhaps to contend for the position he currently held. Draco raised an eyebrow slightly at Solar, a provocative smile gracing his lips. Solar appeared to be a man of rather transparent emotions, his feelings readily displayed upon his countenance, and he was instantly incensed by Draco's taunt. Were it not for the presence of so many onlookers, he likely would have been unable to contain his fury. As Draco turned around, he noticed Theodore gazing at him once again, and he gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. "This beverage is quite delightful, Draco. Would you care to try some?" Theodore offered a cup, seemingly addressing the reason behind his earlier scrutiny of Draco. Draco nodded in agreement, accepting it with pleasure. Draco harbored certain intentions in his heart, choosing to refrain from glancing at others and quietly indulging in his meal. The fare at Hogwarts was indeed quite commendable. Observing Draco's silence, Theodore refrained from uttering any further words, contentedly consuming his own food. After a considerable time, the Slytherin head boy noted that the young wizards had finished their meals and promptly led them to the Slytherin common room, nestled beneath the castle. The Slytherin common room was shrouded in a somber green hue, exuding an air of mystique and nobility characteristic of Slytherin. "This is the Slytherin common room, where you shall partake in your daily lives and rest," the head boy declared, pausing momentarily before adding, "The key to the common room changes weekly, and it will be inscribed on the blackboard at the forefront of the Slytherin common room. This week's key is glory. Dear young wizards, you hail from diverse families, where you are cherished as the jewels of your parents. Regardless of the mistakes you may commit, forgiveness is often granted. However, within the walls of Hogwarts, you must take pride in the honor of Slytherin. Should I discover any of you tarnishing the reputation of Slytherin, you shall bear the consequences." The head boy's keen gaze swept over the young wizards, causing them to feel somewhat uneasy, their eyes darting about restlessly. Draco lowered his head, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The current head boy, though not particularly formidable in his methods, had made a commendable display of authority. "Furthermore, I must remind you once more that the seats at the Slytherin long table are arranged in a specific order. Only the most capable are deemed worthy of occupying the foremost positions. Should anyone find this arrangement unsatisfactory, they are welcome to issue a challenge. However, I must stress that such challenges should be conducted in private. Do not bring them to the forefront, causing unnecessary discord." After the head boy concluded his remarks with a slight nod, he paid no further heed to the remaining young wizards and strode away. The implication of his words was quite clear. They did not wish for incompetents to occupy the prime seats at the Slytherin table. Anyone aspiring to sit at the front must endure challenges and must surpass their peers of the same year. However, the outcomes of their duels, including potential injuries or personal vendettas, are of no concern to Slytherin House. Moreover, should these matters escalate to the professors and result in points being deducted from the house, the offenders would face repercussions. Theodore suddenly cast a glance toward Draco. If memory served him correctly, Draco had indeed taken a seat at the very front when he was sorted into the first year. What exactly does Draco wish to achieve? Soon enough, he would discover Draco's intentions, for a reckless young lad suddenly emerged. Draco Malfoy, if memory serves, is the very boy who occupies the foremost position among the first-year wizards. Is he truly deserving of such a place? It seems his privilege stems solely from his family status as a board member, as if wealth is the sole criterion for merit. If you possess true skill, why not engage in a duel? Salazar Bork stormed forward, his ire palpable. He had long harbored disdain for Draco since their time in the Great Hall. The simmering anger that had been building up finally erupted now that only members of Slytherin House remained. He had also inquired about Draco Malfoy, discovering him to be merely a lackluster scion of wealth, with no notable magical prowess to speak of. What right does he have to sit in such a prominent position? Simply because of his family's influence at Hogwarts? A board member, indeed, but merely a benefactor, not the headmaster. Very well, but may I inquire who you are? Draco's expression remained unchanged, his demeanor still exuding a gentle smile, as if he were addressing a naive little boy. It was as though he were playfully teasing Sarah. Yet, the words bore an unmistakable taunt. The rival he so fervently wished to surpass did not even know his name, a fact that infuriated him. "Sarah Bach, remember my name. I shall make you realize that the position of first in the first year is not one to be coveted by a mere fool," Sarah declared, raising his wand. "How fortuitous, for I too concur with that sentiment." Draco nodded gently. The young wizards of Slytherin, keenly perceptive, noticed that a confrontation was imminent and deliberately cleared a space for their duel. On one side, Saral was poised like a taut leopard, ready to spring into action, while Draco remained leisurely, not even raising his wand, merely adopting a playful demeanor. Put away your weapon. Sorrel, however, was not known for his patience. Witnessing Draco's utter disregard for him as a rival ignited a spark of fury within him. Disregarding any semblance of gentlemanly decorum or etiquette, he directed a spell straight at Draco. Being part of the noble circles, he held a certain understanding of Draco's character. After Draco's birth, he exhibited commendable skills in flight and potion making. However, his family did not encourage him to delve deeply into the study of spells, and there were no claims of his remarkable talent in that area. In contrast, I have honed my proficiency in the disarming charm to a remarkable degree, a spell that is certain to establish my authority and remind Draco of Slytherin's principles. To my surprise, Draco merely smiled faintly, waved his wand with a subtle flick, and effortlessly countered my spell with an unknown incantation. It is quite impressive that a first-year wizard is acquainted with the disarming charm, yet regrettably, his application of it is as trivial as a mosquito bite. Allow me to demonstrate the proper usage for you. Draco acknowledged that Sorrel's sudden attack had somewhat irked him. Although his spellcasting left much to be desired, such an ambush was a blatant breach of decorum. With a flick of his wand, Draco sent forth his spell, which caused Sorrel to crash violently against the wall behind him, his body sliding helplessly down to the ground. The pain coursing through his body rendered him incapable of rising. Sorrel, too, found himself at a loss for the whereabouts of his wand. Alas, Mr. Bork seems rather unimpressive, yet he dares to aspire for the top position. Perhaps he cannot even best me. Observing this predicament, Zabini immediately activated his mocking mode. The remaining companions exchanged glances, joining in the laughter. It was indeed reminiscent of a villainous scenario, with Sorrel, who had previously provoked, now resembling a protagonist being bullied by the antagonist. Zabini, do refrain from such behavior. Let us maintain a semblance of politeness. Draco offered a faint smile. He chose not to intervene when Zabini first spoke, waiting instead until the laughter of the others began to wane before he decided to put a stop to it. Zabini exchanged a glance with Draco, rolling his eyes in boredom, yet still gestured to the others with a silent cue. Draco slowly approached Salazar, retrieving the wand that had fallen to the ground. Standing before him with an air of superiority, Draco gradually crouched down, emanating an overwhelming sense of authority. Mr. Bach, I believe you are indeed correct. The position of first-year head of Slytherin is not one to be coveted by the inept, and the inept should remain amidst the refuse. Draco gazed at Salar, his eyes a tranquil sea, yet Salar discerned a condescending mockery within their depths. In an instant, fury surged within him, and disregarding his own identity as a wizard, he lunged forward, intent on seizing Draco by the throat. However, Draco anticipated his move, brandishing his wand to the precise spot at Salar's neck, as if to warn him that any further advance would result in the wand plunging mercilessly into his flesh. Thus compelled, Salar was forced to recline back into his original position, his face flushed with suppressed rage. Perhaps Mr. Bach should retire early to rest. Witnessing such spellcasting was truly an eye-opener. He must ensure not to utter any claims of coveting the position of first in Slytherin's first-year class. Otherwise, those from other houses would surely find it laughable. In a voice audible only to two, Draco spoke, his expression brimming with delight as he observed the impotent fury of the individual before him. This entire scenario had been meticulously orchestrated by him. Having intentionally provoked Salar from the very outset, he had diligently researched Salar's character, all in anticipation of this moment, to utterly vanquish him and, through this confrontation, establish his dominance within Slytherin, thereby gaining complete control over the first-year students. The landscape of the magical realm could not be altered overnight. He understood the necessity of a gradual approach. Slytherin House was merely his initial stride in this grand endeavor. Upon finishing his words, Draco ceased to pursue the matter further and rose to make his way back towards the crowd. However, suddenly, the voice of Salazar echoed from behind. The formidable sense of oppression emanating from Draco rendered him speechless. However, once Draco departed, he resumed speaking. This time, you merely enjoyed a stroke of luck. Next time, I shall surely prevail. Just wait and see. He appeared to believe himself to be the protagonist of an Eastern fantasy tale, embodying the notion that fortunes shift over the course of 30 years, just as the east and west banks of the river alternate. Draco found the situation somewhat amusing, being both inexperienced and playful. Very well, I shall await your response. Yet, in the next instant, Draco brandished Solar's wand and swiftly thrust it in Solar's direction. The wand flew through the air like a dart, grazing Solar's cheek before embedding itself into the floor. "Oh, my apologies, I almost forgot to return your wand." Solar was rendered speechless, his astonishment leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. He had intended to say more, but the words eluded him as if he had been struck mute. He lay sprawled on the ground, entirely forgetting to rise. "Do not remain there," Draco admonished. "The professor will be arriving soon. Should you continue lying there, they may assume that we Slytherins lack all sense of decorum." Draco spoke with an air of indifference, his intention to withdraw from the throng evident. "Draco, where are you headed?" Zabini queried, perplexed by Draco's actions. Shouldn't he seize the moment to deride the vanquished? By departing now, was he not relinquishing a splendid opportunity? However, to Draco, relentlessly pursuing and mercilessly tormenting the fallen was hardly a commendable course of action. Such excessive cruelty would only cultivate a reputation for spitefulness. He aspired to forge a future for the wizarding world, not to erect a regime reminiscent of the Nazis. Reputation held great significance for him. Moreover, he had just picked up that Salazar's wand, and the dust upon his hands was exceedingly bothersome. "The restroom awaits. My hands are sullied with dust. If a professor were to announce any new matters, please inform me later. I appreciate your assistance." Draco spoke gently, his demeanor as courteous as that of a true gentleman. He understood that certain matters required immediate resolution, for prolonging them would only lead to undesirable consequences. Was this not the perfect opportunity to address the issue at hand? At present, everyone was preoccupied with acclimatizing to their surroundings, rendering them oblivious to any discrepancies. Zabini nodded in agreement, acquiescing to Draco's request. Draco did not linger any longer and proceeded towards the washroom. At this hour, the young wizards were still familiarizing themselves with the campus, and the washroom was devoid of any presence. Just as Draco was washing his hands, a spell suddenly shot towards him from behind. The spell lacked potency, likely cast by a first-year wizard. Draco merely waved his wand casually and deflected the incantation effortlessly. "Theodore not, my friend," he remarked. "Launching a surprise attack from behind is hardly commendable. Have you been observing me for so long merely to execute this sneak attack? How disappointing." Draco turned around, gazing towards the entrance, where no one was present. Theodore had not followed him inside. Yet he felt certain that the person who had just cast a spell was indeed Theodore. Upon encountering Draco, Theodore called out his name without hesitation and strode into the lavatory. Young wizards should refrain from carelessly wielding their wands. Without mastering the spells, they could easily injure themselves. Even if they do not harm themselves, causing damage to the flora and fauna is far from a commendable habit. Draco approached Theodore slowly, drawing nearer until they stood almost face to face. "You are not Draco. Who are you truly?" Theodore inquired calmly, his gaze fixed intently on Draco. He appeared to possess an unwavering confidence, yet Draco was acutely aware of the tremor coursing through him. The Malfoy family would undoubtedly be enraged upon discovering that someone was impersonating Draco, and Theodore advised, "I strongly urge you to return Draco at once." Draco heard Theodore's incredulous remarks and offered a slight smile, but in the next moment, he grasped Theodore by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. "Regrettably, my friend, you have miscalculated. I am indeed Draco." Ever since he inhabited this body, Draco's consciousness had merged seamlessly with its original essence. It could be said that this Draco embodies the former one, enriched with remnants of past memories, which have profoundly transformed his present self. "You are not," Theodore gasped, struggling to articulate his words as Draco tightened his grip around his throat. Draco had no desire to engage in a debate with Theodore. Instead, he succumbed to the tide of nostalgia. He understood better than anyone that forcibly altering another's perspective was the most foolish of endeavors. It was far more prudent to allow them to arrive at their own conclusions. "I recall the first time I laid eyes upon you. It seemed to be on the very day of your mother's passing, when you were huddled alone in a corner, and it was I who brought you back to my home, was it not?" Upon Draco's utterance, Theodore, who had been struggling, was momentarily taken aback. Everyone believed that their initial encounter occurred at the age of 6 during a pure-blood family gathering. However, this was not the case. They had crossed paths much earlier. This secret was known only to Theodore and Draco. Although Theodore and Draco shared a close bond, Theodore's reticence and tendency to remain outside their social circle kept him from fully integrating with them. Draco could never forget Theodore, for he recognized that Theodore was a fool who remained perpetually silent. Draco, upon encountering Theodore, adopted a gentle demeanor, and released his grip from around his neck. I recall the first time I laid eyes on you. You were so lively then. I secretly concealed you within my home, fearful of my parents discovering your presence. Mr. Not, at that time, seemed oblivious to the chaos, as he remained unaware of your absence for an entire week. Back then, you would eagerly place orders, and I would pester my mother to prepare delicious meals. Yet now, you have grown increasingly reticent. Nevertheless, one thing remains unchanged. Your keen perceptiveness persists, just as it always has. Draco's demeanor was remarkably calm, starkly contrasting with the man who had just attempted to strangle Theodore. Theodore stood there, disheveled, gasping for breath. In his gaze directed at Draco, there was a glimmer of confusion. This incident was a secret known only to the two of them. No one else had ever been privy to it, nor had they shared it with anyone. Theodore was certain that the individual before him was indeed Draco. But how could someone undergo such a profound transformation in such a short span of time? Was it all haughty? It hardly seemed so. What could possibly account for this change? Were you truly attempting to take my life just now? I require an explanation. Theodore found himself utterly perplexed by Draco's actions. I did not intend to harm you. I merely feared that you would summon others. If that were to happen, the situation would spiral out of control. This matter is of considerable magnitude. Are you certain you wish to hear it? Once you are ensnared in the maelstrom, escape becomes impossible. Draco's tone was gentle as he cast a serious glance at Theodore. It appeared to be a matter of considerable gravity. Naturally, Mr. Lucius had expressly instructed my father to entrust your care to me, and having given my word, I cannot possibly renege on it. Draco fell into a momentary silence, as if contemplating Theodore's words, and also deliberating whether to reveal the truth to him. Only he was aware that he was merely pretending. From the moment he had instructed Lucius to confer with Theodore's father, he had already ensnared Theodore. The prey had gradually entered the trap, and he began to lay out the broader scheme. Draco immediately cast a silencing charm around him, ensuring that no one was eavesdropping, before he slowly began to speak. You are aware of Harry Potter's arrival at Hogwarts, are you not? Draco seemed to be speaking idly as he regarded Theodore. But was this not a case of asking a question to which he already knew the answer? Surely, that dark-haired lad had indeed gone to Gryffindor. Theodore could not fathom the purpose behind Draco's inquiry. The appearance of a savior in the public eye inevitably heralded the resurgence of the enigmatic figure. Draco comprehended Theodore's confusion. Thus he resolved to cast a stone upon the tranquil surface of the water. This act served as a prelude to shattering the calm. In the beginning, our families had used the pretext of the soul-sucking curse to extricate ourselves from the ranks of the Death Eaters and escape from Azkaban. Once the Dark Lord resurfaces, will the past be resurrected? What fate awaits us, the remnants of bygone choices? Draco leaned against the wall, appearing utterly shattered. It seemed that his recent turmoil was merely a protective barrier he had constructed for himself. However, upon confiding in Theodore, that barrier crumbled instantaneously. Theodore could sense the weight of Draco's distress and the pervasive aura of fragmentation surrounding him. What could have prompted such a conjecture? The Dark Lord had been absent for many years, and the magical community had long ceased to believe in his resurgence. Why, then, did such a dreadful thought cross his mind? To be candid, Theodore himself harbored doubts about the Dark Lord's return. After all, so many years had elapsed, and the magical realm remained tranquil. The most nefarious individuals languished in Azkaban, silent and unmoving. The last time he visited Diagon Alley, he encountered Harry Potter, who was accompanied by Rubeus Hagrid. It was well known that Hagrid was a staunch loyalist of Dumbledore, and he would not venture forth without the headmaster's express instruction. Draco paused momentarily as he presented another example. Consider the last time Zabini sought out Harry Potter. It was rather curious, wasn't it? Every individual Harry encounters seems to harbor a disdain for Slytherin. Is it possible that all Slytherins in the wizarding world have perished? How is it that none are present? I have never subscribed to the notion of coincidence, and with so many occurrences aligning, it can only indicate a premeditated scheme. I harbor suspicions that everything intertwines with Dumbledore. Moreover, they undoubtedly possess knowledge that eludes us, perhaps involving prophecies or the like. It has never been my doubt regarding Voldemort's potential return. Rather, it is Dumbledore who harbors such concerns. Hence, he began orchestrating plans from the moment Harry entered his first year. Suspecting that the Dark Lord had not truly perished and aiming to eradicate him thoroughly upon his resurgence. Draco spoke, gradually becoming more animated. Yet, what difference does it make? The Dark Lord has very few followers left. Even if all the prisoners from Azkaban were released, he would still lack the strength to confront Dumbledore. He still needs us. He would not harm us. Theodore hurriedly reassured Draco, unusually verbose for once. However, the distinction between necessity and utility is significant. To be sent forth to face death is one thing. To remain at the rear as a sentinel is another. Furthermore, could one truly believe that the greatest white wizard, Dumbledore, would remain entirely inactive? If that were the case, how could he have triumphed over two Dark Lords? I refuse to believe that it was the infant Harry Potter, mere moments from the cradle, who vanquished Voldemort. Without Dumbledore's intricate strategies, such a feat would be impossible. Draco spoke, casting a glance at Theodore, as if mocking his naivety. Are you suggesting that Harry Potter has always been under Dumbledore's control? Is that what you meant when you previously stated that as long as Dumbledore remains headmaster of Hogwarts, Harry Potter will never be sorted into Slytherin? Theodore, astute and perceptive, instantly connected Draco's words. But what of it? Even if the Dark Lord is dead, we continue to live our lives as we always have, Draco, so there is no need for excessive worry. It's different, Theodore. What if the Dark Lord is not truly gone? What if he returns? What then? Our fathers bear the dark mark, and if Voldemort were to rise again, they would undoubtedly seek him out. Draco's words momentarily choked Theodore. If Voldemort were to return and demand that they undertake certain actions against Dumbledore, would they comply? If they were to indeed follow through with such demands, and Voldemort ultimately failed, would Dumbledore show them mercy? Draco bombarded Theodore with a series of questions, leaving him utterly bewildered. While Theodore was indifferent to the prospect of joining the Death Eaters, he was deeply concerned about his own life. Draco observed Theodore, still unable to make a decision, so he decided to present him with a trap. Why not conduct a simple experiment and closely examine whether Dumbledore had indeed extended his influence over the first-year wizards? Draco had firmly ensnared Theodore, leaving no room for escape. Given Theodore's display of hesitation, Draco would undoubtedly take measures to eradicate this uncertainty entirely. What course of action would you choose? Deep down, Theodore was already aware, yet he was reluctant to acknowledge it. After all, no one wishes for their tranquil existence to be disturbed. No one desires to exchange a peaceful life for the chaos of conflict. Imagine if the Savior were to skip class on the very first day. What would Dumbledore's response be? Would he deduct points, issue a reprimand, expel him, or perhaps choose to remain indifferent? Draco wore a gentle smile at the corners of his lips, his voice resonating softly, as though it were emanating from a distant realm. One inquiry after another reverberated in Theodore's heart. Harry Potter would not skive off. He lacked the audacity to do so. Perhaps he possesses a greater intellect than one might presume. From his words and actions, I can discern that he is astutely observant, adept at reading the atmosphere, and would not commit a grave error without fully grasping the circumstances. Theodore spoke decisively. Having sought out Zabini to discuss all that had transpired during their encounter with Harry Potter, particularly when they had caused him trouble, not only did he recognize a significant transformation in Draco, but he also uncovered that the so-called savior was far from being a mere innocent flower. He is remarkably clever, and due to his circumstances, he has developed a keen sense of perception, making him quite suited for Slytherin. I am aware of this, yet others remain oblivious. After all, he is merely 11 years old. An 11-year-old child lacks stability and may easily be distracted by the most trivial of whims. Draco cast a knowing glance towards Theodore, who immediately understood the implication. They needed a pet to divert Harry Potter's attention. It was customary among many young wizards at Hogwarts to keep pets. Even those without pets often had owls. Since it was their first time at Hogwarts, it would be quite normal for them to be distracted by a small creature wandering into peculiar places, thereby delaying their classes. What would be suitable for this purpose? However, determining what could effectively capture Harry Potter's attention proved to be a rather complex dilemma. Who could say? Yet, I recall that the foolish Weasley boy seemed to have a pet rat. Indeed, the filthy little creature kept by that family was likely to be hiding all manner of unsightly things. One could hardly predict what might happen if it were to be devoured by a snake one day. Draco appeared to be concerned about Ron's pet. Theodore nodded in agreement. Without further hesitation, he exited the lavatory. By this time, the young wizards had already dispersed, yet fortune smiled upon Draco as he shared a room with Theodore, thereby sparing them from considerable inconvenience. Initially expecting a night devoid of dreams, Draco found himself unexpectedly awake in the depths of the night. Draco is an individual who relishes meticulous preparation. Even when circumstances deviate from his anticipated course, he relentlessly endeavors to steer events back towards his envisioned outcome. Theodore, too, possesses a pet, a serpent. As the emblem of Slytherin is the snake, it is customary for the young wizards of Slytherin to keep pet snakes. Draco, who had always eschewed the idea of keeping pets due to their perceived untidiness, found himself surreptitiously bringing along Theodore's snake on this particular outing. With practiced ease, he departed from his surroundings and arrived at the henhouse of Hogwarts. The chickens, unsuspecting of the fate that awaited them, were about to witness the lethal power of the Avada Kedavra curse for the first time. Unfortunately, it was to be unleashed upon themselves. As if that were not enough, Draco commanded the snake to take a few bites out of their carcasses, leaving the henhouse drenched in blood. Subsequently, he utilized the blasting curse to dispose of the remains. Theodore's pet was remarkably obedient, perhaps due to its familiarity with him. This inspired Draco with a brilliant idea. If the so-called savior were merely to serve as a shield or an occasional catalyst for chaos, it would be a tremendous waste of potential. He ought to be made to realize his utmost value. Draco cast a detached glance at the disarray surrounding him before hastily departing the scene. He was well aware of Hagrid's routine. Each morning, Hagrid would diligently check on his creatures. Now, should he discover any issues within the chicken coop, he would undoubtedly inform Professor Dumbledore at the very first opportunity. Draco dared not linger here for too long, as extended stays could easily attract unwanted attention. He must return to his dormitory immediately. Inside, Theodore was soundly asleep. Oblivious to his surroundings, Draco quietly cleaned Theodore's snake and returned it to its rightful place. Thankfully, Theodore could not speak Parseltongue. Otherwise, there could have been dire consequences. The following day marked the beginning of classes, with Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration lesson as the first. Most of the Slytherin young wizards were quite studious, and by the time Draco arrived, several had already made their way into the classroom. Upon seeing Draco, nearly everyone assumed he would take a seat at the front and promptly rose to grant him passage. This must be the privilege of a prefect. Draco gently nodded in gratitude to the surrounding young Slytherins, fulfilling their expectations as he took a seat at the front. Theodore, due to the events of the previous day, chose to sit beside Draco. They exchanged a knowing glance, confirming the arrangements made yesterday. This morning, Theodore rose early, solely for this matter. However, he did not enlist his pet snake for the task. Instead, he had procured another snake from an unknown source to accomplish the task. As class time approached, Professor McGonagall was still absent, with only a small kitten leaping about the classroom. It seemed that Professor McGonagall had also noticed that Harry Potter and his companions had yet to arrive and contemplated waiting a little longer. Draco, evidently aware of Professor McGonagall's hesitation, cast a knowing glance towards the individuals at the back. The atmosphere in the classroom began to stir. First initiated by a Slytherin student who dropped a pen, and soon the restlessness spread throughout the room. The Gryffindors, in particular, found it increasingly difficult to remain still. Settle down, everyone. Is this Diagon Alley? The first-year Slytherins were not Draco's ultimate objective, hence he was unperturbed by the need to perform before his peers. The newly arrived young wizards did not harbor much disdain towards Slytherin, but rather a sense of trepidation. Thus, when Draco spoke, all present fell silent, their gazes fixated upon him. The situation was swiftly brought under control. Professor McGonagall, no longer waiting for the two of them, dispelled the transfiguration spell and reverted to her original form. Any further delay would have turned the lesson into chaos. Thank you, Mr. Malfoy. Your actions will award Slytherin 3 points. Professor McGonagall generously commended Draco. Following the earlier commotion caused by the young wizards, she took the opportunity to emphasize the importance of discipline. McGonagall was known for her seriousness regarding classroom conduct, maintaining strict order. She then proceeded to commence the day's lesson, beginning with a brief introduction, transforming the surrounding desks and chairs into various animals and other objects to engage the young wizard's emotions. Subsequently, she distributed a matchstick to each student, encouraging them to experiment with transfiguring the match into a needle. Draco recalled this particular lesson. In his previous life, he had failed to complete the task. This spell was exceedingly challenging for novice wizards, yet for him now, it seemed relatively straightforward. If he wished to capture everyone's attention, he knew he must always strive to be at the forefront. Without hesitation, Draco cast a transfiguration spell on the matchstick, and in an instant, it transformed into an exquisitely patterned needle. Professor McGonagall, clearly taken aback, had never witnessed such a swift mastery of transfiguration from a young wizard before. "Oh, clever young wizard. You shall earn 3 points for Slytherin." Draco's swift success piqued Professor McGonagall's curiosity regarding this cohort of young wizards. Could it be that this year's students were all exceptionally gifted, mastering spells with remarkable ease? However, as time passed during the lesson, her assumptions were proven incorrect. Not a single young wizard succeeded, save for a slight alteration in Granger's matchstick. To her surprise, Harry and Ron, whom she had been anticipating, returned, appearing rather disheveled, their garments coated in an unknown layer of dust. The two of them awkwardly concealed themselves behind Hagrid, their heads bowed, too timid to meet her gaze. "Excuse me." Professor McGonagall, Hagrid's abrupt entrance disrupted the class. The young wizards, already agitated from their attempts at transfiguration, turned their attention towards the unexpected commotion. Professor McGonagall's sharp gaze fell upon them, clearly taken aback that any student would dare to arrive so tardily on the very first day of class. "I found 2 lost young wizards in the castle. They claimed they were on their way to your lesson, so I brought them here," Hagrid explained, casting Harry an encouraging glance before returning to his duties. Yesterday, all the chickens at Hogwarts had mysteriously vanished, and he intended to investigate the matter thoroughly. Initially, he had planned to visit an old friend, but this unforeseen incident had drawn him back to the castle, where he fortuitously encountered Harry and Ron. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, I suggest you familiarize yourselves with your new classmates, or perhaps hang a clock on your foreheads to ensure you remember the time and place," Professor McGonagall admonished sternly. Yet, considering it was their first day and they were still unaware of the classroom rules, she merely issued a mild reprimand, instructing them to write a brief reflection for the next class, without imposing any severe penalties or expulsion threats. The lesson proceeded as usual. Draco and Theodore exchanged knowing glances, a silent understanding passing between them. It was Theodore who solidified his thoughts, with Draco subtly reinforcing his conclusions. Nonetheless, the day's unexpected events stirred something within Theodore, leaving him momentarily stunned and ceasing his practice of the transfiguration spell. No one could discern what occupied his mind. Even Zabini, seated behind him, noticed his unusual demeanor and gently tapped his desk to attract Draco's attention. "What's wrong?" Draco formed a shape with his lips. Draco was not so audacious as to dare to whisper in Professor McGonagall's class. "What has happened to Theodore?" Zabini pointed at Theodore and formed a silent question with his lips. Draco remained silent, instead signaling to Zabini to glance in Harry Potter's direction. In that fleeting moment, understanding dawned upon him. Arriving late on the very first day of class, yet only facing a trivial and inconsequential reprimand, was indeed unsettling. Despite Professor McGonagall's explicit emphasis on discipline, the lack of substantial consequences for Harry Potter's transgression was disconcerting. Zabini had initially resolved to orchestrate a scheme after class, assuming no one would join him, yet to his surprise, even Theodore stood alongside him this time. As Zabini contemplated uttering more, he noticed Draco passing him a note. He lowered his gaze to inspect it, only to tear it to shreds in the next heartbeat. The lesson progressed swiftly, with all the young wizards diligently practicing transformation spells. Though little progress was evident, only Granger managed to achieve a semblance of success. An exceptionally driven child, Granger, despite her Muggle origins, aspired to excel among her peers. Her eyes, ablaze with determination, fixated on Draco as if she intended to surpass him as her goal. Indifferent, Draco was preoccupied with embellishing tales about Harry Potter. Sure enough, as soon as classes concluded, Harry found himself subjected to rather peculiar treatment. On his way back, he would often be inadvertently jostled by young wizards, who would whisper cutting remarks in his ear. It was no surprise that even Professor McGonagall displayed favoritism towards him. After all, he was the savior of the wizarding world. Ah, were you envious? He possessed the privilege of skipping classes. The savior returning from the Muggle realm truly seemed oblivious to the rules. Harry felt a sense of grievance. He had risen early, along with Ron, only to find themselves lost on the staircases. After much effort, they finally discovered the correct path, only for Ron's pet to be whisked away by a snake. Harry contemplated conversing with the serpent to halt its escape, but it only ventured further away. Acknowledging that they would inevitably be late, he was reluctant to proceed. Nevertheless, Ron, anxious about his pet, dragged Harry along, and they stumbled into misadventures, emerging quite dirty. Eventually, they encountered Hagrid, who guided them back to the classroom. The jeers directed at him came from both Gryffindor and Slytherin. The Gryffindor students seemed to mock him at their leisure, while the Slytherins appeared to be more coordinated in their taunts, as though they had been trained. Harry observed the actions of those who ridiculed him and quickly identified the instigator behind it all, Blaise Zabini, the very individual with whom he had clashed previously. This was something he had suspected all along, having a personal vendetta against Zabini, yet he harbored a lingering curiosity. Was the inscrutable Draco Malfoy somehow involved? Harry was uncertain, yet felt compelled to take some sort of action. He contemplated reaching out to Draco for a private discussion, but opportunities eluded him. Ron was incessantly attached to him, perhaps out of guilt. Although their tardiness was a shared fault, all the blame seemed to gravitate solely towards Harry. Ron had discreetly faded into the background, likely feeling a twinge of unease himself, thus clinging to Harry to mend their rift. Furthermore, Draco was surrounded by a throng of admirers. A circle of Slytherin students gathered around him like loyal subjects around their sovereign. Draco's temperament was remarkably amiable, as he engaged in casual conversation with them. Unlike certain ostentatious young masters, who exuded arrogance, Draco stood apart, embodying an approachable demeanor. Were he to have ventured into the political arena, he would undoubtedly exemplify the quintessential politician. Regardless of any covert ambitions to undermine others, he would present himself as congenial, grounded, and impartial in public. Harry found no opportunity to engage, and with potions class looming in the afternoon, his mind was preoccupied. While he might not have been as concerned about other subjects, he had notably observed that the potions professor had been scrutinizing him since his arrival at school. The gaze he received was peculiar, imbued with an indefinable emotion, yet Harry, having been perceptive from a young age, sensed an undercurrent of disdain. Having already arrived late to Professor McGonagall's class that morning, the prospect of being tardy to Professor Snape's potions class in the afternoon was unthinkable. Thus, he made his way to the potions classroom well ahead of time. Draco remained seated in the front row, wishing fervently that he could avoid attending class. It felt akin to a student preparing for a pivotal examination, yet being forced to endure lessons meant for first graders. The coursework posed no challenge for him, but the monotony was truly vexing. However, he had no choice. His magical prowess was woefully inadequate, allowing him to wield only a couple of spells at most. Thus, he had to conserve his energy and gradually develop his abilities, ensuring that no one could discern any weaknesses. Professor Snape was ever punctual. Unlike Professor McGonagall, he did not transform into a cat, but instead strode directly to the podium. His robes flowed elegantly, and he appeared clad entirely in black, resembling a great bat. Potions is an extraordinary subject, and I expect no imbeciles to arrive late or leave early from my class, nor to brandish their useless wands, Professor Snape declared, his sharp gaze directed towards Harry. It was evident that he harbored a disdain for Harry Potter, emphasizing discipline right from the outset. Rumor had it that a celebrity had enrolled at their school this year, and this very celebrity dared to arrive late on their first day, only to be escorted back upon being discovered. It was unnecessary for Harry to speculate. Snape was clearly alluding to him, and recognizing his fault, he simply lowered his head. "Mr. Potter, do you have anything to say?" The oppressive aura emanating from Professor Snape rendered Harry speechless. What followed was the infamous trio of questions, and although Harry had been earnestly studying, his time at his aunt's house had been consumed with various chores, leaving him little opportunity to memorize the entirety of the textbooks. He could only skim through each subject, retaining a vague impression. Thus, when Professor Snape posed the trio of questions, he found himself genuinely at a loss. He sensed Snape's malice directed at him. Yet this only intensified his curiosity regarding the true intentions of those around him. His upbringing had taught him that in this world, goodness did not arise without reason, nor did malevolence. Reality dictated that he must endure 7 years at Hogwarts. Thus he needed to navigate his surroundings adeptly. Harry cast a glance at Draco, who was completely ignoring him, his head bowed, seemingly at a loss for where to direct his gaze, with only his platinum hair gleaming in the light. "Professor, Miss Granger is quite knowledgeable about these questions. Perhaps you could inquire with her." Harry attempted to redirect Snape's attention. However, he quickly realized the futility of this tactic. Fame alone could not shield one from scrutiny, could it? "Mr. Potter, do put your hand down, you foolish girl," Snape retorted, refusing to relent in his mockery of Harry. Yet he also noted Hermione's presence beside him. As Snape continued with his discourse, Harry understood that further rebuttal was unwise. and he resigned himself to bow his head in submission. He likely never anticipated that even in such a state, he could still be chastised. What are you staring at? Why not take out your quill and record this material? Professor Snape's words echoed in Harry's ears, and he was acutely aware that whatever he did would inevitably be deemed wrong. All he wished for was for the class to pass swiftly. Perhaps Merlin had heard his silent plea, for Professor Snape commenced a potion brewing lesson and instructed them to pair up. Harry seized the opportunity to sit beside Draco, hoping to inquire about certain matters. However, before he could make his way over, he was abruptly halted by Ron's grip. Alas, Draco listened intently. Though he was not particularly patient with the potion he was concocting, he could prepare it with his eyes closed. His greater concern was the singularity, which would mark the first step in his conquest of the young wizards at Hogwarts. Neville's cauldron began to react more violently, and suddenly, with a loud bang, it exploded. At that moment, Draco cast a protective charm. This was not merely the shield charm, but a variant of it, establishing a simple barrier over Neville's cauldron to prevent the potion from splattering. Nonetheless, this did little to quell Professor Snape's ire. What were these imbeciles doing in class? Had I not made myself clear? Errors should not occur. Due to your mistakes, Gryffindor shall lose 10 points. I extend my gratitude to Mr. Malfoy for his assistance, as Slytherin will gain 10 points. Professor Snape declared the punishment, yet his gaze towards Draco was laced with complexity. Indeed, he was Draco Malfoy's godfather, and he understood all too well what kind of young man his charge was. He always felt that Draco had changed. Draco nodded, graciously accepting the gaze of those around him. He could sense the collective attention of all the young wizards focused intently upon him. With this, he felt he had taken a definitive first step. Everything proceeded as usual. To solidify his title, Draco was the first to successfully brew a potion, once again contributing points to Slytherin. Being an accomplished individual entering a novice realm, it was no easy feat for others to catch up to him. As the potion class concluded, the bustling day of the young wizards came to an end. Draco, amidst the throngs of Slytherin, exited the classroom. As he strolled along, he abruptly turned around, casting a sudden glance in the direction of Harry Potter. Draco sensed that Harry Potter had been observing him intently. Yet when he turned to meet Harry's gaze, Harry lowered his head, avoiding eye contact. "What is it, Draco?" Zabini inquired, perplexed by Draco's sudden turn. "It's nothing. I merely recalled that I seem to have left something in the classroom. You all may return. I might need to pay a visit to Professor Snape later this evening." Since Harry had been fixated on him, Draco decided to seize the opportunity. The prey had already taken the bait, and the hunter was now at the crucial juncture, requiring utmost patience. "Shall I accompany you?" Theodore, having gleaned a hint of Draco's intentions from their earlier conversation, understood that Draco sought to exert influence over the Savior, subtly guiding him. This would likely be his initial step. "No need for that. I will handle this matter myself." Draco offered a faint smile, expressing his gratitude for Theodore's kindness, before distancing himself from the crowd and heading towards a secluded direction. This was his opportunity for Harry Potter. If Harry Potter possessed the wisdom to seize this moment, then all could still be negotiated. Indeed, Draco had barely taken 2 steps when he was abruptly yanked by the collar and pulled into a narrow alley. The action was executed with great secrecy, yet the manner in which it was done left Draco exceedingly displeased. Draco delivered a swift backhanded blow, striking Harry squarely in the chest. Caught off guard, Harry found himself leaning weakly against the wall. "How could you possibly be Harry Potter?" he exclaimed. "I apologize. I initially thought it was some nefarious individual acting instinctively. Did I hurt you?" Though Draco's actions were intentional, what did it matter? Even if Harry comprehended the underlying implications. He gritted his teeth and swallowed his pride. After all, he had a request to make. "It's all right. Mr. Malfoy, might you accompany me to a certain location? There are matters I wish to discuss with you." Harry's gaze bore a resolute seriousness as he looked intently at Draco. Draco completely ignored the remark. He even wished to tease the Savior before him. Perhaps it was best to refrain, as I still had some matters to attend to. "I beg your pardon." Draco adjusted his attire once more, ensuring that Harry's recent actions had left no trace upon his garments, before preparing to depart. Yet, this was the only opportunity Harry had encountered in recent times to confront Draco face to face. The prospect of another such encounter remained uncertain. He could not allow this moment to slip away. "Mr. Malfoy, do you wish for everyone to perceive you as a duplicitous and hypocritical individual?" He resorted to threats, despite possessing no evidence to substantiate his claims. Draco was evidently aware of the situation, He glanced at Harry with a hint of amusement and a touch of disdain. How should one even begin to address this? Surely, Mr. Potter cannot attribute his grievances with the Slytherins to me. It is rather disheartening to discover that the so-called savior possesses such a narrow-minded perspective. Harry's feeble tactics were no match for Draco, who swiftly retaliated with scorn. Nonetheless, he showed no intention of continuing their verbal sparring. The two stood in opposition for a moment, ultimately feigning defeat. Very well, I shall grant you a few minutes. It is rather pitiable to be perpetually bullied. I hope Mr. Potter does not disappoint me. Draco spoke languidly, gesturing for Harry Potter to lead the way. From their brief interaction, it was evident that Harry was a rather cautious individual. Therefore, having resolved to seek a private conversation with Draco, he must have carefully chosen a suitable location for their discourse. Harry nodded, refraining from any further delay, as he guided Draco through a series of twists and turns until they arrived at a secluded alleyway. This locale was familiar to Draco. In his previous life, he had often frequented such hidden nooks during his romantic escapades. It was an isolated spot, rarely visited by students, thus deemed safe. Was it you who deliberately slowed us down, causing me to be late for class and provoking others to mock me? What is your true intention? Are you merely trying to force me into seeking you out? Harry realized that direct inquiries would yield no revelations from Draco, so he resorted to a more cunning approach. Despite lacking any tangible evidence, though he had discovered that the mastermind behind the scenes was Zabini, he recalled that upon their first encounter, he noted how Zabini seemed to always heed Draco's words. If Draco genuinely appeared amicable, it seemed likely that Zabini's actions would be curtailed. But what if all these machinations were indeed orchestrated by him? It was not me. I have no inclination to target you, Mr. Potter. Do not overestimate your own significance. All matters require substantiation. Draco categorically refused to acknowledge it. His extensive political career had taught him that, regardless of whether he was responsible for any misdeeds, admission was never an option. Conversely, the same did not apply to commendable actions. Harry directed his gaze at Draco, scrutinizing him intently, as if seeking to unearth some telltale sign upon his countenance. Yet, with merely a few years of experience, he was no match for Draco, the seasoned veteran. No matter how he examined him, he failed to uncover any flaws, leaving him disheartened. Apologies, Mr. Malfoy. It seems I have been overly sensitive. I sought you out to inquire about matters concerning the Savior. What, pray tell, did your previous words truly signify? Harry, mindful of his original intent, recognized that since he could not extract any evidence, he might as well adopt a more conciliatory stance and pose some pertinent questions. Having spent such a considerable duration in the Muggle world, he had learned that adaptability was paramount. Engaging in stubbornness without the requisite power was hardly a wise course of action. Draco smiled faintly, remaining silent as he raised his hand to cast a silencing charm. He was far more seasoned than Harry and exhibited a greater level of meticulousness. Any negative remarks concerning himself were scrutinized with great care, leaving no opportunity for anyone to eavesdrop. What does it mean? This statement is truly intriguing. Do you not realize that? Draco remained utterly silent, uncertain of the extent of Harry's discoveries and how much he should divulge himself. Rather than speak, he preferred to let Harry articulate his thoughts. It seemed as though I had been led down a singular path, surrounded by figures akin to Hagrid and Ron, who appeared to be guiding lights. Harry spoke, adopting an innocent and naive demeanor, and began to utter ambiguous statements. The title of guide could be assumed by anyone. Those who lead you toward knowledge are called guides, and those who steer you onto the right path bear the same name. Such vague pronouncements could hardly instill confidence in Draco. However, for the moment, this was not necessarily a detriment. As the Savior, the mantle of the Chosen One inevitably demanded that others direct his course. At times, I truly questioned whether Draco was akin to a mole, perpetually eager to dig pitfalls. Draco discreetly administered eye drops. What were they planning? Harry discovered that Draco had been applying these drops to those individuals, yet he also keenly sensed that Draco was aware of the truth behind the matter. How could I possibly know what their intentions were? Draco simply refuses to engage in conversation. You know, I am certain of it. Harry Potter does not believe his nonsense either. Sometimes, knowing the truth is one matter, while being able to articulate it is quite another. Caught. Draco spoke, a hint of melancholy glimmering in his eyes. Harry Potter, perplexed, wondered who could possibly intimidate even a noble scion like Draco. Why was this so? Harry, utterly bewildered by Draco's words, failed to grasp his meaning. Perhaps this all related to the unseen puppeteer behind the scenes. Do you know who the headmaster of this school is? Draco refrained from responding to Harry's inquiry and instead posed another question. Albus Dumbledore. He is the greatest white wizard of this century. Harry paused momentarily, quickly realizing the implication, and turned his gaze back to Draco. Are you suggesting that he orchestrated everything? Is all of this connected to him? Indeed, I do harbor such a sentiment, and the possibility seems plausible. It is no wonder I felt a sense of manipulation upon arriving at school. Harry articulated his conjecture that Dumbledore was the mastermind behind the scenes. He scrutinized Draco's facial expressions, noting a slight furrow in his brow upon hearing Dumbledore's name. Yet, Harry still found it difficult to ascertain the truth. He decided to affirm his thoughts aloud, uttering some definitive statements to gauge Draco's reaction. However, Draco's expression remained unchanged, leaving Harry perplexed. I do not know who informed you, but I certainly did not say that. Draco's tone was far from serious. Rather, it appeared somewhat flippant, as if he were evading responsibility, which did not convey an inquiry at all. Yet, it further solidified Harry's suspicions. The true mastermind was indeed Dumbledore. Draco sought to reveal the mastermind behind the scenes to himself, yet he was reluctant to bear the burden of disclosing such information. The cunning Slytherin. What motivated him to act in this manner? Although I am referred to as the Savior, that title belongs to the past. The Dark Lord has perished, rendering my role as a hero seemingly pointless. Why, then, must he continue to surveil and manipulate me? As Harry spoke, his emotions spiraled into despair. He presumed Draco desired to witness his emotional unraveling. Thus he adopted this faude. Calm down, fool. If you summon others, I shall have no choice but to strike you. In the midst of such heated exchanges, no one would believe that a Gryffindor and a Slytherin are engaging in heartfelt discourse. You wish to expose me, but I have no desire to be unveiled. Draco's gaze instantly turned icy. He found the performance of the boy before him woefully inadequate. Harry was indeed clever. Yet it was unfortunate that Draco had anticipated all of this. Since Harry Potter was willing to play along, he might as well continue the charade. The so-called savior after the Dark Lord's demise seemed utterly futile, but had he ever contemplated an alternative possibility? Might it be that the Dark Lord never truly perished? Upon hearing Draco's words, Harry was taken aback. He had considered countless scenarios, yet this particular one had eluded him, or perhaps he had simply dared not entertain such a notion. Nevertheless, a secret thrill coursed through him. Draco Malfoy seemed intent on orchestrating his gradual unraveling, thereby guiding him. This vulnerable state was precisely what he needed to extract further information. Had they always known the Dark Lord was alive? What, then, was the purpose of controlling him? To serve as a shield? To draw hatred as a pawn? Or were they merely hoping he would once more vanquish the Dark Lord? Harry was genuinely exhilarated now. He cared little for what others might gain from him, for he had little left to lose. The only legacy his parents had left him was meager, and if that were to vanish, he could simply revert to a life of hardship, which held little anguish for him. Beyond that, he had nothing else to cling to. Yet those individuals were fixated on his very life. How could a mere first-year wizard hope to defeat the Dark Lord? Even when he came of age, could he succeed where so many adult wizards had failed for so long? It was a call for his demise. Who could fathom such matters? They should direct their inquiries to those responsible, not to him. He was merely an 11-year-old wizard. Did they truly think those individuals would confide in him? As a scion of a pure-blood lineage, why would the Dark Lord choose to target him? What need was there for him to exert himself? Draco was quite pleased with Harry Potter's current reaction. His ultimate goal was to redefine the order of the magical world. Merely eliminating one Voldemort would not suffice to achieve a revolutionary transformation in the magical realm. Many things must be dismantled before they can be rebuilt. When a place is afflicted by disease, and one wishes to eradicate it entirely, the most effective methods are either to extinguish it at the first sign of emergence or to allow it to expand unchecked, only to eradicate it completely in one fell swoop. The present state of the magical world belonged to the latter strategy. Simplistic measures could no longer disrupt the order that had been maintained for so many years. The magical community required a significant upheaval, a cataclysm that would astonish the world. And clearly, one Voldemort alone could not achieve this. Therefore, Draco needed not only to control the Death Eaters, but also the Order of the Phoenix. What should I do? Harry was uncertain whether Draco was good or evil, but if he wished to escape his controlled situation, Draco might serve as a valuable ally in breaking free. Do you want me to help you? On what grounds? What do you possess that merits my assistance? Harry Potter, I am no benevolent Hufflepuff, without personal gain. No Slytherin would be inclined to offer you aid. Draco seemingly revealed his mercantile nature, his eyes shimmering with a glint of shrewdness. True to the archetype of a Slytherin, nothing could sway him other than profit. I possess wealth, an abundance of it, which I can offer in exchange. For a moment, Harry found himself at a loss as to what he could possibly present that would captivate Draco. Yet he was aware of his financial resources. His parents had bequeathed him a substantial fortune. If it truly came to the point of purchasing his life with money, he would readily part with that wealth. This was the highest bid he could offer, but Draco was practically rolling his eyes in disdain. That fool Potter seemed oblivious to his own surname. Did Malfoy lack funds? Who would care for his paltry offerings? I believe you are mistaken, Potter. Have you forgotten my lineage? The Malfoy family is renowned for its affluence. Do you truly think I would be short of funds? Draco cast a disdainful glance at Harry, feeling compelled to offer him a word of caution, for otherwise, he feared Harry would be left perplexed. What is there about you, Potter, that warrants my consideration? In terms of wealth, the assets of the Malfoy family are beyond imagination, far surpassing the modest accumulation of your parents. As for talent, my magical prowess is unparalleled. You possess nothing of value to impart. Are you perhaps intending to teach me some survival skills from the Muggle world? Draco spoke with disdain. Draco pondered to himself. If Harry Potter cannot comprehend this, then farewell. There is no need to engage with a fool. Upon Draco's utterance, Harry felt a wave of despondency wash over him. The truth was indeed stark. As an orphan reliant on the goodwill of others, he possessed little of value to offer. Having been raised in the Muggle world, he found himself lacking in magical prowess when compared to Draco Malfoy, who consistently excelled in every class. In terms of family background, he was also at a disadvantage. As his mind raced, a sudden realization struck him, an asset Draco might not possess. I can converse with snakes, can you? Harry recalled the discovery of his unique ability in childhood, realizing that his Muggle relatives could not share in this gift. He had initially believed it to be an exclusive trait of wizards. However, during their first lesson, when that serpent snatched Ron's rat, Harry recognized that not all wizards shared this capacity. Perhaps it was a rare talent. Harry's declaration astonished Draco, whose previously triumphant expression froze into one of sheer disbelief. Oh, at last, you've said it. This revelation brought a palpable relief to Draco. He had genuinely feared that Harry Potter might overlook this aspect. Despite his fervent emphasis on abilities and skills, if Harry had indeed failed to make the connection, would Draco have to resort to indirect hints? Such a tactic, given Harry Potter's keen perception, would likely raise suspicions. You speak Parseltongue? Is that true? Can you teach me? Draco's words were laced with a hint of skepticism, clearly indicating his disbelief in Harry Potter's assertions. Of course, this was contingent upon your assistance. Observing Draco's astonishment, Harry felt a surge of confidence. He realized this was the leverage he held in his dealings with Draco. You overestimate me. How could I possibly outmaneuver the most renowned white wizard of this century? However, I could offer you a slight hint. Draco has relented, albeit only to a certain extent. His disposition renders him averse to making commitments. Nevertheless, the fact that he has softened his stance is a positive development. Currently, the Dark Lord has yet to emerge, but it is merely a matter of time before his arrival. Regardless of how they perceive you, their fundamental aim is to have you temporarily impede the Dark Lord. A task that, given your current abilities, appears quite implausible. They will undoubtedly create opportunities for you. Do not be overly anxious. Simply accept any advantages that come your way. Ultimately, it is only through possessing strength that one can hope to resist. Draco tenderly consoled Harry, and then continued. I suggest that you cultivate a good relationship with the Weasley family. As far as I know, the Weasleys are staunch supporters of Dumbledore. Two of Mrs. Weasley's brothers even sacrificed their lives for Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix. How exactly Dumbledore orchestrated his plans is beyond my knowledge as an outsider. But that does not imply that the Weasley family is unaware. Draco has yet to accumulate a substantial amount of strength. Thus, he can only engage in minor acts of sabotage, subtly gauging the psychology of others without any genuine intent to sever ties with rival factions. He must gradually bide his time, persuading Harry to remain undercover and not to disrupt Dumbledore's plans, ensuring that he does not draw premature attention to others. The Weasley family? Apart from Ron Weasley, who else is there? Harry lowered his head, his mind racing. Presently, he embodies the image of an orphan, devoid of parental figures, with his aunt and uncle treating him poorly. If he wishes to forge a bond with Ron Weasley, he might, at opportune moments, divulged snippets of his family background, evoking sympathy, which could lead Ron to invite him to his home. However, if that is all he relies upon, it may prove insufficient. Should other family members oppose him, complications could arise. The Weasleys have 7 children: Bill, Charlie, Percy, Fred, George, Ron, and a younger sister, Ginny. Mrs. Weasley does not work, while Mr. Weasley is employed at the Ministry of Magic, dealing with various Muggle-related affairs. Draco provided a brief overview of the Weasley family's circumstances before falling silent. Observing Harry Potter in contemplation, Harry's mind was a chaotic whirlwind, thoughts swirling incessantly. Although he was an orphan without parents or connections, it did not imply that others could manipulate him at will. The Weasley family had a young girl. How old was she? 1 year younger than you, Draco noted, pausing as he recalled that in his previous life, Harry Potter's wife was indeed Ginny Weasley. He quickly grasped Harry's intentions. The affections of a young girl are notoriously difficult to restrain, and it was said that the Weasley family held a particular fondness for this young lady. With Ron Weasley's status at home being far inferior to hers, Draco spoke with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Harry remained silent, disregarding Draco's words, and simply uttered a remark before departing. By this time tomorrow, I shall teach you Parseltongue. He fled as if in panic, fearful of confronting his own shadowy aspects, and equally apprehensive of others perceiving them. Draco is acutely aware of the turmoil experienced by young wizards, having once been in their shoes himself. However, he now regards such matters with disdain. The adage, when one does not sever, one must endure chaos, resonates deeply. Those whose morality is neither entirely good nor entirely bad are often the most susceptible to being ensnared. Yet, Harry Potter, the so-called savior, if he were to display extreme decisiveness, would transform the concerns of the present into those of Draco and Dumbledore. At this moment, Draco is preoccupied and indifferent to many things. His actions earlier that day, which deviated from his usual persona, have likely drawn the attention of Professor Snape. Professor Snape is indeed a multifaceted individual, having infiltrated Voldemort's ranks for so many years without detection. It is impossible to achieve such a feat without a considerable amount of cunning and strategy. Furthermore, as Draco's godfather, he possesses an intimate understanding of the young wizard. Unlike Draco's parents, who would cautiously probe for changes in their son for fear of inadvertently harming him, Snape may very well act with directness. Draco certainly did not wish to see his meticulous plans unravel due to such a trivial oversight. Thus, shortly after his conversation with Harry, he proceeded to knock on Professor Snape's office door. "Who is it? Come in." At that moment, Professor Snape happened to be in his office. "It is I, Draco. Has my mother sent some snacks?" Everything requires a period of adjustment. Draco was acutely aware that, in Professor Snape's eyes, his teenage self must appear as a pampered and capricious young master, overly attached to home comforts. Thus, he reverted to his former demeanor. Professor Snape furrowed his brow, refraining from responding to Draco's words, yet his gaze shifted towards a small bag of biscuits resting on the desk in the office. Draco effortlessly settled into the chair, popping a small treat into his mouth. Professor Snape continued to concoct his potion in silence, yet Draco broke the stillness. "Does the professor harbor a dislike for that, Potter?" As Draco spoke, nibbling on snacks, his expression remained intensely focused, as if his previous remarks were merely casual utterances, devoid of any genuine concern. Professor Snape appeared momentarily distracted, offering no response, nor did he seem inclined to engage in conversation. "I too harbor a disdain for Potter. Whenever he arrives, all eyes are inevitably drawn to him. Even Crabbe and Goyle have wandered over to admire him." Draco spoke as if he were seething with anger, effortlessly drawing the gaze of everyone around him. "I harbored a distaste for him." Though these sentiments were the musings of a child, they indirectly elucidated why he had so intrusively interfered with Neville's cauldron during class today. Professor Snape swiftly discerned that Draco's actions were merely a ploy to capture the attention of all. Nonetheless, he remained unperturbed, diligently continuing his potion-making. As though Draco's words held no sway over him, Draco lowered his head and took a sip of milk. Yet his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how to add some embellishments to his tales about Professor Snape. As if in a moment of reflection, he continued, "Harry Potter is quite pitiable, having spent his childhood in the Muggle world without the protection of parents. He mentioned that he was late today because he was dragged into a search for the Weasley's lost pet, only to return and be ridiculed by everyone." Draco observed that Professor Snape remained unresponsive, suggesting that his previous remarks were insufficiently provocative. He continued, "He just approached me, seeking my assistance with these matters. How pitiable. If my mother were to witness me in such a predicament, she would undoubtedly be the first to offer her aid. Yet, Potter can only turn to me. Draco spoke while voraciously devouring snacks, as if only these morsels could capture his attention in this vast world. Draco sensed a slight pause in Professor Snape's potion-making process, as the almost completed elixir appeared to be on the verge of losing its quality. Professor Snape, a master of potions in contemporary times, typically produced exceptional brews. It was likely that this particular concoction would barely qualify as first-rate. It seemed that the influence of that muggle was still profound upon him, for such a minor nudge had precipitated such a significant disturbance. Fortunately, Professor Snape, believing himself to be merely a child, did not mask his emotions too thoroughly. Otherwise, he would have been expelled from the vicinity long ago. Given Professor Snape's evident concern for that muggle, he should not be surprised if Draco decided to use that muggle as a means to an end. He even questioned whether this place was truly devoid of magic, asking why we could not resurrect the deceased. My dear godfather, do you find his inquiry amusing? Is it not common knowledge that the dead cannot return to life? Draco let out a derisive snort, as if suddenly struck by a thought. He paused briefly before continuing. That doesn't seem quite right. Recently, while perusing a book, I stumbled upon the legendary Deathly Hallows. The text claimed that the resurrection stone has the power to bring the dead back to life. Is that true? Father, have you ever encountered the resurrection stone? The topic concerning Draco has meandered to an unforeseen extent. Not only has he entangled his own discourse, but he has also muddled Professor Snape's mood, leaving his thoughts in disarray. The concepts of the resurrection stone and resurrection persistently swirl around Professor Snape's mind, creating a tempest of confusion. Godfather, the apple-flavored delicacies my mother has prepared are utterly delightful. Would you care to sample one? Draco continued to chatter incessantly, as if the topic he had just broached stemmed solely from sympathy for Potter. Perhaps next time, I shall ask my mother to prepare a greater variety of flavors. It seems that Godfather does not particularly enjoy the taste of apple pastries. Draco continued to prattle on, yet Professor Snape exhibited a hint of impatience. He cast a glance at Draco, who was still indulging in his meal. Have you finished eating? If so, you may return, he stated, his tone as composed as ever. Snape had always been this way, and Draco found no discernible flaw in his demeanor or words. Very well, Godfather. Draco spoke as he tidied up the small cookies on the table, while Narcissa had brought 3 bags of these delightful treats. Draco, clutching 2 bags, was poised to depart. As he reached the threshold, he seemed to have recalled something, gripping the doorframe and peering back at Professor Snape. Professor, may I take the apple from the table? Snape appeared lost in his own contemplations, his demeanor as frigid as ever, but at Draco's call, he snapped back to reality. Take it, was his succinct reply. Draco scampered inside with exuberance, seized an apple, and then scurried back out with equal enthusiasm. He did not linger, believing it prudent to grant Professor Snape ample time to digest the situation. Although Professor Snape's demeanor appeared unchanged, and his comportment remained consistent, Draco was acutely aware that turmoil brewed within him. The potion he had been meticulously concocting had been utterly ruined. What had once been on the verge of achieving first-class quality was now unworthy even of a beggar. It was truly a lamentable waste of potion, not to mention costly. He was uncertain of Professor Snape's current emotional state, yet his own spirits soared, as he had essentially obtained all that he desired. Everything unfolded according to his design. On his way back, a few first-year Slytherin wizards greeted him with enthusiasm. Draco, with great enthusiasm, reciprocated the gesture. Before reaching the Slytherin common room, Theodore awaited him at the entrance. Theodore, what brings you here? Are you not coming in? Draco spoke as he casually thrust a bag of snacks into Theodore's hands. Theodore, showing no hesitation, immediately took one and began to eat. Upon tasting it, he was slightly taken aback. It was his favorite flavor. Draco observed Theodore's moment of bewilderment and continued, My apologies, I inadvertently consumed all the other flavors while enjoying my snack, leaving only this one behind. I hope it pleases you. However, whether Draco's actions were unintentional or deliberate held little significance. Theodore obtained what he desired. He lowered his gaze, a smile gracing his lips as if he had grasped an important realization, and then proceeded to inquire further of Draco. What did Potter just discuss with you? His inquiry implied a clear intention to align himself with Draco. He suggested that I issue a warning to Zabini, and in return for this favor, he would divulge the requests made of him by those individuals. Draco refrained from mentioning that Harry Potter had made a sacrifice through Parseltongue. Did you agree? Theodore could sense Draco's good spirits. Why not consent? I have done so much. Isn't this the very purpose? It was one thing for Zabini to be oblivious. But could you not see it as well? Yet, I have always felt. Theodore paused, sensing that matters were not quite as they seemed. Draco's words seemed to carry an air of unease. However, if we ultimately attain our desires, the journey itself may not be of paramount importance. Now, Theodore, fret not. Leave everything to me. The current situation remains advantageous for us. As long as we can procure first-hand information from the Savior, we shall respond swiftly. Have you conveyed the matter to Uncle Lucius? Unlike old Nort, Lucius is quite dependable, and informing him may not be a detrimental course of action. No. They're unlike us. The Dark Lord excels in legilimency. No one can guarantee their ability to safeguard their thoughts. We, on the other hand, are in a different position. The Dark Lord would not expend effort on us mere children. Draco suddenly recalled something and turned to Theodore, saying, By the way, Theodore, may I borrow your pet for a couple of days? That serpent you previously introduced to Harry Potter, is it not? He intended to have Harry teach him the language of snakes. However, without a proficient conversational partner, mere verbal instruction from Harry would likely yield little effect. What are you thinking? How could I possibly utilize my own pet? Theodore replied, But Haven T, you always found keeping pets to be rather unsanitary? Why have you suddenly expressed a desire to play with mine? Theodore, indifferent to Draco's request, had always been unconcerned about the world around him, whether it pertained to people or possessions. I have a suspicion regarding Weasley's rodent, yet rest assured, my intention is merely to use it to chase off that rat, not to allow it to come into contact with the creature. Draco, filled with deceitful words, spoke to Theodore, who exhibited unwavering trust in him. Failing to perceive any hint of wrongdoing, nodding, Theodore replied, You may retrieve it yourself. Remember to clean it upon your return. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Theodore acquiesced, yet a cryptic expression lingered on his face. Draco, understanding the necessity of a gradual acclimatization, did not press too hard and re-entered the Slytherin common room. His little entourage awaited him there. Good evening, gentlemen and ladies, he greeted. Draco greeted Zabini, Pansy, and Daphne with great enthusiasm, casually shoving the remaining bag of treats into Zabini's embrace. Thank you for today. You handled it quite well. I saved these for you. I wasn't certain of your preferred flavors, so I included a variety for you to sample. My mother's culinary skills are rather commendable. Only Draco knew the extent of exaggeration in his words. Narcissa was aware of her son's numerous friendships. Hence each portion of his beloved snacks contained not only his favorite green apple flavor, but also an assortment of other tastes. Unlike Theodore's share, Draco made no attempt to touch this particular bag and passed it directly to Zabini. Zabini accepted it readily, taking a piece and then handing the bag to Pansy. What is the issue? I've never been fond of Harry Potter either. Should I provoke him further? It seems the so-called Savior's mental fortitude is rather lacking. After a mere jest, he quickly apologized to Draco. He currently believes Harry approached Draco to seek forgiveness. Well, perhaps there is a hint of truth to that. No need. After all, he did lower his head. If he discovers that humility is futile, it may incite defiance. At that point, the sight of the Savior bowing will be truly rare. Draco had indeed promised Harry to assist him in resolving these matters. It would be quite untrustworthy to agree and then allow others to continue bullying him. Moreover, Harry held significant value in Draco's eyes. Zabini and the others exchanged glances, revealing a hint of amusement. As you wish. It must be said that they were remarkably obedient to Draco when it came to mischief. They truly refrained from troubling Harry Potter, allowing him a period of respite. At the same time the following day, Draco arrived at their previous meeting place accompanied by Theodore's pet. Harry had been waiting there since early on. He arrived quite early. I hope I am not late. Draco now presents a demeanor of gentleness and courtesy towards everyone, even towards Harry Potter, despite knowing that he is not late. No, it is I who arrived early. After Harry spoke, he looked at Draco, who fell into a moment of silence. What is it? Now that it is time for class, you have chosen to remain silent. Are you attempting to deceive me? You cannot possibly speak parcel tongue. I believe you are unaware of the consequences of misleading me. Draco continued to smile, his demeanor far from that of a threat. Yet, the chill in his tone sent shivers down one's spine. Ron, growing increasingly anxious, began to regale me with tales of my parents. He mentioned that my father had once been a chaser for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, suggesting that I should possess the same flying talent as my father. He sought to guide me towards the path of Quidditch. Perhaps due to the recent tribulations that Harry had faced, his relationship with Ron had become somewhat distant, which in turn made Ron's urgency all the more palpable. Draco listened attentively and nodded slightly before addressing Harry. He is not wrong. Your father was indeed a seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. However, your father is your father. And you are you. What are your thoughts on this matter? Draco perceived Harry Potter's hesitation. It was evident that Harry regarded his father as merely that, his father, and felt no need to complicate matters with any connections. Nevertheless, Harry was genuinely curious about the intentions of the unseen puppet master who sought to guide him along a particular path. He desired to join Quidditch, yearning to uncover their true motives. In a sudden moment of clarity, Harry lifted his gaze towards Draco, determination blazing in his eyes. Draco raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly unfazed by his choice. You wish for me to escort you into Quidditch? Headmaster Dumbledore has stated that first-year wizards are not permitted to join Quidditch. If I possessed such abilities, why would I not join the sport myself? Draco scoffed, choosing not to respond to Harry. Because you do not wish to, Harry interjected directly. Draco's reluctance to join Quidditch stemmed from his own disinterest. To Harry Potter, it seemed that if Draco truly desired to participate, he would undoubtedly find a way to do so. You truly understand me, he mused, suddenly feeling that the two of them were indeed well suited to be rivals. Draco chuckled and remarked, well, if that is your desire, it shall be as you wish. Draco exhibited no trace of embarrassment that one might expect after being exposed. Rather, he seemed to delight in teasing Harry as one might a child. Harry was taken aback by Draco's willingness to acquiesce so readily. He had anticipated further stipulations and had even prepared for negotiations. Thus, when Draco consented, he was momentarily stunned. Let me teach you Parseltongue, he offered. Harry, mindful of Draco's initial intentions, diligently instructed him in the serpent's language, anxious that any delay might cause Draco to lose interest. Parseltongue, being an exotic tongue, posed a challenge for Draco, who, despite his earnest efforts, made little progress after their lesson. Meanwhile, Theodore's snake seemed to endure considerable distress, appearing even more agitated than Harry himself. After a prolonged session, both boys grew impatient, and as dusk approached, they realized the urgency of their return, thus refraining from lingering any longer. Just as they were about to depart, Draco abruptly halted and addressed Harry Potter. There is a flying lesson tomorrow. Make sure to perform well. Harry was left in a state of confusion, utterly perplexed by Draco's cryptic remark. The following day marked their flying lesson, where Slytherin and Gryffindor once again shared the experience. Their instructor, Madame Hooch, presented a figure of professionalism, exuding authority. Under her command, the young wizards obediently positioned themselves beside their broomsticks, chanting up, up. True to Ron's assertions, Harry demonstrated exceptional aptitude for flying, effortlessly grasping his broomstick with a single utterance. Surprised, Harry glanced at Draco, seeking to discern whether he had any special plans for the lesson. Yet Draco granted him not even a glance, fixated solely on his own broomstick. Now, all young wizards who have taken hold of their broomsticks, please sit upon them and gently use your magic to elevate them. Do not rise too high, Madame Hooch instructed with remarkable patience. A 10-foot ascent is sufficient. Gradually increase your height. Do not rush. She carefully elaborated, anxious to prevent any mishaps among the students. However, as Murphy's Law would have it, calamity struck. No sooner had Madame Hooch finished her instructions than Neville soared into the sky, completely unprepared for the experience. Lacking the skills to control his broomstick, he soon found himself plummeting back to earth with a resounding thud. Oh, Merlin! Madame Hooch was utterly stunned. If an accident occurred involving a young wizard in her class, her position as an instructor would be in jeopardy. The other young wizards, witnessing such an unprecedented scenario, were equally shaken, with some even developing a newfound fear of flying broomsticks. Swiftly, Madame Hooch attended to Neville's injuries, which appeared to be quite severe, as he sobbed uncontrollably. I must take Mr. Longbottom to the hospital. If, upon my return, I find any young wizards recklessly playing with broomsticks and soaring through the sky, they shall face severe consequences, Madame Hooch warned, feeling compelled to forewarn the mischief-makers before her. The thought of those rascals taking to the skies unchecked and causing further mishaps was a daunting prospect. Having delivered her admonition, she assisted the limping Neville toward the infirmary, leaving the group of young wizards in a state of bewilderment, still reeling from the incident. However, Draco was different. He subtly nudged Zabini beside him. directing a knowing glance toward Neville's memory ball. Zabini, clearly perplexed, failed to comprehend Draco's intent. Draco then gestured towards Salazar's direction. And Zabini's understanding dawned. This was a deliberate ploy to ensnare Salazar, exploiting his lack of wit to stir up trouble. Hey, isn't that Longbottom's memory ball? That fool dropped it here. Do you think he might forget his way back to the dormitory? Zabini exclaimed, eager to retrieve Neville's memory ball, only to find Salazar had beaten him to it. Salazar, harboring his own grievances with Draco, recognized Zabini as a member of Draco's clique and reciprocated the animosity. I saw the memory ball first, Zabini feigned annoyance, glaring at Salazar. Whoever picks it up first claims it. If you have the guts, come and take it. Salazar found Zabini's fury amusing, recalling the taunts he had endured from him. Meanwhile, Harry, lingering on the periphery, was oblivious to the unfolding antics, glancing at Draco, unsure of their scheme. Draco's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light as he gestured for Harry to look at Salazar. Could this be the ruse he had orchestrated for himself? By championing justice, would he finally capture the professor's attention and gain a place on the Quidditch team? Harry Potter felt a twinge of confusion, but, emboldened by curiosity, finally spoke up. Bach, return Neville's memory ball. Harry, ever the one to take action, immediately assumed the role of a righteous avenger, standing resolutely before Bach. He embodied the essence of justice itself. Indeed, Mr. Bach, that item rightfully belongs to Neville. You cannot simply conceal it and force him to search for it. Furthermore, the Savior himself has come to request it from you. Let us not overstep the bounds of reason. Draco seized the opportunity to speak. Yet his words only served to fan the flames of Sirral's anger. Sirral immediately discerned the flaws in Draco's statements. No, I insist that Mr. Lombarden finds out for himself. With that, he mounted his broomstick and soared into the sky. Harry hesitated, for he had never used a broom before. He glanced at Draco, whose expression was notably indifferent. Harry was perplexed by Draco's intentions, yet he could perceive that Draco was deliberately provoking Sirral, clearly orchestrating the situation. With no time for doubt, Harry promptly gave chase. To the astonishment of all the young wizards present, Harry's flying talent was remarkably commendable. In mere seconds of struggling, he matched Sirral's speed and even hinted at surpassing him. Sirral, not wishing to escalate the situation, halted midair upon noticing Harry had caught up. At this juncture, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Instinctively, he surveyed his surroundings, and when his gaze landed on Draco, he was met with a taunting glint in Draco's eyes. Moreover, he caught Draco mouthing the words, "Waste of space." Sirral, who was already lacking in intellect, felt a surge of rage boiling within him. What memory ball? What returning it to Potter? Such thoughts were cast aside, his mind fixated solely on one notion, to prove himself. He shot Draco a cold smirk and, without hesitation, hurled Neville's memory ball towards the castle with all his might. The memory ball soared at an impressive speed. Harry, without a moment's contemplation, darted towards the memory ball like an arrow, and just when everyone believed he would crash into the castle, he came to a steady halt and securely caught Neville's memory ball. Harry Potter had retrieved the memory ball. The Gryffindor wizards beheld Harry's triumphant reclamation with gleaming eyes, cheering as though he were a grand hero. In stark contrast, Sirral appeared utterly deflated, retreating to his companions, glaring fiercely at Harry and casting a discontented glance at Draco. However, much of his animosity had shifted. His long-standing target had now become Harry. As Sirral watched the throng surrounding Harry, his eyes darkened with envy, seemingly heavy enough to spill tears. In the next moment, Professor McGonagall rushed towards Harry, her steps brisk and urgent, clearly displaying her alarm. "Harry Potter, what have you just done? How could you act in such a way? You actually..." Professor McGonagall had not yet approached when she called out to Harry in a loud voice. Due to his tardiness in her class, Harry felt a twinge of anxiety. Upon hearing her inquiry, he trembled slightly. "It is not as it seems, Professor McGonagall. I can explain on Harry's behalf. This is all Bach's doing," Ron hurriedly interjected, eager to defend his friend, believing it to be his duty as Harry's close companion, as someone who aspired to be a good friend to Harry. This was indeed his responsibility. Yet, Professor McGonagall had no interest in his words. Her mind was entirely consumed by another thought. "I do not wish to hear this. Harry, come with me," she stated, her expression grave. She glanced at Harry before turning abruptly to head towards the castle. Harry was uncertain of what punishment awaited him. He cast a quick look at Draco, who met his gaze with an unsettling calmness. Was this all part of Draco's scheme? If so, what could be his motive? Was he attempting to leverage this incident to have Professor McGonagall expel him from Hogwarts? Harry believed he held no deep-seated grudge against Draco. The last encounter merely involved a momentary tug at his collar, which had been promptly retaliated. However, if this was not Draco's orchestration, why did he persist in provoking Salar to act in such a manner? Now was not the time for Harry to dwell on these thoughts. He needed to hasten to keep pace with Professor McGonagall, who was already quite far ahead. Surely the savior will not be expelled? Salar remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Harry had overshadowed him today, and he felt the need to teach him a lesson. You will be the one expelled. This is all you're doing, Harry. You merely sought to retrieve Neville's memory ball. You did nothing wrong, Ron retorted hastily in Harry's defense. Are you suggesting Professor McGonagall summoned him? Perhaps to invite him to dinner? Salar sneered, his grin growing increasingly audacious. Ron scanned the room, seeking support from other Gryffindors. Despite the collective indignation, it seemed unable to alter the reality of Harry's removal. The commotion made it impossible for anyone to focus on practicing their broomstick skills, but fortunately, Madame Hooch had yet to return by the end of class. Eventually, the group dispersed. Draco, do you think Harry Potter will be expelled? Zabini inquired, his brow furrowed. He was eager to know the outcome, as were Draco's companions. They instinctively turned to Draco for answers, believing him to be the most likely to predict the conclusion, though they could not articulate why they thought this. How would I know? Draco raised an eyebrow, unwilling to divulge his conclusions. Were our actions today merely intended to provoke Professor McGonagall into anger over Harry Potter? Zabini's mind was awash with questions. Were they not focused on ensnaring Salazar Slytherin into making a blunder? Why, in the end, was it Harry Potter who was taken away by Professor McGonagall? The unfolding events had completely surpassed their expectations. What are you talking about, Zabini? We did nothing. Potter was merely engaging with Salazar Slytherin, which led to the current predicament. What does that have to do with us? Draco cast a disdainful glance at Zabini before continuing. We simply harbor no fondness for Salazar Slytherin. All matters are the doing of the Slytherin, and they bear no connection to us. Draco concluded his statement, and Zabini nodded in agreement. The incident in which Harry Potter had irked Professor McGonagall had become widely known among the young wizards. However, in the end, it bore no significant outcome. Gryffindor's points remained unscathed, as did those of Slytherin. Everything continued in a state of serene tranquility, a calmness that was almost wearisome. Draco leaned against a large stone by the Black Lake. The surface of the lake lay still, undisturbed by even the slightest ripple, enveloped in an eerie silence. Draco, while caressing Lady Loris, gazed unfocused at the lake's surface. Malfoy, are you here? Harry, witnessing his leisurely demeanor, felt a surge of anger rising within him. If I am not here, then where should I be? Your question is quite amusing. Draco did not raise his gaze to meet Harry Potter's eyes. Instead, he continued to lean against the stone, staring at the lake. Harry, incensed by Draco's demeanor, strode directly in front of him, grasping the collar of Draco's robes with fervor. His face a mask of fury. What on earth is happening today? Are you aware that I nearly met my demise upon crashing into the Hogwarts castle? Is this your grand scheme? As Harry reflected on the events, a sense of dread washed over him. He cherished his life more than anyone else. Draco, thoroughly exasperated, grasped Harry's hand and forcefully yanked it away from his collar. Potter, your behavior is quite rude. You ought to understand that all of this was instigated by your own request. Draco began to methodically arrange the clothes that had just been wrinkled due to Harry Potter's presence. Haven't you joined the Quidditch team now? What happened? Burning bridges? Draco remained indifferent to Harry's fleeting anger. The self-preserving savior would never engage in acts of folly, nor possess the reckless courage of those madmen who fight to the last breath. His fury was utterly futile. Yet, even so, shouldn't you have consulted me first? Harry was momentarily taken aback by Draco's words, but since he had come to confront him, he could not allow his composure to falter. Potter, what jest are you making? Who do you think you are? Are you attempting to command me? Draco spoke gently, yet in the next moment, he grasped Harry's neck tightly. It was you who sought my assistance. Do not presume that my amiable demeanor implies your entitlement. Harry struggled in agony, unable to utter a single word as Draco tightened his grip around his throat. Draco had never intended to confront him so openly. He swiftly released the grip he had on his neck and began to articulate his rationale in a composed manner. I possess the ability to anticipate the reactions of others. Yet your speed remains an enigma to me. It all boils down to improvisation. If this attempt fails, there will certainly be another opportunity. Rest assured, I am still looking forward to you teaching me parcel tongue. I assure you, I will not let you come to harm. Moreover, why must we deliberate on everything? Is everything not proceeding smoothly at present? You stand here unharmed. If you do not wish to engage in Quidditch this way, you are free to withdraw. Draco, irritated by Harry's disruption of his tranquility, cast an exasperated glance at him before resuming his original position. You are utterly incomprehensible. Harry observed Draco's obstinate demeanor, feeling a surge of frustration that nearly compelled him to leap in anger. Yet, Harry found himself at a loss when it came to Draco. All he could manage was to roll his eyes at him before returning to Gryffindor. Draco, devoid of even the pretense of gentlemanly demeanor, showed no inclination to accompany Harry, instead choosing to sit and gaze at the tranquil waters of the lake. This secluded spot, seldom discovered by others, afforded Draco a rare opportunity to relish moments of solitude. What are you doing here? Theodore, who had originally intended to borrow a couple of books from the library, was surprised to spot a platinum head nestled in a distant corner. His curiosity about Draco's presence here eclipsed his interest in literature. I am contemplating, Draco replied. Draco appeared to be evading Theodore's inquiry, casually offering a response. What are you pondering? Contemplating how to confront Voldemort? Theodore seemed to have stumbled upon a remarkably precise answer. I am contemplating the significance of existence itself. It was akin to a child suddenly delving into the realm of philosophy. Theodore found this rather amusing. I suppose time will reveal all. We can only do our part and leave the rest to fate. Ultimately, the outcome will be the same. He chuckled as he spoke. To this day, he believed that Draco had adopted this demeanor because he was aware of Voldemort's impending resurgence. He wished for Draco to escape the clutches of such negative emotions. Is that cat in your hands, Madame Loris? How did you manage to deceive Mr. Filch into giving it to you? Haven't you always disliked keeping pets? Is a mute cat truly entertaining? Theodore genuinely doubted that Draco held any genuine affection for Madame Loris. He merely suspected that Draco was teasing Mr. Filch. After all, Mr. Filch was an eccentric mute, and few young wizards would take a liking to someone so peculiar. Moreover, it was nearly unheard of for a pure-blood to develop an affinity for a mute. Yes, it is Madame Loris, but she came to me of her own accord. Draco denied any intention of pursuing Lady Loris. Do not underestimate anyone, Theodore. At times, even the smallest of creatures can exhibit unimaginable utility, provided one knows how to harness it. Draco spoke, gently patting Lady Loris's head twice. This time, his touch was a bit too firm, prompting Lady Loris to leap away in slight annoyance. Oh, what do you intend to do? Employ Mr. Filch? Did Draco's recent words aim to manipulate Mr. Filch? Theodore is now unable to decipher Draco's thoughts, feeling that ever since the start of the school year, Draco's intentions have become exceptionally intricate. Draco did not respond to Theodore's words. Instead, he inquired about other matters. It has been said that during this period, the Savior has undergone significant changes, distancing himself not only from the Weasley, but also from Granger. Draco deftly redirected the conversation towards Harry Potter, sharing a common objective with Theodore. They were both keenly attentive to every action of Harry Potter. Who exactly is that Granger? Theodore, a solitary figure who often distanced himself from the world, had never been fond of excessive attention to others. He referred to the Muggle-born who had been inseparably associated with Harry Potter since the beginning of the term. Draco was also aware of Theodore's virtues and thus offered him a gentle reminder. It seemed that he had indeed grown somewhat distant. The Savior had been preoccupied with numerous thoughts lately. Theodore gazed at Draco, his eyes reflecting a hint of inquiry, as if he were silently questioning whether Dumbledore and the others had recently undertaken actions that might account for such a significant transformation in the Savior. Was that Granger's roommate named Parvati Patil? It is said that she is a devoted admirer of Harry Potter, and with such an ardent fan in her midst, how could Granger remain detached from him? It appears that Granger does not enjoy a favorable reputation among her peers in Gryffindor. Draco deliberately feigned ignorance to Theodore's gaze, continuing to elaborate on his own topic. Theodore was equally astonished. After all, Draco was a pure-blood, so why was he showing such interest in a Muggle-born? Did he intend to challenge the very tenets of pure-blood ideology? Do you have feelings for that Muggle-born? Theodore's words were truly astonishing, and Draco had not anticipated such a shocking statement. Do I appear to be courting death? Draco retorted. If I were to harbor any affection for a Muggle-born, my father would surely break my legs. My interest in that Muggle-born is solely due to her utility. Draco initially had no intention of providing an explanation, but he preferred to clarify rather than be misunderstood. What use could that filthy bloodline possibly have? Draco is contemplating a grand scheme. Theodore is perplexed by the purpose of this mudblood's antics. Is he attempting to craft a boomerang, or is there an ulterior motive? It is merely a small lesson for the Savior, who has become increasingly audacious, presuming that he is owed something. In this lifetime, few dare to grasp him by the collar, yet that fool has done just that. Without imparting a modest lesson, Draco feels a sense of unease. Moreover, taming is an art that requires both restraint and release. Only through this delicate balance can one firmly grasp their prey. What do you intend to do? Theodore, not comprehending Draco's intentions, decided to inquire directly. You should circulate the notion around Pettigrew that Weasley has corrupted Potter, leading him astray from his studies. Draco spoke as he picked up a stone from the ground. What purpose does this serve? Brainwashing. Indeed, it is brainwashing. The human subconscious is quite formidable. Once an idea is ingrained, it becomes exceedingly difficult to forget. It may even manifest in various situations, unconsciously expressed, and can significantly influence those around. Draco, as he spoke, began to skip stones across the water, the pebbles gracefully gliding and dancing upon the surface, propelled effortlessly in a distant direction. What about that mudblood? Was she intentionally drawing closer to Potter, attempting to sow discord between him and Weasley? Theodore articulated his speculation, yet Draco remained silent. Let us depart, the hour grows late, and the wind has begun to wear on me. Draco continued to spend his days as usual, while the young wizards gradually immersed themselves in their studies. Due to their commendable attitude towards learning, Professor Flitwick decided to introduce them to the art of levitation ahead of schedule. Most of the young wizards were elated by this news, though Draco was not among them. After all, if he could not master such fundamental spells, what would that say about his 12 years as the Minister of Magic? Considering that the young wizards were novices in the levitation charm, Professor Flitwick chose not to employ particularly challenging objects. Instead, he provided them with a single feather. As long as the young wizards could successfully levitate this feather with their incantations, they would have accomplished the spell. Draco, listening intently, feigned great effort as Professor Flitwick concluded his lecture. With utmost seriousness, he recited the incantation, and the feather immediately began to levitate. He was the first to complete the task. However, such occurrences had become all too frequent, and no one harbored any doubts, attributing it merely to his talent. Professor Flitwick did not linger for long, as he was summoned to discuss matters pertaining to the evening's banquet. Draco, feeling profoundly bored in solitude, began to fold origami cranes. In the latter years of his life, he had heard whispers suggesting that Slytherin's cranes would only take flight towards one's beloved. This notion was often employed to extol the virtues of his affection. Little did they realize that the very first cranes he crafted were imbued with nothing but malice. Moreover, could it be that he was destined solely to fold these cranes? Draco casually tossed the origami crane in his hand, not intending to discard it, but merely passing it back and forth. Bored, he glanced across at the scene unfolding before him. Just as he had anticipated, Weasley and Granger were embroiled in a conflict. Weasley's aptitude for spells paled in comparison to Granger's, and after numerous unsuccessful attempts at a simple levitation charm, his frustration mounted. In his careless casting, he inadvertently disturbed others around him, and with past grievances resurfacing, Granger was now beside him, pointing out his mistakes. You're mispronouncing the incantation. It should not be uttered that way. Weasley, feeling his temper flare, recalled how Granger had been incessantly urging Harry to steer clear of him, branding him as an inept individual. A mere muggle-born, she had only mastered a couple of spells yet dared to vie for the title of savior alongside him. If you possess the ability, then step up and give it a try, he challenged, pushing Hermione forward without hesitation. Eager to witness the prowess of this muggle-born who had the audacity to critique him, Weasley wore a skeptical expression, which elicited a chuckle from Draco. The animosity between Weasley and Malfoy was well known, and upon noticing Draco's bemusement, Weasley shot him a glare. To his utmost astonishment, the next moment revealed that Granger had indeed mastered the levitation charm. Draco was exceedingly bored, merely observing the back-and-forth exchange between two individuals, which elicited an involuntary chuckle from him. Ron's face flushed a deep crimson. Were it not for the multitude of onlookers, he would undoubtedly have rushed forth to confront Malfoy. He shot Draco a fierce glare, but Draco merely smiled faintly and raised an eyebrow in response. The sight of a fuming Weasley was, indeed, quite entertaining. Chuckling, Draco suddenly noticed Theodore discreetly passing him a note. It appears your suggestion has yielded favorable results. They are already at odds, the note indicated, clearly referring to the situation between Ron and Hermione. Ron desired to guide the hero along the meticulously charted path they had established, leaving no room for error. Hence his vehement disapproval of Hermione's sudden appearance. Likewise, Hermione was equally dismissive of him. Ron's reaction to Hermione's actions was understandable. Furthermore, Hermione's intentions towards Harry were not entirely pure. She felt it necessary to distance Ron, whom she deemed a nuisance, from the boy who lived, approaching him out of a sense of humanitarian duty. Simultaneously, she sought to leverage Harry's esteemed reputation to shield herself from the disdain often directed at a Muggle-born witch like her. Despite both hailing from the Muggle realm, Harry was met with respect, while she faced derision. Hermione, being quite astute, quickly comprehended the situation and attributed it all to Harry Potter's status as a savior. With their divergent goals, conflict was inevitable. In truth, Hermione possessed an advantage over Ron. Her intellect far surpassed his, and her status was not as constrained, allowing her easier access to the hero's genuine affections. The sole disadvantage lay in the proximity of Ron and Harry. If Hermione were truly wise, this disadvantage could be mitigated. Though it was unfortunate, Theodore smiled slightly and passed another note to Draco. Who do you think he will choose, Weasley or Granger? They observed the unfolding drama as if it were a performance. I suspect he desires both. Draco casually pinned his thoughts, reflecting on his recent observations of Harry. Harry is an exceptionally intelligent individual, adept at assessing situations, perhaps even more suited for Slytherin. However, having grown up in the Muggle world and experiencing inequitable treatment, he possesses a certain flaw, an overwhelming tendency to seize any opportunity that might benefit him. Hermione, with her profound knowledge and extraordinary magical talent, though not as effortlessly skilled as Draco in his previous life, stands out among her peers. Harry, having been raised in the Muggle realm with limited exposure to magic, lacks the innate gift that Hermione possesses. Thus, her presence significantly compensates for his magical deficiencies, laying the groundwork for his future resistance. Accumulating strength through his association with Hermione is crucial for him. Ron also plays a vital role. Through him, Harry gains insight into Dumbledore's subsequent actions and the intentions of those operating from the shadows. Presently, they are in a phase of providing Harry with resources, which greatly enhances his capabilities. He desires to retain both of them, unwilling to relinquish either. This flaw, while problematic in certain contexts, may not be deemed so in others. However, at this juncture, it becomes somewhat troublesome. As the saying goes, if you do not sever, you will surely be caught in chaos. Theodore glanced quizzically at the note Draco had sent, observing Harry, Ron, and Hermione. From the current circumstances, it was evident that Harry leaned towards Ron. Yet Draco insisted he desired both. He appears to favor Weasley more. That is merely because Weasley is a necessity, while Granger remains an option. Just wait and see. Based on my understanding of him, he will soon acquire everything he desires, by any means necessary. At this moment, Harry must not act impulsively, nor should he attempt to extricate himself from Ron's influence. Should he do so, he would confront the unknown, uncertainties that could prove perilous. It is far more prudent to remain with Ron, whose intellect is not as formidable, while many clever young witches and wizards inhabit Hogwarts. Losing Hermione would not significantly alter the balance. Yet, she represents the optimal choice among those he can learn from, albeit not an indispensable one. Ultimately, he could find another, albeit with some inconvenience. Nevertheless, others cannot match the optimal solution, and Harry would not easily relinquish his hold on it. How about a wager? I bet Potter won't be able to consolidate both of them. Theodore, feeling bored, initiated a bet with Draco. Draco furrowed his brow as he gazed at Theodore, recognizing that this wager held no intrinsic value. It was evident that Potter and Granger were mutually invested, as long as Weasley lacked wit. The probability of success was remarkably high. All right then, you lost. Lend me your pet snake for a few more days. Theodore rolled his eyes at the note Draco handed him. If he so relished playing with snakes, why did he not procure one for himself? The Malfoy family's wealth could certainly accommodate such a pet, yet he insisted on borrowing Theodore's. Theodore looked at Draco in confusion, but soon the class concluded, and they ceased their clandestine note-passing. Draco, if you have such an affinity for pet snakes, why not raise one of your own? Each time you return my pet, it appears utterly soul-sapped, devoid of energy. What on earth have you subjected it to? Theodore recalled the pitiful state of his own pet and frowned. I find pets to be dirty. You've known this for quite some time. Moreover, any inquiries regarding your snake ought to be directed toward Potter. I am unaware of what he has done with it. Draco has once again begun to shift blame, unwilling to heed Theodore's words. Theodore has come to realize that Draco perceives him as merely a caretaker for his pet house elf. What on earth is Draco up to? How dare he entrust my pet snake to Potter? Draco has long been aware of his disdain for Harry Potter. What kind of dealings are they engaged in? Even his pet snake has been involved, indicating that the stakes are quite high. Draco discerned the confusion flickering in Theodore's eyes and playfully tapped his forehead, halting his train of thought. Should Theodore continue to ponder, Draco genuinely feared the tarnishing of his reputation. What occupies your mind? He inquired. Though he spoke of pressing matters yet withheld the specifics from Theodore, he hastily shifted the conversation. Has Salazar Slytherin acquired a serpent? Theodore, caught off guard by the abrupt change of topic, paused momentarily. Salazar Slytherin? I believe he possesses a snake, one with quite potent venom. Why do you ask? Is one serpent insufficient for your amusement? Theodore furrowed his brow, bewildered by Draco's intentions. Of course, it is to orchestrate a delightful surprise for our esteemed Dark Lord. Draco spoke with a malicious grin. What exactly do you intend to do? Is it something I cannot even utter? A surprise for the Dark Lord? This statement sounded quite chilling. What connection could there possibly be between the Dark Lord's surprise and Salazar Slytherin's serpent? Draco and Potter have devoted so much time to their studies, only to culminate in this surprise. For some reason, Theodore always harbored an ominous premonition. He consistently felt that Draco was speaking in riddles. I shall inform you only when you have perfected the art of the mental occlusion. Draco spoke as he patted Theodore's shoulder and made his way towards the Great Hall. This evening promised a Halloween feast accompanied by a grand spectacle. Today, Draco intended to teach Potter a lesson, so he made sure to have a hearty meal in advance. Due to the Halloween feast, Hogwarts was adorned quite splendidly. However, Draco had grown weary of it all. In his previous life, he had spent 7 years at Hogwarts, and after becoming the Minister of Magic, he frequently attended various soirees held there. Although the decorations in the Great Hall varied with each event, after all these years, Draco had long since become disenchanted with the predictable themes. He couldn't be bothered to divert his thoughts to the decorations and made a beeline for the food instead. Nevertheless, he remained mindful of noble etiquette and took his time settling into his designated seat. To an unknowing observer, one might think he had a particular fondness for Hogwarts cuisine. Theodore, noticing Draco leisurely savoring his meal, sat down beside him and, with a furrowed brow, inquired, "Are you very hungry, Draco? Did you just get famished after class?" Draco remained silent in response to Theodore's words as he pushed a freshly made pie in front of him. The pie, delectable in flavor, was certainly worth a taste. Theodore casually picked one up and chewed it slowly. His lackluster expression while eating was so uninspired that one might have mistaken him for gnawing on wax. After a considerable while, the banquet commenced, and nearly all the young wizards were seated. Draco, look. Potter has ultimately chosen Weasley. Just see. Granger isn't even present at the Gryffindor table, Theodore remarked, his eyes seemingly alight with excitement, as if he were communicating to Draco. You see, I was right. I have triumphed. Draco merely smiled faintly, not in agreement with Theodore's perspective. Theodore, it seems rather premature to draw conclusions at this juncture. Let us wait a while longer, and refrain from hasty decisions. Draco maintained a leisurely demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the prospect of defeat. Theodore curled his lip, suspecting Draco of employing underhanded tactics. His tone less than amiable. Very well, let us wait and see. As their conversation continued, Zabini approached, accompanied by Pansy and Daphne. Draco, is there something you've been concealing from us? Why have you suddenly become so chummy with Theodore? Zabini's eyes darted about, his thoughts a mystery. Though he yearned to pose the question directly to Draco, he insisted on including the others in his inquiry. Theodore has acquired a pet snake. It's rather amusing. Would you care to join us in visiting it? Draco tactfully sidestepped the topic concerning Zabini, instead introducing a fresh subject. It seemed he was attempting to convey to Zabini that his closer rapport with Theodore was merely a result of Theodore's pet snake. Upon hearing this, Theodore nearly sprang from his seat. You still play with snakes? Yours is on the verge of demise, and now you wish to involve others? Laughter erupted from Zabini, who exclaimed, Ha ha ha, Draco, look at how vexed you've made Theodore. After the laughter subsided, Zabini began recounting his recent experiences. Known as the Slytherin Sea King, no one possessed a more astute knowledge of the latest happenings than he did. He was always privy to the freshest gossip and relished sharing it with others. Under ordinary circumstances, Draco might have been inclined to listen, but at that moment, his mind was preoccupied, and he found Zabini's incessant chatter rather irksome. Zabini, the apple pie today is quite delightful. You should give it a try, Draco remarked abruptly. Zabini, puzzled by Draco's sudden comment. After all, apple pie was a commonplace treat, nodded and took a bite. The flavor remained unchanged, just as he remembered it. Draco, today's apple pie tastes just the same. I can't discern any difference. Perhaps it is simply because you enjoy it that it seems so appealing. Draco nodded, choosing silence. He had come to understand that it was futile to speak in convoluted terms to first-year wizards, for they could not comprehend. Fortunately, a grand spectacle was about to unfold. The others had barely taken a few bites when Professor Quirrell rushed in, flustered and disheveled. To Draco's astonishment, despite his clumsy entrance, the professors had remained perfectly perched upon his head. In his previous life, Professor Quirrell had met his demise due to his association with Voldemort, a mystery that even Draco Malfoy, who later ascended to the position of Minister of Magic, had failed to uncover. The true nature of Quirrell's connection to Voldemort was likely known only to Dumbledore. Now, having been reborn, Draco realized that he must seize control of his circumstances, and when necessary, instigate events of his own. Troll. There's a troll in the dungeon. The professor uttered just a couple of sentences before collapsing to the floor. The young wizards erupted into screams at this revelation, and even Dumbledore struggled to maintain order. Ultimately, he had to cast a spell to regain some semblance of control, urgently instructing the heads of houses to escort their young charges back to the common rooms. Dumbledore hurriedly managed the chaos. Draco's companions were equally anxious, their demeanor resembling that of individuals who had been startled, particularly Zabini, whose cries were far more exaggerated than those of the two ladies, capturing the attention of many onlookers. Draco waved his hand and delivered a light slap to Zabini's nape. Be quiet, Zabini. Do you not see Salazar Slytherin over there? If he catches sight of you in this state, he will surely find it amusing. Zabini's voice was excessively loud, and Draco was growing increasingly impatient. Instinctively, Zabini glanced over at Salazar, who happened to look in this direction. Instantly, Zabini restrained his emotions, adopting a demeanor as if he were competing with Salazar. However, Salazar remained oblivious to the happenings here. I cannot allow Salazar to underestimate me. I am certain he has witnessed my embarrassment. Draco, what should I do? I cannot let him see me as a fool. Draco's recent words served as a reminder to Zabini, who resembled a bristling hedgehog, fixated intently on the direction of Salazar Slytherin, as if poised to charge forward and pummel him with a barrage of blows. Draco lowered his gaze, seemingly lost in thought. After a brief moment, he smiled at Zabini and remarked, "This matter is rather simple. All it takes is to stir up a bit of trouble for him." Draco wore a gentle smile upon his face, as if the one conjuring the ill-fated idea was not him at all. A few individuals walked in unison, mechanically, preparing to heed the prefect's command and return to the Slytherin common room. In such circumstances, how could one possibly trouble him? Zabini furrowed his brow, evidently at a loss for a particularly clever scheme. If they refrained from troubling him now, Salarobach would undoubtedly turn the matter into a jest upon glancing back. It is truly futile for me to teach you about such matters. Just look at Professor Quirrell, who still lies there. If Salarobach were to inadvertently stumble upon Professor Quirrell while passing by, it would surely provide quite the spectacle. Draco, with a serious demeanor, presented an idea to Zabini. His intentions were not to target Salazar Slytherin. When he mentioned Salazar, he had already resolved to use him as a mere pretext. Ultimately, his true objective was Professor Quirrell. He always sensed that beneath the professor's firmly secured hat lay secrets yet to be uncovered. If Professor Quirrell were to faint once more, and in the process of Salazar's fall, his hat were to inadvertently be dislodged, it would certainly become an intriguing spectacle. Draco gazed gently at Zabini, as if his words were nothing more than a trivial jest. Zabini nodded, his eyes instantly sparkling with enthusiasm. He no longer walked alongside Draco and the others, but instead took a few steps ahead to greet some fellow Slytherin students with whom he shared a reasonable rapport. Would Draco and Zabini's actions not bring trouble to Slytherin? Pansy held no particular disdain for Salazar, as he had not provoked them directly. Yet, she remained apprehensive that Zabini's behavior might adversely affect Slytherin's reputation. After all, they were merely first-year wizards, and should they incur any points against Slytherin, they would undoubtedly face the scorn of all Slytherin students. There's no need to fret, Pansy. It's merely the innocent mischief of children. If necessary, I shall go and check on them. Draco gently consoled Pansy, quickening his pace. He had been contemplating an excuse to inquire about Professor Quirrell's condition, and Pansy inadvertently provided him with the perfect opportunity. Thus, he seized the pretext of attending to Zabini and hastened to catch up. Meanwhile, Solar seemed oblivious to any irregularity, continuing to banter cheerfully with his companions. The two appeared to be lamenting the safety concerns at Hogwarts. However, an unexpected comment elicited a sudden laugh, causing Zabini to feel a surge of anxiety, as he feared Solar had witnessed his earlier embarrassment. Resolute, Zabini decided that as Solar passed by Professor Quirrell, he would discreetly nudge the individual beside him, inadvertently propelling Solar into the professor. Taken by surprise, Solar stumbled, inadvertently striking the professor's hat. Professor Quirrell, previously in a state of unconsciousness, was jolted awake, firmly grasping his hat atop his head. He whirled around, his gaze locking onto the unfortunate Solar, who had fallen against him. Quirrell's eyes glinted with a murderous intensity, as if he intended to strike Solar down without a second thought. His entire demeanor was taut, as if poised to unleash his wrath at any moment. At that precise moment, Draco abruptly seized Solar by the collar, yanking him upright. "My apologies, Professor Quirrell," he exclaimed. "This imbecile seems to have inadvertently caused you harm. Are you unscathed?" Draco was uncertain whether the offended Dark Lord might suddenly erupt in fury. Under normal circumstances, a rational Dark Lord would certainly refrain from such outbursts. However, in the current situation, Draco could not ascertain whether the Dark Lord still possessed any semblance of reason. Thus, he hastily sought to placate him, fearing that a sudden outburst could lead to unpredictable consequences. Professor Quirrell pressed one hand against his hat, shaking his head. Sallow was still rooted to the spot, seemingly startled by the murderous glint in Quirrell's eyes, which was unexpected for someone who usually appeared so dazed. Observing Salah's bewildered expression, Draco gave him a light tap on the back of the head, signaling him to direct his gaze towards Professor Quirrell. Though Salah was often perceived as a simpleton, he was not entirely lacking in intelligence. He quickly grasped Draco's meaning. "Apologies, Professor. I felt someone push me from behind, and, in my clumsiness, I inadvertently stumbled into you. I am truly sorry," Salah said, bowing to Professor Quirrell. Quirrell shook his head, struggling to rise from the ground without uttering a word, merely gesturing for them to depart swiftly. Salah cast a glance at Draco, his eyes reflecting an inscrutable mix of emotions. However, he was reluctant to linger, for who could tell if a troll might come charging in at any moment. After walking a short distance, Salah awkwardly turned to Draco and said, "Thank you for today. But why did you help me?" He believed there were still some underlying tensions between him and Draco. Had their roles been reversed, he would certainly not have offered assistance. "I am willing," Draco replied. Draco had no desire to endure the clumsy gratitude of a child. Rather than accept Salazar's thanks, he yearned to impart a lesson to Harry Potter. Salazar Slytherin, though possessing commendable magical talent and a robust physique, unfortunately lacked intellect. In due course, he could easily placate Salazar by leveraging the recent assistance he had rendered. There was no need to rush. Haste often leads to failure. Salazar, upon hearing Draco's words, was filled with indignation. Yet he could not dismiss the recent favor Draco had bestowed upon him. With a glare directed at Draco, he hastily departed. Draco did not seek out his companions. Instead, he found a secluded corner to don his invisibility cloak and made his way towards the washroom. In their previous life, they had endured an assault by a giant in that very place, ultimately being rescued by Ron Weasley. Draco had no intention of allowing Harry Potter to perish at the hands of the troll. Should harm befall Harry, it would precipitate a tremendous upheaval within the magical realm, an outcome Draco would never endorse. However, he felt compelled to impart a lesson to Harry. Not everyone could trample upon his dignity without consequence. It was essential for Harry Potter to understand that his smooth journey thus far was due to Draco's own facilitation. Were Harry to navigate everything alone, he would face considerable difficulties even in securing Hermione's allegiance. Thus, Draco resolved to create some turmoil for Harry, subjecting them to significant setbacks or even injuries. Under the troll's menace, this would prompt Harry to lean more towards Draco, realizing that without Draco's assistance, he would achieve nothing. It was a subtle form of psychological manipulation. Even if, in the end, it was Ron Weasley who, with his clumsy levitation spell, vanquished the troll, Harry would merely suspect Ron of harboring ulterior motives, believing that his foolishness before Harry was merely an act. Such a scenario would further drive a wedge between the two, making it a most advantageous endeavor. When Draco arrived, the trio was already embroiled in a confrontation with the troll. Weasley and Potter were wielding a metal pipe, attempting to divert the troll's attention. Alas, this diminutive metal rod proved futile against the colossal creature. Instead, the troll became incensed by their antics and lunged towards them. Weasley found himself directly in the troll's path, unable to flee. In that moment, Harry Potter suddenly leaped forward, seemingly intent on facing the troll in a one-on-one duel, a move that was indeed invigorating. However, in the next instant, Draco cast a spell without a wand, unnoticed by the young wizards, causing Harry to lose his balance and tumble down. The once fearless young wizards were instantly engulfed by terror. The troll, witnessing Harry rise only to fall again, mistook the young wizard's actions as a provocation, becoming even more frenzied. With a swift motion, it hurled Harry, who had been clinging to its form, across the room. Harry collided violently with the girls' restroom, feeling as though his insides were bleeding, immobilized by pain. Even Hermione, who had remained frozen in shock, abandoned her own anxiety and rushed over to check on Harry. The troll, indifferent to their youthful sentiments, reached out to swat at the little insect before it. Ron, clearly startled by Harry's predicament, stood petrified, oblivious to the troll's advancing hand. In an instant, he too was sent flying by the troll's swipe. Seeing their situation grow increasingly dire, the three could do nothing but muster their weary bodies and flee from the troll's onslaught. Perhaps due to the presence of both Harry and Hermione, the troll relentlessly pursued them. Under normal circumstances, a brief sprint might have allowed them to shake off the creature, but this time, Draco's interference thwarted their efforts. Just when they had managed to distance themselves slightly, they both fell to the ground with a thud. The troll loomed ever closer. "Wingardium Leviosa!" Ron shouted from behind the troll, reciting the levitation spell he had recently learned, a spell that had eluded him in class, even after Hermione's instruction. The spell lifted the troll's club, which then came crashing down onto the troll's head, rendering it unconscious. Only when Ron noticed the troll's stillness did he spring into action. "Are you both all right?" Ron hurried over to assess the injuries on his companions. Draco lingered nearby, cloaked in invisibility, observing the unfolding events with a sense of detachment. He was taken aback that, ultimately, it was Weasley who employed the levitation charm to rescue them. However, this mattered little, despite the trio's efforts to strengthen their bond. Draco noted that Harry's gaze towards Weasley had grown increasingly inscrutable. Having achieved his desired outcome, he resolved to let the remaining matters unfold as they would. Draco had no inclination to observe their nostalgic exchanges. He was acutely aware that such a tremendous commotion would undoubtedly attract the attention of the professors at the school. The invisibility cloak worn by Draco is not one of the 3 Deathly Hallows. Rather, it is merely a common item of little significance. Draco himself cannot ascertain whether this cloak can elude Dumbledore's gaze. If it fails to deceive the professors within the school, how could he possibly justify his presence here? Thus, he hastily departed from the scene. Draco ought to reflect deeply on the events that transpired today. He had intentionally instructed Salazar Slytherin to probe Professor Quirrell regarding his hat. The outcome was unexpectedly revealing. Concealed beneath Professor Quirrell's headgear lay secrets unknown to others, and he himself was aware of them. In the midst of a pressing situation, Draco could only glimpse fleeting hints of what was concealed. Professor Quirrell's movements were too swift for him to discern clearly. However, based on his extensive experience in governance over the years, he had ample reason to suspect that Voldemort had taken residence within Professor Quirrell. Thus, his deliberate assistance to Salazar Slytherin today stemmed from a desire to prevent an untimely demise. Yet, all of this remains speculation and cannot be conclusively determined. After all, allowing another to inhabit one's own being is a profoundly terrifying notion, capable of severely undermining one's vitality. Only a fool would consider such an act. And Draco remained uncertain whether Professor Quirrell had indeed crossed that perilous threshold. As Draco returned to the Slytherin common room, he found it bustling with the festivities of the Halloween feast. Zabini, noticing Draco's tardiness, furrowed his brow and inquired, "What has caused your delay? Were you summoned by Professor Snape for some inquiry?" Although today was merely a day for the little antics of young wizards, and professors typically would not take such matters to heart, it was, after all, a situation involving Professor Quirrell, leaving them uncertain as to whether it might escalate into something more significant. "Do not worry about the mess you left behind. I have already taken care of it," Draco reassured him. Draco discerned what Zabini was articulating and chuckled softly, offering a gentle reassurance to him. "By the way, Draco, I have saved some of your favorite apple pie for you. Would you care to indulge? Zabini suddenly recalled that during the recent banquet, Draco had invited him to share the apple pie, and he extended the same invitation to Draco. No, I am not hungry. I shall return to rest now. Thank you for your kind gesture. In the days that followed, tranquility seemed to envelop their lives. Weasley, Potter, and Granger had also forged a strong friendship. The trio was inseparable, and the animosity they once exhibited was now unrecognizable. It appears that I have emerged victorious, Theodore. Draco raised an eyebrow at Theodore, reminiscent of a child's petty revenge for Theodore's earlier proclamation of victory. Theodore fell into a contemplative silence, casting a sidelong glance at the trio from Gryffindor. Well, Harry Potter, as you have asserted, desires both of them and seems unperturbed by the potential peril it may bring him. Theodore paused, a shadow of discontent clouding his expression. It appears that Harry Potter is far more astute than one might have anticipated. However, such brilliance ought to be tempered by obedience. In truth, Theodore was indifferent to the number of companions Harry Potter possessed, yet he remained concerned about whether those companions might disrupt their dealings. Draco lowered his head and smiled. During this period, Harry Potter's leisure time was devoted solely to practicing Quidditch and teaching Draco the art of Parseltongue. Draco could distinctly sense a slight increase in Harry Potter's warmth towards him. Although not overtly apparent, it was a remarkable occurrence for someone as cautious as Harry. This unexpected enthusiasm indicated ulterior motives. Harry was acutely aware of his own limitations and sought to maintain a firm grip on Draco. No, he would not escape. Draco's tone was remarkably relaxed. He had never entertained the notion that Harry Potter could possibly elude his grasp. As the two continued their conversation, a small cat approached them. Draco, is this Mrs. Norris from Filch? She seems quite familiar with you, making a beeline in your direction. This was not Theodore's first encounter witnessing Mrs. Norris near Draco. Yet he remained perplexed as to why Draco would draw near to her. Draco harbors no fondness for pets, a fact that Theodore is acutely aware of. This only serves to indicate one thing. Draco's actions are driven by a purpose, though the nature of this purpose remains a mystery to Theodore. He is quite intriguing. Is he not? Draco observed Mrs. Norris approaching, yet instead of bending down to caress her, he took 2 steps back, creating a distance between them. Who could possibly be of interest? Surely, you do not mean that mute fool, Filch? What significance could a mute hold, residing in a place filled with wizards like Hogwarts? He must have become utterly twisted and darkened. Theodore quickly grasped that Draco was not referring to Mrs. Norris, but rather to Filch himself. If Draco intended to make use of a cat, one could easily find the pets of others scattered throughout Hogwarts. His peculiar fondness for Mrs. Norris could only stem from one reason, her master, Mr. Filch. Yet, Filch is undeniably a mute. Furthermore, he possesses an eccentric disposition. What role could a Hogwarts caretaker possibly play? Theodore, do not set your sights too high. At times, even the most inconspicuous individuals can wield immense influence. The first lesson Draco learned from society was to never underestimate anyone. What purpose could they possibly serve? Theodore, perplexed, recalled that pure-blood education taught him that a mere pawn is of no value. It all hinges on what I can offer him. Draco chose to remain silent. What could Filch possibly desire? Wealth and riches, his feline companion, or perhaps the elusive magical abilities that elude even the most fervent dreams? Theodore spoke with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Draco remained silent. Within him, a plan began to take shape, yet it remained somewhat elusive. He needed to wait. To await the conclusion before clarity would emerge. Uncertainty lingered. These matters were ones he ought to ponder himself. Draco spoke as he beckoned to Lady Dolores. I shall return it to Mr. Filch. There is no need to wait for me. Theodore, somewhat perplexed, remarked that Draco's enthusiasm for that mute Filch was rather peculiar. It was indeed very odd. Draco could comprehend Theodore's confusion, for those of pure blood are raised with such prejudices, looking down upon the Muggle-born. However, he could not simply disclose to Theodore that his informant had just revealed Professor Snape limping alongside Mr. Filch into the staff room. He felt compelled to investigate what had transpired with Professor Snape. Might it be connected to the impending threat of the Dark Lord this term? That cat has been persistently trailing me. It is rather bothersome. Draco glanced disdainfully at Madame Loris, waved his hand, and led her towards the direction of the faculty lounge. Draco's informant is a Gryffindor, a Muggle-born who hails from the realm of non-magical folk. Under ordinary circumstances, Draco would never associate with a Muggle-born. However, the Gryffindor identity proves to be exceedingly advantageous for him. In truth, Following the experiences of his previous life, Draco is no longer a staunch advocate of pure-blood supremacy. While he still holds a reverence for pure-blood ideals, he places an even greater emphasis on personal gain. When circumstances encroach upon his interests, Draco is willing to set aside his pure-blood beliefs. Upon their first encounter, the informant was being tormented by several Slytherin students. Draco enjoys a commendable reputation within the academy, wielding considerable influence in Slytherin, prompting the members of his house to retreat at his mere approach. The Gryffindor, hailing from the Muggle world, comes from a rather unfortunate background, with both parents afflicted by illness and lacking any substantial source of income. Under normal circumstances, one would expect him to diligently pursue his studies in the Muggle realm, aiming to secure admission to a reputable institution and subsequently find gainful employment to support his family. However, once one has been exposed to the wonders of magic, it becomes increasingly challenging to accept a life of mediocrity. Moreover, the magical world offers potions that can delay death. Though such elixirs are beyond the financial reach of someone reliant on Hogwarts' limited support, he yearns to master potion making, but alas, he lacks the requisite talent. In this context, he chose to sell his soul, becoming an informant for Draco. Yet, the Draco of now is not the infamous young master of Gryffindor's past. Assisting the young master is not an egregious act. His name is Boyce Watson, a remarkable individual endowed with Gryffindor's indomitable courage and keen intellect, possessing a profound understanding of the world. Had it not been for the tumultuous events surrounding Voldemort that led to his untimely demise, he might have held a significant position within the Ministry of Magic. Draco retracted his thoughts and headed towards the staff lounge. To his astonishment, he found Harry Potter lingering outside the door. It seemed as though he intended to enter, but after merely cracking the door ajar, he was met with a sharp reprimand from Professor Snape. Cautious not to provoke Snape's ire further, he scurried away in dismay. As he turned around, the fear still etched upon his face, he was greeted by the sight of Draco approaching him. "What brings you here?" Draco furrowed his brow as he gazed at Harry, his finger gesturing towards the direction of Gryffindor, silently inquiring whether Ron had led him there. Harry shook his head, refraining from uttering a word. "Are you planning to enter?" "Professor Snape is inside, and he appears to be in a rather foul mood." Harry looked at Draco in confusion, noticing that his actions clearly indicated he intended to enter the staff lounge. Although Professor Snape was somewhat lenient towards Slytherin students, his temper was far from predictable. In such a state of anger, no one could guarantee that he would refrain from reprimanding Draco. Harry had no intention of departing. He was, in fact, curious to see whether Draco could gain entry without incident. If he insisted on going in and managed to enter the teacher's lounge successfully, could it be inferred that this matter was somehow connected to Draco? After all, Draco had always been an enigmatic figure in Harry's eyes. "I am here to seek Mr. Filch," he stated. Draco, of course, comprehended Harry's intentions. Setting aside his own fastidiousness, he lifted Madame Loris and addressed Harry, stating, "It has been roaming about in Slytherin, where numerous young wizards have expressed their discontent towards it. I fear for its safety. It would be wiser to deliver it to Mr. Filch." Though Draco claims to be elucidating his itinerary, he indirectly conveys that there exists little connection between himself and Professor Snape. He is merely a messenger delivering a cat. Draco, too, was weary of engaging in further discourse with Harry. However, he found himself quite curious about what precisely Harry had witnessed that had elicited such a reprimand. After Draco finished speaking, he gently set down Madame Loris and knocked on the door of the staff lounge. "Who is it?" came the irritable voice of Professor Snape from within. Draco pushed open the door to the staff lounge with ease. "It's me, Draco," he announced. Upon entering, he beheld Professor Snape seated nearby, his feet stained with blood, as if he had been savagely attacked by some ferocious beast. Mr. Filch stood nearby, his expression sour, clutching a roll of bandages in his hands. "What brings you here?" Professor Snape inquired, his tone somewhat gentler towards Draco than it was with Harry, yet tinged with a heightened sense of vigilance. Draco is the protégé of Professor Snape, yet he is also the offspring of the Death Eaters Lucius and Narcissa. "I have brought Lady Loris, who resides in the elegance of Slytherin. As you well know, young wizards do not take kindly to mischievous pets, nor do they favor silent companions." Draco did not voice his thoughts, yet it was evident that this was not their first day at Hogwarts. The unspoken words lingered in the air, understood by all. "By the way, Mr. Filch, it seems that Mrs. Norris is feeling quite hungry. I am uncertain of her usual fare. I just offered her some bread, yet she refused to partake." Upon hearing about his beloved cat, Filch disregarded everything else, including Snape, hastily shoving the bandage into Draco's arms before departing with the feline. Professor Snape observed Filch's retreat in silence, but his gaze upon Draco grew increasingly intricate. "Why do you look at me like that, Godfather?" Draco uttered a cleaning spell upon himself. "Draco, I recall that you have never been fond of pets. When did you develop an affinity for Filch's cat?" Professor Snape regarded Draco with a sense of pressure in his gaze. He found himself somewhat unacquainted with this pupil of his. In Snape's memory, Draco was indulgent, a proponent of blood purity, fond of drawing attention, and possessed of a fastidious nature. However, recent observations had led him to question his perceptions of Draco. The indulgent one was Zabini, the advocate of blood purity was Theodore, and the attention-seeker was Salar. Now, it appeared that Draco had even shed his fastidiousness. Had his previous understanding of Draco merely been a fade? It was not entirely unfounded for Snape to ponder these thoughts. Draco's recent demeanor seemed to echo that of Riddle, strikingly handsome, suave, capable, and held in high esteem among the first-year wizards. Furthermore, being born into a pureblood family, Draco's path was undoubtedly smoother than Riddle's. The world already bore one Dark Lord. Snape had no desire for a second. "My dear Godfather, you overthink. I do not like it, and I never have." Draco spoke with the expression of a child. "Godfather, you cannot fathom how filthy those pets are. Had I not seen that detestable Potter accompanying you, I would never have touched it." Once again, the unfortunate Harry Potter was utilized as a shield by Draco. However, this was an unavoidable circumstance, as Professor Snape was exceedingly astute. Moreover, being a pivotal figure within Dumbledore's faction, Draco found himself aligned with the Death Eaters for the time being. The inherent opposition between the two necessitated Draco's vigilance at times. He had to use Potter as a means of protection. "Godfather, what has happened to your leg? It appears as though it has been clawed by some beast. You haven't been injured by Hagrid, have you? I've heard he has a penchant for mingling with those magical creatures, and this must surely relate to Harry Potter, who shares the closest bond with Hagrid." Draco did not shy away from feigning ignorance. He was well aware that this matter had nothing to do with Hagrid. However, his current objective was to act with caution and dispel Professor Snape's suspicions. Upon hearing Draco's words, Professor Snape cast a penetrating gaze at him before quickly relaxing. "No, this matter was unrelated to Hagrid. Godfather, I perceive that your injury appears rather grave. Perhaps, Godfather, I could assist you in visiting Madame Pomfrey for a consultation." Draco tentatively inquired, not entirely out of concern for Professor Snape. He merely wished to ascertain whether Professor Snape's injury was fit for public scrutiny. In other words, he was curious if Snape dared to reveal that he had been wounded, and by an unknown creature no less. "No need. I have my own medicine. Your mother just sent over some treats. You can take them with you when you go to do your homework this evening." Professor Snape was evidently intent on dismissing Draco. Given Draco's usual temperament, he would hardly make it to nightfall. The mere mention of his mother's treats would incite an irresistible urge to indulge. "I can have them now. Not just in the evening," Draco asserted, as if struck by a sudden thought. He cast a guilty glance toward Snape. "Are you sure you can manage alone, Professor?" "Of course," Snape replied with a nod, keen to avoid further inquiries from Draco. Draco maintained his carefully crafted persona, and after receiving permission, he departed with great eagerness. Yet, the moment he stepped outside, his expression shifted in a concealed corner where no one could see him. This injury was indeed not one to be displayed publicly. If he had been harmed in the Forbidden Forest or by one of Hagrid's magical creatures, there would be no need for such discretion. The only plausible explanation was that this incident was connected to the Dark Lord or, perhaps, to the Philosopher's Stone. Draco boldly ventured a conjecture that the Philosopher's Stone must undoubtedly contain a magical creature within its guardian. However, he was uncertain about the exact nature of this creature. Observing Professor Snape's injury, it seemed to suggest a feline or canine beast. Draco has now come to the realization that the Philosopher's Stone is indeed concealed within the hallowed grounds of Hogwarts, and it is evident that the professors are aware of its whereabouts. However, he remains uncertain whether Professor Quirrell is privy to this information, even without their explicit confirmation. Draco can deduce the location of the stone. It is precisely where Dumbledore had consistently cautioned against venturing at the beginning of the term. It strikes him as rather amusing that Dumbledore, if he truly wished to keep it a secret, could simply have concealed it without uttering a word. Instead, he chose to issue a warning, inadvertently drawing attention to the very place that seemed suspicious. Time flies swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, Harry is on the verge of participating in his inaugural Quidditch match. This marks the first Quidditch match for the first-year wizards at Hogwarts, igniting an enthusiastic fervor among the students, as nearly everyone hastens to the Quidditch pitch at the earliest opportunity. Draco and his companions were certainly no exception. Strangely enough, nearly all the young wizards were ardent enthusiasts of Quidditch. Do you believe Harry Potter could triumph? Could a mere first-year wizard prevail against those seasoned Quidditch players? Theodore wore a smirk, clearly skeptical of Harry Potter's chances of victory. Draco was also uncertain, for in his previous life during his first year, he participated in the Quidditch matches and emerged victorious. He had a rough estimate of Harry Potter's abilities, yet often, prowess does not encompass everything. Presently, many elements diverged from the trajectory of his past life, leaving Draco unsure of how Harry's skills might compare. Perhaps he would win. Flint was adept in strategy and adept at inspiring others, yet he possessed a glaring flaw. His agility was lacking. Higgs exhibited decent speed and agility, yet merely satisfactory, lacking the exceptional qualities and the fearless spirit of Gryffindor. In his previous life, Draco had been teammates with them, and he was fairly familiar with their characteristics. You've done your homework, so what do you think of Harry Potter? Theodore harbored no significant doubts, as he understood Draco's desire to dominate Harry Potter's mind. To control someone, one must first comprehend everything surrounding them, gradually exerting influence from the periphery. Harry Potter displayed commendable talent and speed. More crucially, he possessed a compelling reason to win. Just like Harry's previous desire to join the Quidditch team, once he set his sights on a goal, he would exert every effort. After all, what was there to lose? Perhaps a gamble might yield a more favorable outcome. This was the essence of Harry Potter's gambling mentality. What compelling reason did he have to triumph? He was merely a first-year wizard. Losing would not bear significant consequences, for no one expected a first year to defeat older students. Theodore expressed his skepticism regarding Draco's assertion. He clearly did not believe that Harry Potter was required to win. After all, Slytherin had claimed victory for so many consecutive years. Overcoming Slytherin was no trivial task. To impose such lofty expectations on a first-year wizard seemed excessively harsh. Quidditch was a venture encouraged by Dumbledore, and Harry Potter needed to prove his worth before him. Anything devoid of value ought to remain in the rubbish heap, not to mention that the prophesied boy was not the only one. Draco observed Harry Potter as he gradually made his entrance onto the field, a hint of indifference glimmering in his gaze. Are you suggesting that even Dumbledore remains uncertain about the identity of the child foretold in the prophecy? Theodore, however, was oblivious to the fact that there were multiple potential saviors. Personally, were I in his position, I would gather all children who meet the criteria and nurture the most exceptional among them, while the others could serve as mere pawns or viable alternatives. Meanwhile, Madame Hooch's whistle pierced the air, signaling the ascent of both Quidditch teams. As Harry Potter stepped onto the pitch, he radiated an unparalleled vigor, instilling a sense of pressure in Flint that prompted him to adopt certain strategies. You see, does not Harry Potter share this sentiment as well? Draco smiled as he observed Harry Potter's recent actions. Albus Dumbledore, after all, is the most renowned white wizard of this century. How could he possibly engage in such behavior? If one could casually sacrifice others, would that not render him no different from the Dark Lord? Theodore, your words are intriguing. A person of Dumbledore's stature may possess a heart far more resolute than you can fathom. They must have the fortitude to sacrifice the individual for the greater good. For relinquishing the individual is often far more challenging than forsaking the collective. Every situation possesses dual facets, and the heights of greatness they attain are beyond our reach. There is no need to overthink. Draco believed that he was incapable and had no desire to explain himself to Theodore. If it were not for ulterior motives, he would be disinterested in playing house with a group of children, and he would have no inclination to hide and seek among a pack of cunning old foxes. Draco murmured, lost in his own thoughts. What on earth was happening with Harry Potter's broomstick? Theodore gazed at Harry in astonishment. Harry could barely maintain his balance on the broom, swaying precariously in the sky. Had it not been for the strength in his hands, he might have plummeted to the ground. It appeared as though he had been subjected to a malevolent curse, yet it did not seem to be a mere hex. If it were indeed a curse, he would have already fallen. However, if it was not a curse, such a disturbance could not have been caused. In his previous life, Draco had participated in the tournament as well, yet he remained oblivious to the origins of this predicament or how it was resolved. He only recalled that Harry had swayed briefly before regaining his stability. Now, as he observed from the stands, he experienced a different perspective, which indeed unveiled certain discrepancies. Draco was deep in thought when he suddenly felt the intense gaze of someone fixed upon him. After many years of navigating the intricacies of the Ministry of Magic, he had honed his keen senses. He could immediately detect when someone was observing him. To his surprise, it was the informant, Boyce, whom he had previously bribed. Upon meeting Draco's gaze, Boyce did not shy away, but rather exchanged a few meaningful glances before turning his attention towards Harry Potter. It seemed he was signaling something to Draco. However, the distance between them rendered direct communication impossible, compelling them to convey their messages through their eyes. Potter? Broomstick? The trio from Gryffindor. Draco immediately comprehended the meaning behind the look in Boyce's eyes, his gaze incessantly searching for traces of Ron and Hermione. Ron was relatively easy to locate, yet Hermione had vanished entirely. She was nowhere to be found among the Gryffindor seats. It appeared that in the end, it was Hermione who resolved Harry's predicament. Draco gazed at Harry, who was clearly not merely afflicted by a simple curse. It was evident that two forces were in conflict. The spellcaster was constantly prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Thus, it was likely that the caster was not too far away, possibly nestled among the spectators. Hermione would not stray too far either. She should be in close proximity to the arena. Draco scanned the surroundings with keen, piercing eyes. It must be said that the striking crimson of Gryffindor was indeed conspicuous, quickly leading him to spot Granger. She felt as though she were tiptoeing, akin to a thief in the night. Silently, she made her way towards the direction of the teacher's viewing area. Draco was indeed somewhat curious about the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. He casually greeted Theodore and departed from the Slytherin stands. Seeking solitude, he donned his invisibility cloak and stealthily trailed behind Granger. After all, Granger was still a young witch, not yet evolved to her full potential. Her senses were not sufficiently acute, and she remained oblivious to Draco's presence shadowing her. Draco slowly observed Granger as she made her way towards the teacher's podium, his mind racing with thoughts. Did Granger suspect that the mastermind was among the professors? Could it be that in her previous life, she was the one who aided Harry Potter in bringing an end to the turmoil? If one were to infer from the outcome of her last life, it indeed appeared that the true antagonist resided within the faculty. Draco found himself lost in contemplation as he observed the array of professors seated at the head table. Personally, he leaned towards Professor Quirrell, yet outwardly it appeared more akin to Professor Snape. Of course, this was merely the perspective of others, after all. Harry's broomstick was swaying precariously, while Professor Snape muttered incantations incessantly, casting doubt in the minds of onlookers. However, the incantation that escaped Snape's lips was one that perhaps other wizards might not recognize, but Draco was well aware of it. In his previous life, he possessed a remarkable aptitude for spells, and he was familiar with numerous enchantments. He could discern the spell Snape was uttering even with his eyes closed. It was a counter-curse, not intended to curse Harry, but rather to offer protection. Masterful hexes never require vocalization. Only those unforeseen protections stand out so boldly. Hermione had found her position, crouching beneath Professor Snape's platform. She raised her wand, seemingly poised to execute some mischievous prank. Draco understood that, given Hermione's current abilities, she was unlikely to wield any particularly formidable spells. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to ascertain his own thoughts, even if it meant causing distress to Granger. Just as Hermione was about to cast her spell, a powerful incantation erupted from behind, striking the faculty's stands with tremendous force. The entire structure splintered and shattered instantaneously. The faculty members present were taken aback, many of them being violently thrown from their seats by the violent tremors. Hermione, too, stood frozen, bewildered. Her spell had yet to be cast, so how could the stands have crumbled? If she possessed such power, she would have no need for Hogwarts. Yet, she felt as if she were on the verge of cracking. While the incident was clearly beyond her control, she was the sole figure on the scene. Regardless of the true perpetrator lurking in the shadows, the blame would inevitably fall upon her. At the crime scene, she stood with the instrument of destruction in hand. Witnessed by the victim, the evidence stacked against her was overwhelming. Meanwhile, the mischief-maker Draco prepared to depart, having secured his desires. He was utterly convinced that Voldemort had possessed Professor Quirrell, specifically taking residence at the back of Quirrell's head. He had never witnessed someone being thrown from their seat without instinctively protecting their own body, or at the very least, shielding their head. Instead, this individual clutched their hat as they were propelled through the air. Such an inconsistency piqued his suspicion. Clearly, something was amiss beneath that hat. Drawing upon his experiences from a previous life, it was not difficult to deduce that Voldemort had indeed taken control of Professor Quirrell. The situation was rather intriguing. The seemingly daft Professor Quirrell was, in fact, the embodiment of the Dark Lord. However, there was no time for further contemplation. He needed to exit swiftly. The chaos at the faculty table posed an undeniable risk, leaving him uncertain whether any perceptive wizards might discover his presence. Draco, the mastermind behind this chaos, has departed, leaving Miss Granger to face the dire situation alone. Miss Granger, do you have any explanation for what just transpired? Professor Snape inquired with a grave expression, his ire palpable to anyone with the slightest perception. Granger stammered, at a loss for words. What could she possibly say? Could she admit to the deed? She possessed no evidence to vindicate her innocence. Moreover, her intentions for being there were far from pure. Professor, please allow me to explain. I lack the capacity to inflict such harm. It could not have been me, Hermione hastily articulated, yet her words were devoid of substance and persuasion. Professor Snape, evidently unwilling to entertain Hermione's evasive reasoning, regarded her with an intense seriousness. Then, Miss Granger, please enlighten me as to the true nature of your presence here. What brings you to this location? One must acknowledge that Professor Snape had a knack for pinpointing the crux of the matter, leaving Hermione utterly speechless. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Ultimately, it was Professor McGonagall who arrived to diffuse the tension. Miss Granger, you must accompany me to my office at once. Though her tone remained stern, it was a welcome contrast to Professor Snape's scrutiny, and Hermione found herself preferring a private audience with McGonagall. Draco observed the performance from a distance for a while before returning to his original position. Hey, Draco, where have you just been? You truly missed an excellent show. Zabini, having appeared at some point, stood beside Theodore and, upon noticing Draco's tardiness, exclaimed in surprise, Did you go to the restroom? What happened? Draco appeared utterly bewildered, as if the recent events bore no relation to him. What a pity it was to miss such a spectacle. Granger had audaciously attempted to murder the professor. The stands where the professor had been were now in ruins. Zabini animatedly recounted the tale, glancing at Draco with a hint of sympathy, as if lamenting that Draco had not witnessed this historic moment firsthand. After all, they had never encountered a student bold enough to attempt such an act against a professor so early in the academic year. It was truly unfortunate. Who could have known that my timing would be so fortuitous, yet I would still miss such an extraordinary performance? Draco's face momentarily displayed a hint of regret. It is unclear why Granger would undertake such a monumental task. Draco, do you have any insight? Zabini appeared somewhat intrigued. While it is true that children generally harbor a disdain for school, one would not expect them to resort to the extreme of blowing up the institution. How could I possibly know? That is a question best directed at Granger, for not everyone possesses the audacity to challenge the professors. Draco furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating Granger's intentions as well. Look, Draco, Harry Potter has caught the golden snitch, Theodore exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he pointed towards Harry's direction. It was quite rare to witness Theodore in such a state of disarray. What? Zabini replied, taken aback, still trying to process what Theodore meant. Harry Potter had triumphed? This first-year wizard had outperformed Slytherin? Such an achievement was unprecedented. It was almost unimaginable that a young wizard could reach such heights in his first year. In contrast to Zabini's evident astonishment, Theodore's gaze held a deeper significance. He regarded Draco with a look that was decidedly complex. Theodore, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss with you today. Are you two harboring a secret from me? Zabini quickly discerned the unspoken tension between the two. The situation was perplexing. Theodore had expressed a desire to join the Slytherin Quidditch team, yet now, faced with the reality that the team could not even best a first-year Harry Potter, he seemed ready to reconsider his aspirations. Draco's fabrications flowed effortlessly from his lips, leaving Zabini momentarily taken aback. However, Theodore was equally incapable of exposing him, as he too could not elucidate the nature of their clandestine activities to Zabini. What do you have, Harry Potter? Merely a stroke of luck. Just observe his reckless demeanor. I cannot believe he would be so fortunate a second time. The Slytherin Quidditch team remains formidable. Zabini clumsily offered consolation to Theodore, seemingly convinced that Theodore was indeed preparing to participate in the selection for the Slytherin Quidditch team. Indeed, I believe Zabini is right. Draco nodded in agreement. Theodore cast a silent glance at Draco, choosing not to speak, and quietly walked away. Why is he not saying anything? Is he not happy? Zabini observed the direction in which Theodore had departed, puzzled. I don't know, perhaps that is the case. After all, Slytherin lost today. Draco gently patted Zabini's shoulder, preparing to depart. Slytherin may have lost, yet Harry Potter did not emerge victorious either. One could observe how all attention had been captivated by Granger. It remains uncertain how Potter could have triumphed. Who's to say he did not seize the moment of distraction to claim victory? Without hesitation, Zabini cast aspersions upon Harry Potter. They were, after all, rivals. And he was keen to seize any opportunity to undermine Potter. Draco chuckled softly, lowering his head as he quietly echoed Zabini's words. Indeed, Slytherin had lost. Yet Harry Potter had not emerged victorious either. He spoke without regard for Zabini's reaction behind him and promptly departed from the scene. Although Harry Potter had participated in the Quidditch match that day, he had not forgotten about Draco's ability to speak Parseltongue. Whenever they had a moment to spare, they would retreat to a secluded alley to immerse themselves in the study of the serpent language. Do you know what truly transpired with Granger? How could she have suddenly been taken away by Professor McGonagall? And why did she suddenly cause an explosion at the professor's viewing platform? Harry clearly understood Hermione. She would never engage in such antics. Though she belonged to Gryffindor and possessed its courage, not all Gryffindors would dare to confront a professor in such a manner. Furthermore, Hermione carried a sense of insecurity. She sought to prove herself before the professor, and she would never resort to such actions to earn the professor's ire. This matter is one you should inquire about directly with Granger. Why ask me? What relevance does it hold for me? Draco found himself bewildered by Harry Potter's inquiries. Perhaps it was due to the impeccable image he had cultivated that everyone seemed to turn to him whenever something went awry with Granger, as if they assumed he possessed the truth of the matter. I had thought we were friends. Harry, still wearing an expression of innocent bewilderment, addressed Draco. Were he any other young wizard, his naive demeanor might have evoked sympathy. However, this did not apply to the seasoned Draco, who had long since mastered the art of self-preservation. Harry's feeble tactics held no sway over him. Do not regard me as a friend. Consider me merely a business associate. For otherwise, I fear that when the time comes to send you to your demise, I may find it difficult to act. Draco hesitated for a moment before continuing, otherwise, you will perpetually take advantage, incessantly asking me for various pieces of information. Gathering such news is truly laborious, and I do not possess the luxury of time. Draco's tone was not overly sharp, yet his words conveyed a clear refusal. Would Hermione face punishment? Harry was resolute, refusing to relent. He had no means of obtaining news about Hermione from any other source. All he knew was that she had been taken during the Quidditch match and had yet to return. Although Harry was unable to learn anything about Hermione, he discovered from Ron that her predicament stemmed from his own actions. Thus, he could not bear to watch Hermione suffer the consequences. There were few individuals in this world who treated him kindly, and Hermione was one of them, so he was determined to hold on to this precious bond. At the very least, he sought to affirm her sacrifices. Did you fail to comprehend what I just articulated? Draco is now somewhat impatient, having already advised Harry against seeking him out, yet here he is again with inquiries. He understands, but the one most likely to possess this information is undoubtedly you. 5 galleons. Harry seeks to purchase knowledge with money. Alas, for Draco, wealth is the most futile of resources. He is in no need of it whatsoever. What nonsense is this? Potter, I am utterly unfazed by your monetary offerings. Draco had already sensed Harry Potter's incessant annoyance, yet he had not yet mastered Parseltongue, making it difficult to rid himself of Harry for the time being. Should Harry persist in his quest for information about Granger, Draco could concoct a tale on the spot to deter him from his relentless pursuit, which was utterly exasperating. I am aware of this, yet I have only so much to offer. Indeed, his parents had bequeathed him a considerable sum, but these funds encompassed all expenses during his time at Hogwarts. He must exercise frugality. 5 galleons represented a significant amount for him. Truly, I am impressed. Granger is highly unlikely to find herself in peril. Based on my understanding of her character, such a degree of destruction is far beyond the capabilities of a first-year witch. Even I could not achieve it, let alone her. Draco, weary of further entanglements with Harry Potter, concocted a tale of half-truths. Nevertheless, her presence in that particular location, coupled with her ambiguous intentions, would surely warrant a measure of retribution, though likely not severe enough to cause lasting harm or expulsion. Oh, and allow me to offer you a word of caution. Weasley seems to have discerned the influence your parents wield over you. He may soon turn his attention to them. So exercise prudence. Otherwise, you might find yourself ensnared in his machinations. Draco cast a glance at Harry, his enthusiasm for continuing his studies evaporating, and departed with Theodore's pet in tow. As Draco had surmised, Granger faced no exceedingly harsh punishment. The Gryffindor crystal had merely diminished by over half, appearing to stand at a score of around 100. Following the conclusion of the Quidditch match, the young wizards found themselves with little to occupy their time, as the festive season of Christmas approached swiftly. During this time, the young sorcerers were granted a holiday. They could choose to remain at Hogwarts to celebrate with the faculty or return home to spend the holiday with their families. The majority of young wizards opted for the latter, particularly those from Slytherin. During the Christmas season, one would scarcely encounter a single Slytherin student. Harry Potter, however, could not return home. After all, staying at his aunt's house was less appealing than remaining at Hogwarts, where he would be spared from household chores and the ire of his aunt. It was a choice that anyone could discern. Naturally, Ron Weasley kept a watchful eye on Harry, so he too refrained from going home, opting instead to stay at Hogwarts. Hermione, on the other hand, did return home, which was hardly surprising given her background as a Muggle-born witch who held familial bonds in high regard. Draco has also returned home. If he were to dare not come back for Christmas, his father would certainly come to Hogwarts, tugging at his ear and dragging him back. Mother? Mother? Dobby, is my mother present? Upon Draco's return, he seemed to have regained the innocent nature of a child. The very first thing he sought was his mother. He did not find Narcissa downstairs, but he did see Dobby still diligently at work. The lady and gentleman had gone on vacation. They mentioned they would not return until Christmas. Dobby hesitated for a moment, yet eventually disclosed the whereabouts of Narcissa and Lucius. Was this truly justifiable? To abandon Draco alone during Christmas for a holiday, even though Dobby was there to oversee matters and ensure nothing amiss occurred, felt akin to casting off an unwanted companion. This abandonment, in its essence, left Draco with a tinge of discomfort. Draco, accustomed to the situation, silently rolled his eyes, retracting the innocent smile that had graced his face moments earlier, feigning a sense of disappointment. He recognized the utility of Dobby, and thus would not easily resort to dismissing him, nor would he permit Dobby to discern anything amiss. Master, would you care for some apple pie? The lady specifically instructed me to prepare it for you, Dobby remarked, having observed the slight sadness in his young master and attempting to offer words of solace. No. You may continue with your tasks. I prefer to be alone for a while, Draco replied, though the departure of Narcissa and Lucius was a significant blow to a child. For Draco, it was quite the opposite. This turn of events, in fact, served to his advantage. With Narcissa and Lucius at Malfoy Manor, they would now require even greater caution. Draco cautiously navigated around Dobby, making his way to the treasure chamber of Malfoy Manor. He approached a heap of dusty alchemical materials and seemingly haphazardly selected an assortment of dilapidated items. Amongst the clutter, he unearthed a nondescript, gray stone from a hidden corner. One might mistakenly assume that the Malfoy family had taken to collecting scrap. It was only when Draco vigorously wiped the stone's surface with a cloth that its original splendor was revealed. This was the coveted Philosopher's Stone for which he had toiled so diligently. The two masters of the Malfoy household possessed little aptitude for alchemy, and their alchemical apparatus lay neglected in this chamber. They had never ventured here, nor were they aware of the existence of this dusty gem. Draco ventured into the subterranean alchemical chamber, cradling the remnants once utilized by his grandfather, Abraxaxis. Now, it was his turn to wield them. The Philosopher's Stone possesses the remarkable ability to grant immortality. However, the intricacies of its essence remain shrouded in mystery, with no one capable of articulating its precise application. All that is commonly acknowledged is that its powdered form can transmute objects into gold. Its potential remains elusive and largely untapped. Draco first ground some powder and fused it with certain materials that stabilize energy, subsequently transforming it into a liquid form. If the Philosopher's Stone aims to grant immortality, it must exert its influence upon the body. Draco concluded that the most effective method would be oral consumption. Now that he possessed the Philosopher's Stone, he merely required a test subject. Draco bowed his head in contemplation for a brief moment before swiftly ascending the stairs once more. Along the way, he encountered no sign of Dobby, yet this did not hinder Draco's progress. Draco immediately shattered his toys in his room, creating quite a commotion. The noise attracted Dobby, who hurried to Draco's side. "Master, what has happened?" he inquired, gazing at the chaotic scene with a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Wretched father, wretched mother, how could they not spend Christmas with me? And you, detestable Dobby, leave at once. Without my command, you are not to enter. If the meal is ready, Place it at the door. I am hungry and will retrieve it myself. Do not disturb me. Draco, in a fit of anger, complained vehemently, striking Dobby's foot with a toy he held in his hand. Dobby nodded, perceiving nothing amiss, for Draco had always exhibited the temperament of a spoiled young master. This was not the first time Draco had thrown such a tantrum. Dobby had grown accustomed to it, and obediently descended the stairs. However, unlike before, upon seeing Dobby come down, Draco promptly closed the door and disapparated from Malfoy Manor. Although the manor strictly prohibited disapparition as the master of the house, he was well aware of how to exploit the loopholes. No one knew his destination. They only knew that upon his return, he immediately ventured into the alchemy room. He brought back a considerable number of white mice and a bamboo cage containing peculiar insects from the mysterious eastern region of Xiangxi. Draco was evidently not unfamiliar with those tiny insects. Skillfully, he took the meal that Dobby had delivered to him, shaping it into a small ball, encasing the little bugs within the food, and then forcefully stuffed it into the belly of the small mouse. Initially, the white mouse displayed no reaction whatsoever, until Draco began to jingle the bell in his hand, prompting the little creature to struggle desperately. This was a prized possession Draco had brought back from Xiangxi. It was not lethal, yet it inflicted immense suffering, akin to a torment that gnawed at the very soul. Clearly pleased with the mouse's response, Draco promptly ceased his actions and meticulously stored the remaining insects. The remaining white mouse, of course, held other purposes. Draco ultimately attributed the use of the Philosopher's Stone to its oral administration. By concocting a liquid from varying doses of the stone mixed with different proportions of alchemical materials, he would administer it into the bodies of healthy white mice. When the concentration of the Philosopher's Stone in the liquid was slightly elevated, the mice would swiftly succumb to death. Draco conducted an anatomical examination of those little white mice. He discovered that when the alchemical potion entered their abdomens, it reacted with the undigested food within, transmuting it into gold. However, the weight of the gold proved to be unbearable for the mice. It can be asserted that the mice perished due to the descent of their internal organs. Draco, through incessantly adjusting the proportions of the Philosopher's Stone, continuously weakened its potency to achieve a state of equilibrium. Eventually, the little white mouse, after consuming the potion, did not succumb immediately to death. Instead, it floated in the air, akin to a young wizard awakening their magical prowess. No one could ascertain whether the mouse had indeed acquired magical abilities. Yet it was evident that the Philosopher's Stone bestowed upon it extraordinary capabilities. This aligned perfectly with Draco's hypothesis. The notion that the Philosopher's Stone could grant immortality implied the existence of a unique power within it, a force capable of perpetually supplying the life force and magical energy required by the human body. If these magical energies were to be isolated and deconstructed, could it potentially yield significant differences, perhaps offering a chance for those loyal to the cause to pledge their unwavering allegiance? Upon his initial acquisition of the Philosopher's Stone, Draco was seized by a notion. Thus, he deliberately sought the company of Mr. Filch, intending for him to serve as his first experimental subject. Even if his conjecture proved futile, he could still offer Mr. Filch something in return, something he desired. Ultimately, he was resolute in ensuring that his schemes would not go to waste. By the same token, what if one were to amalgamate the Philosopher's Stone with alchemical materials to forge a body of alchemy? Would it manifest as an external avatar? Or could it serve as a means to attain immortality? He was uncertain and had yet to conduct any experiments. Draco was not inclined to become a mere subject for experimentation. However, Malfoy Manor possessed an exquisite specimen for such purposes. Regrettably, the time was not yet ripe for its utilization. Meticulous preparation was essential before embarking on reckless endeavors. Narcissa and Lucius were relishing their vacation, occasionally checking on Draco's well-being through the two-way mirror. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that their approach to Draco was akin to that of treating a child, failing to consider that the communication through the mirror could be easily fabricated. A powerful confounding charm crafted a facade of harmony, while the true Draco toiled away in an unknown prison, conducting clandestine experiments. The Philosopher's Stone and alchemical materials were notoriously challenging to control. Presently, Draco could only concoct potions that granted fleeting magical abilities. Perhaps he could eventually create a potion that bestowed permanent magical power. But such ambitions did not occupy his thoughts at this moment. Often, that which eludes our grasp becomes the most coveted. Thus, these ephemeral potions could fetch an exorbitant price. Once one has tasted magic, relinquishing it becomes an impossibility. leading them to become akin to the opium of human society, addictive and escalating in value, ultimately placing the fates of those individuals firmly in Draco's hands. As for the long-lasting potion, that was a matter for the future. This potion would also serve as the catalyst for dismantling the barriers between Muggles and wizards. Wizards take pride in their magical prowess, while Muggles harbor fear of such abilities. Should Muggles ever acquire magical power, the world would undergo profound transformation. With astute management, a shift in the paradigm could indeed be feasible. However, every situation carries its advantages and disadvantages. For the powerful, possessing such a tool is advantageous. Yet for the weak, it spells disaster. Presently, Draco could hardly be deemed powerful. He was reluctant to reveal his creations, but if applied to just one or two individuals, it remained manageable. Time passed swiftly, and with Narcissa and Lucius still absent, Draco enjoyed a pleasant Christmas at home before returning to Hogwarts. Like all young witches and wizards, Zabini had little fondness for classes. His favorite moments were undoubtedly those spent during mealtimes, leading him to exhibit exceptional enthusiasm when the time came. Mrs. Norris, the feline companion of Mr. Filch, was as per usual seen prowling about. Drawn by the allure of Hogwarts' limitless feasts, she wandered through the halls, and the young witches and wizards typically paid her little mind. However, on this first day back at school, Zabini appeared particularly irritable, finding Mrs. Norris' presence in his vicinity somewhat vexatious. Why did this cat incessantly roam around Slytherin? Filch, that mute, truly could not even manage his own cat despite not having to learn magic? Zabini's remarks were rather harsh, but to the other young witches and wizards, such sentiments were entirely normal. They held disdain for the squib, even more so than for Muggles themselves. All right, Zabini, your mouth is not meant for eating, they would jest. I shall escort Madame Loris to Fairchild's abode. Draco was in need of a reason to seek out Filch, and unexpectedly, Zabini presented himself on a silver platter. No, Draco, that is not what I meant. Draco's words instilled in Zabini a sense that he was bullying Draco, though that was never his intention. He merely held a habitual disdain for the mute Filch. Fear not, Zabini. Do not allow Lady Loris to affect your mood. Draco was undoubtedly aware of Zabini's character and understood the reasons behind his behavior. However, today he felt compelled to seek out Filch. Such a favorable opportunity might not present itself again soon. It was precisely mealtime, and both students and professors were gathered in the dining hall, ensuring that their actions would not attract undue attention. This setting also offered an excellent chance to conceal his own secrets. Draco, aren't you going to eat? Theodore remarked, clearly sensing that Draco's behavior was somewhat out of the ordinary. Recently, Draco has indeed been quite close to Filch, a fact that Theodore is aware of. However, he understands even better that Draco places a higher value on his own well-being. There is no way he would compromise his own health for the sake of a mere cat. Theodore suspects that Draco harbors ulterior motives, yet he possesses no evidence to substantiate his suspicions. He is also unable to fathom Draco's true intentions. No, I will go ahead first. Please save me a slice of apple pie. Thank you. Draco was aware that Theodore might have discerned a hint of something amiss, yet he had no intention of elucidating the matter to him. His words clearly conveyed to Theodore that he was preoccupied and that further inquiries were unwelcome. Theodore furrowed his brow as he gazed at Draco, a look of perplexity evident in his eyes. He understood Draco's current demeanor, even if he were to ask. Draco might not divulge anything. Thus, he simply nodded, suppressing his curiosity. Draco glanced back at Theodore, cradling the beloved Mrs. Norris in his arms as he strode towards Mr. Filch. At this hour, Filch was still in the staff lounge, yet to venture to the dining hall for his meal. It was rather evident that he treasured his cat dearly. Had he gone to the dining hall, Mrs. Norris would never have approached the Slytherin table. Mr. Filch regarded Draco, who was approaching with the cat, his eyes filled with a hint of confusion. Recently, Draco had indeed shown a willingness to assist Mrs. Norris. However, it was clear that today, Mrs. Norris was not in any distress. He had only just released her, intending to head to the Hogwarts dining hall, when unexpectedly, she was returned to him in Draco's embrace. Mr. Malfoy, has something happened to Mrs. Norris? In truth, Filch held a rather favorable impression of Draco. The young man did not exhibit the overt malice typical of many purebloods. He did not take out his frustrations on Mrs. Norris due to his own circumstances. On the contrary, he treated her quite well. No, Mr. Filch, I have come to seek you out. As Draco spoke, his gaze fixed intently upon Filch. Having endured years of disdain, Filch quickly discerned the profound significance behind Draco's eyes. However, he could not ascertain whether this depth was of a benevolent or malevolent nature. Draco is unlike any other young wizard. He possesses prestige, popularity, strength, and a distinguished lineage within the school. Once he sets his sights on Mr. Filch, it certainly bodes ill for Filch. Apologies, I must now head to the dining hall for lunch, Filch remarked as he prepared to exit, only to find Draco blocking his path. The young man stood resolutely in the doorway, exuding the aura of a schoolyard bully. Despite his attempts to appear youthful, he now occupied such a commanding position that his very presence instilled a sense of unease, even in someone as seasoned as Filch. Please don't leave, sir, he insisted. I have some delightful news to discuss with you. I am certain you will find it intriguing. Draco produced his wand, directing it ominously at Filch's chest. Although his words were delivered with a facade of gentleness, his demeanor radiated an unmistakable firmness. It appeared as though should Filch refuse his demands, the next incantation would be unleashed upon him. If you wish to see Slytherin stripped of all points, you are most welcome to act upon it. Filch remained largely unperturbed. Throughout his many years at Hogwarts, no one had ever dared to act so brazenly. Even those who disregarded their own reputations would still be mindful of the prestige of their house. You threaten me with Slytherin? Do you truly believe I am intimidated? You must think I came to confront you without having devised a strategy beforehand. Draco smiled gently, a glimmer of brilliance dancing in his eyes. If I so desired, no one would ever know of my visit to you, and the name Filch would quietly vanish from Hogwarts. If you doubt this, feel free to test it. Such is the nature of negotiation, a balance of the stick and the sweet date. To offer sweetness, one must first wield the stick effectively. It is essential to establish dominance. Otherwise, some individuals remain oblivious to their own limitations. You may certainly attempt it. Filch was incensed by Draco's words. His expression contorted into something quite fierce. It was not merely anger, it was also a response of self-preservation. He was a squib, lacking any substantial means of defense when confronted by a wizard. Even if that wizard was merely a first-year student. Do not be so angry, Filch. I genuinely have matters to discuss with you. I have heard you are a squib, and have never experienced a surge of magical energy. Draco was undoubtedly speaking nonsense, as if he were stabbing Firk repeatedly. Firk, feeling utterly helpless, could only nod in response. What exactly do you desire? Firk sought to buy time, yet Draco would not allow him that luxury. Draco flicked his wand, and in an instant, the cup on the nearby table shattered into a myriad of pieces. Draco once again pointed his wand at Filch, silently gesturing for him to sit down obediently. The situation was more powerful than the individual. Filch had no choice but to comply. According to his speculation, Draco would not dare to act. For the Malfoy family was vast and influential. Should he resort to violence, Draco would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. While sacrificing his life to drag the Malfoy family into disgrace might seem worthwhile to onlookers, to him, nothing was more precious than his own existence. Draco Malfoy. He has etched this name into his memory. One must avoid falling into his grasp, for otherwise, he shall make Draco Malfoy acutely aware of the power of a silenced cannon. After meticulously casting layer upon layer of soundproofing charms, Draco finally began to speak. Do not be alarmed, my dear sir. I harbor no ill intentions. I have recently stumbled upon a potion that bestows magical abilities upon muggles. Given my excellent rapport with Lady Loris, you were the first person to come to mind. Draco unhesitatingly divulged the matter of the potion. He harbored no concern that Filch would reveal its existence. Even if he did, no one would believe a squib. After all, if such a miraculous potion truly existed, there would be no distinctions between muggles, squibs, and wizards. What are you saying? Please do not jest about such matters. Filch was genuinely incensed this time. The term squib had always been his Achilles heel, a sensitive point. While he might not react too strongly if someone merely labeled him a squib, having grown accustomed to it, he would be enraged if someone mocked him by suggesting he could become a wizard, only to deride his naivety. Get out. I will report your malicious behavior to Professor Snape. Filch's fury was palpable. Upon realizing he was a squib, he had endured such humiliations countless times before. Each instance brought nothing but deceit and humiliation, without exception. How can one know without trying? Draco spoke as he retrieved the potion he had meticulously concocted. Unlike the potions that Filch had encountered in the hands of charlatans, this vial emanated an extraordinary allure. Merely glancing at it stirred one's heart with excitement. However, in this world, every game necessitates a sacrifice, Perhaps it would be prudent to have Lady Loris test the potion on your behalf. Draco is probing the limits of Filch's resolve. It is widely acknowledged that Filch regards Lady Loris as the embodiment of his deepest affections. Once Draco discerns the extent of his boundaries, he will know precisely how to manipulate Filch to serve his own interests. Impossible. I shall not experiment with Lady Loris. Filch retorted, dismissing the notion. He did not believe the potion in Draco's possession was genuine. If it were indeed a counterfeit, there would be no necessity for experimentation. Sir, I hail from the Malfoy lineage. It is inconceivable for me to act without purpose. My family's reputation is at stake. Do you truly think I would jeopardize it for the sake of a mere cat, incurring the wrath of an enemy? Draco smiled wryly. His words had shaken Filch. Madame Loris is my friend. Filch softened somewhat. Sir, it is merely a cat. Will you cease to be a wizard over this one feline? Are you willing to forego your wizardry for the sake of Madame Loris? Draco's words were imbued with a potent charm. Filch lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, gradually shifting his gaze towards Lady Loris. Draco was aware that Filch had already made his choice. Just as Filch was about to speak, Draco interrupted him. I beg your pardon, sir. I was merely jesting. You cannot possibly take that to heart. I have personally brought the specimen. Draco spoke as he retrieved a small white mouse from his expandable bag. He was well aware of Mrs. Loris's significance to Filch. Indeed, he wished to test Filch's limits. Yet he did not intend to corner him completely. Once an individual loses their boundaries, they can become exceedingly dangerous. Take Filch, for example. If the cost of Mrs. Loris's mishap was too great, and the offerings Draco provided did not meet his expectations, the situation would inevitably grow more convoluted, leaving Draco unable to win Filch's genuine loyalty. Filch's expression was an intricate tapestry of emotions, surprise, anger, and regret intermingled. Meanwhile, the little cat, oblivious to its owner's fleeting desire to abandon it, continued to nuzzle against Mr. Filch's leg with eager affection. I am quite considerate, am I not, sir? Are you ready to give it a try? This statement, however, was mere idle chatter. When Filch resolved to sacrifice Mrs. Loris, he had already made up his mind to experiment with the potion in Draco's possession. Thus, when Draco inquired, Filch nodded without hesitation. He reached out, grasping the small white mouse firmly, pinching its jaw to compel it to open its mouth. Draco hesitated no longer. He removed the soft stopper from the vial and let fall 2 drops of the potion into the mouth of the small mouse. After all, the potion was intended for human use, and its potency exceeded expectations. For a creature of such diminutive size, merely 2 drops sufficed. As soon as the liquid entered its mouth, the mouse began to struggle, the convulsions escalating until even Mr. Filch found it impossible to hold on to it. Just as Filch released the mouse, expecting it to plummet to the ground, to his astonishment, it began to levitate in midair. This. Filch was rendered speechless with excitement. He understood better than anyone that this was a manifestation of magical upheaval, the very precursor to possessing magic. The magic he had yearned for. I did not deceive you, did I? Draco spoke as he waved the potion tantalizingly before Filch's eyes. Filch was utterly captivated. His gaze fixated on the vial, his eyes brimming with longing. He even instinctively reached out to snatch the potion from Draco's grasp. Draco had been keenly observing Firk's reaction. Naturally, he could not allow him to seize the opportunity. Just as Firk reached out, Draco recoiled slightly, embodying a demeanor that clearly communicated his refusal. Sir, taking without asking is hardly a commendable habit. I have previously stated that all things come at a cost. I am willing to provide you with what you desire, but only if you are prepared to render the requisite payment. The villainous visage of Draco reemerged. What is it that you desire? Filch was vehemently intent on acquiring this potion, yet he had not succumbed entirely to madness. Of course, he was left with but a sliver of sanity. Fear not. I shall not compel you to undertake any unforeseen actions. I merely seek information regarding Harry Potter and Professor Dumbledore. Draco remarked, producing a pill. The human body, after all, is unlike that of animals. While creatures may endure immense suffering, a human subjected to such torment would undoubtedly succumb. Perhaps, before you consume it, you might consider taking a pill to enhance your physical resilience. Draco finished speaking and casually tossed the pill onto the table, appearing nonchalant. His previous words seemed merely a suggestion, indifferent to whether Filch paid attention or not. Draco spoke as he presented the potion before Filch. Filch, however, felt a tinge of confusion regarding Draco's actions. Uncertain of Draco's intentions, he pretended to drink the potion. Upon observing Draco's lack of reaction, he finally felt at ease. "Sir, why do you stare at me? There is no potion upon my face." Draco sensed the bewilderment in Filch, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he regarded Filch, akin to a glance directed at a wayward child. "No, I am merely curious. How did you acquire such a potion?" Filch, no longer hesitating, seized the pill from the table and swallowed it down. Only then did he commence drinking the elixir. As the liquid coursed down his throat, he was met with an intense sensation of stimulation, followed by an overwhelming pain, as if his very body were being remade. Didn't Draco mention that the potion could alleviate pain? Why, then, did he not experience any relief? Just as Filch was on the brink of despair, he suddenly felt a surge of strength coursing through his body. This was the magical power he had long yearned for. He could sense the energy within him. Yet years of fear restrained him from acting. He remained utterly oblivious to the madness gleaming in Draco's eyes. Wingardium Leviosa. Draco, perceptive as ever, discerned Filch's hesitation and took it upon himself to demonstrate the levitation charm before him. This charm, a fundamental lesson for first-year wizards, posed no significant challenge. In truth, Filch had once clandestinely attended Hogwarts lectures, harboring the belief that he possessed magical abilities, perhaps merely dormant or overlooked by the school. However, after countless failed attempts at practicing, he ultimately realized the bitter truth. He was not a wizard. At this juncture, the middle-aged man appeared somewhat timid. He glanced at Draco, who gave him an encouraging nod, and summoned the courage to cast his first spell, Wingardium Leviosa. As anticipated, the cup on the table gracefully ascended into the air, but only for a fleeting moment before it plummeted back down. This was not due to a lack of magical ability, but rather Filch's insufficient mastery of the incantation. "I have magic! I have magic!" Filch proclaimed loudly, eager for all to hear, particularly those who had long mocked him as a mere squib. From this moment forth, he would be a legitimate wizard, a valid presence in the magical realm, no longer a target for ridicule. His smile took on a frenzied quality, gradually morphing into suppressed sobs as he unleashed the pent-up grievances accumulated over years of unjust treatment. Draco did not intervene. He silently allowed him to weep. After all, he had cast multiple layers of silencing charms, ensuring that unless Dumbledore himself came to listen, no one would discover the true nature of the events transpiring here. The young wizards did not dine quickly. By all accounts, it would be some time before they returned. Nonetheless, Filch's cries did not last long. He was, after all, an adult with a strong capacity for self-regulation. Soon, the joy in his eyes transformed into determination. Having witnessed numerous gifted wizards at Hogwarts, he aspired to become a powerful sorcerer himself. In times when he lacked magical abilities, such thoughts were unimaginable, but now everything had changed. "Are you feeling a bit calmer now, sir?" Draco regarded Filch with an enigmatic smile. Having served as the Minister of Magic for over a decade, he possessed a profound understanding of human nature. Thus, he could comprehend Filch's elation. However, understanding and willingness are two disparate matters. Filch fell silent and took a seat. Indeed, he had been momentarily intoxicated by the potion, failing to fully contemplate Draco's request. "I can appreciate your joy, Mr. Filch. Yet I wish for no one to discover the source of your magical prowess is linked to me. Do you grasp that?" In truth, from the moment Filch swallowed that pill, he was stripped of his autonomy. His life, from this point onward, unequivocally belonged to Draco. Why? After years of being voiceless, finally possessing magic, he could not divulge it to others. What, then, was the purpose of this power? Filch appeared somewhat agitated. The first thought that crossed his mind upon acquiring magic was to inform those who had once ridiculed him, to deliver a resounding slap to their faces. Yet now Draco insisted he must keep this secret. How could he possibly accept such a condition? If you deem it worthless, you may choose to forego it. True strength has never been concerned with external perceptions. Playing the fool to deceive the tiger is also a commendable strategy. At least you can observe their folly from Merlin's perspective. Draco endeavored to express himself with a gentler tone, adhering to the principle of courtesy before conflict. If Filch were truly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, then he should not be surprised by the ensuing consequences. Should I choose to resist? What recourse do you possess? Do you intend to terminate my existence? Perhaps it is the latent magic within him that emboldens Filch, prompting him to probe Draco's limits. Moreover, once he fully harnesses his magical prowess, he begins to covet Draco's elixirs. No one would believe that Draco merely stumbled upon a vial of potion, and that it was only due to his amiable association with Lady Loris that he entrusted the potion to Filch. This scenario suggests two possibilities. First, he wishes to make himself a subject of experimentation. Second, he undoubtedly possesses more than a single vial of potion. If each vial yields such potent effects, seizing all the remaining potions would liberate him from a life of destitution. Thus, he should not blame me for the consequences that may follow. Draco discerned the avarice glimmering in Filch's eyes and, weary of engaging with such a fool, promptly jingled the bell in his hand. As the chimes resonated, a small creature emerged slowly from the pill Filch had just consumed. It danced in rhythm with the bell's melody, incessantly gnawing at Filch's flesh. In agony, Filch collapsed onto the floor, his hands bracing against the table, desperately clinging to what little dignity remained. "Sir, can you guess how long it will take for you to meet your demise? Do you think you shall perish before the other professors return?" Draco smiled gently. Yet to Firk, that smile resembled a harbinger of death. "Do not be disobedient. I did not instruct you to keep this from others. I merely asked you to concoct a plausible excuse, one that would not implicate me, and then share it with them," Draco remarked, arching an eyebrow. "However, I must remind you that Professor Dumbledore is a master of mind manipulation. He would never employ such tactics against a muggle. Yet that does not imply he would refrain from using them against a wizard, particularly one who only discovers their magical abilities in later years." Although Draco verbally agreed to allow Firky to disclose his acquisition of magical power to everyone, the underlying implication was for Firky to keep his lips sealed and refrain from revealing anything to anyone. "I understand that appearances can often hold more weight than reality." Firky is acutely aware that he might be at the mercy of Draco. Yet, he finds himself powerless in this situation. Having reached this juncture, he must proceed cautiously, adhering to Draco's wishes, while striving to lower his guard incrementally. His aim is to gradually enhance his own strength, with the hope of one day liberating himself from Draco's dominion. "Oh, by the way, has there been any news regarding Potter during the Christmas season?" Draco speculated that during the Christmas season, the Weasley twins and Harry Potter would find themselves in a secluded setting, where he could exploit the opportunity to draw them closer together. Given that Filch was somewhat inept, they might not be as guarded around him, allowing even the most trivial matters to come to his attention. "I am not entirely certain, but recently, Dumbledore inexplicably relocated a magical mirror to Hogwarts. He referred to this mirror as the Mirror of Ariste and specifically instructed me that if Harry Potter were to approach the Mirror of Ariste, I was to refrain from intervening." Filch, keen on lowering Draco's vigilance, would endeavor to accommodate his requests. After all, Draco had consistently sought information regarding Harry Potter, and the connection between Harry and Filch was tenuous at best, posing no threat to Filch's interests. Thus, disclosing information to Draco was of little consequence. The Mirror of Ariste? Draco possessed a certain recollection of the enchanted mirror, which reflects the innermost desires of the heart. During his tenure as Minister of Magic, he had claimed this mirror for himself. However, as his temperament grew increasingly extreme and he ceased to believe in the illusions conjured by the mirror, he shattered it to pieces. It was quite unexpected that Dumbledore would employ this very mirror against Harry Potter. Not only had Dumbledore discerned this, but even Draco had noticed Harry's profound affection for his parents. By exploiting this connection to his parents, Draco could swiftly unlock the gates to Harry's heart. It seemed imperative to have a conversation with Harry, for it would be unwise to squander so much effort and allow Dumbledore to reap the rewards effortlessly. "Oh, by the way, are you aware of the matter on the 3rd floor? It is certain that Harry must go there, and Draco must even guide him." Yet, despite his conjecture, he believed that this was merely a trial set by Dumbledore for Harry and would not pose significant obstacles. Nevertheless, it could not be devoid of any hindrance at all. If there were truly no impediments, it would be impossible to obstruct Professor Quirrell, who was acting as a spy. Draco was uncertain, but he knew that once that matter reached the 3rd floor, all the professors would gather there. Events at Hogwarts seldom escaped the notice of Filch. Having spent years at Hogwarts, Filch was privy to every whisper and rustle. He resembled a vigilant cleaning lady in an office, aware of every little commotion. However, in the past, he had been rather oblivious, showing little interest in such matters, as they offered him no advantage. Professor Quirrell was also present. He appeared rather daft. Indeed, this complicates matters. After all, Professor Quirrell is an adult wizard, and when faced with similar challenges, he would undoubtedly decipher them far more swiftly than Harry and his young peers. For Dumbledore to ensure that Harry arrives before Professor Quirrell, consistent guidance was essential. It is no wonder that Weasley was so impatient. If they did not hasten, The Philosopher's Stone would be stolen by Professor Quirrell. I shall not intrude further. It would be best for you to adapt to your physical changes. I hope to hear good news from you." With matters resolved, Draco felt little inclination to expend further effort concerning Filch. To instigate a revolution in the magical world requires the alignment of favorable circumstances, advantageous locations, and human resources. While the time may not yet be ripe, the location is already established. What remains is the human element, which encompasses soldiers, provisions, strategies, and a myriad of other necessities. Currently, Draco possesses only a limited number of capable subordinates and must continue to cultivate alliances. However, he can begin organizing provisions. Previously, he feared wandering the halls of Hogwarts at night, dreading discovery by Filch, and had even made an effort to win him over. Now, those concerns have dissipated. As Filch has become an ally, he would never apprehend Draco. Thus, it is also imperative to strategize for financial gain. Logically, entrusting such matters to Zabini would be far more prudent than to Theodore, who is overly reticent and ill-suited for business dealings. In contrast, Zabini's vivacious disposition is well-suited for entrepreneurial ventures. Yet, Zabini's stance has always diverged from theirs, as Draco had not previously incorporated him into their inner circle. However, the circumstances have changed. Nonetheless, this endeavor requires careful planning. Although it is merely the first day of term, Harry Potter has not forgotten the promise he made to Draco. He continues to seek out a secluded alleyway, diligently teaching Draco the intricacies of Parseltongue. Draco was beset by questions, yearning to inquire of Harry Potter. Yet he refrained from doing so immediately. He waited until the conclusion of their Parseltongue class before he finally addressed Harry with a subdued tone. "I have heard that you and Weasley embarked on a nocturnal adventure through Hogwarts during the Christmas holiday." Draco did not even mention the Mirror of Ariste. Yet Harry Potter immediately became alert. How could Draco possess such intricate knowledge? According to Harry Potter's understanding, Draco's influence has always been confined to Slytherin. Yet, during Christmas, among the young wizards who remained, there were none from Slytherin. How then did Draco acquire this information? Could it be that there were spies among those who stayed? Perhaps it is time to reassess Draco Malfoy's capabilities. "How do you know of this matter?" "He indeed took me out and introduced me to my parents." Potter acknowledged this fact. His demeanor was remarkably calm. When he mentioned Weasley, there was none of the previous disdain in his gaze. It appeared he had grown accustomed to having Weasley by his side, regarding him as a friend rather than a mere pawn to exploit. He even employed this statement to test Draco's boundaries. Draco, having long been entrenched in the corridors of power in his previous life, could hardly be oblivious to the implications behind Harry Potter's words. Harry sought to maintain a favorable relationship with the Weasleys, ensuring a continuous flow of benefits from their side, while simultaneously coveting Draco's strength. He yearned to wield Draco's influence to repel the challenges posed by Dumbledore and his cohorts. Thus, he began to gauge Draco's receptiveness towards the Weasleys. He aspired to forge alliances akin to the way he sought to unite Hermione and the Weasley siblings. But how could this be feasible? Setting aside the long-standing enmity between the Weasley and Malfoy families, Draco's pride would never permit Potter to manipulate him so easily. "Are you truly on amiable terms with the Weasleys?" Leaning casually against the wall, Draco's tone, though framed as a question, was gentle and far from accusatory. Only Draco was aware that his inflection was merely a tactic to lower Harry Potter's defenses and coax out his true feelings. Indeed, Potter was unguarded. In an attempt to win Draco over, he offered a plethora of favorable terms. Perhaps having enjoyed stability for too long, Harry Potter too began to negotiate. His words unmistakably implied that he expected Draco to present some terms of his own. Draco scoffed at Harry Potter's words, gradually closing the distance between them. Suddenly, he seized Harry by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Harry struggled desperately, yet to no avail. "Potter," Draco sneered, "I believe you're mistaken. From the very beginning, it has been you who sought my favor. Do you genuinely think that after a few days of peace, they would simply let you be? Do you naively believe that your camaraderie with the Weasley boy can spare you from the inevitable grip of death? If Weasley truly possessed such power, he would not be lurking beside you as a spy." Draco gazed at Harry with indifference. His grip tightened progressively, becoming more constrictive until Harry's face turned an ashen hue. Only then did he gradually release his hold on Harry's neck. "If you are reluctant to engage in this transaction, you need not be evasive. Simply state your position. I have nearly mastered Parseltongue today, so I shall not impose further." Draco cast a scornful glance at Harry before turning to leave. Harry, however, was clearly reluctant to allow such an outcome. Being a perceptive individual, he sought to maximize his advantages while still clinging to Draco, not yet willing to relinquish this crucial ally. After all, he had not yet deciphered the true intentions of those who threatened his life. Thus, abandoning Draco, his lifeline, was inconceivable. I do not mean to imply that you are replaceable. Rather, I wish to express that imbecile Weasley lacks the intellect I require. I could garner far greater resources from him to bolster my own position. Harry was acutely aware of the animosity between Draco and Ron, which led him to employ disparaging remarks about Ron in Draco's presence. By now, he was forced to concede that Draco was far less malleable than Hermione. He found himself unable to navigate the delicate balance between Draco and Ron. In this predicament, his only option was to secure Draco's allegiance first. You may think as you wish. If you desire to cozy up to Weasley, feel free to depart. I have no time for such games. Draco was aware that Harry Potter had taken a step back. This was precisely what Draco desired. Draco was acutely aware that, although Harry Potter appeared to be motivated by self-interest, he was, at his core, an individual profoundly deprived of affection. With sufficient love and care, he could easily be swayed. Draco had long anticipated that Harry Potter would waver due to the Weasleys, and thus his primary purpose for coming today was to exert pressure on Harry. He has successfully achieved this objective. However, mere pressure is insufficient. A strategic plan must also be devised. It is imperative that Harry Potter does not completely escape his influence. Any hint of rebellion must be decisively extinguished. At this time tomorrow, I shall remain here to continue your lessons in Parseltongue. Harry is acutely aware that Draco is currently unreceptive to his words, so he resorts to a suggestive approach. Teaching him Parseltongue signifies that Harry has not entirely relinquished the prospect of collaboration with Draco. Draco remained silent, departing without a backward glance. The matters concerning Harry had been resolved to a significant extent. Now, he must address the situation with Zabini. Draco pondered for quite some time, yet ultimately decided to involve Zabini in the affairs. His position was indeed inconvenient, burdened with numerous responsibilities. Should he dedicate himself solely to the business, all would become devoid of significance. Conversely, if he did not focus on the enterprise, relying solely on Theodore and others would render the management of the business utterly unfeasible. Draco found himself reluctantly entangled with the innocent Zabini. If it were up to him, he would prefer to avoid such entanglement altogether. After all, the addition of another individual only heightened the stakes, especially considering that the Zabini family had always maintained a stance of neutrality. Neutrality can be the most treacherous of positions. Should one be steadfastly neutral, it would be manageable, but if one were to waver like a reed in the wind, trouble would surely ensue. Nevertheless, Draco now needed to ponder meticulously how to orchestrate a scheme that would lead Zabini to recognize this reality and, in turn, willingly choose to participate. When Draco returned to the dining hall, everyone was in the midst of their meal. "Draco, why are you late again?" Zabini inquired with a furrowed brow, feeling that Draco was concealing something from him. Yet, Draco was reluctant to speak freely, and inquiries yielded no results. "Theodore, would you step outside with me for a moment? There is something I need to discuss with you." Draco spoke, casting a knowing glance towards Theodore. Theodore nodded in response. Although he could not decipher Draco's intentions, obedience was invariably prudent. Meanwhile, Zabini found himself utterly perplexed. What was transpiring? Why did Draco confide solely in Theodore and not in him? "Draco, Theodore, what secrets do you share?" Zabini furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the two. There were indeed pressing matters requiring Theodore's assistance, at times. Possessing too much knowledge is not advantageous. Draco is deliberately teasing, withholding information from Zabini, and intentionally piquing Zabini's curiosity. Upon concluding his words, Draco departed the scene alongside Theodore. As they ventured into a secluded corner, Theodore could no longer contain his concerns. "Draco, what is amiss with you today? Are you considering enlisting Zabini as well?" It was evident that Theodore disapproved of this notion. Zabini, after all, represented the neutral faction, which is currently far more secure than those who have already chosen sides. "No, I merely believe we need to engage in some business, and neither you nor I are the most suitable candidates for such a task. Zabini would be far more adept at handling it than we are." Draco repudiated Theodore's accusations, attributing his actions merely to business rather than opposition to Voldemort. "Zabini is entangled with us to an excessive degree. His situation is no longer straightforward, which is certainly not advantageous for him. Theodore harbors considerable concern for Zabini. He will not become excessively involved with us. This matter, this undertaking, will solely belong to Zabini from beginning to end, having no connection to us whatsoever. Do you comprehend? Theodore? Draco intends to entrust the entirety of this venture to Zabini, allowing himself to merely reap the financial rewards from behind the scenes, without engaging in any managerial duties. Even if others were to discuss it later, it would merely be regarded as Zabini's enterprise. Furthermore, I have never harbored the intention of involving him. However, should he bring it up of his own accord, I would find myself with no recourse. Draco never concealed his thoughts in front of Theodore. Theodore remained silent, quietly observing Draco as the two engaged in a continuous standoff. Theodore sought to overwhelm his opponent with sheer presence. Initially, Draco was willing to endure the tension, but he abruptly turned to gaze towards the end of the alley. I have triumphed, Theodore. Draco smiled faintly, refraining from disclosing the reason. Theodore followed Draco's gaze and, in the distance, caught sight of a corner of a Slytherin uniform. Do not worry, Theodore, all will be well. I shall take my leave now to have my meal. Draco, with a gentle pat on Theodore's shoulder, turned and strode towards the dining hall without a backward glance. In the shadows of that corner, a figure had already departed. Ahead of Draco, when he returned, his companions remained seated in their original spots, as if nothing had altered. Yet Draco was acutely aware that this was not the case. At the very least, Zabini had just stealthily slipped away. Draco leisurely savored his breakfast, fully aware that Zabini's gaze remained fixed upon him, unwavering. Yet, this was precisely what Draco desired. He suddenly lifted his head and addressed Zabini. Blaise, Theodore and I have matters to attend to this evening. Professor Snape may require my attention later. Please do remind me of the details. Draco deliberately informed Zabini that he and Theodore were preparing to go out, merely to pique Zabini's curiosity. As for Professor Snape's inquiry, it was, of course, a fabrication, nothing more than a pretext. Whether Professor Snape would arrive tonight was of little consequence. After all, Draco had consistently stated that it was a possibility, not a certainty. Well, is there anything you require my assistance with? This was likely Zabini's final attempt at probing. Regrettably, Draco resolutely declined. Draco returned in a state of disarray after only a few bites. As if beset by some troubling predicament, Zabini, already a person of considerable curiosity, found his interest piqued even further. He relayed Draco's instructions to Pansy. Wasn't he supposed to enlist your assistance? Pansy inquired, her brow furrowed. Slytherins typically prefer not to meddle in others' affairs, and she was no exception. I have matters to attend to this evening. Zabini was reluctant to disclose his plans to Pansy. You intend to follow Draco? Pansy astutely uncovered Zabini's intentions. How did you know? Zabini asked, astonished, for he believed he had not uttered a word. It's written all over your face, Pansy replied with an eye roll. But do you think Draco will be aware of this? If he finds out, wouldn't he be furious? Pansy pondered aloud, recognizing Draco's intelligence. If Draco were to learn of their intentions, would it not thwart their pursuit? If Draco were aware of Zabini's thoughts, he would undoubtedly intervene. It is a jest. Without your participation, how could the performance continue? Nevertheless, it matters not, for he would not divulge anything to you. Even if time were to pass, it would bear no consequence. Draco would not hold a grudge. And even if he were to become irate, it would only last for a matter of days. Are you still unfamiliar with Draco's temperament? In Pansy's eyes, Draco still resembled the child he once was, though he exhibited the temperament of a young master. He seldom harbored anger towards those close to him. Zabini nodded. That evening, he stealthily followed Draco to an unexpected location. The 8th floor? What brings Draco to the 8th floor? In Zabini's impression, there seems to be nothing of significance there. Furthermore, why is he standing before a wall? Is he contemplating in solitude? When did Draco develop this peculiar interest? Zabini, perplexed, crouched in the corner, hesitant to reveal himself. The 8th floor held little of significance, rendering it a place where few young wizards dared to venture. Draco, with his keen senses, had long since detected Zabini's presence. A subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth. I desire a tranquil room. Draco's voice was far from quiet. At least Zabini, not far away, could hear him quite clearly. Zabini was puzzled as to why Draco was suddenly speaking to the wall, but in the next moment, a door appeared on the wall. Marvelous. He had never encountered such a secret chamber before. He couldn't contain himself and exclaimed in astonishment. Draco heard a sound and immediately turned to gaze in Zabini's direction. Draco felt a sense of helplessness towards Zabini. It was truly remarkable that he had the audacity to speak so loudly while tailing someone. Had it not been for this occasion, where Draco had cunningly lured him into a trap, he would have long been apprehended. Nevertheless, the necessary procedures must still be followed. Draco, filled with uncertainty, approached Zabini but halted just 5 meters away. He meticulously surveyed the surroundings, as if oblivious to Zabini's presence. After retreating to his original position, he gently pushed open the door to the room of requirement. It seemed he intended to enter, yet unexpectedly, he glanced back towards Zabini's spot, as if contemplating a sudden change of mind. This startled Zabini immensely. Once assured that no one else was present, Draco finally stepped into the room of requirement, after which the door vanished. Zabini exhaled in relief, leaning weakly against a nearby wall. He had not anticipated that Draco harbored such a significant secret, nor did he realize that Hogwarts possessed such a remarkable place. After ensuring the absence of others, Zabini stood in the exact spot where Draco had been and uttered the same words, "I wish for a quiet room." In response, the door reappeared. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately chose to enter. Little did he know that sometimes a single decision can alter the trajectory of one's life. Often, once a door is opened, it cannot be closed again. As Zabini stepped inside, he was greeted by a cozy room, where Draco sat curled up in the corner of the sofa. Sensing another's approach, he instantly lifted his gaze to meet Zabini's. Caught off guard, Zabini locked eyes with him and noticed that Draco's eyes were red, as if he had been crying. "Draco, what is the matter? Is something troubling you? Do you need my assistance?" Zabini inquired, perplexed by who could have caused Draco such distress. Draco is indeed the head of Slytherin, and the members of Slytherin would certainly not dare to act against him. The students from other houses are already wary of Slytherin. How could they possibly provoke Draco, the esteemed leader of Slytherin? "Zabini, there is no one who can assist me. No one can offer me any help." Draco lowered his head, as if he were truly ensnared in an insurmountable predicament. "How could you ascertain that I am unable to assist you if you remain silent?" Zabini was nearly consumed by curiosity, yet Draco continued to evade the matter at hand. What was amiss? Did he not regard me as a friend? Indeed, as the Sorting Hat aptly noted, Slytherins are adept at discerning the opportune moment and prioritizing their own safety. However, within Slytherin, one can also forge the most loyal of friendships. Do not involve yourself. It is not a prudent course of action. Draco continues to refuse. "Draco, what on earth is going on with you? Do you truly consider me a friend?" Zabini, irate, stood before Draco, looking down at him as he posed the question. "This matter pertains to the Dark Lord. Are you certain you wish to know?" Draco lifted his gaze towards Zabini, his eyes filled with solemnity. This took Zabini by surprise. Was it concerning the mysterious figure? After a moment of hesitation, Zabini swiftly solidified his inner conviction. "Indeed, we are friends." Draco nodded, as if resolutely deciding something. His gaze fixed upon Zabini. They spoke of the Dark Lord's imminent return, asserting that upon his arrival, he would first turn his attention to their family. Whispers suggested that once the Dark Lord returned, he would suffer a fate akin to that of Potter. As Draco spoke, a hint of sorrow lingered in his eyes, as if he genuinely believed in the veracity of his words. "Who told you that?" Zabini inquired, furrowing his brow as he regarded Draco. He was perplexed by the absurdity of the statements made in Draco's presence. If Voldemort were truly capable of returning, he would have done so long ago. Why the delay until now? It was Harry Potter, he finally revealed, who claimed it was Professor Dumbledore that imparted this information to him. Draco was well aware of the strained relationship between Zabini and Potter, and he certainly would not take the initiative to inquire about Potter. This matter was inherently devoid of evidence. Draco could assert anything he wished. Dumbledore? Upon hearing Dumbledore's name, Zabini fell silent. After all, Dumbledore was the most renowned white wizard of the century in the magical world, and his words carried a certain degree of credibility. However, even if Voldemort were to return, Draco surmised that his first target would undoubtedly be Harry Potter. It was inconceivable that he would act against them so swiftly. They were a pureblood family, and Voldemort would surely rely on them. Zabini took great pride in his pureblood heritage and did not believe that Voldemort would first turn against the pureblood families. The pureblood families of the magical world possessed influence, wealth, and status. A single thread pulled could unravel the entire tapestry. If Voldemort wished to solidify his position, he would certainly refrain from recklessly attacking pureblood families. Moreover, over a decade ago, it was because of Harry Potter that he had faced defeat. Thus, the individual he ought to confront first was indeed Harry Potter. Not so, Zabini. Before the Dark Lord could confront Dumbledore and Harry Potter, he would need to gather connections and amass considerable wealth. Draco gazed solemnly at Zabini, his eyes filled with anguish. Most of the former Death Eaters languished in Azkaban, while some had managed to escape under the pretext of the Imperius curse. If Voldemort wished to fully subjugate those who had evaded capture through this means, he would need to set an example. Furthermore, confronting Dumbledore would require substantial financial resources, and the Malfoy family epitomized both criteria. Not only were they affluent, but they also included former Death Eaters who had utilized the Imperius curse to flee. They were the ideal candidates for making an example. Zabini, swayed by Draco's words, displayed a trace of concern on his face. However, these matters were beyond his influence. Finding a solution proved to be a formidable challenge. Draco observed Zabini lost in his own thoughts and initiated a new topic. Given the prowess of my parents, I am not particularly concerned about their demise in this conflict. However, if they were to lose their wealth, would they then be reduced to begging from those they once looked down upon? Draco gazed at Zabini, his eyes seemingly brimming with tears. In that instant, Zabini was struck by a sudden epiphany, a spark illuminating his thoughts. We could establish our own enterprise, one that remains shrouded in secrecy, even from Voldemort. Though the Malfoy family may ultimately lose their fortune, they need not descend into destitution. Zabini was gradually becoming entangled in this scheme, yet he appeared to lack a full understanding of its implications. That cannot be. Were I Voldemort, I would meticulously scrutinize the business affairs of my entire family. The moment I ventured into commerce, I would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Draco spoke, curling up in agony, as if on the brink of collapse. I had once contemplated venturing into business, even meticulously planning what to undertake. However, reality proved far more complex than my imaginings. Surely, Voldemort would set his sights on our family in the future, for I have discerned that even Dumbledore has begun to focus his attention upon us. Draco, with a series of intricate twists and turns, was on the verge of revealing his true intentions. In truth, his words had already conveyed a clear message, specifically aimed at Zabini. They had been childhood friends, sharing a bond that ran deep. Witnessing Draco in his most anguished state, Zabini felt compelled to offer unwavering support. You could entrust me with some of your business. With my name backing you, it would surely face fewer obstacles. My family has always maintained a neutral stance, and in times of chaos, we would undoubtedly be safer than you. Zabini believed he had made a shrewd decision, yet in reality, every aspect had already been meticulously orchestrated by others. Could it be true? Draco appeared to have found a glimmer of hope, yet in the next moment, he retracted his words. No, it is better that you remain uninvolved. Your participation in this matter would not bode well. He continued to feign reluctance for some times. This pretense of avoidance can be far more forceful than a mere acceptance of the situation. I also aspire to expand the family business. I do not wish for others to claim that my noble status is merely a result of inheriting my mother's legacy. Zabini endeavored to reason with Draco. I cannot permit you to become entangled in this. Draco stood up and shouted at Zabini. Do you even consider me a friend? Zabini retorted sharply in response. Draco ultimately softened his stance. Very well, but you must take care of yourself. I do not wish for any misfortune to befall you. Draco finally nodded, which put Zabini at ease. However, he suddenly recalled the words Draco had spoken to him during dinner today. Draco stated that he had urgent matters to discuss with Theodore that evening. However, only he was visibly present. Did you not mention you were to meet Theodore tonight? Why are you the only one here? Zabini inquired, his brow furrowing as he gazed intently at Draco, sensing something amiss. Indeed, I intended to confer with Theodore regarding this matter. He is also troubled by it. Nevertheless, he enjoys a degree of anonymity, for the Knot family is not as conspicuous as the Malfoys. Upon hearing this, Zabini's anger flared. All doubts were cast aside. Are they not friends? Why would he inform Theodore yet withhold the truth from me? What exactly is Draco's situation? Why do friends categorize each other into ranks? Theodore is aware of this matter. Have you all kept it from me? Zabini gazed at Draco, his eyes reflecting a hint of reproach. Theodore's family also belongs to the Death Eater lineage, and his circumstances differ from yours. Draco hung his head, embodying the posture of one receiving reprimand. He murmured a quiet protest. Theodore, why hasn't he come over? This was also a point of curiosity for Zabini. I merely sought a place to vent my emotions. Theodore was unaware of this concealed spot on the 8th floor. I had no intention of bringing anyone here, and I never expected you to discover it on your own. Zabini sighed in relief, finally possessing knowledge that Theodore did not. Shall we go find Theodore now? Zabini inquired eagerly, quickly taking the initiative. Very well. Draco led the way ahead. guiding Zabini through a series of winding alleyways until they arrived at a secluded lane. There, Theodore awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Draco and Zabini approach together, Theodore exhibited no surprise. However, a meaningful glimmer in his gaze towards Draco suggested otherwise. Draco had already confided in me regarding the situation. What are your intentions now? Zabini, brimming with excitement, stepped forward to Theodore as if to display something of significance. Theodore raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. I am preparing to create a communication device, as I have found the currently available means of communication to be exceedingly impractical. Although the two-way mirror allows for real-time communication, it is not convenient to carry. Draco immediately broached the subject. In his previous life, he had thrived in this very business, achieving remarkable success. What is this, one might wonder? Zabini, clearly unacquainted with this novel concept, appeared somewhat bewildered. It is essentially a product resembling a hand accessory, capable of facilitating communication while simultaneously serving an ornamental purpose. Draco spoke as he produced a sample. This was something he had crafted in his previous life, and recently, while concocting potions, he had effortlessly created it once more. I have prepared a product. You may examine it, and if you find it satisfactory, let us proceed with this. Draco gazed at Zabini with anticipation. The truth, however, was that even if Zabini were to decline, Draco would ensure its success. Not only could it diminish the time required for information transmission, but its most crucial function lay in its ability to provide precise location tracking. Draco possesses a master control device, enabling him to track the whereabouts of all products. Do not underestimate the significance of this tracking. It proves far more valuable than mere currency. The Malfoy family is not lacking in wealth, and Voldemort has no intention of eradicating them entirely. The motivation behind this venture lies in the tracking capability, which can help Draco circumvent numerous risks. Zabini casually took one device and began to examine it with diligence. Each individual possesses one. Does it have personal information authentication? Indeed. This feature prevents one's belongings from being pilfered by others. As you know, the magical realm often harbors some impoverished souls inclined to thievery. Joking aside, without real name authentication, how could Draco ascertain whose tracking signal it is? With so many people in the world, unless distinctly marked, Draco cannot discern them like a deity. I believe this concept is viable. It is bound to thrive in the magical community. The only concern is whether the manufacturing process is overly complex and if it can be mass-produced. Zabini scrutinized the communication device in his hands. He is, after all, a born merchant, quickly identifying the crux of the matter. Rest assured, Zabini, I will take care of everything. The business dealings will be entrusted to you and Theodore. Zabini glanced at Theodore and nodded. As time passed, the three of them chose to keep their affairs private, refraining from disclosing anything to others. Did you discuss anything with Zabini last time? Theodore inquired during a lull, voicing his curiosity. Zabini has been acting rather unusually of late. He has never behaved this way before, prompting Theodore to attribute this change to the previous conversation between Draco and him. What is troubling you? Why do you harbor such thoughts? Draco evidently failed to grasp the essence of Theodore's inquiry. I have observed that since that incident, Zabini has consistently targeted members of Gryffindor, Granger, Weasley, Longbottom, and even Harry Potter have all fallen under his scrutiny. Theodore fixed his gaze upon Draco, his eyes reflecting certainty, deep down. He had already concluded that this was indeed orchestrated by Draco. I suspect it is a deliberate act of retribution, although he once had a conflict with Harry Potter. That was a matter of the past. He had never before mobilized the Slytherin students on such a large scale to confront them. In truth, Draco is well aware of these dynamics. However, he has chosen to remain indifferent. Draco also believed this was a form of retribution from Zabini. Previously, he had remarked that all this turmoil was due to Harry Potter, while others merely redirected their ire. Recently, the entire Gryffindor house had been in a pitiable state, frequently subjected to bullying. Granger had taken refuge in the library, too frightened to emerge. Weasley, preoccupied with keeping an eye on them, had been shadowing Potter. Longbottom, naturally reserved, had suffered greatly from the harassment. As for Potter, every time he ventured outside, he found himself reported to Professor Snape. Any misdeed he committed was swiftly disclosed. It was likely that the mere sight of Professor Snape made him feel weak at the knees. Indeed, I acknowledge my role in this matter. I am aware of it and will communicate with Zabini, for his approach was indeed rather blunt. He had refrained from condemning Zabini's actions. Rather, he suggested that next time, he should exercise a more subtle touch. On one hand, this was due to the fact that Zabini was his friend, and on the other, he was eager to gauge Dumbledore's stance on Longbottom. In that prophecy, two boys were indicated as potential saviors, Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom. He wished to see if even Dumbledore could discern who the true savior was. Hence both boys were admitted into Gryffindor. Longbottom, Harry, and Weasley even shared a dormitory. Draco was certain that there was no premeditated scheme involved. They had invested so much effort in Harry Potter that it was evident they favored him as the true savior. However, based on Draco's understanding of Dumbledore, it was clear he would not abandon Longbottom. Their concern for Longbottom would ultimately depend on Weasley's attitude towards Zabini. I simply felt that they seemed to be targeting Zabini. Theodore had observed Weasley and the others conspiring in secrecy. Being a Slytherin, how could he possibly sympathize with a few Gryffindors? It was commendable enough that he had not joined Zabini in bullying them. The reason for alerting Draco was merely his suspicion that they might be plotting against Zabini. They? Those Gryffindor fools? I see. Draco nodded and stepped outside. Today marked the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Draco had initially been reluctant to participate, as there were no Slytherins present. He held little fondness for both Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. Although he claimed to enjoy Quidditch, he found no pleasure in watching the young wizards play, as their skills were rather lacking. Nevertheless, out of consideration for Zabini, he ultimately chose to attend. As Draco approached, Zabini was engaged in a heated confrontation with Weasley. Zabini's sharp tongue left Weasley's face flushed with indignation, and he derided Longbottom with disdain. However, Draco keenly observed that after exchanging a glance with Granger, Weasley seemed poised to seize the opportunity presented by Zabini's mockery of Longbottom to deliver a lesson to Zabini. Just as Weasley lunged toward Zabini, Draco unexpectedly stepped forward and grasped the back of Weasley's collar. Weasley, what on earth are you doing? Do you intend to fight? Draco regarded Ron with a smirk that danced between amusement and mockery. He delivered a swift kick to Weasley's backside, taunting, Weasley, ambushing is hardly a commendable habit. If you wish to engage in a brawl, I would be more than willing to face you openly. Oh, and I assume Granger is your accomplice? Draco waved his hand in the direction of Granger. She, filled with trepidation, dared not meet his gaze and swiftly turned away. It was he who first bullied Longbottom. I merely retaliated. Why is it permissible for Slytherin to torment others, yet Gryffindor must remain defenseless? Ron, steeling himself, countered. Although he was acutely aware that Draco would not heed his words, after all, he was the foremost of Slytherin and would invariably side with his own. He couldn't help but voice his discontent. Draco raised an eyebrow, having discerned the sarcasm woven into Ron's words. What a foolish young man. While he indeed harbored a desire to show favoritism, he would never do so overtly. Lombard. Is what Weasley said true? Draco gazed intently at Neville, earnestly inquiring, as if he were a paragon of justice. Yet, unbeknownst to Neville, he had cast a spell that sealed his lips, rendering him utterly mute. He was no ordinary wizard. He had long mastered the art of casting spells silently, evading detection. Astute individuals never resort to overt trickery. All deceptions are executed discreetly. The facade Draco maintained was one of unwavering fairness and righteousness. He harbored grand ambitions and would never tarnish his reputation over trivial matters. What was amiss? Why did Longbottom remain silent? Could it be that everything Weasley stated was mere fabrication? Draco furrowed his brow, gazing at Neville, his eyes brimming with urgency, while inwardly he scoffed. If you managed to utter a single word, my previous life would have been in vain. Weasley was particularly anxious, initially taken aback by Draco's inquiry. He had not anticipated that Draco would truly address Neville. However, upon witnessing Neville's inability to articulate a single word, his anxiety heightened. This was not how it should be. Neville ought to boldly proclaim the truth, striking them with undeniable clarity. Neville, do speak. Weasley appeared more frantic than Longbottom himself. This tense scene endured for quite some time, with Neville failing to utter even a syllable. Although he felt an overwhelming urgency, no sound would escape his lips. His face flushed crimson, his hands flailing in desperate gestures. Mr. Longbottom, perhaps you should consider returning to rest and reflect. It might enable you to express yourself more clearly. Draco did not possess the luxury of time to squander with them. No matter how long the wait, as long as Draco remained in this very spot, Lombard would not dare utter a single word. As for writing with a pen or gesturing with his hand, as long as Draco refused to acknowledge it, it simply did not exist. Draco, casting a glance at Zabini, departed from the scene. He likely surmised Dumbledore's stance regarding the two prophesied sons. At this juncture, Dumbledore had discerned Harry Potter's potential and appeared to favor him as the true savior, relegating Longbottom to a secondary role. Nevertheless, Longbottom's presence remained significant. Dumbledore would not permit any harm to befall him unless absolutely necessary. When Longbottom was in peril, the Weasley would find various pretexts to come to his aid. As soon as Draco had distanced himself, Zabini exhibited a hint of excitement. Longbottom was indeed amusing, babbling away in my presence, yet rendered utterly speechless before Draco. Theodore caught this exchange and shot a wary glance at Zabini. It would be wise to tread carefully should Draco's intervention be absent next time. Those Gryffindors would undoubtedly make you rue the day. Theodore harbored certain suspicions, pondering that Draco might have orchestrated something behind the scenes. However, due to his limited knowledge, he was unable to ascertain the specifics of Draco's machinations. I understand. I merely wish to alleviate Draco's grievances. If you refuse to assist him, why must you prevent me from acting? Zabini regarded Theodore with an expression that suggested he was merely posturing without bearing the burden of the situation. This was infuriating. You. Theodore found himself momentarily taken aback by Zabini's retort. Calm down, gentlemen. This is hardly a matter of great consequence. Are those Gryffindors truly worth our internal discord? Draco cast a glance at the two individuals still locked in confrontation. He found it somewhat amusing. How had he never perceived these two as adversaries in his previous life? It would not be a difficult task to deal with them. Zabini, your approach this time was indeed rather clumsy. Yet, I must express my gratitude for the satisfaction you have inadvertently provided me. Draco Malfoy, the master of serving water. A typical scenario where both parties strike with their respective clubs. Zabini, upon hearing this, felt invigorated. He was well acquainted with Draco and instantly recognized that Draco had a scheme to ensnare them. The audacious Weasley dared to plot against him. He must be taught a lesson. Zabini's reasoning is inherently tyrannical and unreasonable. What is this? Draco spoke as he retrieved a book borrowed from the library from his expandable bag. Zabini looked at the book with a puzzled expression, unable to discern any differences. He turned his gaze towards Draco, confusion etched on his face. I believe this is a library book. I think I have borrowed it before. What makes this particular book different? Please, do turn the pages. Draco found it amusing how someone could begin to ask questions without even flipping through the pages of a book. Upon holding it, he did not perceive anything unusual about the thickness of the volume. Zabini, perplexed, leafed through the pages and unexpectedly discovered a letter tucked within. It was a missive from the second son of the Weasley family. The moment Zabini laid eyes on it, his expression brightened with excitement. Draco revealed to him that a secret lay concealed within the letter. For reasons unknown, he felt convinced that Draco never engaged in trivial pursuits. Zabini, unable to contain his eagerness, tore open the envelope and perused its contents. With each line, his astonishment deepened. He had not anticipated the audacity of a first-year Gryffindor. Hagrid's servant had the audacity to raise a dragon at Hogwarts, and the Gryffindors were all aware of it. Zabini cast a shocked glance at Draco, scarcely able to believe the revelations within the letter. If true, the Gryffindors were in for a dire predicament. Theodore, intrigued by Zabini's reaction, glanced his way. Yet Zabini remained silent. Thus, Theodore seized the letter from Zabini's hands, scrutinizing it intently. If we were to disclose this matter to the school, they would undoubtedly face consequences. As Theodore's gaze met Draco's, he slowly articulated this thought. He could almost envision the pitiful fate awaiting the Gryffindor cohort. The letter stated that Hagrid's dragon was set to hatch tomorrow night. At that moment, they could catch him red-handed and report the incident to the professors, ensuring the Gryffindors faced punishment. Zabini's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. This was true retribution. The earlier antics he had engaged in seemed but trifles in comparison. Zabini, Hogwarts prohibits students from venturing out at night. If you inform the professors, wouldn't that implicate you in nocturnal escapades as well? In his previous life, Draco had been penalized for this very reason, yet due to his Malfoy lineage, he had not faced much animosity within Slytherin. Nevertheless, a degree of resentment lingered. Slytherin, known for its adherence to rules, would never condone a rule breaker. Draco, would you simply allow them to go unpunished? If you have already obtained this information, should they not face consequences? Zabini looked at Draco with uncertainty. If what Draco suggested was indeed true, then they would be powerless to act against the Gryffindors. What then? Was the purpose of acquiring this letter? While it was true that they could not inform the professors, it did not preclude others from doing so. Draco cast a glance at Zabini, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Indeed, Zabini was quite loyal, yet there were moments when his forthrightness seemed excessive. Are you suggesting we inform Salobrook of this news? Theodore's eyes darted around, and he promptly devised a plan. Salobrook harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Harry Potter as well. During this time, whenever Zabini tormented Potter, Salobrook took the opportunity to bully Potter's companions as well. Do you bear a grudge against Salobrook? Theodore, do not be so hasty. He is also a member of Slytherin, and any points deducted will still affect Slytherin. Draco's words caught Theodore off guard. He inwardly rolled his eyes, recalling that it was Draco who initially targeted Salobrook. What do you propose we do then? Theodore shot Draco a look of exasperation. In the face of such matters, one must seek the counsel of an adult. I believe entrusting this issue to Mr. Filch would be rather prudent. It is time for him to face some consequences. Shall I accompany you? Theodore was aware that there might be some unspoken dealings between Filch and Draco, although Draco had never divulged them to him. Curiosity, however, was a relentless force, and he yearned to uncover the truth. No need. I just happened to be delivering some gifts to him. Draco smiled faintly as he spoke, reaching for the book in Zabini's hands. However, he left untouched the letter that lay in Zabini's grasp. Would venturing there now risk discovery by those individuals? The Gryffindors had their share of troubles. Zabini, unusually attentive, sought to punish that group from Gryffindor while simultaneously fearing their awareness of his intentions. It was unlikely. They had more pressing matters at hand. Draco smiled as he spoke. What significant matters could they possibly have? Zabini did not comprehend Draco's words. What pressing issue could possibly occupy the entirety of Gryffindor? Listen, the air was filled with the jubilant cheers of young wizards. Harry Potter had emerged victorious. Draco uttered those words and departed, indifferent to the reactions of those around him. Furk had always been reluctant to partake in such gatherings. These events merely served to remind him of his lack of magical prowess, further deepening his insecurities. Consequently, he had never engaged in activities associated with magic. Whenever such events arose, he would retreat to the solitude of his humble abode. Although he had acquired magic now, he still refrained from participating in these social occasions. At this juncture, nothing was more paramount than practicing magic within the confines of his own sanctuary. Thus, when Draco ventured into Furk's dwelling, Furk was diligently honing his skills with a second-hand wand. The wand appeared antiquated, reminiscent of artifacts from decades past. Furk awkwardly attempted the levitation charm, revealing a distinct lack of aptitude. Upon seeing Draco enter, he immediately became wary, vividly recalling the last time Draco had deceived him. He could no longer regard Draco as merely an ordinary child. Sensing Draco's gaze fixate on his worn wand, he felt a pang of inadequacy and hastily set it aside. Given that he had only recently acquired magic at his age, he dared not visit Ollivander's wand shop to procure a new wand, fearing scrutiny. Moreover, due to Draco's previous admonitions, he was left with no choice but to use the old wand. What brings you here? Do you require something? Furk inquired, his demeanor tinged with caution. Relax, sir. I am not here to devour you. I merely seek your assistance with a small favor. Draco indeed had matters requiring Filch's assistance, and thus he had no intention of beating around the bush. Delivering the potion was merely a means to secure his help. If he were incapable of even such a trivial favor, his existence would hold little worth. Accepting the potion, of course, would entail a price. There are countless empty vessels in the world. The absence of one more Filch would hardly be noticed. He must possess some value to warrant Draco's investment. It is clear that Filch had no avenue for refusal. It would be far better to acquiesce than to face humiliation in the end. The pain he endured last time was an experience he had no desire to revisit. Tomorrow evening, Harry Potter is to visit Hagrid's hut to observe a Norwegian Ridgeback dragon. You see, we Slytherins hold adherence to rules in the highest regard and cannot abide those who flout them. Draco wore an expression that conveyed a sense of frustration, as if he believed that each individual perceived him through a distinct lens. Was there some unresolved animosity between him and Harry Potter? What could have prompted such an unexpected hostility towards Harry? According to Filch's understanding, there had always been no significant conflict between Harry and himself, despite the occasional discord with his companions. Yet, it was evident to any discerning observer that Harry had not gained any advantage, nor was there any reason to target him. I am currently the head of Slytherin, but my ambitions do not end with this house. I refuse to tolerate mediocrity among my subordinates. Draco's eyes sparkled with ambition. This statement clearly conveyed to Filch that Draco aspired to be the foremost among the first-year students at Hogwarts. Most of the students from other houses had already been captivated by Draco. Their reactions towards him were more of respect than fear. Thus, was Draco's next target Gryffindor? Filch pondered this in silence, yet he possessed no evidence to substantiate his thoughts. What should I do? This matter was not of great significance to Filch. He harbored a certain fear that Draco might assign him tasks exceedingly difficult to accomplish. Now that Draco's intentions were unveiled, Filch felt a profound sense of relief. You need not do much. Simply gather the other professors and personally catch them in the act at Hagrid's hut. Hasn't this always been your responsibility? Draco spoke nonchalantly. He was not so foolish as to risk exposing his carefully acquired pawn due to actions that deviated from his usual demeanor, that would render all his meticulous plotting futile. Filch nodded in agreement. Draco had nothing else to attend to and was ready to depart. However, as he reached the doorway, he abruptly turned back. His gaze fixated intently on Filch. How could he almost forget the matter at hand? Draco spoke with a hint of frustration. Filch's heart sank. What was the meaning of this? Wasn't what had just transpired of significance? What, then, constituted a true matter of importance? Could it be that he harbored ulterior motives? Draco unzipped his expandable bag and retrieved a long, elegant gift box. Sir, I couldn't help but notice that your wand appears somewhat antiquated. Recently, I had my mother procure a new one from Ollivander's, and I hope it suits you well. The Malfoy family has always possessed an uncanny accuracy in predicting the compatibility between wands and their owners, with the exception of Draco Malfoy himself, who was an unexpected anomaly. When Filch took hold of the wand, he was momentarily speechless, unable to contain his excitement as he opened the gift box and examined the wand within. As Draco had surmised, the wand was remarkably well suited to Filch. Suddenly, Filch found himself at a loss for words in conversing with Draco. Draco indeed put him in a predicament, yet from a certain perspective, Draco also assisted him significantly. I shall not intrude any longer, sir. I will take my leave now. When the opportunity arises, do consider trying this wand. I hope it proves suitable for you. Draco executed a quintessential gesture of gentlemanly decorum. This exemplifies a standard of both a firm stick and a sweet date. The stick strikes deeply within the heart, while the date offers a sweetness that resonates within the soul. A wand is but a trivial expense, inconsequential to the vast Malfoy fortune. Acquiring a wand is merely a matter of convenience. However, for Filch, it holds profound significance. The Malfoy family has never engaged in a transaction that results in a loss. Having completed his task, Draco did not linger any longer. He positioned himself along the path frequented by the Gryffindors, patiently awaiting their arrival. He had no desire to bear the label of a traitor. Although such a designation would not significantly affect him, he could not afford to carry any blemish on his reputation for the sake of his future ambitions. As Draco observed the trio from Gryffindor approaching, he feigned indifference and casually stepped aside. The three, already troubled by the situation, were instantly captivated by Draco's presence upon seeing him. Malfoy, where are you headed? Harry summoned his courage to call out to the figure ahead, feeling a lingering sense of trepidation towards Draco. Draco had long been prepared to be summoned by them. Nevertheless, when they called out to him, he feigned surprise, gazing at them. I intended to return this book, expecting it to contain valuable insights. However, to my dismay, it was filled with nothing but rudimentary concepts, offering no assistance whatsoever. Draco spoke as he shook the book in his hand. Ron instantly recognized it as the book containing Charlie's letter. Allow us to return it, Ron eagerly interjected, stepping forward to snatch the book from Draco's grasp. Draco appeared oblivious to any sense of wrongdoing. Well, thank you, he said, preparing to depart, only to be halted by Ron's voice from behind. Malfoy, what about the letter in the book? Did you secretly take the letter tucked within? Ron's tone was decidedly harsh, exuding an aggressive demeanor. Upon flipping through the pages, he discovered that the letter was missing. The Weasley family and the Malfoy family had long been adversaries. The way he regarded Draco was tainted by bias. Regardless of Draco's outward appearance, it could not alter the lens through which Ron viewed him. With the letter gone, Draco was the first to be suspected. Letter? What letter? You actually tucked a letter in a Hogwarts book? Draco cast a perplexed glance at Ron, his face bearing an expression of disbelief. It seemed utterly inconceivable to him that someone would have slipped a letter into a book at Hogwarts. Moreover, this particular volume had fortuitously been borrowed by another. So, what does that imply? I am inquiring about the letter within the book, he pressed. Ron momentarily faltered at Draco's words, yet he evidently remained resolute in his purpose. I do not know. I have not seen any letter. After I returned the book, I placed it in the Slytherin common room, and when I perused it, there was no sign of any letter. Draco, with a disdainful expression, cast a scornful glance at Ron. You haven't lost the letter yourself, and are now deliberately blaming me. Have you? Even though the Weasley family is impoverished, resorting to such tactics is rather pathetic. This was the first occasion Draco spoke with such sharpness to others. Even Hermione, who was not particularly familiar with him, could sense Draco's ire. I apologize, Malfoy. Perhaps we have made a mistake, she quickly interjected, restraining the furious Ron. Malfoy held a formidable reputation at Hogwarts, coupled with exceptional strength. It was likely that no one could contend with him in a one-on-one confrontation. Even if all three of them were to join forces, it remained uncertain whether they could prevail against him. Furthermore, with his father being a board member, any misstep could lead to dire consequences. None of the three wished to graduate from Hogwarts prematurely. After all, Weasley, I advise you to exercise some rationality. Even Granger here displays far greater intelligence than you. Draco unhesitatingly dug a pit for the two of them. He always relished the opportunity to sow discord among the trio of Gryffindor. I shall take the book back myself to prevent you from misplacing it and later accusing me of its loss. Draco spoke with a hint of sarcasm as he reached out to seize Ron's book. However, Harry promptly intervened, preventing him from doing so. No need for that, Malfoy. We shall return the book on your behalf, considering it our apology to you. The situation was already quite awkward, and allowing Draco to personally return the book would only exacerbate it. Harry did not wish to escalate tensions with Draco further, so he acquiesced to the arrangement. With possession of the book, they could better ascertain who was the true culprit behind the missing letter. In truth, Harry could not definitively ascertain whether Draco had indeed taken the letter, yet Draco's demeanor revealed no signs of guilt. He genuinely appeared to be wronged. Then we shall trouble you with this, Harry concluded. Draco cast a glance at Harry and promptly departed from the scene. The suspicion had already been half washed away. Now all that remained was to find a scapegoat. Moreover, Draco was disinclined to return that book himself, as there happened to be a fool willing to do it for him. A perfect twofold advantage. Draco slowly made his way back to the Slytherin common room. But before he could enter, he was called by Theodore. Draco, come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Draco looked at Theodore with a hint of confusion, unable to comprehend what matters could possibly concern Theodore at this moment. Nevertheless, he nodded gently and followed Theodore to a secluded spot. Just now, Filch approached me and asked me to convey a message to you. He mentioned that Professor Snape has recently been investigating Headmaster Dumbledore. When Theodore relayed this message, he was utterly perplexed, failing to grasp its significance. However, Draco instantly understood, a smile gracing his face. You see, no coin is spent in vain. The Malfoy family has never engaged in unprofitable ventures. Professor Snape and Headmaster Dumbledore have always been allies. Unless in extraordinary circumstances, it is inconceivable that Professor Snape would willingly undertake an investigation of Headmaster Dumbledore. Draco suddenly recalled a clue he had buried last time, a faint smile gracing his lips as he lowered his head. Thus, there could only be one reason. Professor Snape believed that the Resurrection Stone resided in the possession of Headmaster Dumbledore. Draco surmised that the Resurrection Stone was in the possession of Professor Dumbledore. Otherwise, Harry from his previous life could not possibly have returned from the dead. Professor Snape's actions further confirmed Draco's suspicions. Such clarity and substantiation were essential for the smooth progression of events. I understand now, should he come. Please extend my gratitude to him. What a valuable piece of information this is. What could his words possibly mean? Theodore was utterly perplexed. By the way, Theodore, do relay to Salazar the incident of Weasley's humiliation before me today, but be sure to avoid raising any suspicions. Salazar is not one to keep secrets. And given his existing tensions with the Gryffindor trio, he would undoubtedly take great delight in taunting them with this news. Are you attempting to shift the blame for the betrayal onto Salazar? Theodore immediately grasped the implication. Clever. I shall do so at once. After Theodore concluded his remarks, he departed from the scene, and everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Harry Potter, possessing keen intellect, stood at the entrance of Slytherin House, cautiously probing for any signs of weakness. However, the Slytherins exhibited no peculiar reactions. Even the scapegoat arranged by Draco, Salazar, was sent away by Theodore, preventing him from glimpsing the book. After a fruitless day of investigation, Harry relinquished his efforts. presuming they believed the letter had been misplaced and that no one had perused it. Driven by curiosity regarding the Philosopher's Stone, they ultimately decided to visit Hagrid's hut, for it was only from Hagrid that they could obtain more precise leads. This hint was deemed worth a modicum of risk. In truth, they were not particularly apprehensive about being reported by the little wizards, as they operated under the cover of night, during which Hogwarts enforced a curfew. Any young wizard with a modicum of caution would refrain from reporting during such hours, as it would imply their own transgressions against the curfew. Occasionally, Harry and his companions could deflect blame onto others, thereby exonerating themselves. Furthermore, such young wizards, lacking in circumspection, were not deemed worthy of concern. Their greater fear lay not in the deduction of Gryffindor points, but rather in the potential discovery of their intentions by nefarious individuals. Harry was uncertain whether this endeavor was a trial mandated by Dumbledore, nor was he aware of the consequences that might ensue should they fail. He could only proceed methodically, ensuring he performed to the best of his abilities. Yet, their worries were misplaced. The informant was not a mere young wizard, but rather Mr. Filch, accompanied by Professor McGonagall, who had personally arrived at Hagrid's hut. They proceeded to deduct a staggering 200 points from Gryffindor for all four of them: Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, and Neville Longbottom. Even Hagrid's dragon had been taken away. The most disheartening aspect was not being caught by Professor McGonagall on the spot, but rather the immense pressure they faced the following day. The young wizards likely did not anticipate that, after just one night, their house would suffer a loss of 200 points. They cast disdainful glances at the four of them. Harry, due to his status as the chosen one, attracted the most attention and consequently bore the brunt of the criticism. Nevertheless, they were certain that someone had indeed obtained that letter. Once again, they redirected their focus onto Draco, who had always been meticulous, and who had indeed borrowed the book. The letter had vanished only after Draco had borrowed it. Little did they know that during their pursuit of Draco, they would come into conflict with Salazar, resulting in a standoff between the two factions. Draco had previously orchestrated events that placed Salazar Bork in the position of scapegoat. The quartet from Gryffindor, already aggrieved within their own house, suddenly identified the true culprit and were nearly compelled to confront Salazar Bork for a reckoning. Everything unfolded as anticipated. Theodore observed the chaos unfold with a detached demeanor. Each aspect of this scenario had been meticulously devised by Draco himself, who had labored to bring it to fruition. Draco indeed intended for Theodore to assist Salazar, but he was suddenly taken aback by the arrival of Zabini. Draco, look at Salazar in such a disheveled state. It is truly amusing. He cannot even contend with that group from Gryffindor. How pitiful. Zabini harbored some animosity towards Salazar as well, and was pleased to witness Salazar's misfortune. Do not be like that, Zabini. Go lend him a hand. Bring Crabbe and Goyle along. We, the Slytherins, should only be tormented by our own. When did it become the Gryffindors' turn to bully us Slytherins? Draco cast a commanding glance towards Zabini, who found himself swayed by Draco's presence. The rivalries amongst them paled in comparison to the esteemed honor of Slytherin. Zabini exchanged greetings with Crabbe and Goyle. The two glanced at Draco, and only after receiving a nod of acknowledgement from him did they muster the courage to approach Zabini. Draco's ambition for power necessitates a substantial number of subordinates. The time for restraint has not yet arrived. Thus, he is willing to accept anyone who pledges their loyalty to him, regardless of their worth. Furthermore, Crabbe and Goyle still possess utility. Once the trio entered the fray, the situation was immediately transformed. What is the sudden desire to assist Salazar Slytherin? Were you not the one who consistently targeted him at the outset? What purpose does he serve? Theodore is awash with confusion. Initially, it was Draco who opposed Salazar, and now it is Draco who seeks to defend him. Theodore, still possessing the naivety of youth, believes that affection and disdain are everlasting, unaware that in this world, there are no eternal friends, only enduring interests. A person is deemed worthy of Draco's attention only when they possess value. He remains of use, thus he is retained. Observe how his heart has been swayed. Do you suppose he will still harbor resentment over the last time I humiliated him? Draco observed the peculiar gaze cast upon him by Sala after the conclusion of the battle. Draco waved dismissively at Salar, who appeared somewhat vexed and, without turning back, departed from the scene. I surmise he still remembers. Theodore, observing Salar's demeanor, boldly articulated his assessment. I suspect he is correct, yet that is of little consequence. What truly matters is that he is tethered to this vessel, and from the moment he accepted my assistance, there is no turning back for him. Draco did not disclose to Theodore that it was he who had coerced Sarl into boarding the vessel from the very beginning, leaving Sarl with no alternative. Theodore raised an eyebrow, refraining from making any judgments. Sarl also hailed from the illustrious 28 sacred families, and his family's profound heritage could prove to be immensely beneficial for their future endeavors. By the way, Theodore, I must venture out this evening. Ensure that no one becomes aware of it. Suddenly, Draco recalled that Harry Potter and his companions were to face punishment that evening, venturing into the Forbidden Forest. Therefore, he decided to inform Theodore, ensuring he was aware of the situation. Should anything untoward occur, Theodore would undoubtedly assist him in maintaining discretion. However, there exists a significant distinction between Draco actively confiding in Theodore and Theodore passively acquiring this knowledge. By choosing to disclose this information, Draco demonstrated a measure of trust in Theodore. Is there something amiss? Theodore inquired, a hint of perplexity evident in his tone. Although he understood that Draco might refrain from sharing, he still posed the question. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall soon encounter the Dark Lord. Draco chuckled softly, refraining from delving deeper into the conversation. Theodore stood there, momentarily taken aback. Does Draco truly comprehend what he is articulating? Dumbledore and the others exhibit no reaction. How could Draco possibly be aware? Theodore's mind is inundated with inquiries yearning to be voiced, yet he finds himself at a loss for words. Perhaps another time, for I must attend to certain preparations now. Draco was at a loss for words, so he opted to change the subject and departed from the scene. Throughout the evening, Theodore could not catch another glimpse of Draco. Unbeknownst to him, the Draco he longed for had already donned an invisibility cloak and was stealthily following Harry Potter. Draco could not ascertain the precise location to encounter Professor Quirrell. Drawing from his past life's experiences, he was certain that Harry Potter's unfortunate luck would inevitably lead them to Quirrell. Thus, Draco merely needed to leisurely follow behind them. This time, without Draco's presence, Neville and Harry found themselves paired together. The two, truly the chosen ones, had scarcely traversed a short distance before they stumbled upon the still blood-drinking Professor Quirrell. Neville promptly fainted on the spot. "Ah!" Harry screamed, attempting to flee, inadvertently alerting the preoccupied Quirrell. With his objective unfulfilled, Quirrell could not afford to be discovered and hastily departed from the scene, navigating the familiar twists and turns with relative ease. Draco had no inclination to concern himself with the plight of Harry Potter and Neville. Instead, he swiftly employed the disillusionment charm to position himself directly in front of Professor Quirrell. With no hesitation, he boldly lifted his invisibility cloak before the professor. "Good evening, Professor. Do take a look at what I have discovered." Draco cast a sly glance at Professor Quirrell, effortlessly discerning the latter's disguise. In an instant, Professor Quirrell was engulfed by panic. However, upon hearing Draco's assured tone, he realized that his attempts at evasion were futile. When cornered, a desperate renegade resorts to violence. Without a hint of honor in combat, Professor Quirrell refrained from responding and immediately cast a spell at Draco. Draco had been observing Professor Quirrell all along. So as soon as the curse was cast, it was immediately countered by Draco. Draco executed a counter curse, toppling Professor Quirrell to the ground. Had Professor Quirrell been in his prime, Draco might not have succeeded so effortlessly. After all, Draco is merely a first-year wizard, possessing limited magical prowess. Even the most potent spells would struggle to inflict significant harm. Yet, due to Voldemort's possession, Professor Quirrell's strength, lifespan, and vitality are rapidly deteriorating, rendering him incapable of withstanding Draco's assault. "Draco Malfoy, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" Professor Quirrell, or rather Voldemort, was infuriated. Having faced defeat at the hands of a young wizard, Voldemort was determined not to suffer a second humiliation. "I am fully aware, my master." Draco knelt before Professor Chilo on one knee, uttering his words with reverence. Draco bore no psychological burden. After all, those who rise to the position of minister have long since perfected their resilience. Moreover, the humiliation he endured today would, in due time, be repaid in full. Achieving one's objective renders any indignity trivial. It is only when one fails to achieve their aims and faces humiliation that true disgrace arises. "I am Draco Malfoy, son of Lucius Malfoy, and my father has been eagerly awaiting your return, my dear master, the esteemed Dark Lord. The Malfoy family shall forever pledge unwavering loyalty to the great Dark Lord." Draco spoke unabashedly, weaving a tapestry of nonsensical words. Such drivel might have been believed by Voldemort. But Draco was not deceived. Aware that his facade had been pierced, Voldemort ceased his pretense. Professor Quirrell abruptly turned away from Draco, removing the hat from his head. As Draco had surmised, a secret lay concealed beneath that hat. A grotesque visage belonged to none other than Voldemort himself. Clever young wizard, when did you uncover the truth? Voldemort's tone was laced with both admiration and caution. He had yet to achieve full resurrection, nor had he found a suitable vessel for himself. Thus he remained ever vigilant. As a loyal servant to his master, one could always detect the master's presence at the earliest opportunity. Draco uttered a plethora of nonsensical ramblings, failing to convey anything of substance. Voldemort, unwilling to squander time with Draco, opted for a direct approach. So, my loyal servant, what exactly is your intent in deliberately obstructing your master this time? You would do well to provide a compelling justification. Otherwise, my followers have no tolerance for mediocrity. Voldemort appeared somewhat irate, for Draco represented an unpredictable variable beyond his control. Unless Draco could offer him the value he desired, this variable was unwarranted. My esteemed master, I beg your pardon for this intrusion, for I have uncovered a matter of great significance. Your illustrious Death Eaters, Professor Severus Snape has discovered that Albus Dumbledore possesses the Resurrection Stone. Should we succeed in obtaining the Resurrection Stone from Dumbledore, you, my master, shall be reborn in entirety, and the wizarding world will belong to us, the purebloods. As Draco uttered these words, a wild gleam danced in his eyes. A fervor so intense that even Voldemort had never encountered such ambition in a mere adolescent wizard. You must be a Slytherin. Only a Slytherin could possess such remarkable potential. Voldemort felt a twinge of surprise, yet he chose to believe the news that originated from Severus Snape. Although he expressed reservations about Draco Malfoy, he held a certain trust in Severus Snape. He had indeed uncovered the existence of the Philosopher's Stone, which could grant immortality, but not resurrection. Immortality must hinge upon his revival. He pondered ways to acquire a body for his return, and if aided by the Resurrection Stone, it would undoubtedly bolster his efforts significantly. I am grateful for my master's appreciation. I am willing to face any peril for my master's sake. Draco has yet to obtain that which he desires. Fervently entangled in a battle of wits with Voldemort. Thus, I shall entrust this matter to you. Do not hesitate to seek the assistance of certain Death Eaters if necessary. At long last, Voldemort relented, and it was this very moment that Draco had been awaiting. In his ambition to reshape the fabric of the magical realm, he realized that he must incite a considerable upheaval, one that follows the trajectory he envisions. Therefore, it is imperative that he ensures this turmoil remains within manageable bounds. As he is still but a fledgling wizard, he cannot act overtly. However, with Voldemort's consent, the dynamics shift dramatically. Although Voldemort's approval encompasses only this aspect, others remain oblivious to the entirety of the situation. If wielded wisely, it could indeed ignite a spark of insurrection. Rest assured, my esteemed master, I shall exert every effort to accomplish this task. Draco is engaged in a subtle game of wits with Voldemort. He merely claims to exert his utmost effort without asserting that he will succeed. As for any specific timeline, he does not even broach the subject. Voldemort pays little heed to him, convinced in his heart that a mere young wizard like Draco cannot accomplish the task at hand. His willingness to make such proclamations stems solely from the fact that Draco has received this information from Snape. This dynamic suggests that Draco's relationship with Snape is rather extraordinary. Granting Draco this privilege essentially serves to convey to Snape that Voldemort still harbors trust in him. In the eyes of Voldemort, Draco is nothing more than a mere instrument for relaying messages. However, Draco's perspective differs significantly, as Professor Snape does not figure into his own chain of influence. By the way, do you know Harry Potter? What is your relationship with him? Voldemort suddenly inquired, questioning Draco. Having been defeated by Harry previously, he feels a certain wariness towards him, regardless of the circumstances. I do not know much, but I have observed that Harry is consistently surrounded by the likes of the Weasleys and Hagrid, who are loyal confidants of Dumbledore. They closely monitor Harry, attempting to control his thoughts and actions. Draco expressed his perspective with great interest, clearly conveying to Voldemort that he should not expect him to confront Harry Potter. Harry Potter is flanked by two formidable guardians, and he knows he stands no chance against them. Draco was reluctant to reveal himself so soon. Even if he truly possessed the strength to prevail, he would not deign to take matters into his own hands. It was absurd that they placed their hopes upon an 11-year-old wizard. Dumbledore seemed to be regressing with age. Voldemort let out a derisive snicker. I hear you are still the head of Slytherin, much like your grandfather Abraxas. Yet, I wonder how you measure up against Abby? When Riddle initially entered Slytherin, he did not ascend to the position of head. He was on par with Abraxas. However, Abraxas bore the Malfoy name, a lineage steeped in the traditions of pure-blood wizardry. Whereas Tom Riddle was merely a rootless individual. Riddle was exceptionally astute, and he willingly relinquished the position of first-year head to Abraxas. This strategic decision endeared him to the hearts of Slytherin's populace. Abraxas was not a particularly tyrannical or domineering figure. In fact, he was rather aloof. He held little regard for the title of head. Thus, in the second year, the position passed to Tom Riddle. No one knew whether second-year Abraxas could best Riddle. But from that point onward, the head of Slytherin was consistently Riddle. Draco was perplexed by the sudden mention of his grandfather. Once, his grandfather had been a close ally. One of his most trusted subordinates. This was an undeniable truth. Yet, that was merely a relic of the past. Could it be that Voldemort had devised a new scheme, intending to exploit his lineage against certain individuals? Did he truly believe he possessed the same prowess as his grandfather had? Draco was unaware. It was your misjudgment. I merely happened to be fortunate, as a fool foolishly overestimated his own abilities and dared to challenge me. I sternly intimidated him, which in turn instilled fear in others, thus allowing me to fortuitously ascend to the position of head of Slytherin. Draco humbly deflected, regardless of Voldemort's true intentions. He simply wished to avoid drawing the Dark Lord's attention too soon. Voldemort offered no commentary on Draco's words, instead shifting the topic. He cautioned against becoming entangled with matters concerning the Philosopher's Stone and advised Draco to steer clear of Quirrell, focusing instead on the Resurrection Stone. Voldemort's words were not meant to protect Draco. Rather, they served as a clear indication that Professor Quirrell had become obsolete. Draco had already discerned that Quirrell was resorting to drinking unicorn blood to sustain his life, a clear sign of his deteriorating condition. Consuming unicorn blood is a cursed act, one that no sane individual would undertake unless in dire circumstances. Voldemort was evidently aware of Quirrell's frail state, treating him as a mere pawn. Should Voldemort succeed, Quirrell would undoubtedly be cast aside as a scapegoat. Conversely, if he failed, Voldemort would abandon Quirrell's body and seek refuge elsewhere. His warning to Draco to avoid contact with Quirrell stemmed from a fear that Draco might be caught in the fallout when Quirrell was ultimately discarded. Behind Draco lies the illustrious Malfoy family, the source of his wealth. If the Malfoy family becomes entangled in this affair, how can he possibly reorganize the Death Eaters? It is well known that one must spend money to seize power. I understand now, my master. No one shall ever know that Draco Malfoy has secretly met with Professor Quirrell. Draco respectfully lowered his head, fully aware that his conversation with Voldemort had reached its conclusion. Voldemort might have pressing matters to attend to, and thus, Draco refrained from raising his gaze to inquire about his whereabouts. It was only when silence enveloped the surroundings that he gradually made his exit. Thus far, it was known that the Philosopher's Stone resided on the third floor. This information was common knowledge, and the path to the stone would be fraught with challenges. Harry Potter may have gleaned some insights from Hagrid, indicating that all of this was undoubtedly a test orchestrated by Dumbledore. Voldemort's pursuit of the Philosopher's Stone was relentless, yet he seemed to regard Professor Quirrell with indifference. Meanwhile, the surprise he had bestowed upon them was en route, soon to be revealed. Draco leisurely made his way back. While Theodore had already succumbed to a deep slumber, everything proceeded in an orderly manner. The following day, whispers circulated throughout the school regarding the events that transpired when Harry Potter and his companions ventured into the Forbidden Forest. This incited a wave of panic among the young wizards. Draco, is your outing yesterday connected to this? Theodore inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Draco, suspecting that the figure seen by Harry Potter might indeed be Draco himself. Yet, that seemed implausible. When had Draco ever sought to feast upon unicorn blood? It was common knowledge that such an act would invoke a dreadful curse. Draco had neither the motive nor the necessity to engage in such a deed. I saw the one who consumed unicorn blood. Can you guess who it is? I wager you cannot. Draco was aware of Theodore's suspicions and decided to dispel them outright. If Theodore were to assist him in concealing the truth, it would only serve to intensify the doubts. Is that person within the school? Upon hearing Draco's inquiry, Theodore immediately comprehended that this individual must reside within Hogwarts. Otherwise, such a question would not have arisen. Indeed, Draco nodded, as if to express his admiration for the young wizard's intelligence. Perhaps it was Professor Quirrell. Draco stared blankly at Theodore, as if reassessing his worth. You are more astute than Harry Potter. Draco spoke as he gestured in a particular direction. Theodore followed Draco's pointed hand and, to his surprise, beheld Harry Potter. Harry remained ensconced in a corner, unnoticed by anyone, seemingly intent on conversing with Draco. What words might he wish to share with you? Theodore was aware of some dealings between Draco and Harry, yet he remained uncertain of the specifics. Fear gripped him. The astute young wizard often overthought matters, and at times, it might be wiser to embrace a touch of foolishness, as exemplified by Longbottom, who displayed no fear whatsoever. Draco pondered for a moment, offering no reply to Theodore's words. Although he claimed to have reassessed Theodore's worth, he did not entirely regard him as a trusted confidant. After all, Theodore was merely a young wizard. No matter how mature a young wizard might be, he could never rival the seasoned adults who had weathered the trials of life. Draco has indeed identified a trusted candidate. However, this individual is likely still imprisoned in Azkaban. There is no need to rush. In recent years, Voldemort has failed to stir any significant unrest, granting Draco ample time to cultivate his own influence and nurture his loyal confidants. Unlike mere subordinates, a trusted ally must be chosen with utmost discernment. Draco had no intention of leaving Harry Potter waiting for too long. Even a cornered dog would leap over a wall. He exchanged a brief greeting with Theodore before quietly making his way to their usual practice spot for speaking Parseltongue. To Harry's surprise, he arrived there even before Draco. "Have you lost your senses, Mr. Potter?" Draco exclaimed, his gaze piercing as it met Harry's in the midst of the crowd. "Are you challenging Slytherin? Haven't you suffered enough bullying in Gryffindor? Now, do you wish to endure it here in Slytherin as well?" Although Draco spoke words of reproach, his tone lacked any genuine blame. It resembled more a jest shared with Harry Potter. Draco does not consider this to be a grave matter. Young wizards, after all, are often easily swayed, lacking a fully developed set of values, rendering them susceptible to manipulation. Indeed, one can observe that many of the current young wizards have fallen under Draco's influence. You are correct, Voldemort has returned, and he intends to send Snape to seize the Philosopher's Stone. What should I do? Will they cast me aside? To attract Professor Snape's attention, who has consistently targeted me, could it be due to my status as the chosen one? Harry Potter harbors a multitude of thoughts he dares not articulate in the presence of others, reserving them solely for Draco. He cannot be certain whether those around him are allies of Dumbledore. During Christmas, he beheld his parents in the mirror of Ariste, feeling immense joy and gratitude towards Dumbledore for allowing him to glimpse their visage. However, he also conducted a test, feigning immersion in idleness, pretending to be unproductive. As anticipated, within a few days, Dumbledore personally came to admonish Harry. This indicates that Dumbledore does not desire a passive, aimless savior. Should Harry truly become such a person, would another arise to take his place? This remains an uncertainty. Harry is aware that the prophecy identifies more than one individual who meets the criteria for the savior, yet he is oblivious to their identities. Thus, he proceeds with utmost caution, delicately probing without revealing any vulnerabilities. Have you not noticed? Every clue you have received has emanated from those dispatched by Dumbledore, which can only imply that this entire scenario has been meticulously orchestrated by him. Draco cast a resigned glance at Harry Potter, as if mocking his foolishness. Dumbledore would not allow any harm to come to you, at least not at this moment. You are still merely a first-year wizard, unable to even defeat a dog, let alone Voldemort. At present, your life holds little worth. Draco spoke with biting words, his gaze incessantly scrutinizing Harry Potter as if appraising his worth. What should I do? Should I continue down the path they have laid out for me? Now that Voldemort has truly arrived, he could very well be lurking in some corner of the school. I am not ready to meet my end just yet. Draco could discern that Harry Potter was genuinely frightened. Having grown up in his aunt's home with very few possessions, he cherished everything that belonged to him. The only thing that was entirely his was his life, which made him value it more than anyone else. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Maintain your current persona, refrain from plotting against Dumbledore, and proceed according to his vision. Walk boldly forward, ensuring not only that you perform well, but also that you do so with elegance. Draco paused momentarily, for he genuinely believed in Harry Potter's prowess. After all, to become the savior, and ultimately the beacon of hope for all, could not be the fate of an ordinary individual. A person of renown is never without merit. Dumbledore would not allow you to come to harm. Simply take the items he bestowed upon you and follow the path he has laid out. In the present, Voldemort would scarcely dare to provoke Dumbledore. It is only by remaining under Dumbledore's protective wing that one may endure. Harry Potter bowed his head in contemplation. as if he were beginning to grasp something significant. What about the Weasley family? Should one take action against them? If the Weasleys were to strike, perhaps they could uncover more intelligence. Even Harry Potter recognized that the Weasleys played a pivotal role in this scenario. No matter how formidable the defenses, there will always be vulnerabilities. Once a breach is found, the situation can easily be overturned. Had you not already made your decision? Why then do you seek my counsel? I hear that young lady from the Weasley family is your devoted and fervent admirer. In truth, they had previously deliberated this matter. Harry Potter had long contemplated taking action against Ginny Weasley. However, his conscience admonished him against such a course, prompting him to momentarily relent. Do not mistake your kindness as an essential virtue. A saintly heart does not thrive amidst turmoil. Thus concludes my counsel. Whether you heed it is your choice. Oh, by the way, I am quite close to mastering Parseltongue. Draco seemed to be imparting wisdom to his junior, offering guidance to Harry Potter. To be precise, it was not merely counsel, but a form of education aimed at the younger generation. It was evident that Draco held a profound admiration for Harry Potter. His words subtly conveyed to Harry that he needed to intensify his efforts, as his current resources were insufficient. Whether Harry Potter could summon new resources remained uncertain. He bowed his head, shadows swirling in his eyes, leaving no one aware of the thoughts that occupied his mind. Draco remains indifferent. A first-year wizard cannot stir up much trouble. No matter how clever he may be, he requires strength as a foundation. Unfortunately, the current Harry Potter lacks such power. Draco swiftly departed from the scene, choosing not to further entangle himself with Harry Potter, for such an endeavor held no significance whatsoever. Harry Potter required solitude to untangle his thoughts. In moments like this, it was far more beneficial for Draco to return to his studies than to linger here awaiting Harry's arrival. With the end of the term drawing near, the young wizards were merely days away from their final examinations. Though Draco asserted that he had mastered most of the material, it was merely a partial truth. There remained certain aspects that required meticulous study. In fact, due to his prior knowledge, Draco had not approached his classes with the utmost seriousness. However, what he now sought was to attain the highest distinction in his grade, to achieve perfection. While he claimed to understand everything, he could not ensure that his work would be flawless. He perhaps had not anticipated that after so many years in the workforce, he would need to return to take examinations. Zabini's foundation was not particularly strong, yet Theodore possessed a commendable grasp of the subject. Although they appeared to be adversaries, surprisingly, they began to assist one another in preparation for the impending tests. Draco seized the opportunity to instruct Zabini while simultaneously revisiting his own knowledge. He also refined his own system of thought through Theodore's insights. The examinations for the young wizards were indeed swift and intense. Unsurprisingly, Draco secured the top position, an unequivocal first place in every subject. He could even discern the fierce determination in Granger's gaze directed towards him. Granger is, in fact, a rather intriguing individual. Her underlying insecurities can occasionally be wielded as a weapon against her. However, at this moment, she holds little value for manipulation. Draco dared not intrude upon Granger's life, for none could predict whether she would flourish or falter in the future. A wizard who strays from the right path, particularly one of Muggle descent, holds little worth. As for his reasons for meddling in Harry's affairs, it was primarily due to the fact that Harry's life was under the watchful eye of Dumbledore, ensuring that no significant calamities would arise. Time continued to advance swiftly, and soon the occasion of the House Cup celebration would arrive. Just a few days prior, an informant within Gryffindor had unexpectedly relayed a message to him, delivered by a delicate origami crane. Young witches and wizards in the magical realm mature quickly, especially those of pure blood, who possess a certain understanding of the nuances of romance. Draco received numerous love letters, so no one questioned the origin of the paper cranes, assuming they were simply tokens of affection from one of Draco's admirers. Draco, your collection of paper cranes has grown so vast that it is almost uncountable, Zabini remarked with a hint of mischief in his tone. Zabini considered himself to be no less handsome than Draco, and his demeanor was far more amiable. Why then, did Draco receive an abundance of paper cranes compared to him? Though Draco may appear gentle, such demeanor is merely a fade rooted in basic courtesy. At his core, he remains aloof. In contrast, Zabini radiates warmth, offering a smile to all he encounters. Even strangers cannot help but feel his enthusiasm, with the exception of those from Gryffindor. Let me peruse the contents of this letter. Zabini's words evoke a desire to reach for that origami crane. Do not touch, it was given to me. Draco had long since discerned the mark above, and naturally, he was aware of who had sent this origami crane. It was inconceivable that it could have been seized by Zabini. Draco chuckled gleefully as he evaded Zabini, making his way to an unoccupied area, where he unwrapped the origami crane. Inscribed upon it was but a brief message: "There will be unusual activity tonight." Draco gazed at the message inscribed on the origami crane, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Draco, what is it that amuses you so?" Zabini inquired, his tone laced with playful teasing. "Is it that the lady you admire has sent you a love letter? What is the matter? Are you envious?" Draco did not directly respond to his words. Instead, he redirected the conversation back to Zabini. Zabini merely shrugged, offering no reply, and promptly departed, rejoining the other young women in conversation. "This evening, I may need to venture out." Draco, without offering any explanation, placed the origami crane into Theodore's embrace. Theodore cast a discreet glance at it and nodded. Aware that only a few were privy to the information, Theodore had begun his preparations quite early. On that day, it was widely recognized that both Theodore and Draco were particularly fatigued due to their assistance to Professor Snape and retired to their slumber well before the others. Contrary to expectations, Draco did not choose to follow Harry Potter that evening. Instead, he stealthily made his way to Salazar's dormitory and absconded with his serpent. Despite Draco's ability to speak Parseltongue, Salazar's serpent remained loyal to its master and exhibited considerable disdain towards Draco. Draco employed a potent oblivion spell, compelling it to submit to his will, which he regarded as a grand gift to Voldemort. He could not afford to perish so easily. Draco lifted the ailing serpent, prying its jaws open to force a pill down its throat. At that moment, the serpent remained devoid of spirit, its eyes tightly shut and head unraised. Yet, this fortuitous twist inadvertently served Draco's scheme. Should the serpent, after succumbing to oblivion, encounter Draco once more, he would undoubtedly employ the spell of forgetfulness again. It is well known that a normal individual could scarcely endure such a double erasure in a brief span of time, let alone a mere serpent. However, Draco deemed this course of action imperative. He could not allow Voldemort to uncover any trace of his involvement. Furthermore, there was the additional concern that Voldemort possessed the ability to converse in Parseltongue. Draco placed the serpent into the expandable bag, which is capable of temporarily storing living beings. The snake, having ingested the potion, became remarkably docile, remaining still as it coiled quietly. Draco slowly made his way towards the 4th floor. Although the Philosopher's Stone was said to be located on the 3rd floor, the entrance resided on the 4th. Serendipitously, as Draco ventured towards the 4th floor, another pair cloaked in invisibility also headed in the same direction. The two groups crossed paths, albeit in a rather one-sided manner. Drawing from his past experiences, Draco quickly surmised that there was yet another pair concealed within the same space. However, Harry Potter and his companions lacked such experience. They remained oblivious, believing themselves to be the sole bearers of clarity in a muddled world. In Draco's previous life, it was Harry Potter alone who ultimately vanquished Voldemort. While Hermione and Weasley had fled midway through the confrontation, Draco had no intention of altering the current state of affairs, nor did he wish to involve himself in these matters. Gradually falling behind, he relied on his senses to perceive a pair of cloaked figures departing before he made any movements. He did not rush inside. Instead, he took a moment to count the seconds. It was not until Granger assisted Weasley out that Draco began to make his way in. Confronting him was a three-headed hellhound. Its reliance on vision was quite apparent, and with Draco's movements being exceedingly subtle, he went undetected by the creature. He successfully ascended to the 3rd floor, where the obstacles before him seemed laughably trivial. At times, Draco found himself questioning whether these challenges were intentionally designed to be so simple. While they might deter an average wizard, they would hardly pose a problem for those of considerable prowess. Dumbledore likely understood that Voldemort had possessed Professor Quirrell and was aware of the professor's frail condition, which emboldened him to devise such straightforward trials. Once the chairman of the student council and the top of his class, Voldemort's extensive knowledge rendered him formidable. It was merely Quirrell's decrepit body that hindered him. Otherwise, there would be no logical explanation for the Dark Lord to arrive simultaneously with Harry Potter. As Draco approached the final scene, both parties had already begun to engage in a tug-of-war. Harry Potter discovered the presence of Voldemort and engaged in a dialogue with him. Draco was indifferent to their conversation, silently releasing a serpent from the shadows of the corner. The situation had escalated to a critical point. with Professor Quirrell grasping Harry by the throat, as if Harry Potter were on the brink of demise. At that moment, however, Professor Quirrell unexpectedly loosened his grip, seemingly overtaken by immense anguish. Harry, not one to be easily fooled, quickly deduced that their physical connection was inflicting harm upon Quirrell's own body. In a sudden act of desperation, he lunged forward, pressing his hands against Quirrell's face. The once living man was instantaneously reduced to ashes. Harry, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the event, succumbed to unconsciousness. Lord Voldemort, residing within Quirrell's body, had managed to conceal himself from Dumbledore's watchful gaze through this subterfuge. Yet, this did not imply that Voldemort possessed the strength to confront Dumbledore single-handedly. Harry's arrival signified that Dumbledore would soon follow. Voldemort, finding himself cornered, recognized the urgency of departing swiftly, needing to locate a suitable vessel for his survival once more. At that precise moment, a venomous snake appeared before him, triggering dormant memories deep within his mind. Memories of the Chamber of Secrets, the basilisk, and the hidden passages. In truth, formidable creatures within the forest were scarce in the past. Voldemort had inhabited the bodies of harmless creatures such as small snakes and rabbits. Now, the opportunity to possess such a lethal serpent was too enticing to dismiss. He could leverage this snake's body to traverse the Hogwarts tunnels, remain concealed within the castle, or even unleash chaos from the Chamber of Secrets. However, he was not devoid of reason. The unexpected appearance of a serpent in this context was decidedly illogical. Hissing, Voldemort began to converse in Parseltongue. "From whence do you come? Were you brought here by someone?" The snake, still in a state of confusion, could only instinctively reply, "No." Unbeknownst to it, Voldemort took this response at face value, seizing the snake's body as his temporary vessel. The creature, merely an ordinary being with a frail spirit, was swiftly consumed by Voldemort. What once were merely fierce serpents now became even more formidable. Draco observed everything unfolding in accordance with his envisioned trajectory. He discreetly placed the bell that controlled the cursed insects at a distance, and then withdrew from the vicinity, seizing the opportunity while Voldemort reveled in his triumph. He cast the levitation charm to set the bell in motion from afar. The expertly trained insects, upon hearing the bell, immediately commenced their chaotic assault within the serpent's body. The excruciating pain of gnawing at its innards surged to the forefront of Voldemort's consciousness, leaving him bewildered as to whether it was his corporeal form or his very soul that suffered. The serpent's body writhed uncontrollably, thrashing against the surrounding structures in a desperate attempt to alleviate its internal torment through the agony of impact. Yet, this method proved futile, for such a desperate measure only intensified the suffering. Upon recognizing the inherent flaw in this predicament, Voldemort resolved to abandon this vessel. The act of possession bore a significant drawback. One could only relinquish the host upon its demise. Thus, for Voldemort to escape the confines of this serpentine form, the serpent itself must perish. Indeed, Voldemort was a formidable figure, commanding the serpent's body to crash against the walls. However, each collision felt as though it was consciously obstructed, as if met with an invisible cushion, preventing lethal impact while amplifying the pain. As the torment escalated, Voldemort's fury intensified, the searing agony tearing at his very soul and muddling his perception. Draco observed intently from the side. This surprise dedicated to Voldemort had been meticulously prepared over a considerable period. He was aware of Voldemort's preferences, and even if it was not to his liking, a mere acknowledgement would suffice. After all, it would allow him the opportunity to select a different gift next time. Such a lack of courtesy. Nonetheless, let us presume he appreciates it. Draco leaned against the wall, quietly observing, while he silently counted the seconds in his mind. Although he yearned to continue tormenting Voldemort, Dumbledore's arrival was imminent. Should Voldemort meet his demise at Dumbledore's hands or suffer significant injuries at this crucial moment, it would truly spell disaster. The lesson had been imparted, and he had already exhaled his frustration. In an instant, a flash of green light struck the serpent. No one knew the origin of that emerald beam, nor could anyone discern who had conjured it. All that was clear was that in a fleeting moment, the serpent vanished. Voldemort swiftly soared towards the source of the ringing sound, catching sight of the bell but failing to detect anything amiss. He hastily departed from the scene, as if haunted by a specter, or perhaps fearing that lingering for even a second longer would subject him to the agonies he had previously endured. Draco quietly observed from the side. After all, he must address him as his master. How could a master depart without being duly seen off? Witnessing his master leave in such haste and with palpable excitement, it is evident that he was quite pleased with the gift. As silence enveloped the surroundings, he remained still. Draco stepped forward and reached into Harry's pocket, extracting the enchanted stone nestled within. As Draco had surmised, the stone was indeed a counterfeit of his own making. Dumbledore had never taken the time to scrutinize the authenticity of this magical artifact. He probably believed it to be genuine. Nonetheless, this was quite satisfactory. He had already delivered his surprise to Voldemort, who had received it with great delight. Now, it was his turn to present a surprise to Dumbledore, and he hoped fervently that the esteemed professor would appreciate it. Draco, wary of lingering too long, departed after disposing of the serpent's remains. After all, the snake belonged to Salazar Slytherin, and many had laid eyes upon it. Should Dumbledore discover the serpent's presence here, it would undoubtedly stir considerable upheaval. A wise individual never courts trouble for oneself. Draco returned to his slumber with a sense of tranquility, and at the break of dawn the following day, he made his way to the library at Hogwarts. It was improbable that Narcissa and Lucius would be traveling every single day. They must certainly have moments when they were home. Prior to his rebirth, Draco had never delved into the art of alchemy. Should he inadvertently be discovered by Lucius and Narcissa practicing alchemy in his chamber, it would be a significant revelation. Moreover, alchemy is an extensive and intricate endeavor. At times, the creation of a single item could consume considerable time. What plausible explanation could he offer for his prolonged absence, especially as a minor wizard? Consequently, Draco resolved to bring the matter to light. He intended to employ a montage technique to give the impression that he had always harbored a keen interest in alchemy, continuously borrowing books on the subject from the Hogwarts library throughout the semester. This would serve as his legitimate reason to access the alchemical chamber. As for managing Lucius and Narcissa, that would be a trifling task. Draco merely needs to refine a few exceptionally simple gemstones each day, regardless of the setting. Women have always had a penchant for various types of jewelry. As long as he can win his mother's favor, he need not fear his father's disapproval. Draco was comfortably engrossed in his reading when, just as he turned the page, Zabini stormed over with an air of urgency. His face bore an expression of impatience as he frantically gestured for Draco to step outside. Draco anticipated what he was about to say. However, in pursuit of his montage plan, he still clutched the book as he exited. Zabini, observing Draco emerge with a stack of books, was filled with curiosity. He cast a glance at the books and immediately furrowed his brow. Draco, when did you develop an affinity for alchemy? To be perusing such dreary tomes is quite baffling. Zabini held a disdain for alchemy. To him, it resembled an inscrutable script. Haven't you seen me engrossed in these books before? Why the sudden astonishment? I have been perusing these works for quite some time now. Your comment strikes me as rather foolish. Draco gazed at Zabini in astonishment, his expression tinged with a hint of betrayal. Zabini racked his brain, recalling that he had indeed never noticed Draco perusing such literature before. Yet he had consistently seen him in the library. Is that so? It seems you have indeed been frequenting the library this semester. So, this is the type of book that captures your interest? I fail to comprehend the preferences of you academic overachievers. Are the courses at Hogwarts not sufficiently challenging for you? Zabini scoffed, revealing that his enthusiasm for studying was not as fervent as one might assume. Managing the Hogwarts curriculum was already quite taxing, let alone indulging in additional subjects. Alchemy is different, Zabini. If you dedicate yourself to it sincerely, you will undoubtedly find it profoundly captivating. Draco exhibited a profound obsession with alchemy. He had never shown such concern for Zabini's studies, not even during the final examinations, nor had he ever advised him to apply himself to his studies. To his surprise, his first piece of advice to Zabini was regarding alchemy. Before we delve into that, I am here for a specific purpose today. Can you guess what I have uncovered? Zabini, growing somewhat impatient, interrupted Draco and redirected the conversation to its original topic. I have no idea. What news have you discovered? Draco smiled faintly, undeterred by Zabini's impatience. It seemed that Zabini had grown accustomed to Draco's amiable temperament. Draco, he began, I have discovered that Harry Potter has been admitted to the hospital. It is said that those 3 Gryffindors protected something of great significance, apparently the Philosopher's Stone. Moreover, the perpetrator behind the theft was none other than Professor Quirrell, who has since met his demise. As Zabini spoke, his eyes widened in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the gravity of the situation. Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger, could these 3 truly safeguard the Philosopher's Stone? The very notion seemed preposterous, and the fact that they had allegedly killed Professor Quirrell only added to the absurdity. Uncertain of the veracity of these claims, Zabini sought the opinion of Draco, who appeared to be the most astute among their circle. Draco, what do you make of this? Is there any truth to these outlandish tales? Zabini felt a twinge of injustice within him. It was as if someone who had always been inferior had suddenly emerged as a great hero, a feeling that would unsettle anyone. Draco cast a glance at Zabini and immediately conjured a silencing charm around them. Whether the matter at hand is true or false is of little consequence. What truly matters is the house cup. Draco smiled gently, suddenly recalling how, in his previous life, Dumbledore had awarded Gryffindor a significant number of points at the end of the term. However, this time, he would not allow such an easy resolution. His surprise had yet to be delivered. What was there to fret about concerning the house cup? The scores had already been calculated, with Slytherin firmly in first place. The gap between Gryffindor and Slytherin was substantial. Slytherin had amassed 522 points this year, while Gryffindor had only managed 312, a difference of over 200 points. Zabini, evidently, did not concern himself with such matters, for no one would anticipate that such a vast disparity could be reversed. Draco could not help but laugh at Zabini's words. It seemed he had yet to grasp the intricacies of Dumbledore's intentions. Dumbledore, in his quest to fashion a savior, sought to continually embellish Harry Potter with accolades. Should the situation turn to their favor and they triumph over Slytherin, the halo surrounding Harry would only intensify. When Voldemort unleashed his war upon them, it would be Harry, adorned with such prestige, who would emerge as the beacon of hope for the masses. People are inclined to believe in one adorned with accolades rather than a figure of mediocrity. Dumbledore, a member of Gryffindor, might indeed exhibit favoritism, utilizing this pretext to bolster Gryffindor's standing. After all, why would such events only transpire at the end of the term, during their extensive time at Hogwarts? Had not the thieves found opportunities to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Why wait until the term's conclusion? Draco cast a glance at Zabini, who appeared to be thoroughly engaged, and continued his discourse. I suspect that it was Dumbledore who, upon witnessing the dismal state of Gryffindor's points, orchestrated such an event merely to bolster their scores. Who can ascertain the veracity of this matter? Even if it were true, who could fathom the authenticity of his Philosopher's Stone? Perhaps they simply harbored a disdain for Professor Quirrell and intentionally eliminated him, fabricating a tale that Harry Potter safeguarded the stone. Why not assert that Harry vanquished Voldemort instead? Zabini seemed to have unlocked a new realm of possibilities, astonished by such an eventuality. The Gryffindors truly possess a devious nature. Draco, what course of action should we take? What if, merely hypothetically, such a scenario indeed transpired? Are we to relinquish the house cup without a fight? Draco's deliberate provocation left Zabini feeling somewhat anxious. What could be done? After all, Dumbledore is the headmaster. Could we truly counter him at Hogwarts? If we were to challenge him today, who knows what consequences tomorrow might bring, perhaps even expulsion. Draco scoffed, presenting himself as a beleaguered victim of circumstance. However, such theatrics were merely for Zabini's benefit. His father was a member of the Board of Governors, possessing the authority to initiate the Hogwarts board, and he was far from being so abject. Do we truly have no recourse? Seeing Draco falter slightly, Zabini felt a pang of urgency. This represented the collective effort of all the young wizards in the entire house, a year's worth of dedication. They had strived diligently in their classes, participated in various activities with great zeal, and worked tirelessly in pursuit of the house cup. Should it truly be surrendered to Gryffindor without contest? I, for one, cannot acquiesce to such an arrangement. Any points awarded must be substantiated with a legitimate rationale. Mere rumors will not suffice. Draco spoke with a faint smile. They will spread rumors, and so shall we. Let us gather a few individuals to subtly disseminate a few whispers, suggesting that Harry Potter inadvertently caused the demise of Professor Quirrell. The school, wary of Harry's identity as the savior, concocted these fabrications. Upon hearing Draco's words, Zabini appeared momentarily taken aback. Would they truly believe such tales? Indeed, young wizards are easily swayed. Once they come to their own conclusions, they will firmly believe in their judgments, convinced that they alone possess clarity amidst the folly of the masses. Furthermore, Professor Quirrell, with his naive demeanor, hardly seems like the type to engage in thievery. If one were indeed malevolent, would they choose Professor Quirrell as a pawn for such deeds? Draco inquired, prompting Zabini to contemplate the question seriously. After a moment of reflection, he decisively replied, I would not. Professor Quirrell, such a clumsy individual, is fortunate merely to avoid being robbed himself. Zabini's eyes darted about, as if a scheme had already formed in his mind. He exchanged a knowing glance with Draco, preparing to depart. "Wait, Zabini, do not rush off so hastily." Draco called out to Zabini. After all, Zabini was still a novice wizard. If matters were not handled with utmost precision, any oversight could lead to complications. Draco did not anticipate confronting Voldemort so soon, nor did he wish to encounter Dumbledore at this early juncture. Furthermore, the current Dumbledore may indeed prove to be far more perilous than Voldemort. Is there anything else? I am on the verge of disseminating the news. If I delay, it could become problematic. Zabini appeared particularly anxious, as this matter pertains to the honor of all. It is imperative he feels this urgency. Although Slytherin is often regarded as the house most adept at self-preservation, it is also the one that places the utmost value on honor. Let us include Theodore. Allow him to accompany you. Despite the fact that the two of you resemble adversaries, one cannot deny his meticulousness in his endeavors. Should anyone uncover our involvement, we would all be in dire straits. Draco meticulously conveyed his instructions. He harbored reservations about Zabini, yet he held a profound trust in Theodore. Zabini possessed an exceptional acumen for business. He was well suited for commerce, but ill-equipped for the machinations of intrigue. In terms of integrity, he surpassed Theodore significantly. Understood. Zabini nodded, and although he expressed some displeasure, he had yet to reject Draco's words. Draco watched him disappear into the distance. The arrangements made thus far were still insufficient. Public opinion served merely as a guiding force. Had Dumbledore and his associates chosen to disregard it and resolutely pursued their original plans, any dissenting voices would eventually be subdued once the dust settled. After all, this was Hogwarts, a domain under Dumbledore's influence, and he possessed the means to silence the uproar with relative ease. Hence, Draco needed to identify an impetuous individual, someone who would boldly challenge Dumbledore during the House Cup banquet. He had already chosen such a person, Salazar Bach. Bach hailed from a distinguished family, one of the esteemed governors of Hogwarts. His family had long engaged in the alchemical trade, supplying the school with their products for many years, thus earning their place among the board of governors. Moreover, Bach was known for his rebellious nature and was a member of Slytherin. Crucially, Draco had previously ensured that Salazar owed him 2 favors. Invoking these would undoubtedly compel the somewhat dim-witted Bach to acquiesce. Furthermore, as a Slytherin, Bach valued his own honor immensely. While they were adept at self-preservation, they exhibited remarkable unity within their ranks. Draco gazed at the book cradled in his hands, casually returning it to its rightful place. He had only just borrowed it, putting on a show before Zabini to leave a lasting impression, and now he effortlessly relinquished it back. Zabini was nothing short of a blabbermouth, a veritable gossip machine, eager to share any tidbit of information he acquired with everyone around him. Draco was captivated by the news of this alchemy. It sufficed to inform Zabini, who would assist him in deepening the impressions of others. He then made his way towards the Slytherin common room, where he engaged in a lengthy conversation with Salazar Burke. The content of their discussion remained a mystery to all, yet it was evident that Burke emerged with a solemn expression. In contrast, Draco left with a slight smile, maintaining his customary gentlemanly demeanor. The festivities of the House Cup proceeded as usual, adorned with Slytherin's insignia, while the young wizards of Slytherin reveled in their excitement. It was anticipated that they would emerge victorious in this iteration of the House Cup, marking their 7th consecutive triumph. The culinary delights of Hogwarts remained exquisite. Yet the young wizards were too exhilarated to eat, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Professor Dumbledore. Typically, the main event is saved for last. Dumbledore made his entrance only after all had gathered. Standing at the podium, he beamed at the young wizards below and expressed his delight in their successful year at Hogwarts. He then transitioned to the thrilling segment of the House Cup Awards, inviting everyone to review the scores of each house. The 4th place went to Gryffindor with 312 points. 3rd place to Hufflepuff with 352 points. 2nd place to Ravenclaw with 426 points. And 1st place to Slytherin with 522 points. The Slytherin students indeed showcased commendable performance this year, a sentiment echoed by Dumbledore's reflections. Their ability to secure the House Cup for multiple years is a testament to their capability, closely linked to the operational system within Slytherin. Naturally, the Slytherin students basked in their glory, and upon hearing Dumbledore's praise, they erupted into applause. The culmination of a year's effort for Slytherin was finally validated. with joy radiating from every young wizard's face. In stark contrast, the Gryffindors appeared somewhat dejected, likely still preoccupied with thoughts of Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, and Neville Longbottom. The four of them were not penalized with a deduction of 200 points. Gryffindor would not have fallen to the fourth position. Due to their previous nocturnal escapades, the members of Gryffindor had developed certain opinions about them, and those sentiments had only deepened. Initially, their reputation within Gryffindor had improved somewhat because of their efforts to protect the Philosopher's Stone. Little did anyone anticipate that Draco would incite Zabini and Theodore to spread some rumors, which only exacerbated their already lackluster reputation. Of course, Harry Potter and his friends were not yet aware of these rumors. They merely sensed the increasingly peculiar glances directed at them from those around. Despite the current circumstances, it is imperative to consider the recent developments. Dumbledore paused strategically before continuing. Harry Potter and his companions' eyes immediately brightened as they grasped the nature of Dumbledore's words. Could it be that Dumbledore intended to award them a significant number of points, thus liberating Gryffindor from its fourth-place predicament? Naturally, Harry Potter had not entertained thoughts of securing first place. Suddenly, the surrounding crowd fell silent, taken aback by the prospect of a reversal. The first-year leaders of Slytherin exchanged glances. Although they had prepared for this moment, they were still astonished that Draco's assertions were indeed true. They clung to a flicker of hope, as young wizards from any house tend to be innocent. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, they all turned their gaze towards Draco. Draco also noticed their gaze but remained unmoved, lowering his head to savor the freshly baked apple pie. His actions were deliberate, as if nothing could sway him. In truth, he feared that should matters escalate, Dumbledore, upon receiving his surprise, might be overwhelmed, leaving them with nothing to eat. Thus, it was wiser to fill their stomachs first. The first announcement was from Mr. Weasley, who had triumphantly won the most outstanding game of Wizard's chess in recent years. Accordingly, we shall award Gryffindor an additional 60 points. Dumbledore cast an admiring glance at Ron. Ron was filled with exhilaration, having never before received such a conspicuous point increase, and the magnitude of it was astonishing. A sense of pride enveloped him instantly. His brothers could hardly contain their excitement, eagerly introducing him to others, despite having previously referred to him as their foolish younger sibling. The second recognition was for Miss Hermione Granger, who, amidst crisis, maintained her composure and analyzed the situation with clarity. Thus, we shall bestow upon Gryffindor an additional 70 points. Hermione was equally astonished to discover that she had contributed to this score. The combined points of the two had already surpassed Ravenclaw, ensuring that Gryffindor would not languish in last place due to their previous nocturnal escapades around the school. Perhaps it would alleviate some of the discrimination they had faced during their time in Gryffindor, which had indeed been rather challenging. The cheers for Gryffindor resounded throughout the Great Hall, contrasting sharply with the relative silence of the other three houses, particularly Ravenclaw. They had exerted themselves diligently in their studies, only to find themselves in second place, unexpectedly surpassed by Gryffindor due to circumstances that were dubious at best. How could they accept such a turn of events? The third accolade was for Mr. Potter, whose wit and bravery had safeguarded the school's property. Thus, I shall award Gryffindor an additional 80 points. With this addition, Gryffindor stood tied with Slytherin at the top. The expressions of the Slytherin wizards darkened considerably. What was Dumbledore thinking? At an unexpected hour, when none anticipated, the decision was made. Only Draco understood that the matter was far from resolved. What Dumbledore desired was not merely a tie for first place, but the singular, unchallenged supremacy of being first. He had no intention of relinquishing Neville Longbottom. Initially, due to an unauthorized late-night escapade, Gryffindor had incurred a deduction of 200 points. While the other three had received special commendations, should Longbottom remain without such recognition, the ire of Gryffindor would undoubtedly be directed solely at him. Presently, Dumbledore had no plans to abandon Longbottom, and thus, regardless of the reasoning, he would ensure that points were awarded to him, elevating their total beyond that of Slytherin. This would effectively sever the influence Gryffindor had previously exerted. The fourth item was to award Mr. Neville Longbottom. On the path of our growth, courage is essential, and for this, we shall bestow an additional 10 points upon Gryffindor. This incited further unrest among the young Slytherins. Even Draco, caught off guard, inadvertently spilled a nearby drink, which splattered onto the Slytherin long table, drawing the attention of many young wizards who turned to look in Draco's direction. Draco chuckled softly, shaking his head, yet he did not entirely clear the drinks from the table. If my memory serves me right, Gryffindor currently holds the first position. Thus it is only fitting that we should change our attire accordingly. As Dumbledore spoke, he prepared to cast a spell to remove the long-standing Slytherin decorations from the Great Hall. Salazar glanced at Draco, recalling their previous conversation, but he remained uncertain about the appropriate moment to rise. Draco dipped his finger into the beverage that had just been spilled on the table, and then inscribed an OK on the surface. Sala nodded immediately, grasping Draco's intent. Draco casually picked up a handkerchief and wiped away the recently inscribed words. I apologize, Headmaster Dumbledore, but may I interrupt you? I hold a differing perspective on this matter. Sala rose, mimicking Draco's previous posture, maintaining an air of nobility and grace. Perhaps influenced by his prolonged association with Draco, he too seemed to perceive Draco's demeanor as the most imposing. Dumbledore, taken aback by the interruption, promptly halted his incantation and cast a puzzled glance towards the Slytherin direction. Ah, Mr. Bork, what brings you here? His tone remained gentle. Yes, it is I, Headmaster Dumbledore. I harbor a degree of skepticism regarding the points awarded to you. I believe you ought to clarify what precisely Harry Potter and his companions did to merit such accolades. Sala paused momentarily, surveying all present. The we he referred to did not denote all the young wizards of Slytherin, but rather encompassed all the young wizards at Hogwarts. Inform you all, was the previous information not sufficiently accurate? Dumbledore was astonished that Sala would pose such a question. The incident involving Harry Potter's defense of the Philosopher's Stone had been widely circulated throughout Hogwarts, and Dumbledore had certainly heard of it, being one of its proponents. He could not fathom that Sala Bork, a Slytherin student, would be unaware of such rumors. Moreover, the insinuation that he had drawn all Hogwarts students into a fabricated we was perplexing. Indeed, Headmaster Dumbledore, perhaps you are unaware of a recent rumor suggesting that Harry Potter, following a dispute with Professor Quirrell, inadvertently caused his demise. Given Harry Potter's status as the chosen one, Sala's implication was unmistakable. The school had concocted the previous tale to shield Harry from the suspicion of murder. After all, this was Dumbledore's territory. It would be unwise to assert bias in his presence. Although the Bork family served as Hogwarts board members, they could hardly withstand Sala's subtle maneuvering. He was astute enough to tread lightly, immediately ceasing his remarks. All the young wizards at Hogwarts turned their gaze towards Dumbledore, awaiting his response. It must be said that Theodore and Zabini were remarkably efficient. They orchestrated a scenario that guided public opinion. Some clever young wizards, as if uncovering a monumental secret, inadvertently transformed this intentional steering into a perceived truth, disseminating what they believed to be the reality throughout the entire school. Are you suggesting that I, along with the entire faculty, fabricated the story of Harry Potter's defense of the Philosopher's Stone to exonerate him from murder accusations? Dumbledore smiled faintly, his demeanor exuding a wisdom that only age could bestow. It was evident that there were forces at play intentionally steering public opinion. Such an intense wave of negativity could not have fermented so swiftly without deliberate orchestration. However, he was no naive youth. Dumbledore remained remarkably composed, his countenance gentle, as if he were observing a mere jester in the form of Sala. I do not, sir. I merely seek the truth. The House Cup is a culmination of a year's diligent effort by the young wizards of Slytherin, tallying 522 points, each one a testament to their hard work. I must do justice to these scores, Sala articulated slowly, a stark contrast to his usual reckless disposition. Those acquainted with him recognized that his words had undoubtedly been meticulously coached. His sentiments struck a chord with the young Slytherins, who fervently echoed his thoughts. Harry Potter claims to have protected the Philosopher's Stone. Yet, where is that stone? Slytherin can accept victory and acknowledge defeat, but we cannot suffer a loss shrouded in ambiguity. Sala continued, his words stirring the hearts of his peers. Instantly, the entire cohort of Slytherin wizards rose in unison, rallying behind Sala's declarations. However, such demands seemed to trample upon Dumbledore's dignity. Would he dare to produce the Philosopher's Stone? Indeed, he would. Voldemort was already aware that the stone resided with Dumbledore. And following the events involving Harry Potter, Voldemort was unlikely to return in the near future. Dumbledore had no cause for concern regarding the safety of the stone once revealed. As for other potential thieves, that was a separate matter entirely. Dumbledore, being the most formidable white wizard of his time, could hardly be outmatched by mere miscreants. Ultimately, it hinged upon Dumbledore's willingness to act. He found himself lost in contemplation, his hand delving into his enchanted bag, fingers tightly grasping the Philosopher's Stone. Presenting it now seemed the most prudent course of action, providing a pretext to reprimand Salah. This could also serve to elevate Harry Potter's reputation, leveraging Salah's standing within Slytherin. Although he might incur some loss of authority as headmaster, Dumbledore believed that the benefits would outweigh the drawbacks. He initially intended to extract some concessions through dialogue, allowing Salah to pay a price before unveiling the stone. In that scenario, Dumbledore would emerge as an innocent victim, while Salah would be cast as the aggressive antagonist. Dumbledore, ever understanding of the young wizards, maintained his courteous demeanor, displaying no anger or resentment towards their perceived insolence. He presented the Philosopher's Stone to everyone as proof. His reputation would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. Moreover, this opportunity could allow him to expel the Bach family from the Hogwarts Board of Governors. The Bach family had once harbored Death Eaters, with the Malfoy family already causing enough distress as a singular Death Eater at Hogwarts. Removing the Bachs would be an extraordinary triumph. Just as he inadvertently lowered his gaze, he suddenly noticed that the aura surrounding the Philosopher's Stone had dimmed. Dumbledore's mind erupted in chaos. The stone was a counterfeit. When had it become false? Had Voldemort taken the real stone? Or was it the work of the mastermind behind this incident? Dumbledore's thoughts were a tumultuous blur, but the most pressing matter was to resolve the current crisis. He had remained silent for far too long. There was an old adage that those who dabble in politics have tainted hearts. While Dumbledore was not one to engage in politics, it did not imply that his heart was entirely pure. Without hesitation, he cast a powerful confundus charm upon the already dimmed counterfeit. If they were so eager to know, then let them see. Harry Potter's reputation was not to be tarnished. Dumbledore displayed the fake Philosopher's Stone before all. The young wizards might have been unaware of its counterfeit nature, but those well-versed in spells could discern the potent confusion charm that had been cast upon it. Although the charm was formidable, it was ill-suited. Even if they could see through it, what difference would it make? The ones who could perceive it were all professors, the majority of whom stood behind Dumbledore. The only professor who did not stand by Dumbledore, Professor Quirrell, was already deceased. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Salazar wished to continue speaking. Draco had previously made it abundantly clear to him that the Philosopher's Stone was a fabrication. Salazar placed his trust in him. Dumbledore must have employed some form of trickery. Bach, it is time to cease. Upon encountering Dumbledore producing the counterfeit Philosopher's Stone, Draco discerned the indifference of the other professors, realizing there was no need for further entanglement. Dumbledore had already received the surprise he sought. As for the matter of the House Cup, there was even less cause for concern when Dumbledore made this decision. The House Cup had already been secured for Slytherin. Salah looked at Draco with confusion. Was it not he who had initially insisted on standing firm, determined to undermine Dumbledore? Why had he now retreated? Salah remained silent, yet did not take a seat. Instead, he maintained his stance, confronting Dumbledore. The authenticity of the situation was indisputable. If the professors doubted the rumors circulating within the school, they ought to trust the Ministry of Magic's investigation. It was my oversight that allowed those with ulterior motives to exploit the school's public sentiment. Dumbledore decisively established the current state of affairs. All the professors gazed at him, many displaying expressions of astonishment. While they indeed aligned with Dumbledore, this did not imply their endorsement of his actions. Professor Snape's skepticism was nearly palpable. He began to question whether Dumbledore was intentionally using Slytherin as a stepping stone to elevate Harry Potter at their expense. As a former Slytherin himself, Snape remained vigilant regarding his house's honor. Dumbledore was no fool. He must have known that extreme oppression would only incite rebellion. Thus, while he prepared to safeguard Harry Potter's reputation, he had already resolved to cede the honor of the House Cup to Slytherin. In essence, this was a transaction of interests. Dumbledore exchanged his long-standing goodwill and the position of the House Cup for Harry Potter's reputation and prestige. The others had little choice but to acquiesce, for none could predict the lengths to which Dumbledore might go when cornered. Gratitude was extended to Mr. Bach for his inquiries. In life, we invariably require courage. The courage to question everything propels us forward. Consequently, we awarded Slytherin an additional 20 points. Dumbledore's smile remained gentle, yet his gaze towards Salah held a hint of scrutiny and inquiry. Given Harry Potter's prominence among the current crop of young wizards, Dumbledore would not permit any uncontrollable variables to emerge. Thus, he diligently scrutinized each student's background and character, although his primary focus was on Draco and Theodore. Nevertheless, he kept an eye on Salah Bach, whose impulsive and competitive nature was evident. It was clear that the words being spoken were not solely of Salabok's own making. Dumbledore was intrigued to discover who was advising him from the shadows. Had Voldemort's influence infiltrated Hogwarts once more? It should not be the case. From the methods employed in these two instances, it is evident that they are not the work of a single individual. Voldemort excels in direct combat, whereas this individual simply pushed Salazar out, vanishing into thin air. Thus, upon recalculation, this year's House Cup still belongs to the young wizards of Slytherin. Let us extend our congratulations to Slytherin, Dumbledore proclaimed without hesitation. In truth, he was indifferent to which house ultimately claimed the cup, having endured numerous experiences. How could he place value on such a trivial honor? What he cared about more was the individual who had forced him to step back. Could it be that the true Philosopher's Stone is in the possession of this person? Upon hearing Dumbledore's announcement, the young wizards of Slytherin erupted in cheers. Who could understand the emotional roller coaster of attending a House Cup celebration, thinking that the fruits of a year's labor were about to vanish, only to experience a sudden twist of fate? Many Slytherin wizards regarded Salazar with a glimmer of admiration. This act had indeed garnered Salazar a certain level of prestige within Slytherin, even overshadowing Draco. Yet, Draco remained unconcerned. Having a visible target in front of him facilitated his covert operations. In contrast, the Gryffindors felt somewhat disheartened. The House Cup that had seemed within their grasp was now lost, which would unsettle anyone. However, Harry Potter was drenched in cold sweat. He had suspected that Dumbledore would deliberately award them extra points, yet he had not anticipated that Dumbledore would return the House Cup to Slytherin. This could only indicate one thing. Salazar spoke the truth. Dumbledore was merely employing some form of misdirection to deceive everyone. Alternatively, one might say he had not used any trickery at all, for the young wizards themselves were unfamiliar with the Philosopher's Stone. The professors were firmly aligned with Dumbledore. Regardless of the truth of the matter, as long as Dumbledore claimed it was real, they would not dare to expose him. Simultaneously, this also served as bait, intended to draw out the person behind Salazar. Indeed, even Harry Potter believed that someone was pulling the strings behind Salazar. Should Salazar choose to reveal this, he would need to prove that the Philosopher's Stone in Dumbledore's possession was a counterfeit. If Salazar were to undertake such a task, he could effectively identify his puppet master within the Great Hall. The verification of the stone's authenticity is a complex endeavor. As long as Dumbledore made even the slightest adjustment, Salazar would encounter numerous unforeseen complications, and when he found himself unable to resolve them, he would likely turn to his mysterious benefactor for assistance. At that point, it would be akin to catching a turtle in a pot. Yet, what truly sent chills down Harry Potter's spine was the true whereabouts of the Philosopher's Stone. Clearly, Dumbledore was unaware that the stone was a forgery. Otherwise, he would not have allowed this situation to unfold. Just where could the Philosopher's Stone be? In the hands of Salazar's benefactor? Or perhaps Voldemort? If it truly is Voldemort, then the situation becomes dire. Does this not imply that Voldemort may soon resurrect? Does it not signify that one's days of comfort are rapidly coming to an end? Does it not suggest that one may soon be sent to the battlefield by Dumbledore as mere cannon fodder? Harry Potter remained unaware, which heightened his anxiety. His emotional turmoil was so palpable that even Ron Weasley took notice. For this reason, Dumbledore took the time to counsel Harry before his departure. Were it not for Harry's ability to disguise his feelings, he would surely have revealed his distress. However, these are matters for another time. The young wizards continued to revel in their House Cup celebration. Apart from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, the other houses were filled with joy. Slytherin retained the top position, while Gryffindor managed to escape the bottom rank. The truly unfortunate ones remained Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, who collectively fell behind. Nevertheless, the Badgers and Eagles were not of a petty disposition. They soon adjusted and immersed themselves in the joy of returning home. After the banquet concluded, the young wizards each returned to their respective quarters. Draco could distinctly sense numerous gazes fixated upon Sarl. Certain matters required attention. The loose ends must be meticulously addressed. Draco discreetly reached out to Sulla, arranging a clandestine meeting in a secluded alley, away from prying eyes. Sulla, too, had a plethora of questions he yearned to pose to Draco. He wished to inquire why Draco had been so fickle at the banquet, why he had failed to capitalize on his advantage. Had it not been for a semblance of conscience lingering within Dumbledore, their House Cup would undoubtedly have been surrendered to Gryffindor. Thus, when Draco extended his invitation, Sulla promptly accepted. He hoped that their rendezvous had gone unnoticed. Draco had arrived long before. He observed Solar, who arrived fashionably late, leaning against the wall with a smile. "No, I'm exceedingly cautious. No one will discover anything." Although Solar's words were somewhat reckless, he was no fool. Coming from a pure-blood lineage, his senses were quite sharp. He had naturally noticed that many were keeping a watchful eye on him. Thus, he remained vigilant. After all, emerging from an alchemical family, how could he possibly lack some hidden treasures? "Draco, why did you prevent me from pursuing my inquiries further during the Yule Ball? You claimed that the Philosopher's Stone in Dumbledore's possession was a counterfeit. If Dumbledore hadn't awarded me points, wouldn't our house have surrendered the cup to Gryffindor?" Solar's temper flared as he glared at Draco. He could not fathom why Draco had made such a decision at that moment. "We certainly knew the stone was false. But how could you prove that it was indeed a fabrication?" During Draco's initial conversation with Solar, he employed a combination of hypnosis and brainwashing to forcibly convince Solar that the Philosopher's Stone was a mere illusion. However, he neglected to disclose how to substantiate the stone's authenticity, or rather, from the very beginning, Draco had no intention of proving the stone's legitimacy at the House Cup. After all, wasn't the stone capable of transmuting base metals into gold? A mere shaving of it, placed upon an object, should reveal its true nature. Solar promptly countered, his reasoning somewhat naive. Yet, one must consider that powerful confundus charms could achieve similar results. Do you suppose Dumbledore might cast a confundus charm while you conduct your experiments? His willingness to perform such magic in a public setting suggests a complete lack of concern about being discovered. Even if Solar were to persist in his verification, the outcome might remain elusive, leaving Slytherin in a rather precarious position. Is it not the optimal outcome? Do you think Dumbledore's return of the House Cup to Slytherin signifies an end to matters? By restoring the cup, he inadvertently admits his own shortcomings. Any wizard with a modicum of intelligence could discern this truth. Admittedly, most of these perceptive wizards are found among the upper years. However, the very nature of their advancement serves a purpose. When Voldemort fully reemerges, those upper year wizards will have entered the magical world and commenced their careers, positioning them as pivotal players in the restoration of order within the realm. At this juncture, it is imperative to thoroughly indoctrinate them, ensuring they may be utilized in the future. Yet, Solar appears somewhat reluctant, though he himself articulates a semblance of reasoning. He can only utter a "but," expressing his doubts. There is no room for hesitation. "Solar, let us not forget that Professor Snape is the staunchest protector of our house. He would never forsake its honor. And as long as Professor Snape remains, Dumbledore will undoubtedly regard Snape's reputation with the utmost respect. The House Cup is destined to be ours. Dumbledore requires Snape's assistance for various tasks and would never risk antagonizing him over trivial matters. Moreover, the House Cup is a trivial concern for Dumbledore. Should Harry Potter lack the House Cup, he could simply be adorned with another form of glory. It is not essential for him to possess the cup. Sacrificing an ally for a mere trifle of honor is a foolish endeavor. Have you ever considered that Professor Snape is merely a head of house, an ordinary professor? What if Dumbledore were to disregard him? Solar is filled with indignation, seeking an outlet for his frustrations. There is no such contingency, Solar. There is no need for excessive worry. Dumbledore is still reliant on Professor Snape. Draco spoke, and suddenly a thought crossed his mind as he turned to Salazar. By the way, regarding our previous discussion about the Academy Cup, have you mentioned it to anyone? Or has our itinerary on that day become known to others? Dumbledore must be beginning to harbor suspicions, and it is imperative that we keep others silent. If we fail to cover our tracks, it would be all too easy for the truth to unravel, especially since Dumbledore possesses the ability to read minds. The reason he refrained from using his mental probing in the Great Hall was due to the presence of too many people, which could tarnish his reputation and hinder his subsequent plans. However, this does not imply that he would not privately summon individuals for his mental inquiries. Draco, without a moment's hesitation, surmised that a minor wizard like Sulla could hardly possess effective mental defenses. If Sulla struggled to guard against Draco, it was unimaginable that he could withstand Dumbledore. "I had not disclosed anything to anyone, as you had explicitly declared it a top-secret mission, one that must remain confidential. I, too, wished to catch them off guard." After careful contemplation, Sulla realized he had indeed kept the information to himself. At that moment, he had been thoroughly brainwashed by Draco, fixated solely on exposing Dumbledore and dedicating his efforts to the honor of Slytherin. "Do not reveal this to anyone. We must maintain the element of surprise. That is prudent. It will prevent them from tracing back to me." Draco chuckled softly as he raised his wand, casting a spell of oblivion upon Salazar, erasing every memory related to their discussions about the House Cup. He then employed his own unique incantation, placing a binding charm within Salazar's mind to prevent anyone from dispelling the oblivion he had invoked. As a novice wizard, Salazar was unable to withstand the effects of the spell and promptly fainted. Draco, bearing the burden of secrecy, quietly carried him back. Fortunately for Salazar, he lived alone. This year, the number of Slytherin first years was odd, leaving him without a roommate. This circumstance was precisely why Draco had chosen him, as it provided great convenience. Moreover, Draco intended to continue selecting him in the future. Draco erased Salar's memories regarding the House Cup, which signifies that Salar still owes Draco 2 favors. Previously, Salar intended to repay these debts through his involvement in the House Cup. However, with the memories now erased, he remains unaware of the obligation he holds towards Draco. It is likely that Draco will refrain from calling upon these favors in the near future, as there are still many watching over Salar. Predictably, on the eve of their return, Salar was summoned to the headmaster's office by Dumbledore, where he remained for an extended period before finally emerging. Clearly, he had not gleaned any significant information. Otherwise, he would not have exited with such a perplexed expression, or perhaps he would not have emerged at all. The solitary lead concerning Salar has been severed, indicating that this matter has reached a temporary conclusion. Nevertheless, the surveillance around Salar is unlikely to be lifted, as no one can ascertain whether the puppet master may attempt to contact him again, albeit the likelihood seems minimal. Given the current circumstances, it is evident that the orchestrator is meticulous and unlikely to commit such a blunder. However, Dumbledore is a person of great caution and will leave no stone unturned in his pursuit of the shadowy figure behind these events. Notably, the number of individuals surrounding Salar has indeed diminished, yet this has little to do with Draco, as the entire school is aware of their strained relationship. The young wizards continue with their lives as usual, quickly embarking on their journey home. Draco's companions remained poised to gather in the Malfoy box. However, it was evident that Draco, Theodore, and Zabini harbored other secrets, as they disregarded the others and occupied the Malfoy box alone. Draco, I have thoroughly examined the business you previously mentioned. It promises immense profits, yet the Zabini family alone cannot bear the weight of it. Initially, Zabini believed that what Draco spoke of was merely a typical venture. After all, Draco is but a young wizard, and the mindset of a child is often limited, rendering them incapable of conceiving lucrative enterprises. His initial intention was merely to assist a friend, seeing Draco ensnared in a chasm of despair. It was only after he had genuinely tested and comprehended the product's functions that he suddenly realized its potential for exorbitant profit. Profit has the power to corrupt. With vast rewards at stake, individuals may resort to heinous acts. Although the Zabini family is pureblood and possesses considerable wealth, their fortune is a culmination of inheritances from each of his mother's former husbands. While they boast an extensive business network, neither his mother nor he possesses the fortitude to maintain it, at least not at present. Should this profit be unleashed, the Zabini family alone would be unable to sustain it. This would not merely aid Draco, it would drag his own family down alongside the Malfoys to their demise. Zabini hesitated, understanding the implications. I comprehend your point. The Zabini family alone is insufficient. However, if combined with Parkinson, Greengrass, Malfoy, and Nott, it would indeed be adequate. Draco had long considered that relying solely on the Zabini family would undoubtedly be insufficient. Did you not previously mention that the Malfoy family was under scrutiny? Is it not possible for the Malfoy family to intervene in this matter? Zabini was perplexed, for it was he who initially stated that the Malfoys could not participate. Yet now he was being urged to leverage the Malfoy family as a pillar of support. Was this not a contradiction? If the Malfoy family were indeed capable of managing this affair independently, why then delegate it to the Zabini family for leadership? I have heard that your mother's estate includes a mine containing rare alchemical materials, which piques my own interest in alchemy. Perhaps we might establish a permanent mutual assistance agreement utilizing this mine. In truth, the Zabini family lacks expertise in alchemy. Logically, they should not possess a mine rich in alchemical resources. However, the numerous husbands of Mrs. Zabini have left behind a diverse array of assets, eclectic in nature. It is merely due to Zabini's youth and Mrs. Zabini's limited business acumen that many of these possessions have fallen into neglect. For instance, the mine that Draco mentioned has been left untouched by the Zabinis, who occasionally extract a modest amount to sell. Draco's statement implies that Zabini should bequeath the mind to the Malfoy family, thereby positioning the Malfoys firmly behind the Zabini family through this exchange of interests, effectively lending their support. In simpler terms, it reveals an ulterior motive for coveting the mind while masquerading under the guise of assistance. One should reflect deeply upon this, as it constitutes a decision of permanence. Draco spoke and fell silent, patiently awaiting Zabini's contemplation. Time inevitably ages us, and Mrs. Zabini is no exception. Even Zabini himself is unaware that his mother remains without another husband, leaving the question of who will safeguard their substantial fortune. The combined strength of Zabini and his mother is woefully inadequate to protect their inheritance. They are akin to children grasping gold, carelessly courting disaster. If Draco's assertions hold true, Zabini could sacrifice something of little consequence in exchange for the Malfoy family's assurance. This would grant him a strategic advantage. Even in the absence of protection, the Malfoy family would serve as a formidable ally. As long as the Malfoy family stands, no one would dare to target him. Should the Malfoy family ally with Voldemort and the Dark Lord ultimately falter, he could simply sever ties with them, having sacrificed nothing of great significance, merely an inconsequential mine. I must deliberate further. I am unable to make an immediate decision. Zabini hesitated, his underlying sentiment revealing his uncertainty regarding the validity of Draco's promise. He could not ascertain whether Draco would remain steadfast or if the Malfoy family would reap the benefits without fulfilling their obligations. At present, the likelihood of breach seemed slim. Draco's desire for him to assist in his endeavors would likely facilitate the arrangement. However, if Draco's venture were to fail, or if Zabini were unable to aid him in achieving success, would their transaction still hold? Draco observed Zabini's reaction and offered a subtle smile. Fully aware of the young wizard's inner turmoil, without hesitation, he unfastened a necklace from around his neck. This necklace, seemingly ordinary with its simple gem embellishments, bore the unique insignia of the Malfoy family etched within the gemstone. He placed the necklace upon the table, signifying his sincerity. The Malfoy lineage held family above all else, with each member possessing a cherished personal item. According to the family's principles of prioritizing kin, should anyone present their personal belonging in search of assistance, it was highly likely that aid would be granted, barring unforeseen circumstances. This was Draco's assurance to Zabini. Zabini stared at the table for an extended period, remaining silent, while Draco quietly left the necklace untouched, enveloping the compartment in an unusual stillness. Theodore glanced at the tense standoff between the two before disregarding the moment and exiting the Malfoy compartment. The atmosphere within remained thick with silence, almost stifling. Draco understood that Zabini was deep in contemplation. Once a decision was made, there would be no turning back. As the train approached its destination, just when Draco lamented Zabini's potential choice to forego the offer, Zabini unexpectedly seized the necklace from the table just before disembarking. Draco smiled faintly. Clearly this was what he desired. Upon disembarking from the train, he was greeted by his father and Dobby, though his mother was notably absent. Draco glanced back at the Hogwarts Express, his eyes reflecting a depth of contemplation, shrouded in mystery. Upon returning home, he found Narcissa in the garden, engrossed in a book. Noticing Draco's arrival, she immediately rose to her feet, her face illuminating with a warm smile as she gazed at him. "Mother." Draco maintained his youthful demeanor and immediately called out to Narcissa upon seeing her, rushing forward to embrace her. "Little dragon, how has your term at Hogwarts been? I have heard that some unsettling events have transpired at your school." Narcissa gazed at Draco with a hint of concern. The news from the Ministry of Magic indicated that Voldemort's followers had infiltrated Hogwarts to steal the Philosopher's Stone. She worried that Draco might encounter unforeseen dangers amidst their skirmishes or suffer some form of harm. Indeed, but the veracity of these claims remains uncertain. It is said that Harry Potter safeguarded the Philosopher's Stone, vanquished Professor Quirrell, who attempted to steal it, and drove away the mysterious figure. Draco paused momentarily, casting a sidelong glance at the reactions of Narcissa and Lucius. The two appeared relatively composed, evidently having received prior information. This narrative had indeed circulated widely within the magical community. However, the version that had taken root at Hogwarts was altogether different. There were whispers claiming that Harry Potter, taking a disliking to Professor Quirrell, had been responsible for his demise. Yet, the school administration, wary of Harry's status as the savior, concocted this falsehood. Draco's words left Narcissa and Lucius utterly astonished. They would prefer to believe the earlier rumors, as these aligned more closely with their understanding and perceptions of Voldemort. If the latter rumors were indeed true, the situation would become exceedingly complex. Lucius and Narcissa exchanged glances, their eyes communicating swiftly. Which version do you believe more? Rarely do matters exist in perfect equilibrium. Most often, one force prevails over another. The number of rumors is not of paramount importance. Rather, it is the breadth of belief that matters, which rumor possesses the capacity to persuade others. This insight could reveal significant truths. Naturally, it was the second version. Salazar had specifically questioned Professor Dumbledore during the Quidditch Cup, making it clear that the issue lay with Dumbledore himself. He had previously awarded unwarranted points to Gryffindor, attempting to bestow the House Cup, rightfully belonging to Slytherin, upon them, prompting Salazar's challenge. This forced Dumbledore to present the Philosopher's Stone as proof, yet fortunately, Dumbledore eventually awarded points to Salazar, and in the end, the House Cup remained with Slytherin. Lucius had not anticipated such events occurring at Hogwarts. As a board member of the institution, his ignorance of these matters indicated that Dumbledore had effectively suppressed the rumors. Once again, he and Narcissa exchanged knowing glances, quickly realizing that there were indeed others behind the scenes targeting Dumbledore. Salazar was very likely a pawn in this scheme, but the ultimate aim was to undermine Dumbledore. Draco did not divulge this matter to Lucius merely to inform him of a new disruptor emerging at Hogwarts. Rather, his intention was to urge caution. The presence of such a formidable individual at Hogwarts would undoubtedly prompt Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic to implement certain measures. As a former member of the most affluent pureblood family and a servant of Voldemort, their household possessed an innumerable array of dark magical artifacts. Draco sought to remind Lucius to address these items promptly, without succumbing to a false sense of security, for the impending search within the magical community would be unprecedented. Moreover, he was eager to ascertain the whereabouts of Riddle's diary. To Draco's knowledge, this diary was Voldemort's first Horcrux, and he must have been less cautious when fragmenting his soul. The soul contained within this Horcrux would undoubtedly be substantial. He had also researched this matter, discovering that if the soul was large enough, the Horcrux could potentially develop its own corporeal form, possessing a unique consciousness of its own. Would this not serve as the perfect tool? Lucius, not being a fool, quickly pressed for the crux of the matter. What was the current status of Sala? To gauge the future dynamics of the Ministry, one might scrutinize Dumbledore's attitude towards Sala as the most pivotal figure in this scenario. If Dumbledore held a favorable disposition towards him, it would not be a matter of significant concern. Conversely, if Dumbledore's demeanor towards Sala was one of caution, it would necessitate further contemplation of more intricate issues. I am uncertain. All I know is that upon his return, he was specifically summoned to Dumbledore's office, appearing somewhat dazed. Draco feigned ignorance, yet in truth, he had divulged every detail. The young wizard's physique remained remarkably fragile, rendering them susceptible to spells that could easily induce a state of disorientation. Thus, such disorientation may serve as a criterion for discerning whether a young wizard has fallen prey to the enchantment of the mind-reading charm. After all, a master of this arcane art would skillfully conceal their incantations, leaving only the state of the bewitched to offer a hint of their influence. Has Salar returned home? Is Mr. Bach still chattering about him? Lucius feigned concern for Salar's well-being. Salar has indeed returned. He accompanied me. Father, did you not encounter him when you came to fetch me that day? Draco appeared utterly bewildered, as if he were incapable of grasping the underlying implications of Lucius's words. Obediently responding to his inquiries, this suggested that Dumbledore had yet to uncover the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. Had he done so, he would undoubtedly have detained Salazar. Dumbledore had always harbored suspicions towards those Death Eater families, and if the opportunity arose, he would certainly act decisively. It was inconceivable that he would allow Salazar to be released as he had done. Furthermore, this indicated that he needed to swiftly clear out the illicit items stored within the Malfoy manor. The ramifications of this upheaval were likely to be exceptionally significant. Draco also realized that Lucius understood, so he no longer dwelled on the matter. After all, the more one speaks, the greater the risk of error. If he were to say too much and Lucius discovered something amiss, it could lead to trouble. Father, why have you suddenly taken an interest in Salazar? As you know, he and I are not on good terms. Draco, seemingly in a fit of anger, turned away, refusing to glance at Lucius. Was it because of the previous matter concerning the head of Slytherin? Have you not already triumphed? You handled the situation remarkably well. Lucius gazed at Draco with a charming smile, dismissing his petulance. He had not anticipated that his son could exhibit such maturity in handling affairs. The child he remembered was merely a spoiled young master, He could hardly believe that he had risen to the position of head of Slytherin's first year. Yet, despite this unexpected growth, he still found him insufferable. Draco let out a disdainful huff, neither confirming nor denying Lucius's assertion, yet still expressing his dissatisfaction. He slightly lowered his gaze, concealing the complexities swirling within his eyes. He had refrained from disclosing the provocation by Salazar to Lucius in his correspondence, instead informing him merely that someone had sought to challenge him, a challenge he had triumphed over, thereby securing his position as the Slytherin champion. He did not explicitly reveal to Lucius that the individual who had dared to provoke him was Salazar Slytherin. However, today, Lucius accurately informed Draco that the one who had dared to challenge him was indeed Salazar, indicating that Lucius had informants within Slytherin. Draco surmised that, most likely, it would be Crabbe and Goyle. It appeared prudent to maintain a distance from them in the future. "Very well, Draco. Your mother has prepared some apple pie for you to sample," Lucius stated, clearly disinterested in Draco's unreasonable antics. He swiftly changed the subject, effectively dismissing Draco. Draco was also aware that Lucius had gleaned certain information from his deliberately disclosed words, and was now preparing to discuss the whereabouts of those dark magical artifacts with Narcissa. "Very well." Draco nodded and departed from the place, accompanied by Dobby. Indeed, Draco was aware that they had matters to discuss and deliberately summoned Dobby away. They conversed for an extended period. However, upon their return, their faces bore no signs of anything unusual. The subject of their discourse could be surmised. It was nothing more than discussions about the current situation, Voldemort, and the future of dark magical artifacts. Draco was indifferent to these matters. "Father, I have recently developed a fascination for alchemy. May I borrow the alchemical chamber that grandfather left behind?" Draco rushed over to the two, his eyes shining brightly as he gazed at Lucius. Lucius had always been inclined to acquiesce to Draco's suggestions, and this time was no exception. "Very well, but when did you develop an interest in alchemy?" Lucius was taken aback to discover that his son harbored such a fascination for a pursuit as tedious as alchemy. "I stumbled upon an alchemical tome by chance. It's utterly fascinating. If I were to master alchemy, I could surely create an abundance of exquisite gems for Mother." As the topic shifted to Draco, it inevitably veered towards Narcissa. He was acutely aware of the emotional bond between Lucius and Narcissa, and the mere mention of her name rendered Lucius speechless. However, it was evident that the alchemical supplies within the manor were dwindling. Lucius remained the typical overbearing father, acquiescing to every word Draco uttered. "The Zabini family possesses such resources," he remarked, "for they own a mine, and they have no need for alchemy at home." Draco uttered nonchalantly, as if he were entirely certain of the bond he shared with Zabini. Lucius, evidently taken aback by Draco's response, had not anticipated such a reaction. While he was aware of the amicable relationship between Draco and Zabini, he had not realized the depth of their connection. Had Draco discussed this matter with Zabini? Lucius maintained his jovial demeanor, yet Draco could discern a hint of seriousness in his gaze. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, for Zabini was indeed his friend. He had bestowed upon Draco the emblem of his family, and as long as he possessed the token gifted to him, the mines would rightfully belong to him. Draco assured with a firm pat on his chest. To perceive the essence through the veneer is crucial. This scenario is, in truth, a case of acting first and justifying later, not as effortless as it may seem. Within the magical realm, the entanglements of interests among pureblood families run profoundly deep. Each pureblood family engages in business dealings and may also find itself at odds with others. Currently, a fragile equilibrium exists among the various pureblood families in the magical world. Should Draco, without just cause, accept the mines returned by the Zabini family, it would imply a clandestine alliance between the two houses in the eyes of others, potentially disrupting this delicate balance. After all, the vast wealth of the Zabini family has already attracted the covetous gaze of several predatory entities, including, of course, the Malfoy family itself. Had Draco not spoken, it would have been preferable. However, his words have now been uttered. As the future heir of the Malfoy family, Draco cannot afford to lose face. This implies that the two families have forcibly forged an alliance. Draco's words implied a forceful compulsion for Lucius to begrudgingly accept Zabini as an ally. The Zabini family, despite their wealth, possessed little else of value. They lacked an individual capable of sustaining their legacy, rendering them a rather inadequate ally. However, given the circumstances, acceptance was the only recourse. Rather than shrouding the matter in secrecy, it would be more prudent to boldly display strength to all pureblood families. I understand. But such matters should not be determined by children like you. I shall have a proper discussion with his mother. Should you engage in such behavior again, Draco, I will confiscate all your sweets. Lucius appeared somewhat stern, his tone less than amiable, resorting to the threat of candy confiscation to intimidate Draco. Very well, I understand. I shall not act this way again, father. Please don't take my sweets. Draco lowered his head, wearing an expression of displeasure, and silently retreated to his room. Lucius, dear dragon, did not act out of malice. He is merely a child, unaware of the complexities that lie within. After all, it is just a mine, a Zabini. The Malfoy family can certainly bear the burden. Narcissa, perceptive of Lucius's rising anger, promptly intervened. Indeed, Draco's previous defiant demeanor was a product of his parents' indulgence. The young dragon can be somewhat headstrong. Yet, he had managed quite well in handling matters at Hogwarts, had he not? It appears he still requires practice to cultivate a more composed character. I have heard that Hogwarts has appointed a new defense against the dark arts professor. Perhaps we could invite him to tutor the young dragon? What do you think? Lucius glanced at Narcissa, seeking her opinion. Initially, Narcissa was inclined to agree, but then she suddenly recalled Draco's interest in alchemy, causing her to hesitate. Perhaps it is best to wait a little longer. Did he not express a desire to experiment with alchemy? Let him pursue it for a few more days, and if there are no results, we shall seek a tutor then. Lucius nodded, choosing to remain silent. Everything continued to unfold. However, as night fell, circumstances shifted. Lucius aimed to keep Draco unaware of his clandestine relocation of dark magical artifacts from the estate, opting to depart under the cover of darkness. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Draco understood far more about his father than he could have imagined. Draco had long since donned his own invisibility cloak and seated himself at the stairway's entrance. There, he lay in wait, anticipating Lucius's arrival. This particular stairway served as a conduit to all locations, an essential passageway. No matter from which direction Lucius emerged, Draco would be the first to notice and would hasten to intercept him without delay. Draco awaited him over there, exhibiting an extraordinary patience as he sat in solitude, shrouded in mystery, with no one privy to the thoughts that occupied his mind. As the night deepened, Lucius finally emerged from the confines of the room and made his way to the study. Draco immediately comprehended the situation. As the former true master of Malfoy Manor, he was aware of the existence of a hidden chamber within the study. Since his rebirth, he had been preoccupied with various matters at home and had never ventured into the secret room, remaining oblivious to its contents. When Lucius made his way there, Draco stealthily followed. Lucius did not immediately unlock the hidden chamber. Instead, he rummaged through his personal bookshelf. Draco gazed at his actions with a sense of bewilderment. But as he lifted his gaze, he suddenly recognized a notebook tucked away in the far corner of the bookshelf. Even he could not help but admire the cunning of his father. The most perilous places often conceal the greatest safety. In this conspicuous location lay a tattered notebook. Yet no one had ever considered that it harbored Voldemort's Horcrux. The wizarding world had visited their home for searches before, yet they had never discovered it. Nor had they ever stumbled upon this notebook. However, due to Draco's keen observation, Lucius harbored reservations about its current placement and thus made a special effort to relocate it to the hidden chamber within his study. The chamber's password was known solely to the heads of the Malfoy family across generations. Draco had once held the title of head of the Malfoy family. Thus, he was privy to the password of the chamber. After watching Lucius depart entirely, he stealthily returned to the chamber, retrieved the notebook, and carelessly took another similar, tattered notebook, replacing it in its original position to prevent Lucius from returning to inspect. This particular notebook was in a state of disrepair, yet upon touching it, one would be enveloped by an eerie chill, a coldness that penetrated to the very bone. Draco exercised great caution, having first installed several layers of soundproofing in his room before finally opening the notebook. The notebook was predominantly blank, devoid of any notes. Draco found himself questioning his own identity, wondering if he had misjudged the essence of the fragment of Voldemort's soul contained within this notebook. Was it possible that this shard of soul had not developed its own consciousness? Perplexed, he examined the notebook closely, sensing an unsettling urge emanating from it, as if it sought to siphon his very life force. In a moment of desperation, he seized a pen from the side and began to inscribe upon its pages, "I am Draco Malfoy." To his astonishment, the next moment, another handwriting emerged on the notebook. Success. The script was elegant, sharp, and striking. "Hello, I am Tom Riddle." Upon seeing these words, Draco could not suppress a smirk. I have found you, my great master. Foolish Mr. Voldemort. Just as Draco contemplated how to ensnare Riddle further, another line of text appeared on the page. You bear the surname Malfoy? What is your connection to Abraxas Malfoy? Draco had not anticipated that the conversation would veer towards Abraxas Malfoy. Nevertheless, it was for the best, sparing him the effort of seeking a topic himself. He is my grandfather, and I hold great reverence for a dark lord of such stature. After Draco responded to Riddle's inquiry, he proceeded to speak candidly. The diary of Riddle had been surreptitiously siphoning his vitality, albeit the amount absorbed each time was minuscule and rather feeble. Who could ascertain the repercussions of such an absorption? For instance, could it lead to diminished intelligence? In a past life, Potter's wife, Ginny Weasley, had her life force drained, rendering her rather dull and utterly under Potter's influence. Here I am, merely a 12-year-old wizard. And nothing is more crucial than my current existence. While I can manage others, they pose no challenge to me. Do you know me? Certainly. The Malfoy family has always been the most devoted servant of the Dark Lord. My grandfather was, my father was, and so am I. The Dark Lord entrusted you to us, which is sufficient proof of our allegiance. Draco unabashedly flattered, thereby revealing his own stance. The diary lay still for a moment, as if contemplating the veracity of Draco's words. So, have you come to seek me for a purpose? I surmise that you must possess an existence akin to a soul. I am captivated by alchemy and have uncovered something intriguing through my studies. Once a certain threshold is reached, and with the possession of a soul, one can attain rebirth. As Draco concluded this segment, he paused momentarily, observing the diary's response. The diary remained unresponsive, appearing both contemplative and skeptical of Draco's words. I understand you may find my claims hard to believe, yet I have successfully pilfered the Philosopher's Stone. With its enchantment, success is assured. The moment this realization struck me, I hasten to inform you. If you concur, I shall act without delay. Draco's words resonated with an extraordinary sincerity. The fish was on the verge of being hooked, so he refrained from exerting pressure and exhibited remarkable patience. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. How old are you? Riddle, clearly skeptical, still harbored a desire to experiment. This inquiry implied a burgeoning curiosity regarding Draco's discovery, suggesting the existence of a soul fragment. Yet, it also cast doubt upon Draco's revelation. Age does not equate to strength, sir. I assure you, only I possess the capability to achieve this. Please place your trust in me. Should I fail to deliver results, I willingly accept any consequences. Draco deliberately evaded any mention of his age. The diary had languished for so many years, and his own remaining vitality was scarce. Should he materialize a soul, it would signify that escape was impossible, leaving him utterly at Draco's mercy. Concurrently, Draco's words subtly conveyed to Riddle the message to refrain from siphoning his life force, asserting that only he possessed the capability to accomplish such feats. Should he perish, Riddle would be devoid of any means to resurrect. As for the matter of punishment, it was but a distant specter. Voldemort remained oblivious to the discourse shared between him and Riddle. Even if he wished to relay this conversation to Voldemort in the future, he would first need to survive long enough to stand before him. Demonstrate your sincerity, Malfoy. Do not merely speak empty words. After this phrase re-emerged in the diary, silence enveloped it completely. The diary's owner, Riddle, was an astute individual, evidently grasping the implications of Draco's words. Consequently, the diary ceased to draw upon Draco's life force, resting quietly as though it were an ordinary journal. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Draco presented an enticing vision to Riddle, merely uttering a slogan without any substantial action. However, with the test subjects already secured, he could no longer afford inaction. Thus, during dinner the following day, Draco adopted an eager demeanor, impatiently embarking on his alchemical journey. The process of transmuting gemstones proved remarkably simple. Within mere minutes, he successfully created the gems required to placate Narcissa. Yet, the creation of a homunculus posed a far greater challenge. The complexity of human anatomy is truly remarkable. Each aspect possesses distinct characteristics. Bones, muscles, and skin differ significantly. The human body is undeniably one of nature's finest masterpieces, with each joint serving a unique purpose. It was not that Draco lacked the ability to succeed, but rather that crafting an alchemical body with genuine human functionality within a limited time frame was an unattainable feat given the brief duration of the holiday. Draco resorted to hastily concocting a rudimentary humanoid form to satisfy Riddle. This alchemical creation, while superficially resembling a human, was fundamentally flawed. Yet, this mattered little, as Riddle would not possess the means to accurately perceive the internal deficiencies of the construct. As long as it appeared satisfactory, there was no significant concern. After all, it was merely a first experiment, and Draco had not promised immediate success. Choosing the cover of night, Draco transported Riddle's diary to the alchemical chamber of Abraxas. The chamber was expansive, reflecting the Malfoy estate's penchant for grandeur. In its center lay a makeshift bed, assembled from wooden planks, upon which rested an insentient form. The body, male and strikingly handsome, bore exquisite features and appeared tall. This was the creation Draco had meticulously crafted for Riddle. Rumors suggested that the notorious Voldemort was strikingly attractive, and that most of his followers were similarly endowed with beauty. Whether these tales held any truth remained uncertain. Draco regarded it as genuine. He was indeed apprehensive that Riddle might uncover the truth, that this body was a hastily assembled creation, merely a temporary solution to appease him. Thus, a flawless exterior was necessary to captivate Riddle's attention. Nevertheless, events transpired as he had anticipated. Riddle discerned nothing particularly amiss. Perhaps Riddle's prowess was less formidable than he had presumed, rendering him incapable of detection. "Dear Dark Lord," he intoned, "this is the vessel I have prepared for you. Should you find it satisfactory, I invite you to give it a try." Draco respectfully inscribed these words in his diary. The diary offered no response, yet suddenly slipped from Draco's grasp and fell to the floor. In the next moment, an inexplicable gust of wind seemed to sweep into the room. The diary flung itself open, and a figure unexpectedly materialized. The silhouette appeared youthful, seemingly no older than a teenager. Draco can certainly be regarded as a remarkably handsome young wizard, yet in comparison, he appears somewhat overshadowed. His countenance possesses an extraordinary allure, making it difficult for anyone to pinpoint a flaw in his appearance. Were it not for the knowledge that Riddle hails from the Muggle world, one might easily mistake him for a scion of pure-blood nobility, for only those of noble lineage could exhibit such an air of distinction. When Riddle first encountered the diminutive Draco, he was taken aback. Having never laid eyes on him before, this was indeed their inaugural meeting. He had always assumed that the Draco he had been discussing was at least 16 years of age. However, it dawned on him that this young lad was merely in his second year of schooling. "Hail to my master, the illustrious Dark Lord." Draco's slight bow was not intended as an act of submission or a foolish gesture of kissing Riddle's ankle. Primarily, he wished to avoid such actions towards Riddle, who, in his eyes, was already a specter of the past. Riddle did not respond to Draco's words. Instead, he slowly approached the alchemical body before him. The figure was similarly tall and possessed an exquisite visage, evoking a sense of nostalgia within Riddle. "Has it truly been so long since I inhabited a corporeal form? How many years have passed?" "Perhaps 40. He appeared to be lost in reflection, his gaze revealing a depth of understanding that belied his age. "As long as the outcome is favorable, then the wait is indeed worthwhile." Draco had no time for pleasantries. He decided to be forthright, compelling him to slow down and obediently serve as Draco's guinea pig. "Are you feeling anxious?" Riddle paused momentarily, turning abruptly to find Draco's gaze imbued with curiosity. This lack of trust in Draco made him sense a certain urgency, fearing it might be a trap. As long as he had yet to fully enter that alchemical form, there was still time to alter the course of events. Escaping might no longer be an option. Harry Potter was causing quite a stir at Hogwarts, and this world still required your presence. "Do you realize that since your departure, Hogwarts has continuously suppressed Slytherin? This time, they even intend to award the House Cup, rightfully belonging to Slytherin, to Gryffindor." Draco indignantly exclaimed, "Can you believe this? Slytherin was originally leading Gryffindor by over 200 points. Yet Dumbledore found an unfounded excuse to restore those points, ultimately placing Gryffindor ahead of Slytherin. Draco chose to remain silent regarding the outcome of the House Cup, which ultimately went to Slytherin. Is it merely because a Gryffindor occupies the position of headmaster, due to Dumbledore's influence, that Slytherin must endure such indignities? During your tenure, such events were unheard of. Yet, in your absence, they seemed to revel in their power over us." Draco appeared exceedingly agitated, filled with righteous indignation, and profoundly dissatisfied with Dumbledore's leadership. "I am indeed quite anxious. I no longer wish to be trampled upon by those foolish lions. I implore you to alter this situation, to impart a lesson to that old curmudgeon Dumbledore." Draco, seizing the moment, readily admitted his urgency, unaware if any prior slip or expression had betrayed his inner turmoil to Riddle. Rather than risk revealing a flaw in the end, it was preferable to speak plainly. Riddle fell silent, his gaze fixated on Draco, as if attempting to unearth any sign of weakness in his eyes. Yet, Draco maintained an unwavering demeanor, revealing no hint of vulnerability. Draco was indeed anxious, yet not due to Gryffindor's bullying of Slytherin, but rather because of Riddle, who was exceedingly sluggish. That old coot Dumbledore had surprisingly oppressed even the young wizards, yet he appeared to relish such power. Riddle seemed to be lost in thought, perhaps recalling that Dumbledore had employed magic on the very first day of their encounter. As he spoke, he approached the alchemical body, allowing his entire soul to merge into it. Silence enveloped the surroundings for a brief moment as Draco held his breath, entirely focused on the gradual transformation of the alchemical form. 10 seconds passed, then 20, yet no change was evident. Just as Draco was on the verge of surrendering, the alchemical body abruptly opened its eyes and sat up. It was a triumph. This was Draco's immediate reaction. With the possession of a soul, one could utilize this alchemical body to be reborn. Did this not imply that his beloved could also be resurrected? However, Draco's elation was short-lived. An unexpected turn of events occurred. Riddle had barely managed to stir. He had just risen when he immediately collapsed. Even the soul that had just entered the alchemical body was ejected. He stood there, weak and seemingly on the brink of falling to the ground. Clearly, he had failed. Yet his failure did not denote the complete demise of the plan. As long as he could exert control over this body, it signified that he had succeeded halfway. The remaining challenge lay in how to enable him to fully command this vessel. Of course, Draco would not acknowledge that his previous crude work on this body might be one of the reasons Riddle could not entirely dominate it. My esteemed master, is something amiss? I have only just encountered you and have already seized control of this body. Draco was genuinely eager to uncover the true reasons, as it would facilitate his improvement. However, posing such inquiries at this moment inevitably carried a hint of undermining Riddle's pride. Riddle, being an astute individual, would naturally refrain from inviting discomfort upon himself at such a time. Draco has granted him a glimmer of hope. Thus far, all he knows is that Draco has succeeded in creating a corporeal form for him through alchemy, allowing for his resurrection. However, the energy required to control this body is immense, and his spiritual essence is far too feeble to exert complete dominion over it. He has yet to perceive any anomalies within the body, still attributing the lack of control to his own inadequacies. This, however, constitutes only a fraction of the truth. His spiritual essence is indeed exceedingly frail. Draco bowed his head in contemplation, seemingly pondering a solution. He deliberated for quite some time. Indeed, he already possessed a method. Yet he feigned the demeanor of a novice sorcerer, lowering his gaze and helplessly stating, "I apologize, my lord. I have been unable to devise an effective plan." He had already demonstrated remarkable talent in alchemy, yet it was often best not to possess excessive aptitude in interpersonal dealings. Having capable subordinates is commendable, but if those subordinates surpass oneself in prowess, it may not bode well. Should they also possess intelligence that eclipses one's own, the prospect of regaining control becomes elusive. Fear not. I have already conceived a solution. You merely need to communicate this matter to your father. Riddle wished to engage in a private conversation with Lucius. Yet although the diary resided within Malfoy Manor, he had only encountered Draco and never had the opportunity to meet Lucius. The offspring of the Malfoy family exhibited such formidable strength. One could only wonder if the adult Lucius might also offer some unexpected revelations. However, my father has taken my mother to oversee business matters and will not return in the immediate future. I fear he will be unable to assist you. Perhaps it would be best for you to relay the situation to me, and I shall personally convey it to my father, urging him to come and assist you with this matter. Draco wished to prevent Riddle from conversing with Lucius, for such an exchange would inevitably reveal Draco's position. Draco was raised under the watchful eye of Lucius, who, while not fully aware of all of Draco's skills, certainly possessed a general understanding of his capabilities. Regardless of one's innate talent, it is implausible to master the art of alchemical transformation to perfection within a single term of study. Additionally, it is highly unlikely that a daring young sorcerer would venture to steal the Philosopher's Stone in their first year. If Draco wishes to remain in this household, he must refrain from allowing Riddle and Lucius to meet, thus rendering such deception inevitable. Draco feigned a semblance of shame, rendering Riddle momentarily speechless. His soul was exceedingly frail, barely enduring a few exchanges before it threatened to dissipate entirely. Should he persist any longer, he might very well perish on the spot, rendering any thoughts of resurrection utterly moot. My diary can replenish my vitality. You need only deliver it discreetly into the hands of someone you despise, and I shall handle the rest. A year hence, you will retrieve the diary personally, at which point we shall conduct our experiment. Riddle played a cunning trick, omitting the truth that the diary could siphon life force. Every individual holds life dear, and had he revealed this fact, Draco would undoubtedly have contemplated his own existence, potentially leading to detrimental consequences. Unbeknownst to Riddle, Draco was already aware of this truth and had devised countermeasures. Understood, I shall inform my father of this matter. Everything is proceeding as you envision. Draco unmistakably sensed that Riddle intended for him to relinquish the diary to another rather than retain it himself. This signified that Riddle had abandoned any thoughts of acting against him and had resolved to place complete trust in Draco, the fledgling second-year wizard. Do not seek me out in idle moments. Return only once my query's essence has fully materialized, Riddle uttered before vanishing. Draco realized that he could no longer endure. After decades of relentless depletion, even the strongest cannot withstand. The robust will inevitably age, and even the most resilient spirit can be diminished. Moreover, he had just expended his magical energy within that dilapidated alchemical vessel, depleting the reserves he had painstakingly amassed over the years. Draco discreetly returned the diary to its rightful place in the study, choosing not to broach the subject with Lucius just yet. Doing so might only arouse suspicion. Recently, an intriguing event had occurred that might seamlessly resolve matters in due course. Following this incident, Riddle had grown taciturn, and although Draco tentatively inscribed a few words in the diary, Riddle largely ignored him. Riddle was disinclined to squander any more time on Draco, as conversing with him yielded no sustenance for his vitality and merely drained his own energy further. While the tempest on Riddle's end had subsided, the turmoil within the Ministry of Magic persisted. The disappearance of the Philosopher's Stone prompted Dumbledore to leverage his connections, exerting pressure on the Ministry without revealing the stone's loss. After all, the stone had always been in Dumbledore's possession, and as the most formidable white wizard of the century, if it could vanish from his grasp, it would imply that the thief was an exceptionally powerful adversary. Such news, if disclosed, would incite panic throughout the wizarding world. Dumbledore understood all too well that Voldemort was poised for a resurgence, and if the magical community remained unsettled, he would stand little chance against him. Thus, he began to pressure the Ministry to dispatch Aurors to search the old pureblood families for remnants of Voldemort's dark artifacts, ostensibly seeking an excuse to investigate possible collusion with the thief. During this period, pureblood families were indeed in disarray. It wasn't long before searches commenced. The Malfoy estate was to be inspected by Aurors, among whom was Weasley, a fact not lost on anyone given the historical enmity between the Weasley and Malfoy families. An ancient adage suggests that those who know you best are not necessarily your friends, but rather your foes. Hence, while Dumbledore applied pressure on the wizarding community, he insisted that Weasley accompany the search of Malfoy Manor. Apologies, Mr. Malfoy, but we have received orders from Minister Fudge to conduct a search of Malfoy Manor. We ask for your understanding. Before any solid evidence had emerged and while the Malfoy estate still basked in its glory, the leader of the Aurors was relatively courteous towards Lucius. Lucius, having anticipated this eventuality, was prepared, even if their arrival was sudden. He remained composed. Of course, as a member of the wizarding community, I am willing to fully cooperate with your actions, but I must warn you, do not frighten my wife and child, for I will not hesitate to lodge a complaint with Minister Fudge, and you shall find yourselves in a most precarious position. Lucius maintained his haughty demeanor, yet he appeared to acquiesce to the actions of the Aurors. Weasley was somewhat taken aback by the situation. When it comes to the number of dark artifacts within Malfoy Manor, aside from the Malfoy family, he was perhaps the most knowledgeable. Lucius's calmness today raised suspicions. Had he perhaps made some other preparations? It seemed unlikely, considering his arrival had been rather abrupt. Initially, the captain of the Auror team intended to visit the Knot estate first, but en route, he heeded Weasley's suggestion and altered their course toward Malfoy Manor. Unless there were traitors within the ranks, it was inconceivable that Lucius could have received any intelligence. Thus, it could only imply that he was feigning composure. However, a question lingered in my mind. Why was Weasley, of all people, present in the Auror team? Hadn't he been engrossed in the study of Muggle artifacts? How had he transitioned to this role? Lucius slowly approached Weasley, towering over him. Weasley maintained his facade of an honest man. Upon Lucius's arrival, he merely lifted his gaze, but refrained from retorting. Mr. Lucius, Weasley is an expert specially invited by Minister Fudge. Dumbledore has noted that Weasley possesses considerable knowledge regarding dark artifacts, and it was Dumbledore's recommendation that facilitated Weasley's involvement in this operation. The captain of the Auror team promptly defended Weasley, shifting the blame onto Dumbledore. After all, Lucius could hardly confront Dumbledore directly, rendering the statement unassailable. Nevertheless, as the overall leader of this endeavor, he understood the impropriety of this action. Yet, as the one in charge, he had to shoulder that responsibility. It was a hallmark of true leadership. Dumbledore? I was unaware that the Ministry of Magic had become Dumbledore's dominion. Lucius scoffed softly. Yet he refrained from further comment. The fact that even Minister Fudge had consented implied that there was little room for maneuvering in this matter. Regardless, most of the illicit artifacts within his home had already been disposed of. Even Weasley's presence would prove futile. Draco sat quietly, his head lowered in contemplation. It was evident that Dumbledore's recommendation of Weasley to join the Auror squad was a strategic move aimed at targeting Malfoy Manor. Weasley and Malfoy had long been adversaries, and Weasley possessed an exceptional understanding of the Malfoy family. Had he inadvertently revealed any signs that raised Dumbledore's suspicions? Draco meticulously scrutinized each member of the Auror team. Suddenly taken aback, this team had been meticulously selected, comprising individuals well-versed in the intricacies of pureblood families. It appeared that the recent incident involving the Philosopher's Stone had indeed left a profound impact on Dumbledore, yet this shock was not solely directed at the Malfoy family. Instead, it encompassed all pureblood families that might have any connection to Slytherin. A mere first-year wizard like Slytherin could potentially serve as a harbinger for the enigmatic figure, leading to the unsettling realization that other first-year pureblood wizards could likewise fall under the same influence. Thus, Dumbledore was intent on leaving no stone unturned. Naturally, matters concerning the Ministry of Magic were to be decided by Minister Fudge. If it pleases you, Mr. Malfoy, we shall proceed, he stated. The captain of the Auror team, being a ministry official, could hardly show favoritism towards Dumbledore. He was obliged to make remarks that considered Fudge's dignity, despite the fact that Fudge had little to spare this time. Of course, I am more than willing to comply with Minister Fudge's directives, Lucius declared, gesturing politely, yet refraining from mentioning Dumbledore, thereby indicating his alignment with Fudge. The shrewd businessman had long discerned Fudge's dissatisfaction with Dumbledore, and he knew that given the right opportunity, Fudge would not hesitate to act against him. The reason for Fudge's inaction at present was due to his lack of power and justification. The captain of the Auror team nodded and led everyone inside. Draco distinctly observed that the ordinarily unassuming Weasley displayed a flicker of concealed delight upon entering Malfoy Manor. Indeed, it appeared that the Weasley family harbored ill intentions. However, they were destined for disappointment. The Aurors divided into several groups, simultaneously launching assaults on each chamber inhabited by the Malfoy family members. Furthermore, a contingent was dispatched to obstruct their paths, ensuring they had no opportunity to conceal any illicit items. As for the house elf quarters, their search was rather cursory, being staunchly entrenched in pure-blood ideology. A noble of their ilk would hardly entrust anything of significance to a house elf. And indeed, this was the case. The Malfoys themselves seemed indifferent to the search. Lucius engaged in casual conversation with the Auror captain, revealing that the captain's mind was far from the task at hand. The Malfoy family, being immensely wealthy, would face little consequence, even if dark artifacts were discovered. A mere symbolic fine would be inevitable, yet should this operation yield results, the Aurors would find themselves in a more comfortable financial position. Thus, when Dumbledore suggested that Weasley join the search party, Minister Fudge, despite his evident displeasure, acquiesced, swayed by the prospect of monetary gain. It was well understood that Weasley was deliberately employed to target the Malfoys, yet who cared? As long as his efforts bore fruit beneficial to all, they were more than willing to turn a blind eye. The reporting Aurors had nothing to relay. A team approached to inform that no contraband had been discovered. This outcome astonished everyone. How could Lucius Malfoy, once one of Voldemort's most esteemed subordinates, possess a residence devoid of any dark magical artifacts? Were they hidden too skillfully, or had they received a warning and relocated their illicit items? The Auror captain, possessing a well-honed demeanor, did not exhibit any signs of panic nor reveal any hint of unease, as if he were merely executing his professional duties. In stark contrast, Weasley could hardly contain himself. His astonishment was evident to all. The study. Let us investigate the study, he insisted, unwilling to let this opportunity slip by as others contemplated departing. Given his familiarity with the Malfoys, he surmised that any incriminating items would be stored in the study. The Auror captain nodded, evidently reluctant to forfeit this lucrative opportunity. You few accompany Weasley to the study. The rest will proceed to the basement. He coldly acknowledged this, then turned to Lucius. My apologies, Mr. Malfoy, but this is our duty, regardless of whether there are dark magical artifacts within Malfoy Manor. The Auror captain had no desire to offend the Malfoys. The Malfoy family had become a significant benefactor. Even if there were indeed dark magical objects present, they would merely be trivial matters for the Malfoy lineage. A hefty fine would suffice to resolve such issues, and the Ministry of Magic had numerous other financial obligations. It was inconceivable that they would forsake such a lucrative patron over a mere trifle, nor would they dismantle the Malfoy family for such insignificant reasons. As for why Weasley was so insistent on investigating, it was to uncover any connections between the Malfoy family and the shadowy figures behind the scenes. Although the Ministry claimed they would not take action against the Malfoys based on these leads, Dumbledore would. If evidence could be found, the Malfoys would face a tremendous blow. Lucius led Draco and Narcissa into the dining room, indulging in refreshments without any intention of inviting others, while the rest were bustling about, overwhelmed by their tasks. The Malfoy family remained unperturbed, enjoying their snacks. Today, Dobby's pumpkin pie is truly delightful, they remarked, savoring each bite. Meanwhile, the Aurors, who had toiled all day at Malfoy Manor without tasting a morsel, were seething with frustration at the sight of the family relishing their meal. They dug tirelessly, seeking to unearth the Malfoys' hidden transgressions. Yet curiously, the Malfoy family, despite their Death Eater lineage, appeared as pristine as a blank canvas. It seemed as though their secrets had been meticulously scrubbed clean. Every nook and cranny had been thoroughly examined, with no detail overlooked, except for Riddle's diary. Once its dark essence had waned, it had become as innocuous as any ordinary journal, left in the Malfoy family's hidden chamber, which the investigators had failed to locate. The captain, somewhat disheartened, awaited Weasley's report anxiously. However, upon seeing Weasley descend the stairs, dejected and silent, he understood that no news was forthcoming. The Malfoy residence was indeed remarkably unblemished. As Weasley approached, he merely shook his head in a gesture of resignation. I apologize, Mr. Malfoy, for the intrusion. We must proceed to the next location. The captain politely acknowledged Lucius before preparing to withdraw. Malfoy, your luck will not hold forever. We shall see. You best conceal your tale, for I shall uncover the truth. Weasley unreservedly issued a harsh warning to Malfoy. This was not a mere provocation. At present, Dumbledore had dispatched numerous individuals to monitor these pureblood families, and should Lucius, incited by Weasley's ire, commit some reckless act, he would undoubtedly face the consequences. Weasley was particularly audacious today. One must be cautious not to trip over one's own words. Lucius feigned concern for Weasley, sneering derisively at him with a mocking glance. They returned in disarray, this time with little to show for their efforts. Father, those individuals are utterly insufferable. They rummaged through my room and scattered my toys. The one from the Weasley family is just another pauper. He might have casually pilfered a couple of things while he was at it. With so many possessions in our home, who knows what he might have taken? Draco spoke with indignation, clearly displeased by the presence of those searching, particularly expressing his ire towards the Weasley family. However, this seemingly simple complaint served as an epiphany for Lucius. The Weasley family and the Malfoys harbored a long-standing grudge. And what if he were to exploit that animosity to pilfer from the Malfoy estate? It was utterly detestable. That pauper would certainly set his sights on our family. What household is devoid of a few dark magical artifacts? It's only that wretched family, impoverished to the core, lacking any valuable dark magical items. If they were to possess even a single one, they would surely be beside themselves with joy. Draco wore a mocking expression reminiscent of Lucius. Lucius, however, bore no resentment towards Draco. He suddenly appeared to recall something, and a faint smile graced his lips. Father, why do you still smile? I am being serious with you. Lucius's demeanor towards Draco revealed no dissatisfaction. In fact, he seemed to share the same sentiment. When do you plan to procure your books this year? Lucius abruptly shifted the conversation, earnestly inquiring about Draco's studies. The question caught Draco off guard momentarily, Yet he quickly regained his composure. I haven't decided yet. Perhaps a few days before school starts. However, the Weasley family of paupers will likely go much earlier, as they would miss the opportunity to select good second-hand books if they delay. Draco raised an eyebrow as he spoke. He had already discerned Lucius's intentions. He did not mind divulging a morsel of information to facilitate Lucius's endeavors. Father, you are unaware that the old witch from the Weasley family is a fervent admirer of our new professor. She possesses no discernment whatsoever. To be enamored with such a flamboyant figure. Draco scoffed dismissively. Lucius nodded, as if genuinely attentive to Draco's words. In the next moment, appearing to recall something, he addressed Draco, saying, Draco, be a bit more courteous. After all, he is a professor. Not long ago, Lucius had suggested to Narcissa that Gilderoy Lockhart serve as Draco's tutor. If Draco truly belittles Lockhart to such a degree, would it not reflect a lack of discernment on his part? He recently held a new book launch, and I shall take you to witness it, where you will come to understand the extent of his inadequacies. I find it perplexing that Hogwarts would appoint such a vain individual as a professor. Is it truly the case that there is no one more suitable at Hogwarts? Draco muttered a complaint before retreating to his chamber, meticulously refining his alchemical body. Riddle's failure stemmed partly from his weak soul power, but undoubtedly also from the inherent inconsistencies within that alchemical form. Initially, time constraints had compelled him to forego thorough refinement, hastening the process and leading to such an outcome. Now, the diary had lost its potency, and with no pressing matters at hand, he seized the opportunity to hone his alchemical skills. Recalling his visit to his godfather, he remembered being informed that his potion-making abilities had shown improvement. The little brat had become rather audacious. Lucius resolved to impart a lesson, ensuring he would train diligently under Snape's venomous tutelage. Ah, very well, father, he acquiesced. This was not a significant matter. It provided a chance to observe Snape's progress as well. However, the reality proved disappointing. He gleaned nothing of substance. Snape, true to his reputation as the most formidable infiltrator, remained as tight-lipped as a stitched seam, withholding all information. No matter how Draco provoked him, there was no discernible reaction. His indirect inquiries nearly exposed Draco himself. This compelled Draco to momentarily quiet his intentions and focus earnestly on his potion studies. Though Draco's proficiency in potions is commendable, it inevitably pales in comparison to Severus Snape's expertise. The distinction between a mere potion and one crafted by a master or a king of potions is undeniable. There remains much for him to learn. His considerable skill has rendered Snape's expectations somewhat lenient, yet overall, satisfaction prevails. Time swiftly elapses, and as Draco anticipated, Lucius unexpectedly proposes a visit to Diagon Alley on the day of Gilderoy Lockhart's new book launch to procure essential books for the upcoming term. However, as events unfolded, certain matters arrived belatedly, leaving Draco to linger alone on the second floor of Flourish and Blots. The bustling atmosphere is filled with young wizards coming and going. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, Draco feels a profound sense of alienation. He finds himself unable to assimilate into the vibrant scene. Emptying his mind, he gazes into the distance, observing the throng at the entrance. Suddenly, a familiar group captures his attention, the Weasley family, along with Hermione Granger and Harry Potter. They appear to share an intimate camaraderie, particularly the young Weasley girl, whose gaze seems almost glued to Harry. The group engages in lively conversation, oblivious to the world around them. Due to his inherent sensitivity, Harry soon senses someone watching him intently and abruptly looks up, meeting Draco's gaze from the second floor. Their eyes lock for a fleeting moment before Draco's attention shifts to the side, where Ginny Weasley stands beside Harry. Draco raised an eyebrow slightly, as if jesting with Harry Potter. Observe, the once guilt-ridden Harry Potter ultimately succumbed to the harshness of reality, witnessing the young Weasley girl utterly entranced. It seems Harry must have spent a considerable amount of time in her company. Harry noticed Draco's gaze drop, no longer meeting his eyes, as though he wished to disregard him entirely. With his head bowed, he accompanied the Weasley family to Gilderoy Lockhart's new book launch. Lockhart, adorned flamboyantly like a peacock, exuberantly promoted his latest work amidst a throng of reporters. He clearly recognized Harry Potter, and when the latter appeared at his book launch, he seized the opportunity to use him as a marketing tool. Yet, it was evident that he did not genuinely revere Harry. Once his purpose was served, he discarded him. Truly, the savior lives up to his title. Merely attending a book signing propels him into the headlines, though Lockhart scarcely regards him with any sincerity, discarding him once his utility has been exhausted. How has our savior fallen to such a fate? Leaning against a nearby pillar, Draco wore a smirk as he addressed Harry Potter. He sought to gauge the Weasley family's attitude towards Harry, which would also reveal Harry's insight into their dynamics. Communication between individuals is inherently reciprocal. Few people relish the notion of being warmly received only to be met with indifference in return. The moment his mocking words escaped his lips, Ginny could no longer remain passive. She stepped protectively in front of Harry, glaring fiercely at Draco. "I warn you, keep your distance from him," she seemed to convey, embodying a lioness fiercely guarding her cub, her demeanor bristling with an unspoken threat, ready to pounce upon Draco at any moment. Draco found it amusing. The little girl was likely unaware that it was not Draco who gravitated towards Harry Potter, but rather Harry who approached Draco of his own volition. The admonition to keep a distance should have been directed at Harry Potter. The one who takes the initiative has never been Draco. After all, how else could it be? "Oh, I am frightened." Harry Potter is indeed remarkable. At such a young age, he has already found himself a girlfriend. Harry shot an indignant glance at Draco, his eyes carrying a hint of warning. He feared that Draco might expose his scheme. Although he knew that even if Draco divulged it, the Weasley family would not believe him. Many matters transcend mere belief. Sometimes, an unguarded word can plant a seed in someone's heart, one that may sprout unexpectedly, growing into a towering tree. Harry could not guarantee when this seed might germinate. So he could only do one thing: ensure that no seed was sown at all. "Be a bit more courteous, Draco," Lucius remarked, having arrived unbeknownst to them. As he lightly tapped Draco's shoulder with his wand, Draco immediately made way, sensing the atmosphere. "Don't be so tense, little redhead. I won't devour him," he remarked. Lucius, with a smile that barely masked his disdain, nudged Ginny aside with his wand. "Harry Potter, what a renowned name," he proclaimed, his condescending demeanor instilling a profound sense of malice in Harry, who instinctively took a step back. However, Lucius seized Harry's chin, compelling him to face him. "Look at that scar on your forehead. It is a mark left by a great wizard. It is precisely because of him that you have been deemed the savior." Lucius's prideful attitude was palpable. He was well aware that Harry would harbor animosity towards him because of the Weasleys. Yet, he remained unfazed. Potter was merely a first-year wizard, incapable of causing any significant turmoil. As for the Weasley family, they were nothing more than a bunch of vermin, coveting the fortunes of others. Only Dumbledore regarded them as treasures. "I have never considered him a great wizard. He is merely a murderer who took my parents' lives." "Sir, if you fear his threat, there is no need to involve me," Harry retorted without hesitation, boldly declaring that Lucius was a coward. He then cast a cautious glance at Draco, aware that Lucius was Draco's father and concerned that this confrontation might jeopardize their alliance. Little did he know that their alliance had already crumbled long before Harry could no longer afford its cost. Draco remained utterly unresponsive, his attention wholly fixed upon his father. Truly, what a bold little wizard he is. I dare say his parents would not dare to speak to him so directly. Remarkable, yet undeniably reckless. However, I would advise you to be more attuned to the times. Lucius cast a scornful glance at Harry Potter, as though mocking his ignorance. "No, sir. One must confront their own fears. Those who shy away from facing their fears cannot be considered astute. They ought to be labeled as cowards." Hermione immediately interjected, ardently defending her stance on justice, her tone carrying a hint of moral superiority when addressing Lucius. "Ah, you must be Miss Granger," Lucius remarked, casting another glance at Draco. "Father, she is a mudblood from the Muggle world." Draco maintained the demeanor of a pure-blood aristocrat, unabashedly denouncing Hermione as a mudblood in front of everyone. However, Lucius interjected with a gentle admonition towards Draco, urging him to exercise a bit more decorum. After all, they were in a public setting, and the number of Muggle-born wizards far exceeded that of their pure-blood counterparts. Should they take offense at Draco's words, the half-bloods would certainly not come to his aid, and the pure-bloods were already in a minority. Even if retribution could be exacted later, it would merely be a matter of consequence after the fact. "All right, father. I did not mean to," Draco replied. Draco promptly lowered his head, ceding the stage to Lucius. "The individuals assisting you in selecting books, are they your parents? Have they come from the Muggle world? Is this your first or second visit to such a wondrous place? Cherish this experience, for it may be your last opportunity once your schooling concludes." Lucius exuded a formidable presence, far surpassing the Draco of his childhood, his words piercing straight to the heart. Hermione immediately lost her composure, her cheeks flushing crimson. Observing this, Ron swiftly positioned himself in front of Hermione, casting a resentful glare at Lucius. Whether it is your first or second time is none of your concern, coward. Ron, evidently lacking in discretion, bluntly articulated the essence of Granger's words, inciting Draco's fury. Draco charged forward, delivering a punch squarely to Ron's face. The surrounding young wizards rushed to restrain Draco, but to their astonishment, he forcefully shoved Ginny Weasley aside. Being a year younger and of a smaller stature than him, Ginny collided with Hermione, causing her books to scatter like petals in the wind. The others, no longer inclined to engage in a brawl with Draco, hurriedly attended to the two girls. Draco is indeed a gentleman. He recognizes the distinction between genders and understands the necessity of maintaining a chivalrous demeanor towards ladies. However, this is contingent upon the notion that the lady in question is not his adversary, nor poses a threat to his interests. Once someone obstructs his pursuits, it matters not whether they are a lady or even a relative, he remains unyielding. He did, in fact, intentionally push Weasley. After a semester of interaction, he has gained profound insight into their character, noting that they are so deeply loyal that they often lack discernment. Draco's intention has never been Ginny. Rather, it was to surreptitiously place the diary into her hands. Draco cast a sidelong glance at Lucius and noticed him slightly bowing his head. Instantly, an idea struck him, prompting him to jostle the four individuals who had just managed to stand upright. He resembled a young bull, eager to take on four adversaries single-handedly. The adults were immediately captivated by his audacity, oblivious to Lucius's actions behind them. Draco charged forward with relentless determination, instilling fear in those around him. However, to everyone's astonishment, a pair of powerful hands suddenly grasped his head, halting his advance. Draco lifted his gaze and was met with the sight of the future object of his disdain, Weasley, prompting him to instinctively take a step back. The rat in the gutter, sensing the change in circumstances, finally emerged. Lucius had long since concluded all his affairs, standing there with his usual poise, looking down upon Weasley. I had never realized the Malfoy family's upbringing could be so lacking. How dare these individuals claim to be pure-blood aristocrats? Although Weasley generally possessed a calm demeanor, he was particularly protective of his children. The audacity of an uncultivated pure-blood scion to question the upbringing of the Malfoy family is truly laughable. Just take a look at your tattered attire and the second-hand books strewn about. Why not heed my advice and abandon your job at the Ministry of Magic to beg on the streets? Perhaps that would afford you the luxury of acquiring some new books. Lucius, having overheard Weasley's derision regarding Draco's upbringing, could no longer contain himself and unleashed his full ire. My understanding of a pure-blood disgrace differs markedly from yours. It seemed as though Weasley, regaining his rationality, was reluctant to escalate matters with Lucius under these circumstances. Indeed, in this season of discord, he entertained thoughts of confronting Lucius. Yet he recognized that any significant conflict at this juncture would likely be perceived as personal vendetta, a malicious framing of events. Patience was the order of the day. Results would soon manifest. The mentalities of beasts and men are invariably distinct. Let us observe, Weasley. With a cold huff, Lucius cast a glance at Draco before exiting. Draco meticulously arranged his attire before following Lucius out the door. It was evident that Lucius had already set matters in motion. Nevertheless, the events of the day had indeed provoked his ire, and he was undoubtedly intent on enacting revenge. As anticipated, the following day brought forth news of a burglary at the Malfoy residence, which was widely reported by numerous media outlets. Due to Lucius's financial influence, the coverage was decidedly unfavorable. Typically, Lucius maintained an impeccable reputation at home, even when the Ministry of Magic conducted searches. However, the situation took a turn for the worse when the Weasleys visited Malfoy Manor and items went missing. Moreover, the Weasley family was notoriously known as the impoverished faction of the wizarding community. Their earlier altercation with the Malfoys at the Leaky Cauldron suggested a long-standing grudge against them, providing ample motive for the alleged theft. As the situation escalated, public sentiment shifted towards an irrevocable direction. However, it was important to note that the Weasley was personally recommended by Dumbledore and had received Minister Fudge's explicit approval to join the search party. Should Weasley indeed be implicated in such wrongdoing, it would cast doubt on Dumbledore's discernment as the most formidable wizard of the century, as well as portray Minister Fudge as gullible and lacking judgment. even if Weasley could ultimately prove his innocence. The stigma of governmental incompetence could very well embed itself in the minds of the magical populace. Furthermore, it was common knowledge that the Malfoys were a wealthy family. The loss of one or two possessions was trivial in their eyes. The current fixation on the incident was merely a result of Weasley's mockery towards Draco, prompting Lucius's deliberate retaliation. The matter could escalate or diminish, but the most pressing concern was the need for rapid public relations efforts to suppress the situation, ensuring no negative news regarding the government reached the public. Thus, within 2 days, various ladies and young women at prominent gatherings began circulating testimonies affirming Weasley's innocence, claiming numerous witnesses were present and none observed him taking any items. However, mere assertions from them were insufficient. It remained unclear what concessions Fudge and Lucius had negotiated, until Lucius himself ultimately acknowledged that Weasley had indeed left with empty pockets. Gradually, the uproar subsided. This turmoil had little bearing on Draco, as his primary focus was returning to school. One must admit that the young wizards were quite bothersome, being required to return to their studies at a fixed time. Nevertheless, it was not as though he had nothing to occupy his time. Lucius had recently assisted him in acquiring the mine from the Zabini family, with both parties reaching a temporary amicable agreement. The matters previously promised by Zabini to Draco were also steadily progressing, and subtle indications suggested that some young wizards within the magical community had begun to don communication devices. However, the promotional efforts were still lacking vigor. They were merely in the pilot phase, apprehensive about sustaining the initiative. Draco was the first to arrive at the Malfoy box, sitting upright beside himself, sipping on a glass of apple juice. Before long, all his companions had gathered. Zabini appeared somewhat agitated, casting frantic glances at Draco, his eyes nearly twitching from the intensity. What was the matter with Zabini today? Why was he fixated on Draco? Had something gone awry with his vision? Pansy furrowed her brows as she looked at Zabini, questioning what was amiss. Had the lovely young lady shifted her affections to Draco? No, he merely had some sand in his eye, Theodore remarked indifferently, casting a glance at Zabini. Is that true? Would you like me to blow on it for you? Zabini retorted. Pansy, still frowning, approached Zabini, sensing the awkwardness in the air, when Draco interjected, Ladies, I believe I spotted a delightful assortment of new trinkets on the express. Did you not venture over to examine them? They appeared to be an array of vividly colored scarves. Draco had known the ladies for quite some time and was well aware of their inclinations. Upon hearing about the exquisite silk scarf, Pansy's eyes sparkled with excitement, seemingly indifferent to Zabini. Really? Daphne, let us go take a look, Pansy exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable as she turned to Daphne. The two of them were eager to embark on their little adventure at once. Wait a moment, ladies. Allow Crabbe and Goyle to accompany you, Draco interjected. I recently encountered some discord with the Gryffindors, and I fear they may pose a distraction. It's better to exercise caution. Merely dispatching those two was insufficient. As far as Draco was aware, Crabbe and Goyle also served as Lucius's eyes and ears within the school, and they, too, were not to be present. Pansy hesitated slightly. She had indeed heard the rumors of Draco's altercation with Harry Potter at the Leaky Cauldron. Initially, she had dismissed it, for from their interactions in the past year, Draco did not strike her as the type to resort to physical confrontation. On the contrary, he preferred the art of verbal sparring and upheld the decorum of a gentleman. Pansy had assumed it was merely slander aimed at tarnishing Draco's reputation. Little did she know he would confirm it himself today. Well, did you win last time? Pansy inquired, aware that Lucius had since played a few tricks on the Weasley family, yet she remained uncertain whether Draco had triumphed or faltered. After all, facing multiple adversaries required a certain audacity. Of course, those paupers, unable to even afford a meal, possessed no strength to rival mine. Do not fret over me, dear ladies. Draco smiled faintly, exuding an air of self-satisfaction. Pansy raised an eyebrow, choosing to remain silent as she departed with Daphne, while Crabbe and Goyle eagerly followed suit, more than willing to assist Draco with his errands. This eagerness stemmed from Draco's recent generosity, having bestowed upon them silver sickles, sufficient for a lavish feast at the nearby stalls. Once the two had left, Theodore skillfully closed the door and adeptly cast a soundproofing charm within the compartment. Calm down. Zabini, your delight is nearly bursting forth from your eyes. Zabini's joy was evident on his face, though Pansy remained oblivious to it. Our product has achieved resounding success. If all goes as anticipated, it is poised to become the new trend in the magical realm. Here, take a look at the figures. The profits were astonishingly substantial, even causing Zabini to feel a twinge of temptation. Were their relationship devoid of any entanglements, and if they were merely ordinary partners, Zabini would undoubtedly seek every means to dominate the entire industry. Alas, the core secrets of this enterprise remained firmly in Draco's grasp. And with Draco's formidable position and Zabini's weakened stance, any greedy aspirations were wisely suppressed. Draco meticulously flipped through the pages, though he did not examine them with great seriousness. He was indifferent to the financial gains of the industry. Rather, his concern lay in the breadth of its applications and whether he could swiftly ascertain everyone's whereabouts. To him, money held little significance. Well done, Zabini. Distribute the profits, for your efforts are commendable. Draco smiled faintly, as if commending Zabini's actions, then lifted his gaze towards the window. He appeared momentarily entranced, staring for an extended period. What could possibly captivate him? Theodore was perplexed by Draco's behavior. He had always been a person of strong intent. Could there be another scheme afoot? Draco remained silent, merely placing a finger to his lips in a gesture of shushing. Theodore, increasingly perplexed, furrowed his brow. In the next moment, a flying car sped past, revealing the unmistakable figures of Harry Potter and Ron Weasley inside. Oh, are those two over there, Potter and Weasley? Surely, they must be out of their minds. Why would any sensible person choose to ride in those unreliable flying cars instead of the proper Hogwarts Express? In the magical realm, there are no reputable manufacturers of flying cars. Typically, the vehicles one encounters are self-modified. Such modifications, lacking professional oversight, can easily lead to loss of control. Most of the time, they prove to be quite unstable. One must remember that Hogwarts is quite distant. It takes a certain degree of courage and luck to embark on a flying car to Hogwarts. How bold of those Gryffindor fools to attempt such a thing. Do they not fear being discovered by Muggles? I must report this incident to the school and advocate for their expulsion. A glimmer of excitement shone in Zabini's eyes. Almost all purebloods harbor disdain for the Weasleys, and Zabini was no exception. Likewise, he despised Harry Potter. The dual animosity made him eager to witness the misfortunes of the two. But let us be realistic. Hogwarts would never expel them. Harry Potter is the savior, after all. If even he were dismissed, Hogwarts might as well close its doors. Theodore had always been one to seize opportunities to jab at Zabini. What a ridiculous notion of a savior. That was a matter of years past. And how young was he back then? A mere infant wizard defeating the Dark Lord. Who would believe such a tale? Zabini felt a surge of resentment. He believed that Harry Potter received far more attention at Hogwarts than he, a pureblood. Most of these aristocratic children were raised like stars on pedestals, and suddenly, a child of common birth stole away all his limelight. Anyone would feel discomfort by such a turn of events, especially when that commoner was constantly opposing him. Dumbledore would do well to abandon such futile pursuits. Instead of devising ways to counter Harry Potter, he should consider how to leverage this situation to deliver a devastating blow to the Weasleys. It was a fact that Dumbledore would never expel Harry Potter, so clinging to that notion was exceedingly foolish. It would be far more prudent to use this as a weapon against the Weasleys. Not long ago, Minister Fudge had already owed Lucius a favor from their dealings. If this matter were to be added to the mix, Fudge would surely grow weary of the Weasleys, and everything would naturally fall into place. This is intriguing, Draco. What do you propose we do? Upon hearing the suggestion of dealing with the Weasleys, Zabini's eyes lit up. Don't frame it as though I am the villain here. They are the ones who stirred up this trouble. Draco felt compelled to rectify the positions of his two companions. He could not fathom why they consistently placed themselves in the role of the villain. Clearly, he was a good person, a truly benevolent individual. It was evident that it was Weasley who, in blatant disregard of the Muggle Protection Act, indulged his children in the use of magical artifacts before Muggles, and recklessly altered a magical car without permission, entrusting it to underage wizards. It was undeniably their fault. How could it be twisted in your words to sound as if we were the ones orchestrating their downfall? Draco's words imply a desire to teach Weasley a lesson through this incident. It is my nature to engage in such behavior. Traditionally, it has only been us who bully others. Zabini never anticipated that there would come a day when identities could be so completely exchanged. They have always been the ones to oppress others, and thus he has grown accustomed to treating others with such disdain. This is not a commendable habit. We merely expose the misdeeds of the wicked. We are the champions of justice, not the villains, so do not adopt a villainous demeanor. Draco smiled slightly as he sipped his apple juice. Zabini, appearing eager to learn, nodded vigorously, clearly swayed by Draco's words. He stood tall, as if he were an emissary of justice. Understood, I shall send word back. I believe my father would relish the jest involving the Weasleys. Theodore immediately grasped the situation. Unlike Zabini, who reveled in verbal flourishes, Theodore was a man of action. Do not fret, Theodore. It is but a trifling matter. I heard that the young girl from the Weasley family is attending school today. Given their dire financial circumstances, I wonder if they can even afford the tuition. Draco furrowed his brow, seemingly concerned that the young girl might be unable to attend school. In truth, he was subtly encouraging Theodore to exert himself in this regard. Once the matter of the Weasley family's indulgence in allowing their children to utilize the flying car became public knowledge, it was inevitable that they would face consequences. Typically, such repercussions would involve reassignment or the imposition of fines, two common forms of punishment. The Weasley family has always maintained a low profile. Thus, even if they were reassigned to a different position, as long as their remuneration remained unchanged, it would not significantly impact them. Draco's words subtly hinted at imposing a hefty fine on Theodore, a severe penalty indeed. It was essential to impart a memorable lesson. Theodore understood, raising an eyebrow slightly to indicate his comprehension. A new little wizard, perhaps? I recall that Daphne's sister has also arrived at Hogwarts. Zabini raised an eyebrow slightly. Draco hesitated slightly. According to the bear's account, Astoria Greengrass was to be his future wife in this world. How absurd. One wonders what his counterpart in this world thinks. To harbor an affection for her. To reiterate, the sorting ceremony proceeded as usual, and as they had speculated, Harry Potter and Weasley did not make their anticipated appearance. The group exchanged knowing glances, instantly understanding what needed to be done. Indeed, the following day, rumors circulated within the school that Harry Potter, bearing the title of the Chosen One, had blatantly disregarded school regulations. Accompanied by Weasley, he had arrived at school in a flying car, having been spotted by numerous muggles along the way. The whispers were pointedly accusatory, attributing the majority of the blame to Harry Potter, while Ron Weasley once again slipped away unnoticed. In the short term, this seemed beneficial. After all, it was preferable for only one to face punishment rather than two. And given Harry's status as the savior, with Dumbledore's regard for him, the likelihood of any consequences remained uncertain. However, in the long run, this was far from advantageous. Why should Harry Potter alone bear the brunt of the mischief when they were all equally culpable? Even the closest of friends might feel a rift. Moreover, Harry Potter had always harbored suspicions toward Weasley, and now his convictions were likely further solidified, believing Weasley to be in cahoots with the others. After all, apart from being allied with them, Harry found no justification to convince himself why Weasley consistently managed to evade scrutiny. What Draco desired was precisely this effect. Simultaneously, after their letters were dispatched, nearly everyone in the wizarding community became aware of the Weasley family's abuse of authority, condoning their offspring's use of a magical flying car in front of muggles, thus openly contravening the statute of secrecy. The repercussions were considerable, and by noon the following day, Ron Weasley received a scathing letter from home. It was utterly infuriating. Do you realize the gravity of your actions? Do you understand how we felt when we discovered the flying car was missing? Mrs. Weasley bellowed, her voice resonating throughout the school. However, this was no ordinary reprimand. It was evident from her words that Ron had taken the flying car without his parents' consent. The current predicament was that the Ministry of Magic accused Mr. Weasley of permitting his son to showcase a magical flying car before muggles. They were entirely unaware, as this was solely Ron's doing. If they decide to expel you, I shall have no objections. Do you have any idea how humiliated your father felt when we received a letter from Professor Dumbledore? This statement served to remind everyone that the Weasleys were aligned with Dumbledore's faction, urging others to show some restraint. We have toiled to raise you, only to discover that you have engaged in such antics with Harry Potter. What are we to do if something goes awry? The implication was clear. Ron was the mastermind behind this debacle, with Harry Potter merely a passive participant. In essence, this was a veiled attempt to exonerate Harry, particularly since Mrs. Weasley was Ron's mother. Rarely does a mother fail to support her child, and thus her words bore significant weight. Should Harry Potter acquire a reputation for openly violating the statute of secrecy, it would tarnish his image as the savior. Your father is now subject to an investigation at work, all because of you. If you do not mend your ways, even if the school refrains from punishing you, we shall personally bring you home. The underlying implication of this statement is that Wesley is now subjected to scrutiny. And others should bear in mind that the current predicament is solely due to Ron, an immature child yet to reach adulthood, whose actions have precipitated these consequences. Simultaneously, they engage in subtle machinations within the school. Human nature is exceedingly complex. When one errs and their parents impose severe punishment, observers may perceive that the punishment meted out has already been considerable, thus prompting a reduction in further repercussions. They also harbor fears that Hogwarts might expel Ron, which led to them chastising him vehemently, issuing stern warnings, and ensuring that everyone is aware of his transgressions. This, in turn, provides Dumbledore with a rationale to refrain from expelling Ron. After all, the young wizards are still innocent at heart. Upon witnessing Ron's dire state, they are less likely to fervently demand Dumbledore's harsh discipline for him. The school authorities would certainly be inclined to show leniency towards a child who has already faced stringent reprimands at home. Following this, the howler ceased abruptly, and the original envelope ignited instantaneously, reducing to ashes in mere moments. Ron's astonished visage flushed crimson, in stark contrast to the embarrassment felt by their group. Draco's entourage appeared rather indifferent. Unlike the other students, who expressed shock or derision, Draco and his companions could only be described as detached. The Weasley family cannot truly be deemed pure blood, as they publicly received a howler. It is a display devoid of any noble grace. Zabini scoffed derisively. After all, they are impoverished, so it is unreasonable to expect them to exhibit aristocratic demeanor. Yet, their cunning is undeniable, and the affair is far from over. Theodore, standing nearby, slightly curled his lips into a smirk, his gaze coldly surveying the commotion. Ron, having been soundly berated by Mrs. Weasley, wore an unflattering expression, and many gathered around him to offer their consolation. Draco cast a glance in that direction, not at Harry Potter, but rather turned to inquire with a sense of perplexity. Is the boy beside Harry Potter Finnegan? They seemed to share a rather amicable rapport. Draco's sudden remark left everyone bewildered. Why had he diverted the conversation so abruptly? Was there some ulterior motive behind it? Indeed, it was Finnegan. They were all from Gryffindor, and he resided next door to Harry Potter, suggesting a fairly close relationship. Zabini did not ponder this for long and instinctively replied, but upon further mention of Finnegan, he furrowed his brow. Why was Draco inquiring about him? Finnegan was notoriously inept, often causing more harm than good. Any spell he attempted seemed to detonate like a bomb, with chaos following wherever his incantations took him. As Zabini recounted this, a sense of disdain crept in. There was a time when he had unwittingly sat near Finnegan, only to witness the disaster that ensued during potions class. The unfortunate Zabini became splattered with the potion concocted by Finnegan, a mishap that ensured he would forever remember that name. In retrospect, one could argue that Finnegan was indeed a character of sorts. He had a knack for turning any endeavor into an explosion. Draco chuckled with a snort, as the statement seemed to mock him. What kind of talent was he, unable to master any spell, merely causing chaos all around? I see. Is our next class with Professor Sprout? Draco deftly diverted the conversation, choosing not to continue the debate with Zabini. Indeed. Yet I remain unaware of what she intends to teach us. I have heard whispers that Hogwarts has received a new batch of extraordinary herbs. I wonder if we shall have the opportunity to engage with them, Theodore casually remarked before stuffing another piece of toast into his mouth and departing. His intentions were unclear, but it seemed he wished to add some intrigue to the matter concerning the Weasleys. The shrill letter from Mrs. Weasley had certainly echoed in his ears. It was not until the afternoon herbology class that he made his tardy entrance. However, due to Harry and Ron's previous defiance of the punctuality rule in their first year, no one dared arrive late, not even Theodore, who arrived just in time. Professor Sprout proved to be far more amiable than anticipated. Her plump figure radiated a sense of warmth, resembling a kindly witch. Today, our task is to repot the mandrake. Can anyone enlighten me about the properties of the mandrake? Professor Sprout initiated a brief introductory remark, invigorating the atmosphere. Hermione immediately raised her hand. The mandrake is a powerful restorative. It can return those cursed by magic to their original form. Hermione recited the information as if she had memorized the entire textbook, effortlessly relaying the content. The term mandrake flickered in Draco's memory, for he knew this herb would play a significant role in the events to come. Riddle. In his quest to augment his power and fulfill his ambition of pure-blood domination, had exploited the Weasley family's young girl to unlock the Chamber of Secrets, unleashing the basilisk. The creature's rampage led to many Hogwarts students being petrified. Ultimately, it was the ripening of the mandrake that allowed for their restoration. Riddle had once again returned to Hogwarts and was likely entangled with that young Weasley girl. His spectral form was frail, and to safeguard himself, he would undoubtedly seek formidable allies, such as the basilisk. Should the basilisk resurface, it was inevitable that some unfortunate souls would face petrification. What if this batch of mandrakes failed to mature, perishing entirely? What if the entire wizarding world could not swiftly procure ripe mandrakes, with only Malfoy Manor possessing them? The situation would surely be as unbearable as consuming cockroaches. After all, prolonged petrification could indeed lead to death. Draco contemplated while repotting the mandrake, forcefully severing a portion of its roots and stowing it away in his expandable bag. The mandrake, known for its incessant wailing, continued to cry out despite the rough handling, displaying no apparent signs of distress. However, its struggles intensified, and upon sensing Draco's intention to assist in its repotting, it retaliated by sinking its teeth into his hand. Draco's expression immediately soured. He wore a mask of disdain as he fiercely pinched the mandrake, as if he were on the verge of crushing it into oblivion. Yet, mindful of the presence of both the professor and his classmates, he reluctantly returned it to the earth. However, it was of little concern, given time. And drawing upon his previous studies of chaotic matters, he would soon cultivate a complete mandrake from its root system. As for those audacious, brainless creatures that dared to bite him, they would inevitably pay the price in due course. Herbology class was unremarkable and swiftly concluded. Professor Sprout was exceedingly attentive to the precious herbs, remaining behind to tend to them after all the young wizards had departed. This wretched thing is truly bothersome, chattering incessantly. It has given me a headache. Surely, no class could be more detestable than this one. Wouldn't you agree, Draco? Zabini remarked with disdain. Fully aware of Draco's unfortunate encounter with the mandrakes, believing that Draco would empathize with his sentiments. However, had Draco known of Zabini's thoughts, he would undoubtedly have expressed his gratitude. Who knows? Perhaps there is some truth to it. I have heard whispers that our defense against the dark arts class is famously taught by Gilderoy Lockhart, who is said to delight in administering quizzes based on his own autobiographical tales. Draco resolved to assign Zabini some tasks, lest he incessantly nag and scrutinize him. Having been bitten by a mandrake was already humiliating enough. Must it be reiterated? What concern is it of mine? Who truly cares for Gilderoy Lockhart? Perhaps only that old witch from the Weasley family, ha ha ha. As Zabini spoke, he exchanged a glance with Theodore and burst into laughter. It is rumored that Granger is also one of his ardent admirers. If Granger were to achieve a perfect score while you did not, do you think she would mock you? Draco was certainly aware that Hermione would never engage with members of Slytherin. After all, Slytherin had attained a reputation as the dominant force at Hogwarts. It was prudent to keep a safe distance, let alone provoke them. However, Zabini held a different perspective. He believed that rivals often taunted one another, a commonplace occurrence. With his notoriously explosive temperament, Zabini quickly diverted his attention from Draco's words. Just wait and see. A muggle-born mudblood. He scoffed and hastily departed, sensing that Draco was digging a pit for himself. Yet, given his intellect, it seemed unlikely that he would escape it. Thus, he chose to distance himself. It was also an opportune moment to revisit the so-called autobiographical content. Surely he wouldn't let Granger get the better of him. If she were to mock him over this matter, it would be utterly humiliating. By the following day's defense against the dark arts lesson, Zabini exuded an air of supreme confidence, as if he were the most significant figure in the room. There was nothing beyond his grasp. When Gilderoy Lockhart made his entrance, Zabini's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager for a quiz from the illustrious professor. However, Lockhart strutted in like a peacock, showcasing his most charming angles and dazzling smile to the young witches and wizards. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep the applause to a minimum. This is a class, not a fashion show. I am the much-anticipated author, Gilderoy Lockhart. I trust there are many fans in attendance. But I must emphasize that this is not a book-signing event, as I am still a professor at Hogwarts, Lockhart proclaimed, sauntering confidently to the podium, addressing the students with theatrical flair. His admirers sparkled with starry-eyed enthusiasm, appearing even more fervent than Zabini himself. As for Draco, he exchanged a knowing glance with his informant in Gryffindor. The Gryffindor did not comprehend Draco's intent, but soon realized that Draco's gaze was fixated intently on Seamus Finnegan. Could that be the reason? Boyce cast another glance at Draco, only to find Draco meeting his gaze with unwavering composure. Boyce affirmed his suspicions. Draco indeed harbored intentions against Seymour Finnegan. However, the reasons behind Draco's animosity remained a mystery, as did the methods he intended to employ. For now, he would await Draco's directives. In truth, serving as Draco's informant was not an entirely unfavorable position. Draco was generous and conducted his affairs with a level of discretion that ensured his pawns were seldom exposed, nor were they easily thrust into irrevocable predicaments. The sole drawback was the potential for moral qualms. Nevertheless, the tasks Draco currently assigned him were trivial, hardly warranting any substantial pangs of conscience. "Allow me to introduce myself," he began, adopting the persona of a Hogwarts professor. "I am a holder of the 3rd Class Order of Merlin and have been honored with the Most Charming Smile award 5 times. I am also a member of the Dark Arts Defense Association, yet for now, I am merely your professor. Please regard me as an ordinary teacher." He wore an expression of resignation, as if he were accustomed to having numerous admirers. Zabini furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. He glanced at Draco, who met his gaze without a hint of trepidation, leaving Zabini's mind swirling with questions. For reasons he could not quite articulate, he found Gilderoy Lockhart to be rather unreliable. "Before we commence our lesson, we shall undertake a brief assessment," Lockhart announced, producing a test he had meticulously prepared in advance. Upon seeing the exam paper, Zabini's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was eager for this opportunity to undermine Granger's inflated confidence. Even he could not fathom why he believed Granger would boast about her academic prowess. However, when he finally received the test paper, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Draco had indeed provided him with the answers. Yet who could have foreseen that the examination would revolve around Lockhart's favorite color and his aspirations? Shouldn't a person of integrity be expected to remember those adventures and the profound spirit they conveyed? He suddenly realized that he had fallen into Draco's trap. What does Draco intend to do? However, observing Hermione's earnest demeanor, he reluctantly continued writing. Beside him, Draco merely scribbled a name before collapsing into slumber. It was not until Gilderoy Lockhart came to collect the papers that Theodore nudged him awake. One could not fathom Lockhart's desire for a sense of ceremony. As he personally gathered each paper, akin to collecting letters from readers, his demeanor was one of superiority, incessantly rifling through the exam sheets. But as he continued his search, the smile upon his face gradually became more rigid. "You have truly disappointed me," he lamented. "I did not anticipate that such a simple questionnaire would stump so many. Is it really so difficult to know that my favorite color is lavender?" Nevertheless, 2 young wizards performed commendably, Lockhart proclaimed, lifting his gaze with a beaming expression directed at the 2 students, his smile nearly gleaming with grease. Zabini, for reasons unknown, suddenly felt an ominous premonition, a shiver coursing through him. Well, that would be Miss Hermione Granger of Gryffindor and Mr. Blaise Zabini of Slytherin. "In recognition of your diligence, I shall award 5 points to each of your respective houses. It appears you 2 are indeed my loyal admirers," Lockhart said, winking at them. Upon witnessing this, Zabini felt the urge to roll his eyes. Who truly desired a greasy old man's wink? It dawned on him that the insufferable Draco was the cause of his irritation. Who cared for those 5 points? He glared in Draco's direction, only to find Draco giving him a thumbs up, which only fueled his anger further. He had intended to confront Draco after class, but unforeseen events transpired, causing him to forget about the matter entirely. "Now, let us return to the main topic. I have a tremendous surprise for you all today," Lockhart announced, retrieving a large cage from behind him, draped in black cloth, as if to heighten the suspense. Draco weakly lifted his head, casting a fleeting glance before lowering it again, feigning disinterest. "Do not take this lightly, for within this cage lies the most fearsome creature in the world. But fret not, for I shall ensure your safety. As long as I am here, nothing can harm you." He proclaimed this while simultaneously constructing an indomitable persona for himself. Such words might have been acceptable from another. Yet when uttered by him, they inevitably came off as somewhat arrogant. Nonetheless, he cautioned everyone, do not scream, and refrain from provoking them. Perhaps he feared losing control, thus issuing a preemptive warning to the others, ready to shift blame if the situation spiraled out of his grasp. It must be acknowledged that he possessed a remarkable talent for storytelling, as just a few phrases effectively captured the small wizard's psyche. The timid young wizards even covered their mouths with their hands, their eyes fixed intently on the cage shrouded in black cloth, as if something truly terrifying lurked within. Lockhart observed this spectacle with immense satisfaction before reaching out to unveil the cloth. "Behold, today's main attraction, The Cornish pixie, he declared, his eyes wide with anticipation for the small wizard's expressions of horror. Yet, the young wizards were not devoid of intellect. Many had encountered such pixies firsthand and felt no fear. Only amusement. Ha ha ha. Professor, are you referring to the Cornish pixie? Finnegan, one of the wizards who had indeed seen a Cornish pixie, chuckled heartily, his Gryffindor nature lending him an extra boldness. Indeed, this is the very Cornish pixie we just captured, renowned for its vivacity. Lockhart sought to emphasize their ferocity to instill fear in the small wizards, but his intentions clearly backfired. Ha ha ha. What danger do these pixies pose? Professor, are you jesting? Who hasn't he seen such creatures? Finnegan's laughter resonated, infecting all present with mirth. Many of the young wizards joined in the laughter, the atmosphere spiraling out of control. Lockhart, with his lofty demeanor and accustomed to the adoration of fans, found such humiliation intolerable. Mr. Finnegan, do not underestimate these pixies. They are far more formidable than you might imagine. Were it permissible, Lockhart might have descended to teach Finnegan a lesson. However, bound by his role as a professor, he refrained from doing so. Is that so? When Simon spoke those words, a hint of amusement danced in his expression, rendering his statement all the more provocative. Lockhart, already somewhat intoxicated by the adoration of his fans, could hardly bear to hear any doubts cast upon his abilities. Perhaps it was the fragile ego of a plagiarist that rendered him particularly sensitive to ridicule. In that case, I am curious to see how you intend to handle this band of mischievous sprites. Enraged and humiliated, Lockhart recklessly opened the cage containing the pixies of Cornwall. The sprites, already deprived of their freedom, immediately seized the opportunity to unleash their chaos. They wreaked havoc everywhere, venting their pent-up frustrations. Almost every young wizard fell victim to their malicious antics. Some had their books torn asunder, others were adorned with ink splatters, resembling grotesque masks, and some were even hoisted by their ears and dangled from the chandeliers. Neville was one of Simon's closest friends. They had always been inseparable. Upon witnessing Neville suspended from the chandelier, Simon grew increasingly anxious. Helpless and ensnared by a multitude of pixies, he could only cast a pleading glance toward Lockhart. At that moment, Lockhart wore a smug expression as he observed the disarray of the young wizards below. The freshly liberated sprites, propelled by their instinctual tendencies, charged forward without regard for the figures still positioned behind the cage, thus temporarily sparing him from their wrath. Lockhart likely reveled in thoughts of how those who dared question him were now receiving their due lesson. However, mindful of his reputation as a Hogwarts professor, he soon resolved to cast a spell to salvage his precarious standing. He refrained from casting a spell immediately upon releasing the pixies, knowing that only through experiencing genuine fear would they comprehend the accuracy of his claims. Those who doubted him ought to be punished. Pesca pixie pesternami, with unwavering confidence. Lockhart recited the incantation, yet it was evident that he had erred. His spell was utterly ineffective. The mischievous pixies continued to torment the young wizards without restraint, and some of them were even captivated by his antics. They charged toward Lockhart, as if they had discovered a new plaything, their amusement becoming increasingly intense. Lockhart, overwhelmed, contemplated fleeing. Meanwhile, Blaise was struggling to contend with the troublesome pixies nearby, when he felt the penetrating gaze of someone watching him. Turning to locate the source of the intense scrutiny, he found it to be Draco, who met his eyes briefly before glancing towards Seamus. Draco then pointed discreetly at Neville, who was precariously dangling from the chandelier, and Lockhart, who appeared quite flustered, conveying his intentions through subtle gestures. Blaise furrowed his brow, instantly grasping Draco's intent, and quietly moved closer to Seamus. Seamus, look at Professor Lockhart. He is trying to escape, and Neville is still up there. What will happen to him if Lockhart runs off? Blaise, generally well-liked among the Gryffindors, encountered no suspicion from Seamus, who was entirely captivated by Lockhart's antics. How infuriating! How could Lockhart behave in such a manner? It was he who had unleashed those pixies, and now he sought to abandon a group of second-year wizards to save himself. Such a person was unworthy of being a professor at Hogwarts. Seamus grew increasingly anxious, yet found himself utterly powerless, helplessly watching as Lockhart inched closer to the door. I don't know what to do. He is about to flee. Seamus lamented. However, Draco had a plan. Aren't you capable of causing explosions? Why not cast a random spell in his direction? Blaise subtly suggested to Seamus. Seamus's eyes lit up with realization. Right. Why should we endure the pixie's mischief while Lockhart escapes? He is the one responsible for all this. he must face consequences. Without contemplating the potential repercussions, Seamus aimed a spell, unknown even to him, at Lockhart. No one could discern what incantation he had uttered, not even Seamus himself. Suddenly, an object in front of Lockhart erupted with a loud bang, the shockwave forcing him to stumble back, landing heavily on the ground, momentarily dazed. After witnessing this, Blaise exchanged a knowing glance with Draco, who nodded in affirmation, and then refrained from taking further action. Draco smiled faintly and immediately cast a spell towards the sky, instantly rendering the surrounding pixies immobile. Everyone flee. I can only hold the pixies at bay for a short while. You must escape this place. As he spoke, he gently set Neville down. The young wizards, previously besieged by the pixies, took to their heels and fled with astonishing speed. Unfortunately, Lockhart, who had been rendered unconscious by Seamus, was not so fortunate. Upon regaining consciousness, he witnessed the young wizards streaming out. He intended to follow them, but just as he reached the exit, the classroom door abruptly slammed shut. Regardless of his frantic attempts to open it, whether by pounding or casting spells, it remained obstinately sealed. The vast classroom was left with only him and the pixies, locked in a silent stare. There was no doubt that Draco was behind this. He had recognized Seamus's potential and sought to manipulate him, thus instigating this chaos. The current predicament was exceedingly detrimental to Seamus. From Lockhart's behavior during class, it was evident that he was not a person of broad-mindedness. Today's ordeal would surely sow seeds of resentment within him, potentially leading him to resort to underhanded tactics against Seamus. For Lockhart was unaware of who had locked him inside the classroom, yet he knew all too well that it was Seamus's spell that had rendered him unconscious, preventing his escape and ultimately resulting in his confinement. What Draco must now endeavor is to win the hearts of others. Thus, as he emerged, Draco cast a knowing glance at Boyus. Boyus, being exceptionally astute, immediately grasped Draco's intent. Although he claimed ignorance regarding Draco's motives for courting Simo, he believed that one should seize the opportunity when money is at stake. Simo, don't run away. Boyus suddenly called out to him. What is it, Boyus? Simo appeared somewhat startled, his response to Boyus's call delayed. Did you notice that it seems someone has closed the classroom door? And Professor Lockhart has yet to emerge. Boyus had seen Draco shut the door and was fully aware that Professor Lockhart had not yet exited, thus he presented this matter as bait. Lockhart ought to be confined inside. After all, he released the house elf without permission and failed to retrieve it. Simo's tone was tinged with a hint of schadenfreude, entirely disregarding the potential repercussions of this situation. This isn't as simple as it seems. Professor Lockhart is not known for his magnanimity. He will undoubtedly hold you accountable for this incident. What if he expels you? He has no knowledge of who closed the door. All he will remember is that you used a spell to incapacitate him. Boyus gazed at Simo with urgency, his eyes filled with concern as he meticulously explained the implications of their actions. Simo, now visibly shaken, began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. He certainly did not wish to be expelled from Hogwarts in his second year. What should I do? Boyus, you must help me think of something. Simo was clearly flustered, feeling utterly at a loss, his mind failing to conjure a solution to their predicament. Boyus scanned their surroundings and led Simo to a secluded spot. Let us converse here. We must not allow others to discover our intentions. If Lockhart uncovers our plan, he might sabotage it preemptively. Boyus briefly elucidated the rationale behind bringing Simo to this remote corner. However, the reality was more complex. Simo shared a camaraderie with Harry Potter and his circle. Even if he had not thought of seeking Harry's assistance at this moment, it was likely he would eventually consider turning to him for help. Should they encounter Harry and his friends along the way, no amount of persuasion from Boyus would sway Simo from siding with Potter's group. Hence, Boyus needed to eliminate any opportunities for Simo to engage with Harry and his companions. After all, as Draco's informant, he aimed to steer Simo towards Draco's side. Given that the two of them alone could not devise a satisfactory plan, it would be prudent to seek the counsel of other clever young wizards. Boyus furrowed his brow, wearing an expression of helplessness. Even if he could devise a solution, he could not articulate it. He could hardly jeopardize his livelihood for such a trivial matter concerning Seamus. His family, his parents, relied on Draco's support. Indeed, you are correct, Boyce. Perhaps we should seek out Harry Potter and his companions. Harry is astute and will surely have a solution. Seamus's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope, as if he had discovered a savior. Indeed, as Boyce had surmised, Seamus immediately thought of Harry Potter. Fortunately, Boyce had brought Seamus to a secluded location, Otherwise, given his understanding of Seamus, he would have undoubtedly rushed to find Harry and the others, thus unwittingly crafting a scenario for Harry's benefit. Seamus, we cannot approach Harry Potter. Recently, Mrs. Weasley sent a howler to Ron, and if they err again, Hogwarts will surely expel them. Boyce swiftly interrupted Seamus's train of thought, employing a different rhetoric to divert Seamus's reasoning. Today, we are targeting Professor Lockhart. Regardless of whether Professor Lockhart has committed any transgressions, he is still a professor at Hogwarts, and actively opposing him would be tantamount to causing a disturbance. Harry and his friends can no longer afford any mistakes, at least not now. We cannot put them in jeopardy. Boyce struck at Seamus's vulnerability directly. Though he was presently frightened, the essence of the young wizard remained fundamentally good. He would not endanger others for his own sake. Yes, we cannot endanger Harry and the others. They have suffered enough already. So what should I do now? Am I truly to withdraw from school? It's all Lockhart's fault. Anger surged within Seamus, and he dismissed the title of professor, addressing him simply as Lockhart. He appeared anxious, leaning helplessly against the wall, like an ant on a hot skillet. Boyce remained silent for a considerable time before suddenly lifting his gaze to Seamus. Perhaps we could seek assistance from Malfoy. A glimmer of determination shone in Boyce's eyes. This seemed the only solution he could conceive. Lucius Malfoy, Draco's father, was a governor of Hogwarts, and their family standing within the institution far surpassed that of Gilderoy Lockhart. Moreover, Draco was intelligent. He would surely devise a means to assist. As Boyd spoke, his eyes sparkled with an illuminating realization. He seemed to have suddenly discovered that Draco could serve as a valuable asset. Although Simon was swayed by his words, a flicker of hesitation lingered within him, shaped by the experiences of the past year. Over the course of that time, they had both learned that Gryffindor and Slytherin were sworn adversaries, and nearly all Gryffindors regarded Slytherins as villains. After all, Malfoy was a Slytherin. Could he truly extend his assistance to a Gryffindor? Simon found himself grappling with uncertainty. Yet, he reasoned, one must take a chance. Malfoy often aided fellow students in class and might be willing to help. It would be foolish to remain idle and wait for Lockhart to intervene. During today's quiz, he had seen Lockhart dozing off. Perhaps he too held a disdain for the professor. Boyd, recognizing that Simon was intrigued, began to play the long game, subtly enticing Simon further. He refrained from making definitive statements, yet instilled a sense of possibility within Simon. We must indeed try. Perhaps it truly is feasible, Simon mused, as if offering solace to both himself and Boyd. The two exchanged a knowing glance, solidifying their shared resolve before departing in the direction of Slytherin. Draco had previously communicated with Boyce, so he was well aware that Boyce would undoubtedly lead Simon to seek him out. Thus, he chose not to linger with his companions today, instead opting to stand alone in the corner. Draco, after all, is a Slytherin, and there exists an inherent discord between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Should a Slytherin endeavor to approach a Gryffindor, they would undoubtedly incur the disdain of their peers. Even if that Slytherin happens to be Draco Malfoy, it would be of no consequence. Presently, Draco is merely a second-year wizard. Had he been in his 5th, 6th, or 7th year, perhaps the situation would be different. Yet, as fate would have it, he is only in his 2nd year, necessitating that he remain discreet and avoid drawing attention to himself. He must also ensure that Simon does not suspect his intentions or question the events of the day. He bides his time patiently until he senses the presence of those trailing him, at which point he makes his way toward the Black Lake. The classes have just ended, and the young wizards are rather fatigued, with most opting to retreat to the common room for rest. Few venture near the Black Lake for recreation. The deeper he walks, the sparser the crowd becomes, leaving only the faint rustle of small creatures in the surroundings, a rather eerie sound. Come forth, you two, who have been shadowing me. What is your purpose? Following others is hardly a commendable habit. Draco suddenly halted, turning to address the direction of the large stone behind him. Upon realizing their presence had been detected, Simon and Boyce ceased their attempts at concealment, for their purpose had always been to seek out Draco. Furthermore, with no one else around, the need for stealth had dissipated. Ah, it is you two, Draco remarked. Finnegan and Watson. Have the two Gryffindors come to challenge me? Draco spoke, his eyes reflecting a mixture of surprise and disbelief as he gazed at the two individuals. It appeared he was utterly perplexed as to why they had sought him out. Boyce and Simon exchanged a glance, and Simon promptly stepped forward. My apologies, Malfoy. We have come to you today with a request for assistance. I regret disturbing you in this manner. In contrast to Boyce, Simon was not particularly eloquent. Thus he felt at ease, entrusting all the verbal exchanges to Boyce. However, this inadvertently ensnared them in a trap when the power of discourse lies in another's hands. One risks becoming a mere puppet. What is it that you require? Draco's demeanor was notably aloof, yet his countenance bore a gentle and courteous smile, suggesting no bias against them due to their Gryffindor affiliation. The two exchanged glances once more, and ultimately it was Boyce who broke the silence. It pertained to the recent incident involving Seamus. You are already aware of the commotion in class when Lockhart unleashed the pixies. Seamus acted out of desperation, and we all recognize that Lockhart is not a magnanimous individual. We fear that he may target Seamus as a consequence of this event. Boyce paused, seemingly allowing Draco a moment to process this information before continuing. It has come to our attention that Lockhart was severely harassed by the pixies within. Although he feigned ignorance regarding who closed the door, he is fully aware that it was Seamus who rendered him unconscious. Thus, it is inevitable that he will retaliate against Seamus. Our intention in following you is to solicit your assistance in resolving this predicament. Draco remained silent for a moment after listening. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, his face filled with confusion as he looked at the two of them. I wonder why you both think I would assist you. After all, you are Gryffindors, and I belong to Slytherin. I would relish seeing you punished. It would ensure that this year's House Cup goes to Slytherin once more. Draco was bound to agree. He instructed Boyce to bring Simon over, not merely to gather him, but to harness Simon's explosive talents. This statement is merely a fade. After all, it would be truly terrifying if a Slytherin were to exhibit a change of heart. I can discern that you possess the qualities befitting a leader. Today's defense against the dark arts class serves as a testament to that. I trust you would not stand idly by in the face of peril. Boyce could only utter these words in vain. He had hoped to employ some form of intimidation, yet resorting to threats would irreparably damage their relationship. Draco had indeed intended to win over Simon, seeking to leverage the bonds of gratitude rather than mere self-interest. After all, Simon was not from Slytherin, where relationships are often forged on the foundation of mutual benefit. In contrast, Gryffindor relies on the intricacies of emotion. Those foolish lions often exhibit a remarkable indifference to material gain, yet they are exceptionally invested in sentiments devoid of true worth. I hardly believe in myself, and yet you place your faith in me. It is truly astonishing. However, do you possess any merit that warrants my assistance, Finnegan? Draco's words can indeed be regarded as a concession. As long as they can present something of value that meets Draco's standards, this matter is bound to succeed. However, the prerequisite is that they must establish their stance. The two exchanged a glance, both wearing expressions of melancholy. Boyce was naturally aware of Draco's desires, yet he could not divulge them so hastily. To do so would be akin to conspiring against Simon, and although that was the reality, they must not allow Simon to perceive it. Upon noticing the hesitation of the two individuals, Draco turned to depart. However, as he took a step forward, a voice called out to him from behind. It was Seamus, who possessed explosive talents. He had heard that the Malfoy family had reached an agreement with the Zabini family and had acquired a mine from them. Seamus' abilities could facilitate the swift extraction of resources from the mine. In a flurry, Barty called out to Draco, prompting even Seamus to regard him with astonishment. He had not realized that his lackluster magical prowess could be utilized in such a manner. He found himself compelled to commend Barty as a genius. As the saying goes, there are no fools in this world, merely individuals misplaced in their roles. Perhaps Seamus was one of those. Could it be that Mr. Finnegan harbors such remarkable talents? If so, the demolition tasks at the Malfoy mine may very well fall into Mr. Finnegan's capable hands in the future. Draco smiled faintly, clearly acquiescing to the requests of the two. In truth, was this matter particularly difficult? It was neither a simple task nor an arduous one. After all, Lockhart was a renowned author, and his fame bore both its advantages and disadvantages. Draco subtly teased, noticing that all of Simon's attention was fixated on him. He continued without hesitation. Those with greater renown are ever more concerned about their reputation. Thus, if we disclose the truth in advance, it suffices. As long as he is mindful of his standing, he shall refrain from taking action against you. Draco's intention was to exaggerate Gilderoy Lockhart's misdeeds, subsequently framing Seamus's actions as necessary measures taken to protect their fellow students. Should Lockhart choose to confront Seamus, it would imply a deliberate intent to harm the young wizards of Hogwarts. In such a scenario, to preserve his own reputation, Lockhart would be compelled to claim that he had inadvertently released the house elf, not anticipating its uncontrollable behavior. while also lauding Seamus's actions. Seamus, evidently aware of the efficacy of this strategy, immediately displayed a smile. However, moments later, the smile faded gradually. Yet, we all understand that public interest in such matters is fleeting. Soon, they would forget this incident, leaving Lockhart free to act against me. Seamus appeared dissatisfied with this plan. Although it was the easiest to execute and the most advantageous in the short term, the option to summon reinforcements remained. However, by the time they returned, one could very well have already faced a wave of consequences, not to mention. Draco paused slightly as he spoke. As if harboring a secret he was reluctant to divulge. Moreover, what was there to say? Simon felt a sense of urgency regarding the matter, as it pertained to his own interests. Furthermore, Gilderoy Lockhart could not possibly remain at Hogwarts for long. Perhaps you are unaware that the post of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts is notorious for its annual turnover, with scarcely anyone managing to hold the position for more than a year. Draco unhesitatingly divulged this matter to them. He had no intention of expending excessive effort on Simon. The mere pressure of public opinion sufficed. Should he invest too much energy without commensurate returns, disappointment would ensue. Why, after all, have other professors taught their subjects for so many years? Take Professor Trelawney, for instance. What makes the defense against the dark arts classroom so peculiar? Simon found himself perplexed, fearing that Draco might merely be indulging in a fleeting delay to placate him. There was the matter of the Dark Lord, who had once sought the position of defense against the dark arts professor, only to be rebuffed by Headmaster Dumbledore. In retaliation, he cast a curse upon the role. Otherwise, one might wonder why Gilderoy Lockhart was deemed suitable to teach at Hogwarts. It was simply because no one else was willing to apply for the position. Professor Snape, however, was an exception. So, with this understanding, Simon readily acquiesced to the agreement between the two of them. Draco raised an eyebrow slightly, clearly pleased. Seamus's unique ability could be deemed either exceptionally useful or utterly ineffective. However, to merely utilize this talent for mining would be a gross underutilization. Capitalists never relinquish any resource at their disposal. Each asset is harnessed to its fullest potential. Upon receiving Draco's affirmation, Seamus and his companion nodded in acknowledgement and turned to depart, feeling a sense of relief regarding one matter. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to Draco's subtle influence, they held unwavering confidence in him, harboring not a shred of doubt about his capability to accomplish this task. Wait, Finnegan. However, Draco suddenly called out to them. Could it be that the transaction had not yet succeeded? Simon turned back in surprise, his heart sinking. Finnegan, do you truly believe that your current talent can obliterate the mine? Watson's words could only deceive the uninitiated. With your present capabilities, not even destroying a crucible would be feasible. Simon was perplexed as to why Draco waited until after the transaction was completed to raise his objections. If he had contemplated this earlier, why proceed with the deal? Conversely, if this notion had only just crossed his mind, did it imply an intention to breach the contract? Malfoy, what do you mean by this? Are you suggesting a desire to default? I concede that my explosive skills are not as formidable as Boyce claimed. A hint of annoyance colored Simon's expression, yet he understood that Draco's skepticism stemmed from a valid concern regarding his own limitations. Do not be anxious, Finnegan. To ensure the smooth execution of our transaction, perhaps you should refine your demolition skills. Do not disappoint me. You are aware that I must safeguard my interests. Should you require assistance, feel free to approach me. Gryffindors are often impulsive lions, and he feared that having just helped Simon resolve an issue, Simon might disregard his commitments. Although Boyce would be there to remind Simon, excessive reminders could become irksome. It would be wiser to lay out the harsh truths in advance, facilitating his further control over Simon. This was a formidable weapon for the future. The power of one individual is limited, no matter how potent their magic. They cannot single-handedly contend with an army. However, possessing Simon's explosive abilities as a support dramatically alters the equation. Thus, it was imperative to maintain a firm grip on Simon. This statement served not only as a caution, but also as a signal for him to infiltrate Simon's daily life. With this utterance, he could constantly monitor Simon's progress in learning, gradually influencing his thoughts through continual contact, transforming him into a puppet in his hands. It was akin to opium, once ensnared. Escape would be impossible. Very well, Simon acquiesced, pausing momentarily to gauge whether Draco had any further demands. Draco evidently comprehended his intentions. Without uttering a word, he turned and departed. It must be noted that Draco's year at Hogwarts was not in vain. He exhibited a modicum of control. Before long, The tale of Seamus's unwavering resolve to protect the young witches and wizards of Hogwarts, undeterred by the professor's pressures, spread throughout the entire school. The beleaguered Lockhart was compelled to explain himself on the spot. In subsequent classes across various grades, he even lauded Seamus's courageous actions, seeking to redeem his own reputation through such means. However, these matters are of little consequence to them. They were merely indifferent to Lockhart's intentions, as long as he lacked the time to target them. Draco has been experiencing a period of tranquility in recent days, perhaps not anticipating that after concluding their dealings, Harry Potter would seek him out once more. The two found themselves back in that secluded alley. "Mr. Potter, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? I am quite busy and would rather not squander my time." Draco appeared somewhat impatient. He had yet to discover a way to exploit Harry Potter, so he contemplated casting Harry aside. If it were merely a matter of garnering loyalty, he had already succeeded admirably in his first year. The current situation, however, revealed complications. Harry Potter instinctively sought him out. Moreover, he had successfully undermined the relationship between Harry and Dumbledore. The remaining affairs could be entrusted to Harry, provided he retained enough intelligence to mismanage them. Indeed, it is often the most astute individuals who inadvertently sabotage their own endeavors. Dumbledore, being an exceptionally clever man, merely desired a savior he could manipulate, guiding him along a preordained path. Should this savior exhibit excessive cleverness and deviate from his meticulously crafted route, it could significantly jeopardize, if not completely obliterate, his plans. According to Draco's understanding of the current Harry Potter, Dumbledore's failure was merely a matter of time. "I must inquire. Does the matter concerning the Weasley family pertain to you? Mr. Weasley has faced severe punishment due to his escapade with Ron in the enchanted car. Initially, he had forged closer ties with the Weasley family over the holiday. If this incident were to incite their ire towards him, all his previous efforts would be rendered futile. After all, regardless of their outward actions, parents invariably lean in favor of their own children. They would not lay the entirety of the blame upon Ron. Moreover, it is quite possible that the blame could be shifted onto Harry Potter himself. Additionally, the method employed against the Weasleys felt eerily familiar, resembling tactics that Draco would likely employ. He possessed ample motivation, having clashed with the Weasley family at the bookshop. Furthermore, the Malfoy family and the Weasley family had a long-standing enmity. Moreover, through their brief interactions in the previous school year, Harry Potter had garnered some understanding of Draco, who was exceedingly adept at manipulating public opinion. Perhaps this is a common trait among politicians. They excel at wielding influence over public sentiment. Such a characteristic, however, is quite rare among young wizards, particularly those still engaged in their studies. Thus, when the Weasley family encountered trouble, Harry immediately thought of Draco. "Are you attempting to tarnish my reputation, Mr. Potter?" Draco did not directly respond to Harry Potter's words. The first principle of politicians is that they will never admit to wrongdoing. "You are well aware of the smear campaign. I must inform you that the Weasleys are of great importance to me, and for the sake of our mutual interests, I implore you to refrain from further actions against the Weasley family." Harry Potter likely still believes they are allies, yet he remains oblivious to the fact that relationships built on self-interest can just as easily collapse when those interests wane. The ties that once bound them have long since disintegrated. "I dare say you have forgotten, Mr. Potter, that our alliance of interest dissolved before you could offer a more substantial reward. Furthermore, let me issue one final warning. Do not slander me. I have not laid a hand on the Weasley family." He found Harry Potter's current thoughts quite amusing. Simple Parseltongue could not bind Draco for an extended period. The time of capitalists is exceedingly precious. They would never squander it on those from whom they have already extracted all value. It is perplexing how Draco adamantly refuses to acknowledge his connection to that incident, determined to shield his reputation from any hint of tarnish. Harry Potter found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to proceed. In a sense, he truly embodies the essence of Slytherin, valuing his own interests and willing to resort to any means necessary to protect them. "Potter, I must caution you to keep your distance from the Weasleys. Be wary of the day they drag you into their troubles." Harry Potter's demeanor seemed somewhat off, prompting Draco to offer a word of caution. He suddenly realized that Harry was, in fact, a child desperately in need of affection. This term, spent in the company of the Weasleys, had fostered a deeper bond between him and them. Although he still harbored some psychological defenses, he was far closer to them than before. "I know what must be done. There is no need for your reminders." Harry Potter appeared somewhat vexed and flustered. He had indeed recognized his own shortcomings. His approach to the Weasley family was driven by ulterior motives. During the latter half of his first year, he deliberately whispered tales of his aunt's cruelty into Ron's ear, subtly brainwashing him to believe there was an opportunity to be seized. This manipulation ultimately led to Ron's decision to fetch Harry from his aunt's home. From the outset, what Ron perceived as a heroic rescue had already been meticulously orchestrated by Harry. All of Harry's actions were aimed at crafting a pitiable persona to lower the Weasley family's guard, thereby gleaning insights into Dumbledore's plans. Throughout, his intent was singularly focused on preserving his own life, and his motives for approaching the Weasleys were decidedly pragmatic. However, Molly treated him with genuine kindness, filling the void of maternal affection he had long experienced, which compelled him to draw closer to the Weasley household. This conflicted with his original intentions, leaving him in a state of irritation and shame. Do as you wish. I merely hope that in a few days, the Daily Prophet does not report the sudden downfall of the Savior, Harry Potter. Good luck, Potter. Draco offered a faint smile and performed a gentlemanly bow before departing from the scene. Yet, just a few steps away, the smile vanished from his visage. It seemed that Harry Potter, with his penchant for forgetfulness regarding past grievances, required a lesson of sorts. He would soon realize that associating with the Weasley clan would only serve as a hindrance. Even if he remained oblivious to this fact, Draco would ensure he came to understand it. The recent events had grown increasingly convoluted, and perhaps a meeting with Riddle was in order to enlist the aid of his loyal servant, the Basilisk. Otherwise, sending Riddle to Hogwarts would render utterly futile. Draco returned to his dormitory alone, gradually sorting through his thoughts. His hands never idle. He held a flower pot filled with soil, as if he were burying something. Theodore lingered outside for a while before re-entering, only to find Draco absorbed in his earthy task. His mind buzzed with curiosity. Draco, what on earth is going on with you lately? Why the sudden interest in cultivation? Theodore approached, puzzled. Is the Malfoy family facing financial troubles? What plants could possibly warrant the heir of the Malfoy lineage tending to them personally? The answer, of course, was affirmative. Given sufficient incentive, the heir of the Malfoy family could engage in any endeavor. It was not mere cultivation. Recently, I visited my godfather to develop a new potion that accelerates plant growth. I intend to conduct further experiments to ensure the potion's stability. Draco promptly diverted the conversation, steering it away from the essence of the plants themselves and instead directing the focus towards the new potion. This elixir was a creation from his previous life. In that past existence, he had devoted considerable time to the study of a resurrection potion, yet the results were meager, leaving him with only a concoction akin to a restorative elixir. The effects of this potion on the human body were rather insignificant, but it exhibited remarkable efficacy on plants, enabling them to flourish at an extraordinary rate. This was precisely why Draco felt emboldened to utilize the root of the mandrake in herbology class. He was confident that he could cultivate the mandrake from a mere root. Potion. When was this concocted? Are you planning to market such a potion? Theodore's immediate reaction was one of suspicion. Ever since Draco had entangled Zabini in his schemes, Theodore harbored doubts about Draco orchestrating a grand deception that required substantial financial backing. Perhaps this potion was also a means to acquire profit. It is still in the experimental phase. We must ascertain its efficacy before it can be introduced to the market. Once it proves successful, I shall invite you to join me. By the way, that pot over there is part of this experiment. If you have the time, please keep an eye on it. I will deliver it to Malfoy Manor in a few days. Draco made full use of the situation, effortlessly persuading Theodore. Oh, and do refrain from allowing your pet to consume it. If the snake were to devour it, that would indeed spell trouble. While snakes do not typically indulge in herbivorous appetites, one can never be too cautious. What are you contemplating? What reputable household allows their snake to munch on grass? If you truly harbor concerns, simply place one of your personal belongings nearby. It would surely deter any mischief. Strangely enough, I sense that my pet harbors a certain fear of yours. Ever since Draco took the snake out during our first year, it has displayed a marked aversion towards him. Initially, it was merely annoyance, but now it seems to exhibit an instinctual repulsion. I wonder what you might have done to it. What could I possibly do? I cannot very well practice magic on it. It has become evident that Lockhart is not a person of great character. After a brief period of calm, he has resumed his antics. Due to his notoriety, he cannot directly confront Simon, so he has turned his ire towards Harry instead. Strangely, Harry has recently found himself repeatedly summoned to Lockhart's office for detention. Initially, he suspected Draco was behind it, as every time he had a conflict with Draco, misfortune seemed to follow. Although he lacked concrete evidence linking those unfortunate events to Draco, it was difficult to dismiss the associations. This time, after a disagreement with Draco, he was promptly confined by Lockhart, making it hard not to think of Draco. Lockhart, admittedly not the sharpest tool in the shed, soon divulged that there was indeed no connection to Draco, allowing Harry to gradually relax. He may have found some ease, but Draco remained on edge. Before he arrived at school, Riddle's diary had already been handed to the young girl from the Weasley family. Recently, Draco has been keenly observing the movements of the Weasley girl. Ginny has grown increasingly gaunt and haggard, resembling someone whose vitality has been utterly drained. However, those around her remain oblivious to her plight. Harry Potter, who approached Ginny with ulterior motives, shows little concern for her distress. He is solely focused on maintaining their relationship, which he has successfully cultivated to date, with Ginny's affections directed solely towards him. As for her elder brothers, each is preoccupied with their own affairs. Percy, now a prefect at Gryffindor, is perpetually busy. Fred and George are consumed with their pranks and the management of their small enterprise, leaving them little time to attend to Ginny. As for Ron, he still needs to mend his relationship with Harry, often wondering why misfortune seems to follow him whenever he is with Harry. Those who are superstitious would deem it unlucky. No one seems to pay attention to the young girl's situation. Being a first-year student, her classmates are unfamiliar with her, mistakenly believing she is merely on a diet. The only one who appears to be genuinely concerned is Draco. During this time, he has taken it upon himself to observe Ginny, without resorting to intermediaries. This matter is closely tied to Voldemort, and should it come to light, it would spell disaster. That night, it is unclear what Riddle intends. As he takes control of the girl's body and leaves Gryffindor, by chance, he encounters Draco, who is also wandering outside, poised to seize an opportunity to eliminate the Mandrake. The girl is making her way towards the girl's lavatory. Initially, Draco was unaware of the peculiarities surrounding him, but suddenly a moment of clarity struck. It seemed that in his past life, it was precisely at this moment when the pipes in the girl's restroom burst unexpectedly. Coincidentally, this period coincided with the rampage of the basilisk. Could there possibly be an inevitable connection between the two events? Draco silently followed Ginny, yet with each passing moment, his alarm grew. He realized that Ginny was entirely under someone's control, reduced to a mindless puppet. The malevolent individuals concealed within Hogwarts were indeed few, rendering it a relatively safe haven. Thus, such a feat could only be orchestrated by one person, Tom Riddle. Draco had come to a realization, no longer hesitating. He ceased to conceal his form and boldly stepped forward, positioning himself behind Ginny. His movements were not subtle, and he was swiftly sensed by those in front of him. Ginny immediately turned her head, her gaze imbued with a hint of menace. Upon recognizing that it was Draco trailing him, her expression softened somewhat. "Malfoy, what are you doing here? Did we not agree to meet again in a year?" The words came from Ginny, yet her demeanor and tone were entirely uncharacteristic, evoking a chilling sense of possession. "My master, it brings me great pleasure to see you once more. I happened upon you by mere chance this evening." Draco initially indulged in a plethora of meaningless chatter, granting his mind a moment to ponder. He needed to concoct an elaborate fabrication to deceive Riddle. Uncertain of the basilisk's connection with Riddle, he refrained from taking any rash actions. "There is a matter of great significance that I wish to convey to you." Draco slightly lowered his head, concealing the profound meaning within his gaze. "You see, due to Draco's previous assistance in concocting the elixir of life, he is considered a talent, and thus Riddle harbors a modicum of patience for him. In my first year, I had the opportunity to communicate with your esteemed self, the illustrious Dark Lord. He informed me that within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts lurked an unexpected Death Eater. I surmised that your presence at Hogwarts must serve a purpose. Perhaps we could uncover this Death Eater and orchestrate a collaboration with you." Draco has concealed certain information. He indeed established contact with Voldemort previously, but the intelligence he relayed pertained to the Resurrection Stone. However, he now wishes to keep the knowledge of the Resurrection Stone from Riddle. With the basilisk at his command, Riddle is formidable. Should he truly discover the Resurrection Stone, he would stop at nothing. As his vigilance heightens, Draco's attempts to act would become increasingly challenging. Are you referring to Severus Snape? During this period, Riddle has engaged in extensive conversations with Ginny through the diary, extracting nearly all the significant changes occurring in the wizarding world, including a preliminary understanding of who his Death Eaters are. Consequently, when Draco mentions the Death Eaters, the first individual to spring to mind is the current potion's master, Severus Snape. No, my dear master, the Death Eater I refer to is none other than Peter Pettigrew, who is widely believed to be deceased. A look of shock immediately crossed Ginny's face, for in her understanding, Pettigrew had perished at the hands of Sirius Black. The information available to Riddle is limited, so he can only comprehend what Ginny is meant to know. When Draco reveals that Pettigrew is a Death Eater and very much alive, it is a revelation that leaves her astounded. Draco admired the astonishment etched upon his face, and continued, little Peter Pettigrew, who once used a single finger of mine to send Sirius Black of the Order of the Phoenix into Azkaban, has now transformed into a rat, hiding within the Weasley household, and is currently in the hands of Ron Weasley, who is still in his second year. Draco unhesitatingly divulged the whereabouts of Peter Pettigrew. Voldemort sought to utilize the basilisk to eradicate a contingent of Muggle-borns at Hogwarts. With the assistance of an insider, his endeavors would undoubtedly gain formidable strength. Peter Pettigrew was undoubtedly his preferred candidate. Since you are aware of this matter, I shall entrust it to you. For my possession of this girl brings with it considerable complications. Riddle sensed Draco's loyalty towards him and thus entrusted the task without a moment's hesitation. However, Draco hesitated, eventually stammering, "My lord, it is not that I wish to withhold my allegiance from you, but Peter Pettigrew is, after all, a fully grown wizard, and the disparity in our magical powers is significant. Should he refuse to meet you, I find myself utterly powerless." Draco lowered his head in shame as he spoke. This was no trivial statement. It clearly conveyed to Riddle that he was unable to accomplish the task assigned to him unless a more formidable ally was provided. In essence, he was coveting Riddle's protective basilisk, subtly hinting that he desired Riddle's intervention to have the creature work for him without compensation. In that case, accompany me to a certain location, where I shall procure a powerful ally for you. Riddle pondered for a moment, recognizing the truth in this. It was indeed a daunting challenge for a mere young wizard to defeat a fully fledged sorcerer. As he spoke, Riddle took control of Ginny's body and proceeded toward the girls' restroom. "Master, are we heading to the girls' restroom? But that is a place reserved for girls alone." Draco appeared somewhat hesitant, as if he were clinging to the gentlemanly demeanor expected of purebloods. Riddle offered a slight smile, seemingly unconcerned by Draco's words. On the contrary, he felt a sense of reassurance. Ever since he had met Draco, the young man had exhibited an extraordinary level of maturity, prompting occasional doubts about whether he was merely a haughty or if the Draco before him was merely an illusion crafted by some polyjuice potion. Yet now, he found himself genuinely at ease. A true ambitious soul would hardly care whether the location was a ladies' restroom. What did it matter? As long as one could achieve their objectives, he would not hesitate to do anything, even commit murder. This realization confirmed that Draco was indeed still a child at heart. "Are you truly afraid, Malfoy?" Riddle remarked candidly to Draco. Draco, provoked by his words, instantly exuded a sense of youthful bravado, lifting his chin defiantly as he addressed Riddle. "Not at all," he retorted. Riddle offered a faint smile, amused by the boy's audacity. "Very well, then, come along." Draco nodded and followed Riddle's pace. But the moment he stepped into the ladies' restroom, he lowered his head as if the floor were strewn with gold coins, too timid to glance around. However, the persona he meticulously crafted for Riddle must not be shattered so easily. Riddle, on the other hand, harbored no such reservations. Without hesitation, he commanded a peculiar faucet in parcel tongue, instructing it to open. The serpent tongue that Draco had previously mastered proved invaluable in this moment. He inadvertently raised his gaze, committing to memory the position and intonation of Riddle's words. In the next instant, the floor seemed to trigger some hidden mechanism, abruptly splitting open to reveal a gaping chasm. "Master, what is this place? Why has the ground suddenly opened up?" Draco gazed at Riddle with a look of perplexity, his eyes still carrying a hint of innocence. "This is the chamber of Slytherin, accessible only to the heir of Slytherin, and I am indeed that heir." As Riddle spoke, he leaped into the abyss without a moment's hesitation. Draco hesitated, casting a disdainful glance at the surrounding dust. With a firm closing of his eyes and a clenched jaw, he leaped into the abyss. The sight that greeted him was nothing short of shocking. Scattered around were the bleached bones of small creatures, as if a savage beast had devoured them all. "It must be the serpent. Master, why are there so many carcasses of small animals here? This place is undoubtedly perilous. Allow me to protect you." Upon entering such a place, Draco recognized that the time had come to pledge his loyalty. Although Riddle would not compel him to do so, it did not hinder Draco's resolve. Riddle cast a disdainful glance at Draco, a mere underage wizard, whom he himself could scarcely protect, yet here he was, contemplating the notion of safeguarding him. Silence, follow me, Riddle commanded, gradually making his way deeper into the cavern. This cave was a veritable labyrinth, adorned with myriad passages. Yet for reasons unknown, Riddle navigated its depths with an ease that suggested familiarity, heading towards the very core. The myriad traps and mechanisms surrounding him were rendered inconsequential. As with but a few deft movements, he was able to unlock the portals with ease. Draco vividly recalled the route. Although the purpose of this place remained unclear, it could serve as a commendable choice for Simon to concoct explosives. After all, the basilisk had reigned here unchecked for many years, and the absence of awareness from those above indicated that this location possessed remarkable soundproofing. Riddle swiftly arrived at the center, where an altar-like structure stood. He gazed at the surrounding edifices, his eyes betraying a long-lost nostalgia. "Come forth, my faithful companion. Your master is in need of your assistance." Riddle summoned the basilisk in Parseltongue. His voice echoed through the cavern, resonating far and wide, until it was soon accompanied by the sound of rustling, as though a colossal creature were weaving through the shadows. "Little one, remember to close your eyes." Riddle seemed to recall something suddenly. Draco immediately comprehended his intent. He had inadvertently overlooked it. He was not Riddle. He must never gaze directly into the basilisk's eyes, for doing so would result in death. Even indirect eye contact could lead to petrification. "Ah, yes, master." Draco clumsily acquiesced, yet his hands moved with remarkable swiftness. Without hesitation, he tore off his tie, fashioning it into a blindfold to shroud his eyes. Deprived of sight, his other senses became acutely heightened, particularly his hearing. He could discern the basilisk advancing step by step. This overwhelming sense of pressure and imminent threat sent shivers down his spine. It had been many years since he had experienced such a feeling. "My dear old friend, I have returned." Riddle conversed with the basilisk in Parseltongue without a hint of hesitation. "Yes, my master, how may I serve you?" The basilisk lowered its proud head. Riddle gently caressed its crown, a glimmer of intensity flickering in his eyes. "I require your assistance in a particular matter. Locate my former subordinate and ensure he collaborates with us from within. This task will be entrusted to the boy beside you. Simply follow his lead." Riddle wished to waste no time, for any delay would risk discovery by Ginny's roommates. "Yes, my master." The basilisk promptly responded, shifting its body towards Draco, its serpentine head hovering ominously close. An eerie sense of oppression enveloped Draco. Draco smiled faintly and spoke in Parseltongue. "Welcome to be my companion." The young boy, astonished, exclaimed, "You can speak Parseltongue. Was it innate?" Riddle was taken aback upon hearing Draco's words. As far as he knew, the ability to speak Parseltongue was a trait exclusive to the heirs of Slytherin, passed down through bloodlines. He was certain that none of the Malfoy family bore the Slytherin name. Could it be that this young lad before him was not a Malfoy, but rather a Slytherin or a Gaunt? Riddle's gaze grew increasingly complex, and a flicker of malice glinted in his eyes. Draco refers to his true self as the Dark Lord, which clearly indicates that he shares no blood ties with this entity. Thus, could it be surmised that he possesses a blood connection with the surviving members of the Gaunt family? His relationship with the Gaunt lineage appears rather tenuous. It seems that this young wretch holds little necessity for survival. He would never permit the existence of anything that poses a threat to his own life. No. This is a skill acquired through training. It is not Parseltongue, but merely a rudimentary form of snake speech. Previously, I witnessed Harry Potter conversing with snakes, and I employed a method to have him impart this knowledge to me. Draco yearned to demonstrate his worth in the presence of Riddle, yet he wished to avoid inciting Riddle's wrath. Thus, he resolved to cast all blame upon Harry Potter. Harry Potter? Is he truly a natural-born Parseltongue? Riddle appeared utterly astonished by this revelation. Indeed, he possesses the gift of speaking with serpents. My own fluency in Parseltongue was acquired from him. As Draco spoke, his gaze was fixed intently upon Riddle, exuding an air of utmost sincerity. This sincerity was enough to earn Riddle's trust. For a considerable period, Draco's conduct had sufficiently demonstrated his loyalty to Riddle, while Harry Potter had always been Riddle's adversary. Whether Harry Potter was inherently a Parselmouth or not, he had to perish. Given your ability to converse in snake language, the ensuing matters can be handled by you. You shall take full responsibility for the basilisk. However, it is imperative that we commence this endeavor promptly, as I have pressing matters to attend to. To orchestrate someone's downfall does not solely require direct action. At times, public opinion can be lethal. Since Riddle had resolutely decided to target Harry Potter, he would not show any mercy. Even if Harry Potter ultimately found a way to evade blame, Riddle could still malign the Weasley family through Miss Weasley's body. Very well, Master. Recently, Harry Potter has incurred the wrath of Professor Lockhart and has been summoned to his office for detention. During this time, he has been persistently antagonized by Professor Lockhart. If the Master wishes to inquire about his Parseltongue abilities, this moment presents the most opportune occasion. Draco lowered his head, as he likely surmised the intentions of Riddle. He refrained from elaborating, merely alluding to matters concerning Parseltongue. His implication was to inform Riddle that his lengthy discourse served solely to provide Riddle with an opportunity to validate whether Harry Potter's ability in Parseltongue was innate. What Riddle chose to do with this information was his own affair. Given Draco's understanding of Riddle over time, he was certain that Riddle would not seek out Harry Potter to ascertain the authenticity of his Parseltongue. Riddle preferred to eliminate threats entirely, choosing to err on the side of caution rather than risk overlooking a potential danger. I understand. Should you need to consult the basilisk, follow the route we took today. Exercise caution and avoid premature exposure. Riddle relinquished control entirely, entrusting the basilisk's utilization to Draco. Previously, he had been concerned that Draco might lack proficiency in speaking with snakes, which could hinder their communication. However, that anxiety had now dissipated. Draco immediately nodded, assuming a compliant demeanor. Riddle ceased to respond, instead guiding the basilisk to another location. Draco, after all, possesses the ability to speak Parseltongue, and Riddle has no means to ascertain whether this talent is innate to him. Consequently, Riddle harbors a modicum of caution towards Draco. He discreetly issued commands to the basilisk, permitting it to devour Draco should the latter exhibit any signs of treachery. Although Draco claimed he could assist Riddle in crafting an alchemical body, and even facilitate his resurrection, he has managed to persist all these years without such a body. If Draco truly harbors animosity towards Riddle, the situation becomes considerably more complex. Riddle's response was notably ambiguous, suggesting that he firmly believes the timeline of events concerning Harry Potter does not align with recent occurrences. Public opinion, true public opinion, requires discourse. Although it is currently feasible to implicate Harry Potter with considerable precision, the number of individuals engaging in the discussion remains insufficient. Draco did not hesitate and left the premises. By the time he returned to the dormitory, it was already late. Theodore had grown accustomed to this. Draco often ventured out like this, so when he returned, Theodore said nothing. When Draco returned, he was somewhat taciturn, immediately tending to the mandrake he had cultivated. That potion proved to be remarkably effective. The mandrake had been entirely revived and had sprouted several tender new shoots. However, it remained in a seedling state, and with Theodore's discerning eye, he could hardly distinguish what precisely resided within the pot. Draco had no intention of revealing his plans. Thus he felt compelled to return the object to Malfoy Manor. Upon his arrival, Draco's gaze was captivated by the flowers. They thrived remarkably, appearing vibrant and alive. However, what exactly had been planted? Theodore observed Draco, enraptured by the blossoms, with a hint of confusion. This is a gift from my mother, a notion from my father. Yet now that the flower has flourished, it would be prudent to send it back to Malfoy Manor. Otherwise, it may ultimately fall victim to the whims of a cat. Draco wore an expression of resigned exasperation. Theodore harbored no doubts. In his recollection, Lucius and Narcissa shared a harmonious relationship. This year the Slytherin Quidditch team was once again seeking new recruits, and Zabini expressed considerable interest in participating in the selection process. Do you have time? Let us go and observe together. Theodore was well aware of Draco's fondness for Quidditch. However, he sensed that Draco might not be inclined to pursue a position on the team at this juncture, as he had begun to engage in more adult responsibilities. This matter had nearly slipped his mind. It was indeed time to give it due consideration. Coincidentally, he also harbored an interest in Quidditch. So why not give it a try? Otherwise, the arrangements made earlier would be rendered futile. Nevertheless, he did not intend to genuinely commit to the selection process. He was hardly at leisure. Playing Quidditch with young wizards was merely child's play. With that fragment of time, he would be better off contemplating how to outwit the diminutive Peter Pettigrew. Draco believed that his intention to use money to join the Slytherin Quidditch team was quite commendable. Without waiting for the morrow, he penned a letter to his parents that very night. Dear Father and Mother, I write to you with an important request. As you are aware, I have cherished Quidditch since my childhood, and now Slytherin's Quidditch team is seeking new members. I aspire to join the Slytherin team, especially since even Harry Potter has made it onto the Gryffindor team. I cannot allow myself to be outdone by Harry Potter. Please, I implore you to devise a way for me to secure a place on the Slytherin Quidditch team. Moreover, I have sent an owl with a pot of flowers for you. It contains mandrake, which requires specific nutrients for its proper cultivation. I have already provided the necessary nutrients. You must take good care of it, as I have tended to it for quite some time. When you return, please make sure to see it in person and ensure it is well looked after. If it were not for Madame Pomfrey's incessant desire to consume it, I would never have consented to send it back. Mother, I beseech you to care for my plant diligently. As for me, all is well at school, though the food leaves much to be desired. I find myself longing for your delightful cookies. If possible, could you prepare a few more for me? Yours affectionately, Draco. After composing his letter home, Draco sent it along with a flower pot to Malfoy Manor. Draco repeatedly emphasized his unwavering confidence in both Lucius and Narcissa. Their indulgence towards their child was indeed well known. As long as he reiterated his concerns, Lucius and Narcissa would refrain from taking actions that might provoke his ire. The following morning, a letter arrived, in which Lucius consented to Draco's desire to join the Quidditch team and permitted him access to a substantial sum of galleons to serve as his investment in Slytherin. Consequently, on the day of the Slytherin Quidditch team selection, Draco did not make an appearance. After a brief conversation with Flint, his position was secured. They publicly stated that Draco was a player whom Flint had always favored, while the current selections were merely for reserve positions within the Quidditch team. Draco, determined to preserve his reputation, engaged in a contest with all the successful candidates for the team. The outcome was unequivocal. He played Quidditch against the others with the ease of a father playing with his son, completely one-sided. Simultaneously, the Slytherin Quidditch team's brooms underwent a remarkable transformation. Draco and Flint exchanged glances, both thoroughly satisfied with the outcome of their arrangement. Everything proceeded smoothly until the evening, when Draco set his plan into motion once more. He first lured the basilisk out from the girls' lavatory and then positioned himself in the corridor, waiting for his opportunity. However, this was not merely a simple game of patience. Recently, whispers had circulated throughout Hogwarts regarding the events of the previous battle, with some even mentioning the sacrifice of the diminutive Peter Pettigrew. This mere tidbit of information was sufficient to instill a sense of trepidation in the cowardly Gryffindor, causing him to become restless and eager to uncover the source of the rumors. This provided Draco with the perfect opportunity to lie in wait. Peter Pettigrew, still resembling a mouse, spotted Draco but failed to realize that the young wizard was anticipating his arrival, in a hurry to escape to another location. He was caught off guard when Draco, as if teasing him deliberately, stepped on his tail. The little rodent struggled fiercely, akin to an ordinary mouse, attempting to turn back and bite Draco's foot. However, to his astonishment, words emerged from above his head. "Mr. Pettigrew, long time no see. Why the desire to flee so soon upon our reunion?" Draco's voice was haunting, as if he were pronouncing the death sentence of the diminutive Peter. He struggled even more fiercely, as if unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Draco smiled faintly and released his foot from the tail of the diminutive Peter, mindful not to provoke the oblivious rodent into a desperate bite. As the pressure lifted from him, the little star Peter dashed away with remarkable speed, almost as if he might outrun the very essence of Mars itself. Yet, what use was such swiftness when a monstrous serpent awaited him at the end of the path? Initially, Peter ran with unbridled enthusiasm, but suddenly, an icy chill enveloped him. Caught off guard, he came to an abrupt halt, only to behold a colossal serpentine form before him. "Do not flee, Mr. Peter, we merely wish to reminisce. Do not spurn our invitation, lest you face the consequences." Draco's voice resonated once more as he gradually made his way towards the diminutive star, Peter. Draco and the basilisk formed a pincer movement, leaving the diminutive Peter with no avenue for escape. Peter was uncertain whether Draco was friend or foe, despite knowing that Lucius Malfoy had once been a Death Eater and that Draco was his son. However, this did not inherently imply that Draco was a Death Eater himself. Even if he desired such a fate, it was unlikely that Voldemort would recruit such a young wizard into his ranks. Peter glanced at the basilisk before him and then at Draco behind him. Summoning all his strength, he suddenly turned and charged towards Draco's line of defense, only to find his tail once again caught under Draco's foot. "If you truly refuse to listen, do not blame me for being ungracious." Draco's tone gradually turned frigid. Devoid of the earlier playful banter he shared with Peter the diminutive. Peter, however, remained unperturbed, choosing to regard himself as an ordinary mouse. If that is the case, then, Basilisk, let us provide our old friend with a thrill. Consider this an extra treat for today. He who refuses a toast will have to endure the bitter cup. A taste of suffering may enlighten him to the true meaning of death. After Draco had communicated the command to the basilisk in a manner that the diminutive Peter could comprehend, he reiterated the instruction in Parseltongue. Come a little closer. Let us play with this little mouse, but do not kill it. The basilisk obeyed at once, slithering nearer, the oppressive aura intensifying with every inch it approached. Draco shut his eyes, relying on his other senses. While he could endure the presence of the diminutive Peter, the latter found the situation utterly unbearable. In the next moment, the mouse transformed back into human form. To be fair, he bore a striking resemblance to a rodent. Mr. Malfoy, what brings you to me? I am a loyal servant of the Dark Lord. Does Lucius know of your impromptu visit? Is the Malfoy family contemplating treachery against the Dark Lord? Peter recognized that Draco was merely a fledgling wizard, one unlikely to possess such audacity. A gentle probing would easily reveal the truth. Unfortunately for him, he had encountered Draco. Draco offered a faint smile, for he discerned that the diminutive Peter was merely posturing. The loyalty of the Malfoy family cannot be tarnished by a mere utterance or two. Their presence here was at the behest of the Dark Lord, and not everyone relishes the company of a lifeless rodent. Draco cast a disdainful glance at the diminutive Peter Pettigrew, as if observing something utterly repugnant. A treacherous individual like Pettigrew was hardly deserving of his regard. Furthermore, the audacity to question the Malfoy family was nothing short of reckless. You little wretch, do you think that just because a basilisk stands beside you, I would refrain from acting against you? Peter appeared increasingly flustered. During his time at Gryffindor, he had never been well-liked, harboring a particularly dark disposition. Now, confronted by a mere teenager wielding magic who dared to look down upon him and mock him with such an air of superiority, he found himself utterly unraveling. If you possess the courage, then by all means, give it a try. Draco smiled faintly, his expression rife with provocation. He was well aware that Peter Pettigrew lacked the audacity to act. The coward was paralyzed by fear of death. Any threat to his life rendered him incapable of any bold action. It was precisely because Voldemort had endangered him that he unhesitatingly betrayed the Potters. Standing there, Pettigrew's face flushed crimson, yet he dared not make a move, resorting instead to empty bluster. I was unaware that the Malfoy family's upbringing had fallen to such depths. Was not the Malfoy lineage renowned for its pure blood and noble demeanor? With Pettigrew too fearful to strike, he could only wield his words. However, it appeared he had miscalculated. Did he think Draco would remain passive? Mr. Pettigrew certainly possessed an audacious spirit. Basilisk, let us provide our old acquaintance with a bit of excitement, lest he forget his wits at the Weasley residence. Draco's smile broadened with each passing moment. He reiterated his command to the basilisk in Parseltongue. Strike fiercely, but ensure he remains alive. This wretched rat, who only dares to scurry in the shadows, has the audacity to question the Malfoy lineage. Without imparting a lesson, he remains oblivious to the concept of respect. The basilisk, having been conditioned by Riddle's previous orders, now heeds Draco's words with heightened attentiveness. As Draco issued his command, it immediately lashed its tail, striking little Star Peter forcefully. Aware of the rule against directly gazing into the basilisk's eyes, Peter had turned his back to the creature. Caught off guard, he was abruptly struck by the basilisk's tail, sending him crashing against the wall before he ultimately slid down helplessly. Draco observed the disheveled figure of Peter slowly advancing towards him. He pressed his foot upon Peter's neck, compelling him to remain prostrate on the ground. Mr. Peter, do not refuse a toast only to incur a heavier penalty. Should you choose not to converse with me, I shall summon the basilisk to escort you to the Dark Lord, and I assure you, your experience will be most enlightening. Draco did not intend to overstep his bounds. After all, they were still within the confines of Hogwarts. Even though numerous silencing charms were in effect, the inhabitants of Hogwarts would eventually become aware of their actions. However, the longer the situation persisted, the greater the risk of exposure. Draco found himself at a loss for words, for after all, Peter Pettigrew had previously sealed his own fate. In the eyes of the world, Pettigrew was already considered deceased, even heralded as a martyr who had fallen at the hands of the nefarious Sirius Black in defense of the Potters. Should he re-emerge before the public, everything he had painstakingly constructed would collapse in an instant. At that point, Peter would hold no value, and the significance of seeking him out would vanish entirely. Silently, Peter chose not to respond to Draco's remarks, yet he ceased to struggle. He was, after all, a fully fledged wizard, albeit one with an exceedingly fragile sense of pride, incapable of bowing before a younger sorcerer like Draco. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but acknowledge the merit in Draco's words, even as a Death Eater. He harbored no desire to confront the Dark Lord directly. He understood all too well that the Dark Lord wielded the killing curse as a mere commonplace attack, and employed the Cruciatus curse as a tool of punishment. The prospect of willingly courting such torment was far from appealing. Draco comprehended his meaning. Withdrawing his foot from Peter's body and taking a few steps back, "You had better be speaking the truth." The diminutive Peter clumsily rose from the ground. Brushing off the dust from his attire, his gaze directed towards Draco with a fierce intensity. It was as though he were merely posturing, exuding an air of bravado that belied the emptiness within. "If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire with the Dark Lord himself. Should you find it difficult to locate him, I would be more than willing to assist you in that endeavor." Draco donned his gentle facade once more. While it ostensibly suggested his willingness to assist, it concealed a warning directed at the diminutive Peter. Should he fail to comply, severe repercussions would ensue. "I shall extend my trust to you this once. Upon my meeting with the Dark Lord, I will personally verify your claims. Now enlighten me. What business does the Dark Lord have with me?" The diminutive Peter endeavored to uphold his master's authority, seeking to salvage a semblance of dignity in Draco's presence, his tone imbued with a hint of assertiveness. Suddenly recalling something, he added, "You had better ensure that all of this is indeed the Dark Lord's command. Otherwise, even the Malfoy family will be unable to protect you." Draco erupted into laughter at the words of the diminutive Peter. "There is no need for your concern in this matter, Mr. Peter. As for verifying this with the Dark Lord, you may proceed as you wish. As long as you fulfill the task, no one will care whom you choose to consult." Draco, unperturbed, retorted without hesitation. He ceased to waste time with the diminutive Peter and got straight to the point. "The Dark Lord has received credible information indicating the existence of the Resurrection Stone in Dumbledore's possession. Should the Dark Lord acquire the Resurrection Stone, he would once again lead us in the dominion over the world. According to reliable sources, Dumbledore intends to entrust the Resurrection Stone to Harry Potter." Draco spoke languidly. "The Dark Lord, having gleaned information from his spies at Hogwarts, had learned that you shared a dormitory with Harry Potter. Should you take action, it would surely yield remarkable results." Peter Pettigrew, upon hearing this, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the task assigned by the Dark Lord would be of such gravity. Having also graduated from Hogwarts and spent many years in academia, he was naturally aware of the Deathly Hallows. He was astonished to discover that the Dark Lord's focus was on the Resurrection Stone, and even more so to learn that it resided in Dumbledore's possession. Nonetheless, this revelation confirmed one crucial point. It was indeed Voldemort's command. He could not fathom how a young wizard like Draco could have any acquaintance with the Resurrection Stone or possess knowledge of its whereabouts. This, however, compelled him to take the command with utmost seriousness. If it were merely Draco's personal whim, he could choose to disregard it and later deflect blame. Yet, if this task were directly ordered by the Dark Lord, he had no choice but to comply, for Voldemort was not one to be trifled with. Should he fail or gather no intelligence at all, he would face punishment akin to that of Draco Malfoy. Even if he ultimately shifted all responsibility onto Draco, he could not entirely escape retribution. He might only mitigate it somewhat. Peter Pettigrew's eyes darted about, clearly concocting nefarious schemes. Draco, having encountered such malevolent creatures in his previous life, could discern his thoughts with a mere glance. "I would advise Mr. Peter to adopt a more serious demeanor. The Dark Lord's subordinates do not suffer fools lightly. It is entirely understandable for a second-year wizard to falter in such matters, yet if you fail, it becomes indefensible. Even if Wormtail Peter wishes to shift the blame, he must consider whether Voldemort would believe him. It is essential to recognize that Voldemort and Riddle now exist as two distinct entities. Draco, in the presence of Voldemort, was merely a somewhat clever little wizard, fundamentally still a child in the craft. Voldemort regarded him as such, and his willingness to speak was rooted in suspicion that Draco had the guidance of Snape behind him. In contrast, Riddle had witnessed Draco's alchemical prowess firsthand, elevating Draco in his eyes to the status of an adult wizard. However, the memories of Riddle and Voldemort were not interchangeable. Voldemort would not resort to the killing curse against Draco for a failed task. He had never entertained the notion that Draco could succeed. Peter Pettigrew, upon this reminder from Draco, immediately recognized the implications. The Malfoy heir was indeed full of cunning schemes, and one should not project their own thoughts onto others. As a loyal servant of the Dark Lord, he would fulfill his duties without the need for reminders. And he certainly did not wish to be seen as petty. Given his currently strained relationship with Draco, any embellishments Draco might relay to the Dark Lord could prove troublesome. Moreover, with the basilisk present, it was essential to remember that the Dark Lord was fluent in the language of serpents. Pettigrew had no desire to meet an untimely end due to a careless misstep, so he promptly redirected the blame back onto Draco. "My lord, there is another matter to address," he ventured, aware that with the basilisk nearby, Draco would not overlook the tasks assigned to him by Riddle. "Is there anything else you require, my lord?" Pettigrew lowered his head slightly, suspecting this might pertain to Draco's misuse of authority. Thus, he listened intently, eager to seize upon any leverage against Draco to avenge the earlier humiliation he had suffered. Alas, he was mistaken. All commands issued were solely those of the Dark Lord. Draco indeed interwove his personal motives into the matter at hand. However, his intentions mirrored those of the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord proclaimed that the Chamber of Secrets had been unsealed, declaring that the heir's adversaries must perish, and that all mudbloods at Hogwarts deserved to meet their demise. Thus, he instructed Draco to cooperate with him, warning that should any mishap occur, the blame would fall squarely upon Harry Potter. Upon hearing this directive, Peter Pettigrew abruptly raised his head. This statement was far from trivial. It signified that the Dark Lord had indeed manifested within the walls of Hogwarts. Furthermore, it implied that Peter Pettigrew was compelled to ardently fulfill these two commands. Draco desired precisely this effect. If he did not exert himself tirelessly, who would assist him in unearthing the truth? Is the Dark Lord present at Hogwarts? Wormtail fixed his gaze intently upon Draco, unwilling to overlook even the slightest nuance of expression on his visage. Yet, Draco's face resembled that of a mask. From beginning to end, he exhibited only a singular smile, rendering any subtle expression imperceptible. He appeared akin to a meticulously trained puppet, courteous and gentle, yet profoundly unsettling. Indeed, should you wish to meet him, I can escort you. However, the Dark Lord's temperament has been rather volatile of late, and I trust you will exercise patience should any discomfort arise. Draco, with a gesture of invitation, sought to beckon Peter Pettigrew forward. However, the diminutive Pettigrew hesitated, for he was not among the most devoted of Voldemort's followers. The most loyal had long since been confined to Azkaban. He felt an unsettling uncertainty regarding the prospect of encountering Voldemort, especially considering that it was he who had divulged the whereabouts of the Potters. Voldemort's initial downfall bore a trace of his own complicity. Pettigrew could not assure himself that Voldemort would not direct his ire towards him. "That will not be necessary, young Malfoy. I am not one to merely call upon my father when faced with challenges. Kindly convey my regards to the Dark Lord on my behalf. Rest assured, I shall exert myself to fulfill the tasks assigned by him." With this declaration, Pettigrew resolved to depart, unwilling to face Voldemort. Draco did not hinder him, and thus the matter concluded here, with no further communication deemed necessary. If the diminutive Peter proves disobedient, there are certainly ways to deal with him. At present, however, the more pressing concern remains the basilisk. We eagerly await your accomplishments, hoping you can indeed achieve something noteworthy and not disappoint the Dark Lord. Otherwise, even calling for your father would be futile. Oh, I fear I have forgotten. Your father has passed away, has he not? Draco once again retaliated without hesitation, displaying no fear towards Peter Pettigrew. The diminutive figure of Peter dared not engage him in combat. The Malfoy scion remained as impolite as ever. After uttering a harsh remark, Peter promptly transformed into his animagus form and departed from the scene. He feared that if he delayed any longer, Draco might summon the basilisk to deliver a swift and painful blow. Peter Pettigrew, in his own way, was astute enough to recognize the prevailing circumstances. He had no desire to boast, only to suffer the consequences. Draco did not obstruct him, nor did he command the basilisk. Instead, he directed the creature to proceed once more towards the girls' restroom. As Draco could not bear to meet the basilisk's gaze, it advanced ahead while he trailed behind. Seizing the opportunity when the basilisk was distracted, Draco cast a spell of oblivion, erasing all memories of his discussions with Peter Pettigrew regarding the Resurrection Stone, leaving only their conversations about the Chamber of Slytherin intact. He dared not obliterate everything too thoroughly, for he was aware that such meticulousness could easily attract Riddle's attention. During that period, Riddle did not make another appearance, seemingly engrossed in discussions with Miss Weasley. The basilisk remained within the chamber of Slytherin, and Draco visited on several occasions. Yet it showed no inclination to take any new actions. Draco indeed harbors the desire to obliterate the Mandrake, but not at this moment. The most terrifying act is not merely to instill hope in others only to shatter it thereafter. Even if Draco were to destroy the Mandrake now, they would still have ample time to seek out new specimens. Therefore, it suffices to merely seek opportunities to undermine the Mandrake without the necessity of its actual destruction. During this period, Draco found himself rather unoccupied, to the extent that he took to practicing Quidditch. Draco, after all, had procured his place through monetary means. Although he had managed to impress the others somewhat during their previous encounters, his competitors were merely candidates, not official team members. The established players, who shared a camaraderie with Flint, were well aware of Draco's privileged entry, thus he needed to prove himself through skill. While the influence of wealth could shield him from many troubles, the Slytherins, each equipped with the latest model of broomstick, exhibited an unmistakable glee. Indeed, money often wields significant power. The previous year's defeat of Slytherin at the hands of Gryffindor remained a thorn in Flint's side. Being a proud individual, he found it difficult to accept that Slytherin had never lost before his tenure as captain. It was easy for doubts about his leadership to arise after such an unfortunate turn of events. Therefore, when Draco provided them with the newest brooms, Flint was eager to thwart Gryffindor at any opportunity. With the Quidditch match on the horizon, disrupting Gryffindor's morale at this juncture would greatly benefit them. He recognized that showcasing the new brooms on the field would more effectively undermine Gryffindor's confidence. Nonetheless, their pride compelled them to seize the moment, prompting them to request a note from Professor Snape to encroach upon Gryffindor's scheduled practice. As the Gryffindor team, filled with enthusiasm, approached the Quidditch training ground, they were met with the sight of Slytherin already present. "Flint, what on earth is going on? Today is Gryffindor's designated practice time. Surely, you do not intend to usurp our time?" Wood expressed his indignation, recalling their agreement to alternate days. The audacity of Slytherin to flout the rules was evident. "There's no need for such harsh words, Wood. What do you mean by usurp?" "We have explicit permission from Professor Snape," Flint retorted, a smug expression on his face as if this would somehow avenge their previous defeat. "Explicit permission? Since when?" Wood, with a serious demeanor, scrutinized them. Although Snape was known for his favoritism towards Slytherin, he was also a stickler for rules and would not easily grant special allowances. Flint was compelled to concoct a plausible justification for their actions. Wood harbored suspicions that they were intentionally deceiving him. If Gryffindor retreated, the pitch would naturally belong to Slytherin. Other houses, believing the pitch to be under Gryffindor's control, would refrain from intruding. As Slytherin capitalized on Gryffindor's withdrawal, they could seize the Quidditch field. Flint, known for his cunning and treachery, was indeed capable of such schemes. However, Harry Potter, standing behind him, held a different perspective. Flint exuded an air of excessive confidence, and it appeared that his team had acquired new equipment. It is reasonable to assume that Professor Snape's special approval was intrinsically linked to this new gear. If you do not believe me, take a look for yourself. This is Professor Snape's signature, authorizing us to train our new seeker during this period. Flint, with a smug demeanor, loftily handed the note to Wood. He was well aware that Wood would not make a fuss, so he merely offered a brief explanation. Wood furrowed his brow as he held the note. With matters having reached this point, there was little recourse, after all. It was hardly feasible to openly defy Professor Snape's orders. Did they not wish to continue their existence at Hogwarts? Once upon a time. They were also aware of Snape's favoritism towards Slytherin, and in those days, they had not dared to resist. Thus, how could they possibly rebel over a mere training session? Wood glanced at the note and nodded to his teammates behind him, preparing to depart. At that moment, however, Ron suddenly pointed at the broomstick beside Flint. "Look, everyone. Why are they using the latest Nimbus 2001? He exclaimed. "They've all upgraded to the newest brooms." Ron's words completely captured everyone's attention, and all eyes turned to the brooms in the hands of the Slytherin Quidditch team. This was the latest model, significantly faster than the brooms they currently wielded. Slytherin was already a formidable team. With such an enhancement, their victory seemed assured. Although they believed Harry Potter had triumphed last year due to some skill, they could not guarantee that fortune would favor them again this year. Unexpectedly, Ron, you truly excel at nothing, yet you are quick to identify a broomstick. Almost all purebloods harbored some resentment towards the Weasley family, for they, as a pureblood lineage, openly supported Muggles, contravening the principles of pure-blood ideology and betraying pure-blood interests. Thus, nearly all purebloods held disdain for the Weasleys, regarding them as traitors to their kind. Flint was no exception and immediately retaliated at Ron's comment. Ron's face flushed with anger. He despised being labeled as worthless. Observing this, Harry Potter promptly shifted the subject. How did you acquire new broomsticks? Did your new player bring them? Gryffindor did not acquire the Nimbus 2000, nor did Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw. It was solely Slytherin that secured this flying broomstick. This circumstance strongly suggests that the broom is funded exclusively by a member of Slytherin. At this juncture, Slytherin has also welcomed a new seeker, which raises considerable suspicion. One must note that the previous seeker, Higgs, has not yet reached retirement age. Furthermore, Higgs possesses exceptional skills. His last victory was achieved through sheer recklessness. Should Higgs adopt a similarly reckless approach, it is difficult to predict who might ultimately prevail. Harry Potter harbors some unsettling suspicions. Few individuals within Slytherin are capable of financing such an extensive purchase of flying broomsticks. While it is true that Slytherin is predominantly comprised of purebloods, and many of these purebloods possess substantial fortunes, not every pureblood is inclined to invest a considerable sum in upgrading Slytherin's equipment. This endeavor could be deemed a poor investment. Spending a significant amount merely to secure a spot for a formal player on a Quidditch team. In Harry Potter's recollection, only Draco Malfoy possesses the means to accomplish such a feat. Draco Malfoy hails from the illustrious Malfoy family, renowned for their vast wealth and unwavering familial loyalty. His parents dote on him excessively, adding to his sense of entitlement. If they were to engage in any questionable actions, it would undoubtedly carry a significant degree of credibility. Harry Potter, having known Draco for an extensive period, possesses a modicum of insight into Draco's capabilities. Should Draco truly emerge as his adversary, it would be a stroke of fortune for Harry to lose with dignity rather than suffer a humiliating defeat. The two are fundamentally not on the same level. Based on his understanding of Draco, it is apparent that he does not possess an affinity for Quidditch. Throughout their interactions, Draco has never once broached the subject of the sport, nor has he shown interest even when Harry himself has initiated discussions about it. However, Harry's disappointment is palpable. What is it? Are you envious? Let us greet each other, Malfoy. They seem quite curious about you. Flint gazes triumphantly at the members of Gryffindor, observing their astonished expressions, before signaling the Slytherin Quidditch players to part and create a pathway. The figure of Draco Malfoy immediately came into view. Potter appeared somewhat taken aback, yet inwardly he understood the gravity of the situation. It seemed that victory in this Quidditch match was beyond reach. He had to brace himself for the inevitable blame that would follow his defeat. In stark contrast to Harry's despondency, Weasley exhibited a certain exhilaration. He held a personal grudge against Malfoy, and witnessing him gain entry into the Quidditch team through dubious means filled Weasley with a sense of triumph. As though he were grasping Malfoy by his proverbial pigtails. The Malfoy family, indeed, was composed of unscrupulous individuals who resorted to monetary influence to gain advantage. Just look at Malfoy, so young yet already a master of such underhanded tactics. Weasley was unreservedly scathing in his remarks, for his words bore deeper implications. Should Draco be branded with such a stigma, the entire Malfoy legacy would come under scrutiny, including their position on the school board, Lucius's standing, and the family's business interests. Weasley was acutely aware of Draco's esteemed reputation at Hogwarts and recognized the generally amicable disposition of the four houses towards him. Thus, he sought to strike at Draco's most cherished pride. Are you envious? Envious of my place on the Slytherin Quidditch team while you remain an outsider? Envious that my father provides the latest broomsticks for Slytherin, while your father cannot? Draco chose not to respond to Weasley's remarks. Instead, he cast a shadow over them, branding Weasley's words as mere expressions of childish jealousy. He uttered phrases that struck at the very core of Weasley's insecurities, provoking him further. Should Weasley dare to retort, anyone with a discerning eye would readily perceive his envy. No one would take Weasley's previous statement seriously. Malfoy, do not engage with such a pauper. He cannot bear to see others possess even the slightest good fortune, Flint chimed in, clearly echoing Draco's sentiments, unabashedly declaring in front of everyone that the Weasley family was impoverished. Weasley, though his face flushed crimson, managed to gather himself, preparing to counter their jibes. Yet, Draco abruptly interrupted Ron, continuing, do not speak of the Weasleys in such a manner, Flint. Do they choose to be destitute? Is it their desire to live in poverty? Who would willingly accept the disgrace of pureblood failures? It is already remarkable that such fools can scrape by in the ministry. Do you expect them to resort to begging? Draco did not wish to utter such venomous words. However, Weasley's skill in cultivating his inner strength was far superior to what he had anticipated. Draco, having no alternative, resorted to this desperate measure, and indeed, Weasley could no longer contain himself. "You scoundrel!" he exclaimed, raising his worn wand and casting a spell at Draco. "Eat slugs." Draco instinctively raised his wand, prepared to counterattack, only to find that the spell struck him instead. Weasley, resembling someone who had consumed something foul, was retching violently. With each heave, he expelled a plethora of slugs. The members of Gryffindor, witnessing this, immediately gathered around Weasley, offering support as they sought to discern how to lift the curse. This foolish boy couldn't even comprehend the spell he had cast. "Weasley, I advise you to procure a different wand. This time it merely summoned slugs, but next time it could very well be a deadly curse." "What then? Instead of vanquishing the enemy, you might end up harming yourself, providing ample amusement for your foes. If it were me, I would be more than willing to face Weasley as an adversary," Flint scoffed without hesitation. Draco smiled faintly and then added, "Remember to clean up everything you just spat out. Resorting to violence in public is a violation of school rules and will invite consequences. While we may choose not to disclose it, it would be unfortunate if the professors were to witness it themselves. The Slytherin House intends to report this. Actively casting dark curses upon fellow students in public is indeed a breach of school regulations, regardless of which party initiated the provocation. However, the one who casts the curse will invariably face the harshest repercussions, although reporting to other professors might result in mutual punishment for both sides. Informing Professor Snape would likely lead to consequences solely for Gryffindor. The Slytherins are prepared to proceed accordingly." Draco, however, was unwilling to tarnish his reputation. So he feigned sincerity and added a disingenuous remark about not revealing this to anyone else. In truth, he was subtly insinuating to the Gryffindors that if the professor were to become aware, it would undoubtedly be due to the vomit left by Weasley on the Quidditch pitch, and not related to them in any way, rather than merely losing a few house points. Draco found greater satisfaction in witnessing the Gryffindor cohort weeping and struggling to clean up the mess on the Quidditch field. He relished the sight of his fellow Slytherins joyfully practicing Quidditch. Such an occurrence, he mused, would be far more disheartening for them than the loss of points. Furthermore, given Weasley's current state of expelling mucus, it seemed unlikely that the unpleasant spectacle would cease anytime soon, leaving one to wonder how long they would be occupied with the cleanup. One might ponder whether this could be considered a shared outcome of Slytherin's training efforts. Courtesy of Gryffindor, Draco had no desire to train. Rather than honing his skills, he preferred to indulge in mischief nearby. Training was dreadfully tedious, and the flying techniques they taught were rudimentary, skills he had mastered centuries ago. Instead of wasting time on such drudgery, he found it far more entertaining to tease Harry Potter, who was increasingly becoming more rebellious. Draco indeed harbored such intentions. He even sought out the basilisk during the nocturnal hours. However, of late, Riddle has been orchestrating his own schemes, compelling the basilisk to carry out various tasks at his behest. Draco bowed his head in contemplation, sensing that the moment Riddle had been waiting for was drawing near. However, Riddle's focus was solely on Harry Potter, while Draco's attention was directed towards both Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. Unlike Riddle, Draco harbored less malice towards Harry, directing most of his animosity towards Ron. Riddle sought to ruin Harry's reputation, which would require a gathering of many. Presumably, the most crowded occasion would be the Halloween feast. It was almost certain that Riddle would strike during this event. Draco's objective was to ensure that Weasley and Potter remained together at that time. This would allow him to exploit Riddle's scheme to further sow discord between the two, instilling in Harry the notion that associating with Weasley was a misfortune. While this perception might not be immediately apparent, once firmly planted, it would lead Harry to overlook Ron during significant events. Even if they were to investigate the matter, it would be Riddle's plot, with Draco remaining unconnected. All Draco needed to do was send a message through his informant in Gryffindor, prompting him to create opportunities to deepen the bond between Harry and Ron. The rest could be left to Ron, who desired Harry's closeness more than anyone else. By providing Ron with a hint of sweetness, he would devise various methods to draw Harry nearer. Harry, typically preoccupied with classes and Quidditch training, lacked the leisure to engage in activities that could enhance their relationship. However, Halloween presented an ideal opportunity. Ron would likely guide Harry towards unique experiences, framing them as their exclusive adventures. As they shared secrets, their connection would naturally intensify. Halloween was a lively affair, with young witches and wizards frolicking about, some donning their distinctive costumes to mimic ghosts and ghouls. Such revelry was more prevalent among Hufflepuff and Gryffindor, as Slytherin could not lower themselves to partake in such plebeian games, deeming them unrefined. Ravenclaw regarded such folly as the domain of fools. Nevertheless, Hogwarts was filled with joy. Professor McGonagall watched kindly over all, readily sharing sweets with any young wizard who played in her presence. Everyone joined in the decorations, including Draco, who sat amidst the crowd, directing efforts. Observing the flurry of activity, he contributed little more than words, accomplishing nothing substantial. Draco occupied a central position, keenly observing the movements of those around him. Unsurprisingly, at the outset, Ginny Weasley had already vanished. It seemed that Riddle was poised to make his move. As for Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, they merely made a brief appearance in the Great Hall before departing, leaving Hermione Granger behind. Ron, naturally, wished to cultivate a bond with Harry and was reluctant to bring along an unwelcome presence. After all, should the spotlight be stolen by the astute Granger, Ron would be left to unwittingly assist in her pursuit of romantic interests. "Draco, what are you dawdling for? Come join us for a meal," Zabini remarked, nudging Draco's shoulder as he stood frozen in place. Draco smiled and nodded, making his way into the crowd, yet he noticed that Theodore's expression was rather unwell. Theodore, who had always been a reticent individual, seemed to be struggling with the lively atmosphere of the gathering. What could be troubling him today? Although Draco addressed Theodore, his gaze seemed to linger on Zabini. He was not particularly fond of such boisterous gatherings and wished to return home, but I pulled him back. Zabini helplessly shrugged his shoulders. "Do not be so despondent, Theodore. Stay here a little longer. A delightful surprise awaits us shortly." Draco, without a moment's hesitation, tantalizingly withheld information. Indeed, he had been preoccupied with matters concerning Riddle and had failed to notice Theodore's emotional state. The person he had painstakingly brought into his fold was now entertaining thoughts of escape. Theodore, intrigued by Draco, lifted his gaze to him, his eyes brimming with questions. Yet Draco showed no inclination to respond. He sat at the heart of the gathering, observing the young wizards reveling in their dance. The smiles adorning their faces elicited a rather peculiar expression from him. However, throughout the soiree, nothing out of the ordinary transpired. The young wizards descended in an orderly manner, preparing to return to their respective common rooms. The excitement of the evening's ball had left them animated, chattering incessantly as they made their way. Yet, just as they reached the bottom of the staircase and turned into an alley, a keen-eyed individual spotted a chilling sight. What hung upon the wall? Was it Lady Loris from the portrait of Filch? Unbeknownst to which young wizard suddenly pointed and screamed in her direction. The entire group fell into a stunned silence, the atmosphere shifting to one of eerie calm. In the next moment, a cacophony of shrieks erupted from the young wizards, a stark warning against enemies of the air. Draco calmly read the words inscribed on the wall in crimson paint. His tranquility stood in stark contrast to the terror exhibited by those around him, heightening the sense of dread. The young wizards beside him continued to scream, their piercing cries overwhelming Draco's senses. "Silence, everyone," he implored. "Our foremost concern should be to ascertain whether that cat is indeed Mrs. Norris, and to inform her owner without straining our voices. Dear gentlemen and ladies." Draco's voice, though soft, possessed an eerie quality that brought an unsettling calm to the scene. A few young wizards had been poised to inform Mr. Filch, but before they could take action, he appeared on his own. "What are you all doing here? Why aren't you back in your dormitories at this hour? What on earth has transpired?" Filch was drawn over by the shrieks of the young wizards. He pushed through the crowd, making his way forward, and instinctively cast a glance at Draco, who was also present. Noticing Draco's lack of a particularly notable reaction, he continued to press ahead. He had anticipated a trivial commotion of young wizards squabbling, but upon raising his gaze, he was met with the sight of his beloved pet hanging stiffly before him. "Oh, Mrs. Norris, my dear Mrs. Norris, who has done this?" Filch's previously composed demeanor shattered in an instant. His expression spiraled into chaos, and he appeared utterly flustered. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, with everyone casting their eyes furtively in the direction of Harry Potter, none willing to accept the blame for Mrs. Norris's petrification. Filch, too, had evidently noticed Harry and his companions, fixating his gaze intently upon Harry. Were there a knife in the vicinity, he would undoubtedly plunge it into Harry's chest without a second thought. It is you, it must be you, Harry Potter. You are responsible for my cat's demise. You have killed her, and I shall make you pay for it. As Filch spoke, his agitation grew increasingly palpable, exacerbated by the potion Draco had concocted for him, granting him magical abilities. However, this power, derived from an initial version of the elixir, was inherently unstable. Thus, as Filch's fury escalated, Draco could distinctly sense that he was on the brink of an eruption. Though Draco had no particular objections to how Filch might confront Harry Potter, he was acutely aware that if Filch's fury led to a magical upheaval, and that disturbance was detected by others, it would spell trouble for them all. Without a moment's hesitation, Draco firmly patted Mr. Filch on the shoulder. Mr. Filch, let us remain composed. At this juncture, we cannot ascertain whether Harry Potter is indeed the true culprit. However, he was the first to encounter Madame Loris. Rather than succumbing to anger, it would be more prudent to interrogate him regarding the true mastermind behind these events. Draco's words pierced through Filch like a thorn, prompting him to glance sharply at Draco. His eyes filled with skepticism. The situation was glaringly evident. It was not Harry Potter who had committed the act. Could it be that Draco Malfoy was somehow involved? However, judging from previous interactions, it appeared that Draco held a fondness for Mrs. Norris. Yet, his utterance managed to pull Filch back from the brink of fury, halting the tempestuous energy that threatened to erupt. The surrounding young wizards were oblivious to this tension, ensuring that such an atmosphere would not provoke any significant upheaval. Filch soon grasped Draco's sudden insistence on restraint. While he could endeavor to control his magic, he found it impossible to temper his wrath. The incident involved Mrs. Norris, whom he regarded as family, leaving him incapable of approaching Harry Potter with any semblance of calm. Malfoy, are you intent on shielding Harry Potter? We have caught him red-handed, and you still expect me to remain composed. They deserve to pay. Filch was now indiscriminately unleashing his anger, despite Draco's earlier reminder about his magic. Anyone who dared to speak in defense of the murderer of Mrs. Norris would find themselves as his adversary, and he held no reservations. Filch, please calm yourself, came the sudden voice of Professor Dumbledore from behind. A group of professors approached, drawn by the commotion that had become too loud to ignore. Even the most hard of hearing among them could hear the shrieks of the young wizards. I cannot calm down, Professor Dumbledore. Mrs. Norris is in peril, and the perpetrator stands before us. Filch, disregarding Dumbledore's counsel, was consumed by the grief of losing his beloved cat. No words could assuage his pain. Mrs. Norris was merely petrified, not deceased. Recently, Professor Sprout had cultivated a batch of mandrakes, and once they matured, Mrs. Norris would surely be restored to her former self. Dumbledore immediately spoke words of comfort, for he was acutely aware of the sentiments shared between Mr. Filch and Mrs. Norris. While he could utilize his authority as headmaster to exert pressure on Mr. Filch to obtain the desired outcome, there remained the precarious possibility that such coercion might provoke a backlash from Filch, pushing him to extremes. Filch's role at Hogwarts was indeed unique, although seemingly insignificant. It afforded him access to a substantial amount of information about the school, should he choose to exploit his position to harm Harry Potter. Dumbledore would find himself at a loss, as he could not constantly oversee Harry, after all. Fortunately, Professor Sprout had recently cultivated a batch of mandrakes, which served as the most effective antidote to the petrifying curse. However, the maturation period for mandrakes was lengthy, requiring some time before they could be utilized. Dumbledore surveyed the surroundings once more, redirecting his attention to Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. He pondered the misfortunes that seemed to plague the trio, wondering why they were perpetually embroiled in such calamities. Yet, given the gravity of the situation, he felt compelled to assist Harry in rectifying the aftermath of the events. The young wizards returned to their respective house common rooms under the guidance of their prefects, as the immediate crisis had subsided, alleviating any cause for concern. With the influx of young witches and wizards, the potential for chaos increased, so it was prudent to usher them back to their common rooms, especially after a night of revelry that had surely exhausted them. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger are to remain. Mr. Filch may join us as well. Indeed, Granger had participated in their unique endeavor today, and given Weasley's intellect, it was impossible to keep such matters hidden from her. Once again, the trio found themselves embroiled in a peculiar undertaking, their misfortunes compounded. Dumbledore's gaze briefly lingered on Draco, who stood beside Filch, contemplating whether to summon him as well. However, Draco had no direct connection to the incident. He was neither a primary witness nor a victim, merely an unexpected participant in the unfolding drama. Despite his myriad of questions, Dumbledore found no justification to call him over. My office is nearby. Perhaps we could convene there? Gilderoy Lockhart interjected suddenly, his exuberance palpable. Akin to a mischievous creature in a melon patch, exuding an air of schadenfreude. Very well, thank you, Lockhart, Dumbledore replied. Dumbledore unreservedly agreed, recognizing the necessity to contemplate the matter at hand. As he spoke, he prepared to take the lead, with the others trailing closely behind him. Harry Potter cast a glance in Draco's direction, his eyes reflecting a myriad of indistinct emotions, clearly harboring doubts about Draco. Although Draco appeared to be the most likely suspect, he had been in the Great Hall with the other Hogwarts students, leaving him little opportunity to orchestrate such a scheme. Thus, after a brief, scrutinizing gaze at Draco, Harry averted his eyes. He couldn't help but lament the misfortune of embarking on adventures alongside Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. He reasoned that when he ventured alone, he encountered little trouble, yet whenever he teamed up with them, calamity seemed inevitable. At best, they faced the risk of being unjustly accused and losing points. At worst, they encountered various dangers that could lead to injury. The other young wizards obediently followed Dumbledore's guidance, accompanying their prefects as they made their way back to their respective common rooms. Draco has taken similar actions, the play has concluded, and he is now contemplating the subsequent matters. An incident has already transpired, and given sufficient time, it is exceedingly difficult to ascertain whether someone might uncover Riddle's diary. It is certain that at least one individual is aware that Riddle's diary has always been concealed within Malfoy Manor, although the extent of this knowledge remains uncertain. The mere existence of one person privy to it renders Malfoy Manor perilous. He must eradicate any potential threats entirely and find a scapegoat to assume the blame. While he has already identified a candidate, this matter still requires meticulous planning. Suddenly, as Draco was lost in thought, he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder, prompting him to instinctively tighten his grip on his wand. Fortunately, it was Theodore who stood before him. Otherwise, a punch would have swiftly followed. Draco, come with me. I have a few matters to discuss with you. Theodore's eyes were tinged with concern, as if he suspected Draco of having committed some misdeed. Draco raised an eyebrow slightly, and, seizing an opportune moment when no one was paying attention, followed Theodore into a secluded alleyway. After all the events of the day, no one seemed to care about their whereabouts anymore. Nevertheless, Draco remained vigilant, casting a silencing charm in the surrounding area. What is it, Theodore? Draco leaned against the wall, gently massaging his brow, appearing quite fatigued. Does what transpired today concern you? Theodore inquired, frowning as he fixed a serious gaze upon Draco. He found it utterly implausible that the incident bore no connection to Draco. Even if it were unrelated, Draco was surely in the know. Prior to the unfolding of these events, Draco had already informed Theodore that a surprise awaited them today. Theodore felt quite certain that the surprise Draco referred to was indeed related to this matter. He did not perceive Draco's actions as excessively outrageous or morally objectionable. Rather, he simply considered them perilous, particularly given that they were taking place at Hogwarts, beneath the watchful eyes of all the professors. Moreover, with Dumbledore still present at Hogwarts, engaging in such activities right under his nose was no trivial endeavor. It was fraught with the potential for exposure. Theodore hoped that they would not only fail to thwart Harry Potter, but also inadvertently invite trouble upon themselves. What transpired today? A multitude of events unfolded, including the ball and, of course, Harry Potter. Draco began to pique Theodore's interest. Theodore is truly a laid-back individual, seemingly devoid of any worldly notions. He requires a gentle nudge from others to take a step forward. A mere prod from someone else prompts him to move. During Draco's second year, his attention was diverted, and he felt as though Theodore, who had finally emerged from his reclusive sanctuary, had retreated once more. Consequently, he decided to assign Theodore some tasks. But let's not digress. I am referring to the incident today involving Lady Loris being petrified. Was that act perpetrated by you? Theodore was uncertain whether Draco was indeed responsible, considering that Draco had spent the entire night in their company. Draco is indeed the central figure of this banquet, and everyone can attest that he spent the entire evening in their company, never stepping out. Even if doubts linger over Draco, he possessed no opportunity to commit the crime. It was not I, he asserts, for I was with all of you throughout the night. However, I do possess certain knowledge. Draco promptly refuted Theodore's suspicions, which immediately alleviated Theodore's anxiety. After all, Dumbledore is the most powerful white wizard in the magical realm, and his methods are beyond the comprehension of an ordinary mind. Theodore was acutely aware of his own limitations. Thus, he was also apprehensive that Draco might indeed be the true perpetrator, fearing that Draco could be apprehended by Dumbledore. But if not him, then who could it be? Suddenly, a disquieting premonition washed over Theodore. He sensed that the name Draco would utter was unlikely to be the one he wished to hear. The heir of Slytherin, was it not inscribed in those very words? Draco continued to dangle Theodore's curiosity, seemingly avoiding the crux of the matter while engaging in trivial banter. Do not play these word games with me. I wish to know who the heir of Slytherin is. Is there something you cannot disclose? Theodore's ominous premonition gradually intensified. He understood Draco well. When Draco chose to remain evasive, it typically indicated matters he wished to keep concealed. Moreover, such matters often had connections to the Dark Lord. The heir of Slytherin is the Dark Lord, is it not? Theodore blurted out unexpectedly, leaving Draco momentarily speechless. Indeed, there was a spark of cleverness in his deduction. Draco remained silent, as if acquiescing to the unspoken truth. Have you once again sought the Dark Lord's favor? What is it that you truly desire? You enlisted Zabini's assistance to amass wealth, ostensibly to oppose the Dark Lord. Yet why have you voluntarily aligned yourself with his ranks? Theodore was engulfed in a whirlwind of questions. His own lineage traced back to Death Eaters. Even his father, a fervent devotee of the Dark Lord, had never sought Voldemort's attention. Yet Draco had, and Theodore found himself questioning this more than once. What exactly does Draco aspire to achieve? If he intends to unwaveringly align himself with the Death Eaters, there would be no necessity for him to enlist Zabini in such endeavors. Is it possible that he harbors intentions of becoming an undercover agent? However, the Dark Lord is a master of legilimency, and Draco, being but a fledgling wizard, surely lacks the proficiency in occlumency. How, then, has he managed to elude the Dark Lord's scrutiny? Theodore, many matters are not merely black and white. My current allegiance to the Dark Lord does not inherently signify my membership in the Death Eater faction. Acting with foresight and deliberation is far more astute than rushing headlong into action. Draco spoke as if engaged in a game of charades, and then began to feign distress, attempting to manipulate Theodore's emotions. Theodore, I truly had no choice. If I do not comply, when the Dark Lord returns, the Malfoy family will be the first to perish. This is not an act of my own volition. I lack the power to choose. I can only glean a hint of information. All I know is that he intends to target Harry Potter. Indeed, if the Dark Lord seeks to confront Harry, Draco has no means to alter his intentions. My sole desire is to gain insight into the situation, to safeguard ourselves and avoid being mistakenly slain by the Dark Lord. Draco gazed earnestly at Theodore, who was hardly his rival. After a mere glance, he averted his eyes. What did it mean to be the heir of Slytherin? How had he accomplished such a feat? Theodore was plagued by a myriad of questions. If the Dark Lord himself were to visit Hogwarts, would he resort to such underhanded tactics? Based on his own conjectures about the Dark Lord, he simply did not align with such methods. Theodore firmly believed that Voldemort was a proponent of brute force over cunning scheming. A simple Avada Kedavra directed at Harry Potter and his companions would suffice. Why would he employ treachery, a tactic befitting the weak? Yet, if Voldemort did not come in person, who was it that Draco had encountered? A millennium ago, the founders of Hogwarts, Salazar Slytherin, Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Helga Hufflepuff, established the school and began admitting students, fortifying the strength of the wizarding world. During that era, the Muggle world harbored a deep-seated animosity towards wizards, employing various means to extinguish the lives of many, including those connected to Salazar. This animosity fueled Slytherin's profound hatred for Muggles, which he unjustly projected onto wizards of Muggle descent and those of mixed blood, believing that only those of pure lineage were worthy of wielding magic. Those tainted by Muggle blood, in his eyes, were unworthy of such power. Draco spoke, casting a glance at Theodore. Slytherin had always placed great emphasis on lineage. It was almost ingrained in their very essence. This was the first time Theodore grasped the underlying reasons. The formidable wizard Salazar Slytherin had indeed experienced such trials. However, the other three founders did not share his perspective, leading to their eventual estrangement. Consequently, Salazar Slytherin departed from Hogwarts, but not before constructing a secret chamber within its walls. The location of this chamber was known solely to Slytherin himself, and within it lay a colossal beast. Should the chamber's door be opened, the creature would re-emerge to wreak havoc upon those deemed unworthy of Hogwarts. Only Slytherin's heir could unlock this hidden chamber. Theodore was taken aback, suddenly comprehending the implications. Are you suggesting that the Dark Lord has infiltrated Hogwarts and has accessed Slytherin's chamber? But wait, if the chamber had indeed been opened, should it not be the filthy Muggleborns and those of mixed blood who faced dire consequences? Why then was a cat the first to encounter trouble? It made no sense. If the monster within Slytherin's chamber was aware of its purpose, why did it choose to confront a mere cat as its initial target? The Dark Lord had entered Hogwarts, yet had not fully manifested. Thus, the presence of the Dark Lord within Hogwarts posed no immediate threat. Draco had no intention of revealing anything about the Horcruxes to Theodore, so he opted to engage in a game of riddles instead. Theodore, for his part, despised riddles more than anything in his life. So, do you believe that the Dark Lord released the monster from the Chamber of Secrets because he posed no real threat? This action was indeed guided by Voldemort, was it not? If Voldemort were to physically enter Hogwarts, given his formidable power, he would have no need to confront Dumbledore directly in front of everyone, thus eliminating any concerns for safety. Why would he go to such lengths merely to deal with a cat? If he were truly Voldemort, he could have dealt with it effortlessly. However, if Voldemort were to enter Hogwarts in a spectral form, he would possess no extraordinary abilities himself, as he would rely solely on the creature from the chamber to achieve his objectives. Therefore, he would not dare to act too recklessly against Harry Potter. Should he fail, it could backfire spectacularly. After all, Harry is the chosen one, the primary focus of Dumbledore's attention. Any misfortune befalling him would undoubtedly carry far greater consequences than that of an ordinary wizard. Is Voldemort's intent behind all this to manipulate Harry, sowing discord between him and the others at Hogwarts? Engaging in such schemes? You should refrain from involving yourself in this matter. Allow it to unfold naturally. For this realm is ultimately governed by Dumbledore, and his reign cannot last long. Moreover, the monster from Slytherin poses no threat to purebloods, so there is little cause for concern. Draco shrugged, dismissing Theodore, and returned once more to the Slytherin common room. In stark contrast to his tranquility, Hogwarts was enveloped in a palpable sense of unease. This was, after all, reputed to be the safest haven in the entire magical realm. No one could fathom that anyone could stealthily act against the inhabitants or objects within Hogwarts. If no one else was responsible, then the only possible culprits could be the trio of Harry Potter. They were merely second-year wizards. If they truly were the perpetrators, their power would be formidable indeed. Presently, the young wizards throughout the school were unable to confront the trio with any semblance of calm. This eerie atmosphere was not lost on the three of them. They were acutely aware that they had not harmed Madame Loris. She had already been in that state prior to their involvement. Yet, the other young wizards would not be inclined to believe such a defense. Hermione Granger made a bold decision. She resolved to alter the prevailing perception of them and find a way to divert everyone's attention. Her target was Professor Binns, a ghost who, according to legend, had perished in a fire due to his relentless dedication to teaching. Having once been a Hogwarts instructor, he lingered on, bound by the obsession of his former life, continuing to fulfill the role of history of magic professor. This was, of course, also due to Hogwarts' dire need for teachers. Otherwise, a ghost could not have maintained a professorship for so many years. Without hesitation, Hermione raised the matter of the heir of Slytherin in Professor Binns' class, successfully redirecting the focus onto themselves. It must be said that her maneuver was quite astute. Although Madame Loris had encountered misfortune, the misdeed was attributed to the heir of Slytherin. The three of them were all Gryffindors. It was inconceivable that they could be the heir of Slytherin, nor could they be the instigators of Madame Loris's tragic fate. Once the monster from the chamber of Slytherin was unleashed, the young wizards were far more concerned about their own safety than the fate of a meerkat. The eerie gazes were naturally diverted. In truth, Hermione Granger possessed a fragment of knowledge regarding the chamber of Slytherin. She had glimpsed its shadowy references within Hogwarts' historical tomes, yet her understanding was incomplete. With her intellect, she could infer a few details, which led her to perceive this endeavor as a gamble. Fortunately, she wagered correctly, and the outcome was indeed what she sought to uncover. As for Ron Weasley and Harry Potter, they remained entirely oblivious. The time lapse was simply too brief. Had it been extended, the Weasley family might have been able to furnish Ron with some insight, but alas, such was not the case. He found himself in a state of confusion regarding the matter. Harry Potter, on the other hand, was utterly unaware. As a young wizard emerging from the Muggle world, he seldom frequented the library, and thus could not possess such knowledge. However, this notion did awaken him to a significant realization. There was a monster within the chamber of Slytherin. Should this affair be the handiwork of Draco Malfoy? He would not need to be present, nor require an alibi. A mere prior instruction to the creature would suffice, allowing it to ensnare them effortlessly. Moreover, the chamber of Slytherin could only be accessed by Slytherin's heir. Salazar Slytherin was a staunch advocate of blood purity, leading Harry to conclude that his heir must undoubtedly be of pure blood. Given that Salazar lived over 1,000 years ago, there are few pureblood families with such a lengthy lineage today. Furthermore, there were not many pureblood children who arrived at Hogwarts during the same era. Harry understood the nature of Draco, which reinforced his belief in Draco's involvement. However, his companions seemed to lack this perspective. Ron Weasley remained in a state of bewilderment, visibly anxious, while Hermione Granger appeared oddly exhilarated, perhaps because the surrounding young wizards no longer regarded them with strange glances. Thus, Harry decided to guide them. As soon as class concluded, he discreetly beckoned them to a corner. "Who do you think the heir of Slytherin might be?" Harry inquired, his expression grave, as if broaching a matter of great import. "I don't know," Ron replied, looking perplexed and seemingly unresponsive. According to Professor Binns, the chamber of Slytherin could only be opened by its heir, and since Slytherin himself was a proponent of blood purity, I believe that Slytherin's heir must be of pure blood. Harry Potter initiated the first step of the investigation, urging everyone to narrow their focus to purebloods. In this light, it seemed that the heir of Slytherin could only be among those detestable individuals from Slytherin House. I always maintained that there were no good people in Slytherin, and now they have committed such abhorrent acts. Ron spoke with righteous indignation, fervently denouncing Slytherin. After all, he and Dumbledore represented the Gryffindor faction, collectively targeting Slytherin. The root of this animosity stemmed from Dumbledore's knowledge that Voldemort hailed from Slytherin. Voldemort had deeply entrenched roots within Slytherin, with many students from that house being his followers. Due to the profound influence Voldemort wielded there, even Dumbledore could not guarantee that he had not left behind any contingency plans. Furthermore, Dumbledore could not assure that if Harry Potter were to join Slytherin, he would not be adversely affected by any remnants of Voldemort's machinations. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to keep Harry Potter at a distance from Slytherin. Salazar Slytherin was a figure from over 1,000 years ago, so we only needed to observe those pureblood families with millennia of history, particularly those with children currently attending Hogwarts. Once again, Harry Potter helped Ron Weasley delineate the parameters of their inquiry. Noticing Ron's lack of immediate reaction, he slightly clenched his back teeth. His ability to accurately deduce their intentions indicated that he was remarkably astute, perhaps even harboring some resentment towards them. Harry Potter was on the verge of directly naming Draco Malfoy. At that moment, Ron Weasley finally grasped the situation. He and Hermione Granger simultaneously exclaimed Draco Malfoy's name. "Draco Malfoy," they declared in unison, as if struck by a sudden revelation, adding further insights. No wonder he was able to arrive so promptly. It appeared that everything had been meticulously orchestrated by him. "I must expose him," Ron exclaimed, his anger reaching a boiling point as he prepared to stride towards a crowded area to denounce Draco's misdeeds. However, he was abruptly halted by Hermione Granger's firm grasp. "Why are you holding me back? We must reveal the truth to everyone. Otherwise, they will continue to be harmed by Draco Malfoy." Ron frowned, gazing at Hermione's hand that restrained him. "Going now would be futile. No one would believe us. Draco Malfoy's reputation at Hogwarts is far from tarnished. Due to Draco's occasional willingness to take charge and the contrasting behavior of the other ill-tempered Slytherins, he is perceived by many as a mild-mannered and courteous gentleman." Hermione paused for a moment before continuing, stating that in order to expose him, we must gather some evidence. At present, we are merely suspending judgment. We cannot definitively prove that he is indeed the heir of Slytherin. Should we misjudge him, we would inadvertently provide an opportunity for the true villain to exploit. Hermione, hailing from the Muggle world, was raised without the rigid hierarchies that often dictate wizarding society. Furthermore, Draco's dominance has tempered the behavior of the current Slytherins, leading Hermione to harbor less animosity towards him than Ron does. Hermione was right. We must devise a strategy that compels him to confess to being the heir of Slytherin. Harry Potter immediately concurred. Hermione Granger, being exceptionally astute, made Harry reluctant to let her probe further, fearing she might ask why he was the first to suspect Draco Malfoy, or why he believed that the gentlemanly Draco Malfoy could be the heir of Slytherin. How would Harry respond? He couldn't very well admit that every time he clashed with Draco, misfortune seemed to follow. "Yes, we must concoct a plan. What could we possibly do? My mind is blank," And I can't think of any solutions, Ron frowned. No, perhaps there is a way for us to infiltrate Slytherin. Hermione Granger, who had initially been quite rule-abiding, was now suggesting a method that would violate those very rules, having been successfully led astray by the two of them. The group exchanged glances and began to discuss their approach in hushed tones. With their tactics established, they felt a newfound sense of ease, particularly Ron Weasley. He even began to assert, in front of some of his close Gryffindor friends, that Draco Malfoy was the heir of Slytherin. Although most were skeptical, Ron's fervent conviction sparked a flicker of doubt among them. Draco had evidently heard similar remarks. He remained indifferent, for what is false cannot truly become real, and what is genuine cannot be fabricated. Instead of dwelling on such matters, he was far more concerned about the progress of Sybil. Thus, prior to the Quidditch match, he sought out boys for a private audience. The commotion surrounding the Slytherin chamber had reached a fever pitch. Was there something specific you wished to discuss? Boyce furrowed his brow as he regarded Draco, for despite his inner reluctance, he felt compelled to comply with the wishes of his benefactor. A sense of foreboding gripped him. He harbored an unsettling suspicion that the opening of the Slytherin chamber was not merely a means to confront a solitary feline. As a wizard hailing from the Muggle world, he recognized himself as a potential target on the list of those the heir of Slytherin sought to eliminate. During this period, he must exercise utmost caution, for he had no desire to meet an untimely demise. "Are you afraid?" he inquired. "Afraid that the creature within the chamber may turn its wrath upon you?" Draco let out a derisive snort, then fixed an intrigued gaze upon Boyce. Among the young wizards he had encountered, Boyce stood out as remarkably mature. He never displayed his fears, yet it was surprising to discover that he too harbored a fear of death. Indeed, while some young wizards might confront mortality with calm resolve, I do not find myself among that number. Boyce candidly acknowledged this truth, preferring honesty over pretentious bravado. By articulating his fears so openly, Draco would surely reconsider his approach during future encounters. After all, in times of peril, those who fear for their lives are unlikely to make themselves available. This served as a precaution against any potential future disappointments. There is no need for concern. The creature within the Slytherin chamber does not prey upon purebloods. And as long as you remain in my company, the monster shall not harm you. Upon hearing Draco's words, Boyce felt as though his mind had been struck by thunder. Could such a loophole truly exist? Certainly not. Yet, in Riddle's eyes, Draco was one of his own. Surely he would not turn against his own kind. Boyce was uncertain of the veracity of Draco's assertion, but having ventured forth, he had no choice but to trust in Draco's words. "The purpose of my visit today is to inquire about the progress regarding Finnegan." Draco was indifferent to the prevailing sentiments within the school. His primary concern lay with Seymour's explosive proficiency. Boyce mistakenly assumed Draco sought information regarding some matters pertaining to Gryffindor's stance. After all, the most pressing issue during this period was the heir of Slytherin and the Chamber of Secrets. For at least the entirety of Gryffindor, this subject had consumed the discussions of all. Little did he realize that Draco's thoughts were still fixated on Seymour. Currently, Seymour was diligently engaged in research, and he had made significant progress in developing a powerful explosive, which required careful formulation and had a relatively large volume. Nevertheless, it was perfectly suited for mining operations. Boyce elaborated on Seymour's advancements. Although the explosives Seymour was concocting were not particularly sophisticated, a sufficient quantity could indeed achieve the desired effect of blasting the mines. Draco had previously informed Boyce that his intention in bringing Simora aboard was to utilize him for the purpose of detonating the mines. He made a point to emphasize this aspect. Observing Draco's eagerness to take action against Simora, Boyce presumed he was in a hurry. However, Draco furrowed his brow, contemplating the large explosives. His research had evidently veered off course. He had no desire for such cumbersome explosives, regardless of their formidable power. He preferred a type that could be easily concealed, capable of yielding immense force from merely a small fragment. Clearly, Simora's research trajectory had been misguided, which was indeed a consequence of the misleading information Draco had previously provided. Nonetheless, explosives suitable for mining would suffice. After all, wasn't Draco's initial eagerness to lure Finnegan a means to expedite the mining operations? This situation appeared to align perfectly with his intentions. The timeline had not been excessively prolonged. The materials were cost-effective, the process was straightforward, and the objective could still be achieved. Draco let out a derisive snort. How could you believe such deceitful words? The world is not solely inhabited by him when it comes to the crafting of explosives. If I truly intended to demolish the mine, with the financial prowess of the Malfoy family, acquiring the necessary resources would be effortless. Moreover, since I obtained this mine from the Zabani family, I have not interfered with it in the slightest. The mine serves merely as a pretext. In truth, I am drawn to his innate talent for gunpowder. My aspiration is to nurture him into a master of explosives, ultimately forging a partnership with the Malfoy family that would be mutually beneficial. The Malfoy family excels in investment. And while Finnegan has failed to recognize his own gifts, I have discerned them, and I shall not squander his potential. Draco still did not confide in Boyce. And Boyce discerned this for himself. He refrained from pressing further, as he was merely a hired hand, working for a wage. Very well, I shall convey this to him. Recently, the winds of Gryffindor have not been favorable towards you. Harry Potter and his companions suspect you to be the heir of Slytherin. Boyce stated this with utmost seriousness, emphasizing that his sole benefactor at present was Draco. If Draco were to fall from grace, how would he procure funds for his future potions sales? He was even more concerned about Gryffindor's public opinion than Draco himself. Strangely enough, Draco showed no signs of worry. Upon hearing Boyce's words, he erupted into laughter, as if he had not heard such a jest in centuries, reveling in the mirth. So, what do they intend to do? Such petty attempts to incite discord cannot harm me. Those who manipulate public sentiment are often ensnared by it themselves. Draco harbored no intentions of sparing Riddle. Thus Riddle was destined to fail. The moment Riddle's true nature was revealed, those who had previously stirred the tempest would undoubtedly face disdain. I remain uncertain of their ulterior motives, yet they seem intent on locating a crowded venue to blend in amongst you, hoping to extract valuable information from your lips. Boyce and Harry Potter, while not particularly close allies, share a tenuous connection. Although Weasley has mentioned he would divulge certain matters, he does not possess the unwavering loyalty of a confidant. Boyce can only make rudimentary conjectures. I advise you to exercise caution in the coming days. I shall refrain from seeking you out, and I implore you not to approach me or engage in conversation. All eyes are currently upon me. We must not risk exposure. Draco spoke calmly to Boyce, yet his tone was imbued with gravity. In his previous life, Harry Potter and his companions had once sought to test him using the Polyjuice potion. Given the current knowledge and capabilities of Harry Potter's group, they would likely be unable to devise a more effective method. The Polyjuice potion, after all, is rendered virtually ineffective if one possesses sufficient familiarity with the person it transforms into. However, it is undeniably deceptive, at first glance. Many find it exceedingly difficult to discern the truth. Should Boyce coincidentally seek him out during that period, it would merely expose a pawn. Few would suspect a Gryffindor would willingly approach a Slytherin, even if this particular Slytherin was not as extreme as the others. I understand now. They say Harry Potter intends to defeat you soundly in the Quidditch match. Boyce hesitated, his words lingering in the air, having witnessed Draco's rigorous training sessions on the Quidditch pitch. Moreover, with Draco as the captain of Slytherin, a defeat would be rather unseemly. Based on Boyce's understanding of Draco, he surmised that Draco possessed a rather strong sense of pride. If this matter were to backfire and jeopardize his own position, it would indeed be catastrophic. Thus, he felt compelled to offer a word of caution to Draco. Very well, I understand. I shall ensure my victory in this match. Draco exhibited an extraordinary sense of confidence. Although his inner thoughts belied this facade, he felt compelled to project such an image. After all, how else could one evoke a sense of pity for his potential failure? Thus, as the day of the Quidditch match approached, Draco diligently attended every practice session, training with remarkable intensity. On occasion, he feigned mishaps, deliberately tumbling from his broomstick twice, all to demonstrate his earnest commitment to the impending Quidditch match. Draco gradually exhibited an extraordinary swiftness, and everyone was convinced of an inevitable victory in the Quidditch match. This day of the match fell on a Saturday, with the weather exceptionally fine. Harry Potter, having triumphed over Slytherin the previous year, was met with banners bearing his illustrious name in the stands. Draco, the newcomer, commanded attention due to the prestige he had accumulated in Slytherin, leading the house to unfurl a banner in his honor. Instantly, a palpable sense of rivalry emerged, reminiscent not of a mere contest between two houses, but rather a fierce duel between Draco and Harry. As both teams took to the field, the captains exchanged glances that seemed to spark with intensity. It felt as though, were it not for the match, they might readily exchange blows. All the young wizards heeded my whistle. Madame Hooch cast a serious gaze upon all the players present and briefly outlined the rules. 3, 2, 1. The whistle sounded, and immediately, every player ascended into the air. Quidditch, akin to football, saw each player assume distinct roles, with each team deploying their unique strategies. For instance, Gryffindor had adopted a one-on-one tactical approach, with one player closely monitoring another in an effort to hinder their progress. This was a notably conservative strategy, particularly given Slytherin's recent equipment upgrade, which had significantly enhanced their flying speed, placing Gryffindor at a disadvantage. Thus, they opted for a cautious approach, allowing the players time to acclimatize before seeking opportunities for advancement. For Harry Potter, the foremost objective was to keep a vigilant eye on Draco, all the while scanning the surroundings for the elusive golden snitch. His mind raced, constantly assessing the unfolding dynamics of the match. Draco paid no heed to Harry Potter's actions. He too was searching for the elusive golden snitch. However, this search was merely a faude, for his senses were acutely attuned to the movements around him. Suddenly, he sensed that an opportunity was upon him. A black bludger hurtled towards Harry Potter with apparent intent to collide. Harry, already preoccupied with Draco, was somewhat slow to react to his surroundings. Yet, as soon as he sensed the impending danger, he swiftly attempted to evade it. Nevertheless, the bludger was remarkably swift. Despite his rapid response, it grazed Harry's scalp as it zoomed past. Fortunately, Harry's reflexes were quick enough to spare him from what could have resulted in a rather unfortunate hairstyle. Draco stood aside, observing the farce unfold. "Oh, this is truly precarious, Harry," Fred exclaimed, as he forcefully struck the bludger towards Draco's direction. However, in an unexpected twist, the bludger veered mid-flight, hurtling once more towards Harry Potter. Harry darted about, akin to a ballet dancer, evading the impending collision with grace and agility. Draco regarded them as one would a troop of buffoons, observing the group with a bemused expression. After several attempts, Fred too began to sense that something was amiss. As the group exchanged frantic glances with one another, Draco, acutely aware that the moment had arrived, swiftly pinpointed the location of the golden snitch and soared towards it. Before he could make contact, Madame Hooch's whistle pierced the air, prompting Wood to call a halt, initially obscured by nearby obstacles. The golden snitch remained unnoticed as Draco darted in its direction. However, with the sound of Madame Hooch's whistle, the snitch became visible, inciting dissatisfaction among the Slytherin contingent. Victory seemed imminent, yet the Gryffindor team had suddenly prompted Madame Hooch to blow her whistle. This felt utterly unjust. In an instant, the jeers from Slytherin directed at Gryffindor grew increasingly vociferous. Some Slytherins even began to brazenly declare that Harry Potter was inept, incapable of evading a bludger, and merely a pawn for Madame Hooch's dubious calls. Of course, these sentiments were largely orchestrated by Draco, who viewed Harry as the scapegoat to bear the brunt of the animosity. If Harry did not amplify the resentment, how could the blame fall squarely upon him? The respite was brief, as the Gryffindor team swiftly convened to outline their strategy and resume the match. Despite their short intermission, the bludger continued to target Harry Potter relentlessly. Draco stood nearby, feigning fervor as he lounged idly. It was not until the golden snitch suddenly appeared before the two that he began to exert himself. Swiftly dashing towards it, Draco maintained a speed that was merely a fraction swifter than Harry Potter's, leading him by a slender margin. As Harry soared through the air, evading the bludgers, Draco remained just ahead, fueling Harry's impatience. He exerted every ounce of his strength to surge forward, the distance between them narrowing. Yet time was slipping away. Draco had already extended his hand, poised to seize the golden snitch. Suddenly, a bludger hurtled from the side, crashing directly into Draco and sending him tumbling to the ground. In that moment of chaos, Harry seized the opportunity to capture the golden snitch. In stark contrast to Harry's elation, Draco wore a scowl. Having been unexpectedly felled by the bludger, the force of the impact had overturned him, causing him to roll several times. It appeared quite severe, prompting even his father, Lucius Malfoy, to abandon his noble demeanor and rush to Draco's side. Yet only Draco understood that it was merely a superficial injury. Looking grave, but having spared his bones from harm, Draco furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation, and muttered an incantation under his breath. In the next moment, his wand soared towards him. Draco gripped his wand tightly, disregarding the concerned gazes of those around him. Instead, he swiftly cast a spell in a specific direction. The onlookers were bewildered by Draco's intentions, especially since his spell was aimed at a colossal cheerleading banner emblazoned with his own name. Could it be that he was lashing out in indignation after his defeat? Before anyone could contemplate the situation further, A small house elf was struck by the spell and sent flying. Dobby. Draco wore an expression of utter disbelief, seemingly unable to fathom the situation at hand. Upon hearing Draco's words, Dobby realized his exposure and, for reasons unknown, vanished in a puff of smoke the very next moment. As a house elf, he should never have acted against Harry Potter. Under ordinary circumstances, no one would believe such an absurd tale. Yet, witnessing the Malfoy family's house elf appear in this manner, coupled with Draco's incredulous demeanor, everything began to make sense. In an instant, it became clear to everyone that the bludger that had led to Draco's downfall had been tampered with by Dobby. What could have motivated a house elf to turn against its own master? At that moment, Hermione, who had yet to encounter Dobby and harbored no thoughts of liberating house elves, found herself perplexed. The prevailing belief among those present was that house elves must obey their master's commands. Thus, if no one had instigated such an act, it was utterly inconceivable for a house elf to harm its own master. What grievance could possibly provoke a house elf to act against its own master? No one lingered on the earlier incident where Harry Potter had been pursued in panic by the bludger, nor did anyone consider that the bludger's initial target had been Harry. All attention shifted to why Dobby had chosen to attack Draco. After all, Dobby had not initially targeted Draco. It was only as Draco neared victory that Dobby had decisively struck. Was his ultimate intention to prevent Draco from winning? If so, did that imply he wished for Harry Potter to emerge victorious? Perhaps the earlier pursuit of Harry by the bludger had merely been a ruse, a calculated distraction to lower Draco's defenses for a precise strike. Conspiracy theories swirled around Draco. Harry Potter had won, yet his triumph was overshadowed by discontent. Upon witnessing the skeptical gazes of those around him, his face paled. He could not comprehend why, following Draco's actions, everyone began to cast doubt upon him. He was the victim. The bludger had pursued him relentlessly, and after struggling to secure victory, why must he now endure such scrutiny? Was it due to that wretched little elf? Yet, that insufferable elf seemed to bear a grudge against him, perpetually causing him trouble. Harry looked around, seeking assistance, casting a pitiful glance at Wood, who pressed his lips together tightly. "It's all right, Harry, this time we have one," he gently reassured Harry. Despite his own uncertainty regarding the potential ramifications of the situation, Harry Potter, encouraged by him, stood bewildered at a distance. A throng of onlookers surged toward Draco, their expressions a tapestry of curiosity, concern, and myriad emotions. Yet, Draco remained in a state of confusion, his face a mask of disbelief, as if he could scarcely fathom that such an event had transpired. After a moment, Lucius rushed anxiously to his side, meticulously assessing Draco's injuries. "Are you all right, Draco? Is there any part of you that is hurt?" he inquired, his brow furrowed with worry. Were it not for the multitude surrounding them, he would surely have unleashed his fury. However, out of respect for his noble demeanor, he endeavored to restrain his temper amidst the throng. Draco would not let this opportune moment for establishing his reputation slip by. "Father, I did not intend to lose. It was the bludger, manipulated by Dobby, that struck me. I was on the verge of capturing the golden snitch." Draco spoke with a quiver in his voice, his eyes glistening as he gazed at Lucius, as if seeking his counsel. "Father, I do not understand why Malfoy has suddenly turned against me. It truly hurts. My legs ache terribly, Father." Draco appeared utterly wretched. Lucius, taken aback by his inquiry, remained silent, casting a contemplative gaze upon Draco. The expressions of those around him grew increasingly intricate as they regarded Draco. Lucius indeed harbored intentions of administering a stern reprimand to Dobby. However, in the presence of so many, he was reluctant to reveal the Malfoy family's cruelty. "Let us first take you to Madame Pomfrey to examine your leg," Lucius declared, offering his support to Draco. Zabini and Theodore exchanged glances, also following suit, both equally bewildered by the unfolding situation. Draco appeared to be exceptionally invested in this upcoming match. However, Theodore was acutely aware that this was not the true essence of Draco. There was little concealment before him. Theodore understood that Draco held no genuine interest in the outcome of the competition. Could there be some ulterior motive at play? This notion briefly flitted through Theodore's mind, only to be swiftly discarded. Would Draco risk his own body? Does he truly believe that the bludgers in Quidditch won't injure him? What could possibly compel Draco to jeopardize his own well-being merely to frame a house elf like Dobby? This notion seems utterly absurd. If he harbored discontent towards Dobby, he could easily administer punishment within the confines of their home, without the need to publicly address the issue. Such actions would only lead others to perceive the Malfoy family as overly indulgent, to the extent that even a house elf would dare to rebel. Confused, he followed Draco to Madame Pomfrey. Draco's injuries were not as severe as he had claimed. Madame Pomfrey quickly discerned that his wounds were merely superficial. She kindly reassured him and provided a potion before leaving. Upon seeing that Draco's injuries were inconsequential, Lucius felt a momentary relief. His son was unharmed, and it was time to teach that traitor a lesson. However, despite Dobby's compliance, he was still terrified. Lucius did not find Dobby on the school grounds, so he returned to Malfoy Manor. Although he held the title of Hogwarts governor, the school had not prepared a suitable chamber for his regular accommodation. Even if one had been arranged, it would not have met his standards. Reluctantly, he opted to return to Malfoy Manor, yet he chose not to disclose the incident of Draco's injury to Narcissa. Draco was not gravely harmed, and he wished to spare Narcissa any worry. However, upon his return to Malfoy Manor, Lucius promptly informed all the house elves within its confines that should Dobby return, he was to be brought before him immediately. To prevent such an occurrence from transpiring again, he began indoctrinating the house elves of Malfoy Manor. The elves were already adept at self-indoctrination, and combined with their master's threats and incentives, they were utterly bewildered. Yet, despite Lucius's extensive efforts, they bore no fruit. He would never again lay eyes on Dobby in his lifetime. Draco exerted considerable effort to shift the blame onto Dobby and Harry Potter. How could he possibly allow them the opportunity to turn the tide? Draco's injury was not severe. In fact, Madame Pomfrey's potion was quite effective, and he was nearly healed. However, Draco continued to complain of pain, and at first, Madame Pomfrey was skeptical. Yet, Draco's performance was alarmingly convincing, even persuading the seasoned healer to allow him to remain for observation overnight. In truth, Draco could have returned, but he had no desire to be encumbered by any distractions while dealing with Dobby. Given the tumultuous events of the day, the young witches and wizards at school were casting curious glances in Draco's direction. If he were to go back, he would undoubtedly face a barrage of inquiries. Thus, he found an excuse to linger here. As the hour approached for rest, Harry Potter also visited Madame Pomfrey. He had sustained only a minor injury from a ball, which was not serious. In his previous life, Harry's predicament had escalated due to Gilderoy Lockhart's interference. This time, however, all eyes were fixed on Draco, leaving Harry in a fortunate position of relative anonymity. By the time Harry arrived, dusk had already settled. Despite winning the match, he felt a profound sense of discontent. The gazes of those around him were increasingly unsettling. He had no wish to return to Gryffindor and sought a secluded spot to gather his thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, he was not alone. Draco had been stealthily shadowing Harry. As Dobby's master, Draco was well acquainted with the house elf, who was a creature of pure intent, devoid of deceitful machinations. Having accomplished his task, Dobby would inevitably seek out Harry. Sure enough, it was not long before Dobby appeared, standing a short distance away, quietly observing Harry. Upon raising his gaze, Harry instantly spotted Dobby, and a tide of grievances surged within him. "Go away, Dobby," he snapped vehemently. Startled, Dobby recoiled a couple of steps, his large eyes wide with a hint of hurt. Harry was incredulous that he had returned to school despite Dobby's numerous warnings. "How could you have let us miss the train? The Weasley family has incurred a hefty fine because of you. What do you intend to achieve?" Harry fumed, convinced that he had no connection with the little elf, bewildered by Dobby's actions against him. For a fleeting moment, his gaze drifted toward Draco, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Although Dobby was a house elf of the Malfoy family, this time, he had indeed taken action against Draco. This sufficiently demonstrates that they are not mere bystanders. Indeed, Dobby sealed the entrance, observing Harry Potter's departure. Harry should not have come to Hogwarts, as it posed tremendous danger. Dobby believed this would ensure safety. As he spoke, he displayed his bandaged hand before Harry, signifying that although he obstructed them, he also punished himself. Harry paused momentarily, gazing at Dobby's hand. Dobby thought Harry would be safe this way, yet unbeknownst to him, Harry returned to Hogwarts. A hint of regret colored Dobby's tone. Yet this sentiment reignited the anger within Harry that Dobby had temporarily subdued with his pitiful display. "Do you realize you almost caused Ron and me to be expelled? Your actions today have rendered my efforts futile. Do you understand that the reputation I painstakingly built has crumbled in an instant?" Under normal circumstances, a victory over Draco Malfoy would have brought him immense joy, but in this context, it felt meaningless, perhaps even worse. He had always been perceptive to others' sentiments. Now, The gazes upon him were filled with doubt and disbelief, as if he were something vile. Harry Potter was nearing his breaking point. Do you know I've considered throttling you? Harry rarely allowed his emotions to surface so openly. Having grown up in someone else's home, he had learned to conceal his feelings better than most. However, at this juncture, he could no longer endure it. Dobby, on the other hand, cared only for Harry's safety. He faced threats of death daily and remained unperturbed. A peculiar light glimmered in Dobby's eyes as he spoke. They had never regarded house elves as beings with lives of their own, treating them merely as refuse. It was Harry who vanquished the Dark Lord, thus improving their circumstances. Dobby could not allow anything to happen to Harry. He considered his actions a form of sacrifice, steadfast in what he believed would benefit Harry, disregarding the implications of such acts in Harry's eyes. In essence, he was fervently devoted to self-sacrifice, moved by his own emotions. Now, a dreadful event loomed over Hogwarts. It was imperative that Harry leave swiftly. Being struck by a bludger was far preferable to facing danger here. Dobby adhered to the rules of house elves, refraining from divulging everything. Yet, through fragmented statements, Harry gleaned a considerable understanding. You are aware of the Chamber of Secrets, are you not? Who opened the Chamber of Secrets years ago? You know who the heir of Slytherin truly is, do you not? Harry Potter fixed a serious gaze upon Dobby, his tone laced with an unmistakable edge of intimidation. Harry pressed Dobby for answers. The elf remained silent, his head shaking fervently, a visage of terror etched upon his features. It was evident to any discerning observer that Dobby was privy to certain information, and how could Harry possibly let him evade the truth? Seizing Dobby's hand, Harry compelled him to meet his gaze. Tell me why. Why am I in danger? I am not a Muggle-born wizard. Harry knew well the intricacies of his lineage. Although he could not claim to be a pure-blood wizard, he was decidedly not a Muggle-born. The term pure blood carries stringent requirements concerning one's ancestry, and Harry's status certainly did not qualify him as such. Yet, he was far from being a wizard of Muggle descent. Dobby offered no response, instead thrashing even more vigorously. Do not press Dobby. He cannot speak, he does not know. Dobby must leave. The elf remained obstinate, unwilling to divulge anything. Recognizing that this approach was fruitless, Harry shifted to a more conciliatory strategy. He observed that the house elf was a being easily moved by sentiment, evidently cherishing familial and friendly bonds. Thus, Harry resolved to appeal to this emotional side. I have a friend, a Muggle-born witch, whom I wish to protect. Please, tell me who the heir of Slytherin truly is. Who opened the Chamber of Secrets? There was a glimmer of desperation in Harry's eyes as he employed this softer rhetoric to provoke a response from Dobby. Indeed, this emotional appeal resonated deeply with Dobby, and his expression transformed instantaneously. Oh, brave Harry Potter! Harry Potter is worthy of Dobby's protection, yet Dobby truly cannot speak. While Dobby marveled at Harry's courage, he remained resolutely silent. Acknowledging the futility of his efforts, Harry eventually released Dobby's hand. In the next moment, Dobby vanished into a wisp of smoke, leaving Harry alone in the stillness. Draco was not pursuing Harry Potter. Upon seeing Dobby depart, he immediately followed suit. Dobby's movements could not cover extensive distances, and after traversing a short way, he revealed himself. Just as he prepared to move once more, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Dobby, how delightful to see you. Why do you not greet your master? Draco's voice echoed softly behind Dobby, causing him to momentarily freeze. You have brought me quite a splendid gift today. What? Are you leaving without a word of gratitude? The oppressive tone in Draco's voice grew increasingly palpable as he slowly approached Dobby. The sound of his footsteps echoed ominously, resonating as though they were treading upon a heart. Dobby swiftly turned to face Draco, and upon realizing it was solely him, felt an unexpected sense of relief wash over him. He was naïve, yet not foolish. Had Lucius accompanied Draco, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. However, with Draco alone, the consequences would be less dire. Dobby had watched Draco grow up, and while Draco exhibited a certain arrogance, there lingered a flicker of kindness deep within him. Dobby did not intend to harm his master. His aim had been to strike Harry Potter, inadvertently inflicting injury upon his master instead. Dobby felt remorseful and chastised himself with vigorous slaps to his own face, the sound resounding sharply in the air. Draco merely observed with indifference, refraining from intervening in Dobby's actions. It was only after Dobby had delivered several slaps that he finally spoke in a languid tone. I am aware of Dobby's intentions. Hogwarts poses a significant threat to Harry Potter at present. You wish for Harry Potter to depart from this place, and coincidentally, I share the same sentiment. I will not hold your actions against you. On the contrary, I must express my gratitude for your assistance. Without your help, the blame would not have so easily fallen upon Harry Potter. Draco's gaze was sincere and earnest, and Dobby trusted him without a shadow of doubt. However, Harry Potter did not comprehend Dobby's sentiments. Dobby lowered his head, appearing somewhat distressed. Do not worry, Dobby. Harry Potter is undoubtedly frightened by the matter of the heir of Slytherin. Have you disclosed this to him? Dobby had spent far more time at Malfoy Manor than Draco had. Draco was uncertain whether Dobby possessed any insider knowledge, or if he might divulge such information to Harry Potter. Draco's Mandrake issue remains unresolved. He hopes for no unforeseen complications, which is why he has been rambling on with Dobby for such an extended period. No, Dobby did not, and Harry Potter was quite irate. Dobby immediately responded, affirming that he indeed did not say anything. Draco cast a glance at Dobby, remaining silent for a moment as if coming to a realization. He then addressed Dobby, saying, inform Harry Potter of these matters. After all, he is the chosen one, and he will inevitably have to confront this situation. The sooner you tell him, the better prepared he will be. If anyone inquires, simply state that I have given my permission. Draco spoke earnestly, resembling a person genuinely intent on assisting Harry Potter. Upon hearing Draco's words, it seemed as though Dobby shared in the sentiment, his joy palpable. Very well, master. I shall promptly convey this to Harry Potter. He was filled with exuberance. However, just as he turned, a curse was hurled in his direction. Avada Kedavra. Caught unawares, Dobby was struck directly by the killing curse, resulting in his utter obliteration. Draco is not one to leave any vulnerabilities. Therefore, following Dobby's tragic demise, he utilized the method of obliteration and subsequently ensured that the remains were meticulously disposed of. It is preposterous to think he would selflessly assist Harry Potter, especially when he still requires these two individuals to take the blame. On this tranquil night, the young wizards found themselves restless, their minds preoccupied with the inexplicable attack on Draco Malfoy by the house elf from Malfoy Manor. However, they would never uncover the truth. In stark contrast, Draco enjoyed an unusually carefree day. Despite being the central figure in the turmoil, he remained utterly unperturbed. The following day, he even fanned the flames of a rumor, suggesting that Dobby had long betrayed the Malfoy family, and that the recent thefts associated with the Malfoys were orchestrated by him. The Malfoy family had suffered irreparable losses during those incidents. Furthermore, it was alleged that Dobby conspired with Harry Potter, stealing from the Malfoys solely to deliver the spoils to Harry. Such gossip spread with astonishing rapidity, far outpacing any formal announcements. Within days, even Harry Potter himself became aware of it. Yet, before he could take any action, Hogwarts faced yet another crisis. Colin, a close friend of his, had been petrified. Although Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall were reluctant to acknowledge the existence of the Chamber of Secrets, they were compelled to admit that it had been reopened. The creature within the chamber once again posed a threat to Hogwarts. The dual pressure weighed heavily on Harry, urging him to hasten his efforts to extract information from Draco. As a house elf of the Malfoy family, Dobby undoubtedly possessed valuable knowledge, yet he was reticent to share it. Draco Malfoy, as a member of the Malfoy lineage, was privy to even more. Since the collapse of the alliance between Harry and Draco, it had become increasingly challenging for Harry to glean information from him. However, this time felt different. Harry sensed that his life might be in jeopardy. Consequently, he resolved to risk everything alongside Hermione and Ron, embarking on a clandestine mission to pilfer ingredients from Professor Snape's office. He even persuaded others to commence their actions promptly. Upon entering Snape's potions class, the atmosphere became palpably tense. Ron Weasley refrained from participating, opting to feign cowardice and shield the others from prying eyes. Meanwhile, Harry crouched low, his body coiled like a predator poised to pounce. He shielded himself with his cauldron, with Hermione closely following behind. Harry meticulously observed Professor Snape's movements and, upon witnessing him harassing Neville Longbottom, ignited the fireworks Fred had given him and hurled them towards Goyle's cauldron. The fireworks tumbled into the cauldron, causing the potion within to erupt violently, akin to a bomb detonating. Harry's choice of Goyle was not solely driven by personal animosity. Rather, Goyle's central position allowed for maximum chaos. Selecting Goyle would potentially incite the greatest disruption, surrounded as he was by the Slytherins Harry found most loathsome. Though it would undoubtedly affect Gryffindor as well, the majority of the fallout would likely impact Slytherin, leaving Harry with little hesitation. Draco had indeed forgotten about the incident. However, he remained seated at the front, impervious to the splashes of the potion that radiated throughout the classroom. Yet, the potion incited considerable chaos within, as the young wizards erupted into cries of distress. Over half of the students had been doused in the potion, and the practice of potion-making had turned excruciatingly painful and embarrassing for them. Professor Snape, who had been reprimanding Neville, was compelled to refocus his attention to restore order among the agitated young wizards. Silence. Everyone, please calm down. Yet, despite his fervent calls, the cries of pain continued to echo around him. In the midst of this turmoil, Hermione quietly slipped away, and at that moment, no one seemed to notice the absence of one less student in the classroom. Draco immediately fixed his gaze upon Harry Potter. Such an occurrence had transpired in his previous life. Draco was certain that this matter was undoubtedly the work of Harry Potter. In their previous lives, they had concocted the polyjuice potion, deceiving him to extract information. Yet, from where did they procure the ingredients for the potion? It was implausible for Weasley and Granger to gather such materials on their own. Draco had been unaware of this before, but today's actions revealed the truth with clarity. They sought to exploit the chaos to pilfer supplies from Hogwarts. Draco found it difficult to ascertain the source of his theft, for there were numerous places from which he could have pilfered materials. However, having dared to act in such a location, he ought to be prepared for the possibility of being apprehended. Draco lifted his wand and cast a shimmering light into the sky. Professor Snape possessed the restorative potion, and if one wished to acquire it swiftly, silence was paramount. The young wizards, though still in considerable pain, had not entirely lost their faculties. Upon hearing Draco's words, they promptly made their way towards Professor Snape. The professor nodded at Draco and immediately distributed the potion to each young wizard splattered with the concoction. Observing the dismal state of the students before him, a fierce anger threatened to erupt from Snape's countenance. He understood the mischievous spirit of the young wizards. Yet such antics were intolerable in his potions class, especially when it involved his cherished elixirs. Who is responsible for this? Step forward and do not let me uncover your identity. Otherwise, I shall ensure you face consequences, Snape declared, addressing all the students. Though his gaze was fixed intently on Harry Potter, he was convinced that Harry was the culprit, yet he lacked proof. In the next moment, a revelation emerged. Professor, it was Harry Potter, I can testify. Draco emerged without hesitation, unequivocally identifying Harry Potter. Harry was taken aback by Draco's sudden accusation. It wasn't me, Malfoy. Don't make baseless claims, he protested, initially astonished, then flustered as he attempted to defend himself. It must be said that Harry Potter truly exhibited remarkable acting skills. Yet this very performance inadvertently diminished the suspicion surrounding him. Draco let out a derisive laugh, for it was evident that Harry Potter, having committed the act, would undoubtedly conceal it. Aside from the trio of Harry Potter, it was doubtful that anyone else would recognize him as the mastermind behind today's misdeed. Consequently, no one could refute the notion that Harry Potter was indeed the architect of the chaos. To hold Harry Potter accountable for his transgressions was a rather straightforward endeavor. One merely needed to publicly accuse him first. There was no necessity for material evidence, as witness testimony would suffice. And after all, Harry Potter had no one to vouch for him. Theodore and Draco exchanged a glance. Although Theodore could not fully comprehend Draco's intentions, he continued in alignment with his words. I can testify for Draco. It was indeed Harry Potter who did it, as I witnessed it with my own eyes. His statement further deepened the suspicions surrounding Harry Potter. The situation certainly favored Draco and his companions, yet it was far from advantageous for Harry Potter. Weasley immediately countered, Nod and Malfoy are merely allies in this charade. Their words hold no credibility. Just days ago, Malfoy was harboring resentment towards Harry Potter due to the Quidditch incident. Who knows if his claims are genuine? Weasley seemed to seize upon a flaw in their argument, attacking the two with newfound vigor. If he could substantiate that Malfoy was motivated by jealousy in his attempt to incriminate Harry Potter, then Harry's reputation might be salvaged. Upon hearing Ron's words, Harry immediately grasped his intent. Being a cautious individual himself, he meticulously observed the movements of those around him before taking action, ensuring that no one was paying heed to his maneuvers. Draco Malfoy was utterly oblivious, let alone Theodore not. They were merely deceiving him. Harry Potter chose to align himself with Ron's sentiments. Lowering his head, Harry cast a glance at Draco, his expression laden with unspoken words, resembling a delicate flower. This once again cast suspicion upon Draco. Draco did not witness the incident firsthand, Yet he was able to deduce its origins by observing the injuries of those around him. From the seating arrangements, he could ascertain that the source of the calamity lay with Goyle's cauldron. Goyle was no novice in brewing potions, and his aptitude in potion making was hardly lacking. It was inconceivable that he could have caused such an explosion. Clearly, someone had thrown something into his cauldron, resulting in this chaos. However, it was evident to Draco that Harry Potter had been the one to toss an object into Goyle's cauldron. Otherwise, how could it be that everyone was injured while Harry, seemingly forewarned about the site of the disaster, emerged unscathed? With unwavering confidence, Draco articulated his judgment. Upon hearing his words, Harry Potter sensed trouble brewing. Professor Snape glanced at Draco and then at Harry, his eyes reflecting a moment of understanding. Before he approached Goyle's cauldron for inspection, he discovered items that did not belong in the potions classroom. Harry understood that the situation had escalated beyond his control and reluctantly admitted to a portion of the truth. The items found by Professor Snape were indeed his. But the chaos of the day was not of his making. He had merely brought these items into the classroom, and it was only when he bent to retrieve one that he narrowly escaped calamity. As he spoke, his large eyes became watery, exuding a pitiable demeanor. Initially, the young Gryffindors had been resolute in their belief that Harry was responsible, yet their rationality was being tugged in conflicting directions. In contrast, the Slytherin students were adamant that Harry was to blame, largely swayed by Draco's assertions. The Gryffindor students, however, leaned more favorably toward Harry, expressing skepticism toward Draco's claims. Even Professor Snape regarded Harry in silence, as if peering through him to see someone else. Yet the nostalgic glimmer in his gaze gradually faded, replaced by a deeper disdain. It seemed as though Snape's eyes conveyed a message. Behold, he is just as detestable as his predecessor. Mr. Potter, I believe you are aware that it is forbidden to bring irrelevant items into potions class. You acted with willful disregard. For this transgression, I shall deduct 50 points from Gryffindor. Professor Snape remained noncommittal, yet it was clear that he believed Harry was culpable. Draco's testimony alone was insufficient, and even with Theodore not as a witness, it would not suffice. Draco had previously engaged in a conflict of interest with Harry Potter, rendering his credibility rather dubious and unsuitable as a witness. Similarly, Theodore Nott, a friend of Draco, could not serve as a credible witness either. Although Professor Snape discovered an object that could be considered material evidence, Harry Potter had explicitly admitted to bringing it in. Yet this object bore no relation to the recent explosion. Professor Snape lacked the authority to unjustly impose this accusation upon Harry. However, he could, within his limited scope, impose the harshest punishment upon him. The younger wizards harbored suspicions toward Harry, ensuring that Professor Snape's retribution would not incite any rebellion. Due to Harry's deliberate introduction of an unknown object into the potions classroom, he was sentenced to 3 months of confinement. Should you find this unjust, we may discuss the matter with Headmaster Dumbledore. Despite being aware that Dumbledore would likely shield Harry, Snape was unperturbed by the prospect of using this incident as leverage against him. As a staunch supporter of the so-called savior, Dumbledore would undoubtedly strive to preserve Harry's reputation. While he might reprimand Harry in private, he would endeavor to uphold his image in public. Even if this incident were to be escalated to Dumbledore, it would unlikely yield any graver repercussions. However, for Harry, the implications were starkly different. Should Dumbledore learn of this, Harry's standing in the headmaster's eyes would surely diminish significantly. No one would favor a savior who perpetually courts trouble, especially one who turns against his own. Without his title as savior, some might even deem him akin to the Dark Lord. Harry felt a pang of anxiety, bowing his head in tacit acceptance of Professor Snape's punishment. Even the typically enthusiastic Ron Weasley remained silent. The class concluded amidst the silence of the younger wizards. After the lesson, Harry and his companions confronted Draco directly. By then, the hour was late, and the other students had mostly departed, leaving only their small group. You didn't even see me do anything during class. Why do you slander me? Harry attempted to bait Draco. However, Draco evaded Harry's trap entirely, turning the inquiry back upon him. When did I slander you? Do not speak carelessly. Is this not your doing? Or have I erred? Draco raised an eyebrow slightly, casting a provocative glance at the two individuals before him. Is this truly the savior that Dumbledore has so ardently championed? Selfish, shadowy, self-absorbed. This is the very epitome of an ordinary, inconsequential person. Such traits should not manifest in a great savior. Yet, here he stands, embodied in the form of Harry Potter. I do not, Harry retorted defiantly. You do not. That is perhaps the most amusing jest I have heard this year. Whether you possess it or not is of little consequence. I assert that you do, and thus you do. Moreover, such words are merely a deception you spin for your own sake. Draco spoke as he took his leave, leaving Harry Potter and Ron Weasley staring at each other in bewilderment. However, it was not entirely without benefit. Harry was reassured that Draco had indeed not discerned his covert actions, and the information he possessed seemed to be mere conjecture. This realization brought Harry some solace. If matters were to escalate to the point of confronting Dumbledore, mere speculation would not suffice as evidence. Nevertheless, Professor Snape's punishments had undeniably cast a pall over their spirits, even though the Gryffindor students did not view them as the culprits of the day. The points deducted from Gryffindor were ample enough to earn them disdainful glares from their peers. However, Hermione's return with materials provided them with a modicum of comfort. In contrast, Draco appeared particularly discontent upon returning to the Slytherin common room, where he immediately seated himself, his gaze fixated intently in one direction. Even his companions could sense his disquiet. What's wrong? Are you upset? We were the ones hurt by Harry Potter today. What troubles you? They had been friends since childhood. And despite Draco's significant personality changes of late, they could unmistakably perceive his anger. Draco chose to disregard them and walked into a secluded alley, enveloped in silence. This time, he had indeed been careless, nearly putting himself in harm's way. Previously, he had perceived Harry Potter and his companions as mere novice wizards, incapable of causing any significant turmoil. However, he was taken aback by the audacity of Harry Potter this time, who had resorted to using the entire class as bait for some potion ingredients. This situation was, in part, Draco's own fault. With the experiences of his past life, he could have anticipated such a scheme. Yet he had underestimated the vigilance required against Harry Potter and his cohort. Consequently, this led to the current predicament. Although the outcome was ultimately favorable for Draco, it was Harry Potter who genuinely felt the repercussions. Nevertheless, the unexpected nature of these events was not what Draco desired. Thus, his first course of action was to meticulously document all future occurrences that he could recall onto paper, carefully noting each pivotal moment and revisiting the events that had transpired. Afterward, he burned the pages to ashes, letting the remnants of the past disperse into the air, cleansing himself of all that had come before. Given the recent spate of petrification incidents, the atmosphere within Hogwarts had become one of palpable anxiety. Gilderoy Lockhart, ever the attention-seeker, proposed the establishment of a dueling club to Headmaster Dumbledore, driven by a desire to captivate the audience and satisfy his own vanity. Dumbledore hesitated but ultimately allowed his curiosity about the two candidates to override his reservations and approve the club. Although Lockhart lacked any real skill or knowledge to impart regarding dueling, his initiative to create the club could serve Draco's interests by delivering a significant blow to Harry Potter. In this lifetime, Harry Potter's reputation was far less illustrious than it had been at the same juncture in his previous life. Should the revelation of his ability to speak Parseltongue surface, Harry's situation would undoubtedly worsen. This also served as a means to gauge Dumbledore's unwavering belief in Harry as the chosen one. If Dumbledore remained steadfast in his support of Harry, he would likely go to great lengths to protect Harry's reputation. When that reputation inevitably plummeted, Dumbledore would be compelled to intervene. Conversely, if Dumbledore failed to act, Draco could shift his focus towards Neville Longbottom. However, this decision was fraught with difficulty, as Neville lacked the intellect that contrasted sharply with Harry's. In terms of future prowess, Dumbledore was no match for Voldemort, rendering him unable to overtly convey any messages to the Savior regarding defeating the Dark Lord. This inclination towards Harry Potter over Neville Longbottom was thus elucidated. Harry Potter is more astute than Neville Longbottom. Should Dumbledore wish to engage in a game of riddles, Harry might swiftly deduce the answers, whereas Neville's contributions would likely be akin to speaking to a wall. Indeed, merely a week later, this matter was brought to light, as Lockhart prepared to establish a dueling club, set to commence its inaugural duel that very evening. Draco raised an eyebrow slightly. He had been anticipating this moment. He was not at all concerned that Harry Potter might not attend, even though Gryffindors were known for their penchant for defying the rules. Nevertheless, for reasons unknown, the young witches and wizards of Hogwarts seldom dared to skip classes. Moreover, Harry Potter would likely be more eager than anyone else for the competition to commence. Recently, he had found himself embroiled in considerable trouble, and he needed to demonstrate his worth to Dumbledore. Only a formidable savior could protect them all, and only a powerful champion could serve as a fitting shield. During this period, due to the incidents occurring within the school, the young wizards had refrained from wandering out at night. Thus, when a rare opportunity to venture outside arose, nearly all of them seized it. They gathered in groups, their excitement palpable, but none were more exhilarated than Lockhart. Observing that the number of attendees was nearly sufficient, he hurriedly called everyone together, fearing that if he hesitated even for a moment, they might disperse. "Come quickly, everyone," Lockhart beckoned to those lingering at a distance. Initially, the young witches and wizards were quite enthusiastic, assuming the instructor for this duel club session would be Professor Flitwick, renowned for his exceptional dueling skills. To their surprise, however, the figure before them was Professor Lockhart. Having all attended his classes, they were well aware of his lack of substance. Thus, upon seeing him, they instinctively took a few steps back, only to find themselves caught by his gaze. "It is my great honor to guide you in the art of dueling today," Lockhart proclaimed, adopting a demeanor of solemnity that seemed rather convincing. "Indeed, much has transpired lately at Hogwarts, and for the safety of everyone, I have specially requested this duel club from Professor Dumbledore." His words, though tinged with self-importance, held a semblance of reason. "While there is little danger where I am present, acquiring knowledge about dueling will enable you to assist your fellow young wizards even in my absence." He had not forgotten the original intent behind establishing the duel club, and as he delivered his opening remarks, he took care to elevate his own status. Were it not for Professor Snape's presence, the young witches and wizards below would likely have rolled their eyes in unison. Perhaps due to their apprehension, Lockhart mistakenly believed that his charm had captivated the students, and he began to float on a cloud of self-satisfaction. "And now, I would like to invite my assistant, Professor Snape, to join me in demonstrating some techniques," Lockhart continued, oblivious to the murmurings of the crowd. He had deliberately chosen a soft target. In his mind, Professor Binns was a ghost who could not duel. Professor Flitwick was a dueling champion who also could not participate. Professor McGonagall excelled in transfiguration, making her less suited for combat, and Professor Sprout was an advocate of peace. Unable to persuade her to engage in a duel, the only option left was Professor Snape. As the potions master, it was presumed by Lockhart that Snape was not particularly skilled in the art of dueling. Consequently, Lockhart's tone grew increasingly brazen. He failed to notice the myriad of bewildered expressions among the young wizards directed towards Snape, who clearly did not share Lockhart's belief that the pot-bellied charlatan would triumph. Yet, one might ponder why Snape chose to serve as Lockhart's assistant, seemingly inviting misfortune upon himself. Was it a deliberate act of humiliation orchestrated by Headmaster Dumbledore? Conspiracy theories began to swirl in the minds of the Slytherin students. "Fear not, I shall not inflict any harm upon your potions instructor. After the duel, I will return him to you unscathed," Lockhart declared, seemingly convinced of his inevitable victory. He remained oblivious to the increasingly frigid gaze Snape cast upon him, akin to being ensnared by a chilling serpent. The Gryffindor students, witnessing Snape's icy demeanor, began to tremble, yet Lockhart continued to boast unabashedly. Such a lack of perception elicited silent pity from the Gryffindor contingent for Lockhart. "Next, we shall turn and count to 3. Upon reaching 3, we will simultaneously face each other and cast our spells. Rest assured, we will refrain from using any lethal curses," Lockhart proclaimed, attempting to assert his superiority over Snape. Throughout this exchange, Snape remained stoically silent, embodying an air of tacit acquiescence, which only fueled Lockhart's arrogance. He believed Snape was simply afraid to speak up. With unwavering confidence, Lockhart initiated the duel. 1, 2, 3. At the instant of the final count, he executed a swift turn, only to be met with a resounding thud as he was propelled backward. The moment the word 3 left his lips, Lockhart found himself airborne, having barely completed his turn. The young wizards erupted in laughter at the sight. His once handsome visage collided with the adjacent wall, resulting in an unintended second makeover. "Oh dear," the Slytherin students exclaimed, fervently deriding Lockhart. "Well done, Professor Lockhart. You fell with remarkable grace." Lockhart was momentarily stunned, caught off guard, genuinely believing that the crowd was extolling his handsomeness. He forced a smile, awkwardly attempting to salvage his dignity. He seemed to think that if he spoke a few more words, the fans might believe that this time he had truly faltered. "Have you all seen clearly? This is the disarming charm, which you may use in your duels. However, I am quite capable of countering this charm. Yet, in the interest of demonstration, I chose to relinquish my advantage," he proclaimed with a sense of righteous gravitas, as if he were truly a martyr for the sake of art. The young wizards of Slytherin, however, showed him no mercy. They hoisted him onto a pedestal, chanting, "Professor Lockhart, once more, once more." They behaved like fervent fans, supporting their seemingly ineffectual idol. But with every cheer, Lockhart's expression darkened further. Had he possessed even a sliver of hope of defeating Professor Snape, he would have reluctantly risen to the challenge to showcase his supposed expertise. Yet, it was evident to even the most novice observer that the chasm between him and Professor Snape was insurmountable. It was a gap that could not be bridged with mere attempts. Even 100 attempts would only yield him a pitiful score on the wall. "Silence, please. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but today a stage must be turned over to you," Lockhart insisted, trying desperately to deflect the attention. Yet the young wizards were undeterred. "Professor, we haven't seen enough yet. It's time for you to demonstrate once more, and let us have Professor Snape show us as well." The Gryffindors, having perceived Lockhart's predicament, began their own round of provocative taunts. They still remembered his previous attempt to feed them to house elves, a memory they were not quick to forget. Young wizards may be forgetful, but they held grudges with remarkable tenacity. Lockhart cast a pained glance at the students before directing his gaze at the stoic Professor Snape beside him. The fervent shouts from the crowd seemed to mock him as a useless fool. Yet, Lockhart was powerless to respond. A true champion may stumble once and be forgiven. But to falter twice is to reveal weakness, falter thrice, and the legitimacy of one's reputation will be called into question. The truth of Lockhart's notoriety was indeed inflated, and he dared not gamble with his esteemed name. With the demonstration concluded, he announced, "Now we shall divide you into pairs for dueling." Lockhart's countenance fell visibly, his face twisting in displeasure as he hastily concluded the current topic. Reluctantly, he pivoted to another subject. To be candid, he had meticulously prepared a lengthy speech spanning 3 pages prior to his arrival, envisioning a triumphant oration following his victory over Professor Snape. Yet, the unfolding events had taken an unexpected turn, leaving his carefully crafted remarks trapped in his mind, causing him great agitation. "Professor Snape, I implore you to select a contender for me," Lockhart stated, his gaze fixated unwaveringly on Harry Potter. Having spent a considerable amount of time at Hogwarts, he was somewhat aware of the tumultuous history between Harry Potter and Professor Snape. There are numerous ways to suppress sensational news, and the most effective method is to unveil an even more scandalous revelation. Indeed, Lockhart's reputation was substantial. Should this embarrassing incident of his be divulged, it would undoubtedly spark considerable discourse. However, Harry Potter's notoriety eclipsed Lockhart's own, and should news of Harry's affairs emerge, it would completely overshadow Lockhart's predicament. Without hesitation, Lockhart elevated Harry Potter's status. Furthermore, he urged Professor Snape to select an opponent for Harry, intent on having Snape choose someone capable of defeating Harry, thereby using Harry's potential failure to overshadow the recent embarrassment he had suffered. This was a desperate attempt to preserve his own reputation. Professor Snape cast a glance at the summoned Harry Potter, his gaze sweeping across Slytherin. "Malfoy, you shall instruct Harry Potter on the art of dueling," he declared, immediately fixing his attention on Draco. Having watched Draco grow, he held a certain understanding of his prodigy's capabilities. Draco possesses a certain talent for spells, having learned some rudimentary dark curses from his parents. Since the inception of his schooling, his aptitude for magic has left all his instructors in awe. His abilities are more than sufficient to contend with a certain Harry Potter. Draco slowly rose to his feet, offering a subtle smile to Harry Potter. He sauntered onto the stage with an air of nonchalance, as though he did not regard this duel as a matter of great significance. In stark contrast, Harry Potter appeared exceedingly anxious. He genuinely wished to demonstrate his prowess in this club competition, yet he harbored reservations about facing Draco in the very first match. Having interacted with Draco before, he possessed a certain awareness of Draco's formidable abilities. Draco's proficiency in his first year far surpassed his current abilities as a second-year student. Now that Draco has indeed advanced to the second year, Harry Potter finds it exceedingly difficult to discern where he might have triumphed over Draco. Thus, he must exert every ounce of his effort. Recently, he has caused an overwhelming amount of trouble for Dumbledore. The two stand facing each other, their wands firmly gripped in hand. Draco caught a glimpse of Harry Potter's provocative gaze and offered him a smirk. Harry Potter, pressing his lips firmly together in silence, remained unresponsive. Upon receiving the command, both parties turned and advanced forward. 1, 2, 3, disarm your weapons. Draco was the first to strike, his reflexes surpassing those of Harry Potter. His speed was markedly swifter. Before Harry could even comprehend the situation, he was sent sprawling by the spell. Well done, Malfoy. Oh, Slytherin. Slytherin. The young wizards of Slytherin erupted in cheers, genuinely elated by Draco's triumph over Harry. However, Draco's intent today was not merely to vanquish Harry Potter. His true goal was to incite some trouble for Dumbledore through Harry. Simply defeating him would be far too mundane. Thus, upon witnessing Harry being flung away, Draco remained rooted in place, observing as Harry awkwardly struggled to rise. Harry, clearly perplexed by Draco's stillness, could not fathom why he was silently watching him regain his footing. Based on his understanding of Draco, he knew that once Draco was resolute about something, he would pursue it relentlessly, regardless of the means. What has transpired with Draco today? Draco's attack today was not particularly severe. Could it be that he is holding back in front of the entire faculty and student body? Is he attempting to masquerade as a fool while concealing his true prowess? If that is indeed the case, it presents a remarkable opportunity. Potter, contemplating this, launched his own offensive against Draco, casting a spell that hurtled towards him. Draco may have harbored thoughts of feigning weakness or perhaps other intentions, yet he resolutely refused to allow himself to be harmed. He did not engage in any further actions. He merely shifted his body slightly to evade the spell. However, this was merely a momentary escape. His clumsy evasion only served to reinforce Harry Potter's suspicions. Draco indeed seeks to masquerade as a harmless entity while harboring greater ambitions. Given his capabilities, it is improbable that he would find himself in such a disheveled state. Draco appeared to harbor a different sentiment. He disdainfully glanced at his robe. As if provoked, his eyes bore a menacing glare directed at Harry Potter. Suddenly, a serpent materialized before them as his incantation took effect. Although all present were young wizards endowed with magical abilities, a portion of them still harbored a fear of snakes. None wished to find themselves unexpectedly bitten, prompting the surrounding young wizards to instinctively take a step back upon the serpent's appearance. Even Harry Potter stood momentarily frozen, perplexed by Draco's sudden choice of spell. While the incantation served as a source of intimidation for the other young wizards, it held no such power over him. After all, he possessed the ability to speak Parseltongue, a fact Draco was undoubtedly aware of. What was Draco truly aiming to achieve with such a futile act? Was it merely a consequence of mispronouncing a spell? Yet, based on his understanding of Draco, he was not one to be careless. Thus, Harry Potter stood paralyzed, as if petrified by a serpent, hesitating to take action. Perhaps, in certain circumstances, the best course of action is to remain steadfast amidst turmoil. Unbeknownst to him, his inaction led others to misconstrue the situation. Potter, remain calm. I shall handle this serpent. Professor Snape, despite his usual aloofness towards Potter, stepped forward to offer assistance. As he approached Harry, the young Slytherins wore knowing smiles. The Slytherin emblem was a serpent. They harbored no fear of such creatures. It was rather amusing to witness the so-called savior, Harry Potter, so utterly frightened. The most delighted among them was Lockhart. Clearly, entrusting the task of confronting their adversary to Professor Snape was exceedingly astute. The news of Potter's fright would surely overshadow any prior embarrassment he had endured. This opportunity for heroism was far more fitting for him than for Snape. In the end, all would remember Lockhart's valiant battle against the serpent to save the illustrious Harry Potter, leaving no one to recall his defeat in a duel with Snape. With this realization, Lockhart sprang into action. Fear not, Harry Potter, I am here to rescue you, he called out loudly, drawing the attention of everyone present. However, as all eyes turned towards him, he suddenly forgot the incantation to repel the serpent. Although he hailed from Ravenclaw, the only spell he could wield with any proficiency was the forgetfulness charm, having returned all others to his instructors long ago. Lockhart recited a spell from memory, which seemed to have some effect, albeit not entirely beneficial. The serpent was indeed displaced from in front of Harry, but it was relocated to the vicinity of others. Worse still, while Harry himself had no fear of snakes, the others did. Moreover, due to Lockhart's actions, the serpent appeared startled and increasingly aggressive, coiling itself in a menacing posture. This unexpected turn of events left Professor Snape, observing the chaos, utterly astonished. A true ally in folly. In the brief moment he was lost in thought, the serpent advanced towards the young wizards, as if poised to deliver a venomous bite at any second. Harry Potter's mind raced with thoughts. Due to the events that had transpired in potions class, many of the young wizards harbored lingering resentment towards him. Although he had not confessed to his involvement, the seeds of suspicion had been sown, and they could easily blossom into accusations. Not all denials are accepted as truth, nor are all explanations believed. Thus Harry felt an urgent need to vindicate himself. Perhaps this was an opportune moment. By communicating with the serpent, he could gain control over it and rescue the young wizards. With determination, he resolved to act. Without hesitation, he spoke in Parseltongue before the gathered crowd and successfully commanded the snake. The serpent indeed obeyed, standing upright but showing no intention of attack. However, Harry could not influence the thoughts of those around him. Instinctively, everyone took a few steps back, as if he were some loathsome creature, dangerous to approach. Harry blinked in confusion, gazing at the crowd below, still grappling with the situation when Ron Weasley sprang into action. He rushed onto the stage, pulling Harry away to safety. In that instant, Harry realized something was amiss and cast a bewildered glance at Draco, who looked back at him in terror. Equally shocked by Harry's ability to speak the serpent's tongue, Ron, unaware of Harry's gift, had not prepared for such an unexpected revelation, and now found himself ill-equipped to handle the sudden turn of events. His only option was to lead Harry away, hoping to evade the brewing rumors with a strategy that had served them well in the past. Yet, in this instance, such avoidance was futile. Instead, his inaction would only exacerbate the whispers. With Madame Norris petrified, the Mandrix yet to mature, and Filch watching the trio like a rabid dog, the atmosphere among the young wizards was fraught with anxiety. It was clear that they were blaming the heir of Slytherin for opening the Chamber of Secrets, and now, with Harry exhibiting traits reminiscent of that very heir, all animosity was directed squarely at him. Seizing the opportunity, Draco fanned the flames of discord, and soon, whispers permeated the entire academy. The young wizards seemed intent on nailing Harry Potter to the pillar of shame, employing the most scathing language and collective ostracism to express their disdain for the heir of Slytherin. The recently escaped trio from Gryffindor, however, appeared oblivious to the ramifications of such events. "Harry, why did you not inform me that you could speak Parseltongue? Is it truly the case?" Ron's incredulity was palpable, and he hesitated, unable to voice his thoughts. "What of speaking Parseltongue? I've been able to do so since childhood. Today, I merely wish to protect everyone from the serpent's harm. I cannot comprehend why everyone has distanced themselves from me." Harry Potter found himself utterly perplexed. Yet he was certain he had fallen into Draco's trap. Draco, fully aware of his lack of fear towards serpents, employed such a vile curse to test him, intending to expose his ability to speak Parseltongue, thereby isolating him from everyone else. This was likely an act of retribution for Harry Potter's earlier prank during Severus Snape's potions class. It was evident that the other young wizards had lost their faith in him. Even his two closest friends began to harbor doubts. With little time for reflection, he quickly adopted a pitiful demeanor. "I do not comprehend why everyone gazes at me with such fear. I merely wish to save you all." His words, innocent in tone, belied his genuine confusion over the situation. Hermione and Ron exchanged glances, and ultimately it was Hermione who spoke first. "Harry, are you unaware that one of Salazar Slytherin's most infamous abilities is Parseltongue? This ability is passed down through bloodlines, which implies that Slytherin's heir would also possess it." Hermione's eyes reflected a gravity that indicated her disbelief that her friend could be the heir of Slytherin. "Perhaps there is a trace of Slytherin's blood in your ancestry. I recall your father was from a pureblood family." Ron interjected with skepticism, beginning to question Harry's identity. Anything can be accepted, but not this, Harry thought vehemently. He felt compelled to categorically deny such an accusation, leaving no room for doubt in Ron's mind. An admission could ensnare him in the heavy burden of being labeled Slytherin's heir. It was crucial to recognize that incidents had already occurred involving young wizards, and being associated with Slytherin's heir was no trivial matter. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. I can assure you that no one in my family has any connection to Slytherin. My father was a Gryffindor, and I am a Gryffindor as well. How could Slytherin's heir possibly emerge from Gryffindor?" Harry asserted with unwavering conviction. He could not definitively claim that his family bore no ties to Salazar Slytherin. The pureblood families within the magical community were notorious for their penchant for intermarriage. And Harry's father, James Potter, also hailed from a pureblood lineage. Being an orphan, Harry had never interacted with his paternal relatives, leaving him in the dark regarding any potential unions between his ancestors and the descendants of Salazar Slytherin. Nevertheless, this uncertainty did not hinder his denial. "Perhaps it is because you grew up in the Muggle world, rendering you unaware of your family's heritage?" Ron remained unconvinced, as his understanding dictated that Parseltongue was hereditary. His knowledge was limited to Salazar Slytherin as the sole possessor of this ability, leaving little room in his mind for alternative possibilities. If I were truly Slytherin's heir, I would have acted during my first year at Hogwarts, rather than waiting until the second year to make my move. With an entire year at my disposal, why would I not have taken action then? Was it truly a matter of not finding the opportune moment? Harry Potter's series of rhetorical questions left Ron Weasley utterly bewildered. Yet, it also affirmed the suspicions lingering in Ron's mind. Harry Potter was indeed not the heir of Slytherin. However, mere belief was insufficient. The young wizards had already regarded him as Slytherin's successor. In their eyes, his ability to communicate with snakes appeared akin to orchestrating them to attack. Preconceived notions had taken root, rendering any alteration nearly impossible, unless they could genuinely uncover the true heir of Slytherin. Harry Potter evidently contemplated this as well. Casting another glance towards Draco, he was wholly convinced that the heir of Slytherin was Draco. Otherwise, why would Draco have ensnared him, solidifying his own claim to that title? Thus, he steered the conversation back to Draco Malfoy. I believe Draco Malfoy is the heir of Slytherin. Setting aside the doubts we previously discussed, consider that he is the one who has incited suspicion against me today. He may have anticipated my ability to speak Parseltongue, deliberately unleashing a serpent before everyone. His intention must have been to mislead. As long as the focus remains on me, he could very well unleash a monster to wreak havoc upon others. The sincerity in Harry's green eyes was palpable. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances, seemingly in agreement with Harry's reasoning. Indeed, the likelihood of Malfoy being the heir of Slytherin appeared far greater. He was, after all, a proponent of blood purity, aligning perfectly with Salazar Slytherin's ideology. Ron immediately began to analyze the situation. Moreover, if I were Salazar Slytherin, I certainly would not choose Harry Potter as my heir. He simply lacks an understanding of pureblood principles. There was a hint of mockery in Ron's words, yet the predominant tone was playful. He sought to employ this lightheartedness to convince Hermione that Harry was not the heir of Slytherin. After all, with his and Harry's capabilities, they could hardly extract any information from Draco Malfoy. Hermione, however, did not join in Ron's laughter. Instead, she furrowed her brow. If matters truly unfolded this way, it would indeed be troublesome. Draco had already implicated Harry, and he would undoubtedly grow more brazen from here on. They needed to seize upon his vulnerabilities without delay. Hermione did not share their optimism. Although her interactions with Draco Malfoy were rather limited, she sensed that he was a person of considerable cunning and vigilance. Capturing any incriminating evidence against him would not prove to be an easy endeavor. While she had previously contemplated using Polyjuice Potion to test Malfoy, the opportune moment had yet to present itself. During their classes, they could hardly ascertain where they might encounter Draco Malfoy. They had even attempted to approach the matter indirectly. Yet Malfoy always seemed to be preoccupied. Even among the Slytherins, there was no guarantee of when he would be in the common room. Moreover, Draco's wide circle of acquaintances posed a significant challenge, should a few of them disguise themselves as his friends. The presence of Draco amidst others would make it easy to reveal their ruse. In such a case, even if they were not expelled, Gryffindor's points would likely dwindle to nearly nothing. The young witches' and wizards' aspirations for the House Cup could not be expressed in mere words. Hermione was aware of this. Having heard that several of them would not be returning home for Christmas, Ron immediately shared a shocking revelation, one that left Hermione momentarily stunned. It was well known that children from pure-blood families typically returned home during the holidays. In fact, unless there were extenuating circumstances, nearly all young wizards would go home for the break, including Hermione herself. Slytherins were particularly notorious for this. During holidays, one could hardly find a single Slytherin in their common room. Why would these few remain here? What could be the reason for their presence this year? Was there some sort of conspiracy at play? Harry Potter quickly voiced his concerns, genuinely unsettled by Draco. At the slightest hint of Draco's movements, he immediately heightened his defenses, resembling a hedgehog with its spines raised. The cause for uncertainty could perhaps lie in Draco being the heir of Slytherin, necessitating some sort of preparation. Or it might simply be due to turmoil within his family. Ron did not elaborate further. Recently, due to significant events at Hogwarts, a sense of fear had permeated the wizarding world. The Ministry of Magic intensified its efforts to search various pure-blood households for dark magical artifacts. Malfoy Manor alone had been subjected to several searches. It was not that the Malfoy family feared the inspections, preventing Draco from returning home. Rather, they found the repeated daily searches to be quite distressing for the children. Thus, they decided to plan their undertakings for Christmas, determined to find a way to acquire hair from those surrounding him. Hermione regarded them with a tone imbued with solemnity. The others exchanged glances, each beginning to contemplate a solution. "Ah, Harry," she gently reminded, "when you return, you might encounter some unpleasant rumors. Do not take them to heart. As long as we uncover the truth, everything will unravel smoothly." Her attentiveness was commendable, particularly given the matter at hand pertained to the heir of Slytherin, causing all young witches and wizards to be on high alert. Previously, their deduction of points from Gryffindor had already strained relations, with the Gryffindors regarding them with disdain, an attitude that had begun to wear thin on them. Now, with Harry Potter branded as the heir of Slytherin, the backlash from their peers would surely be intense. It was prudent for Harry to remain unresponsive, to refrain from clarifying or engaging in disputes. It would be best for him to lie low, thereby easing Draco's vigilance, which would facilitate extracting information from him when the time was right. Harry nodded, his eyes reflecting a sense of determination. The group briefly convened before returning to the Gryffindor common room. As anticipated, chaos erupted within the Gryffindor common room. All the young wizards were fervently discussing Harry Potter's supposed status as the heir of Slytherin. Numerous conspiracy theories surfaced, with some even implicating his parents' demise. They posited that Harry's title as the Chosen One was merely a consequence of Voldemort's reluctance or fear to kill the heir of Slytherin, thereby inadvertently granting Harry the mantle of savior. As for the fate of Harry's parents, it was suggested that they fell victim to their own son, an uncontrollable dark wizard. During a surge of magical upheaval, the discourse grew increasingly vitriolic, and even the typically composed Harry found himself unable to endure the slander. He confronted the most vociferous instigators, Justin and Ernie. "Enough. I did not incite the snake to attack. I merely witnessed it preparing to strike and urged it to desist. Please refrain from spreading such unfounded claims." Unable to contain his frustration, Harry emerged from the shadows to admonish them. It was undeniably awkward to be caught disparaging someone behind their back. The Gryffindor common room fell silent for a few moments, only to erupt once more. "Who knows what is true? You feel free to speak so carelessly only because you are unscathed at present. Let me remind you, I am a legitimate pureblood. You cannot intimidate me," Ernie vocally countered, and his tone bore a semblance of bravado masking an underlying insecurity. Once a person has entrenched their beliefs, altering them becomes a formidable challenge. When others attempt to counsel you, it often feels as though they are deliberately misleading you. Why would I assault those individuals? Why would I target you? Having been raised in the Muggle world, I possess no justifiable motive. Why would you heed such nonsensical claims? Harry Potter endeavored to reason with them, yet the young wizard, ensnared in his own thoughts, remained impervious to his arguments. "It is common knowledge that the family you reside with mistreats you. You harbor resentment towards them. Did you not stay with the Weasleys last semester? Surely, this is the reason you acted against them." Although Harry himself could not articulate a rationale, others had already constructed one for him. To his surprise, the justification they concocted was this very notion. Indeed, Harry harbored a dislike for his aunt and uncle, but it did not reach the depths of deep-seated animosity. Having lost his parents at a tender age, they were the ones who raised him. While their treatment was far from exemplary, they nonetheless fulfilled the role of guardians. His parents left no fortune for his aunt and uncle, nor did they bear any obligation to care for him. The fact that he grew into an independent thinker was a testament to their efforts. He acknowledged their unkindness towards him. Yet one cannot expect a creature that dines without contribution to enjoy the same privileges as their own child. Furthermore, Harry discerned that his aunt's family possessed a profound aversion to magic. This animosity stemmed from the fact that her sister had been endowed with magical abilities and had borne a child, Harry, who was likely to inherit such powers himself. It is entirely understandable that he might be a target of their misplaced ire. Had he not lived with his aunt and uncle, he could scarcely fathom an alternative. Would he prefer an orphanage? The plight of children in orphanages is indeed dire. Harry's earlier revelation to the Weasleys concerning his mistreatment was merely a plea for their assistance, hoping to bridge the gap with them and procure some information from Dumbledore. Yet, Ernie's assertions left him at a loss for rebuttal. To counter would imply that he had previously deceived Ron Weasley. Conversely, to remain silent would equate to an acceptance of their conjectures. "I have stated that I did not. If I were indeed guilty, would I not have targeted you first?" Harry Potter, in a fit of exasperation, cast a disdainful glance at the individual ahead of him before turning away in frustration. His patience was wearing thin. He felt as though he would shatter if compelled to wait any longer. It was imperative that he swiftly seized upon Draco's vulnerabilities to establish that Draco was indeed the true heir of Slytherin, while he himself had merely been scapegoated. He began to engage in some surreptitious behavior, such as trailing Draco. It must be said that Harry's invisibility cloak was an extraordinary artifact, allowing him to remain undetected even by Draco. However, it was only when Draco found himself alone, perceiving the presence of additional breaths nearby, that he became aware of Harry's pursuit. Being a person of considerable pride, Draco was taken aback by his unexpected failure in this regard, which incited a fierce anger within him, prompting him to resolve to teach Harry a lesson. Draco deliberately chose a particular night to sneak out. Potter, driven by an overwhelming sense of urgency, had been shadowing Draco, so as soon as Draco exited the Slytherin common room, Potter immediately followed. This time, Draco's movements were intricate. He darted from place to place, seemingly weaving in circles throughout the grounds of Hogwarts. Draco seemed to have discovered Harry. A whirlwind of confusion engulfed Harry Potter, who was reluctant to admit this, as his invisibility cloak had always served him well. He had never been detected while using it in the presence of others. Perhaps Draco was simply being paranoid. As Harry pondered this, he trailed Draco from a distance, but Draco quickened his pace, forcing Harry to break into a light jog. In a narrow alley, Draco vanished completely, leaving Harry behind in dismay. Frustrated, Harry removed his invisibility cloak and strode angrily into the adjacent alley. However, upon entering, he was taken aback. He beheld Justin lying on the ground, while nearly headless Nick appeared to be petrified. Another incident had occurred, and once again, Harry found himself at the scene. His first instinct was to flee. He could not allow anyone to discover his presence, especially since the victim was none other than Justin, with whom he had recently had a conflict. If he were to be discovered, the blame would undoubtedly fall upon him, and he would find it impossible to cleanse himself of such accusations. At that moment, Harry realized he had fallen into Draco's trap. Draco had indeed noticed that he was following him and had orchestrated this scenario to frame him. There was no way to defend himself, as no one would believe his claims. The most pressing matter now was to escape. However, before he could act, voices arose behind him. "Ah, Potter. Where are you off to?" Peeves inquired, observing the frantic Harry as he dashed through the night at Hogwarts. Harry remained silent, his expression betraying his anxiety. Now that he had been seen, his predicament had worsened. Peeves flitted about, and suddenly, he glimpsed Justin sprawled on the ground behind Harry. Another incident. Another one. Peeves shrieked, his cries attracting a throng of onlookers. Several teachers hurried toward the commotion, led by the esteemed Professor McGonagall and Ernie, who had clashed with Harry not long ago. "Indeed. It is him. It is Harry Potter," Ernie exclaimed in horror, pointing at Harry. "Just days ago, Justin had a run-in with him. And now he is the one in trouble. If I were not a pure blood, I would surely be the one in his place." Ernie's accusations stirred a wave of panic among the young wizards present, causing chaos to erupt. "Enough. Until we ascertain the facts, please refrain from making unfounded statements," Professor McGonagall admonished, her voice firm as she surveyed the agitated crowd. The young witches and wizards fell silent, bowing their heads like chastened quails. What thoughts swirled within their minds remained a mystery. Professor McGonagall found herself at a loss for control. Doubts regarding Harry Potter began to creep into her mind. How could one individual consistently appear at the scene of every incident, only to be apprehended each time? If he were not the perpetrator, it seemed as though the true culprit had set their sights on him. "Professor McGonagall, please allow me to explain. I merely stumbled upon this place by chance. Justin's situation has nothing to do with me." Harry Potter, in this instance, truly found himself at a loss for words. He even contemplated revealing to Professor McGonagall that he had come here while following Draco. However, after spending some time with Draco in his first year, he had come to understand him exceptionally well. Draco is not one to leave others with vulnerabilities. He has undoubtedly devised a way to turn his own words against himself. Revealing the truth would only exacerbate his already tarnished image. Harry Potter, left with no arguments, could only stammer a few words. "The truth will eventually be uncovered by the school authorities, but Harry Potter, you must accompany me." Professor McGonagall, refraining from jumping to conclusions, regarded Harry Potter with a serious expression. He nodded in response, knowing that the matter had escalated to the attention of Professor Dumbledore. After summoning others and escorting the petrified Justin to Madame Pomfrey, Professor McGonagall led Harry to Dumbledore's office. This was not Harry's first encounter with Dumbledore. Yet this time he felt particularly apprehensive. Dumbledore's office was intriguing, resembling a child's playroom. Harry was quickly captivated by the surroundings. Strangely, he found himself engaging in a casual conversation about phoenixes with Dumbledore. The headmaster did not broach the recent events. Instead, he engaged Harry in light-hearted chatter. However, Harry's anxiety lingered, for Dumbledore's silence suggested that he too harbored suspicions about him. Dumbledore's initial reluctance to discuss the matter might have stemmed from the belief that Harry was indeed the culprit, choosing not to ask directly in hopes of eliciting a confession. Alternatively, he may not have viewed Harry as the perpetrator but deliberately avoided the topic to apply psychological pressure, encouraging self-reflection. Perhaps he simply regarded Harry as foolish and beyond redemption, deeming him unworthy of discussion. The possibilities were endless, and Harry was left in a state of confusion regarding Dumbledore's thoughts, rendering him increasingly anxious and somewhat distracted during their conversation. Just as he presumed the discussion would proceed uninterrupted, Hagrid unexpectedly burst into the room. Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore. I am certain that Harry Potter is not responsible for this. Hagrid hurriedly rushed in, seemingly anxious that Dumbledore might perceive Harry Potter as the culprit. Yet, only Harry comprehended the immense joy that surged within him the moment Hagrid entered. It is worth noting that Hagrid is a staunch supporter of Dumbledore. His presence and willingness to speak to Harry signified that Dumbledore did not regard him as the heir of Slytherin. Had Dumbledore truly believed that Harry was the heir, he would never have permitted Hagrid to speak so freely. Acting carelessly would not be the behavior of a wise individual. Hagrid's furious entrance could only indicate one thing. He was utterly unaware of the situation. His words were indeed compelling Dumbledore to take a stance. Just as Dumbledore opened his mouth to respond, he was interrupted by the fervent Hagrid. I can assure you, it cannot possibly be Harry Potter. I have known him longer than anyone else. He is a kind-hearted child, and I would stake my reputation with the Ministry of Magic on it. Hagrid, fearing Dumbledore's misunderstanding, being rather simple-minded himself, genuinely believed Harry to be a good boy. Hagrid, Dumbledore suddenly called out, his expression one of resignation. I do not recall ever stating that it was Harry Potter. Why would you think that? This statement left Hagrid momentarily bewildered. Oh, my apologies. I shall step outside and await further instructions. Hagrid immediately lowered his head, offering Harry a brief smile before hastily departing. Sir, you do not believe it is me, do you? Harry inquired curiously of Dumbledore. If Dumbledore did not suspect him, then why had he summoned him? Was it merely for appearances? Or was there another intention that Harry had not contemplated? Regardless, as long as Dumbledore maintained his belief in Harry, the day would not turn sour. Hogwarts remained Dumbledore's domain. It could not be overturned by trivial matters. Though uncertain as to why Dumbledore had faith in him, as long as Dumbledore regarded him as the savior, there was no cause for alarm. However, I still wish to speak with you. Dumbledore's countenance grew serious. Is it finally happening? Harry gazed eagerly at Dumbledore. What is it that you wish to convey to me? While most recent events were anticipated by Dumbledore, their severity exceeded his expectations, leading him to harbor doubts. He pondered whether Harry Potter had engaged in actions or encountered situations that might have precipitated the current outcome. As for any wavering belief in Harry Potter as the chosen one, Dumbledore remained steadfast. From the moment he first met Harry, he had already chosen him. This, however, did not imply that he would forsake Neville Longbottom. As long as the community continued to acknowledge Harry as the savior, he would not be abandoned. Yet, Harry found himself in a quandary, hesitating to disclose certain matters regarding Draco Malfoy to Dumbledore. Ultimately, considering various factors, he chose silence. Not a professor, Dumbledore remarked, casting a deep gaze at Harry before allowing him to depart. Upon his return, Harry began to comprehend why Dumbledore, despite his faith in him, had summoned him to the headmaster's office. Since his exit from that chamber, divergent opinions had emerged within the school. Previously, nearly all the young wizards believed Harry to be the heir of Slytherin, but now the sentiment had shifted. Many had begun to perceive Harry as wronged. Even those who might not fully trust Harry still held faith in Dumbledore as the most formidable white wizard in the magical realm. If he could not uncover any faults with Harry, it was likely that Harry bore no fault at all. Nevertheless, this assertion faced opposition from numerous young wizards, who contended that every human could err, including Dumbledore. What if this time he had misjudged? What if Harry were a cunning individual who had deceived even Dumbledore? Thus, vigilance towards Harry was deemed necessary. Overall, however, The situation had markedly improved compared to before. As long as no further incidents occurred, the young wizard's attitudes would likely remain stable. Harry could simply await the arrival of Christmas in peace. Originally, Draco had intended to return home to tend to his mandrakes. On the eve of Christmas, he received a letter from his parents, informing him that his mandrakes had matured. Furthermore, due to the recent surge of petrification incidents at Hogwarts, Lucius felt the need to prepare accordingly. While the preparations might prove futile, Lucius, with his mercantile nature, excelled at seizing opportunities and was particularly adept at planning ahead. Consequently, he continued to cultivate a substantial number of mandrakes using Draco's method. Draco was quite pleased to witness this scene, as his intention in returning the mandrake to Malfoy Manor was precisely for this reason. He had an astute understanding of his father, Lucius Malfoy. Although Lucius worked at the Ministry of Magic, at heart, he was fundamentally a businessman. The pursuit of profit is an unalterable nature of merchants. Once he discovered something with potential for gain, he would endeavor to exploit it. With the increasing number of petrified individuals at Hogwarts, the value of mandrakes would inevitably rise. As a quintessential merchant, it was impossible for him to overlook this fact. By leveraging this opportunity, Draco could also reap greater benefits. Lucius sought wealth, while Draco craved notoriety and profit. Originally, Draco had intended to return to check on his mandrakes. While he felt somewhat reassured with Lucius overseeing things, it would be ideal if he could inspect them himself. However, he also considered Dumbledore's apparent favoritism towards Gryffindor. He did not wish to see Gryffindor claim the House Cup this time. Therefore, he decided to remain behind. Just as Hermione and Harry Potter were preparing to extract information from him, he could use their inquiry to his advantage and seize the House Cup from Gryffindor this year. As for whether Dumbledore would, at the end of the term, follow the precedent of the previous year by awarding points to Harry Potter and Gryffindor, the answer was in the negative. Firstly, Dumbledore could not be certain that the individuals who intervened last year would do so again this year. If they did, he would question whether his influence still held weight. Overusing such tactics would lead Hogwarts faculty to lose faith in him. Furthermore, he could not divulge the harsh reality to the young witches and wizards, as the true purpose behind the petrification of those individuals by Riddle was to ensnare Harry Potter. The petrified students were merely victims of collateral damage. They became targets solely because of Harry. If they were to be saved by him and awarded points, it would be utterly illogical. Since points could not be awarded in the end, everything hinged on their regular scores. Currently, Gryffindor's scores were not significantly different from those of Slytherin. On one hand, Gryffindor had triumphed in this year's Quidditch matches. On the other hand, due to the events of the previous term, the students were less trusting of Dumbledore, resulting in Slytherin's students not exerting themselves as diligently as they had the previous year. Presently, Slytherin remained the house with the highest points. Christmas proceeded as expected, with an unusually high number of young witches and wizards staying at Hogwarts this year. Those who remained last year continued to do so, and this year, Draco and his associates joined their ranks. This year, Draco deliberately chose to remain behind in order to lure Harry Potter into a trap, accompanied by Crabbe, Goyle, Zabini, and Theodore, who similarly decided to stay. The primary motivation for their presence was Draco's, as they believed there might be some amusement to witness. Consequently, as Christmas approached, their anticipation grew immensely. However, Draco remained leisurely savoring his tart, displaying no intention of confronting Harry Potter. Yes, they all presumed that Draco's lingering presence was to devise a scheme against Harry. "Hey Draco, how's the tart today? Is it delicious?" Zabini inquired, leaning in as he observed Draco relishing his treat. Curiosity etched on his face. "Aren't Hogwarts tarts usually all the same? Why does it seem so exceptionally sweet today?" "Not bad, care to try?" Draco understood what Zabini meant. He simply could not wait any longer. Zabini had initially thought that Draco would take action against Harry Potter by Christmas, but to his surprise, he found Draco still dining after waiting patiently. Growing impatient, he approached Draco under the pretense of offering greetings. "No need for that. The tarts at Hogwarts are nowhere near as delectable as those crafted by my house elf," Draco replied. "I truly cannot fathom why you choose to remain here." Zabini, recognizing Draco's jest, decided to be forthright. "The Ministry of Magic has been acting rather erratically lately. As you well know, my mother has advised me not to return home, fearing it might disturb me." Draco spoke with an impassive expression. "Is that all? What about Harry Potter? Are you not aware that he has recently dared to proclaim himself the heir of Slytherin? He seems to hold our house in utter disdain." Zabini, tired of dancing around the subject with Draco, decided to be forthright. If Harry Potter were to learn of Zabini's thoughts about him, he would surely be infuriated. Who, apart from those of Slytherin, would willingly accept the title of heir to Slytherin? Just considering the troubles that the mere title of Slytherin heir has brought Harry Potter makes it abundantly clear that he would never embrace such a designation. Draco found Zabini's words amusing and suddenly burst into laughter. Do not fret, Zabini. It is they who should be anxious. We need only to remain steadfast amidst the chaos. For the best is yet to come. After Draco spoke, he fell silent, fully aware that Zabini had a penchant for loose lips. If he divulged everything to Zabini, it was inevitable that it would become fodder for conversation at some point. Although Draco had experienced similar situations in his past life, he understood the concept of the butterfly effect. If he wished to maximize the significance of his previous experiences, the most prudent course of action would be to compel everyone to continue along the path established in his former life. However, the questions of how to proceed, with what mindset, and in what manner were entirely different matters. As long as the outcome aligned with his desires, that was all that mattered. Zabini, growing impatient, was not fond of playing guessing games. Very well, take your time. I'm weary and shall return to the Slytherin common room, where Pansy has prepared some snacks. Would you care to join me? He had grown somewhat tired of Hogwarts cuisine and preferred Pansy as homemade treats over the grand meals served here. You go ahead. I will seek out Crabbe and Goyle. I just saw them moments ago, and now they seem to have vanished. Zabini nonchalantly gestured in the direction he believed they had gone, noting that Gryffindor's Weasley had also headed that way. He had never been particularly concerned with Crabbe and Goyle, so he merely pointed out their whereabouts to Draco before returning to the Slytherin common room, lost in his own thoughts. Draco cast a brief glance in their direction, hesitating for a moment before ultimately proceeding forward. Zabini was indeed correct. Crabbe and Goyle were present, entangled with Percy. Today, the two seemed particularly subdued. As scions of pure-blood families, Crabbe and Goyle had always shown no mercy towards Percy, the traitor of their kind. Why, then, did they appear as timid as quail in his presence today? Goyle had even donned a pair of spectacles. Draco understood the situation clearly. Rather than rushing to assist the two, he chose to observe as they were thoroughly chastised by Percy. It was only when Percy intended to use his esteemed title as a Gryffindor prefect to deduct points from Slytherin that Draco's patience began to wane. Draco sauntered out leisurely. Crabbe, Goyle, what brings you two here? I have been searching for you for quite some time. Draco gazed at Crabbe and Goyle with an expression of shock, as if he were witnessing them for the very first time. Draco regarded Percy with an expression akin to disdain, as though he were gazing upon refuse. Oh, Gore, your appearance today is rather distinctive. At a glance, you bear a striking resemblance to Harry Potter, don't you? Draco suddenly turned his gaze towards Goyle, his eyes shimmering with an inscrutable light. A seemingly casual remark sent a chill coursing through Goyle's body. The Goyle before him was not the genuine article, but rather Harry Potter, who had transformed into Goyle using the Polyjuice potion. Although he perfectly mimicked Goyle's appearance and voice, the act of masquerading as someone familiar to Draco filled him with trepidation. Moreover, with the very first encounter, Draco had mentioned his name. Had he already begun to suspect the true identity of this Goyle? Harry Potter found himself at a loss for words to express his turmoil. It felt as though his heart was being gripped tightly by an unseen hand. His mind raced, desperately seeking a plausible excuse to justify his presence. Lacking any real knowledge of Goyle's interests or preferences, he could only muster a feeble excuse that even he found inadequate. I've recently developed a fondness for reading, which is why I've taken to wearing glasses. Who would ever enjoy the foolishness of Gryffindor? This rationale not only struck Harry as flimsy, but even Ron Weasley, seated beside him, furrowed his brow in disbelief. Who didn't know that Crabbe and Goyle were the least studious of all? Is that true? I had no idea you could even read. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought you were Harry Potter in disguise. Those glasses look just like his. Draco spoke as he reached out to take Harry Potter's glasses. Harry, paralyzed by fear, dared not make a move, terrified that any action might reveal a flaw to Draco. He could only allow Draco to remove his glasses. How could this be? Who would care to wear the same glasses as a wizard from the Muggle world? While Harry claimed not to understand the personalities of Crabbe and Goyle, he was well aware of the nature of purebloods. Thus, he resorted to the characteristics of other purebloods to insult Harry. Clearly, his words brought satisfaction to Draco, who raised an eyebrow slightly and fell silent. Come on, let's not linger here. One might think you two have taken a liking to that Weasley. Draco cast a glance at Crabbe and Goyle and unexpectedly remarked, Malfoy. You ought to show a modicum of respect towards the head boy. After all, I'm the head boy of Hogwarts. And I possess the authority to deduct points from Slytherin. Percy, a young wizard with a notably fragile ego, felt a surge of indignation at Draco's contemptuous words. Indeed, he was the head boy of Hogwarts and held the power to penalize Slytherin, yet he dared not exercise this authority. On one hand, if he were to arbitrarily deduct points from Slytherin, Professor Snape's protective nature would undoubtedly lead to trouble for Percy, even though he was now a senior student. He could not escape the looming intimidation of Professor Snape. On the other hand, the Slytherin students were fiercely united. Should they discover that Percy was deducting their points without cause, they would surely band together to target him. Such a situation would not bode well. Weasley? Who would fear a Weasley? If you dare, you may certainly give it a try. I've heard that a younger sister of yours has also come to Hogwarts. I can only imagine how delightful she must look when she cries. Draco mocked without hesitation, his tone laced with malice. Beside him, Crabbe clenched his fists tightly. His face flushed with anger. Malfoy, do you think I would hesitate to confront you? Percy's rage surged to the forefront, although he spoke of momentary defiance. He was acutely aware of Draco's control over the first and second-year wizards. If he wished, Draco could indeed incite the young wizards to target Ginny Weasley. While Ginny had several brothers, not all of them could keep a constant watch over her, even if her brothers could monitor her at all times. Their incessant protection would hinder her from forming friendships. Draco scoffed disdainfully, fully aware that Percy was an astute individual. Intelligent people do not make foolish decisions, but merely utter imprudent words. He turned to leave, but a casual glance revealed Crabbe's face flushed crimson. What is the matter, Crabbe? Have I uttered something truly objectionable to provoke such a reaction from you? Draco spoke to Ron as if jesting. Just moments ago, it was Harry Potter who was drenched in cold sweat. Now, it was Ron who bore the same expression. He too felt that unsettling sensation of impending exposure. This was certainly not a pleasant feeling. Should they be discovered, Gryffindor's points would undoubtedly be stripped away. Not to mention their use of Polyjuice Potion to prank their classmates. Even the source of the potion's ingredients would be impossible to explain. I am just feeling a bit unwell, stammered Crabbe, his anxiety palpable. He feared that his actions might arouse Draco's suspicions. If Draco truly began to doubt them, all their efforts would be in vain. Nearby, Goyle wished to clarify for Crabbe. Yet the penetrating gaze of Draco silenced him. In that case, shall we not hasten our departure? I am quite exasperated with both of you, even when unwell. You continue to roam about. Draco cast a bewildered glance at the two individuals. One was suffering from a headache today, while the other seemed to have lost their senses. He couldn't comprehend the peculiar behavior of both of them during this period. Draco spoke as he strode forward. Why did you two encounter that Weasley today? I must inform you that this Weasley is eagerly awaiting the opportunity to capture the heir of Slytherin. Draco cast a glance at his two followers behind him, then said with a scornful expression, You ought to be cautious. If he fails to locate the heir of Slytherin, do ensure that you two do not get ensnared in the process. If it were true that you both were the heirs of Slytherin, it would surely bring ridicule upon our house. Draco was acutely aware that the two individuals behind him were neither Crabbe nor Goyle, but rather Harry Potter and Ron in disguise. Thus, his tone towards them was exceedingly harsh. The impostors, Crabbe and Goyle, were at a loss for words, merely nodding silently as they followed Draco to the Slytherin common room. By the way, do you recall the password for the Slytherin common room this week? I seem to have forgotten it, despite reminding you all to remember it this morning. Draco suddenly halted, his expression one of confusion as he gazed at the two figures before him. It appeared as if he had genuinely forgotten the password to the Slytherin common room. The individuals standing in front of him were not the authentic Crabbe and Goyle. Rather, they were Harry Potter and Ron Weasley in disguise. As both Harry and Ron belonged to Gryffindor, how could they possibly know the password to Slytherin's sanctuary? The atmosphere grew palpably tense, enveloped in an uncomfortable silence that seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Beads of cold sweat poured from their brows, and they found themselves utterly helpless, silently beseeching the heavens for mercy. Fortunately, it seemed that fate had heard their silent prayers, for Draco soon recollected the answer. Ah, I remember now, he exclaimed. The password for this week is pure blood. Draco suddenly experienced a moment of clarity and turned to address the two individuals behind him. It appeared as though he sought their counsel. However, the two were not members of Slytherin and were utterly unaware of the password, merely nodding in agreement. Little did he know that the password was fundamentally incorrect, as he had repeatedly shouted pure blood in vain at the entrance of the Slytherin common room. Crab, Goyle. What is going on? Isn't the password for the Slytherin common room pure blood? Do you not also recall it being pure blood? Could there possibly be a mistake? Draco gradually approached the two individuals, an oppressive atmosphere thickening around them. Had the situation not escalated so swiftly, they might have fled by now, rather than willingly engaging in Draco's heart-pounding games. The relief they had felt moments ago was now overshadowed by a desire to reprimand themselves for their earlier joy. The unexpected turn of events had come upon them too quickly. How could they possibly navigate this predicament? Nevertheless, Draco had witnessed enough of their discomfort. After a brief moment of awkwardness, it seemed he recalled a new command. With a single gesture, he smoothly led them into the Slytherin common room. Please, take a seat here. I shall fetch something entertaining for you. Draco greeted them, and the two took their seats, making their way to their usual spots. Fun stuff. For some reason, upon hearing those words, a chill ran down their spines. The brief interaction with Draco would require a lifetime to heal from. They sat in the Slytherin common room, feeling somewhat restless. All the notable figures of Slytherin were present, including Zabini, Theodore, and the less amicable Salazar. Curiously, they had all chosen to remain together. However, when Crabbe and Goyle entered, every gaze in the room converged on these few individuals, instilling an unprecedented sense of dread. Come quickly and see this, Draco proclaimed, brandishing a newspaper before the two, as rumors circulated that Arthur Weasley had conspired with the Malfoy family's house elf, Dobby, to pilfer the Malfoy family's wealth, subsequently bestowing these ill-gotten gains upon Harry Potter. Draco spoke each word deliberately, his tone remarkably slow, as if he were intentionally pausing for the reactions of the two individuals before him. That's impossible. Crabbe, having overheard Draco's disparaging remarks about Arthur Weasley, immediately interjected in protest. How can it be impossible? Draco retorted, Crabbe, I sense something amiss with you today, as if you have been possessed by a Weasley. Perhaps you truly ought to examine your thoughts more closely. Draco cast a disdainful glance at Crabbe, a look Ron was all too familiar with, reminiscent of how Draco typically regarded him, with the contempt reserved for refuse. Crabbe fell into a prolonged silence, his mind racing as he struggled to comprehend why every word he uttered seemed to expose him. He harbored the unsettling conviction that when he stood before Malfoy, he was utterly devoid of secrets. No, you've misunderstood my intent, he retorted. I meant to say, how could that incompetent Weasley possibly bribe Dobby? One must possess wealth to engage in such transactions, and who is unaware of his family's poverty? Left with no alternative, Crabbe resorted to tarnishing his own reputation in a desperate bid to absolve himself of guilt. You make a valid point. It is indeed astonishing that anyone outside would believe such tales. That impoverished Weasley, how could he afford to bribe anyone? He struggles merely to sustain himself. Draco's laughter grew increasingly malevolent as he spoke. He seemed to be teasing me much like one would a small puppy, having just finished tormenting Crabbe before turning his attention to me and Goyle. I remarked, the truly wretched individual is none other than Dumbledore. Just look at the mess he created last semester. Surely, there can be no one worse than him in the world. My words were laced with a sense of complaint. Yet, this provocation demanded a response from Harry Potter, as it was intended for Ron Weasley to witness. He felt compelled to express his admiration for Dumbledore in front of his followers, striving to make the esteemed wizard regard him as more manageable than others. Oh, but that was not the case. Harry, without a moment's hesitation, spoke up. Following this was Draco's scrutinizing gaze. You two are truly off today. If it weren't for your identical appearances, I would suspect you had been switched at birth. So tell me, if Dumbledore is not the worst, then who is? Draco furrowed his brow as he gazed at Goyle before him. It is Harry Potter who is truly the most wretched individual. When Harry Potter becomes enraged, he berates even himself. Draco was evidently taken aback by Goyle's words. He stood there in a daze. Harry Potter, if he were to hear this, would surely be quite astonished, wouldn't he? He probably never imagined he possessed a strength surpassing that of Dumbledore. Suddenly, Zabini interjected with a remark. If Harry Potter were aware that he excelled in this regard over Dumbledore, he certainly would not be pleased. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Crabbe and Goyle, not wishing to be left out, forced awkward smiles that were anything but pleasant. Nonetheless, Goyle did not lose sight of their purpose for being there, abruptly shifting the conversation. He posed a question to Draco. With the recent uproar surrounding the Slytherin chamber, do you know who the heir of Slytherin is? Harry Potter felt as though he could scarcely endure the atmosphere any longer. If he remained there for just a few more minutes, he feared he might lose his sanity. Thus, he decided to be straightforward, cutting to the chase. Draco turned to face Goyle, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Enveloped in a moment of silence that lingered so long it made Harry Potter feel as though his heart might leap from his chest. It was as if Draco could see right through him, yet Harry dared not make a single move. "I have stated repeatedly that I do not know who the heir of Slytherin is. Why do you persist in asking me this? I am not omniscient. How could I possibly know everything?" Draco spoke nonchalantly. Upon finishing his words, he promptly seated himself opposite Crabbe and Goyle. Draco's response took Harry Potter by surprise. However, upon reflection, it became evident that there were indeed numerous young wizards in the vicinity of the Slytherin common room. Although the majority of the young wizards in Slytherin House were of pure blood, they had no reason to fear the threat posed by the monster lurking within the Chamber of Secrets. Draco need not be overly cautious of them. However, it is challenging to ascertain whether a fellow Slytherin might cultivate a friendship with someone from another house. Should there be a student who befriends a member of Hufflepuff, a careless slip of the tongue could swiftly unveil the truth to the entire Hogwarts. Draco might be reluctant to publicly acknowledge that he is the heir of Slytherin for this reason. Thus, Harry Potter felt compelled to broach the subject indirectly. However, now everyone claims that Harry Potter is the heir of Slytherin. Do you not share this sentiment? Harry deftly shifted the focus onto himself, eager to discern Draco's perspective regarding this rumor. If Draco were indeed the heir of Slytherin, he would undoubtedly relish the opportunity to bestow this title upon Harry. After all, the heir of Slytherin has caused quite a stir at Hogwarts, and should this identity be exposed, it would surely incite chaos and turmoil. In such a scenario, having a scapegoat to bear the blame would be most advantageous. Let us engage in a simple exercise of perspective. If Harry Potter were the heir of Slytherin, and someone had already nearly tarnished the reputation of this title, it is in Harry's nature to feign support for that individual while subtly undermining the notion that they are the heir of Slytherin. With the artful insinuations reminiscent of legendary tales, he would deftly shift the blame onto another. Harry Potter as the heir of Slytherin? Who would dare propagate such nonsense? The heir of Slytherin certainly does not require a Gryffindor. Draco, with a disdainful glance at Goyle before him, began his mockery. If you were to claim yourself as the heir of Slytherin, it would be far more credible than Harry Potter's claim to the same title. For you at least can be considered pure blood, whereas Harry Potter cannot. Goyle found himself momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain whether to laugh or to refrain. Draco's words did not sound like a compliment. How could I possibly be the heir of Slytherin? Do not jest, Malfoy. It is you who embodies the essence of Slytherin's heir, for only someone like you is worthy of such a title. Harry, unable to confront directly, prepared to set a trap for Draco. The moment Draco revealed even the slightest flaw, Harry would discern whether he truly was the heir of Slytherin. Do not mistake me for the heir of Slytherin. I am not so foolish. If I were the heir, the first to be petrified would undoubtedly be Harry Potter. I could never allow him to traverse the petrified world unscathed, Draco disdainfully remarked, then turned to retrieve the delicate pastries that Pansy had just delivered. Harry Potter and Ron exchanged glances, their suspicions about Draco not being the heir of Slytherin solidifying. Yet, this revelation did not bring them the anticipated joy. It implied yet another interruption in their quest for clues, leaving them bereft of any further targets for suspicion. Should they fail to uncover the true heir of Slytherin, Harry Potter might bear the burden of blame for eternity. It was fortunate that those petrified individuals had remained unharmed. However, if calamity were to befall them, Harry's fate would be sealed. The two friends still wished to inquire further about this matter with Draco. In the eyes of others, Draco has always been regarded as an individual remarkably well-informed. Securing a few leads from him would indeed render their endeavor worthwhile. However, before they could act, a lightning-like scar began to manifest on Goyle's forehead, while Crabbe was inexplicably sprouting red hair. Both were acutely aware that their cover was about to be compromised. Seizing the opportunity while Draco turned to indulge in a snack, they prepared to make their exit from the Slytherin common room. This must be the first occasion for these two friends to visit the Slytherin lounge, so why the haste to depart without further conversation? Draco did not turn back, yet his words sent a chill down the spines of Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. "Shall we greet them, my friends?" he inquired. Draco smiled as he glanced at the other young wizards of Slytherin. They had all surmised what Draco was planning, which is why they had chosen to linger, eagerly anticipating the unfolding spectacle. Harry Potter, however, was determined not to be caught, and exchanged a glance with Ron Weasley before preparing to dash outside. Little did they know, They were confronted head-on by Salazar Slytherin and Blaise Zabini, who were already stationed outside. "Don't run away, gentlemen. Should we refer to you as Harry Potter and Ron Weasley? Or shall we call you Crabbe and Goyle instead?" Zabini said with a mischievous grin, slowly advancing towards them. The surrounding Slytherin wizards multiplied, encircling Harry and Ron, leaving them with no avenue of escape. At that moment, their potion wore off completely, and the young wizards who had previously appeared as Crabbe and Goyle instantly reverted to Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. However, Harry was not entirely himself, for Draco had just taken his glasses. Realizing he had been outsmarted, Harry understood that Draco Malfoy might have known from the outset that Crabbe and Goyle were merely disguises he and Ron had assumed. Draco's willingness to engage in this charade was likely intended to expose them. Now, Zabini, we ought to invite our guests to Professor Snape's office. Since they're so curious about the Slytherin common room, why not go directly to Professor Snape? Perhaps they could learn even more." Draco smiled with a gentle courtesy, yet his words were imbued with a chilling coldness. Who among them was unaware that the professor with the most strained relationship with Harry Potter in the entire school was none other than Professor Snape? Moreover, Professor Snape was notorious for his penchant for deducting points from Gryffindor. Had it been another professor, perhaps the consequences would not have been so severe. However, with Snape, it was a different story altogether. Had Harry Potter been under the scrutiny of Professor Snape, expulsion would certainly not have been a possibility. Yet Gryffindor's chances at the House Cup this year would undoubtedly be extinguished. Draco possesses a modicum of understanding regarding the animosity between Professor Snape and Harry Potter. Out of consideration for Harry's father, Professor Snape would impose harsh penalties upon Harry, yet, in deference to his mother, he would not expel him. This circumstance conveniently serves Draco's purpose. Hogwarts presently requires a scapegoat to capture everyone's attention, and Harry Potter is the quintessential choice. Draco merely seeks to impart a minor lesson to Harry. Unbeknownst to Harry and Ron, upon hearing that they were to be sent to Professor Snape's office, their faces drained of color. Harry's expression fluctuated as he pondered whether Professor Dumbledore would intervene on his behalf. During his previous visit to Dumbledore's office, he had discerned that the headmaster firmly believed him to be the chosen one, albeit temporarily. Now Hogwarts, in need of a visible savior to divert the attention of nefarious individuals, relied on Dumbledore's continued belief in Harry's status. As long as Dumbledore regarded him as the savior, Harry would not face expulsion. However, Harry remained uncertain whether Dumbledore would forsake them in this predicament. Despite his grim countenance, Harry, under the pressure of numerous Slytherin wizards, made his way to Professor Snape's office. The enmity between Slytherin and Gryffindor was well known. Upon witnessing such a significant blunder from Gryffindor's savior, Slytherin students were eager to broadcast it throughout the school. Laughter and merriment echoed from the Slytherin quarters. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, Dumbledore had also heard of Harry's apprehension and hurried to the scene. "Indeed, as Malfoy suggested, you have used Polyjuice Potion to deceive your classmates." Professor Snape regarded Harry with a gaze full of revulsion. Harry and Ron Weasley kept their heads lowered, too intimidated to meet Snape's piercing eyes. "Tell me, where did you procure the ingredients for the Polyjuice Potion? Given your lack of skill, I doubt you could have gathered them. Did you steal them?" Snape's tone grew increasingly grave as he advanced towards Harry, who instinctively retreated a few steps, intimidated by Snape's imposing presence. Yet, he dared not respond or provoke Snape further at such a critical moment. "Who is your accomplice? With your rudimentary potion-making abilities, you couldn't possibly have concocted it alone. The Polyjuice Potion requires extensive preparation, does it not? You are a born miscreant." Severus Snape's words grew increasingly sharp, as if he were venting all the pent-up anger he had harbored in his mind towards Harry Potter. It was as though he seized upon this opportunity to express his dissatisfaction with Harry's father. Both Harry Potter and Ron Weasley kept their heads bowed in silence, knowing full well that they could not betray Hermione. At times, a careless retort could deepen another's fury, yet there were moments when silence could provoke even greater ire. "You should be grateful I am not the head of Gryffindor House. Otherwise, I would expel you from Hogwarts and report this matter to Professor Dumbledore, ensuring you are personally escorted back to where you belong," Snape declared with finality. Harry Potter was no fool. He grasped the implication of Snape's words and suddenly lifted his gaze. "Professor, are you suggesting that Ron and I should leave school?" Harry had witnessed the wonders of magic and had no desire to return to the mundane world. If he were expelled from Hogwarts, other magical institutions would likely refuse him as well. Was he truly destined to return to his aunt and uncle's house? The last time he had sought refuge with the Weasley family, it had resulted in a rather unpleasant confrontation with his relatives. You ought to have considered this while engaging in such antics, Snape continued, still seething with anger. Severus, calm yourself, Professor Dumbledore intervened just in time, refusing to allow Harry and Ron to be expelled. Harry Potter was deemed the chosen one, and as long as he remained useful, Dumbledore would ensure he stayed under his watchful eye. Ron Weasley was equally valuable, serving as a link between Harry and Neville Longbottom. If Ron were expelled, Dumbledore would lose the ability to monitor their communications effectively. I have already familiarized myself with the events that transpired. Indeed, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley are at fault. Yet they are merely second-year wizards, still immature in their understanding. Upon hearing the shift in Dumbledore's tone, Harry and Ron exchanged glances, exhaling in relief. The fact that Dumbledore was willing to speak on their behalf suggested that expulsion was unlikely, and as for any other punishment, they were less concerned. Expulsion would be excessively harsh. We have all made mistakes in our youth, Dumbledore remarked playfully, winking at Harry and Ron. Then, Professor Dumbledore, what do you propose? Should we merely allow these two to continue as they are, deceiving classmates with potions and pilfering ingredients at Hogwarts? One might mistakenly believe that it was not a young wizard, but rather a thief being taught by Hogwarts. Salarbach spoke gravely to Dumbledore. Following a confrontation with Dumbledore last semester, Salarbach had amassed considerable prestige among the Slytherin young wizards and had consequently become much bolder. Born into a pureblood family, his senses were remarkably acute, allowing him to perceive that Dumbledore had arranged for individuals to monitor him. Seizing this opportunity, he boldly expressed his discontent. Given that most of Slytherin comprised pureblood young wizards who wielded significant economic influence within the wizarding world, should Dumbledore exhibit any serious dissatisfaction with purebloods or show undue favoritism towards Harry Potter and his companions, the purebloods could unite to bring Dumbledore down. Dumbledore regarded Salarbach with a profound gaze. Although Sala had not exhibited any overtly unusual behavior recently, it was evident that this young wizard was growing increasingly audacious. Of course not. Those who err must face the consequences. Dumbledore, not one to act foolishly, would not engage in actions that could be perceived as favoritism. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, having misused Polyjuice Potion to play pranks on their classmates, would not escape unscathed. Given that their actions had not resulted in dire consequences, each would receive a deduction of 50 points from their house, and furthermore, the cleanliness of Slytherin House would henceforth be entrusted to them for the upcoming semester. This punishment, while not excessively harsh, was certainly not lenient either. However, this greatly pleased the young wizards of Slytherin. In their eyes, household chores were the domain of house elves, and Dumbledore's punishment implied that Harry Potter was akin to a house elf of Slytherin. Yet, Harry was unfazed. He was no stranger to household tasks during his time at his aunt's home. Dumbledore would certainly not wish for Harry to be expelled, and compared to confinement, the significance of cleaning in Slytherin would be far greater. Even he believed that the heir of Slytherin might indeed be found within Slytherin itself. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley could seize the opportunity of cleaning to seek traces of Slytherin's heir. As for the matter of house points, if they were deducted, so be it. As long as no one cared about the final outcome of the House Cup, the exact number of points held little importance. At most, they would endure a few disdainful glances upon returning to Gryffindor, but during this period, Harry had already suffered enough scorn for being labeled the heir of Slytherin. Thus, he was indifferent to a few more disapproving looks. As for this punishment, it held even less significance for Weasley. Those who engaged in mischief alongside Harry would merely believe that Harry had led him astray, and even if Weasley incurred a deduction of 50 points for Gryffindor, it would not pose a significant issue. The ire of the young wizards was entirely directed at Harry. After Dumbledore concluded his remarks, he glanced at Harry and Ron. The two exchanged knowing looks, fully aware that this was the best possible outcome for them. Were they to fall into Professor Snape's hands, the punishment would surely be more severe, not less. Thus, they nodded swiftly, eager to finalize this matter. Oh, by the way, regarding this incident, I still need to clarify some details. Who discovered that Harry Potter and his companions were using Polyjuice Potion? The Polyjuice Potion is an elixir capable of transforming one's appearance. It is not that Dumbledore looks down upon these young wizards. Rather, they simply lack the ability to discern the intricacies of the Polyjuice Potion within a short span of time. During his journey, he also learned that Harry Potter had only briefly resided in Slytherin before being promptly discovered. This news was far from favorable. Slytherin is predominantly populated by the descendants of Death Eaters. Although he publicly claims to accept these surrendered Death Eaters and treats them equally to ordinary individuals, deep down, he harbors doubts about their capacity for genuine reform. He even suspects that when Voldemort inevitably resurfaces, the Death Eaters will once again rally to his cause. Thus, among each cohort of young wizards, his primary concern lies with Gryffindor and Slytherin. Gryffindor will emerge as the valiant warriors, steadfastly standing at the forefront against Voldemort. Conversely, Slytherin is an institution Dumbledore remains wary of, as he must guard against the emergence of Voldemort's formidable allies within its ranks. Should a young wizard possess the remarkable ability to swiftly identify the flaws in the Polyjuice Potion, it would signify that he is exceptionally perceptive and gifted. The presence of such a talented wizard in Voldemort's camp would not bode well for Dumbledore. Moreover, if such a prodigious young wizard were to appear at Hogwarts and inadvertently cause a misstep, it would represent a significant loss for Dumbledore. Therefore, he must ensure that everything remains within manageable bounds. The Slytherin students exchanged glances, hesitating over whether to betray Draco. However, upon locking eyes with him, their resolve faltered, and they retreated, leaving Draco standing alone. "So, it is Mr. Malfoy, is it?" Dumbledore inquired, raising an eyebrow, seemingly astonished by the answer provided by the Slytherin students. "Very well, Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Draco Malfoy. I would like you three to accompany me to my office." Draco's parents, Lucius Malfoy and Narcissa Malfoy, embody the quintessential traits of Slytherin, gifted, yet undeniably lacking in formidable strength. Draco's grandfather, Abraxas Malfoy, possessed a certain strength, yet his early demise rendered him unable to offer substantial assistance to Draco. This observation alone suffices to deduce that Draco's keen senses were not cultivated through experience. Dumbledore, however, refrained from hastily judging a mere 12-year-old wizard and wished to keep his intentions concealed from the assembly of young wizards present. Consequently, he summoned a select few to his office. The Slytherin wizards harbored concerns for Draco. The remaining companions, all good friends of Draco, likely suspected that he intended to confront Harry Potter and believed that the recent incident was a deliberate scheme orchestrated by him. They worried that Dumbledore had uncovered Draco's machinations and might seek to confront him. Nevertheless, Draco maintained a composed demeanor, offering his peers a reassuring glance before accompanying Dumbledore to the headmaster's office. "Please recount the events as they transpired, starting with you, Harry Potter," Dumbledore stated gravely upon entering the office. Unable to ascertain whether Draco Malfoy would speak the truth, he sought information from Harry's account to discern the veracity of Draco's statements. At this juncture, Harry, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, recounted the events in meticulous detail, including how they had pilfered Professor Snape's ingredients and deceived Draco with the Polyjuice Potion. He even relayed the information they had extracted from Draco without reservation. Dumbledore listened intently, nodding thoughtfully at crucial moments. Once the narrative concluded, an eerie silence enveloped the room, with no one daring to utter a word. "Mr. Malfoy, you are indeed a clever young wizard. When did you ascertain that Harry Potter and Ron Weasley were impersonating Crabbe and Goyle?" Based on Harry's depiction, it appeared that Draco had discerned the ruse from the outset. However, this seemed improbable, for even he could not instantly identify those masquerading under the effects of the Polyjuice Potion. He would need to analyze their behavior to deduce their true identities. This circumstance presents two possibilities. The first is that Draco Malfoy was entirely unaware of Harry and Ron's impersonation, merely stumbling upon the truth after conversing with them. The second possibility suggests that Draco possesses extraordinary perceptual abilities, enabling him to instantly recognize the imposters. If the former scenario holds true, Dumbledore might find it acceptable. However, if the latter is accurate, it would be quite alarming. Draco's mind was whirling at a rapid pace as he prepared to give Dumbledore a fright. "From the very beginning, I was aware that the two of them were merely impersonating." Draco retained the demeanor of an insufferably arrogant child, as if he were particularly proud of his own discoveries. His delight unmistakably etched upon his face. Even Dumbledore, upon encountering him, perceived him as a child devoid of deeper thoughts. Yet, this very child possessed an extraordinary talent. Should he choose to align himself with Voldemort, the consequences would be dire. It was conceivable that they would never be able to infiltrate with another spy again. Such a formidable gift indeed. "Mr. Malfoy," Dumbledore mused sincerely. He had never encountered a young wizard with sharper insight than Draco Malfoy. However, Draco's subsequent words left him utterly astonished. "I believe you have misunderstood, Professor Dumbledore. What I meant to convey is that I knew from the outset that Crabbe and Goyle were impersonating Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. However, I did not mention this matter. It was a realization I came to on my own. Draco is certainly not a fool. Having acknowledged the situation, he would not leave himself in a predicament. Surely, he understands that prematurely revealing his talents could spell disaster. But who informed you of this? Even Dumbledore had to concede that Draco's words were indeed shocking. A multitude of names flashed through his mind. Who could have disclosed the information to Draco Malfoy? Might it be Voldemort? Or perhaps a spy lurking within Gryffindor? Or someone else entirely unknown to Dumbledore? I cannot say. He merely left a note on my desk. Initially, I was skeptical, but Salazar mentioned that the handwriting bore a striking resemblance to that of someone who had previously sent him a message. Thus, I chose to believe it. And indeed, the truth has proven to be as such. Draco nonchalantly expressed his satisfaction, his triumph evident upon his visage. Even Dumbledore found it impossible to discern any signs of deceit from his countenance. He, however, was not entirely confident. He had previously perused Salazar's memories, but they were far too numerous and chaotic, yielding no valuable information. Perhaps he had overlooked something, and it was high time to engage Salazar in a heartfelt conversation. Having neglected him for an entire semester, indeed, he had not been sufficiently attentive to his students. If Salazar possessed any recollection of that handwriting, could it be that the individual guiding Salazar was the same as the one guiding Draco? The enigmatic figure behind this was not only critical of himself, but also of the savior he believed in. This mysterious entity relentlessly targeted both himself and Harry Potter. Could it be linked to Voldemort? Yet, Dumbledore could not match anyone among the Death Eaters to this unknown adversary, and he felt increasingly adrift. As Mr. Salazar had remarked, it had been far too long since he had conversed with him, reflecting poorly on his competence as headmaster. Dumbledore sighed repeatedly and continued, "Do you still retain that note? If only I could obtain it, perhaps it would reveal some insights, such as the handwriting of the mastermind." The note had been destroyed by Salazar, who insisted that it needed to be discarded, and thereafter, Salazar had been absent for the entire day. When Dumbledore inquired about it the following day, Salazar accused him of slandering him, claiming he had never engaged in such actions. Dumbledore found himself utterly perplexed by him. Draco expressed his disdain, appearing utterly perplexed by Sala. Yet, Draco failed to comprehend the underlying meaning of this situation, while Dumbledore did. The fact that one could articulate this matter clearly one day, only to forget it entirely the next, indicated that an unseen force had imposed a complete amnesia upon the young wizard. This individual had meticulously erased all traces of the incident from Sala's mind. It was possible that previous communications between him and Sala had also been obliterated through similar means, which explained why he had gleaned nothing during his last use of the memory charm. At that time, he had not detected any signs of this magical erasure, suggesting that the caster possessed exceptional skill. It seemed futile to pursue Sala any further, as the memory of the incident had likely been entirely expunged. "I understand, Mr. Malfoy. Should this matter arise again, you may certainly present me with a note, for that would be far more effective than seeking me out after the fact." "The two scenarios are fundamentally different," Dumbledore remarked, his words intentionally vague, knowing Draco would grasp their significance. In the former case, Draco would approach Dumbledore directly, allowing him to confront Harry Potter, which would imply that Harry and his friends had indeed erred gravely. In the latter scenario, however, it could easily be misconstrued as a mere rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor, potentially allowing Harry to escape culpability. Yet, Dumbledore could not afford to dwell on such concerns. He had no shortage of saviors. If he could uncover information about the enigmatic figure behind this, what would it matter if he had to find a new champion? "Very well, I understand." Draco responded curtly, yet he noticed Dumbledore's unwavering gaze fixed upon him. He understood that Dumbledore would not fully place his trust in him. Thus, he was certain there would be contingencies in place, such as the use of legilimency. Draco's mind-blocking technique is exceptionally formidable. Even Dumbledore finds it exceedingly challenging to delve into the memories housed within his mind. However, Draco cannot easily reveal the strength of his formidable mental defenses. The potency of such mind-blocking abilities typically arises from two sources, one being innate talent, and the other being developed through rigorous training. Draco belongs to the first category of innate talents, having inherited his mother's formidable mental shielding abilities. Generally speaking, this could be revealed, as Dumbledore is somewhat aware of Narcissa's formidable mind-blocking skills. However, once Dumbledore becomes cognizant of Draco's impressive mental defenses, he may unwittingly succumb to conspiracy theories. Even if he understands that Draco's abilities are likely inherited, he would still impose upon him some unfavorable intentions. Draco had numerous tasks left unfinished, and it was utterly impossible for him to arouse even the slightest suspicion in Dumbledore. Thus, Draco found himself with but one option: to relinquish his memories, to resist the urge to employ the mind-blocking spell, and to allow Dumbledore unfettered access to his thoughts. However, within the depths of his memories lay an abundance of unspeakable secrets. Should Dumbledore uncover them, it would be far more grave than the discovery of his formidable mind-blocking abilities. Draco had long anticipated this moment, meticulously crafting a faude for his own memories. Indeed, as he had foreseen, upon lifting his gaze, he found himself ensnared by the profound depths of Dumbledore's eyes. A sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, prompting an instinctive attempt to employ the mental occlusion he had mastered. However, he soon relinquished this endeavor, feigning a sense of helplessness, allowing Dumbledore to delve into his memories unimpeded. The young wizard's physique was fragile, ill-equipped to endure the intrusion of legilimency, and he swiftly succumbed to a state of disorientation. Even Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, standing nearby, sensed something amiss. Harry, unfamiliar with the concept of legilimency, did not perceive the underlying cause. Yet his gaze flitted anxiously between Dumbledore and Draco Malfoy. Draco, with his feeble physique, was on the verge of collapse. Yet Dumbledore appeared to be far from finished with his scrutiny. He could hardly believe that Draco was genuinely unaware of anything. Thus, when he found nothing of consequence, he stubbornly resumed his search. However, Draco was unwilling to grant him any further chances. Despite the knowledge that his mind was devoid of information, his frail body could no longer endure the strain. "Professor Dumbledore," he said, "I suddenly feel unwell and wish to return." Draco's expression suddenly soured, revealing his palpable impatience. Yet he seemed oblivious to Dumbledore employing legilimency upon him. He grumbled irritably, "Perhaps due to my restless night. I feel particularly dizzy now and need to retire for some rest." His tone resembled an announcement rather than a request. Despite standing before the esteemed headmaster, he maintained the haughty demeanor befitting his lineage. Dumbledore, reminded by Draco's words, promptly regained his composure and ceased his probing into the young wizard's mind. Indeed, he acknowledged that he had overstepped this time, driven by an insatiable curiosity to uncover the identity of the puppet master. Dumbledore had glimpsed the handwriting on that note within Draco's memories, yet for reasons unknown, the appearance of the note had become particularly obscure in Draco's mind. Unable to ascertain the style of the writing completely, Dumbledore sought to delve deeper into Draco's recollections to uncover the origin of this enigmatic piece of paper. However, within Draco's memories, it seemed the note had materialized out of thin air. Dumbledore realized that Draco's memories might have been tampered with. Fortunately, he had summoned Draco quickly enough that the interference had not been thorough. Thus, remnants of information regarding the note lingered in Draco's mind. This was sufficient for Dumbledore to conclude that the mysterious figure was indeed lurking within Hogwarts. While he could not ascertain any connection between this enigmatic individual and the heir of Slytherin, he could determine that this person harbored unequivocal malice towards both himself and Harry Potter. "Very well, you may return now. Mr. Malfoy, do take care to rest. You have worked hard today," Dumbledore said with a gentle smile, as if the earlier incident had no bearing on him whatsoever. And it appeared that Draco's dizziness was merely a consequence of his previous lack of rest. Draco nodded, departing from Dumbledore's office with an air of despondency. He appeared genuinely fatigued, making his way directly to his dormitory. Upon his return, he found the room completely devoid of company. Yet, as exhaustion enveloped him, he suddenly regained a semblance of vigor. After casting a silencing charm around the room, he could no longer contain his ire. In a fit of discouragement, he kicked a nearby ornament, sending a ceramic vase crashing to the floor, shattering it into countless pieces. The sound of the ceramic fracturing offered a modicum of solace to his simmering rage. All of this stemmed from his perceived inadequacy. Had he truly possessed the strength he sought, he would not have so willingly relinquished control of his mind, allowing Dumbledore to sift through his memories. Such an act was a profound humiliation for Draco. If Dumbledore was to disregard the dignity of a young wizard, neglecting both his pride and well-being to invade his thoughts, then Draco felt justified in retaliating. It was high time Dumbledore faced some tribulations. His tenure as headmaster had been remarkably unchallenged, to the point where no one dared to defy his authority. Moreover, no one seemed to remember that his beloved had once been a dark sorcerer. feared throughout the magical realm. Patience was key. These matters required careful consideration and time. Draco took a moment to compose himself, employing magic to restore the shattered ornament to its former glory. Without hesitation, he retrieved a sheet of parchment and began to pen a letter to his family. Dear Father and Mother, regrettably, I shall not be returning home for this Christmas, and I am quite uncertain about the condition of our mandrakes. Recently, Hogwarts has experienced a resurgence of petrification incidents, causing considerable anxiety among the young wizards. Some have taken to visiting Professor Sprout daily to observe the maturation of the mandrakes, fearing that they may lack the antidote should they find themselves petrified. Father, how are our mandrakes faring? What are the new ones you have planted? I would dread the thought of being petrified without an antidote at hand. And I have no desire to beseech Professor Sprout for her potions. Only those of lesser lineage would resort to that. I wonder if the magical community is aware of the happenings at Hogwarts. Will they purchase our mandrakes? If your mandrakes come to fruition, we could potentially have a substantial quantity to sell, perhaps enough to procure the latest model of a broomstick. Even if we cannot sell them externally, selling to Hogwarts would still be advantageous. Father, have you discerned anything regarding Dobby's recent actions? Why did he suddenly attack me? The students within the house speculate that Dobby was incited by another, believing the instigator to be either Harry Potter or a member of the Weasley family. After all, the principal beneficiary of my injury would undoubtedly be Harry, followed closely by Ron Weasley. Our families have always been at odds, making it plausible that they could have bribed Dobby. Furthermore, they surmise that the recent thefts in our household could only have been perpetrated by Dobby, as only an insider would know the whereabouts of our most valuable possessions. I cannot ascertain the truth of their claims, but I have not seen Dobby since the Quidditch match. Has he returned to Malfoy Manor? If so, Father, please ensure he receives a lesson. The last time he attacked me, I fell from my broom and it was quite painful. That is all for now, as I have some assignments to attend to. Please respond swiftly. I find myself yearning for Mother-S delightful treats. Yours sincerely, Draco. In Draco's brief missive lies an abundance of information. Firstly, he conveys to Lucius the significance of the mandrake root, subtly suggesting that Lucius should publicly acknowledge its existence. It is imperative to inform the wizarding world that the Malfoy family possesses a considerable quantity of mandrake. Draco intends to take action regarding the mandrake, and should the Malfoy family disclose their possession only after the mandrakes at Hogwarts have been destroyed, they may arouse suspicion. This could potentially lead to conspiracy theories surrounding the Malfoy lineage. The Malfoy family, in pursuit of greater profit, orchestrated the destruction of the mandrakes at Hogwarts, potentially even inciting their own son to carry out this act. After all, Draco Malfoy was present at Hogwarts. Although their conspiracy theories might hold some truth, Draco himself wished to avert such calamities. Thus, he felt compelled to urge Lucius to publicly announce the existence of the Malfoy family's mandrakes and their commencement of sales. Even if the mandrakes at Hogwarts were to be obliterated subsequently, the Malfoy mandrakes would appear legitimate, absolving Draco of any suspicion. Moreover, Draco sought to remind Lucius not to fixate solely on the magical realm. The mandrakes could also be retained for sale to Hogwarts. However, Draco's words were somewhat vague, merely leaving a fleeting impression on Lucius. Thanks to the potions previously supplied by Draco, the Malfoy family could swiftly replicate mandrakes in bulk, alleviating any concerns regarding inventory. When the Hogwarts mandrakes were depleted, even if Lucius lacked immediate stock, planting new ones would incur minimal delay. Additionally, Draco intended to inform Lucius about Dobby. He aimed to leverage Dobby's situation to implicate Harry Potter and the Weasley family, hoping to spread rumors within the magical community that linked Dobby and the Weasleys as a band of thieves. This maneuver might not reveal immediate issues, but the discovery of Riddle's diary would pose significant problems. The revelation of Riddle's diary would signify that Voldemort had created something exceedingly sinister concealed within the Malfoy household. At that point, the Malfoy family could conveniently shift the blame onto the Weasleys and Harry Potter, claiming, with righteous indignation, that for the safety of the magical world, they had harbored this malevolent object for over a decade without anyone ever discovering its existence or any unfortunate incidents arising from it. Yet, the Weasleys and Harry Potter, in collusion with Dobby, had stolen this item, allowing it to wreak havoc once more. This would successfully divert the blame. Even if this matter reached Voldemort, it could be easily explained, as no one would suspect their own house elf. The Malfoy family would at most incur the charge of negligence in Voldemort's eyes, a far lighter sentence compared to past transgressions. Essentially, they could claim to have cleared themselves of both light and dark accusations. After executing this plan, Draco settled down to rest, and indeed, the following day, rumors began to circulate at Hogwarts. It was said that the Malfoy family had cultivated mandrakes for the benefit of all young witches and wizards at Hogwarts, and that they were now fully matured and available for sale within the magical community. This news spread like wildfire at Hogwarts, especially as many were in a state of panic due to petrification. Those petrified, including a cat, had yet to recover. The sudden rumor of the Malfoy family's possession of mature mandrakes implied that those afflicted could be restored. However, Headmaster Dumbledore did not immediately opt to procure mandrakes from the Malfoy family. The first reason was that shortly, Hogwarts' own mandrakes would also be maturing, rendering any purchase unnecessary. The second reason was his suspicion of the Malfoy family's intentions, despite not being able to discern the exact reason. Their prior affiliations with Death Eaters rendered them untrustworthy. Although the rumors escalated within Hogwarts, the administration remained unresponsive, merely assuring everyone to remain calm, affirming that Hogwarts would not forsake any young witch or wizard. Draco was quite pleased with the matter at hand. Lucius had set the price of the mature mandrakes at an astonishingly high rate, one that left many in disbelief. Only a select few pure-blooded aristocrats within the magical community would purchase one or two for home use. After all, they had children, some of whom were still attending Hogwarts. Although the creature within the Slytherin chamber would not target purebloods, one could never be certain when it might act irrationally and unleash chaos, necessitating some form of backup. Relying solely on the school's administration was not a viable option. Observing the sluggishness of the school's response, it was evident that only the financially strained would tolerate such delays. Had it been purebloods, there would have been an uproar long ago. The waters of Hogwarts had grown increasingly murky. Though Draco had initially instigated the turmoil, he now found himself disinterested in the affairs of the school. It had been far too long since he had last seen Riddle, and he was uncertain of Riddle's current endeavors. Recently, Riddle had been notably silent. In the past, whenever he engaged in misdeeds, rumors would circulate of people or animals being petrified. Yet, during this period, he found it peculiar that he could not locate the basilisk, and there had been no reports of young wizards falling victim to petrification. Draco found it quite challenging to discern Riddle's recent activities, considering the multitude of endeavors he could pursue. For instance, he might seek to uncover the reasons behind his previous failures. Alternatively, he could endeavor to identify any remaining infiltrators within Hogwarts. Or perhaps, he would exert every effort to siphon the life force of Ginny Weasley. Draco was uncertain about his current course of action, prompting him to seek an audience with Riddle. Following his conversation with Dumbledore, the latter had taken the precaution of dispatching individuals to monitor him. Typically, these watchers would remain undetected unless they were trained professionals. Thus far, the two young wizards who had received the mysterious notes were both from Slytherin, suggesting that the orchestrator behind the scenes had a bias towards Slytherin House, or perhaps that the mastermind was indeed situated within it. Additionally, Slytherin students were notably gullible, readily believing the notes delivered by the enigmatic figure. The first note had been given to Salazar Slytherin, who accepted it without hesitation and acted upon its contents against Headmaster Dumbledore, causing considerable turmoil and almost undermining Dumbledore's authority. The second note reached Draco Malfoy, who similarly placed his trust in it and promptly exposed the schemes of Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. Had Dumbledore not intervened in time, those two would have surely faced expulsion. The decision to monitor Slytherin House was twofold: to ascertain whether the mysterious figure was indeed residing there, and to preemptively counter any reappearance of the cryptic notes, allowing those in the shadows to prevent Slytherin students from falling prey to their allure. However, Dumbledore had evidently overlooked a critical detail. He had failed to consider that the notes had never truly existed, rendering the efforts of his sentinels futile. Draco skillfully evaded all encounters as he advanced towards the Slytherin chamber under the cloak of night. The chamber remained desolate, littered with the remains of various small creatures. An odor that seemed to invade the very soul permeated the air, startling him momentarily. Draco, already possessing a hint of germophobia, found it difficult to cope with such an environment. He could only frown and resolutely push his way toward the center. As he walked, the faint rustling sounds around him gradually eased his unease. He certainly did not wish for this hard-won visit to yield no results. What if the basilisk and Riddle were nowhere to be found, rendering his efforts futile? Given the present circumstances, Draco had no choice but to seek Riddle within the Slytherin chamber, as venturing elsewhere was not an option. Even if he encountered Riddle elsewhere, he would have to feign ignorance. After all, Riddle was akin to a ticking time bomb. One could never predict when he might erupt. Little Malfoy, what brings you here at this hour? Is there something amiss? It has been quite some time since our last encounter. Riddle turned to see Draco's figure, his surprise evident. Draco had not visited in several days. In Riddle's eyes, Draco was an exceedingly discreet subordinate who typically did not seek him out unless there was a task at hand. His presence today undoubtedly signified something of importance, prompting Riddle to bestow upon him a gracious demeanor. My dear master, in accordance with your previous instructions, I have placed the blame upon Harry Potter. However, due to the lingering presence of immature mandrakes within Hogwarts, Harry has not faced significant public backlash. On the contrary, under Dumbledore's protection, he continues to act as though nothing is amiss. Draco, overwhelmed by shame, lowered his head as if burdened by the inadequacy of not fulfilling Riddle's task completely. Riddle's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts as he attentively listened to Draco's words, suddenly averting his gaze. The reason Harry Potter had not faced severe punishment was due to the school's lingering hope. They were aware that there still existed a possibility to save those who had been petrified. Furthermore, they were confident that the incident bore no relation to Harry Potter. Once the spell was successfully lifted from the petrified individuals, Harry would regain his innocence. At that moment, for every person who had scorned Harry, there would be an equal number ready to restore their faith in him. This was a clever manipulation of collective guilt to bolster Harry Potter's reputation. I had overlooked the arrival of the mandrakes at Hogwarts. How long would it be until they reached maturity? The cultivation of mandrakes is notoriously challenging, requiring an extended period for growth. However, given the current circumstances, it implied that the mandrakes were nearing maturity. Riddle could not ascertain whether the mandrakes at Hogwarts were on the brink of ripeness, already matured, or possibly in the process of being harvested for potion making. Each of these distinct states necessitated a different approach. Draco furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing Riddle's inquiry. He had been closely monitoring the situation and was, of course, well informed. However, he could not afford to respond immediately with precision. An immediate and accurate reply would only arouse suspicion, particularly given Riddle's penchant for paranoia. Draco dared not reveal any signs of inconsistency. We first encountered the mandrake at the commencement of this academic term, and based on my estimations, it would take approximately another month or two for the mandrake to reach full maturity. Draco, embodying the demeanor of a pedant, engaged Riddle in speculation. As far as I am aware, there are no fully mature mandrakes at present. If there were, they would not wait for the day of unified antidote production, but would certainly have concocted a remedy in advance for those afflicted by petrification. After all, the matter of the Malfoy family's mandrakes has been widely discussed. If the school does not intend to procure the Malfoy's mature mandrakes, it must inform everyone that they, too, possess mature mandrakes. Otherwise, a sense of rebellion may arise among the students, believing that the institution does not regard them with sufficient seriousness. The most prudent course of action would be to locate a mature mandrake and create an antidote, administering it to a portion of the students beforehand, thereby proving that Hogwarts indeed has access to mature mandrakes. This would serve to placate the concerns of all. Once the hearts of the populace are soothed, the timing of the remaining potions becomes less significant. The young wizards remaining would not stir any considerable unrest. However, Hogwarts has not pursued this course of action, which may imply that not a single mandrake at Hogwarts has reached maturity. How well do you understand Hogwarts mandrakes? Riddle had searched through Ginny Weasley's memories, but her knowledge regarding Hogwarts mandrakes was indeed scant. Perhaps during this period, her mind was in a state of extreme disarray, rendering her oblivious to the myriad events at Hogwarts. Thus, Riddle had no choice but to inquire if Draco possessed any information regarding the mandrakes. Riddle's intention to implicate Harry Potter was, of course, to eliminate him, leaving no room for Dumbledore to grant Harry an escape. This was precisely the reason Draco sought Riddle today. He had no desire to act personally. A few words were enough to incite Riddle into action. The specifics elude me, but I know that the mandrakes remain in the herbology classroom, overseen by Professor Sprout. Due to the recent petrifications of young wizards, a sense of trepidation has permeated Hogwarts, prompting students to visit the herbology classroom periodically to observe the mandrakes. Draco paused as he spoke. This presented an uncertain variable. Should any other young wizards, driven by whimsy, happen upon the herbarium to observe the mandrakes, considerable upheaval would ensue. Unless those young wizards were immediately petrified by the basilisk upon sight, the moment they uttered a sound, matters would spiral into chaos. It was highly probable that Riddle would be exposed prematurely, making it exceedingly simple for Dumbledore to confront him. At present, Riddle was of use to Draco, and he was reluctant to see him removed from the equation so swiftly. However, Professor Sprout was not particularly keen on their continued observation. Fearing that the inexperienced young wizards might inadvertently damage the precious mandrakes, which were said to have exceptionally stringent requirements for their growth environment. As Draco spoke, he veered off onto another topic, a common affliction among young wizards. Many of them struggle to fully concentrate their attention. Draco feigned innocence in the presence of Riddle, intentionally diminishing his own intellect just a touch. Professor Sprout typically held classes on Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday mornings, when not teaching. She devoted her time to tending to her herbs in the greenhouse, only departing during curfew hours. However, once curfew was imposed, Filch began his rounds throughout Hogwarts. Filch, being somewhat inept, was easily evaded. Draco now finds himself entangled in a web of deception. He has refrained from informing Riddle about the fact that Filch possesses magical abilities. Filch, contrary to what one might assume, proves to be far more resourceful than anticipated. Perceived as a mere dullard, he evokes little suspicion from others. Many of the rumors propagated by Draco have been disseminated through Filch himself. If one were to liken Draco's subordinates to a corporation, Filch would undoubtedly be the adept public relations officer, and he performs his role remarkably well. Thus, Draco would never willingly forsake Filch unless absolutely necessary. Upon noticing a glimmer of malice in Riddle's eyes, Draco continued, "I am acquainted with Filch, and I could assist in stalling for some time. Filch typically patrols the herbarium around 8 in the evening. Thereafter, I can keep him occupied for you. If all else fails, you could resort to the killing curse. After all, a dead man can do no harm." Although Draco expressed a desire to protect Furk, he did not reveal a steadfast commitment to safeguarding him in front of Riddle. If he were to fully align himself with a mere puppet, it would indeed raise suspicions. Draco observed Riddle's moment of hesitation and decided to provide him with another piece of substantial information. "I am most willing to serve you, my dear master. However, recently, Harry Potter has fixated on me, believing that I am the one orchestrating his downfall. Consequently, I have already been summoned to Dumbledore's office for questioning. At this moment, I can sense an abundance of unseen gazes surrounding me." Draco spoke with considerable hesitation, yet he was resolutely intent on expressing his loyalty to Riddle. Riddle had indeed contemplated entrusting this matter to Draco, given his familiarity with the information regarding Mandrake. However, upon hearing that Dumbledore had set his sights on Draco, he abandoned this notion. Riddle still awaited Draco's assistance in crafting his alchemical body. He would not easily allow Draco to come to harm. Yet, if Draco were to pose a threat to his existence, it would not be a significant matter to dispose of him. Since Dumbledore was already monitoring you, it is best that you refrain from involving yourself in this affair. I will ensure that everything is arranged properly. The direction of public opinion within Hogwarts still requires your careful management. Dumbledore's interest indicates his urgency. Riddle gazed intently at Draco. Few young wizards could engage with Dumbledore at such a tender age without arousing his suspicion. Therefore, it was imperative to continue living normally, without revealing the slightest hint of a flaw, and to attract Dumbledore's attention when necessary. Since Draco had already caught Dumbledore's eye, he could be utilized as a shield when the situation demanded it. Riddle genuinely regarded Draco as a subordinate, yet Draco did not perceive him as a master. In such circumstances, adapting to Dumbledore's scrutiny would be tantamount to courting disaster. Draco regarded the statement with indifference, allowing it to drift through one ear and out the other. "By the way, how is your latest endeavor in crafting the alchemical body progressing?" Riddle harbored a profound curiosity regarding his potential resurrection. If he were indeed able to return, would it not signify that he, too, could ascend to the status of a Dark Lord, resonating throughout the entire magical realm? It must be acknowledged that both the original and the fragment of Riddle possess an insatiable ambition. The process is largely complete. Only a few minor details require meticulous refinement. "I shall endeavor to ensure its flawless execution," Draco asserted, demonstrating earnest dedication to the creation of an alchemical body, meticulously perfecting every aspect. I have always trusted. The current number of individuals is insufficient, and the waters are still too clear. Let us set the date for the second day of the new term. Please refrain from seeking me out for the time being." Riddle cast a cold glance at Draco, his demeanor indifferent. One hand caressed the serpent beside him, and a somber expression settled upon his previously charming visage. Indeed, the essence of one's soul alters the very aura they emanate, the once sweet Ginny Weasley. After becoming the vessel for Riddle, transformed into a figure reminiscent of a chilling femme fatale. Even a cursory glance from Draco would leave him momentarily stunned. "Yes, my master," she replied. Draco smiled faintly, turning gracefully to depart. He walked step by step towards the exit of the Slytherin chamber, while Riddle did not follow, seemingly preoccupied with pressing matters. The Slytherin chamber, nestled underground, was shrouded in various layers of dust, soiling his robes. Draco disdainfully brushed the dust off his robes, casting a meaningful glance towards the direction of the Slytherin chamber. He then discreetly evaded the attention of others and returned to Slytherin. In truth, he could have afforded to be less cautious, considering that the patrolling figure at night was none other than Mr. Filch. Moreover, Filch was now one of his own, rendering such caution unnecessary. However, among those petrified was Filch's beloved cat. Filch, not only a mere squib, was also a miser. He lacked the funds to purchase the exorbitantly priced mandrake from Malfoy Manor and could only rely on the free mandrakes provided by Hogwarts. Should he suspect any misfortune befalling Hogwarts mandrakes to be related to Draco, it would undoubtedly incite resistance. Although in Filch's eyes, his cat held less significance than his own magical prowess, Madame Norris remained one of the few important entities in his life. Even if he would not fight to the death in defiance, there would certainly be a semblance of resistance. Draco was reluctant to embed a thorn in his own side. Upon his return, Theodore was still awake, waiting for him in their dormitory. Theodore, an exceptionally perceptive young wizard, sensed that Draco had been in contact with the Dark Lord recently. However, he was uncertain of the nature of their conspiracy and whether Draco's previous summons to the headmaster's office by Dumbledore had any connection to it. Nevertheless, Theodore speculated that there was likely no relation, otherwise, Draco would not have returned so composed. If he were Dumbledore and discovered Voldemort's whereabouts, he would undoubtedly take decisive action. For Voldemort was currently in a state of weakness, at least from Dumbledore's perspective. As long as Dumbledore could suppress Voldemort and prevent him from regaining strength, the anticipated crisis would remain at bay. "You're back. Has the Dark Lord given any new orders?" Theodore inquired without hesitation. The two shared the same dormitory, and Draco could not easily conceal anything from Theodore. While he could attempt to feign oblivion before each outing, overuse of such a tactic could lead to psychological issues. If his roommate were to suddenly go mad, suspicion would inevitably fall upon him. Moreover, given their childhood friendship, Draco felt confident in his ability to manage Theodore's curiosity. Thus, there was little need for deception. "No, I merely informed him about Dumbledore's request for me to visit the headmaster's office a few days ago, to avoid any awkward encounters with Dumbledore's associates should he need to summon me unexpectedly." Draco slightly raised an eyebrow as he settled into a nearby chair, appearing somewhat fatigued. It seemed he was weary from contending with the inquiries of the Dark Lord. "As you are aware, the Dark Lord and Dumbledore are archenemies. Should Dumbledore discover my connection with the Dark Lord, the Malfoy family would certainly face dire consequences. I must be prepared in advance." Draco concocted a haphazard excuse to deceive Theodore, who, surprisingly, believed him. Theodore nodded slightly, as if acknowledging Draco's words. Draco continued to massage his temples, appearing to be in considerable distress over the matter at hand. "That day, when Dumbledore summoned you, what could possibly be the reason? Could it truly be related to Harry Potter? Wasn't the situation surrounding Harry Potter already conspicuous enough?" Theodore found himself somewhat perplexed. Everything had been laid out quite clearly that day, yet Dumbledore still insisted on bringing Draco, Harry Potter, and Ron Weasley together to his office. Theodore was no fool. He discerned that Dumbledore was intentionally withholding certain information from them. Uncertain whether Draco would confide in him, he nonetheless decided to pose the question. Draco let out a scoff. He certainly would not choose to speak the truth to Theodore. "Dumbledore believed we were unjustly accusing Harry Potter. He was convinced that I had orchestrated Harry's predicament, which led them to fall into the trap. His true intention was to extract a confession from me, to admit that I had indeed devised Harry Potter's situation." Draco rolled his eyes while speaking. However, he quickly realized that this gesture was rather ungentlemanly, and thus lowered his gaze, adopting a demeanor of meekness and falling silent. Yet, this matter continued to perplex Theodore. Even he believed that the punishment faced by Harry Potter and Ron Weasley was orchestrated by Draco. However, Draco's statements today suggested otherwise. If Draco was not behind this incident, then what could explain his unexpected decision to remain at Hogwarts for the Christmas holidays? Was it truly due to the Ministry's incessant searches of his home, with his parents fearing it might affect him, that they permitted him to stay at Hogwarts? This seemed implausible, especially considering the recent incidents during the Ministry's search of Malfoy Manor, where Minister Fudge and Lucius Malfoy reached certain agreements, one of which was to minimize searches of the Malfoy estate. Though Malfoy Manor had indeed experienced some scrutiny from the Ministry, it was significantly less compared to other pureblood families. Even other pureblood households had consented to send their children home. It made little sense for the Malfoys to act differently. Therefore, according to Theodore's reasoning, there was only one possibility. Draco had indeed orchestrated the situation concerning Harry Potter, and he had chosen this particular moment to do so, which explained his decision to stay. As for Theodore and the others, their presence was merely to witness the unfolding drama surrounding Harry. Draco's sudden claim that he was not the architect of this situation left Theodore utterly bewildered. Are you implying that this was not your scheme? Then why remain? Has Malfoy Manor reached the point of sending its children away? Theodore, being a childhood friend of Draco, did not feel the need to approach him with the same caution as Filch. He asked his questions directly. Draco paused momentarily, then gazed at Theodore with an expression of disbelief. His entire countenance was etched with confusion. What could have led you to such a notion? How could I possibly orchestrate their downfall? Surely, you are aware of the time it takes to brew a complex potion. Would I truly expend so much effort merely to have them serve as cleaners in Slytherin? Draco's eyes were filled with disbelief. How exorbitant is the price of a potion? The cost of a single potion could easily suffice to hire 10 individuals to clean the floors of Slytherin. Is he truly so idle? While this does seem somewhat unprofitable, the Malfoy family is certainly not lacking in wealth. Draco aspired to join the Slytherin Quidditch team, and he was certainly audacious enough to resort to bribery to secure his position. Crafting a complex potion to orchestrate an embarrassing situation for Harry Potter and his companions did not seem particularly perplexing either. But why was that the case? Theodore's expression still bore traces of disbelief. Primarily, he genuinely considered Draco capable of such antics. And what could the reason be? Naturally, it was because he had foreknowledge of their intentions to devise a scheme against him during the Christmas festivities. Someone had divulged this information to him. Do not share this revelation with others, for otherwise, Dumbledore may come seeking you. Draco chuckled lightly, yet his expression still bore a hint of indignation. It was utterly infuriating that while they dared to pilfer ingredients during the concoction of potions and even use the stolen elixirs to torment their classmates, they received nothing more than a trivial reprimand. Draco gradually became increasingly incensed. Riddle had previously confirmed the timing with him regarding when to take action against Mandrake. Therefore, he also planned to divert Furk at that moment. This would provide an ample pretext, as Harry Potter's reputation had been tarnished for quite some time. However, it was merely a distinction between 50 steps and 100. Theodore, having known Draco for quite a while, could discern his intentions as soon as he opened his mouth. So, what do you intend to do now? Create another ruckus? It was quite convenient for them to do so in Slytherin House. They could easily hurl a bucket of mud in any direction, and no one would know from whom it originated. Theodore was aware that Draco intended to confront Harry Potter. He casually suggested an idea to Draco, which was not excessively outrageous. Even if it escalated to the professors, it could merely be dismissed as childish antics. After all, Harry Potter and his friends would certainly retaliate. They were not the type to stand idly by and accept blows. Thus, such tomfoolery hardly constituted a serious matter. Theodore was also mindful that Dumbledore had recently summoned Draco to the headmaster's office for inquiries, and he sensed that Draco was under the scrutiny of several watchful eyes. Draco's current mischief is rather trivial. However, should he engage in more significant schemes, such as ensnaring Harry Potter, it would undoubtedly attract attention. That would indeed be a case of falling into one's own trap. To inflict harm without benefit is futile. Rather, it would be more prudent to create minor inconveniences for Harry and his companions. Such trifling disturbances would not warrant their complaints to a professor, yet they would accumulate sufficiently to leave them in disarray. In due course, he could solicit Professor Snape's assistance, and Theodore could assure that Harry Potter and Ron Weasley would find themselves perpetually tasked with cleaning up the messes within Slytherin. These are merely standard expectations. If one dares to tread into Slytherin, they must be prepared to pay a price, lest others assume that Slytherin is a place where they can act with impunity, and that its students are fair game for their whims. Draco acknowledged Theodore's idea and continued, I would like to ask you for a favor, Theodore. Draco gazed intently at Theodore, his eyes sparkling with mischief. However, Theodore understood that Draco was concocting yet another dubious scheme. Whenever Draco sought his assistance, it invariably involved something significant. What is it? Theodore pondered whether he should acquiesce or first inquire for further details, hoping to discern the nature of the request. "I would like you to deliver a message to Firk. Inform him to await me at our usual spot on the evening following the commencement of the school year, as I have important matters to discuss with him." Draco unhesitatingly articulated his intentions. He was acutely aware of the predicament he faced. Surrounding him were Dumbledore's spies, and he was uncertain of their identities or their numbers, which necessitated a cautious approach. He could only entrust Theodore with the task at hand. Although Theodore himself might be under surveillance, his cleverness could potentially elude those who watched him. After all, their attention was primarily focused on Draco, making him the central figure of interest. Though Draco could indeed seek out Filch that very night, Filch's patrolling schedule was neither fixed nor predictable. Should he whimsically choose to patrol elsewhere, Draco might miss him entirely. Worse still, he could inadvertently encounter Riddle, leading to complications. Rather than risk such uncertainties, it was far more prudent to have Filch wait in a designated location for his arrival. What purpose does one have in seeking Filch? Must there be a specified time? Is now not a viable option? The nature of the transaction between Draco and Filch remains a mystery to Theodore, however. He is acutely aware that Draco and Filch have now forged a robust alliance, although he struggles to comprehend why Draco would choose to ally himself with a mute. His observations over time have revealed that this seemingly inconsequential figure proves to be remarkably resourceful. The deeds of Harry Potter are known to only a select few of us. Yet, it is insufficient. As the new school term commences, the young witches and wizards are brimming with vitality. If, at this juncture, Filch were to divulge all that Harry Potter has done, it would undoubtedly lead to a spectacle worth witnessing. Without hesitation, Draco spun a web of deceit to deceive Theodore. Yet, this was not entirely a fabrication. He genuinely intended to convey this to Filch, persuading him to act accordingly. It was merely a case of achieving two objectives with a single stroke, with the latter being a mere bonus. This matter ought to be made known, allowing everyone to discern the true nature of Gryffindor, as it is said that those from Gryffindor are fond of such antics. Theodore nodded in agreement, affirming Draco's words. Relaying a message to Filch was hardly a daunting task. He exchanged a knowing glance with Draco, both understanding each other's intentions. Gryffindor and Slytherin have always been at odds, and currently, Gryffindor's reputation far surpasses that of Slytherin. Consequently, Gryffindors are hailed as virtuous, while Slytherins are deemed malevolent. However, one day, should it come to light that Gryffindors engage in unscrupulous behavior, their facade of righteousness would crumble, thereby elevating the reputation of Slytherin. After all, it is commonly believed that those opposing the wicked must be virtuous. "Leave everything to me. All will unfold as it should." Theodore confidently asserted his unwavering belief in his own abilities. Draco exchanged a glance with him, and no further words were spoken as they each took a moment to rest. The atmosphere seemed to settle into a tranquil state. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley continued to adhere to Headmaster Dumbledore's instructions, diligently cleaning within the Slytherin common room. Due to Draco's presence, a number of mischievous Slytherin wizards often disrupted their efforts, rendering the floor perpetually unclean. However, Harry and his companions were not to be trifled with. Upon recognizing this predicament, they would deliberately set traps, ensnaring the young wizards in their schemes. Regardless of how much debris accumulated on the floor, they swiftly dealt with it. But should they discover that the mess had been intentionally created by someone, and that the culprit had been caught red-handed, the matter would take a different turn. Initially, Professor Snape would defend the Slytherin students, much to Harry's dismay. Yet Harry was not one to back down easily. If thwarted once, he would try again, and if twice, then thrice, and if thrice, then countless times. Eventually, Professor Snape found himself at his wit's end, delivering only a token reprimand to the Slytherin students and deducting points from Gryffindor under the pretext of Harry and his friends' repeated disturbances. Fortunately, they would no longer attract the particular attention of the Slytherin wizards. Draco conveyed matters concerning Theodore, yet he remained uncertain whether Theodore had acted upon them. Theodore continued to comport himself as he always did, exhibiting no peculiarities, nor did he engage in clandestine conversations with Mr. Filch. Within Slytherin, he existed much like a specter. Even Dumbledore's informants, having observed him for a brief period, soon lost interest, deeming it rather dull. His daily routine consisted solely of the dormitory, the dining hall, and the library, with no further interactions with others. In the Slytherin common room, he mostly remained silent, leading even his peers to conclude there was little reason to keep watch over Theodore Nott. Nevertheless, based on Draco's acquaintance with Theodore. He was aware that Theodore had indeed relayed the information to Mr. Filch. The means by which the message was transmitted remained a mystery to Draco. Time swiftly passed, and the young wizards reluctantly returned to Hogwarts to continue their studies. During the initial days of the new term, the school administration did not impose any academic obligations, allowing the students to focus on processing their emotions. Indeed, as Draco had anticipated, the errors committed by Harry Potter and his companions on Christmas Day had not circulated within the halls of Hogwarts. Draco was convinced that, apart from those present at the time, no one else would know the truth of the matter. Moreover, the majority of those in attendance were from Slytherin and Gryffindor. If a Slytherin were to spread rumors about Harry Potter and Ron Weasley misusing Polyjuice Potion to prank fellow students, particularly those from Slytherin, no young wizard would believe such claims. After all, there existed a long-standing enmity between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Slytherins would concoct any absurd tale to undermine Gryffindor, and vice versa. The credibility of their accusations had long since eroded, rendering them unworthy of belief. In the eyes of other young wizards, Slytherin had always been the dominant faction, only engaging in the torment of others, never the other way around. Therefore, no one would lend credence to such assertions. As for the sudden loss of points by Gryffindor, they would rather believe that Harry Potter had singed Dumbledore's beard during Christmas than accept that he and his companion had played tricks on Draco Malfoy of Slytherin. Furthermore, Hogwarts was under Dumbledore's jurisdiction, making it exceedingly easy for him to manipulate public opinion. It was no wonder Draco sought out Filch. Filch, now reluctant to defy Draco, had tasted the sweetness of magic and found himself unable to detach from him, with his newfound magical abilities acquired at such an advanced age. Should this information come to light, he would undoubtedly become an object of research. After all, while there are many squibs in the world, few have lived as long as he did without magic and suddenly gained it. Having glimpsed the world's splendor, it becomes increasingly difficult to accept a life of mediocrity. Should this affair be exposed, squibs worldwide would unite against Filch, and even their families or unscrupulous merchants might harbor ulterior motives. Thus, Filch had to tread carefully. Yet he yearned to enhance his magical prowess. The best approach was to steadily acquire resources from Draco. Everything comes at a price, and Draco was not one to offer charity. To obtain resources from him, one must offer something of greater value in return. Previously, Filch was merely reclusive, content to be left alone, as long as others kept their distance. However, the situation had changed. Under Draco's orders, he had actively targeted Harry Potter multiple times. The more he became involved, the deeper his entanglement with Draco grew, and he found himself gradually sinking into a quagmire from which escape was no longer possible. Filch was obedient, dutifully waiting at the usual spot for Draco. Yet, he did not simply wait. He first patrolled several key areas of Hogwarts before settling down to await Draco. Yet today, Draco seemed particularly delayed, and even Filch began to suspect that Theodore might be playing tricks on him. Growing somewhat impatient, but too apprehensive to leave, he could only pace back and forth in the vicinity. "I apologize, sir, for my tardiness today. I am truly sorry to have kept you waiting for so long." Draco arrived belatedly, extending a gentlemanly apology to Filch. He held a large, ornate box in his hands, exuding an air of leisurely nonchalance. Filch scrutinized Draco's demeanor, frowning slightly. He was genuinely irked. After such an extended wait, Draco's nonchalant attitude was infuriating. Yet, he dared not express his anger directly at Draco and could only suppress his irritation. Inquiring in a tempered tone, "You summoned me today for a specific reason? If not, I shall take my leave." Filch could not fathom why Draco had sought him out so suddenly. He believed he possessed nothing of particular value to offer. However, the young Malfoy was known for orchestrating grand schemes, and Filch often found it challenging to decipher his thoughts. Therefore, he refrained from making hasty conjectures, patiently awaiting Draco's response. "Do not be anxious, sir. I will not burden you with any nefarious deeds. The tasks I propose are ones you have already undertaken before, so you should be quite familiar with them and need not feel apprehensive." Draco found it amusing to see Filch in such a state of alarm. Surely, he would not allow Filch to engage in any nefarious deeds. Was there really a need for such fear? Draco meticulously reflected on his encounters with Filch, yet within the recesses of his memory, he could not recall inflicting any substantial harm upon him. Who could have known that Filch would harbor such fear of him? After all, he had merely played a few pranks at his expense. Upon hearing Draco's words, Filch felt a flicker of reassurance in his heart. Draco indeed assigned him a considerable number of tasks, Yet the majority pertained to guiding public opinion and gathering intelligence, areas in which he excelled. Fear not, for I am not asking you to toil in vain. I have brought gifts with me. Draco spoke as he presented the gift box before him. Filch hesitated to reach out, feeling an underlying suspicion that Draco had some ulterior motive in store for him. He feared that the task Draco might impose upon him would indeed be insurmountable, prompting the premature offering of such a grand gift to coerce his compliance. After all, one's hand grows short when accepting favors. Based on his understanding of Draco, if he failed to adhere to the unspoken agreement of reciprocity, Draco would not hesitate to sever his own hand. No, thank you. We have always maintained a mutually beneficial relationship. You provide me with magic, and I offer you assistance. There is no need for entanglements. Filch resolutely declined Draco's gesture of gifting. Draco, however, did not retract the gift. Instead, he held it firmly in his hand, casting a gentle smile at Firk. It was a fully matured mandrake, which had already been processed. Lady Loris had recently been petrified, and I too felt a profound sense of sorrow. However, during that period, the mandrakes at Malfoy Manor had yet to ripen, leaving me with no recourse. As soon as the mandrakes finally matured, I brought one over. Draco slightly lifted the gift box, allowing Filch to inspect its contents. I pondered that since we had become partners, it was only natural for our relationship to be mutually beneficial. It would not do for you to assist me without any gain, especially as I was genuinely earnest in my dealings with Lady Loris. Draco spoke with grandiloquence. Yet Filch remained rooted in place, hesitant to make a move. His heart ached deeply. Lady Loris was petrified, and he felt her loss more acutely than anyone else. The mere thought of Lady Loris potentially succumbing to this fate filled him with dread. He could scarcely imagine a future devoid of her presence. She had transcended the status of a mere feline to become a cherished family member, entwined with his very existence. However, when Draco produced the fully matured mandrake, he conceded that he was stirred. No one desired Lady Loris's restoration more than he. Although Hogwarts possessed mandrakes, they were yet to reach maturity, while Draco offered him a fully matured and processed specimen. How could he remain unmoved by such a proposition? Mr. Malfoy, it would be prudent to dispense with superfluous chatter. What, pray tell, is the purpose of your visit today? Filch was uncertain whether he could fulfill Draco's request, so he opted to inquire about the specifics before discussing any potential compensation. Upon witnessing the wavering resolve of Filch, Draco promptly remarked, "It is not a matter of great consequence. You must be aware of the recent incident involving Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, who brazenly employed Polyjuice Potion to infiltrate the Slytherin common room. This affair stirred quite a commotion, inciting considerable ire among the young wizards of Slytherin." Draco paused momentarily as he spoke, then swiftly shifted his tone. "However, since the commencement of the school year, I have not overheard any discussions regarding this matter. I even sent someone to inquire among the young wizards who were absent at that time, yet they had no recollection of it whatsoever. I am perplexed as to what could possibly account for such a significant event remaining unheard by the other young wizards. While this may be fortunate for Harry Potter, it is not for me. Therefore, I implore you to bring this issue to light, enabling everyone to truly comprehend the nature of their so-called savior, and to unveil the unsavory characters that lurk within the esteemed house of Gryffindor, which is reputed for its righteousness." Draco spoke, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Filch furrowed his brow slightly. The matter at hand was neither particularly difficult nor entirely straightforward. In the past, he had assisted Draco in disseminating and guiding public opinion, making this task relatively easy for him to handle and accomplish. However, the complication lay in the fact that it had already drawn Dumbledore's attention, and the currents of Hogwarts discourse had been firmly grasped by him. Should he attempt to intervene at this juncture, he would likely be discovered. Upon this realization, Filch understood why Draco was presenting such a significant offer. Dumbledore had been closely monitoring the situation, and it was far from as manageable as it had initially seemed. Filch felt a reluctance to acquiesce. Although he held an interest in the mandrake in Draco's possession, he knew that if he waited just a little longer, the mandrakes at Hogwarts would ripen. Moreover, the mandrakes at Hogwarts were free, requiring no such sacrifice. Do not fret about Dumbledore's scrutiny. He has other troubles to contend with and will not expend his efforts on you. Just maintain the status quo as before," he remarked. "I cannot ascertain the extent of your understanding of me, but I assure you, I will never engage in endeavors lacking certainty." Draco sought to reassure Filch, his tone ostensibly gentle, yet his words were laced with firmness, leaving no room for negotiation. It appeared that Filch had but one path before him, to assist Draco. "I shall give it a try," he responded, though his expression was far from pleasant, his gaze incessantly darting towards the gift box in Draco's hands. Since denial was no longer an option, he might as well extract some benefit from the situation. However, the gift box was merely a facade. Draco had no intention of providing Filch with the mandrake. From the very beginning, he had come to deceive. "Ah, yes, take this," Draco said. "But do keep in mind that the mandrake at Hogwarts is not yet mature. You must exercise caution in its use. Otherwise, everyone will notice that among all those petrified, only Mrs. Norris has been successfully revived." Upon hearing Draco's words, Filch's outstretched hand faltered. All those petrified remained in their stony state, save for Draco's cat, a fact that would arouse suspicion. Moreover, Filch was well known for his financial constraints. He could hardly afford the exorbitantly priced mandrake. Where, then, would it have come from? To outsiders, there seemed to be no connection between Draco and Filch. It would be utterly implausible for Draco to gift Filch a mandrake without reason. This could easily lead to speculation regarding Filch's involvement in the recent incidents or, perhaps, his connection to the mysterious figure orchestrating events within Slytherin. Filch was no fool. He coveted the mandrake, but feared using it to rescue his cat. After much hesitation, he ultimately chose to relinquish the opportunity. After all, he could not guarantee his own resolve. With an antidote so temptingly within reach, he risked succumbing to the impulse to use it for his beloved feline. Rather than face the difficulty of justification later, it was wiser to extinguish the thought at its inception. "No, Mr. Malfoy," he replied, a pained expression crossing his face as he averted his gaze. "I have already conveyed to you that my assistance is merely an act of goodwill, unrelated to any gifts. The mandrakes at Malfoy Manor are in short supply. Better to reserve them for other clients." With that, Filch turned away, his hurried demeanor betraying an uncharacteristic agitation. Having achieved his objective, Draco no longer lingered. In stark contrast to Draco's good spirits, Filch appeared particularly distressed. The antidote, which had come so conveniently to him, remained out of reach, tormenting him to the point that he could not patrol properly throughout the night. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the mandrake that Draco had not delivered. While skipping patrols was typically inconsequential, after all, Hogwarts would not betray its reputation as the safest place in the wizarding world. There were times when one could not ignore the mischief wrought by those with ill intentions, especially during such a critical period. A single day without vigilance could yield significant repercussions. At dawn the following day, the young wizards were to attend Professor Sprout's herbology class. The professor had previously informed them that their task for the day would once again involve tending to the mandrakes, now entering their mature stage. Each mandrake required loosening of the soil and the application of suitable potions for their growth. Since the young wizards had learned that mandrakes could revive those petrified, their enthusiasm for the plants had surged, leading them to gather eagerly outside the greenhouse long before class began. The greenhouse door was securely locked by Professor Sprout, who feared that some mischievous students might venture inside and inadvertently wreak havoc on the mandrakes. Given their fervent interest, nearly all the young wizards had assembled outside the entrance, their eyes fixed on Professor Sprout as she approached and slowly unlocked the grand door of the greenhouse. Professor Sprout was keen to showcase the fruits of her recent labor in caring for the mandrakes. However, the scene that awaited her inside was utterly shocking. "Professor Sprout, look! What has happened?" cried the first young wizard to push open the greenhouse door, followed by a chorus of startled exclamations from many others. "The mandrakes! What has become of them?" The cacophony of cries sent a wave of panic through Professor Sprout as she struggled to push her way forward. Yet, the other students, equally eager to witness the spectacle, pressed in, leaving her in a state of disarray. What she had assumed to be minor mishaps turned out to be a catastrophe. As she glanced up, she discovered that every herb within the greenhouse had been ravaged. The interior resembled a scene after a tornado. Soil was strewn everywhere. Shards of pottery lay scattered, and the herbs had been systematically destroyed. Many plants had been uprooted, and the mandrakes appeared particularly ghastly, as if they had been deliberately targeted. Each one had been severed into segments, looking as though they had been trampled beyond salvation. "Oh, Merlin, my mandrakes!" Professor Sprout rushed forward, gazing at a patch of mandrake that had been utterly trampled and reduced to a mere semblance of its former self. "Oh, Merlin, who could have done this? Oh my heavens, what are we to do?" Professor Sprout appeared somewhat at a loss, glancing about in search of any remaining survivors within the greenhouse. "Oh, Merlin, who could be responsible for such devastation?" The sorrow in Professor Sprout's eyes was nearly spilling over. Every herb within the greenhouse had been destroyed. This represented years of her dedicated labor, now all obliterated in an instant. Furthermore, not a single one of these herbs had withered of its own accord. Had there been any evidence, Professor Sprout might not have felt such profound sorrow. Yet, the evident signs of devastation among these herbs unmistakably indicate that this destruction was wrought by human hands. It is clear that these individuals deliberately targeted the mandrake. The damage inflicted upon the mandrake is particularly severe. While there may be a chance to salvage one or two of the other herbs, the mandrake has suffered irreparable harm. Not a single root remains viable. As Professor Sprout gazes upon the ruined mandrakes, a complex array of emotions washes over her. The mandrake is undeniably significant, having demanded her utmost dedication in its cultivation, only to see her years of labor obliterated by this tragedy. While the mandrake holds great importance for Hogwarts, it is not the most precious herb, yet its destruction has led to the ruin of all the valuable herbs associated with it. Her thoughts are consumed by the injured plants, prompting her to summon a handful of students who have excelled in their potion classes, urging them to do everything possible to revive those herbs that still hold promise for recovery. The remaining young wizards remain rooted to the spot, unable to comprehend how such a calamity could befall the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, renowned for its safety. They do not believe this to be the work of their fellow students. Rather, they suspect an external intruder is responsible. Although the Hogwarts students can be mischievous, they possess an understanding of boundaries, particularly in critical moments, unless one were a true heir of Slytherin. The assembly consists of students from both Slytherin and Gryffindor. As today's lesson is a joint class, all eyes converge upon Harry Potter. In the eyes of many, Harry is regarded as the heir of Slytherin, possessing the only motive to destroy the mandrake. Only a true heir of Slytherin would wish for those petrified to meet a permanent demise. Harry senses the palpable tension surrounding him, feeling the weight of every gaze. He finds himself at a loss for words. Desperation flickers in his eyes as he turns to Ron Weasley, hoping for assistance and a means of escape. If even Ron does not come to his aid, he fears he may never leave this predicament. With a hint of resentment, he casts a glance at Draco Malfoy, still convinced that Draco is the true heir of Slytherin. Although he previously disguised himself as Goyle and questioned Draco, receiving a denial in return, Draco has always been aware of Harry's charade. Consequently, the answer he received from Draco lacks credibility. The possibility of Draco being the heir of Slytherin remains remarkably high, and the connection between this matter and Draco is still uncertain. However, when Harry Potter gazed upon Draco, he found him wearing an expression of sheer astonishment, his eyes reflecting disbelief, as if he, too, could not fathom that such events could transpire. Could it truly be that this incident bears no relation to Draco? Harry Potter, harboring deep-seated apprehensions towards Draco, found it hard to believe. Yet, this was not the opportune moment for confrontation. He could only suppress his emotions and await Ron Weasley to come to his aid. Ron, not known for his intellect, struggled to conceive a particularly brilliant solution. But his task was to earn Harry's trust, to firmly align himself with Harry's side. Harry had already displayed immense faith in him, and it was now Ron's moment to act. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Ron exclaimed, "Professor Sprout, is there any chance these mandrakes can survive? What will happen to those petrified individuals? What about Madame Pomfrey?" Since there was no way to exonerate Harry, perhaps it would be wise to divert the blame elsewhere. After all, Dumbledore was a far more astute individual than Ron. It was certainly preferable to shift the trouble onto Dumbledore rather than attempting to resolve it himself. Dumbledore would undoubtedly possess a more effective method to address these issues. Indeed, upon hearing Ron's words, the small wizards present erupted into chaos. A cacophony of voices ensued as they began to discuss the implications, entirely forgetting their previous focus on Harry. What shall we do? What will happen to those petrified? Are they beyond saving? With the heir of Slytherin still at Hogwarts, what if more harm befalls us? I want to go home. I do not wish to be petrified, nor do I wish to die. What shall we do? I want to go home. Let us all return home. It was unclear who first suggested going home, but it was akin to the unsealing of Pandora's box, stirring the emotions of all the young wizards. Chaos ensued. Ron Weasley, it must be said, was indeed adept at instigating turmoil, creating a significant dilemma for Dumbledore. Yet Draco Malfoy found immense satisfaction in the unfolding scene. This indicated that Dumbledore would have to bow to the Malfoys. The specifics of the process were inconsequential. What mattered was that they could reap substantial benefits from it. Furthermore, The current atmosphere was ripe for manipulation, with all the young wizards gripped by a palpable fear. There exists a phenomenon known as the bridging effect, where individuals tend to develop a sense of camaraderie in the face of danger. This scene bore a striking resemblance to that principle. Draco has always sought to win over everyone, and he has nearly succeeded with both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Ravenclaw values intellect, and fools are not esteemed within its ranks. Thus, since his arrival at Hogwarts, Draco has diligently pursued his studies and achieved top marks. Gaining acceptance in Ravenclaw is not a formidable challenge. As for Hufflepuff, their inherently cheerful nature renders them indifferent to leadership. They harbor no grand ambitions. As long as they perceive someone as a good person, they may very well hold them in high regard. The real challenge lies with Gryffindor, and thus Draco must leverage this effect to elevate his own standing. Silence, everyone. Our most pressing concern is to identify a solution rather than behaving like newborns in disarray. In essence, he finds their noise bothersome and their thoughts lacking. Draco called out loudly to the crowd. Instantly, the throng fell silent, turning their bewildered gazes in his direction. Draco hesitated momentarily, yet spoke with unwavering conviction. Let us not panic. Perhaps Professor Dumbledore has already devised a solution. I believe we should consult him regarding how to address today's predicament. After all, Dumbledore is the foremost figure in the wizarding world, and he will undoubtedly have a way forward. We might as well elevate his status, placing him in a position where retreat becomes difficult. If the public sentiment reaches a high enough pitch, it becomes increasingly challenging for anyone to step back gracefully. When the time comes, we can offer him a way down, and he will have no choice but to follow it. The young wizards nodded in agreement. To them, Dumbledore was indeed a figure of immense greatness, an embodiment of boundless capability. Some of these young wizards had even heard his name in their childhood. Naturally, those familiar with Dumbledore's legacy were predominantly from Slytherin. Yet, Dumbledore belonged to Gryffindor, and the admiration Gryffindors held for him was well known. Upon hearing his name, even Gryffindor fell into a hushed reverence. Yes, we can seek out Professor Dumbledore. He will surely possess a solution. But what if Dumbledore himself lacks an answer? How could that be possible? He is Dumbledore, after all. Yet what if? Draco's substantial financial contributions among the young wizards had led to these doubts regarding Dumbledore. For such skepticism was indeed purchased with his wealth. It could be said that every questioning voice stemmed from Draco's own investment. The Malfoy family, adept in the art of business, never engaged in futile ventures. The sums previously dispensed were now yielding returns. There is no need for concern. Even if Professor Dumbledore cannot resolve the issue, the Malfoy family remains, and Malfoy Manor likely harbors a few mandrakes, which may ensure everyone's safety. Draco's words were laden with conflict, and his hesitation was apparent to nearly everyone. Previously, the Malfoy family had been engaged in the sale of mandrakes, a matter that had already become the talk of Hogwarts. Many young wizards found themselves inclined to purchase mandrakes from the Malfoy family as a precautionary measure. However, they were also well aware of the exorbitant prices at which the Malfoys were offering these mandrakes. Draco's audacity in uttering such words naturally implies that the mandrakes he presents will not be offered gratuitously. It is well known that Malfoy Manor places a considerable price on these mandrakes, and thus, it would be rather inappropriate to expect Draco to procure them without compensation. However, should they be required to pay, their coffers are unfortunately devoid of sufficient funds. They can only acknowledge this favor in silence, turning instead to pressure Dumbledore. Surely, Dumbledore must possess some means to navigate this predicament. Yet, the mandrakes sold at Malfoy Manor are rather costly. Will your unilateral decision not provoke the ire of Mr. Malfoy? The formidable Draco has made his presence felt through Theodore, who has candidly articulated the concerns that have been weighing on everyone's minds. This indirectly highlights Draco's helplessness and the considerable efforts he has exerted, even if such endeavors have yet to bear fruit. Should Hogwarts indeed procure mandrakes from Malfoy Manor, the credit would undoubtedly be attributed to Draco Malfoy. In simpler terms, he has accomplished little but has managed to reap significant benefits through mere eloquence. Indeed, considering the scarcity of mandrakes from Malfoy Manor, can one truly ascertain the availability of any unsold specimens? Your family does not operate a legitimate herbal business. Such quantities are unlikely to exist. Zabini and Theodore exchanged knowing glances, clearly comprehending each other's thoughts, before continuing their discourse. With the mandrakes at Hogwarts depleted, wouldn't the external supply only escalate in price? What if Mr. Lucius were to seize a favorable price and sell off all the mandrakes? Zabini promptly proposed this conjecture, further inflaming the already dismal spirits of the young wizards. At present, acquiring this herb has become a near impossibility. The demand far exceeds the dwindling supply, leading to an inevitable inflation of prices. By the time they encounter the mandrakes, the cost may have soared to astronomical heights. Were they to be presented with such a substantial sum, they would have undoubtedly sold it off at once. It is inconceivable that they would reserve the herb for the school. My parents dote on me. If I were to approach them, I am certain there would be room for negotiation. I will immediately pen a letter home, for I remain their child, and they surely would not punish me over a mere handful of herbs. Draco spoke with evident reluctance, as if he had steeled himself, gritting his teeth to utter those words. This elicited genuine emotion from the young wizards present. Some opened their mouths, seemingly inclined to persuade Draco, yet considering their own safety, they ultimately refrained from speaking. Meanwhile, Theodore, unencumbered by such reservations, chimed in. Perhaps you should write a letter home, but the situation has not yet deteriorated to that extent. Professor Dumbledore will undoubtedly find a solution. It is not solely your burden to bear. After all, the school is not your home. This statement ineluctably placed the credit squarely on Draco's shoulders. Unless Professor Dumbledore could magically procure a batch of mandrakes from elsewhere, any association with the Malfoy family's mandrakes would render the accolades Draco's alone, with no connection to Dumbledore whatsoever. Once this matter is resolved, a significant portion of the Slytherin young wizards would likely come to acknowledge Draco. This is crucial, for it signifies that Draco could effortlessly ascend to the position he labored so hard to attain in his previous life, leveraging the knowledge of these individuals. The group, in harmonious concert, successfully left all the young wizards in a state of bewilderment. Harry Potter, however, discerned their ruse, yet found himself unable to expose Draco's trickery under the current circumstances. Should Harry choose to seek the limelight and unveil Draco's scheme, the attention would swiftly revert to him, making his escape far more challenging. Although Harry remained unaware of Draco's true intentions, the situation presented more advantages than disadvantages for him, granting him a means to extricate himself with Draco's aid. As for the drawbacks, those were Dumbledore's concern, not his. Indeed, we still have Professor Dumbledore. Why not seek him out now? Excellent. Professor Dumbledore will surely know what to do. But what about herbology class? What will become of Professor Sprout? Are we to forego our lessons? In light of such a significant occurrence, who has the heart to attend class? One's life is far more important than lessons. Let us hasten to inquire how Professor Dumbledore advises we proceed. The young wizards chattered excitedly among themselves. Due to Draco's swift influence, public sentiment had been swayed, and they were fervently preparing to confront Headmaster Dumbledore. All of them marched determinedly toward the headmaster's office. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind this commotion, Draco, exchanged a glance with his Gryffindor spy, Bois. Observing Draco's gesture to look at Ron Weasley, Bois was somewhat perplexed by his intent. However, given the circumstances, there was no opportunity to inquire further. They could only advance step by step. The young wizards moved with great fervor toward Dumbledore's office, and along the way, many scattered students joined their ranks, causing their numbers to swell. Even Professor McGonagall, who was teaching at the time, heard the uproar and hurried over to intervene. Yet, the young wizards, having been repeatedly instilled with ideas by Draco, were utterly unresponsive to McGonagall's explanations and continued their march toward the headmaster's office. They charged forward like a parade, disregarding any rules that lay ahead and casting all regulations aside. While rules are indeed significant, life itself holds greater value. As the situation escalated, even the usually composed Headmaster Dumbledore found himself perturbed. Reluctantly, he emerged from the confines of Hogwarts' headmaster office and stood before the gathering of young wizards. To be frank, he was quite puzzled, unsure how matters had escalated to such a degree. Dumbledore had considerable faith in his authority at Hogwarts. It seemed implausible that a mere triviality could incite the students to demonstrate before his office. No young wizard would dare to direct their ire toward him. Could it be that the mysterious figure behind Slytherin had intervened once more? Dumbledore was uncertain, yet this possibility loomed, as half of the students present were from Slytherin, while the other half hailed from Gryffindor. Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down for a moment. Can anyone enlighten me as to what exactly has transpired? If I am not mistaken, you should all be attending your classes right now. Dumbledore was indeed aware of the reason for their visit, yet he could not articulate it directly. To do so would imply his knowledge of the situation, and the fact that, despite his awareness, the young wizards continued to parade and protest at Hogwarts would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. However, the matter was not entirely without resolution. Should he choose to disregard his dignity, he could simply retreat until the storm had passed, leaving the mess for Professor McGonagall to handle. She was more than capable of managing such a debacle. Yet, if he were to vacate the premises and the young wizards stormed into the headmaster's office, it would signify the obliteration of Dumbledore's esteemed legacy. A wizard who is overpowered by a group of second-year students is hardly fit to lead the magical community in the battle against the Dark Lord. If they could not contend with a mere band of young wizards, how could they hope to confront Voldemort? Surrender would seem the more prudent option. Consequently, Dumbledore had no choice but to address the situation. It was not an insurmountable challenge. The young wizards were quite impressionable. Headmaster Dumbledore, one audacious Gryffindor, declared, "We discovered that all the mandrakes in the greenhouse have been destroyed during our herbology class, and many of our classmates have been petrified. What are we to do without mandrakes? Is the school to simply watch as they perish?" This assertion quickly garnered the support of others. "Indeed, Headmaster Dumbledore, with the mandrakes gone and our peers petrified, what shall we do now? The heir of Slytherin remains at large. What if I am the next victim? Yes, yes. Who would dare remain at Hogwarts now? I want to go home." Once one voice dared to speak up, the previously calm assembly erupted into chaos. The young wizards, still mere adolescents, were not accustomed to such turmoil. Facing life and death in their previous year had instilled fear in anyone. Yet, Dumbledore could not permit their exodus. Hogwarts was renowned as the safest haven in the magical realm. If the young wizards fled in fear, the very existence of Hogwarts would be in jeopardy, with no student daring to return. "Very well, everyone, I have understood your concerns. However, I am curious to know who has informed you that mandrakes are exclusively cultivated here in the greenhouse." Dumbledore smiled warmly, his expression devoid of any urgency, as though he were observing a group of unruly children. His demeanor was as gentle as that of a kindly grandfather from the neighborhood, with no hint of reproach. Nevertheless, his words indicated that there were indeed other locations within Hogwarts where mandrakes were cultivated. The destruction of these particular specimens would not pose a significant issue, thus alleviating the concerns of the young wizards. The implication was not lost on the wizards, who felt a measure of reassurance. However, Draco was acutely aware that Dumbledore was being disingenuous. Dumbledore, no, all the faculty of Hogwarts, held a considerable confidence in the safety of the institution, which was why they entrusted the cultivation of all mandrakes to Professor Sprout's greenhouse. On one hand, there was no one more adept at tending to magical plants than Professor Sprout. On the other hand, mandrakes were rare and precious, and they simply did not possess an abundance to plant in multiple locations. Draco heard Dumbledore's words and smiled faintly, indicating that Dumbledore had found a means to descend from his lofty position. He first sought to placate the young wizards with these feigned reassurances, before embarking on the quest for mandrakes to fill the vacancies at Hogwarts. However, to Draco's knowledge, such mandrakes could only be found at Malfoy Manor. Upon hearing the headmaster's words, the young wizards exchanged glances, each reluctant to acknowledge that such statements had escaped their own lips. Now composed, they began to realize the immense stature Dumbledore held in their eyes, and the audacity of their youthful selves to confront him in his office was indeed a bold act. Yet, Dumbledore was determined to unearth a suitable scapegoat. Although the young wizards fell into silence, Dumbledore's gaze continued to scour the room for potential culprits. He frequently glanced at Draco, Theodore, Zabini, and Salazar. Among them were those with checkered pasts, some hailing from Death Eater lineage, and others closely associated with them. He suspected these individuals were steering the narrative. It was at this moment that boys realized Draco's earlier gesture toward Weasley had a deeper implication. Subsequently, boys feigned reluctance. Hesitating as he spoke, it was Ron who said it. We believed his words to be true. The young wizards were momentarily reminded by Boyus of the very first words spoken by Ron Weasley. Although they couldn't fully recall whether it was indeed Ron who had uttered them, it was certain that he had initiated the conversation. This subtle nudge from Boyus instantly redirected everyone's attention towards Ron. He appeared momentarily taken aback. His initial intention in speaking those first words was to shift the crisis towards Dumbledore, and they had not misjudged the situation. However, Ron was reluctant to lay bare his ulterior motives before Dumbledore. After all, his parents were still under Dumbledore's command, and it would be rather imprudent to create trouble for him so overtly. Ron's expression turned exceedingly awkward, and his gaze continually drifted towards Harry Potter, seemingly signaling to Dumbledore that all his actions were in support of Harry. Dumbledore, too, had not anticipated that the individual who had sparked the conversation would be Ron Weasley. He had envisioned it might be any member of Slytherin or perhaps a few other young Gryffindors, but never expected it to be one of his own. Initially, he had contemplated seeking out the young wizard who had first broached the subject to inquire further and perhaps uncover the identity of the mastermind behind it all. However, now that he realized it was one of his own, it seemed that the trail had gone cold. Surely, he could not take action against his own. It was indeed Mr. Weasley who had spoken, but alas, Mr. Weasley, you are mistaken. Hogwarts is home to far more than just a mere handful of mandrakes. The young wizards need not fret, for the school is the safest of havens, and the administration will certainly ensure the well-being of those petrified students. Therefore, there is no cause for concern. They may return to their dormitories in peace. Dumbledore paused, furrowing his brow as he gazed down at the young wizards, before continuing. As for herbology class, I shall personally discuss the matter with Professor Sprout. Dumbledore indeed needed to find a moment to thoroughly understand the unfolding events. Who could be responsible for the tampering with the mandrakes? His gaze swept towards Draco Malfoy. Logically, Malfoy appeared to be the most likely suspect. The Malfoy estate had recently begun selling mandrakes, and if Hogwarts' supply were to be entirely destroyed, the Malfoy family would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to reap substantial profits. Yet, there remained certain inconsistencies in this narrative. Firstly, the Malfoy family commenced the sale of mandrakes long before the destruction of the mandrakes at Hogwarts. Unless Draco has been harboring a premeditated intention to return the mandrakes, such a scenario is utterly implausible. Yet, if this were indeed the case, it could serve as evidence that Draco is the heir of Slytherin. However, even Dumbledore does not consider Draco to be Slytherin's heir, as the Chamber of Secrets had been opened decades prior. Should Draco be the heir, it would imply that Lucius and Abraxas are as well, which is illogical, for during Lucius's time, the Chamber of Secrets remained undisclosed. The second matter pertains to Draco's unsolicited offer to provide mandrakes to Hogwarts free of charge following the incident. This act is sufficient to demonstrate that their motives were not monetary, but rather aimed at enhancing their reputation. The audience consisted merely of a group of second-year wizards. And even with such a gesture, Draco would only garner a modicum of acclaim, which pales in comparison to the value of the mandrakes. Unless he harbors grander ambitions, the endeavor would be futile. The young wizards, noticing Dumbledore lost in contemplation, feared that he might regain his senses and turn his attention towards them, prompting them to hastily acquiesce to Dumbledore's words. They nodded obediently and retreated to their respective common rooms. Unlike the relaxation exhibited by others, the Slytherin students found themselves beset by confusion. Theodore and Zabini took Draco aside to a secluded corner. Draco, do you believe what Dumbledore said is true? Is it possible that Hogwarts has secretly cultivated a batch of mandrakes? If that is the case, why would he conceal it from us? Did he foresee that someone would tamper with the mandrakes from the very beginning? Did he know that the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts would be open this year? Theodore's mind was awash with questions. Who in their right mind would distribute a batch of herbs to two individuals? Did they not proclaim that Hogwarts is the safest place in the entire wizarding world? How could they possibly lack confidence in their own security system, resorting to placing their eggs in two baskets as a precaution? What do you think? Draco observed the expression of the young wizard before him and reached a conclusion within his mind. Zabini and Theodore exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Zabini who spoke up. We believe that Dumbledore is deliberately deceiving all the young wizards present. He is prioritizing his own reputation over the safety of the students, coercing them into perilous situations. Zabini's tone was fervent, as he relentlessly condemned Dumbledore's malevolence. If the mandrakes were to be entirely destroyed, it would undoubtedly incite tremendous upheaval. The young wizards would be engulfed in fear. At that point, should the matter be reported to the board, they would surely oust Dumbledore from his position as headmaster. Thus, it is no wonder that Dumbledore would resort to such despicable lies, endangering the young wizards by compelling them to remain at Hogwarts, risking the peril of petrification. Zabini articulated the conjectures he and Theodore had formed, contemplating Dumbledore's actions with the most contemptible of interpretations. They envisioned Dumbledore as an exceedingly vile individual. Draco listened to their words, nodding slightly without expressing either agreement or dissent. The intentions of Dumbledore were of little consequence. What mattered was that he had publicly declared before all young wizards that Hogwarts possessed an excess of mandrake. However, This was hardly good news. I was indifferent to whether Hogwarts had Mandrake or not. If they did, there remained a glimmer of hope for those petrified classmates. Should the supply of Mandrake prove insufficient to heal even one student, that would indeed be dire. The complete absence of Mandrake at Hogwarts was not the worst scenario. If Hogwarts were devoid of Mandrake, it would compel Dumbledore to procure it from external sources. At most, this would mean bowing to the Malfoy family and being forced to sign some inequitable treaties. Yet, Hogwarts' proclamation of having Mandrake was a different matter entirely. If the Mandrake were insufficient for all the petrified individuals, the repercussions would be exceedingly grave. When the prospects for survival become limited, young wizards would inevitably begin to compete, unleashing the darker aspects of human nature. The assertion that Hogwarts possessed Mandrake implied that it would cease purchasing from Malfoy Manor, and Draco would no longer need to donate Mandrake to Hogwarts, leaving the young wizards with only the option of vying for Hogwarts' Mandrake. The true battle of public opinion had only just begun. Are you suggesting we spread the word that Hogwarts' supply of Mandrake is inadequate to treat everyone? Zabini, somewhat dim-witted, sought to verify Draco's words once more. He found this scheme extraordinarily clever. Dumbledore had previously fabricated tales for Harry Potter, and they had grown weary of it. Yet, due to Dumbledore's stature, they felt powerless to act. This time, Dumbledore had once again resorted to deceiving young wizards. And if this incident could serve to create some trouble for him, it would indeed be a source of delight. Draco furrowed his brow and cast a disdainful glance at Zabini. Who informed you of that? I certainly never stated such a thing. Do not place the blame on me. Otherwise, when Dumbledore inquires, it will become my predicament. Will we still be able to sell the Mandrakes from Malfoy Manor by then? Draco chuckled with a hint of irritation. Zabini and Theodore exchanged glances. Fully aware that Draco would not engage in further conversation, they did not take his words to heart. He was inherently carefree, driven by whims, and pursued his ambitions with fervor. However, during this period, he had gleaned considerable insights from Draco, becoming notably more astute. He refrained from direct involvement, instead opting to enlist others to execute his plans in various inventive ways, striving to elude Dumbledore's immediate detection. Moreover, Draco and Theodore occasionally assisted Zabini discreetly, facilitating a smoother progression of their endeavors. Before long, a chilling rumor began to circulate throughout Hogwarts. It was said that the Mandrake roots stored within the school were insufficient for the needs of all. Access to the Mandrakes would undoubtedly be prioritized. And perhaps even Hogwarts could not guarantee that the younger witches and wizards would receive the necessary Mandrake to counteract the petrification curse. Whispers suggested that the Mandrakes were only adequate for a single individual, while 2 students had already succumbed to petrification, not to mention a cat. The young witches and wizards were increasingly agitated by these rumors, their anxiety mounting. Some of their closer friends even began to turn against one another, seemingly desperate to make their voices heard by the administration in hopes of rescuing a partner with whom they shared a stronger bond. Draco and his companions could overhear the students debating fervently across the Hogwarts campus. I believe Professor Dumbledore should prioritize saving Colin. He is far younger than Justin and shares a closer connection with Harry Potter. Everyone knows Justin's relationship with Harry is strained. Besides, Harry Potter is the heir of Slytherin. Should Colin be saved, perhaps Harry would refrain from petrifying him again. But if Justin were to be rescued, I can assure you Harry would petrify him anew the very next day, rendering the Mandrake utterly wasted. Their exchanges resembled a heated debate, as they fervently expressed their opinions. No, I believe Justin should be saved. He is a second-year student and far more useful than Colin. Even when facing Harry Potter, the Slytherin heir, he possesses a broader array of spells that could prove more effective than Colin's. Furthermore, given Colin's rapport with Harry, who knows if he might become an informant for Harry, assisting him in ensnaring all the young witches and wizards at Hogwarts? It must be said that both parties presented their arguments with reason and evidence, and the young wizards engaged in a cacophony of debate. Those advocating for Colin's rescue believed that saving Justin was futile, for Justin harbored animosity towards Harry Potter, who himself was the heir of Slytherin. As long as Harry Potter remained at Hogwarts, it was inevitable that Justin would eventually face petrification. They argued that rescuing Colin was far more beneficial. Any ally saved was a victory. Conversely, those wishing to save Justin contended that Colin was an accomplice to Harry Potter, certain to aid him in harming others. Justin, with his grudge against Harry Potter, would undoubtedly keep a vigilant eye on him. However, both factions shared a common belief. They regarded Harry Potter as the heir of Slytherin. Presently, All debates stemmed from this central notion. The young wizards fervently discussed their views, and Draco felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing the scene unfold. He sensed that the individuals Dumbledore had dispatched to monitor him had vanished. It seemed Dumbledore had more pressing matters to attend to. Their recent activities had not been in vain. The presence of those watchful eyes had indeed proved to be quite inconvenient. At last, a sense of joy prevails. The little wizards' debates regarding whom to save have intensified. Yet, they seem to overlook a crucial detail. In this incident, instigated by the heir of Slytherin, not only 2 students have been petrified, but also a cat. Naturally, in the eyes of most, the life of a cat pales in comparison to that of a Hogwarts student. However, for Filch, the situation is markedly different. While the young wizards fervently discuss the usage of Hogwarts Mandrake and the beneficiaries of its restorative properties, Filch's heart sinks. Indeed, when he realizes that his beloved cat is absent from their discussions, his frustration amplifies. He boldly interjects, urging them to save his cat first. Hogwarts undoubtedly values the lives of its young sorcerers, yet it may not hold the same regard for feline lives. His cat must be rescued without delay. Should his cat be left until last, Hogwarts might not expend the necessary effort to procure additional mandrakes. Alas, his cries go unheard. No one considers a cat's life to be more significant than that of a human. His opinions are disregarded, for he is merely a voice in the wilderness. Suddenly, a thought strikes him, a potential ally who might assist in rescuing his cat. As Hogwarts descends into chaos, Dumbledore is absent, tirelessly searching for Mandrake elsewhere. He is unwilling to bend to the Malfoy family, whom he regards with disdain. Should the Dark Lord return, the Malfoys would undoubtedly align themselves with him. Thus it is prudent to avoid entanglements with them to prevent future treachery. Yet, having made prior declarations, he finds himself compelled to scour the world for suitable mandrakes. Little did he know that mere days after his departure, Hogwarts would be thrown into turmoil, forcing him to hastily return to rectify the ensuing chaos. However, he is not a deity. The romantic notion of instantaneous travel is ultimately hindered by the constraints of time. Draco now finds himself in a leisurely state, patiently savoring snacks with his companions while amusedly observing the unfolding antics. These antics, it is worth noting, were instigated by none other than themselves from the very beginning. Draco, whom do you think Mandrake would be better off saving? Zabini jestingly inquires, fully aware that there is no definitive answer to this playful question. Draco disregarded Zabini, engrossed in savoring the petite cake beside him. However, upon taking a bite, his expression subtly shifted, lowering his head to avoid the gaze of others. He expelled a piece of paper from his mouth. This act caused Draco, who already possessed a penchant for cleanliness, to furrow his brow in dismay. The sight left both Theodore and Zabini astonished as they observed Draco's reaction. What secret is Draco concocting? He has even tucked a note inside the cake. However, this method of communication hardly aligns with Draco's character. Given his meticulous nature, it is inconceivable that he would place a note within food, let alone consume it himself. Draco, with a look of disdain, crumpled the note in his hand and furrowed his brow. He unfolded the note with an air of contempt and began to read the words inscribed upon it. Soon, his frown eased, and without a moment's hesitation, he cast the note aside, effectively obliterating any trace of its existence. Draco, who gave you that note? What does it say? Why do you bear such an expression? Zabini inquired with curiosity. What could possibly remedy Draco's obsessive cleanliness? A piece of good news. Someone is slowly descending into the abyss. A pawn I have meticulously orchestrated has come to seek me out. Draco's brow relaxed, as this was indeed fortuitous news for him. Recently, Riddle had reached out, requesting his assistance. In a remarkably brief period, Riddle had nearly drained the vast majority of Ginny Weasley's vitality, rendering her of little value in his eyes. Draco initially intended to allow Riddle to directly experiment with the newly concocted alchemical body. However, Riddle held a different perspective. He insisted on resolving the matter with Harry Potter before embarking on the path of rebirth, thus demanding Draco to ensure that the diary was delivered into Harry Potter's hands. At times, Draco found himself questioning what precisely occupied Riddle's mind. Did he not realize that his relationship with Harry Potter had soured significantly? The rift had become exceedingly tense. Would Harry Potter even consider accepting the diary if it were handed to him so overtly? Conversely, should Draco choose to slip it to Harry discreetly? Any involvement of his name within it would surely deter Harry from engaging with the diary at all. Harry Potter was an exceedingly cautious individual, now thoroughly wary of any traps set by Draco. Any matter associated with Draco's name made Harry exceedingly vigilant. He had grown accustomed to attributing any misfortune that befell him to Draco himself. Draco, evidently more attuned to Harry Potter's thoughts than anyone else, found himself particularly troubled. During this period, Draco has been stirring up quite a tempest, but his true aim is not to target Harry Potter or Dumbledore. Rather, he seeks to focus on Filch. Although Filch may appear to be a mere patroller, he possesses an unparalleled ability to disseminate information. In fact, given the relationship between Draco and Filch, if Draco were to ask Filch to relay information concerning the diary, Filch would undoubtedly be willing to do so. However, should the matter of the diary's connection to the Dark Lord come to light, Filch could easily leverage Draco's request as a means of blackmail. Conversely, if Filch were to plead with Draco to entrust him with the task, then Filch would essentially be an accomplice rather than a victim coerced by another. This leverage would no longer belong solely to Draco, but would be a shared secret between him and Filch. As long as Filch wishes to remain in the magical community, he cannot afford to divulge this information. Therefore, when Draco observes Filch approaching him with news, he feels a joy surpassing that of anyone else. Draco, whose news is it? Why are you so elated? Has Harry Potter come to surrender to you? If he truly did, poor Ron Weasley would be inconsolable, Zabini remarks, grinning as he begins to jest about Harry Potter. Although he is fully aware that Harry would never stoop to such a gesture, that does not deter Zabini from using Harry's name for amusement. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The direction of public opinion must be meticulously managed. I recall that Dumbledore has been away recently, and once he returns, the tide of public sentiment may very well shift. We must remain cautious. In fact, in Draco's previous life, once he seized power, he had not laid eyes on Dumbledore, as the latter had passed away long before the Great War. Draco lacked genuine experience in confronting Dumbledore. His understanding of Dumbledore was superficial, yet he approached him with the same tactics he employed against political adversaries in his former life. Those who engage in politics often possess murky intentions and excel in the art of public opinion warfare. Currently, Dumbledore was absent, rendering him incapable of returning in time to alter the unfolding events. Once he did return, the situation would swiftly turn in his favor. Zabini responded curtly, clearly unacquainted with the harsh realities of society and unaware of Dumbledore's formidable prowess. Consequently, he could not fathom Dumbledore's potential to overturn the prevailing narrative. Even feeling a sense of arrogance, believing he had secured an unassailable victory and could humiliate Dumbledore profoundly. Beside him, Theodore gave Zabini's shoulder a light tap, prompting an irritable glance from Zabini, who ultimately chose to remain silent. At this moment, Draco chose to disregard the subtle tensions between the two individuals and instead focused on his subsequent preparations. The matters at hand were particularly numerous, necessitating a thorough communication with his spies regarding the forthcoming course of action. Although Voldemort had recently drained Ginny Weasley of her vitality and was poised to shift his attention towards Harry Potter, the serpent had yet to be unleashed upon the chaos of the battlefield. However, the creature would inevitably succumb to hunger. Should it one day crave a sumptuous meal and be encountered, the consequences would indeed be dire. Thus, Draco exercised utmost caution, advising his spies to refrain from venturing out at night, ensuring that all information was conveyed solely through him. The proceedings unfolded remarkably smoothly until nightfall, when Draco returned to his usual haunt, silently awaiting the arrival. This time, he was not tardy. Instead, he arrived early, and unlike the previous occasion, he carried nothing in his hands apart from his wand. Filch arrived punctually, his countenance betraying an unusual coldness as he approached Draco with an inscrutable expression. "Mr. Malfoy, do you know how many mandrakes remain at Hogwarts? What are they planning to do with them?" Filch cautiously inquired, seeking confirmation from Draco. Despite having already obtained answers from other young wizards, he remained unsatisfied. In his eyes, the professors were benevolent souls who would never forsake the life of a cat. Yet, he was uncertain. Unbeknownst to him, these rumors had originated from Draco himself. Regardless of the version Filch received from Draco, it would inevitably mirror the other accounts he had heard, if not more detailed and gruesome. "I am unsure, but I believe there are only 1 or 2 mandrakes left at Hogwarts, though certainly not in abundance. Other professors lack Professor Sprout's expertise in cultivating mandrakes. Even if a second batch exists, it would be scant, perhaps sufficient for merely 1 or 2 individuals." Draco calmly articulated his conjecture, then, as if in understanding, turned his gaze towards Filch. "Sir, Do you require my assistance with the mandrake from Malfoy Manor? I had presumed you no longer needed it. That mandrake has already been returned to Malfoy Manor. Draco's mention of sending back does not convey the literal sense of returning. He merely intended to caution Filch, implying that after having been so ungrateful, it would not be so effortless for him to seek the same rewards again. Moreover, recent events have been overwhelmingly numerous and chaotic, leaving Filch with little opportunity to disseminate the deeds of Harry Potter and his companions. This is precisely where Draco perceives Filch's lack of appreciation. Filch found himself at a loss for words when confronted by Draco, momentarily unsure of how to respond. It was indeed a rather humiliating predicament, given the circumstances. An explanation was necessary. Had he been a professor at Hogwarts, he would not have hastily given the last remaining mandrake to a cat, despite that cat being the first to be petrified. I apologize, Mr. Malfoy. I do not disregard your requests. However, Hogwarts has been beset by an overwhelming number of occurrences during this time. I have made attempts to circulate certain narratives, yet the surrounding events have overshadowed the rumors I sought to propagate. Filch earnestly defended himself, although it was true that he had accomplished nothing. The multitude of happenings at Hogwarts, particularly due to the destruction of the mandrake, had led to numerous inquiries from various professors, leaving him with insufficient time to attend to these matters. Nevertheless, he could not articulate this in front of Draco. Draco was clearly fuming. If he continued to express himself in such a manner, he would not only fail to obtain the mandrake, but would end up with not even a single hair to his name. Draco himself was uncertain of the actions he had taken, for he had witnessed no tangible results. Nonetheless, he remained indifferent, merely donning a facade of indignation to exert pressure on Filch. There was no ulterior motive. The mere suggestion that Filch perceived one was sufficient. His prior refusal to accept the gentleman's gifts stemmed from the belief that the bond between them transcended material offerings. He served the gentleman willingly and wholeheartedly. Society indeed cultivates one's character, compelling even Filch to bow humbly before his own desires. However, the present circumstances demanded the gentleman's attention. Only the Malfoy lineage could fulfill my aspirations, and solely the gentleman could bring my hopes to fruition. Lady Loris had been petrified for far too long, and the lot from Hogwarts would surely not prioritize her. Filch incessantly lavished praise upon Draco, attempting to coax him into a swift agreement. Draco exhibited no intention of acquiescence, instead grinning at Filch with an expression that seemed to suggest, I am curious to witness the tricks you intend to employ today. The situation had escalated to such a degree that there was no recourse but to continue the charade. He had no alternative. Recently, he had shamelessly rebuffed the gifts proffered by Mr. Malfoy, yet now he found himself imploring you for mandrake with a sense of deep embarrassment. He sincerely apologized and hoped that, considering his unwavering dedication to you, you might bestow upon him a sprig of mandrake. Filch hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately voiced those words, fully aware that uttering them left him without a path of retreat. From that moment onward, he was irrevocably bound to Draco's vessel. It was not that he was unwilling to assist you. Rather, it echoed his previous sentiment. Should everyone be petrified while your cat returned to normal, suspicions would inevitably arise. This reality could not be altered. Even if Hogwarts mandrake had not been administered to Madame Loris, should she nonetheless regain her senses, doubts would still be cast upon Filch. He was aware of this fact, yet he held a profound faith in Draco. Their acquaintance had not been brief, and he believed Draco could accomplish this feat openly beneath the watchful eyes of the crowd. The mere act of expressing such sentiments in this context clearly indicated that his bargaining power was insufficient. I truly have no means to shamelessly request your assistance. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me. I shall serve you with utmost dedication to the point of my demise. He found himself utterly devoid of any leverage worthy of Draco's consideration, leaving him with no recourse but to make verbal oaths. He understood Draco well. As long as he was bold enough to utter his words, Draco would ensure that the vows were irrevocable. There were indeed matters requiring your assistance, for I recall that the plumbing in the girls' lavatory appears to be of poor quality and is likely to burst in the coming days. Suddenly, Draco uttered an inexplicable remark, leaving Filch utterly bewildered. The history of Hogwarts is extensive, with certain artifacts being older than Draco himself. Throughout the years, there has never been a single oversight. How could it possibly burst forth in mere days? Upon hearing this, Filch, initially stunned, quickly regained his composure. It is inconceivable for an object to spontaneously explode, especially with prior indication. Thus, There remains only one possibility. It was deliberately caused by human intervention. Draco's implication in his words was a desire for someone to cause the pipes in the girls' restroom to burst on his behalf. Indeed, the girls' restroom had fallen into disrepair over the years, and it seemed that the pipes were on the verge of bursting in a matter of days. It would be wise to caution the young wizards to exercise greater care. Draco approached tasks with utmost caution, treating each assignment as if it were a riddle to be deciphered. Filch's words affirmed Draco's intentions. He would indeed address the issue of the water pipes in the girls' restroom, ensuring a satisfactory outcome. Curiously, Filch sought to discern the identity of Draco's intended target, pondering upon whom he would strike to achieve the desired effect. Indeed, Hogwarts housed a few young witches and wizards whose behaviors defied description, such as Harry Potter, who was rumored to possess an unusual curiosity about the girls' restroom, a perplexing trait. Harry likely remained oblivious to Draco's efforts to tarnish his reputation, yet Filch dismissed such thoughts from his mind. Instead, he transformed this notion into a singular objective: to relay the news of the impending disaster in the girls' restroom to Harry Potter, enticing him to investigate the matter personally. For Harry, being a boy, entering the girls' restroom was no trivial matter. It would certainly cast him in a most unfavorable light. If he lacked the requisite abilities, perhaps he could be forgiven, but if his character was found wanting, then there was little to discuss. Filch suspected that Draco intended to act in this direction, and a slight frown creased his brow. Indeed, he resolved to educate Harry Potter thoroughly, after spending so many years in the Muggle world without proper guidance. It was high time for a lesson. However, he requested that Filch remain attentive to the affairs concerning Madame Loris. Filch acquiesced, redirecting the conversation back to Madame Loris. Having agreed to Draco's demands, it was only logical that Draco would reciprocate his requests. You may rest assured, simply bide your time, and everything will unfold as it should. I guarantee that Madame Loris will receive adequate treatment with Mandrake. Draco verbally acquiesced, yet Filch remained somewhat apprehensive. At present, Draco had inadvertently destroyed the Mandrake in his possession, leaving him unable to present it to Filch, which compelled Filch to temper his impatience. In truth, Draco was not devoid of mandrakes, should he wish. His parents could readily send him more. However, it is rare for anyone to demand recompense without first fulfilling their obligations. If there is anything further you require of me, please do not hesitate to command, Filch said, lowering his head and addressing Draco with sincerity. Draco had already given instructions to Filch long ago. Filch's repeated mention of his eagerness to serve Draco was merely an attempt to gauge Draco's next course of action. Draco aspires for everyone to be able to openly utilize Mandrake, yet this is no simple endeavor. At the very least, Firk finds himself at a loss for any viable ideas, prompting him to probe Draco's true intentions. He wishes to discern whether Draco has genuinely formulated a plan or if he is merely floundering aimlessly. There is no need for haste. This matter does not require your intervention. Simply ensure that you maintain your concealed identity with utmost care. Dumbledore shall return shortly, and should he catch wind of this, not only Lady Loris, but you as well may find yourselves expelled from Hogwarts. Draco's expression darkened as he regarded Filch with a serious demeanor, clearly irked by his incessant inquiries. Even if Dumbledore harbored suspicions regarding Filch's connection to the Dark Lord, he would never resort to the lethal measures employed by Death Eaters. At most, he would confine him. Filch, who seemed solely fixated on Harry Potter without posing threats to others, could be deemed an accomplice, and Hogwarts would take minimal action against him. Dumbledore would not employ excessively harsh methods, for his reputation in the outside world was steeped in benevolence. Indeed, it is rather unfathomable that the man who single-handedly imprisoned Grindelwald in Nurmengard during his youth is renowned for his compassion. As thoughts of Grindelwald crossed his mind, Draco's contemplation began to drift. He was aware that Grindelwald and Dumbledore had once been lovers, a relationship that had ultimately faltered due to their differing ideologies, leading them to confront one another in battle, culminating in their current predicaments. Now, Dumbledore flourished while his former lover languished in misery, a state that seemed profoundly unjust. One could only wonder if a reunion between the two would reignite their old passions. Draco was deeply curious, yet this matter needed to be postponed. The most pressing concern was how to deal with Dumbledore's impending counterattack upon his return. When Filch heard Draco mention Dumbledore, he paused momentarily, for he held a profound reverence for him. It was indeed connected to Dumbledore that a squib like Filch could remain at Hogwarts for such an extended period. Filch might harbor disdain for nearly everyone, yet he bore no malice towards Dumbledore. Realizing Draco was unwilling to divulge any information, Filch decided against further probing. Instead, he concocted an excuse to depart, leaving Draco to contemplate alone. Recent events had indeed been rather chaotic, and he needed to clarify his thoughts and strategize how to position his pieces to maximize their potential. Dumbledore's return was remarkably swift. By the following day, public opinion had undergone a radical transformation. No longer were people fixated on the distribution of the remaining mandrake. Instead, they became preoccupied with how to acquire more to satisfy everyone's need for the counter-curse. The knowledge of young witches and wizards was quite limited, and the only one capable of procuring such a quantity of mandrake was Draco Malfoy. Public sentiment, like a boomerang, began to redirect towards Draco Malfoy. Initially, Dumbledore had not intended to implicate Draco in this affair. In his estimation, Draco was not the mastermind behind it. Young witches and wizards were not capable of orchestrating such a formidable campaign of public opinion. The true puppeteer seemed more akin to a seasoned politician. If the orchestrator was Lucius, there might have been some credibility. However, Lucius had recently been preoccupied with the family herbology business, engrossed in it to the point of distraction, leaving no time for such undertakings. Dumbledore was well aware of this fact. Upon recognizing the turmoil within Hogwarts public sentiment, he promptly initiated an investigation into Lucius, yielding surprising results. Lucius is in no way connected to this matter. Apart from Lucius, who stands to gain the most from the situation, he truly cannot fathom who the puppet master could be. Initially, he had no intention of using Draco as a scapegoat for this affair. However, he never anticipated that public sentiment would escalate to such an extent. The orchestrator behind the scenes has no desire to see Hogwarts thrive. His premature return has only exacerbated the situation. Should this discourse spread throughout Hogwarts and incite a rebellion among the young witches and wizards, the institution would undoubtedly become a laughingstock within the magical community. Thereafter, the prospects of recruitment would be rendered moot, and the stain on its historical reputation may prove irreparable. Thus, he finds himself in a predicament where he can only hope for the demise of his adversaries while preserving his own standing. Dumbledore subtly steers public opinion, redirecting the ire towards Draco Malfoy. The young sorcerers begin to denounce Draco's inaction. They proclaim that if Draco were to provide a sufficient quantity of mandrake, it could potentially save everyone. Should any of their peers fail to be rescued, it would undoubtedly be attributed to Draco's unwillingness to offer the mandrake. If the Malfoy family were to contribute an ample supply of mandrake, the young sorcerers would not experience fear. Yet, the avaricious Malfoy family is only inclined to sell their mandrake at exorbitant prices, refusing to donate it freely to Hogwarts, which has precipitated the previous turmoil. At this juncture, the thoroughly manipulated young witches and wizards have forgotten that the mandrake belongs to the Malfoy family as private property, not a communal resource that necessitates contribution. Nevertheless, these distasteful remarks proliferate unchecked, akin to invaders in nature, with no natural enemies to curb their growth. Some fervent young sorcerers have even confronted Draco directly, demanding to know why the Malfoy family does not donate some mandrake. Initially, those young witches and wizards, having been influenced by Draco, maintained a semblance of composure. However, as the campus atmosphere shifted and the attitudes of those around them transformed, those young sorcerers, lacking their own discernment, gradually succumbed to the prevailing tide. Draco could no longer tolerate their incessant harassment and felt compelled to take decisive action, seeking a permanent resolution. Draco had indeed surmised that Dumbledore would take such a course of action, considering the adverse public opinion surrounding the headmaster. Should the sentiment continue to fester, Dumbledore's position as the principal would become untenable. During this period, Lucius was preoccupied with matters concerning mandrake, tirelessly engaged in financial pursuits, leaving him no opportunity to disrupt the tranquility of Hogwarts. Otherwise, given Lucius's profound disdain for Dumbledore, he would have been inclined to frequently report to the board, thereby precipitating Dumbledore's swift ousting. The myriad of troubles that had arisen during Dumbledore's tenure had led many young wizards to question his capabilities. Thus, Dumbledore found himself in urgent need of a target to divert the collective animosity, and Draco presented an exceedingly suitable option. Were Draco in Dumbledore's position, he would undoubtedly have acted similarly, perhaps even with greater severity. However, Dumbledore refrained from imposing a heavy hand. His intention was for Draco to take the initiative in addressing the mandrake issue. Yet, he had not entirely withheld benefits from Draco. By allowing public sentiment to escalate and refraining from permitting any professor to interfere with Draco, Dumbledore aimed to encourage Draco to voluntarily step forward, offering to manage the mandrakes of Hogwarts. This way, Draco would alone bask in the accolades that followed. Had any professors approached Draco during this time? Irrespective of the nature of their discussions, their mere interaction could be misconstrued as Hogwarts professors persuading Draco Malfoy to willingly donate a series of mandrakes. Draco's merits will be shared equally. However, Dumbledore is clearly not the type to leave someone utterly depleted. He has still afforded Draco some advantages. After all, in Dumbledore's eyes, Draco is merely an innocent victim, unjustly compelled to bear the blame for others' misdeeds. This time, Dumbledore has shown a measure of clemency towards Draco. Draco comprehended Dumbledore's approach. He found himself unable to contest it and could only continue along the path that had already been laid out for him. Draco summoned nearly all the young wizards to the Great Hall. As they were prepared to descend the ladder, it was only natural to make the most of the occasion. "Good morning, young wizards," he began. "During this time, I have been aware of the myriad opinions circulating about me. Firstly, I express my sincerest apologies regarding the distressing news of many young wizards at Hogwarts being petrified. I fervently hope that we can unearth the heir of Slytherin." Draco paused momentarily before continuing. "I have heard the rumors regarding the desire for the Malfoy Manor to donate mandrakes to rescue the petrified students. In truth, I had already expressed my willingness to request a certain quantity of mandrakes from my parents to aid all the little wizards affected long before the destruction of the mandrakes. Thus, when I encountered these rumors over the past few days, I felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. I could not comprehend why some misguided individuals had chosen to direct their ire towards me. Recently, I sent a letter home, and my father replied, informing me that all the mature mandrakes from Malfoy Manor had been fully reserved, leaving only a few that were yet to mature. I also consulted Professor Snape, who candidly stated that the mandrakes necessary for the rescue of the young wizards must be fully matured. This, he explained, is precisely why the mandrakes from Malfoy Manor have not been dispatched to Hogwarts. As a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors, the Malfoy family naturally cares deeply for the safety of all students at Hogwarts, and I implore everyone to place a little more trust in the Malfoy family. Draco, with a simplicity that belied the complexity of the situation, subtly influenced those around him before quietly departing. With his presence, the public discourse had effectively reached its conclusion. The young wizards were satisfied with the answers they received, and Dumbledore had found an agreeable resolution. The tumult had ceased, leaving only Draco's faction in the fray. Though he had instigated this war of words, the manner of its resolution was not under his dominion. Yet, Draco was not one to passively accept circumstances. No one could profit from him unless they were individuals of significance in his eyes. It was evident that Dumbledore did not hold such importance for him. The notion that the Malfoy Manor would willingly offer up its mandrakes as a free gift to Hogwarts was utterly implausible. Cultivating these mandrakes required considerable time and effort. Why should they be surrendered without recompense? If one desired these mandrakes, a price would undoubtedly need to be paid. Draco clearly had no intention of directly relinquishing the mandrake, so he informed the young wizards that the mandrake was still immature and could only be handed over to Hogwarts once it had fully matured. As for when that would occur, it was solely at the discretion of Malfoy Manor. Furthermore, during its maturation, the mandrake would likely face numerous dangers. Whether it could survive was also a matter determined by Malfoy Manor. Should Hogwarts fail to present sufficient incentives, they would forever remain devoid of mandrakes. If they truly wished to exert pressure through public opinion, it would merely become a contest of whose propaganda was more formidable. In any case, Draco was resolute that a scheme of empty promises would not suffice. Yet, there were vulnerabilities in this plan. He had not yet conspired with Lucius. If Lucius were to sell mandrakes during this time, it would expose Draco's deceit. Questions would arise. If Draco claimed the mandrakes were unripe, then from whence did Lucius procure his? Should Lucius be selling unripe mandrakes, would that not imply that the Malfoy family itself was untrustworthy? Thus, Draco needed to collude with Lucius to fabricate an impeccable lie. "Dear mother and father, all the mandrakes at Hogwarts have been destroyed, and the young wizards are in a state of panic. They have turned their ire towards us, demanding that our family donate mandrakes. I find myself helplessly ensnared by their insistence and have reluctantly agreed to this matter. No one else seems inclined to come to my aid, not even Professor Dumbledore, who merely observes from the sidelines. However, it is excessively burdensome. The scarce potions lie within our grasp, Yet they approach us as if we owe them a debt, adopting an air of superiority that is truly disheartening. Father, I do not wish for you to provide the mandrakes to Hogwarts, yet I have already acquiesced. Nevertheless, I inform them that our mandrakes are still immature and will not be sent to Hogwarts immediately, which might afford us some time. I refuse to allow those insufferable individuals at Hogwarts to gain an advantage. Your son, Draco. In truth, even without Draco's words, Lucius understood this principle. The Malfoy family hailed from a lineage of merchants. The mindset of a merchant is almost ingrained within their very essence. They possess an unparalleled understanding of how to extract the utmost profit. It would be nearly inconceivable for Lucius to bestow such a generous gift of mandrakes upon his archrival, Dumbledore. Given Lucius's character, he would undoubtedly strive to garner the maximum advantage from Dumbledore. However, if Lucius were to discover that it was Draco who had consented, and that he did so with unwavering conviction in a public forum, his affection for Draco might compel him to relinquish the mandrakes without hesitation. The Malfoy family is not in need of such monetary considerations, and Lucius's animosity towards Dumbledore pales in comparison to his love for Draco. This underscores the necessity for Dumbledore to ensure that Draco is the one to voice his agreement. It also elucidates why Draco felt compelled to pen this letter, to convey to Lucius that he had no choice but to acquiesce to this condition, urging his father to prioritize the interests of the Malfoy estate above his own sentiments. Draco was unwilling to allow Dumbledore to gain an advantage without effort. Draco's stirring of these topics was not merely to afford Dumbledore an advantage, but rather to thrust the Malfoy manor into the limelight, thereby reaping a wave of renown. It is inevitable that Malfoy Manor will ultimately align itself with Voldemort. Firstly, Dumbledore lacks the means to vanquish Voldemort, and he has always harbored a disdain for the Malfoy family, rendering it unlikely that he would expend his utmost efforts to safeguard them. The Malfoy family is renowned as one of the wealthiest clans within the wizarding world. Should Voldemort aspire to seize dominion, the Malfoy family is one he would undoubtedly not relinquish. Even if he harbors a disdain for Lucius and his ilk, he would not forsake the Malfoy estate. He would certainly ensure the preservation of all Malfoys. For Voldemort does not trust that the possessions of the Malfoy family that can be overtly acquired represent the entirety of their wealth. Caught between a wolf and a tiger, the Malfoy family finds itself devoid of options. They must, and can only, align with Voldemort to ensure the safety of their kin. Thus, the current pursuit of notoriety serves to facilitate their future attempts at rehabilitation. Draco is destined to transform the order of the magical realm. He must not bear the notorious reputation of a Death Eater. The persona he has crafted for the Malfoy family is that of a resilient spy, enduring humiliation rather than embodying the malevolence associated with a Death Eater. This is simply unacceptable. In this endeavor, he seeks both prestige and profit. As long as the mandrake remains within his grasp, and as long as Dumbledore is unable to cultivate new mandrakes, he will inevitably be compelled to bow to the Malfoy family. Upon completing the letter, Draco's furrowed brow remained taut. He had more pressing matters to attend to in the dormitory. Riddle's diary had once again found its way back into his possession, which partially explained his urgent pressure on Filch. On one hand, it was true that in Riddle's eyes, Ginny Weasley had become of little use to him. However, another, more embarrassing reason was that Ginny had begun to sense something amiss. She started to suspect the influence of the diary and had seized a moment to dispose of it in the girls' restroom. The once mighty Dark Lord being discarded in a ladies' lavatory was a tremendous affront to Riddle. Remarkably, no one had noticed the incident. Not even the young wizards who entered and exited the restroom. Riddle was exceedingly anxious and continued to press Draco relentlessly. One could only imagine the expression on Draco's face when he reluctantly ventured into the girls' restroom to retrieve the diary. Nevertheless, now that Filch had consented, the diary should indeed be returned to its rightful place. Draco returned to the dormitory to retrieve the diary he had previously concealed and made his way back to the girls' lavatory. Filch had overheard Draco's remarks and was aware that Draco had single-handedly shouldered the entire responsibility for the usage of mandrake at Hogwarts. This also signified that Madame Pomfrey's mandrake supply was secured, thereby fulfilling Draco's prior promise to Filch. Filch was uncertain whether the overwhelming public sentiment had been instigated by Draco himself or if it was the result of external influences. He leaned towards the notion that it was indeed Draco's doing, which likely aligned with Draco's assertion of providing Madame Pomfrey with mandrake in an open and forthright manner. Thus, Filch realized he had to commence preparations. Draco observed Filch sweeping the floor outside, with a faint trickle of water seeping from the girls' lavatory. Draco was aware that the tasks he had entrusted to Filch were nearing completion. Draco cast a casual glance towards Filch, signaling him to observe the ladies' restroom. Draco certainly did not wish for his diary to be discovered while it still contained secrets, or worse, to be caught red-handed. That would indeed be the epitome of misfortune. Filch, clearly attuned to Draco's unspoken concerns, had just emerged from the girls' restroom after inadvertently rupturing a pipe, and thus was well aware of whether anyone remained inside. He gave Draco a slight shake of his head before silently departing from the scene, while Filch was oblivious to Draco's intentions. His understanding of Draco's character suggested that his plans were far from benign. It was best not to get involved, lest Draco, in his search for a scapegoat, cast blame upon him. After numerous encounters, Filch recognized that his intellect could not rival Draco's. It was wise to steer clear of any potential conflict. Consequently, he decided to distance himself from the area, reassured that the breach in the pipe was not substantial enough to flood the entirety of Hogwarts. Even if he were to be absent for a while, Draco observed as Filch departed with an air of compliance, a slight smile gracing his lips. He had no intention of entering the girls' restroom. Instead, he casually tossed Riddle's diary back inside the door. Nevertheless, he harbored a hope that Filch would execute his duties with greater diligence. Should the diary remain undiscovered for several days, or worse, if it were found by someone other than Harry Potter, it would surely spell trouble. Draco found himself at a loss when it came to confronting Riddle. Although Riddle had no intention of killing him, Draco was equally apprehensive about facing Riddle's wrath. After all, he was genuinely at the end of his tether. If only Riddle would comply and allow him to test his latest alchemical body, Draco could then proceed to eliminate Riddle without hesitation. Currently, Riddle still possessed a modicum of value, and Draco was reluctant to squander it, yet he also wished to evade the punishment of a dying man, leaving him no choice but to incessantly pressure Filch. Fortunately, Filch proved to be somewhat competent. During this period, Harry Potter had been thoroughly distracted by a myriad of events. Thus, the moment he sensed something amiss, he became exceedingly vigilant. Upon noticing the trio from Gryffindor approaching from afar, Filch promptly adopted an air of complaint. While scrubbing the water-stained floor, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "I cannot fathom which scoundrel is responsible, but the female lavatory is flooded. Should I discover the identity of that individual, I shall certainly have them strung up on the castle walls." Mr. Filch was exceedingly irate, his fury evident upon his countenance for all to perceive, including the approaching trio from Gryffindor. Though his voice was not particularly loud, it bore the tone of self-reproach. Yet the atmosphere felt decidedly amiss. It was in this vicinity that Madame Lockhart had been petrified. Suddenly, the scene of a burst water pipe materialized, causing the already jittery young wizards to perk up in alarm. The three Gryffindors exchanged glances and directed their attention toward the girls' lavatory. Filch, not lacking in intelligence, noticed the Gryffindor students advancing toward him and began to retreat slowly, continuing his grumbling. He was acutely aware that, despite the audacity of the Gryffindor trio, they were also remarkably cautious. He had no desire to expose his identity at such a critical juncture. It was uncertain whether Draco would be inclined to protect him. And even if he were, the presence of an adversary like Harry Potter would ensure that his days at Hogwarts would not be pleasant. Although Filch longed to rescue his cat, he was unwilling to invite unnecessary trouble upon himself. The Gryffindor trio, sharing a silent understanding, slowed their pace as Filch distanced himself, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Once they were certain they were alone, they all rushed into the girls' lavatory. Inside, they found a weeping, moaning Myrtle, lamenting that someone had struck her on the head with a tattered notebook. This revelation drew the Gryffindors' attention to the notebook, which had previously escaped their notice. Hogwarts was equipped with rubbish bins and house elves who regularly tidied up, making it unnecessary to discard a notebook in the girls' lavatory unless it held unique significance, perhaps containing secrets one wished to both reveal and conceal. The act of leaving it in such a public yet private space suggested the owner desired attention while simultaneously wishing to obscure their identity. The notebook, evidently discarded in the girls' lavatory, accessible only to females, hinted at its importance. At that moment, the phrase heir of Slytherin sprang to the minds of the Gryffindor trio. Perhaps this notebook contained information regarding the heir of Slytherin. Who else would go to such lengths at this pivotal moment? Eagerly, they grasped the notebook, only to be met with disappointment. It was blank, save for the name inscribed upon it, Tom Riddle. Harry Potter, ever the cautious individual, had made it his priority upon arriving at Hogwarts to familiarize himself with all relevant figures, even skimming through the list of students. While he could not recall every name, he held no recollection of one Tom Riddle. Although Tom was a common name, Riddle was not. As far as Harry was aware, he had never encountered anyone by the surname of Riddle at Hogwarts. The notebook appeared unexpectedly antiquated, resembling an old edition from decades past, yet curiously, it bore no writing whatsoever. Hermione, come quickly and see this notebook. It's astonishingly new. Who would be so ostentatious as to discard an antique here? Could it be that the notebook conceals some hidden mystery? Even Ron Weasley sensed something amiss here, which undoubtedly indicated that there was indeed something wrong. Hermione nodded in agreement and stepped forward to cast her most proficient charm, attempting to restore the contents within. However, it was evident that her spell had no effect on the diary. The notebook remained blank, compelling them to accept that it was meant to be this way. Do you recall the name Tom Riddle? It seems he is no longer at Hogwarts, is he? Is he still a young wizard at Hogwarts? Harry Potter glanced curiously at his companions. Although he had no recollection of the name Tom Riddle, perhaps his close friends would. After all, his friends were exceptional. Hermione Granger possessed an extraordinary memory, allowing her to instantly retain vast amounts of information. Perhaps there was a mention of Tom Riddle in some book. Ron Weasley was equally remarkable, being closely associated with Dumbledore, who would undoubtedly provide him with ample resources. Hermione furrowed her brow, straining to recall anything relevant, but remained silent for quite some time, clearly lacking any impressions of the name. Yet Ron spoke up. I know that name, Tom Riddle. He received a special contribution award for the school over 50 years ago, Ron said with palpable excitement, appearing quite confident in his answer. Observing his demeanor caused Harry to harbor doubts. Could this also be part of Dumbledore's scheme? After all, given Ron Weasley's carefree attitude, it seemed implausible that he could remember all the award recipients, let alone confidently proclaim such information before everyone. Harry suspected that perhaps Dumbledore had informed Ron in advance, prompting him to memorize the answer. This path must have been orchestrated by Dumbledore as well. Well, you see, it's because I was recently punished by Filch for staying out late. He made me clean the trophies 50 times. Naturally, after scrubbing them for so long, I remembered the name, especially since his award was rather unique. I've hardly seen it mentioned before, Ron admitted, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. This was indeed a reasonable answer and one that could command respect. Nevertheless, Harry remained highly skeptical. If this situation was orchestrated by Headmaster Dumbledore, then the notebook must possess purposes beyond their imagination, or perhaps it concealed some unexpected information. What Harry needed to do was thoroughly unearth these hidden truths. He diligently examined the notebook, yet it appeared no different from an ordinary diary, devoid of any signs of life. After Draco completed the tasks assigned by Riddle, he returned to the Room of Requirement, a place he kept secret from everyone. Initially, he considered lending it to Seamus as a clandestine base for crafting explosives. However, being a Gryffindor, Draco held an inherent distrust towards him. Finnegan was merely a tool to Draco, and he saw no necessity to invest significant resources on him. Although Finnegan displayed a certain aptitude for explosives, it fell short of Draco's expectations. Nonetheless, he had indeed created several items, such as remote-controlled bombs. These bombs bore a striking resemblance to those in the Muggle world, yet the ones Finnegan crafted were powered by magic, utilizing remarkably simple and readily available materials. However, Draco, despite his considerable prowess, found himself unable to replicate Finnegan's effectiveness just yet. At times, Draco pondered the nature of Finnegan's talent, questioning why everything he touched seemed to transform into powerful explosives. Though not particularly large, merely the size of half a palm, their potency was undeniable. The capability for remote control allowed Draco to temporarily set aside his grievances towards Finnegan. The finished products that Finnegan presented to him had been tested with satisfactory results, leading Draco to resolve to present one as a gift to Riddle. Draco, lost in contemplation, approached the House of Requests. Within lay a meticulously crafted alchemical body, starkly contrasting with the flawed creation he had previously presented to Riddle. This form was far more exquisite than the last shoddy attempt. One might easily mistake it for a living being at rest. Alas, it was not. It was merely Draco's alchemical masterpiece. Pleased with his creation, he turned the effigy over, revealing its back. There was a large cavity at the rear of the alchemical body. This was not due to a lack of skill on Draco's part in crafting a complete form. Rather, if the body were whole, where would the explosives be concealed? Draco meticulously placed the explosives, taking his time to ensure that every detail of his alchemical body was perfected. It would appear flawless to the naked eye. After all, this was an alchemical construct, not a genuine corporeal form. Even if Riddle were to possess it, he would not perceive any discrepancies. The location of the House of Requirement remained a secret known only to Draco, a confidence he had yet to share with even his closest companions. Draco, after all, has traversed into another realm. He perceives a profound sense of alienation from this world, harboring distrust towards everyone. The individuals in this realm are far more intricate than he had ever imagined, though they may be considered minor wizards with relatively simple thoughts. Their schemes possess certain merits worth acknowledging. Draco admired the cunning of the young wizards and their audacity, yet he was unwilling to extend his trust to them. He diligently managed all matters pertaining to the Room of Requirement, preparing to depart from this place. Late at night, he ultimately needed to return for rest, but before he could reach Slytherin, a familiar voice echoed through the air. The basilisk was calling him once more. Even Draco found himself on the verge of cursing. Why were there so many issues with Riddle? He had already assisted with one task after another. What could possibly have gone awry now? The master declared that Harry Potter was woefully dim-witted and hoped that Draco would aid him in uncovering the secrets of the diary at the earliest opportunity. At this moment, the basilisk dared not reveal itself, lurking within the pipes and furtively discussing matters with Draco. Fortunately, no one nearby understood Parseltongue. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly be caught red-handed. Draco, though somewhat exasperated by the audacity of the basilisk, ultimately acquiesced to Riddle's task. At times, Draco found himself utterly speechless. It was quite astonishing that someone as astute as Harry Potter could be stymied by a mere diary, and at this juncture, he seemed to possess not a single notion on the matter. Draco is certainly not Harry Potter's caretaker. Harry Potter demands evidence, and Draco has presented it to him. Yet now, Harry Potter is incapable of utilizing even the evidence, while Draco continues to eagerly rush to provide him with solutions. Draco often finds himself perplexed by Riddle's mindset. How does he consistently ensure the successful completion of his tasks? After all, he is merely a 12-year-old wizard, not yet 20. Even if Riddle has been abandoned by others, it should not reflect upon him. Rest assured, good news will arrive in due course. Draco echoed in Parseltongue. One cannot help but ponder whether, had Draco known that his ability to speak the serpent's tongue would be employed in such a manner, he would still have devoted himself so fervently to learning from Harry Potter. Perhaps he would. Even now, Draco harbors no regrets regarding any of his past decisions. It is high time he contemplated what sort of hint he ought to provide to Harry Potter. A notebook from 50 years ago remains blank, having been carelessly discarded in the girls' restroom, and at such a critical juncture. Any reasonable person would recognize the strangeness of the situation. How could it be that, after all this time, he has no inkling of what to do? Furthermore, it incited such a furious response from Riddle, compelling the creature to take action and alert him. Draco ought to contemplate how to confront these matters. By the time Draco returned, it was already quite late, and Theodore remained awake. Ever since Draco had become his roommate, Theodore's habit of retiring early had been irrevocably altered. On one hand, this was due to his light sleep. He feared that Draco's late returns would disturb his slumber. Moreover, he was apprehensive about the possibility of someone unexpectedly seeking out Draco. He wished to provide some semblance of protection for him. More importantly, if Draco were indeed meeting the Dark Lord, he would be privy to first-hand information. Did you meet with the Dark Lord again today? Is the matter concerning Mandrick connected to him? Theodore quickly deduced that the most likely suspect was indeed the Dark Lord. He had even begun to suspect that the heir of Slytherin was none other than the Dark Lord himself. Otherwise, how could so many events have transpired in such a short span of time? Draco adopted a relaxed posture and collapsed onto his bed. No, I did not meet with the Dark Lord. I am simply exhausted and found a place to rest for a while. The moment Draco laid eyes on Theodore, a brilliant idea struck him. He was reluctant to approach Harry Potter directly, for he knew that Harry would not trust him at this juncture. Having been bitten by the snake once, Harry had become wary of the well rope for years to come. It would be far more prudent to allow Theodore to take action on this matter. Meanwhile, Draco could occupy himself with other affairs. He had yet to receive any news regarding the task he had entrusted to Wormtail. Draco was uncertain whether he was merely deceiving himself or if he had never truly embarked on this endeavor. He ought to have set aside some time to caution the diminutive Peter. What a fool, utterly inept. It had been an eternity since he sought information. Yet not a single lead had emerged. The most fitting abode for refuse is within the refuse heap, rather than amalgamating with the Death Eaters. Are you weary? If so, take a proper rest. Shall I assist you in requesting an absence from Professor Flitwick's class tomorrow morning? Theodore, evidently oblivious to Draco's underlying implication, earnestly inquired whether he should help him request a leave. The young wizards held a profound respect for their teachers and would never easily shirk their classes. After all, their instructors were wizards, and one could only speculate what magical retribution might befall those who dared to skip class. Even the typically haughty Slytherins would not take such liberties lightly. No need, Draco replied. I am simply fatigued by the recent events. It has become quite exhausting. Harry Potter truly possesses remarkable fortune, does he not? Every adversity he faces seems to dissolve at the hands of others. Why are there always so many willing to assist him? Draco's tone was remarkably subdued, devoid of any semblance of complaint. Yet Theodore, well acquainted with Draco, understood that the less he sounded like he was complaining, the more he truly was. Was it simply because Harry Potter was deemed the savior? Thus, everyone was inclined to assist him, and in the eyes of the world, he was undoubtedly the rightful heir of Slytherin. Yet, he had suffered no repercussions thus far. Instead, I had sacrificed a considerable amount of Mandrake. Even if he is a savior, that was a tale from over a decade ago. Moreover, it was his mother who performed the act of salvation, not him. I fail to comprehend why Dumbledore still regards him as the savior. Did he possess such capabilities as a newborn? Does he possess them now? Theodore, I harbor a deep disdain for Harry Potter in this relentless struggle. Yet I find myself compelled to compete. I am truly weary. Draco skillfully employed the art of feigned suffering, understanding Theodore as intimately as Theodore understood him. He knew precisely how to strike at Theodore's tender spots and how to compel him into action. Indeed, this proved to be the case, as Theodore was thoroughly moved by him. Although Dumbledore regarded him as a savior, his primary concern was to prevent him from erring in significant matters. However, in trivialities, no matter how much we pressed him, Dumbledore refrained from intervening. Perhaps he underestimated the fact that even minor issues could lead to dire consequences. Theodore gently comforted Draco, and their gazes met in silent understanding. Draco remained silent, for he comprehended Theodore's intention to concoct a series of pranks aimed at Harry Potter, with the objective of undermining his mental fortitude through an incessant barrage of mischief. While Dumbledore would undoubtedly favor Harry in matters of significance, he would not trivialize such petty affairs. The young wizards were inherently playful. Nearly half of Hogwarts students had engaged in pranks or had, at some point, played tricks on their peers. If Dumbledore were to intervene in such trivialities, it would imply that Harry possessed no capability whatsoever, unable even to navigate the simplest of frolics, rendering him unfit to lead others against the Dark Lord. Furthermore, Dumbledore could not exhibit excessive favoritism, for such bias would disqualify him from the esteemed position of Hogwarts headmaster. As for Harry and his companions, they still attended Slytherin House daily for cleaning duties, observing their perpetual neatness. One might mistakenly believe they had come to Slytherin merely for a bath. Draco furrowed his brow and inquired of Theodore. They were accustomed to this form of silent communication, where every word carried a deeper meaning. Draco's intention was to convey to Theodore that they were indeed too tidy and could indulge in a bit of mischief, leaving them disheveled for class. Indeed, it was time to thoroughly investigate whether Harry Potter had been slacking off. Professor Flitwick was known for his leniency and would likely not mind Harry Potter's disheveled appearance. Upon seeing that Draco had been successfully appeased, Theodore chose to disregard the matter further and resumed perusing his books. Draco was preparing to wash up and retire for the night. He felt assured about Theodore's promise. Trust those who are trustworthy and harbor no doubts about them. Since the matter had been set in motion, he could rest peacefully. Oh, by the way, could you kindly request a leave of absence for me and Professor Flitwick tomorrow? I have a slight headache and need to consult Madame Pomfrey. Draco did not wish to decline the previous suggestion made by Draxio regarding his leave of absence. He found himself rather impatient to meet the diminutive Peter. He had thoroughly examined the Philosopher's Stone and was now intrigued by the Resurrection Stone among the Deathly Hallows. Could it truly bestow life upon the deceased? How does it interact with the departed, enabling their return to the realm of the living? After all, many who have passed do not leave behind a corporeal form, and their souls may have dispersed to unknown realms. How then can one achieve resurrection? Is it conceivable to replicate the Resurrection Stone? Draco was engulfed in a haze of confusion, which only intensified his desire to meet the diminutive Peter. However, the timing was far from opportune. as Harry Potter remained exceedingly vigilant. Therefore, Draco resolved to first offer Harry a morsel of sweetness to pique his interest. He had no intention of personally broaching the matter, for once he became entangled in it, Harry would undoubtedly grow suspicious. Even if the situation served as a warning, Harry might question whether it was a trap set by Draco himself. Thus, it was wiser to maintain a safe distance, lest he be blamed for any failures related to Riddle's affairs. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, morning arrived. Theodore greeted Draco and made his way to class. At times, Hogwarts scheduling seemed utterly perplexing. Though it was well known that Gryffindor and Slytherin were rivals, the school consistently placed these two houses together in classes. This arrangement inevitably led to a myriad of mishaps. Had Hogwarts chosen to separate them, pairing each with Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw instead, such incidents would likely be avoided. After all, Hufflepuff was disinclined to engage in conflict, while Ravenclaw held little respect for foolishness. The situation between Gryffindor and Slytherin was entirely different. The two factions ignited like dry kindling meeting a fierce flame, each employing their own explosive tactics. "Oh, Potter, what is this? You seem exceedingly joyous these days. It appears someone has taken the brunt of the consequences for you, allowing you to revel in this misfortune. How curious that Hogwarts hasn't confined you, the heir of Slytherin." Sorrel taunted, stepping closer to Harry while carelessly knocking the book Harry was holding to the ground. Harry had been thoroughly disoriented by Riddle's diary in recent days. With no clear leads, he found himself obsessively clutching the diary. Even while walking, his mind racing to unravel its secrets. Fearing that others might covet the diary, he kept it close at all times. Unfortunately, in the midst of this turmoil, Sorrel managed to knock the diary from his grasp. Reacting instinctively, Harry lunged to retrieve it. But unbeknownst to him, Zabini had kicked it towards a fellow Slytherin wizard nearby. This wizard, already harboring a disdain for Harry, gleefully picked up the diary, treating it as a toy to torment him. Harry's thoughts were consumed by the diary, and witnessing it tossed back and forth only heightened his anxiety as he desperately attempted to seize it before it fell into another's hands. Yet, the speed at which the diary was tossed far exceeded Harry's ability to run. After enduring their mockery several times, even Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, who stood by, could no longer bear to watch. "Harry, stop chasing them. They are deliberately trying to provoke you." Granger furiously seized Harry, who was still in flight. Her face contorted in anger as she glared at the first assailant, Salazar. In truth, her ire was directed towards Draco Malfoy, for it was well known that he was the leader of their Slytherin cohort. There is a saying, when trouble arises, seek the leader, when issues emerge, look for the one accountable. Draco was deemed the so-called responsible party, prompting Granger to instinctively place the blame upon him. However, Draco is conspicuously absent from class today, leaving Granger with no choice but to shift her attention towards Solar. Although she is unaware of the weight Solar's words carry among the Slytherin wizards, she has heard whispers of the numerous factions within Slytherin, and she knows that Solar is not on amicable terms with Draco. Nevertheless, it is imperative to identify someone who can promptly rectify the situation. It is unacceptable for Harry Potter to be toyed with in such a manner, as it tarnishes the reputation of the savior. "Bach, are you aware that class is about to commence? Engaging in horseplay in the corridor is a clear violation of school regulations. I trust you would not wish to see Slytherin lose points," Granger admonished, glaring fiercely at Solar. She attempted to leverage Slytherin's house points as a means of intimidation. The entire school is aware that the Slytherin students are the most rule-abiding and highly regard their house points. This threat may not hold weight with students from other houses, but it does possess some efficacy among Slytherins. Solar, however, regarded Granger's words with disdain, exchanging a mocking glance with Zabini as they both looked at the Gryffindor trio with amusement. "Miss Granger, I believe you are mistaken. We were merely exchanging pleasantries with Harry Potter. He accidentally dropped his book, and we kindly picked it up for him. How has this been misconstrued as horseplay in your eyes?" Solar continued to provoke, his gaze toward Granger reminiscent of a spectator observing a jester. Granger struggled to contain her temper. Had it not been for the impending class and the possibility of Professor Flitwick being nearby, she would have undoubtedly delivered a few well-deserved punches to Solar's face. What utter nonsense. However, I must advise you, Miss Granger, that one is often influenced by their company. It would be prudent to distance yourself from Potter. Just look at you, having known him for such a brief time, and yet you have become like this. Truly disappointing. Solar's words nearly incensed Granger to the point of fury. What did he mean by being influenced by one's company? Harry Potter is the finest wizard at Hogwarts. He should not assume that their numbers grant them the ability to distort the truth. And as for exchanging pleasantries with Harry Potter, what manner of pleasantries could they possibly have? Granger, incensed by his remarks, fixed her gaze upon Salar with unwavering intensity, her fists clenched tightly. Salar seemed momentarily at a loss for words, flashing a grin at Zabini, who also regarded the Gryffindor trio with a mocking expression. This matter should be addressed with Mr. Potter. I am genuinely curious to inquire of Potter how, after spending so many years cleaning at his aunt's house, he has failed to tidy up even a Slytherin. Could it be intentional, a deliberate disregard for the directives of Headmaster Dumbledore? Zabini, having spent considerable time in Draco's company, has indeed adopted some of his less admirable traits. Once again, he has begun to provoke Harry Potter. After all, he is the heir of Slytherin. Why should he regard Professor Dumbledore with any respect? He has the audacity to petrify fellow students in broad daylight. What else is he capable of? Salazar immediately chimed in, his words igniting the fury of the Gryffindor trio. Without any reservations, Harry Potter launched himself at Salazar. Disarm. Truth be told, this spell was originally employed by Professor Snape to counteract Professor Lockhart, though Draco had learned it. It was from a previous life. The second-year students had yet to be introduced to such incantations. It must be said that Harry Potter possesses a certain innate talent for spells. Having witnessed Professor Snape use it just once, he had grasped the essence of it. Although the spell lacked great power, it nonetheless caused Salazar to stagger back, colliding with a nearby young wizard clutching a diary, who was caught off guard and inadvertently let the book slip from his grasp. Harry, having eagerly anticipated this moment, seized the opportunity to snatch the diary and cradle it protectively. However, the Slytherin wizards were not to be trifled with. With Harry having made the first move, they felt no hesitation in retaliating. While Harry was careful not to inflict harm, they too refrained from causing injury, resorting instead to mischievous antics. Theodore had previously instructed them on how to deal with Harry Potter, so the young wizards wasted no time in casting their spells, showering him with an array of colorful paint. Lost in the joy of possessing the diary, Harry was caught unawares as the paint cascaded towards him from all directions. He desperately shielded his book, but to no avail. The vibrant hues splattered across every inch of him, including his prized possession. Yet, there was one exception. What are you doing? Percy, noticing Harry on the verge of being overwhelmed, intervened and called out to the Slytherin wizards. As a fellow Gryffindor, he understood that this would likely result in nothing more than a mutual scuffle, but he could not stand idly by while Harry was bullied by a group of Slytherins. Oh, isn't that Weasley? How generous of you to come to your brother's aid. I hear you're a prefect, is that right? Salabok's aggression was palpable. Upon seeing Percy Weasley, he immediately resorted to scorn. In his eyes, all members of the Weasley family were the same, pure-blood traitors deserving of universal disdain. Thus, he afforded no courtesy to any Weasley. Even though Percy had ascended to the position of head boy at Hogwarts, endowed with the authority to deduct points, Sala had no intention of treating him with any semblance of respect. Salabok, now that you are aware of my status as head boy, why do you not cease your provocations? I possess the right to deduct points from your house. Percy had grown accustomed to their caustic jibes and felt little discomfort from their scorn. However, he took great pride in his role as head boy, wishing to wield this prestigious title to intimidate the unruly Slytherins before him. Head boy? Who cares? Scoffed one of them. Not a single Slytherin would be concerned about losing points to a Weasley. Pure-blood scum are hardly worthy of consideration. Sala laughed boisterously as he approached Percy, his demeanor dripping with challenge. Though he was not as tall as Percy, he exuded an oddly commanding presence. Do not be so rude, Sala. I just witnessed this Weasley lurking nearby for quite some time, patiently waiting to catch us in error. That requires a certain level of endurance, and he deserves at least a modicum of encouragement. Though Theodore did not harbor any fondness for the Weasleys, he preferred to avoid deducting points whenever possible. He was too lethargic to explain to Percy that it was Harry Potter and his friends who had initiated the altercation, and that the Slytherin wizards had merely retaliated. Both sides were engaged in a mutual brawl, with Potter being the first to provoke. However, explaining this to a Weasley felt beneath Theodore. Akin to a pure-blood aristocrat bowing to a pure-blood traitor, a most distasteful notion. It would be far more satisfying to tarnish Percy's reputation with baseless accusations, casting him in a negative light from which he could never recover. Theodore's insinuations were clear, signaling to all the young wizards that Percy Weasley was acting with intent, solely aiming to penalize Slytherin. He was inherently an unjust presence, and his appearance was merely a cover for the Gryffindor trio. In truth, Theodore was uncertain when Percy had arrived or how long he had been eavesdropping. Yet, as long as everyone accepted the narrative, it would become the truth, regardless of whether Percy had just arrived or had been present for some time. The Slytherin wizards had no intention of exposing Theodore's claims, while the Gryffindors, harboring their own grievances against Harry Potter, opted for silence rather than contradiction. They disdained Potter, the Slytherin heir, and were equally displeased with the Weasley who associated with him. The commotion drew the attention of the young wizards, halting their activities. "Are you slandering me? Do you comprehend the consequences of defaming a head boy? I shall deduct a certain number of points from Slytherin." Percy immediately retorted, his words sounding somewhat rigid, akin to a pedantic scholar clinging to outdated conventions. Yet, rather than curbing the enthusiasm of the young wizards, his remarks only served to amuse Salazar further. "Spare us your ludicrous display of being a prefect. If you wish to impose penalties, then do so. This paltry point deduction is hardly worthy of your exalted prefect position. I dare say the Slytherin students would acquiesce to such a sacrifice." Theodore, initially reluctant to stir trouble, found himself compelled to resort to threats as Percy obstinately ignored reason. Though Theodore had previously issued veiled threats, this time he was more direct, leveraging Percy's prefect status to intimidate him. Currently, Harry Potter's situation was exceedingly precarious. Compounded by Draco's recent instigation, even the Gryffindor students were disinclined to defend him. Thus, if Percy were to unilaterally deduct points from Slytherin under these circumstances, it would provide Slytherin with a pretext to accuse Percy of injustice, demanding his resignation from the prefect position. This is precisely why Professor Snape always sought to fabricate disingenuous excuses when meting out punishment, despite their evident clumsiness. Percy ceased speaking, as if weighing the consequences of his actions. He had not witnessed the unfolding events in their entirety, but the self-assured demeanor of the Slytherin students caused him to hesitate momentarily. He glanced towards Harry, who was struggling to regain his composure, looking utterly disheveled. He was covered in a mishmash of paint, resembling someone who had tumbled into a vat of color, rendering his appearance quite disarrayed. Theodore observed this scene with a cold gaze, chuckling as he patted Percy on the shoulder. "You should take good care of your savior. Class is about to commence, and we wouldn't want to disrupt Professor Flitwick's lesson." Theodore wore a benign smile, yet it exuded an air of provocation. The others, in silent accord, disregarded the beleaguered trio from Gryffindor and made their way to Professor Flitwick's classroom. Harry Potter clenched his fists so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his palms. As he awkwardly gathered himself, he entertained the notion of attending Professor Flitwick's class in such a disheveled state and divulging everything. Those who tormented him deserved punishment. Yet, this thought was fleeting. How could a savior be deemed worthy if he could not even resolve such trivial matters on his own? If even the smallest of grievances had to be escalated to the professors, did that not render this savior a rather foolish one? Wait and see. One day he will make those people pay. Harry Potter silently organized the disheveled books, yet amidst this task, he sensed something profoundly amiss. Almost every tome was saturated with paint, appearing as though salvaged from a refuse heap, scarcely a single one in good condition. In stark contrast, Riddle's diary remained unchanged, untouched by even a hint of pigment, pristine as if it were never meant to be here. Perhaps this is the secret of the diary. Once Harry had tidied himself up, he proceeded to Professor Flitwick's class. The lesson proved utterly uninspiring, as Harry's thoughts were wholly consumed by the notebook. Perhaps the clue lay within its pages. In contrast to Harry's discomfort, Draco appeared somewhat exhilarated. He lingered in the dormitory for a while before stealthily seeking a secret spot to inscribe a signal unique to him and Wormtail. He then returned to rest. The appointed hour was set for the evening. Draco had no desire to engage in such schemes under the glaring light of day. Although the young wizards were not prone to skipping classes, the school was filled with students, and some might be absent. Should they happen upon Wormtail's true identity, it would be quite the predicament. Anyone witnessing a rat transform would certainly raise suspicions. By that time, Draco, who would be alongside him, would be under considerable scrutiny. Draco was unaware of Theodore's progress or his actions, but as the evening wore on and the basilisk did not seek him out, he understood that matters had been resolved. It was time for him to converse with Peter Pettigrew. This time, the diminutive Peter was quite compliant, since their last discussion. He had discerned that the Dark Lord's influence had infiltrated Hogwarts, leaving a significant impact within its hallowed halls. The recent occurrences were undoubtedly orchestrated by the Dark Lord, compelling Peter to obediently come forth to meet Draco. He approached with caution, his diminutive, rodent-like form stealthily making its way to the designated location. At this hour, young wizards were prohibited from roaming the grounds, apart from Harry Potter and his companions, who occasionally ventured out for adventures under the cover of Harry's invisibility cloak. Very few would dare to emerge at this time. However, Harry had not been inclined toward adventure lately. The only one permitted to patrol was Argus Filch. Filch, an ally of Draco, had been informed of the arrangement, and he typically refrained from inspecting this particular area. He would only feign action when others were present, rarely straying from his usual path. "Mr. Pettigrew," Draco remarked, "why must you always present yourself in this manner when we meet? Are you attempting to compel me to take action to restore you to your former self? I have no desire to converse with a rat." Draco regarded Peter with disdain, viewing him as nothing more than a filthy creature. His fastidiousness forbade him from drawing too close to the diminutive worm. Peter's eyes darted about restlessly, noting that Draco was alone this time, devoid of the assistance of his serpent companion, which emboldened him. In Peter's eyes, no matter how formidable a young wizard might be, he would always pale in comparison to an adult sorcerer. Moreover, Draco was merely a second-year student, still unversed in many spells. With the scant few incantations they had learned, it would be a Herculean task to inflict harm, let alone damage an object. The diminutive worm, emboldened by his own bravado, resumed his original form, growing increasingly arrogant. "Do you know who you are speaking to, young Malfoy? Kindly show respect towards me and my animagus, or I shall transform you into a rat," he threatened, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Peter, a man of fragile pride, could not withstand the jibe aimed at his animagus form and immediately lost his composure. Succumbing to rage, he was unafraid of such a young wizard and retaliated with harsh words and threats. Draco lowered his head slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. He appeared unfazed by the affront of the diminutive Peter Pettigrew, yet abruptly raised his gaze and directed a chilling utterance towards him, Avada Kedavra. The killing curse was not aimed at the little wizard, but rather at a nearby object. Nevertheless, the sudden onset of the deadly incantation startled Peter Pettigrew considerably. What sort of young wizard casts the Avada Kedavra with such nonchalance? Instinctively, he retaliated with the most formidable spell he knew, Avada Kedavra. The two curses collided with a resounding force. Although Peter could wield the killing curse, his proficiency paled in comparison to that of Draco. In his previous life, Draco had invoked the killing curse countless times, whereas Peter Pettigrew had employed it only on rare occasions. Peter had always aligned himself with Dumbledore, who staunchly opposed the use of such dark spells. In those days, the most formidable curses at his disposal were typically disarming charms or bone-breaking hexes. Although he possessed knowledge of the killing curse, his infrequent usage rendered him far from proficient, resulting in a surprisingly feeble effect. When their two killing curses collided, they did not entirely cancel each other out. Rather, Draco's curse overpowered that of Peter's. Just as Peter faced imminent demise, he suddenly realized that the curse was not aimed directly at him, but rather at an object beside him. Next to him stood a vase-like item, and the curse struck it, shattering it into fragments. "Mr. Pettigrew," Draco intoned, "I truly despise threats, and I urge you to be mindful of your words. Otherwise, the next thing to explode will be that filthy rat's head of yours." Draco gazed at the diminutive Peter with a smile. Yet Peter felt an unsettling chill coursing through him. He gasped for breath, momentarily at a loss for how to respond to Draco Malfoy. "Are you aware that the Dark Lord is cognizant of your actions? I am a loyal servant of the Dark Lord, and does the Malfoy family seek to rebel?" Draco did not strike him with malice. Rather, he merely misdirected the killing curse, indicating that he had no genuine desire to take his life. Had he truly wished to end it, he would not have faltered in his aim. Observing the potency of the Avada Kedavra unleashed by this young wizard, it is evident that he had employed the curse on numerous occasions, leaving no room for error. Given that his life was not in jeopardy, there was little reason not to adopt a resolute demeanor. Should he bow down in this moment, he would find it impossible to hold his head high within the Malfoy lineage thereafter. Draco was not one to exhibit a good temper. He had no intention of indulging Peter, who was still in a state of disarray. Just as another spell was cast, Draco uttered, "Disarm." Peter, lost in his own self-satisfaction, remained oblivious to Draco's actions until he was abruptly struck and sent flying, crashing against the adjacent wall and sliding down helplessly. Draco slowly approached, forcefully stamping his foot upon the back of his head. He resolutely pried open his mouth, forcing an appeal resembling one favored by Ferenczi. Once completed, he did not hesitate to kick Peter Pettigrew a couple of times, compelling him to swallow the pill. I may not have mentioned this before, but I have always held a disdain for those who dare to argue with me. Do not refuse a toast, lest you be compelled to drink a punitive cup. Hogwarts shall be devoid of a mouse, and no one shall care. Yet, Peter Pettigrew, defiant, began to struggle with even greater fervor. Draco's petite frame was utterly inadequate to contain him, prompting him to retreat a few steps during the fervent struggle. "You little rascal, what exactly do you wish to know about my meal?" exclaimed the diminutive Peter as he prepared to advance. However, he was met with the sight of Draco leisurely retrieving a bell and, in a moment of apparent misfortune, though perhaps intentional, lightly tossing it to the ground. The shrill clang of the bell seemed to awaken a beast within Peter's very being. With just a single chime, he collapsed in agony, writhing incessantly. "Oh dear, my apologies." The bell slipped from my grasp and fell to the floor. "What seems to be the matter? Are you unwell?" "My father has always advised me against speaking boastfully. You see, isn't this a fitting retribution?" Draco spoke languidly. Even the dimmest of minds could discern the connection between this matter and Draco. Peter, the diminutive star, immediately grasped the implications. The pill that Draco had just administered to him must be related to this object, and it appeared to possess the ability to control the dreadful entity within his own body through the spell. Peter promptly lowered his head, attempting to diminish Draco's vigilance. And then, seizing the opportunity while Draco was momentarily distracted, he dashed towards the bell, intent on seizing it first. He seemed to believe that once he claimed the bell, no one would be able to exert control over him again, rendering Draco's recent concoction ineffective. However, upon his approach, Draco swiftly kicked the bell aside. The resounding clang once again awakened the malevolent insects within him, which began to gnaw at Peter's insides, compelling him to halt his advance. "Sir, what are you doing? Mopping the floor?" Draco gazed down at the struggling little Peter with a mischievous grin, leisurely picking up the bell and looking at him with a face full of mirth. "What exactly do you intend to do? Speak, and I shall fulfill your request. Just hasten to lift this curse that binds me." He seemed to believe that Draco had cast such a curse upon him out of necessity. Peter, a native Westerner, had never ventured to the East and was thus oblivious to the nature of the Eastern venomous creatures. He appeared to think that the enchantment afflicting him was merely some malevolent curse conjured by Draco. In his eyes, as long as it was a curse, there remained a possibility for its undoing, unless it were the infamous killing curse. Draco heard his words and merely smiled, choosing not to contest the sentiments expressed by the diminutive Peter. It is only by offering someone a glimmer of hope that they may willingly serve you. Without even a hint of expectation, the situation becomes quite troublesome. It is not I who seeks you out, but rather Lord Voldemort who has business with you. I am merely here to impart a slight lesson, as your disobedience has become quite apparent. Draco was unwilling to bear the blame. The responsibility for this matter should fall squarely on the shoulders of the one it rightfully belonged to. Indeed, Peter Pettigrew, the diminutive figure, caught wind of Draco's words and hesitated slightly. Due to his prior allegiance to the Dark Lord, he could not appear in public and was forced to exist in a rat-like manner, barely surviving. Now, with the Dark Lord stirring, it signified that his return was imminent. Could this be a new tactic employed by the Dark Lord to exert control over others? Peter found it difficult to articulate his current feelings. They were quite complex. However, Draco was quite pleased with his reaction. As long as Peter refrained from broaching the subject with the Dark Lord, the matter would remain concealed, allowing Draco to manipulate all the Death Eaters without anyone being the wiser. As for whether the Dark Lord would uncover this when probing their memories, there was no cause for concern. He was not without his own expertise in memory concealment. He could cast spells on certain memories, rendering them inaccessible to anyone but himself. These enchantments were specifically designed to counteract the effects of legilimency, providing substantial protection against such intrusions. Therefore, he was untroubled by the possibility of these memories being discovered. As long as he kept those individuals silent, there would be no issues. What instructions might the Dark Lord have? Ultimately, Peter lowered his proud head, yearning more than anyone else to learn the Dark Lord's directives. The sensation akin to a soul-crushing pain was something he wished to avoid experiencing again. In truth, it was nothing of great consequence. Mr. Pettigrew need not be so anxious. The Dark Lord merely wished for me to inquire about the matters he previously entrusted to you. What progress has been made? He mentioned that he had not heard from you in some time and had begun to fear you had perished at Hogwarts. Draco remarked with a smile, attempting to ease the tension of the diminutive Peter. However, as his words lingered in the air, Peter became increasingly agitated. Draco's words carried an implicit warning. Should he fail to divulge any valuable information, he would undoubtedly meet his demise within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. The distinction lay not in the act itself, but in the hands that would execute it. After all, Riddle had never encountered Peter Pettigrew and was oblivious to any recent calamities befalling him. For the time being, Draco maintained a singular line of communication with Pettigrew. Even if Pettigrew were to perish, it would pose no significant issue. For Ron, it was merely the case of a mischievous pet mouse gone astray. As for Riddle, thoughts of Pettigrew had not crossed his mind. All his attention was fixated on Harry Potter and the prospect of resurrection. The fate of Pettigrew was of no concern to him, and since he had never laid eyes on the man, it would be a trivial matter to have someone impersonate him, provided the basilisk remained unaware. To the Dark Lord, Pettigrew was of little consequence. Should Pettigrew meet his end, Draco could easily shift the blame onto Dumbledore or Riddle himself. Dumbledore held a vested interest in the demise of the traitor. After all, it was Pettigrew who had led to Sirius Black's imprisonment in Azkaban. Had Dumbledore acted, Sirius would likely have been freed from his confinement. This would certainly complicate matters. However, if Riddle were to take action, the situation would differ significantly. In Voldemort's eyes, Riddle had no acquaintance with Pettigrew, nor did Draco Malfoy. Even if they were to eliminate Pettigrew, they would possess ample justification. Ignorance absolves one of guilt. Moreover, Voldemort could not hold himself accountable. By the time Voldemort became aware of the events, Riddle would have long since vanished, leaving no witnesses to contradict Draco's narrative. At this juncture, Pettigrew realized that jesting with Draco was no longer an option, yet he had failed to uncover any substantial leads during this period. In fact, one might say he had been utterly at a loss. The Resurrection Stone was no ordinary trinket. It was not a mere gem that could be carelessly left unattended and subject to prying eyes. The news of its existence, once it permeated the wizarding world, would unleash a torrential upheaval. The inability to locate it was entirely anticipated. However, the question of whether one had sought it out was another matter entirely. I had genuinely endeavored to fulfill the task entrusted to me by the Dark Lord, but the Resurrection Stone was not a trivial object, and Dumbledore would not have disclosed its whereabouts so freely to anyone. Peter Pettigrew earnestly attempted to articulate his thoughts, striving to alleviate the tension surrounding Draco. Yet, Draco appeared unfazed, his demeanor cheerful as he regarded Pettigrew, even as he incessantly shook a bell in his hand. The bell's crystalline chime echoed like the whispers of a demon, a wave of anguish coursing through Pettigrew's entire being. "Are you jesting with me, sir? What on earth have you been occupied with during this time? The Death Eaters do not tolerate idleness. It seems you may underestimate my youth. Perhaps reluctant to speak the truth with me." Draco spoke thus, yet inwardly he was cursing vehemently. What a pitiable wretch he was. One could only wonder why the Dark Lord had deemed him worthy of joining the Death Eaters. Was it for his timorous disposition, his utter lack of prowess, or his propensity to betray friends and family in critical moments? Peter Pettigrew had lingered in the Weasley household for an extended period without uncovering anything of significance. And his time spent with Harry Potter was not insignificant either. The absence of any revelation is truly a cause for skepticism regarding his abilities. Draco indeed acknowledged the possibility that he might not have uncovered any clues. However, this did not hinder his disdain for the situation. The bell continued to jingle incessantly, while the diminutive Peter Pettigrew twitched restlessly. Wait, I have made a discovery." At this moment, Peter was too preoccupied to consider anything else. He yearned to share his finding with Draco, hoping to persuade him to cease his incessant bell ringing. The utility of this discovery was one matter, but the mere existence of a discovery was an entirely different affair. Draco paused his actions, leaning against the wall with a mischievous smile as he regarded the diminutive Peter Pettigrew. "Pray, share your findings, Mr. Pettigrew. I find myself quite intrigued." Albus Dumbledore, it seems, seldom took an active interest in Harry Potter, often allowing him a degree of freedom akin to free range. However, Ron Weasley exhibited a rather pronounced purposefulness towards Harry. Peter rambled on with trivialities, causing Draco to grow somewhat impatient. Yet, it should be noted that Dumbledore's treatment of Harry was not devoid of distinction. Consider, for instance, the Quidditch match where Harry won his first golden snitch, which he held in his own hands. I have observed other young wizards, and they did not possess the snitch in such a manner. According to Harry, That very snitch was a gift from Headmaster Dumbledore himself, which he has kept hidden remarkably well. Peter could only dredge up minor details to distract, though he remained uncertain of their utility. Draco furrowed his brow as he listened to the words of the diminutive Peter, and then inquired further, "Is that all? I tasked you with locating the Resurrection Stone, not uncovering the extent of Dumbledore's favoritism towards Harry Potter. Sir, it appears you have misdirected your efforts." Draco's words, delivered with a tone of respect, did not alleviate the cold sweat that cascaded down the back of Peter Pettigrew. His eyes darted about, frantically ruminating on what could possibly serve as the key to this remarkable revelation. Moreover, Harry Potter had recently acquired a diary, upon which he had fixated entirely. Perhaps within its pages lay the crucial information regarding the location of the resurrection. I am certain of it, for I observed Ron Weasley exhibiting an unusual interest in this very diary. Peter Pettigrew, in a moment of unguarded candor, divulged every detail he had recently uncovered about Harry Potter, spilling the information as if pouring out beans. Draco initially wore a smile, yet gradually his brows furrowed deeper and deeper. What on earth was he speaking of? Did this diminutive figure across from him, Peter, possess any semblance of intelligence? Was it not a foolish decision to have him probe the whereabouts of the Resurrection Stone? Although Draco was reluctant to admit it, he could not deny that unearthing Peter Pettigrew was an exceedingly foolish decision. The choice to recruit the likes of Pettigrew to his side was utterly devoid of sense. What purpose could such a worthless individual possibly serve? Draco was too indifferent to discuss trivial matters with the diminutive Peter. The news from the Master was indeed quite chaotic, leaving me somewhat bewildered. It would be better for the Master to return and investigate further. I believe that the Dark Lord would not be pleased to encounter such unsettling tidings. Draco's words were subtly phrased, yet the essence was clear. The tidings brought by the diminutive Peter were merely an attempt to deceive. Upon hearing this, Peter was utterly elated, hastening away as if propelled by an unseen force. Who would wish to remain in Draco's company? Surely, one must be averse to pain to desire such company. After receiving Draco's reluctant acquiescence, Peter vanished in an instant, leaving Draco to ponder alone. By now, it was likely that Harry Potter had uncovered the secrets hidden within the diary. As for Riddle's ticking bomb, one could only hope that it had not implanted uncontrollable thoughts and messages into Harry's mind. It was also to be wished that that foolish Riddle had not divulged any of his own information. Even if he had, it mattered not. Without evidence, Draco remained impervious to their machinations. As everyone was aware, the Malfoy family hailed from the ranks of Death Eaters, and once the Dark Lord returned, they would undoubtedly align themselves with him. However, in the absence of proof, no one could imprison the entire Malfoy family in Azkaban. In the ensuing period, tranquility reigned, as if everything had entered a state of stasis. Harry Potter diligently focused on his own matters, refraining even from conflicts with the Slytherins. Even when provoked, he chose not to retaliate, his mind entirely removed from the frivolities of brawling. Draco was acutely aware that Riddle must have whispered something to divert his attention entirely. It was evident that Riddle had shifted the blame onto Rupert Hagrid, who had already borne it for the past 50 years. However, Granger seemed to hold a differing opinion. She frantically scoured the library for information. She immersed herself in books day and night, as though she had stumbled upon a clue. This led Draco to ponder whether she had uncovered Riddle's deceit, or perhaps discerned the true nature of the creature lurking within the chamber. Draco was unaware, yet he sensed that Riddle must be far more anxious than he could ever imagine. As Draco had anticipated, it did not take long for the diary in Harry Potter's possession to vanish. Hermione, who had been incessantly immersed in the library, gradually ceased her activities. It seemed that with the disappearance of the diary, a serene calm had settled over everything. However, Draco knew that this was not the conclusion. Riddle had never been one to submit easily, and the fact that he was being compelled to bow down by a second-year wizard made the prospect even more implausible. Indeed, matters grew increasingly intricate. During those days, a Quidditch match was underway. Following Draco's previous humiliating defeat, Gryffindor had successfully advanced to the finals and was preparing for their final showdown. Just as all the members were about to take the field, Professor McGonagall suddenly stepped forward to cancel the Quidditch match. This announcement left all the young wizards present feeling profoundly disheartened. It is worth noting that winning a Quidditch match could earn a house an additional 50 points. While this increase was hardly significant for the point-deducting Gryffindor, it was certainly considerable for the other houses, potentially propelling them further ahead. Of course, this did not include Slytherin, who had been eliminated long before. Draco participated in only a single match before withdrawing, seemingly waiting intentionally for Harry Potter to confront him. He did not take part in the subsequent competitions. Focusing solely on the encounter with Harry, the young wizards expressed their protests, yet Professor McGonagall delivered distressing news. Another young wizard had been petrified, and to their dismay, it was none other than Hermione Granger, a familiar face to all. This revelation detonated like a bomb, reigniting the previously tranquil atmosphere of Hogwarts. The young wizards, akin to creatures plunged into boiling water, writhed in agitation. Their rebellious sentiments reached a fever pitch. During this tumultuous time, Draco's popularity soared unprecedentedly. The young wizards looked to the Malfoy family to provide sufficient mandrake root, hoping to safeguard themselves against the threat of petrification, ensuring they could reverse the curse if necessary. Consequently, they showered Draco with attention, fearful that he might abandon them. After all, if even Hermione Granger, a member of the esteemed Gryffindor trio, could fall victim to petrification, others were certainly at risk. It is worth noting that in their second year, the most proficient young wizards ranked Draco Malfoy as the foremost, with Hermione Granger following closely behind. If those stronger than them could be petrified, their potential vulnerability was alarmingly real. Harry Potter stood frozen, his gaze fixed intently on Draco, an undercurrent of animosity flickering in his eyes. To this day, he believed Draco to be the heir of Slytherin, convinced that Draco had deliberately sought to harm Hermione Granger. Draco disregarded Harry Potter's gaze, offering a dismissive smile. Subsequently, amidst the throng of admirers, he departed from the scene. Yet, it was not long before Harry Potter summoned him to a secluded spot. Draco initially had no desire to attend, yet he ultimately resolved to go in order to create some mischief for the Weasley family. Is it you? Did you cause Hermione's predicament? Why would you do such a thing? She poses no threat to you whatsoever. In terms of magical prowess, Harry Potter pales in comparison to Hermione Granger. If it were possible, he would prefer Hermione to remain by his side as a protector. After all, with the combined magical abilities of himself and Ron Weasley, they would struggle even to embark on an adventure. To exaggerate, stepping out of Hogwarts could lead to their immediate demise. What are you saying? I cannot comprehend you. Harry Potter, I have told you many times not to engage in such futile suspicions. They serve no purpose whatsoever. Draco gazed at Harry Potter with a hint of impatience. If his words were to be nothing but vacuous drivel, then there would be little reason for him to engage in conversation with Harry. Hermione had already uncovered the secrets of the Slytherin chamber and left me clues. I shall undoubtedly find evidence of your status as the heir of Slytherin, and you shall pay dearly for it. Harry Potter sought to provoke Draco, hoping to discern any flaws in his demeanor and actions. Draco is indeed a master of pretense. He often speaks in such a manner that Harry Potter finds it nearly impossible to discern whether Draco is lying. Consequently, Harry resorts to provoking him. However, he harbors no fear that Draco would resort to any malicious actions against him, as long as he remains Hogwarts' esteemed savior. Even in the absence of protective artifacts placed by Dumbledore, he will not easily meet his demise. His death would not evoke the same indifference as that of Peter Pettigrew. Rather, it would unleash a tremendous uproar. Dumbledore would undoubtedly seek the truth behind it. Draco, being astute, would surely refrain from such foolish actions. I have stated numerous times that I am not the heir of Slytherin, rather than fixating on me. It would be wiser to observe that young girl from the Weasley family. She has been rather distracted of late, as though burdened by a guilty conscience, fearing imminent discovery. Draco laughed maniacally, intrigued by the prospect of witnessing Harry Potter's reaction upon discovering that the mastermind behind the schemes was none other than Ginny Weasley. Surely, it would be one of shock, followed by a frantic attempt to shift the blame onto others. He yearned to draw closer to Dumbledore, to infiltrate their inner circle. Merely possessing the identity of a savior was insufficient. You would do well to refrain from slandering others. It is said that the Weasley family and the Malfoy family harbor a long-standing feud, and you would not wish to exploit this as a means of venting your frustrations, would you? Harry Potter was entirely skeptical of Draco's words, perpetually sensing that Draco was scheming against him. A pure-blood scoundrel hardly warranted such concern. Rather, I believe you could capitalize on this situation. Her health is so frail, one can never tell when calamity might strike. Keep a vigilant watch over her, and who knows? Perhaps there lies an opportunity for a hero to rescue a damsel in distress. Draco observed Harry Potter, clad in an air of virtuous nobility, and then burst into laughter. In due course, would not your ambitions be entirely fulfilled? employing the allure of beauty to gain entry into the inner circle of the Weasley family, only to aspire to usurp Dumbledore's esteemed position in the hearts of the Light Wizards? I must admit, Harry Potter, you possess audacity indeed. Subsequently, Draco found himself pondering whether Dumbledore's demise was truly a product of his own machinations, or if it had been subtly influenced by Harry Potter. After all, the greatest beneficiary of Dumbledore's death was none other than Harry Potter, who nearly assumed command of all of Dumbledore's former allies. With the mantle of the Chosen One, he resonated throughout the magical realm, reclaiming his status as a public figure and securing his passage into the ranks of the Aurors. Silence. You may believe such things, but do not presume that others share your thoughts, Potter retorted hastily, acutely aware that admitting to any malice in front of others was utterly inadvisable. Who could ascertain if the other party was fishing for information? Just as he often employed various conversational tactics with Draco to elicit responses. What delusions are you indulging in? Cease your ruminations and return to your dear one. Observe her current condition, for it appears she may not endure much longer. Do not risk losing both your beloved and your own life in the process. Draco chuckled with a hint of sarcasm, his face adorned with mockery as he gazed at Harry Potter. At this point, if one still failed to comprehend, it would be utterly futile. What does it matter whether it is true or false? Do not slander me. I remain the savior in the eyes of the masses, and no one would believe your nonsensical ramblings. Harry Potter found Draco increasingly troublesome, and he had no desire to continue this futile exchange. Draco, as if provoked, descended into a frenzied state. He gradually approached Harry Potter, asserting that since he claimed to be the savior, he should bear the responsibilities that accompany such a title. Would it not be more prudent to embrace a mutual demise with the Dark Lord? Why must he insist on struggling here? Draco seemed to be reminiscent of the myriad events of his past life, as he forcefully grasped Harry Potter's throat. In his previous existence, his friends and loved ones suffered tremendous losses in the struggle against the Dark Lord. Aside from his parents, the majority of his companions and family members perished within a few years following the conclusion of the war. In stark contrast, Harry Potter, the so-called savior, thrived and flourished within the Ministry of Magic. Why was this so? What justified such a disparity? It was evident that Harry Potter was the true hero, and it was he whom the Dark Lord had relentlessly pursued. Why, then, would Harry Potter refuse to surrender willingly? The one who truly deserved condemnation was himself. Draco acknowledged that his thoughts were extreme and irrational, yet the memories of his past life made it exceedingly difficult for him not to hold Harry Potter accountable. Would it not be preferable to simply succumb to fate? His parents had already perished at the hands of the Dark Lord. Did he not desire to reunite with them? Why must there be a struggle? Would it not be easier to follow Dumbledore's path and accept his demise with grace? Draco laughed maniacally, his laughter grotesque, akin to tears. Despite his emotional collapse, he did not hesitate to dig a pit for Dumbledore. You are dead, yet you remain a hero of Hogwarts, the savior of the wizarding world. You still possess the fame you desire, free from worries and the control of others. Isn't that preferable? It was the first time Harry Potter witnessed such a loss of control in Draco. He harbored no doubts regarding the veracity of Draco's words. Few can maintain their reason amidst emotional turmoil, let alone scheme against others in such a state. This suggested that Dumbledore had nurtured Draco solely for his demise, aiming for a mutual destruction with the Dark Lord. As a minor wizard, how could he hope to perish alongside the formidable Dark Lord? He was uncertain. Yet perhaps Draco Malfoy held some insight. Moreover, if he continued to follow Dumbledore's prescribed path, he would undoubtedly meet the same fate as the Dark Lord. He also realized that perhaps Ginny Weasley was indeed in peril, and he had failed to notice her distress during this time, or rather, Harry had not devoted his thoughts to Ginny Weasley. During his time with the Weasleys, Harry had felt entirely capable of managing Ginny. Hence, he deemed it unnecessary to invest too much thought in her, leading to her current unforeseen predicament. However, Draco's words implied that Harry's current path was not entirely futile. He was indeed on the right track. Thoughts swirled in Harry's mind, yet the grip around his neck tightened, constricting him as if intent on snuffing out his life. The suffocating sensation compelled Harry to refocus his thoughts, and he forcefully shoved Draco away. Are you mad? If I perish here, the Malfoy family will not escape unscathed. Dumbledore will turn Hogwarts upside down in search of my murderer. This was the first instance in which Harry lost control of his anger, unleashing it entirely upon Draco. Draco nearly choked him to death. This was the second time he had confronted the specter of death so directly. Even his previous encounter with Voldemort had not evoked such a sensation. He genuinely believed that Draco was capable of killing him. Indeed, I am mad, completely mad. I harbor no fear of those individuals at Hogwarts. Once you are dead, do you think those who once sought to aid you would still diligently pursue the cause of your demise? The deceased possess no value. They merely seek another savior to tread the path you were meant to walk. As for the savior who has already perished, can they still be regarded as such? They can only be viewed as a mere shield for the savior, a passerby unworthy of even a name. Fool, contemplate your next course of action carefully. Were I in your position, I would thoroughly examine all that Dumbledore has meticulously placed in my hands. It is quite possible that within lies the means to control you. Were Wordtail a tad more astute, Draco would not have been driven to so recklessly display his madness before Harry Potter. Peter Pettigrew is utterly inept, forcing Draco to unsettle Harry Potter, compelling him to voluntarily reveal all that he perceives as problematic. This way, Draco can avoid the trouble of searching himself and risk overlooking something. The Resurrection Stone may indeed be in Harry Potter's possession. Thus, Draco must carefully probe the situation. I do not require your reminders. You ought to tend to your own well-being. Such madness, if witnessed by a member of Slytherin, would surely provoke uproarious laughter. Harry Potter pondered within himself. Draco indeed offered him a valuable perspective, enabling him to discern Dumbledore's control over himself. However, after having interacted with Draco for such an extended period, he was acutely aware that Draco was far from being a virtuous individual. Draco is a merchant driven solely by self-interest. He only extends his assistance when it pertains to his own gains. The notion of unwarranted compassion is utterly inconceivable in Draco's character. Harry Potter harbors doubts regarding Draco's intentions, yet he is paralyzed by fear. Even Harry himself admits to being thoroughly intimidated by Draco's machinations. Ha, foolish one, do not presume me to be as naive as you. Those individuals are not worthy of imposing their will upon me. Draco smirked disdainfully, disregarding Harry Potter's reaction behind him, and promptly departed from the scene, leaving Harry standing alone in a daze. Draco understood that Harry had taken his words to heart, preventing him from wandering aimlessly like a headless chicken. Without the proper guidance, how could he ever realize his fullest potential? Draco hoped that this time Harry would surprise him. Otherwise, he would truly regret having offered him such counsel. Harry, on high alert, sensed that Riddle could not remain by his side for long. In fact, following Draco's timely reminder, he would become increasingly vigilant against external threats, including the mysterious diary he had unexpectedly acquired. Riddle was undeniably tedious. Draco currently has no desire to engage in any cat-and-mouse games with Riddle, nor does he possess much interest in tormenting Harry Potter. However, Draco is not inclined to seek Harry Potter's demise either. If Draco truly wished to eliminate Harry Potter, he could have done so long ago without unnecessary complications. His intentions lie in extracting every ounce of value from Harry. As long as Harry's worth remains unexploited, Draco will not permit Riddle to drain Harry's vitality at will. Thus, today's events serve not only to create a pitfall for Dumbledore, deepening the rift between them, but also to uncover clues regarding Dumbledore's Resurrection Stone, while simultaneously preventing further contact between Riddle and Harry. Riddle can only siphon the life force of young wizards through the medium of the diary. Should Harry heed Riddle's words, he would instinctively distance himself from the diary, compelling Riddle to take action. It is noteworthy that, aside from Harry, Ron Weasley is also keenly interested in the matter of the diary. If Ron becomes involved, Harry is likely to associate this issue with Dumbledore, leading him to avoid the diary. After all, having spent considerable time in the Muggle world, he has likely never encountered a diary that actively communicates or draws someone into its memories. The timing of the diary's appearance and its peculiar functionalities are indeed suspicious. If it were intended as a tool for monitoring Harry, Draco is confident that Harry would be inclined to believe it. As long as Harry remains true to himself, Draco's meticulously crafted schemes will continue to ensnare him. Sometimes, the individual who understands you best is not yourself, but rather your adversary. With Draco having advanced the agenda, he must now expedite the resolution of this matter. Once Harry discards the diary, Riddle will undoubtedly become anxious, devising ways to engage Harry in significant undertakings. He might even seek an opportunity to suppress Harry completely. The moment they confront each other will be Riddle's moment of reckoning. Should he perish too early or too late, Draco will find himself in a precarious position before Voldemort. Draco must choose the opportune moment to eliminate Riddle. However, this moment will undoubtedly arrive sooner than anticipated. Yet Draco's newly concocted alchemical body has yet to undergo testing. Draco must, without a doubt, ensure that Riddle assists him in completing the experiment before sending Riddle on his way. As Draco anticipated, it was not long before Riddle, somewhat exasperated, instructed the basilisk to seek out Draco. He had vanished from Harry Potter's presence. As for the manner of his disappearance, Draco was uncertain. Perhaps Harry Potter lost him. Or perhaps Riddle fled on his own. Or it might have been that Ginny Weasley discovered him and reclaimed him. Draco was neither aware nor inclined to speculate. However, at this moment, his leisurely respite came to an abrupt end. He had to seek out Riddle for some pressing matter. Yet, upon his arrival, he encountered an unexpected figure, Ginny Weasley. At times, Draco found himself questioning whether Riddle had engaged in prolonged conversation with Ginny, perhaps eliciting a sense of compassion. It seemed she had accompanied him as well. He couldn't help but marvel at Riddle's keen senses, having interacted with Harry Potter for merely a short span. He had swiftly discerned Ginny Weasley's significance in Potter's life, making her an ideal bait. Ginny Weasley had been drained of the majority of her vitality by Riddle, rendering her frail and diminutive, indeed a fitting candidate for a hostage. Even without the threat of a wand pointed at her, escape was beyond her reach. "My dear master, I have come to seek you today regarding a matter of importance. The alchemical body you previously requested has been flawlessly crafted. Perhaps you might wish to assess its efficacy at this very moment?" When Draco arrived, he beheld the corporeal manifestation of Riddle's soul. The vitality he had absorbed from Ginny Weasley was substantial. The soul had taken on a discernible form, no longer the shadowy figure lurking within the pages, luring others with treachery. Riddle furrowed his brow, hesitating, uncertain of Harry Potter's return. However, upon reflection, he concluded that Harry Potter was hardly worth his utmost effort, being merely a second-year wizard with talent that paled in comparison to their own generation. He was but a wizard of hollow renown, lacking the magical prowess of his peers, including himself and Abraxas. There was no need for such exertion. The basilisk would suffice in dealing with Harry Potter. Instead, Riddle contemplated diverting some of his focus to experiment with this alchemical body, to see if he could resurrect himself at the peak of his soul's power. In doing so, he could eliminate Harry Potter while simultaneously reclaiming his own corporeal form, a truly fortuitous outcome. "Very well, produce it. Let us attempt this once more," Riddle acquiesced. Draco immediately retrieved the alchemical body he had meticulously prepared from his expandable bag. This visage bore little resemblance to Riddle's original appearance, yet it exuded a different kind of exquisite beauty. "Master," he remarked, "this alchemical body does not mirror your own likeness. I have intentionally crafted a distinct countenance to facilitate your swift advancement within the magical realm." Draco elucidated. Riddle nodded. He held no significant expectations regarding the appearance of his corporeal form, as long as it was not grotesquely hideous. Furthermore, he could not revert to his former visage, for his past beauty had become legendary throughout Hogwarts, known by nearly every wizard of age. The extremes of beauty and ugliness tend to leave indelible impressions, which could hinder Riddle's future endeavors. Without further hesitation, Riddle glided into the preordained alchemical body. This new form was intricately designed, allowing Riddle to regain control over it in a remarkably shortened time frame. Soon, the fingertips of the body began to move, followed by the other limbs. A series of creaks echoed, akin to someone experimenting with a newly acquired body. The form appeared somewhat uncooperative, struggling momentarily before collapsing again. This caused Draco's heart to race. If the experiment were to fail, would it not imply that he must seek another suitable subject? Not everyone possesses such a robust spiritual essence. Within Hogwarts, there were numerous spirits, most of whom were merely remnants of deceased souls, unlike Riddle, who harbored substantial fragments of his own soul. The souls of the deceased and the living are fundamentally distinct, particularly in terms of vitality. As Draco's thoughts continued to evolve, he recognized that only a strong spiritual body could expedite the experiment towards his desired outcome. Riddle's demise was unavoidable, having escalated to such a degree, and he was already poised to confront Harry Potter. Draco saw no reason to spare him. In this scenario, Harry Potter was unlikely to perish. Dumbledore would undoubtedly intervene to prevent Harry's death. It was even plausible that Dumbledore was acutely aware of Harry's every move at this moment. Thus, the only likely casualty would be Riddle. While Riddle might attempt to escape, Draco was resolute in ensuring he would not succeed. Any escape would likely lead him to an encounter with Voldemort. Draco initially deceived on multiple fronts, successfully misleading many. The likelihood of being exposed upon confrontation was high, and Draco was unwilling to leave himself vulnerable in such a manner. Thus, he felt compelled to apologize. Nevertheless, despite his intent to eliminate Riddle, he harbored a hope that this experiment would yield success, allowing Riddle to possess his own corporeal form. Riddle himself yearned for this, persistently struggling, striving with unyielding determination. With each attempt, his proficiency deepened, and his mastery over his body gradually intensified. It was akin to the primordial humans taming their limbs, advancing step by step, cultivating their skills until he finally stood upright. I have finally regained my body. The sensation of rebirth was inexplicably familiar, and Riddle immediately voiced his thoughts, his tone imbued with an unimaginable joy. Draco could also comprehend his elation. After all, from the very beginning, he was aware that he was merely a fragment of Voldemort. He never truly deserved to possess a corporeal form, yet he sincerely regarded himself as a distinct individual. Riddle, while acknowledging Voldemort's accomplishments and holding in extreme reverence for his own essence, also yearned to exist as a separate entity. Coincidentally, Draco fulfilled his desire. This is precisely why Riddle chose to retain Draco. Otherwise, with his obstinate heart, he would never have allowed someone who witnessed his vulnerable state to remain. Riddle could not ascertain when this alchemical body might falter, nor how long he could endure in such a guise. Hence he deemed it necessary to keep Draco close. Congratulations, Master, on your rebirth. The demise of Hogwarts is imminent, and now it is time for Dumbledore to tremble in fear. Draco smiled gently, promptly lowering his head to conceal the tempest of emotions within him. His eyes shimmered with sheer ecstasy. This path appeared truly viable. As long as he could locate a soul and infuse it into a transmuted body crafted from the Philosopher's Stone, the resurrection of a human being might indeed be achievable. However, it must be noted that Riddle's essence was a fragment of a living soul, possessing life force far superior to that of a deceased soul. Would it be successful to experiment with the fragmented essence of the dead? If not, could the assistance of the Resurrection Stone alter the outcome? Draco found himself at a loss. Having reached this stage, he was already halfway to success. Mastering this method would enable him to deceive a multitude into serving him. For only he could guarantee their survival. Even if they lost their corporeal forms, they could be reborn in another guise within this world. Everyone harbors a fear of death. Possessing a mortal body implies the inevitability of aging. Once the body deteriorates completely, the possibility of life ceases to exist. However, the alchemical body is different. If it were to remain imperishable, could it not signify the attainment of immortality? Even Voldemort coveted eternal life. How could other wizards resist such temptation? There was no need to rush regarding Dumbledore. A plan had already begun to take shape. Our immediate focus should be on Harry Potter. Riddle regarded Draco as a loyal subordinate, further bolstered by Draco's role in restoring his corporeal form, thus enhancing Riddle's trust in him and revealing his grand design. Harry Potter? What need was there to target Harry Potter? He was merely a young wizard with modest magical prowess, incapable of stirring any significant upheaval. Rather than squander time on him, it would be wiser to strike Dumbledore when he least expected it. Draco, with a perplexed expression, spoke to Riddle. However, his words were undeniably foolish, a fact that even Draco himself recognized. He found it necessary to feign ignorance before Riddle, as the time was drawing near for Riddle's final moment. One must not forget that the journey of 100 miles is but half completed at 90. He certainly did not wish to expose himself at such a critical juncture. Now, with a corporeal form, Riddle may have the capacity to wield magic. Yet, this remains uncertain, and the specifics must be inquired of Riddle himself. Patience, young one. Although Harry Potter may seem quite ordinary and his magical prowess not particularly formidable, he carries a reputation that few can attain. And wielding that reputation proves far more advantageous than one might imagine. The weaklings of the magical realm continue to prance before me, emboldened by the existence of Harry Potter, who serves as their beacon of hope. Should Harry Potter perish, their foundation would crumble, and dealing with Dumbledore would become an effortless task. Draco furrowed his brow slightly, maintaining an air of clumsiness as he inquired of Riddle. However, to my knowledge, the potential candidates for the Savior are not limited to Harry Potter alone. There is also Neville Longbottom. What if they declare that Harry Potter is a mere fabrication and that the true Savior is Neville Longbottom? Would it not render all efforts futile? Draco was testing the limits of this riddle, as well as probing the intellect of this individual. A wise person must tread carefully. However, if the person before him is a fool, there is little to discuss. I believe you are mistaken, young Malfoy. The one who defines the Savior has never been Dumbledore. Rather, it is we who possess that power. Only we can determine who the true savior is. As for Dumbledore's chosen savior, if he is unable to save, then he is but a haughty. We declare Harry Potter to be the savior. And thus he becomes the savior. As long as we can propagate this rumor, no one will question Harry Potter's identity as the savior. Even if Dumbledore were to later announce it, it would only be a futile attempt to salvage his reputation. Riddle appeared to be imparting wisdom to the younger generation, speaking to Draco with a certain earnestness, genuinely guiding him on relevant matters. Voldemort has his loyal Death Eaters. It is important to note that not all Death Eaters are inept. Indeed, many talented individuals serve within their ranks, such as the formidable Bellatrix Lestrange, Dolohov, and the clever Barty Crouch Jr., alongside Severus Snape. In contrast, Riddle lacks a substantial following. He is accompanied only by a basilisk, which has always heeded the call of the heir of Slytherin. It is crucial to remember that Voldemort is also an heir of Slytherin. If the two were to stand before the basilisk simultaneously, one might wonder whom the creature would choose as its master. Riddle harbored no intentions of betraying Voldemort, nor did he wish to rival him. However, he felt the necessity to cultivate a power uniquely his own. Draco is precisely the subordinate he has set his sights on. Draco, despite his tender years, possesses an abundance of cunning and intellect, truly a promising talent. One can only imagine how invaluable he will become as he matures. Provided that he is nurtured with virtuous ideals from a young age, there is no cause for concern regarding his potential treachery. I understand, my master. How does this body fare? Has its magical energy been restored? Draco candidly expressed his innermost thoughts. The prospect of possessing an alchemical body to achieve immortality indeed presents itself as a compelling solution. However, should one find themselves helplessly tethered to such a vessel, the notion of eternal life transforms into a rather grim reality. This would imply that he might have to seek refuge in the Muggle world, yearning for solitude. For in the realm of magic, even the most trivial curse cast by a novice wizard could spell his demise. Moreover, the awareness of this vulnerability would likely instill hesitation in others to exert themselves on his behalf. After all, no one is without flaws, and in the journey of life, who can claim to be devoid of adversaries? In times of misfortune, one becomes susceptible to the malevolence of rivals, and should he be stripped of his magical powers, existence would surely become unbearable. Riddle furrowed his brow, evidently having overlooked this critical aspect. Squinting, he cast a nonverbal spell towards the side. The fact remained that his wand was not in his possession, and he had no means to procure it to perform a wand-based spell. He could, in theory, request Draco to lend him his wand. However, not only would it be cumbersome, but it might also provoke Draco's resistance. The significance of a wand to a wizard is beyond measure. None would willingly part with their wand lightly. Once a wizard loses their wand, they become exceedingly vulnerable in the magical realm. A wizard's physique is frail, yet their magic is formidable. Acquiring a new wand is a time-consuming endeavor, often requiring bespoke craftsmanship. In that interval, should they possess enemies, it would be ample time for their demise. Thus, no wizard is inclined to lend their wand, for doing so equates to relinquishing their safety, placing their very life in another's hands. Draco found Riddle to be quite useful. Thus, he was reluctant to engage in such actions, leading to his resistance. However, the results were disappointing. Although Draco was unaware of the precise curse Riddle had cast, there was no discernible change around him. It appeared that this alchemical body still possessed certain flaws. He was unable to endow an ordinary body with a system of magic. In fact, he had yet to comprehend the very origin of magical power. This dilemma likely stemmed from the Philosopher's Stone. Previously, he had utilized the stone to concoct a potion, which he administered to Mr. Filch. Indeed, Mr. Filch had acquired a semblance of magical power, albeit unstable and fleeting, sufficiently demonstrating that the stone had some capacity for restoring magical energy. Should the aspects of the alchemical body and the Philosopher's Stone be upgraded in tandem, it might indeed be possible to create an alchemical body capable of wielding magic. Alas, this body was not a true flesh and blood vessel, rendering the casting of spells impossible. Riddle furrowed his brow. While this outcome was somewhat anticipated, it still brought a tinge of disappointment. After drifting for so long, he finally possessed a corporeal form, which was, in itself, a cause for celebration. Yes, my subordinate shall certainly devote himself to research, striving to swiftly provide you with an alchemical body imbued with magical power. You must place your trust in me. Draco unequivocally pledged his allegiance. He was aware that Riddle had lured Harry Potter today, and given his understanding of Harry, He was certain that Harry would come, and indeed, would arrive promptly. Draco now sought an excuse to avoid Harry Potter. This time, he envisioned an outcome where Riddle perished, while Harry Potter remained his savior. In this scenario, Draco's presence was conspicuously absent. Should Harry confront Riddle and unexpectedly discover Draco's presence, it would yield disastrous consequences. Ultimately, even if Riddle emerged victorious, he would be unable to confront Dumbledore immediately. The disparity in strength between Riddle and Dumbledore was significant. A direct confrontation would be akin to courting disaster. Riddle valued his corporeal form more than anyone else, and he would not recklessly invite trouble upon himself. Instead, he would conceal himself in the shadows, devising strategies to deal with Dumbledore, which meant that Draco had to remain even more inconspicuous. Once Draco is exposed, Riddle will not come to his rescue. This matter is entrusted to you. I have utmost confidence in your abilities. Wait a moment, for Harry Potter is on his way. You should conceal yourself over there, Riddle instructed, gesturing toward a nearby spot that housed a concealed cave, perfectly suited for one to hide. Riddle was not a fool. He understood the necessity of ensuring Draco's safety from exposure. Although he was confident in his ability to subdue Harry Potter, he remained cautious. Should Dumbledore arrive in time to rescue Harry, and if Draco were present, he would find himself irreparably tarnished. Riddle insisted that Draco keep his distance, regardless of the outcome. Draco must remain unblemished. As long as Draco was alive, Riddle need not fear his own resurrection. It is my master, Draco declared, here to wish his master success in the endeavor to eliminate Harry Potter. Riddle appeared to desire a few more words with Draco. Yet the rustling sound nearby instantly revealed the arrival of Harry Potter. Riddle swiftly signaled to Draco, who promptly retrieved an invisibility cloak from his bag and draped it over himself, making his way towards a nearby cave. He understood that Riddle was prepared to confront Harry Potter in a decisive battle, thus the invaluable invisibility cloak could not be left behind. It was well known that Harry Potter lacked the prowess of the basilisk. Even with Dumbledore's assistance, he would only be able to match the creature at best. And there was a possibility that he might end up fleeing in terror from it. In such a precarious situation, regardless of where he sought refuge, danger would loom, making the invisibility cloak a prudent choice for precaution. However, Harry Potter's swiftness was remarkable. The young wizard exhibited remarkable bravery by arriving here alone. Yet, according to whispers from the past, it was said that several of them had ventured to this location. It seemed that prior conflicts had erupted among them, leaving only Harry Potter to arrive. Ever since Draco alerted Ginny Weasley to her predicament, he had paid particular attention to her. It was uncertain whether his acute concern for Ginny had also alerted Riddle. Harry's preoccupation with her had inadvertently rendered Ginny a victim of this sinister plot. The combined might of Riddle and the basilisk was beyond Harry's capacity to thwart, and their power would make it relatively effortless to abduct Ginny without detection. Even if Harry wished to rescue her in advance, he found himself constrained by apprehension. Ginny's demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of the heir of Slytherin. However, the Weasley family had always been staunch Gryffindors, aligned with Dumbledore's side. Dumbledore would never condone a follower becoming the heir of Slytherin, nor would he permit any harm to come to a wizard of Muggle descent. Thus, Harry was inclined to believe that Ginny was under the influence of some external force. He even suspected that she had fallen under Draco Malfoy's control. After all, the Weasley family had consistently opposed pureblood supremacy. They were the epitome of pureblood disgrace, advocating for equality among wizards, including those of Muggle heritage and half-bloods. Ginny Weasley attacking a wizard of Muggle descent would signify a betrayal of their own principles, rendering their previous efforts futile and subjecting them to scorn from pureblood families. It was inconceivable that Ginny would commit such an act. Therefore, the only plausible explanation was that she was being manipulated by another entity. Due to Harry's limited perspective, he could only envision Draco Malfoy as the potential puppeteer, for no one else would wish for the Weasley family's downfall more than the Malfoys. However, upon entering the Chamber of Secrets, he abandoned this notion upon discovering a massive serpent's shed skin within. This indicated that a formidable basilisk resided within the chamber, one of considerable age. If Draco could indeed control this basilisk, he would not need to engage in such elaborate schemes. He could achieve his goals merely by commanding the creature. This realization also suggested that the mastermind behind these events could be far more perilous than he had initially presumed. If the true villain were Draco, the threat would not be as significant. Although Draco often impulsively desired to eliminate him, he invariably showed restraint, even offering subtle hints after tormenting him. It resembled a game of cat and mouse. Having caught the mouse, he chose to toy with it rather than devour it. The Slytherin chamber was vast, and it took Harry Potter a considerable time to reach its very core, while his companions engaged in internal conflict, reluctantly remaining outside. Truth be told, upon entering alone, he felt a surge of fear. He was inherently afraid of death and found himself in such a perilous place. However, this venture was prompted by Ron Weasley, who fervently urged him to rescue his sister. This strongly suggested that Dumbledore was likely aware of this information. And perhaps it was Dumbledore himself who had instructed Ron to undertake this mission. It appeared that recent events had indeed troubled Dumbledore, who had devised challenges to test Harry's abilities. Thus, Harry had no choice but to proceed, fully cognizant of the formidable power of the orchestrator behind the scenes. Furthermore, Ginny Weasley was an essential objective for him. Should he succeed in this act of heroism, the Weasley family would be irrevocably bound to him. Upon encountering Ginny Weasley, Harry found her lying helplessly on the ground, utterly motionless, resembling someone who had succumbed to death. This sight sent a jolt of dread through Harry. If Ginny had perished, all his efforts would be rendered utterly futile. Yet, Dumbledore would not allow Ginny to die. The Weasley family was among his most loyal allies. If Ginny were to fall victim in this unforeseen circumstance, would the Weasley family harbor resentment towards him? Harry could only offer himself continuous reassurance within his thoughts. Beyond that, he felt utterly powerless, compelled to do his utmost while resigning to fate. Harry, disregarding any other thoughts, hurried to Ginny's side, fervently shaking her shoulders. Ginny, what has happened to you? Please wake up." Yet, Ginny remained unresponsive, causing Harry's heart to sink further. It seemed futile to continue. She would not awaken again. At that moment, Riddle's voice broke the silence. It was then that Harry noticed a strikingly handsome young man beside him. He desperately searched his memory, yet could not recall any impression of this individual. Surely, if such an extraordinarily attractive wizard had appeared at Hogwarts, he would have been aware of it. It was illogical to forget, as both extreme beauty and extreme ugliness tend to leave a lasting impression. "Who are you? Why are you here? Why do you claim she will not awaken? Are you the heir of Slytherin?" Although Harry Potter inquired in such a manner, his thoughts belied his words. He did not believe that the man before him could be the heir of Slytherin, nor did he consider him to be a student from Hogwarts. Given the recent incidents at Hogwarts, it was evident that the heir of Slytherin was someone from within their own ranks. If he were unfamiliar with the surroundings, he would not be able to escape unscathed while plotting against other young wizards. The timing of each incident suggested that their deaths had been premeditated, an endeavor impossible for someone unfamiliar with the school. Riddle scoffed at Harry Potter's words. "You fail to recognize me, Potter? Did we not converse in the diary? How is it that you cannot identify me simply because I have taken on a new guise?" Riddle lamented Harry Potter's dullness, while simultaneously admiring Draco's remarkable skill. Upon first seeing him, Harry's immediate reaction was to question who he was, rather than what he had become. This indicated that Draco's alchemical body bore a striking resemblance to a human, seamlessly blending into the crowd. Perhaps so much so that no one would suspect the presence of something inhuman. Harry Potter was taken aback. He had previously seen Riddle's likeness clearly in the memories. Although the man before him possessed the same striking beauty as Riddle, they were fundamentally different. Riddle exuded the air of an elegant, aristocratic gentleman, while the individual standing before Harry radiated a more overtly aggressive demeanor. Harry found it utterly impossible to connect the two. "Are you Riddle? How did you come to look this way? Is this your original form? What of the appearance you showed me in your memories?" Harry's impression of Riddle was still rooted in the obedient figure from the diary, leaving him unfazed by the encounter. Quite the contrary, they conversed as if they were friends. "What a curious little fellow you are. This is my new body. Is it not pleasing? Which do you find more attractive, my original form or this one?" Riddle grinned at Harry, relishing the sensation of toying with him like a cat with a mouse. Harry was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Both forms were appealing, yet they evoked entirely different feelings. As the conversation unfolded, Harry's wariness gradually resurfaced. Whoever could access the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets must possess knowledge of the incantation to unlock it. He had entered due to his ability to speak Parseltongue. How had Riddle managed to gain entry? Was it through Draco? Before him stood Riddle, the heir of Slytherin. 50 years prior, the Chamber of Secrets had been opened, coinciding with Riddle's time at Hogwarts. However, during that incident, suspicion had fallen upon Hagrid. Based on Harry Potter's understanding of Hagrid, he was a simple-minded giant, devoid of cunning or intellect, entirely incapable of such deeds. Harry was convinced that Hagrid had been framed, and the one orchestrating this treachery was none other than the very riddle before him. It was indeed too coincidental. Harry recalled that riddle had manifested on 2 occasions, both times coinciding with the opening of the Chamber of Secrets. Riddle's presence here was glaringly evident. You are the heir of Slytherin, are you not? You lured Ginny Weasley here. She is merely a little girl. Why would you treat her so? Although Potter posed it as a question, his tone was imbued with certainty. Harry Potter was astute, courageous, and unafraid to speculate, his deductions remarkably accurate. I must admit, Potter, you are far more clever than I had anticipated. Indeed. I am the heir of Slytherin. 50 years ago, I opened the chamber, and I am the one who has done so again now. Yet, foolish people continue to believe you are Slytherin's heir. Riddle chuckled as he spoke. According to the villain's code, one should never readily confess to their misdeeds in the presence of others, yet Riddle was overly confident. He was certain that no other young wizards could enter this place. Even if they did, they would not escape, and no one could reveal his words. The sensation of keeping others in the dark, watching them writhe in agony, only to unveil the truth after they had endured their suffering, was truly exhilarating. In this second life, Riddle cherished his own sensory pleasures far more than his safety. After all, with Draco by his side, he had no fear of death. Should this body perish, he could simply inhabit another. How does it feel to be mistaken for Slytherin's heir, Potter? It must be quite a remarkable experience. I have heard that you spend most of your time with that dullard, and now you too have tasted the experience of being regarded as Slytherin's heir. I suppose you two share common ground. Riddle's taunts were particularly pointed, making a mockery of Harry and Hagrid's friendship, suggesting they were equally foolish. Why do you target me? Am I not the so-called savior in your eyes? Shouldn't our common enemy be the Dark Lord? Why then, do you focus your ire upon me? Are you a Death Eater? Harry, still reeling from his memories of Riddle, was at a loss for reasons behind Riddle's animosity. Could it be due to his affiliation with the Death Eaters as a servant of the Dark Lord? Death Eaters? Do not insult me with such words. I am not merely anyone. I am Voldemort, the Dark Lord whom you all fear, a vision of my future, Riddle declared with disdain, a flicker of pride illuminating his eyes as he uttered Voldemort's name. It was evident that Voldemort's current menacing presence in the magical realm had exceeded Riddle's initial expectations. The term savior pertains to the inept individuals of the wizarding world, but it bears no significance for me. To me, you are my foremost adversary. Do not act foolishly, Potter. As Riddle slowly advanced toward Harry Potter, Harry stood frozen, as if paralyzed by fear. Why then target Ginny Weasley? The Weasley family are staunch allies of Dumbledore. Do you not fear inciting his vigilance? Harry attempted to divert Riddle's attention with these words, hoping to buy some time. For this confrontation was a matter of Ron Weasley's fervent insistence. Surely, Dumbledore must be nearby, observing. Given Harry's own abilities, he stood no chance against Riddle, and thus, his only recourse was to delay, hoping that Dumbledore might come to his aid. Fear? I harbor no fear of Dumbledore. The Weasley imbeciles ought to receive a lesson. You cannot fathom the tedium of listening to a love-struck adolescent girl recount her burgeoning feelings daily. I merely collect my dues. I have been too lenient with you, Potter. How curious that you now concern yourself with others, Riddle remarked, inching closer to Harry, his smile gradually morphing into a palpable menace. Harry was taken aback by Riddle's demeanor. Momentarily immobilized, he was at a loss for how to respond until Riddle delivered a swift kick, sending Harry crashing to the ground. Riddle's new physique, while not entirely adept at controlling force, had a remarkable quality. A mere flick of his foot sent Harry sprawling. Disoriented, Harry remained on the ground for an extended moment until he noticed Riddle advancing toward him yet again. As Riddle drew nearer, the figures of Riddle and Draco began to merge in Harry's vision, igniting a fear that Riddle might, like Draco, seize him by the throat. The terror from the last encounter with Draco still lingered in Harry's mind, making him particularly wary of such actions. Instinctively, he raised his wand, aware of his lack of experience with killing, and thus hesitant to cast a spell at such close range. His inexperience bred fear. Yet he could not allow Riddle to harm him as Draco had, forcing him to brandish his wand in a show of bravado. Riddle regarded Harry with a smile, casually shifting Harry's wand aside. Be more courteous, Potter. Did your parents never teach you that a wand should not be pointed at another? Be cautious of misfires. Do you truly wish to end my life? Do you dare? Riddle smiled faintly, yet that smile sent a chill down Harry Potter's spine. How dare you mention my parents? They were the very ones you caused to perish, you murderer. Potter's eyes reddened with fury, provoked by Riddle's taunts. Do not slander me. It was Voldemort who committed murder. Not I. I was not present when he took lives, nor could I dictate his actions. Riddle scoffed derisively, his words dripping with contempt, though he feigned a defense. His demeanor was more akin to provocation. Harry Potter could hardly tolerate such an affront. A person who deeply yearned for familial bonds. He was weary of others jesting about his parents. Even Draco would not casually mock the Potters. Yet Riddle spoke of them so dismissively, as if discussing the death of some insignificant creature. In an instant, rage surged within Harry Potter, having been raised in the Muggle world. His initial instinct was not to wield magic against this adversary, but rather to strike with his fists. Without conscious thought, Harry lunged forward with his wand aimed at Riddle. Riddle, having deliberately incited his anger, was prepared. He swiftly grasped Harry's hand, forcefully redirecting the wand away and pressing it menacingly toward Harry's eyes. The two struggled fiercely. After all, Harry was merely a young wizard, lacking in physical strength. Even though Riddle had only recently acquired this body and was not yet adept at controlling its power, it was finely honed, its potential far exceeding that of an ordinary person. Even without complete mastery, Riddle was more than capable of handling Harry Potter. Despite Harry's valiant resistance, the wand inched ever closer to him, its tip now pointed at his own self, rendering him unable to cast any spells. Potter, are you not the savior? Why are you so weak? If others were to learn that you perished by your own wand, would they not laugh in disbelief? How foolish of Dumbledore to consider you the chosen one. Harry Potter exerted every ounce of his strength to hold his ground against Riddle, resulting in a stalemate. Neither could gain the upper hand. Riddle's wand remained pointed threateningly at Harry, yet it was still some distance from his eye. Growing weary of this impasse, Riddle resorted to taunting Harry, knowing that any lapse in Harry's composure could spell his doom. A wavering mind would lead to a faltering hand, and a faltering hand would allow the wand to pierce through his eye and into his brain. Indeed, Harry's resolve wavered upon hearing Riddle's provocations, causing his grip to loosen slightly, and the wand descended perilously close to his eye. In a state of desperate urgency, Harry struggled to regain control. Yet the more he exerted himself, the more chaotic his efforts became. Just as he believed he was on the brink of defeat, a bird suddenly swooped into the fray. This avian presence captured Riddle's attention. Harry recognized the creature. It was Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix. Riddle, having once been a student of Dumbledore, had encountered this magnificent bird before. The phoenix was Dumbledore's beloved pet, and its arrival raised questions in Riddle's mind. Did it signify that Dumbledore was aware of the situation? Was Dumbledore nearby? Caught off guard by this revelation, Riddle faltered, his grip slackening just enough for Harry to seize the moment and push Riddle away. Relief surged through Harry as he leaned against a nearby pillar, gasping for breath. Yet, he understood that this was not the time to relax. The presence of Fawkes brought him a measure of comfort, but he still felt ill-equipped to confront Riddle alone, especially with the looming threat of a basilisk, which had yet to reveal itself. Fawkes's arrival indicated Dumbledore's awareness of the perilous circumstance, and Harry was reassured that Dumbledore would not allow him to perish. Dumbledore's unwavering belief in Harry as the chosen savior suggested that he would not abandon him easily. The considerable investment Dumbledore had made in Harry's development and reputation ensured that he would not relinquish his hope so readily. In that moment, Harry realized that he had a glimmer of hope. Fawkes, as Dumbledore's phoenix, now posed a challenge for Riddle to contend with. Harry Potter issued a resolute statement, fully aware that Dumbledore might not show up at all. With Fawkes already present, it was illogical for Dumbledore to remain absent, given that Dumbledore's identity had been revealed. There was no reason for him to hide like a coward. He was a white wizard, not a Death Eater, and he preferred to engage openly. The only plausible explanation was that Dumbledore had been detained. Yet, Harry knew he had to confront Riddle alone. Riddle seemed to have considered this too. Did he truly believe a mere bird could contend with him? How naive. Riddle scoffed. However, he refrained from advancing towards Harry, realizing that this lost opportunity would not present itself again. Harry was now on high alert. Should Riddle approach, Harry would undoubtedly cast a spell at him. Given the limitations of his current form, he could only endure the assault passively. Come now, let us reunite with an old acquaintance, shall we? Arise, basilisk, and let Potter witness your prowess. Riddle, wary of Harry's immediate reaction, summoned his ally. The basilisk, loyal to the heir of Slytherin, was obedient and remarkably swift. It was astonishing that such a massive creature could be so agile. Within mere moments, it had materialized in the center of the chamber. Surprisingly, there was no petrifying reaction between Riddle and the basilisk. In fact, there was no response at all. Welcome, my companion. It is time we impart a lesson to Potter. Riddle commanded, and the basilisk surged toward Harry Potter like a swift arrow, its speed astonishingly rapid. Fortunately, Harry had been alert to the impending threat, allowing him to roll and scramble away from the spot where the serpent had just struck. He yearned to lift his gaze and observe the basilisk's movements. Yet fear of its penetrating stare forced him to rely solely on his hearing to evade its attacks, resulting in a rather clumsy display of evasion. At that moment, Fawkes ceased his flamboyant display. He dropped a hat toward Harry, then darted straight for the basilisk. Unexpectedly, the hat revealed a sword within. The two raced toward the blade. But Riddle, being significantly closer, grasped it first. However, no matter how he strained, he could not extract the sword. To Riddle, it was merely a useless trinket. Yet for Harry, it was undoubtedly invaluable. Dumbledore's meticulous efforts to send this object through Fawkes indicated its great significance. Despite its futility for Riddle, he was unwilling to relinquish it to Harry, clutching it tightly in his fist while casting a defiant glare at him. In that pivotal moment, Harry no longer hesitated. He recognized this as Dumbledore's opportunity for him. If he failed to seize it, he might very well meet his demise that day. Disarm your weapon. Without hesitation, Harry Potter cast a spell upon Riddle, though its potency was rather feeble, merely managing to push him back. Riddle, devoid of any sensation, found himself propelled backward, causing the sword to slip from his grasp due to the recoil. Harry promptly rushed forward, and to his astonishment, the sword that Riddle could not extract was now in his possession. Riddle, an exemplary student at school, instantly recognized the significance of the sword. Had he been Voldemort, he would have coveted this weapon, regarding it as a potential vessel for his soul. The fact that the sword remained unscathed indicated Dumbledore had hidden it exceedingly well. Aware of his own physical limitations, Riddle swiftly retreated behind the basilisk. The situation was dire for the basilisk. Fawkes, in a display of bravery, had pecked out its eyes. Yet in doing so, he had exhausted all his strength. As a bird, he lacked the means to confront the basilisk directly and appeared utterly fatigued, necessitating his withdrawal from the battle. Otherwise, he too would meet his demise here. The basilisk, now free to act, turned its attention to Harry. Understanding he could not defeat the creature, Harry fled. The Chamber of Secrets was vast, filled with numerous caverns, and he ran ceaselessly until he stumbled upon Draco. Fortunately, Draco had donned the invisibility cloak, remaining undetected as he silently witnessed Harry's plight. It was his first opportunity to observe the savior in action, a vantage point most would envy. Harry appeared exceedingly disheveled. Although the basilisk had lost its sight, its hearing remained acute. Any movement on Harry's part would draw its attention. Even attempts to distract the basilisk with stones proved futile, as its speed was overwhelming, and any subsequent action would lead to immediate detection. The sword in Harry's hand could only temporarily deter the beast. It was incapable of delivering a fatal blow. With no allies to aid him, Harry had no choice but to serve as bait. As the basilisk opened its gaping maw to strike, he plunged Gryffindor's sword deep into its throat. The basilisk's venom surged through Harry's body, enveloping him in anguish. He did not lament the loss of assistance. However, if the basilisk were to perish, it would take him down with it, a fate he could accept. Well, Potter, the great savior, what now? Are you about to meet your end? Riddle taunted, advancing slowly towards Harry. At that moment, Harry felt utterly drained, aware that the venom was seeping through his wounds. Are you dying? What are you doing? As Riddle suddenly felt a sense of assured victory, Fawkes unexpectedly surged forth, pecking fiercely at Riddle twice. The phoenix obscured Riddle's vision and exerted all its strength to push him backward. Riddle was compelled to retreat continuously. Seizing this opportunity, Fawkes swiftly shed tears that fell precisely upon Harry Potter, causing his wounds to heal instantaneously, and the dizziness that had plagued him vanished in an instant, leaving him significantly improved. However, the lingering physical repercussions from the venom did not dissipate alongside the pain. Riddle, perceiving the commotion, quickly grasped Fawkes' intentions and, without hesitation, lunged forward to seize Harry Potter by the throat. At that moment, Harry was unable to resist, devoid of strength. Witnessing Harry being throttled by Riddle, Fawkes immediately attempted to peck at Riddle, yet it was unanticipated that Riddle's body was composed of alchemical materials, rendering him impervious to pain. All of Fawkes' efforts seemed futile just as Riddle believed he was on the cusp of triumph. Yet, an unforeseen event suddenly transpired. Draco could not permit Riddle to take Harry Potter's life. Harry was exceptionally clever, the most fitting to thwart Dumbledore's schemes. Harry must not perish. Yet Riddle had to be eliminated. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated from the center. Riddle's form seemed to suffer a grievous injury, erupting violently. It was as if his body contained miniature explosives, detonating from within in an instant. Harry, positioned perilously close, was forcefully thrown back. Fragments of the alchemical body grazed Harry's cheek, rendering him notably disheveled. Riddle appeared momentarily stunned, his entire soul cast far away, remaining motionless for an extended period. Harry understood that he could not afford to delay. Any further postponement could allow Riddle to regroup, making future confrontations exceedingly perilous. Yet, how could he confront Riddle? Such thoughts surged through Harry's mind until his gaze settled upon the notebook he had once possessed. His initial encounter with Riddle had been through that very diary. Perhaps it held significant ties to him. Harry recalled his visit to the headmaster's office, where several photographs adorned the walls, each containing a soul. Riddle, he mused, was indeed a similar entity, yet his essence was far more potent than those depicted. Seizing the moment while Riddle remained dazed, Harry dashed toward the notebook. Riddle, still pondering the explosion's cause, began to grasp that Draco had orchestrated this chaos. This explosion was evidently caused by internal explosives manifesting from within. The destruction was initiated from the inside out, and the alchemical body had solely been crafted by Draco's hand. No one but Draco could have surreptitiously installed explosives beneath his vigilant gaze, seamlessly integrating them into the alchemical body. Despite this clarity, Riddle felt a twinge of confusion. Why would Draco undertake such an action? His family was comprised entirely of Death Eaters, without question. Had they not always been loyal to Voldemort? What advantage could Draco gain from this? Was he not fearful of aligning with Voldemort, potentially leading the Malfoy family to ruin? While Riddle entertained these thoughts, he was acutely aware that Draco was the only one who could grant him corporeal form. Even if Riddle believed Draco must perish, he found himself unwilling to let Draco go. Draco's demise meant that no one could assist him in forging a new corporeal form. The most prudent course of action would be to ally with Voldemort, thereby seizing control of the entire Malfoy lineage. By confining Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy, he could compel Draco Malfoy to serve him, extracting every last ounce of worth from him. The Malfoy family was renowned in the wizarding world for their emphasis on familial bonds. As long as Riddle had a firm grip on Draco's parents, he need not fear disobedience from Draco. Yet, he could not fathom why it was so. Draco was an astutely intelligent young wizard, profoundly contemplative for his age. His audacity suggested he must have a contingency plan. Had he, in such a short span, uncovered his own vulnerabilities? Would he dare to exploit his own weaknesses? Riddle instinctively glanced at his notebook, only to witness a shocking scene unfold. Harry Potter, wielding Gryffindor's sword, was striking down upon the diary in which Riddle had manifested. Riddle lunged desperately towards the diary, but was ultimately a heartbeat too late. The sword of Gryffindor pierced the diary with ferocity, causing it to ooze blood as if animated, exuding a chilling aura. No! Riddle shouted vehemently, yet the diary's demise continued unabated by his cries. He realized that he was beyond salvation and resolved to use his remaining strength to dig a grave for Draco. It was unacceptable for the true puppet master to remain unscathed at this juncture. With fervor, he twisted his body, directing his gaze toward the place where Draco had previously concealed himself. He extended a finger to indicate Draco's location, before finally succumbing, vanishing into the ether. Harry Potter, bewildered, could not comprehend Riddle's intentions. Was there something unspeakable lurking in that direction? Or perhaps a hidden trap awaited? He is lured by his own curiosity, ultimately leading to his own demise. The latter scenario appears more probable, given that he and Voldemort are intertwined. If sacrificing himself could eliminate his own nemesis, Harry Potter, he might indeed consider it a noble end. Naturally, this perspective hinges on how others perceive it. In their eyes, Riddle is merely a fragment of Voldemort's soul, and sacrificing this insignificant part to preserve the life of the formidable Harry Potter seems a worthwhile exchange. However, Riddle views himself as a whole. He cannot fathom sacrificing himself to harm Harry Potter, as it serves no purpose. This notion, however, eludes Harry Potter's comprehension at this moment. Furthermore, after his exhausting battles with the basilisk and Riddle, Harry is physically and mentally drained, barely able to summon any strength. If confronted with another formidable adversary, he might indeed perish, hence he is reluctant to take any risks. With Riddle's demise, the absence of any emerging threats suggests that he is unlikely to encounter immediate danger, provided he avoids that location. What lies within that place, and whether it poses a threat to Hogwarts, is a matter for Dumbledore, it bears no relevance to him. After a brief respite, Harry Potter lifts the unconscious Ginny Weasley from the ground, retrieves the tattered diary, and makes his way toward the exit of the Slytherin chamber. Close behind him is Draco, who too is ready to depart. Perhaps unbeknownst to Harry, Draco is aware that the Weasley couple has detained Dumbledore. Upon learning that Ginny Weasley had been abducted by Riddle, Draco took the initiative to inform the Weasley couple about her disappearance. The Weasley family holds great concern for the young girl, and upon receiving this news, they hastily sought Dumbledore at Hogwarts. Once Harry Potter brings Ginny Weasley to safety, the Weasley couple will be relieved to see her, allowing them to release their hold on Dumbledore, thereby granting him more time to investigate what transpired within the chamber. Although Draco expresses confidence in his concealed abilities, Dumbledore remains the most formidable white wizard of our time. It is possible that he possesses some unexpected and ingenious tactics. Draco was unwilling to wager on such a possibility, nor was there any means for him to do so. Dumbledore, upon failing to apprehend someone once, had the opportunity to try again and again and again. His formidable power afforded him the capacity to persist through multiple attempts. Draco, however, is markedly different. Should he be apprehended even once, the entire Malfoy family would face dire consequences. He is acutely aware that Dumbledore has been vigilantly observing families with Death Eater ties. Within these households, those loyal to the Dark Lord are likely to reach out to him proactively. All Death Eaters initially chose to follow the Dark Lord willingly. In the beginning, his Horcruxes were limited, allowing him to retain a semblance of rationality, and his intellect was renowned at Hogwarts. Strikingly handsome and adept at stirring the hearts of others, he attracted numerous followers. The ideology he espoused resonated with the interests of pureblood families, creating a perfect alignment. Almost every pureblood family was unwaveringly devoted to the Dark Lord, with little to no possibility of defection. Once the Dark Lord returns, they will undoubtedly rally to his side once more, without exception. On one hand, they genuinely share common goals and support the Dark Lord's theories. On the other hand, the dark mark he has inscribed upon them ensures they can be traced wherever they go. The Dark Lord's formidable power and ruthless methods leave them with no choice but to join his ranks to safeguard themselves and their families. The first action of the Dark Lord upon his return may not be an assault on Hogwarts. Rather, he will likely reach out to his subordinates. Should he choose to attack Hogwarts immediately, Dumbledore would undoubtedly receive the first-hand intelligence, allowing him to suppress the Dark Lord before he fully regains his strength, thus ensuring a prolonged period of peace for the wizarding world. Conversely, if the Dark Lord refrains from attacking Hogwarts at once, he will certainly contact his followers. And since Dumbledore is monitoring these former Death Eaters, their meeting would be easily detected by him, granting Dumbledore additional time to prepare. Should Draco be apprehended here by Dumbledore, it would undoubtedly reveal to Dumbledore that he has indeed been in contact with the Dark Lord. There is no doubt that Dumbledore would seize this opportunity to imprison the entire Malfoy family in Azkaban and confiscate their wealth. Draco swiftly departed from the scene, disregarding the convolutions of the circumstances, fully aware that a formidable challenge awaited him. He had sufficiently alerted his father prior, and it was reasonable to assume that his father would be somewhat prepared. Upon returning, his first priority was not to address the aftermath, but rather to focus on the House Cup. Draco had previously laid numerous traps for Harry Potter, and Gryffindor's score had reached a point where it could no longer be diminished. Headmaster Dumbledore found himself unable to employ last year's tactics to award Gryffindor additional points. After all, he had discovered that Tom Riddle's diary had been smuggled into Hogwarts by Ginny Weasley. Should he use this as a pretext to grant points to Harry and Gryffindor, it would inevitably raise questions from the young wizards as to why he did not similarly deduct points from Ginny Weasley and Gryffindor. Such an action would be counterproductive, resulting in Gryffindor's unfortunate position at the bottom. However, Harry Potter was indifferent to the standings. His concern lay in whether his name had been cleared. The House Cup was merely a token of morale, an honor devoid of tangible value. As a wizard who once lived in the Muggle world, confined to his aunt's home and facing severe material deprivation, Harry valued concrete benefits far more. The things he yearned for in his youth ultimately became lifelong obsessions. In his younger days, Harry sought material rewards, and thus, when confronted with intangible accolades, he did not attach much significance to them. He merely desired to shed the label of the heir of Slytherin. The victor of the House Cup remained Slytherin, and the Slytherin students rejoiced, though they did not decorate the venue as meticulously as the previous year. In fact, only half of it was adorned. Perhaps they were still wary from Dumbledore's antics last year, leading them to exercise restraint this time. Nevertheless, the news brought them considerable joy, with some young wizards even beginning to convince themselves that Dumbledore's previous awarding of points to Harry and his friends was indeed justified. Yet, Draco felt powerless against this shift in sentiment. Under Dumbledore's domain, with just a slight nudge, public opinion could easily be swayed in his favor. Draco, however, could not afford to act impulsively. He had already sown a sufficient number of seeds of doubt in the minds of the young wizards, and any further actions would appear deliberate. Last academic year, the events orchestrated by Dumbledore had already planted seeds of skepticism among the recent graduates of Hogwarts. The Malfoy family had also seized the opportunity to engage with some graduates from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, thereby assimilating a considerable number of talents. As for the graduates of Gryffindor, the Malfoy family found themselves powerless. Their disdain for Slytherin was far too profound. Yet, fighting alone could not be a lasting endeavor. Losing a single Gryffindor was not a significant setback. While the young wizards of Slytherin reveled in celebration, Draco furrowed his brow. Lucius was due to arrive that evening, having been personally invited by Dumbledore, presumably concerning the matter of Riddle's diary. Perhaps others were unaware that Riddle's diary had long been treasured by the Malfoy family, but as their sworn enemy, Weasley might indeed be privy to this knowledge. Dumbledore's invitation to Lucius could very well be a strategic move to exert pressure, compelling Lucius to provide mandrakes for Hogwarts without compensation. Had Dumbledore ventured to other countries or regions earlier to seek mandrakes, he might have acquired them by now. However, Hogwarts had been beset by numerous troubles recently, hampering Dumbledore's efforts. Just as he finally managed to step outside, Draco's fabricated rumors yanked him back. When the rumors subsided and he sought to venture forth again, Ginny Weasley had gone missing. Dumbledore found himself overwhelmed with urgency. The young wizards had studied the nature of mandrakes and understood the lengthy cultivation process. In fact, at the beginning of the last semester, they had personally tended to the mandrakes, which, given the time elapsed, should now be maturing. If Dumbledore failed to produce mandrakes by the appointed time, it would imply that his earlier claims of Hogwarts having a stockpile were fabrications. Hogwarts was Dumbledore's stronghold, although he could find other bases of support. Losing Hogwarts would inevitably tarnish his reputation. A moment's carelessness could be exploited by those with ulterior motives. Thus, Dumbledore had to tread cautiously. Summoning Lucius was likely a maneuver laden with deeper intentions. Should Lucius arrive and decline Dumbledore's request, opting instead to evade it with trivial matters and refusing to provide mandrakes voluntarily, Dumbledore would then assert that Lucius inadvertently destroyed the last remaining mandrakes in his office. This would result in the complete disappearance of Hogwarts mandrakes, leaving the petrified young wizards in a dire predicament. At that juncture, even if Lucius were reluctant, he would have no choice but to furnish a supply of mandrakes to save the young wizards. It was quite possible that the Malfoy family's long-held position on the Hogwarts Board of Governors would be relinquished. Some might question how such a formidable figure as Dumbledore could be outmaneuvered by Lucius. Yet, even the mightiest are prone to error. There is a saying that one can only catch a thief for 1,000 days, but cannot guard against one indefinitely. Dumbledore might only be left with a reputation of negligence, while Lucius would face dire consequences. Deliberately destroying the mandrakes would be a nefarious ploy to promote his own mandrakes from Malfoy Manor. This was Dumbledore's territory, as long as the news originated from Hogwarts. Dumbledore could steer the narrative. By the time the information reached the wizarding world, the public sentiment would be far from what Lucius desired. And even if he sought to manipulate the narrative later, it would be too late. Often, first impressions can seal one's fate. The Malfoy family would undoubtedly suffer significant losses in this confrontation. Of course, if Lucius chose to comply and willingly relinquish a supply of mandrakes, the situation would be entirely different. Dumbledore would relinquish this scheme as well. After all, the Malfoy family is renowned in the wizarding world as a prominent mercantile dynasty, their enterprises spanning the magical realm. Should the business sector lose the Malfoy family, it would undoubtedly suffer significant repercussions. Such news is hardly favorable for the wizarding community. There are few competitors capable of standing against them. If their rivals suddenly perished, the magical world would devolve into a domain of monopolistic dominance, where prices dictated by a singular entity far exceed those shaped by competition. Nevertheless, Dumbledore harbored a premonition that Voldemort would arrive sooner than anticipated. Even if prices rise, they could not sustain themselves for long. Once Voldemort makes his entrance, everything will revert to its original state. This cost is negligible for Dumbledore. However, it would be preferable to avoid allowing certain individuals to exploit this opportunity for their own gain. Regardless, The purpose of summoning Lucius this time was to entirely cast off the burden of the dubious Mandrake. Lucius, upon arriving, was clearly aware that this might be a treacherous banquet, evident from his grim demeanor. Yet, upon meeting Draco, he instinctively softened his expression. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the holiday. Coincidentally, he had come to Hogwarts today, so it would be prudent to take Draco home with him, thus sparing the trouble of making an additional trip the following day. Father, what could Headmaster Dumbledore possibly want with you at this hour? It is quite late. What pressing matter could warrant discussion today? The young wizards are free to return home in the coming days. Why must it be addressed at the end of term? Draco furrowed his brow, wearing an expression of feigned innocence, yet he was subtly probing Lucius for information. He was eager to discern the extent of Lucius's knowledge regarding Dumbledore's intentions. If he were to offer Lucius some advice, where should he begin? Perhaps it pertained to the recent incidents at Hogwarts. Not long ago, there had been an alarming number of mishaps at the school. I had previously reached out to the board, urging them to remove Dumbledore from the position of headmaster, and thus far, 13 members had expressed their agreement. Lucius remarked, his brow still furrowed. Draco was momentarily taken aback by Lucius's words. He had not anticipated that Lucius would bring up such a matter. What significance could this issue hold? As long as he remained the most formidable white wizard, Hogwarts would perpetually remain under his dominion. The foundation that Dumbledore had established here was far more profound than they had ever imagined. Even if the Ministry of Magic were to personally attempt to dismiss Dumbledore, the hearts of the people at Hogwarts would still regard him as their headmaster. As long as the people's allegiance remained steadfast, superficial titles would hold little importance. Lucius had completely misjudged the essence of the matter, yet Draco was uncertain whether Lucius intentionally conveyed this to him or if it was a reflection of his true thoughts. He understood that Lucius sought to shield him from the darker aspects of existence, striving to protect him from early exposure to malevolence. Was this explanation merely a ruse employed by Lucius to placate him? Draco hesitated for a moment before continuing. I have come to understand the events transpiring at Hogwarts. During the House Cup, Dumbledore alluded to this matter, stating that it stemmed from the emergence of a dark magical artifact, which was the key to the opening of the Chamber of Secrets. Whether Lucius is genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance, Draco felt compelled to remind him, just in case he truly was unaware. It is said that this dark artifact is connected to the Dark Lord, as it facilitated his return to Hogwarts, and ultimately, it was Harry Potter who resolved the current predicament. I surmise that Dumbledore intends to use this incident as an opportunity to award points to Harry. However, regrettably, the one who brought this dark artifact to Hogwarts was Ginny Weasley. Should he dare to grant Harry additional points, I shall rally others to oppose Dumbledore, demanding that he deduct points from Ginny Weasley instead. Draco spoke with a disdainful snort, while Lucius beside him furrowed his brow. The combination of these conditions was all too glaringly apparent. It was almost explicitly stated that the dark magical object in question was indeed the diary that Lucius had previously slipped into Ginny Weasley's possession. Everything that transpired at Hogwarts was a direct consequence of that cursed artifact. Even upon hearing this, Lucius felt an unsettling sense of caution. Perhaps Dumbledore's visit was somehow related to this matter. Father, Draco queried, do you suppose Dumbledore summoned you to place the blame squarely upon your shoulders? Although our family possesses numerous dark magical objects, it does not necessarily implicate us, does it? Furthermore, wasn't there a recent incident of theft? It's entirely possible that Dobby made off with it during that time. Dobby's current whereabouts are unknown. Who can say what might have transpired? Draco paused at this juncture, unable to continue, for to speak further would indeed expose too much. However, it was evident that Lucius had shifted his focus elsewhere. Oblivious to Draco's words, should Lucius become aware, he would surely discern Draco's unease. It is worth noting that Lucius had never revealed to Draco that the dark magical artifact causing turmoil at Hogwarts belonged to their family. Why would Draco entertain such a hypothesis? Yet, these considerations are of little importance. Presently, Lucius remains unaware. Once the situation is resolved, his attention will inevitably shift elsewhere. At that juncture, one might effortlessly concoct a narrative to exonerate oneself during Lucius's moments of elation. After that, silence reigned between the two. Lucius furrowed his brow in contemplation, while Draco, devoid of any desire to share, trailed slowly behind him. Without hesitation, they pushed open the door to Professor Dumbledore's office. Within the office was not only Dumbledore but also Harry Potter. How astonishing! Dumbledore, you have yet to relinquish your position as headmaster. Lucius, with a smile reminiscent of a cunning predator, gradually approached Dumbledore. Standing before Dumbledore's desk, the two locked eyes across the table, sparks of tension igniting the air. I regret to disappoint you, old friend. I did not summon you today regarding the matter of my position. You should be familiar with this, no? Dumbledore remarked, tossing the diary that Harry Potter had destroyed onto the table. Lucius frowned at the diary, then lifted his gaze to Dumbledore, as if inquiring about its significance. Although he wished to render Dumbledore speechless from the outset, there was a certain malicious amusement in allowing Dumbledore to believe he had the upper hand before imparting a lesson. This item must belong to Malfoy Manor, correct? One should not carelessly discard such hazardous objects, even if others are oblivious. The Weasleys would surely detect its owner by its scent, Dumbledore stated, his gaze fixed intently on Lucius, as if seeking a reaction from his visage. However, forewarned by Draco, Lucius was somewhat prepared for Dumbledore's words. He exhibited no reaction. Instead, he maintained a steady gaze locked with Dumbledore. This object has already petrified multiple individuals, resulting in irrevocable consequences. Even if I wished to shield it, resolution would be challenging. Dumbledore feigned benevolence, yet his insinuations were clear, suggesting Lucius bear the burden of the mandrake. Lucius, feigning sudden realization, exclaimed with surprise, "Oh, Merlin, so this item was here all along. Ever since the last burglary of the Malfoy estate, I have not laid eyes upon it. I never anticipated its presence at Hogwarts. They say this object was brought into Hogwarts by Ginny Weasley?" Lucius directed a perplexed glance at Draco beside him. Draco immediately nodded, playing along with Lucius's performance. Indeed. Upon receiving a confirmation from Lucius, a mocking expression spread across his face as he regarded Dumbledore. It appeared that the rumors were not unfounded. The theft committed by the Malfoy family was indeed orchestrated by Arthur Weasley, and unexpectedly, this diary had been pilfered and gifted to his youngest daughter. It was audacious for a mere child to bring such a perilous object to Hogwarts. In a few brief words, Lucius placed the blame squarely on the Weasley family. "You speak falsely. The Weasleys are not of such character." Harry Potter interjected vehemently, rushing to confront Lucius and defending the Weasley family. Although he was acutely aware that his words would likely bear no weight in this context, he felt compelled to demonstrate his loyalty to Dumbledore. "Potter, think before you speak. This diary has remained hidden within the Malfoy household for over a decade without issue, yet the moment it lands in the Weasley home, problems arise. If you do not suspect him, should you then suspect yourself?" Lucius scoffed, continuing, "This object was concealed by me personally. Only those of the Malfoy lineage are privy to its whereabouts. It seems that Dobby and the Weasley family have indeed conspired to acquire this notebook. However, isn't it true that Dobby has always been under your influence, Potter?" The audacity of Harry Potter stepping forth as a hero necessitated a readiness for the possibility of being ensnared. Upon realizing Lucius's implication that he and Dobby had conspired to hand this item to the Weasleys, Harry understood that the recent events at Hogwarts were a scheme involving the three of them. The true culprits were present, leaving no justification for blaming Lucius. "No, it is not as you claim. I am certain that you placed this diary in Ginny Weasley's possession at the Flourish and Blotts bookstore. I witnessed it with my own eyes." Though he had not actually seen it, the conversation had escalated to such a point that he felt obliged to assert his claim. Nonetheless, he had no collusion with Dobby. In Harry's eyes, Dobby was not a benevolent being. Rather, he constantly felt targeted by the house elf, and it was a blessing that he did not resent Dobby, who would desire to conspire with him. During the holiday, he had remained at the Weasley residence. If the item had indeed been given to Ginny Weasley by Lucius, it could only have occurred at Flourish and Blotts. At no other time had they interacted. As for whether Arthur Weasley was truly responsible, Harry was uncertain. However, his stance diverged from Lucius's. Regardless of how cogent Lucius's arguments might appear, he could not align himself with Lucius's assertions. "Harry Potter, your words must be substantiated with evidence. Who taught you to speak so recklessly?" "Ah, yes, your parents have long since passed, and no one has guided you on what should or should not be said." Lucius regarded Harry Potter with a disdainful glance, his eyes brimming with mockery. Instinctively, Harry cast a fleeting glance at Draco, who stood behind Lucius. Were the circumstances different? He might have been tempted to inform Lucius that it was Draco who had imparted such knowledge, given that his parents had fallen victim to Voldemort. He would never dream of smuggling Voldemort's artifacts into Hogwarts to jeopardize his fellow students. Now, the blame had been unjustly thrust upon Harry, leaving him with no choice but to defend himself. Lucius had no interest in hearing Harry's reasoning. In essence, when someone is steadfastly convinced of your wrongdoing, Mere words will not suffice to alter their entrenched bias. Engaging in a dialogue with Lucius was utterly futile for Harry, no matter how sound his arguments. Lucius could conjure a million counterarguments to refute him. It is said that some individuals, when subjected to torment, develop psychological issues, desiring for others to endure similar suffering. Who is to say that Harry is not one of those individuals? What if he too wished for others to experience Voldemort's menacing influence? Or perhaps he harbored covetous thoughts towards the Weasley family's meager affections, seeking to ingratiate himself with them? After all, was it not common knowledge that Harry had suffered abuse while living with his aunt? Perhaps such motivations were at play. Who could truly know? Although Harry was but a fledgling wizard and had matured to some extent, his limited experiences rendered him vulnerable to the malicious insinuations of a seasoned adversary. His face flushed with indignation, fists clenched tightly. Had circumstances permitted, he would have lunged at Lucius with a punch. Yet, alas, such an act was not feasible. Lucius was no Dumbledore. He would not shield Harry. Should Harry dare to strike, Lucius would retaliate without hesitation. In such a scenario, even Dumbledore's intervention would prove ineffective, particularly with Draco lurking nearby. While Lucius might refrain from direct confrontation, Draco would undoubtedly seize the opportunity, and Harry, aware of his own limitations, knew he could not prevail against Draco. The Malfoy family was notoriously protective of their kin. Who could predict the extent of Draco's aggression? Enough is enough. Lucius, he is merely a child. Dumbledore could no longer remain silent. Lucius's words had indeed crossed a line. Moreover, under Lucius's verbal assault, Harry found himself utterly defenseless. Failing to intervene might shatter Harry's confidence. Though Potter was not as formidable as one might envision, he remained useful and compliant. Should Harry's confidence be undermined, securing his assistance in future endeavors would become increasingly difficult. Your assertions are devoid of reason. You permit yourselves to speculate about others while forbidding others from doing the same. Simply because he is a child does not grant him the liberty to speak indiscriminately. Lucius regarded Harry Potter with a disdainful gaze, as if he were nothing more than refuse. As his eyes briefly traversed Dumbledore, they bore a hint of scrutiny. Dumbledore, have you lingered in your position as headmaster for far too long? So long that you believe the world ought to revere you? Lucius was acutely aware that Dumbledore would soon demand his compliance, which only fueled his arrogance. He understood that Dumbledore would not turn against him, at least not in the immediate future, and thus felt no inclination to tread carefully or swallow his pride. In such a scenario, Dumbledore was rendered mute. Yet Harry Potter was compelled to speak. As a member of Dumbledore's faction, Harry's failure to defend Dumbledore in the face of insult was a testament to his ineffectiveness. Despite having just suffered humiliation at Lucius's hands, he steeled himself and rose to counter Lucius once more. Why must you involve Headmaster Dumbledore in our matters? Is it because of old grievances that you seek to ensnare him through this? Everything I have stated is from first-hand observation, and I would not hesitate to voice it in Hogwarts before everyone. I wonder if you would dare to do the same? Harry Potter, aware that he could not best Lucius in verbal combat, resorted to threats. He was almost certain that Riddle's diary had been surreptitiously placed in Ginny Weasley's possession by Lucius. The Weasley family, staunchly aligned with Dumbledore's faction, would never betray him as long as he remained in power. Even should they contemplate defection, it was unlikely that anyone would welcome them. The wizarding community was predominantly divided into three factions: the Order of the Phoenix, led by Dumbledore, the Death Eaters, commanded by Voldemort, and the Ministry of Magic, presided over by Minister Fudge. Previously, the Weasley family's open opposition to pureblood supremacy had earned them the disdain of nearly all pureblood families, many of whom aligned with Voldemort. Consequently, even if the Weasleys sought to abandon Dumbledore's camp, they would find no refuge among the Death Eaters, as their rhetoric had created considerable strife for the pureblood families and infringed upon their interests. As for the ministry under Fudge's leadership, they would undoubtedly refuse to accept them as well. Fudge was incapable of confronting either Dumbledore or Voldemort, and he harbored no desire to offend either side. Ideally, he wished to remain neutral, allowing the two factions to clash while he comfortably maintained his position as Minister of Magic. Ultimately, he was indifferent to which faction emerged victorious, as long as he remained in power. Thus, he would be reluctant to accept the Weasley family, risking Dumbledore's ire. Therefore, once the Weasleys had allied themselves with Dumbledore, there was no turning back. They had no justification for bringing Riddle's diary to Hogwarts. Even if they did, they would promptly surrender this perilous object to Dumbledore. However, The current circumstances indicated that Dumbledore was unaware of the connection between the Weasleys and the diary. The object itself belonged to the Malfoy family, yet it had mysteriously surfaced in the possession of the Weasleys, making it difficult to absolve Lucius of suspicion. Having reached this juncture, Harry Potter could only assert that he had witnessed Lucius placing the item into Ginny Weasley's hands. Beyond that, he had no means of exonerating himself. His words served as a potent threat, conveying to Lucius that should he persist in his obstinacy, Harry would reveal his observations to everyone at Hogwarts. The resulting public outcry would inevitably ripple through the wizarding world, leading to unpredictable repercussions for the Malfoy family. Yet, he was mistaken. Lucius was impervious to such concerns. Oh, foolish savior, you might well inquire whose allegiance they truly hold, yours or mine. The first is the infamous savior, while the other is a merchant currently possessing a vast quantity of mandrake. As long as those who have been petrified are entangled in any form of interest or familial ties with either of them, they will unconditionally side with me. When a matter intertwines with their interests, all individuals instinctively strive to protect their own gains, with hardly any exceptions. After all, no one is a saint. Compared to Harry Potter, they are far more concerned with the survival of their loved ones. Do not forget, my assertions bear far more credibility than yours. Previously, Weasley was embroiled in a scandal involving the theft of property from the Malfoy family, and it is quite possible that this diary was among the items he pilfered at that time. As for the precise location of the diary, it must be known to a traitor within the Malfoy family. Dobby informed him that he was under your instruction to assist Arthur Weasley in stealing this diary. Weasley was unaware of the diary's true nature, believing it to be a trivial curiosity, and thus handed it to his young daughter. Little did he know that this would lead to a grave mistake, resulting in numerous young wizards being petrified. Lucius, of course, would not reveal that Arthur Weasley had knowledge of the diary's purpose when he entrusted it to his daughter. The Weasley girl is now nearly drained of her vitality. To argue otherwise would seem quite unreasonable, though it is highly likely that this situation has pushed the Weasley family into a dire predicament. The Weasley family has forsaken their pure-blood lineage, relying instead on half-blood and muggle-born wizards, and it is precisely from this group that his daughter has acted. Should it be proven that Weasley was aware of the truth, this group would distance themselves from him. In such a case, the repercussions would indeed outweigh any potential gains. However, while this situation has the potential to escalate significantly, exposing the truth is equally straightforward. The Weasley family is well aware of the value placed on that young girl. Even a tiger will not eat its own cub. If he were to use her as a pretext, many would be inclined to believe him. Although there would certainly be skeptics, but they would likely be in the minority. Thus, it would be more effective to twist their motives into jealousy of the Malfoy family. This would render them unable to refute the claims, as the Malfoy and Weasley families have long been adversaries. Anyone with discernment can see that whenever the two families occupy the same space, confrontation is inevitable. This argument is far more compelling. No one would believe your fabrications. Once Dobby explains everything, your deceit will collapse instantaneously. Harry Potter bellowed in fury, yet Lucius remained unfazed. Dobby, do you truly believe that if Dobby speaks, others will believe him? That despicable traitor dared to attack his own master for your sake? Who would trust a traitor? Moreover, he has long since vanished. If the Malfoy family cannot locate him, what makes you think you can? Does this not further imply a collusion between Dobby and you? How could the formidable Malfoy family fail to locate him, yet a parentless individual raised in the Muggle world such as yourself managed to find him? Lucius harbors no fear of Dobby. Should he appear, Lucius would undoubtedly have means to handle him. In the eyes of both the magical community and those wizards of Muggle descent, house elves are regarded as the personal property of their masters, and it is utterly inconceivable for them to betray their wizards. If a house elf were to betray its master, it would signify that the elf is no longer trustworthy, and its integrity would be profoundly diminished in the eyes of all. The reason Dobby turned against you is due to the mistreatment he endured. Harry Potter instinctively retorted, aware that his words would bear no weight. Mistreatment? How curious. Do you think the Malfoy family is the only one? Is it solely the Malfoys who possess house elves? When every household behaves similarly, yet you alone deem it mistreatment, what then do you call it when all conduct alike? Lucius regarded Harry with a gaze akin to that reserved for the simple-minded. Feel free to share this sentiment with all. Let them determine whom they believe, you or me. When Harry Potter threatens the interests of all, they shall rise in defiance against him. Even as the savior, he holds no sway. Voldemort has been absent for quite some time, and no one knows if he shall re-emerge. With the threat diminished, the Savior's significance wanes. Enough, Lucius. Let us discuss the matter of mandrakes. Ultimately, Dumbledore conceded, recognizing that he could not extract any advantage from Lucius. However, the issue of the mandrakes was indeed urgent and required swift resolution. He hoped Lucius would not demand exorbitant prices. It was rumored that the mandrakes from Malfoy Manor were in high demand, and Hogwarts sought to procure a batch as well. Dumbledore offered no additional incentives, implying that the price would be as dictated by Malfoy Manor. If Lucius truly desired that price, he would not have delayed negotiations with Dumbledore for so long. Thus, he deftly diverted the conversation, showing little inclination to engage with Dumbledore. Mandrakes? Does Hogwarts not already possess mandrakes? Why then the need for additional procurement? There are only a handful of petrified young witches and wizards. Surely, what we have will suffice. Lucius was acutely aware of the prior public pressure that had compelled Draco to agree to procure the mandrakes from Hogwarts. Thus, he decided to assist Draco in overturning those earlier assertions. Given that Hogwarts possessed a sufficient quantity of mandrakes, there was no need for supplementation. His intent was clear: to evade responsibility and suggest that others make do with what they had. The sheer volume of mandrakes required to lift the curses was considerable, and the remaining supply at Hogwarts was inadequate for all. Should there still be petrified individuals at Hogwarts, it would not only tarnish my reputation but also that of the Malfoy family. Dumbledore had cleverly bound the two together in this predicament, especially since Draco had previously made claims about acquiring Hogwarts mandrakes. What consequence could that possibly hold? The reputation of a child is hardly worth much. If necessary, he could attend Durmstrang, where those of Muggle and half-blood lineage could not extend their reach. Lucius, appearing impervious to persuasion, clearly found Dumbledore's terms unsatisfactory. While Lucius could afford to engage in a war of attrition with Dumbledore, the latter was less equipped for such a contest. "I understand your intention, my old friend," Dumbledore remarked, narrowing his eyes slightly before addressing the two young wizards present. "Professor McGonagall has summoned you to her office. You may proceed there now." Harry Potter nodded and obediently departed. Draco, however, looked at Lucius with a puzzled expression, and only upon receiving a nod from Lucius did he follow Harry out. Both were aware that Dumbledore's words were a ruse to send them away, so they chose not to seek out Professor McGonagall, but instead sat upon the steps outside the headmaster's office. Harry and Draco exchanged glances, reluctant to meet each other's gaze, and instinctively distanced themselves. "Why are you so certain I cannot find Dobby? Is it because you have imprisoned him? Or have you perhaps killed him?" Harry calmly articulated his suspicions. Lucius appeared exceedingly confident. Had he foreseen such developments? Or did he possess assurance that I would be unable to locate Dobby? "What are you contemplating, Potter? The Malfoy family has always been among the most law-abiding citizens of the wizarding world. Please refrain from tarnishing our reputation without merit, or you shall face the consequences." Draco scrutinized Harry Potter with a condescending gaze, his brow furrowed as if he were observing a fool. "You inquire about Dobby's whereabouts. Yet I find myself wondering where Dobby might be. Everyone is aware that Dobby came to harm me solely for your sake. Perhaps the likelihood of Dobby seeking you out is far greater than that of him coming to the Malfoy estate." Draco feigned ignorance, resolutely maintaining his composure regardless of Harry Potter's assertions, confident that he would not betray himself. With Harry's limited understanding, it was implausible that he could extract any incriminating words from him. "I have not," he insisted repeatedly. "I have no connection to Dobby. I cannot fathom why he targets you. Initially, he aimed his ire at me, even going so far as to use a bludger against me to prevent my attendance at Hogwarts." Harry promptly countered, unable to comprehend how Draco could entertain such notions. He had never interacted with the Malfoy family's house elf. How could Dobby possibly harbor animosity towards him? "I have never set foot in Malfoy Manor, and prior to my second year, I had not even encountered your house elf. How could I conspire with him? Why would you believe such nonsense?" Harry, adept at playing the innocent, found himself genuinely innocent this time. Who could ascertain the truth of Draco's words? "I can only speak to what I have witnessed. Before my first year, I mentioned you to my own house elf, and when he spoke of you, his eyes sparkled with fervent admiration. I refused to believe you had no previous acquaintance with him." Draco sincerely addressed Harry Potter, asserting that his words were devoid of falsehood. "Impossible. How could you possibly discuss my actions with him?" Harry Potter retorted immediately, recalling the disdainful look Draco had cast upon him. Although Draco's demeanor had been relatively amicable during their initial encounter, he had displayed a distinct air of contempt towards Harry's attempts at friendship. They had not even had the opportunity to forge a bond as friends from the outset. How could Draco possibly have discussed Harry Potter with Dobby prior to this? I had presumed that the savior would embody the cleverness of a Slytherin, particularly considering his prolonged existence in the Muggle world, which enabled him to be remembered by Dumbledore and to seamlessly return to Hogwarts for his studies. This surely indicates a person of considerable intellect. Draco surveyed Harry Potter from head to toe, then immediately expressed his disdain. Who would have thought that the foolish Potter would actually be sorted into Gryffindor and become friends with that insufferable Weasley lot? Truly lacking in discernment. I find myself beginning to question my previous judgments. Draco would rather tarnish his own reputation than allow Harry Potter to escape unscathed. In response, Harry remained silent, choosing not to articulate his thoughts. The reasons behind Harry's affinity for the Weasleys were well known to Draco since their first year, and part of it was indeed instigated by him. However, Draco was unaware of these dynamics prior to their first year, which explains his subsequent actions. Harry felt no need to clarify, for Draco was already fully cognizant of the events that had transpired. Regardless of the circumstances, out of respect for their lengthy collaboration, I must convey a truth. I have no ties to Dobby. He approached me in our second year solely to dissuade me from attending Hogwarts, leading to some conflict between us, which resulted in him pursuing me with a bludgeon during a Quidditch match. I remain perplexed as to why he abruptly chose to redirect his actions towards you. Later that evening, Dobby sought me out, and while I could sense his fervor, I struggled to comprehend its origins. Whether you believe me or not, I assure you I never instructed Dobby to act against your interests. Harry articulated this lengthy account with clarity and precision, deliberately omitting the fact that Dobby had sought him out after the incident, as well as the intensity of Dobby's fervor towards him. Yet, for reasons unknown, Harry felt an instinctive certainty that Draco was aware of this matter. Thus, he chose to candidly recount the entire narrative to Draco. Draco was acutely aware that from the very moment of his rebirth, he had been meticulously observing Dobby. He noted every interaction Dobby had with Harry Potter, every instance where Dobby might trouble him, and even the precise location of Dobby's Quidditch ball. Dobby was indeed the one he had killed. However, the burden of this transgression had to be shouldered by Harry Potter and his companions. Otherwise, if Dumbledore were to cast blame upon them, it would be rather inconvenient for them to refute it. With Dobby now deceased, the principal witness had vanished, rendering everything a matter of unsubstantiated claims. Moreover, the Malfoy family had laid a considerable foundation previously, ensuring that this endeavor would be effortlessly within reach. Dumbledore's maneuvering was merely a pretext to negotiate terms with Lucius. Utilizing any means necessary to broker these terms was entirely justifiable. Dumbledore, keen to preserve his image in Harry Potter's eyes, would certainly refrain from displaying these tactics overtly for Harry's scrutiny. Once the terms were successfully negotiated, the question of culpability would hold little significance. Draco assumed a contemplative demeanor, as if pondering the words spoken by Harry Potter. After a prolonged silence, he finally voiced his thoughts. Having interacted with you for such an extensive period, based on my understanding of your character, I firmly believe you are incapable of such actions. Although you possess a certain cleverness, I am convinced you would never resort to lethal measures against a fellow student. I am willing to place my trust in your words. However, my willingness alone holds little significance. The Malfoy family has indeed suffered losses, and it is imperative that someone clarifies these rumors. I am powerless to alter my father's decisions. Yet, if Professor Dumbledore were to advocate on your behalf, the situation would be entirely different. At present, the authority to decide does not rest with me or my father, but with the source of public opinion, Professor Dumbledore himself. Draco unhesitatingly set a trap for Dumbledore. He was acutely aware that Dumbledore would undoubtedly steer the tide of public opinion, for the Malfoy family possessed certain leverage. Should a war of words ensue between the two factions, it would be the Weasley family that would suffer the most immediate consequences. At present, the members of the Order of the Phoenix were few, with the principal players predominantly hailing from the Weasley lineage. Should the Weasley family fall, it was improbable that Dumbledore would handle every matter personally. Even with his formidable prowess, he could not contend with a multitude of Death Eaters. One Dark Lord was surely sufficient for him to manage. Thus, Dumbledore would be compelled to direct the discourse towards a resolution satisfactory to both parties. However, if the origins of the narrative lay within Dumbledore's grasp, it would imply that he had deliberately allowed the young wizards to conspire against Harry Potter. After all, Hogwarts was the realm of Headmaster Dumbledore. Whenever he desired, he could manipulate all narratives. At times, I find myself questioning why he would permit you to endure such baseless accusations. Is he, like the other young wizards, harboring doubts about you? Or does he intend to utilize these remarks to fortify your resilience? Or perhaps, Draco abruptly fell silent, yet Harry Potter discerned the underlying implications of his words. Perhaps it was an attempt to transform public opinion into a fishing line, ensnaring Harry and preventing his escape. Watching Harry struggle in a desperate bid for freedom, only to exert force at the moment he was on the brink of exhaustion, would ensure that the fish remained alive and difficult to control, thus sparing oneself the exertion of dealing with him directly. Draco incessantly attempts to manipulate Harry Potter's mind. We have now arrived at a pivotal moment. If his recollection serves him correctly, his beloved uncle is due to escape from Azkaban during their 3rd year. Only those who have never experienced warmth would yearn for such meager familial bonds. Were Draco in the same position, he would certainly dismiss the insignificant connections to Sirius Black. It is only when one possesses a vulnerability that it can be seized and used as leverage to compel compliance, forcing him to relinquish everything Dumbledore has bestowed upon him. Although Draco remains uncertain whether the Resurrection Stone resides in Harry Potter's possession, he refuses to overlook any potentiality. Should it ultimately prove that the stone is not within Harry's grasp, he would find it imperative to visit Nurmengard to meet the legendary First Dark Lord, the esteemed Gellert Grindelwald. He hopes he will not falter when confronted by an old adversary. However, if given a choice, he would prefer to avoid meeting Grindelwald, as his knowledge of the Dark Wizard is rather scant. Nearly all his understanding is derived from limited historical accounts. History is penned by victors, and Draco cannot ascertain whether the information he has encountered is authentic or has been subject to manipulation. The vanquished struggle to leave an accurate portrayal of themselves, especially those who fell from grace so many years ago. Grindelwald's influence within the magical realm has significantly waned. It remains uncertain whether he would command a loyal following upon his return. In Draco's vision, the future should manifest as a triad of power: Grindelwald, Dumbledore, and Tom Riddle. Although Tom Riddle was vanquished over a decade ago, his absence was brief, and the Death Eaters continue to wield substantial power in the wizarding world. Dumbledore has held dominion in the magical community for an extensive period, having emerged victorious in the last conflict, albeit at a considerable cost. In terms of resources, they are, arguably, evenly matched. Only Grindelwald's emergence is shrouded in the mists of time. Draco might indeed consider offering assistance to prevent this antiquated figure from being overwhelmed at the first opportunity. Even the mightiest of tyrants require time to develop. I comprehend your sentiment. However, perhaps the situation is not as dire as it seems. Regardless of Draco's underlying implications, Harry Potter cannot concede to them here. After all, he is part of Dumbledore's faction, and if he were to fundamentally reject his leader as a subordinate, his tenure within this organization would be fleeting. Draco let out a derisive laugh and fell silent. It was not until Lucius leisurely emerged from Dumbledore's office that Harry Potter, upon seeing Lucius, immediately rose and took a few steps back. The Chosen One certainly possesses remarkable skills, capable of inciting my family's house elf. I hope you maintain such abilities. For otherwise, Lucius's tone was laced with menace, yet he was abruptly interrupted by Draco. Father, what was the outcome of the negotiations? Did Dumbledore agree? In an effort to preserve his innocent facade, Draco had previously acknowledged to Harry Potter that he was not associated with Dobby, and thus was willing to feign a semblance of compliance in front of his father. Lucius cast a glance at Harry Potter, choosing not to speak further, and proceeded to walk ahead, gesturing for Draco to follow. Harry observed the retreating figures of the two, hesitating momentarily before dashing into Dumbledore's office. The matter had been resolved, yielding a most delightful outcome. Lucius was evidently very pleased with this result, his eyes brimming with joy. Draco furrowed his brow, pondering what could possibly bring such joy to his father. Yet, he could not decipher what precisely Lucius desired. Draco harbored no particular thoughts regarding the matter at hand. His sole desire was for the Malfoy family to maintain its moral high ground. It sufficed that he would not be coerced into relinquishing his position on the board or compelled to undertake actions detrimental to the family's interests. Did the batch of mandrakes in the estate sell for a good price? What offer did Dumbledore make? Could it surpass the bids from those pureblood families? Even if the price were higher, what significance would it hold? The Malfoy family was not in want of wealth, nor would they find joy in such trivial sums. No, the mandrakes were given to Hogwarts free of charge. Weren't you previously stating the intention to contract the mandrakes? Thus, I had them offered without cost. Lucius spoke with a playful tone, as if teasing Draco. Free? How could you do that, father? Dumbledore exerted so much pressure on us to provide them for free, and we never acquiesced. After finally gaining the upper hand, how could we just give away the mandrakes? Unless, of course, there was something of greater value in return. Lucius chuckled at Draco's childish remarks. Do not be like that, Draco. It is essential for classmates to assist one another, especially considering that the petrified student is in your year. Lucius suddenly seemed to recall something and added, Oh, by the way, your mother will also be joining the Hogwarts board next semester. Was that Dumbledore's consent? The Malfoy family holds a position on the Board of Governors, a role typically reserved for the head of the family. It is rather surprising that Dumbledore would consent to allow a second member of the Malfoy family to infiltrate the Board of Hogwarts. Nevertheless, this move is remarkably astute. Dumbledore wields the majority of influence within the board, and most members gravitate towards him. The addition or subtraction of one individual bears little significance to his authority. Even if someone else were to exert control, it would hardly matter. Although Dumbledore cannot predict the exact moment when Voldemort will return, he is certain that Voldemort will indeed make a resurgence. Once Voldemort reappears, everyone will rally unconditionally to his side. After all, Dumbledore is the most formidable white wizard in the current magical realm, having been the sole individual to have previously defeated the last Dark Lord. The magical community is more inclined to place their trust in the powerful Dumbledore rather than in someone who vanquished Voldemort in infancy. A significant portion of the board members have already discerned this truth, thus becoming staunch loyalists to Dumbledore. Consequently, the Malfoy family's attempt to insert another individual into the board will have little impact. However, for Draco, the situation is quite different. Dumbledore is focused on the present, while Draco is concerned with the future. As Draco is no longer a child, once Dumbledore passes away, the Malfoy family could swiftly seize control of Hogwarts authority through these two positions. The manner in which they will exert this control will fall to Draco, should he oppose it. The Malfoy family's strength would not suffice to easily secure a second board position. Lucius did not directly respond to Draco's inquiry, yet he conveyed a clear understanding of the situation. This was merely a verbal agreement between the two of them. For implementation, further steps would be required. These matters would rely on their joint efforts, rendering them irrelevant to Draco, which is why Lucius had no intention of divulging the details to him. Draco realized that Lucius was evading him and immediately adopted the guise of an innocent child. So, the next time Mother bakes cookies for me, can she send them directly to Hogwarts? I won't have to wait at Godfather's for a taste of those cookies anymore. You know, Godfather is rather intimidating. Draco spoke, his brow furrowed, wearing a pitiable expression. Lucius observed his son's aggrieved demeanor and offered a faint smile as the two departed amidst light-hearted banter. Following this incident, Draco understood the necessity of seizing an opportunity to transform Lucius's perception of him entirely. Previously, in an effort to distance himself from the Dark Lord, Lucius had not nurtured Draco towards a path of exceptional acuity and capability. In fact, one might say that his protective instincts towards Draco were exceedingly thorough, as Lucius desired his son to retain a semblance of innocence. In his earlier days, Lucius was considered one of Voldemort's most trusted confidants. Unlike the other loyalists who met their fate in Azkaban, Lucius adeptly extricated himself from the Death Eater ranks through his wealth and eloquence, suffering little more than a minor financial setback. That modest sum, for the Malfoy family, was scarcely of consequence. The Malfoy lineage had been renowned as affluent for centuries, with vast fortunes amassed over generations. While that amount could procure a facade of tranquility, it could not buy the inner thoughts of a person. Lucius had once been a formidable ally to the Dark Lord. What if he were a spy left in the wizarding world by Voldemort? What then? Initially, there existed a profound wariness surrounding Lucius, with some individuals covertly monitoring the Malfoy family, including Albus Dumbledore himself. Such vigilance persisted for an extended period, not only directed at him, but also at numerous former Death Eaters who had transitioned into the guise of ordinary citizens. Among those scrutinizing them most closely were the Weasleys. At that time, the Death Eaters were uncertain whether Voldemort would return or when he might do so. In the early years, some harbored hopes of Voldemort's imminent resurgence to reclaim dominion over the wizarding world. However, as the duration of peace extended, they began to cherish this newfound tranquility and recognized the diminishing likelihood of Voldemort's return. Consequently, Lucius was compelled to make a pivotal decision. He resolved to allow Draco to retain a semblance of innocence. ensuring that he did not appear overly capable in the eyes of outsiders. Individuals exhibiting excessive shrewdness and competence are prone to arousing suspicion and inciting vigilance among others. Lucius's own status was already a source of scrutiny. Should Draco display too much assertiveness, such scrutiny would only intensify. One can observe this phenomenon in Slytherin. The Slytherin house has nurtured a plethora of talents, including formidable figures such as Tom Riddle, Barty Crouch Jr., and Bellatrix Lestrange. Due to the formidable nature of Slytherin and the historical prevalence of its members among Death Eaters, they are regarded with trepidation throughout the wizarding community. In fact, almost everyone outside of Slytherin and the majority of purebloods perceives Slytherin as inherently malevolent. Their reputation is characterized by their remarkable competence, cunning, and astute adaptability. As a result, they are met with suspicion and largely isolated by the other three houses. Lucius harbored no desire for Draco to find himself ensnared in such a predicament. While Draco could indeed associate exclusively with the offspring of pureblood families, the Malfoy family itself is a mercantile lineage, engaging in business with individuals who are not solely pureblooded. How many purebloods exist within the wizarding realm, after all? Were the Malfoy family solely engaged in business with purebloods, they would have long faced bankruptcy. The future of the Malfoy lineage rests upon Draco. Thus, he need not be excessively astute. With fundamental skills, he can preserve the family legacy without arousing undue suspicion. In a few decades, when the wizarding world has completely forgotten Voldemort, just as they have Gellert Grindelwald, the Malfoy family shall rise once more, soaring to new heights. However, this is a matter for Draco's descendants. Yet, Draco understands the reality is quite different. Voldemort will soon return, in the face of his resurgence. Such a novice young master can only be regarded as expendable cannon fodder. The sheltered young master, overly protected by his family, is unable to partake in affairs reserved for adults. At that juncture, no matter how many strategies Draco possesses, he will find them futile. How could he hope to re-establish the systems of the magical world and safeguard the Malfoy family? The holiday period is not particularly short. Yet Draco is wholly engrossed in researching new alchemical creations. For him, time seems to fly. The Philosopher's Stone is indeed a remarkable artifact, capable of bestowing magical abilities upon a person while simultaneously restraining their magic. This was a function Draco uncovered after extensive study. By a twist of fate, he inadvertently crafted such a wondrous item. When he donned the bracelet he had forged, he felt his blood momentarily congeal. At that instant, his magical abilities became inaccessible, and this condition persisted for a full quarter of an hour. It was only after Draco unleashed a surge of magical energy upon the bracelet that it reached its limits, ultimately shattering with a resounding crack. In such a brief span, it could exert such profound effects. Truly, it is a remarkable object. During this period, Narcissa and Lucius remained at Malfoy Manor, leaving Draco with scant opportunities to craft his magical artifacts. By the onset of the school year, he had managed to produce only one such item. This compelled Draco to exercise caution in its usage. For should it reveal the identity of its designer before reaching its full potential, it would be a grave misstep. An object capable of transforming wizards into muggles would undoubtedly garner as much intrigue as potions that reverse the process. One must not underestimate the notion of others dragging you down into their own despair, nor should one dismiss the insidious nature of jealousy. It may one day deliver a profound blow. Such a potent alchemical creation was not intended for use within Hogwarts, as the school was far too small, and even the slightest disturbance would be detected by Dumbledore. Currently, Draco felt himself vastly inferior to Dumbledore, unable to match him in any meaningful way. Only by acquiring Dumbledore's Elder Wand could he hope to exchange a few blows. However, even then, it would amount to little more than a fleeting contest. The bodies of young wizards are exceedingly fragile, rendering them incapable of frequently casting spells or wielding high-intensity magic. Some young wizards, despite their remarkable talents, find themselves unable to summon powerful spells immediately due to their weakened constitutions, as a single advanced spell can completely drain their vitality. Upon Draco's rebirth, he engaged in considerable training. However, with his current abilities, he could only cast the Avada Kedavra curse 3 times in succession. Should he fail to hit his mark with all 3 attempts, his fate would be sealed. Thus, Draco refrained from employing this dark magic within the confines of Hogwarts or in the presence of anyone whom Dumbledore could observe. After much contemplation, he resolved to release Grindelwald. Since Draco found it impossible to swiftly locate the Resurrection Stone, he decided to enlist Grindelwald's assistance in the search. Although he lacked the means to overpower Grindelwald, his current skills were sufficient for him to evade capture. If he could merely deceive Grindelwald, it would be a significant advantage. Draco possessed only a limited understanding of Grindelwald. He had never encountered the Dark Wizard in person, for by the time he heard his name, Grindelwald was already deceased. Nevertheless, in his pursuit of knowledge about this former Dark Lord, he had perused various historical accounts. Once imprisoned in Nurmengard, Grindelwald's followers had either scattered or perished, and now he likely resembled a frail old man. Magic, too, is a practice that wanes with neglect. After such an extended confinement, his body would have deteriorated significantly. Even if he retained the memory of his former spells, the strength of his body could hardly endure the vigorous use of magic as he did in his youth. It was uncertain whether he could contend with Dumbledore, especially considering their past duel when he wielded the Elder Wand and emerged the loser. Yet, at present, there were no suitable alternatives, and one could only hope that the remnants of the past bond between Grindelwald and Dumbledore would prove beneficial enough to sustain him for another year. If he could endure just one more year, Voldemort would emerge, and both factions would keep Dumbledore at bay. Surely, they could not be subdued indefinitely. However, while such aspirations were commendable, reality often proved to be unforgiving. Grindelwald was indeed formidable and served as an exceptional tool, yet he bore a significant flaw: his eyes. Those eyes possessed the uncanny ability to glimpse into the future. Draco was uncertain of what Grindelwald might perceive if he were to prophesy using it. Yet, in light of his own schemes, he must be prepared for Grindelwald to uncover his secrets, regardless of what was revealed. Consequently, Draco resolved to extract those eyes before engaging in conversation with Grindelwald. This bracelet was intended for that purpose. However, considering Grindelwald's formidable reputation as a dark wizard and the stringent security surrounding him, as well as the numerous traps within, Draco needed to devise a meticulous plan. Who could possibly deliver this bracelet, and whose gift would persuade Grindelwald to willingly adorn it? Draco harbored answers within himself, yet the execution remained somewhat troublesome. One of the complexities lay in his need to ascertain whether a connection existed between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. After all, they had once been lovers. It would come as no surprise if they maintained contact over the years. As long as he could identify the channel through which they communicated and sever it after delivering the bracelet, half of his plan would be accomplished. The remaining half would rest upon the two of them. The real concern was the possibility that they might not be in contact at all. In such a case, Draco would struggle to adopt the appropriate tone or manner of speech when approaching Dumbledore. What if the two had indeed been overly familiar, calling one another terms of endearment? That would surely betray him right after sending the letter. Draco embarked on the Hogwarts Express, burdened with a mission. However, he arrived rather late, as his companions had already settled into the Malfoy compartment. "Hey, Draco," Zabini inquired with palpable excitement. "I heard your mother has also become a governor of Hogwarts." How splendid it must be for both of Draco's parents to hold such esteemed positions at Hogwarts. Surely, they could wield considerable influence there. "Indeed, that is correct," Draco affirmed. Draco immediately lifted his signature smile, responding to their inquiries with enthusiasm. "So, can we freely torment Harry Potter from now on?" Zabini remarked, a glimmer of excitement shining in his eyes. Draco paid no heed, yet Theodore beside him interrupted Zabini's thoughts. "Draco, have you just seen the newspaper? It's this," Theodore remarked, pointing to the most prominent section of the paper. The article proclaimed a singular piece of news. Sirius Black had escaped from Azkaban. All present were purebloods, and among pureblood families, intermarriages were common, their family trees often intertwined with that of the Blacks in various convoluted ways. However, the one with the closest connection was Draco. "Quite impressive, I assent it. In all my years, this is the first time I have heard of someone escaping from Azkaban." Draco's expression was one of disdain, leaving it unclear whether it stemmed from admiration or mockery. There are two places in the world known for their impenetrable defenses: Nurmengard and Azkaban. Neither has ever seen a successful escape, making today's revelations quite astonishing. Perhaps an escape from Nurmengard is conceivable, considering it was constructed by Grindelwald himself. Even if he initially found it impossible to flee, after so many years, he must have thoroughly explored every avenue. If he truly desired freedom, he would undoubtedly discover a means to extricate himself, provided, of course, that he still wished to. However, the prolonged silence from Nurmengard suggests that decades of imprisonment have extinguished Grindelwald's ambitions. He appears to have lost the vigor to pursue his original ideals, which is one of the reasons Draco finds him difficult to contend with. What motivation could drive a man devoid of desire? In contrast, Azkaban presents a different scenario. One might assume that the presence of Dementors would make it a more formidable prison than Nurmengard. After all, the latter is overseen by Aurors, who, being human, possess emotions and may be susceptible to temptation, even potentially swayed by those incarcerated within. Conversely, Azkaban is strictly guarded by Dementors, soulless entities devoid of emotion. They are impervious to bribery or persuasion. The fact that someone has managed to escape from Azkaban implies the existence of unforeseen loopholes. Should one uncover this method and gain early access to Azkaban to liberate young Barty Crouch, it could prove advantageous to exert influence over him. After all, he is a child raised in a pure-blood family, which undoubtedly endows him with certain capabilities. Beside him, Zabini casually echoed his thoughts, seemingly oblivious to Draco's true feelings. Yet, by lineage, Sirius Black is indeed Draco's uncle. It is said that his mother, Narcissa Malfoy, maintained a decent rapport with Sirius during her time with the Blacks. However, he seems to have forgotten that their relationship soured once Sirius joined Gryffindor. Draco heard Zabini's words and cast a fleeting glance in his direction, his eyes devoid of any discernible emotion. However, after a moment, he let out a derisive laugh. Indeed, there was some talent there. No wonder he had drawn attention and been sent to Azkaban. At that moment, Zabini sensed Draco's discontent and exchanged a glance with Theodore. He was about to speak again when Theodore shook his head, prompting him to immediately seal his lips. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, but just then, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Who could it be? Please, come in. Even Draco could not guess the identity of the visitor. Surely it couldn't be Harry Potter. Could it? With a group of Slytherins present, he would never willingly walk into a trap. To their surprise, the door swung open to reveal a Gryffindor, seemingly named Justin. He was one of the unfortunate souls who had been petrified previously. Not long ago, he had quarreled with Harry Potter, only to find himself turned to stone the very next day, a scandal that had caused quite a stir at Hogwarts and thrust Harry into the spotlight. Oh, it is you. Mr. Justin, what brings you here? Draco once again lifted his signature smile. In the presence of his friends, he could be unabashedly bold and even unapologetically display his displeasure. For Draco understood that before them, he could be his authentic self, devoid of excessive caution. In Slytherin, one could forge the truest of friendships. Moreover, Draco's methods ensured that they remained fiercely loyal, allowing him to harbor no concerns about them. However, the situation was markedly different with others. Draco perpetually wore his characteristic smile. Apologies, I hope I am not interrupting, he remarked. Zabini, upon hearing this, instinctively felt the urge to mock him, but to his surprise, Draco's glance quelled the retort he had been poised to deliver. Slytherin and Gryffindor were natural adversaries, and their encounters were typically rife with derision. It was likely that what Zabini had intended to say was hardly complimentary. No, we were merely discussing which house elf makes the most delectable treats, though they seem rather indifferent to the conversation. It was your entrance that provided them with an escape from this predicament. Draco smiled faintly, his words suggesting that Justin's sudden appearance had been of great assistance. Zabini raised an eyebrow slightly and lowered his gaze, choosing to remain silent. The others treated it as if they had heard nothing, their expressions betraying no change. I have come today to express my gratitude. After breaking the curse, I learned that the mandrake was provided free of charge by the Malfoy family. I must admit I had some misconceptions about you before, and I am truly grateful to the Malfoy family for supplying this batch of herbs. The Malfoy family and Dumbledore are, of course, engaged in a mutually beneficial exchange. The Malfoy family generously provided this batch of mandrakes to Dumbledore without charge. To put it plainly, it also served to put Dumbledore in a favorable light when he introduced the mandrakes to Hogwarts. He proclaimed it as a gift from the Malfoy family. Any mention of Dumbledore's contribution was merely a cursory acknowledgement, a subtle nod to demonstrate that he had indeed made a statement. Ultimately, the primary credit rested with the Malfoy family. As for the position of trustee bestowed upon the Malfoy family by Dumbledore, it was naturally masked under another pretext. It could not be said that the Malfoy family received a trustee position merely for donating a batch of mandrakes to Hogwarts. After all, this batch of mandrakes was meant to resolve Dumbledore's predicament, not the board's. The sudden addition of a new member merely diluted the interests of the trustees. What relevance did it hold for Dumbledore? Why would the trustees be compelled to sacrifice their own interests to extricate Dumbledore from his troubles? Thus, Lucius and Dumbledore orchestrated another scheme. enabling Narcissa to successfully enter the Hogwarts Board of Governors. This created a significant information gap, leading those who had lifted the curses to mistakenly believe that the batch of mandrakes was a gratuitous contribution from the Malfoy family. They failed to consider that the Malfoy family was renowned for their mercantile acumen, making it implausible for them to engage in such unprofitable endeavors. Upon realizing that he had been outmaneuvered by the Malfoys, Dumbledore decided to impose a minor punishment. He launched attacks on the Malfoy family's interests in the Nordic region, pushing their enterprises to the brink of collapse, compelling Lucius to make frequent trips back and forth. He was as busy as a spinning top, yet preoccupied with his wife's impending entry into the Hogwarts board, constantly briefing her on various details, reluctant to have her endure the hardships of business alongside him. He left Narcissa at Malfoy Manor while he intermittently traversed between the manor and the north. This not only caused him considerable distress, but also inflicted great suffering upon Draco. During this period, Draco had just begun to make progress in alchemy and required ample time to delve into the study of alchemical objects. However, with his mother perpetually at home and his father making sporadic appearances, sometimes returning in the dead of night, at dinner, or even at dawn, he found himself devoid of the time needed for his alchemical pursuits. Consequently, his plans to venture to the alchemy room under the cover of darkness were swiftly dashed, resulting in a notably slow progression. Initially, Draco believed that Dumbledore had merely discovered the Malfoy family's dealings and was making them suffer financially. However, upon reading a newspaper article, he suddenly came to a realization. Sirius Black had already escaped. Although the paper claimed the news was just breaking, it was possible that the escape had occurred some time ago. Dumbledore might have been aware of this situation long before and was deliberately causing trouble for Lucius, fearing that Lucius might uncover the truth and seek to rendezvous with Sirius Black. Yet, deep down, Dumbledore retained faith in Sirius Black. The circumstances surrounding his imprisonment in Azkaban might have stemmed from a misunderstanding. He and Peter Pettigrew had once been close friends, and it was inconceivable that he would betray his own brother, especially considering the rift with his family was partially instigated by James Potter. Sirius is not the person one might assume. He could even be described as somewhat single-minded, yet he possesses a certain brotherly loyalty. Dumbledore would prefer to believe that Sirius is the kind of man who would sacrifice himself for his brother rather than betray him for his own survival. However, the reality is starkly evident. Even if Dumbledore harbors doubts, he must remain vigilant. Should Sirius truly be a Death Eater, he would undoubtedly seek out his fellow Death Eaters or rendezvous with Voldemort. Dumbledore fundamentally doubts that Sirius could have escaped unscathed from Azkaban, given that over the years, few prisoners have ever managed to flee from its grasp. Dumbledore is more inclined to believe that Sirius sustained significant injuries during his escape, necessitating a period of recuperation. The place Dumbledore suspects Sirius would gravitate towards, should he seek out a Death Eater, is the Malfoy Manor. Narcissa Malfoy is his familial sister, and Lucius Malfoy is a colleague among the Death Eaters. If Sirius were indeed a Death Eater, he would surely seek their company, thus to mitigate any potential risks. Dumbledore has inundated Lucius with numerous tasks, keeping him exceedingly occupied and devoid of time to concern himself with Sirius's affairs, let alone make contact with him. As these thoughts occupied his mind, his contemplation was abruptly interrupted. Draco spoke politely to Justin. "This matter is one I have committed to. After all, we are both young wizards learning together. Although there exists a certain rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor, such discord is not sufficient to render me indifferent to your lives." Draco spoke in lofty terms, attempting to reassure Justin. Yet, in the next moment, a chilling sensation enveloped the surroundings. Everything felt as if it were encased in ice, as though the coldness in the air could freeze even joy itself. The frigid atmosphere slowly spread outward, inching like a monstrous entity that devoured the Hogwarts Express. Most of the young wizards in Malfoy's compartment were purebloods, well versed in their family's extensive libraries, and they instantly recognized the scene unfolding before them. "The Dementors have arrived," Zabini exclaimed, rising to his feet in haste as he quickly shoved a chocolate into his mouth. He didn't forget to offer one to Pansy beside him. Meanwhile, the recently arrived Justin appeared somewhat flustered. He clearly understood the ominous implications of the young wizard's words regarding the Dementors. However, he had come merely to express his gratitude. Empty-handed and vulnerable. Now, paralyzed by fear, he dared not venture out, appearing utterly terrified amidst the mounting pressure. He cast a desperate glance towards Draco, who seemed lost in his own thoughts, neglecting even his own sweets. Theodore assessed the expressions of the two, sighed softly, and with a perpetually sour visage, tossed a piece of chocolate to Justin. "Take this, come over and hide," Theodore grumbled, sounding quite unwilling. Justin, understanding the gravity of the situation, recognized that this was not the time for bravado. He promptly moved into Malfoy's compartment, found a seat, and contentedly stuffed the candy into his mouth, awaiting the outcome. The presence of Dementors on the Hogwarts Express suggested they anticipated Sirius would seek out Harry Potter. This area was not the primary focus of the Dementors. Their attention was likely directed towards the compartment housing Harry. Nevertheless, the Dementors were indeed unsettling. Upon their arrival, they drained the joy from everyone, treating the happiness of the passengers as sustenance, a truly revolting phenomenon. The Dementors roamed the corridors of the Hogwarts Express, unable to locate Harry Potter's compartment, occasionally drifting into others to ascertain if their target was present. Unfortunately for Draco, they ventured into his compartment as well, given his familial ties to Sirius. Confronted by the Dementors, it felt as though a scream echoed in their minds, the overwhelming sensation exploding within their consciousness. It was as if merely gazing upon them could lead to one's demise. Expecto Patronum. A brilliant white light burst forth from Draco's wand, gradually driving those despicable, filthy creatures from the compartment. The luminosity intensified, radiating into the surrounding compartments, albeit only benefiting a select few. In the eyes of others, Draco was merely a slightly more gifted young wizard, not one capable of rescuing an entire compartment of people. The Dementors, unable to linger in their surroundings, fled in both directions. It was fortunate for Draco that he possessed such skills. Otherwise, they would not have located Harry Potter so swiftly.
The individuals within the compartment remained in a state of trepidation, for it is rare that anyone encounters Dementors with joy. As the creatures departed,
the vibrancy of the surroundings was restored. Draco's companions seemed momentarily dazed, their gazes fixed upon him in awe. "Draco, you are truly remarkable. You have vanquished a Dementor." The Patronus charm is a formidable spell, despite the deep-rooted heritage of pure-blood families. While these families once instructed young wizards in the basics of magic, they refrained from pushing them towards mastering such complex incantations. Moreover, they had never been exposed to the likes of Dementors and were virtually ignorant of the Patronus charm. The terror of the Dementors was indelibly etched in their minds, which further elevated Draco's status in their eyes. However, it was merely a temporary banishment of the creatures. Even Draco had no definitive means of dealing with such entities. In his previous life, following the conclusion of the war against Voldemort, Theodore was imprisoned in Azkaban due to his affiliation with the Death Eaters. The Malfoy family had made attempts to rescue Theodore, yet they could not prevent his incarceration. On the day Theodore perished in Azkaban, Draco had attempted to breach its walls, only to be thwarted by Dementors. In his past existence, he had no recourse against them, and it remained unchanged in this life. He could only temporarily repel them. If Draco's suspicions were correct, the Dementors would likely seek out Harry Potter. With Sirius's escape, the Dementors were compelled to abandon Azkaban and scour the land for his whereabouts. To the public, Sirius held a grudge against Harry Potter's parents, which suggested that upon his return, he would certainly target Harry. The Dementors were poised, awaiting their opportunity. Yet, the truth was quite the contrary. Draco understood that Harry was Sirius's godson. Sirius harbored a profound affection for Harry. Thus, should Draco capture Harry and use him to threaten Sirius, he could compel Sirius to divulge the secrets of his escape from Azkaban. The very fact that Sirius managed to flee from the depths of Azkaban implied that the means employed were not of the highest caliber. Draco is inclined to ponder the incantation employed by Sirius. However, if it were indeed a spell, it would be manageable, after undergoing the trials of his previous life. Draco's aptitude for magic is far greater than one might anticipate. Additionally, Harry Potter is a child profoundly starved of affection. Were he to discover that Sirius is his godfather, willing to brave any peril for his sake, that neglected child would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with gratitude. Predictably, he would forsake the gifts bestowed upon him by Dumbledore in favor of Sirius. Although Draco was uncertain whether Dumbledore had bestowed the resurrection stone upon Harry Potter, he was unwilling to relinquish this potential opportunity. Thus, Draco resolved to orchestrate a scheme, allowing the father and son to truly appreciate each other's significance in their hearts. However, the crux of this plan lay in how to enhance Sirius's importance in Harry Potter's perception. Harry's regard for Sirius was, of course, beyond question, with his own parents deceased, and Sirius being their closest friend, the bond was irrefutable. Once Sirius became aware of the tribulations Harry had endured during this period, he would go to great lengths to grant Harry's every wish, no matter how lofty. In stark contrast, Harry did not hold Sirius in high esteem. He was largely oblivious to Sirius's identity and their familial connection. Therefore, Draco resolved to illuminate Sirius's existence to Harry, exploiting feelings of guilt to deepen Harry's emotional ties to Sirius. Draco believed that Potter would certainly be grateful to him. Potter would undoubtedly desire a godfather more than anyone else. Draco furrowed his brow slightly, as if he were concerned for the safety of the other young wizards. He pondered how the circumstances of his fellow sorcerers might be at present. Draco's words successfully furrowed the brows of all the young wizards present. Yet none dared to venture forth to uncover the truth. Without Draco's protection, the Dementors would assuredly return. None among them possessed the means to confront such dark entities. Uncertainty loomed. They could only await the train's arrival at Hogwarts to discern their fate. Perhaps the Dementors were lying in wait outside, rendering any attempt to exit perilous. Theodore promptly interjected, having noticed a Gryffindor among them. Thus, he endeavored to uphold their collective image. In such dire circumstances, none could afford to leave the safety of their shelter, for none possessed the strength to face the Dementors alone. Although Draco possesses certain qualities, if he were to leave, who would protect them should the Dementors return? Justin, clearly understanding the underlying implication, quickly added, "Indeed, Hogwarts is the safest haven in the wizarding world. Everything will be well there. Moreover, are not the Dementors subordinate to the Ministry of Magic? Dumbledore maintains a close relationship with Minister Fudge, and the Dementors would not dare to cause chaos within Hogwarts." Draco nearly burst into laughter upon hearing Justin's words. It was bewildering to think that someone had convinced him of the close relationship between Dumbledore and Minister Fudge. The two were practically at each other's throats. Dumbledore regarded Fudge as lacking decisiveness, swaying like a reed in the wind, while Fudge feared that Dumbledore sought to usurp his position. Though Dumbledore held Fudge in disdain, he had no desire to involve himself in the murky waters of politics. Thus, they remained in a stalemate. In many ways, Dumbledore embodied the essence of a pure saint, his sole ambition being the protection of the populace. He would willingly sacrifice everything he could for the sake of safeguarding the wizarding community. He held little interest in politics. Otherwise, given his stature, the position of Minister of Magic would not have fallen to Fudge. Yet Fudge failed to grasp Dumbledore's true intentions, continuing to believe that Dumbledore coveted his ministerial role. Unable to overcome Dumbledore, they maintained a facade of cordiality, which misled the naive young wizards into believing in a harmony that did not exist. I had been too hasty. Upon hearing Draco's agreement, Justin breathed a sigh of relief. He had witnessed the capabilities of the Dementors and had no desire to see his companions leave this place. The Malfoy box had returned to its usual lively atmosphere. Those present were adept at reading expressions. Malfoy and Theodore were particularly skilled at feigning cordiality. Zabini, Pansy, and Daphne, despite their disdain for Gryffindor, managed to suppress their emotions and refrained from deriding them. This led Justin to believe that the rumors were exaggerated. Slytherin appeared to be a group of amiable individuals. However, he overlooked the adage that where there is smoke, there is fire. Slytherin might indeed be agreeable, but this was certainly not the case concerning Gryffindor. If Slytherin treated unfamiliar Gryffindors with kindness, it could only indicate ulterior motives. It would be wise not to linger here too long. The Gryffindors were not known for their friendliness towards Slytherin, and one must avoid any misconceptions. Draco appeared to be considering Justin's feelings, yet his words carried a hint of sarcasm. Currently, the animosity that Gryffindors held towards Draco had somewhat diminished. They could nearly approach him with the same indifference they reserved for other students from different houses. However, a few staunch individuals remained, such as Ron Weasley and Harry Potter. The remarks made were subtly aimed at Harry and his companions. Justin furrowed his brow slightly, clearly perceiving Draco's insinuations. He chose not to linger on the matter, and upon the train's arrival at Hogwarts, he promptly departed to his designated location. To their astonishment, as soon as they disembarked from the Hogwarts Express, news spread that Harry Potter had fainted from encountering a Dementor. This information circulated wildly among the young witches and wizards. Harry's reputation among them was rather mixed. Although he still bore the title of the Chosen One, he was also known as the Unfortunate One. It seemed that anyone associated with him was bound to face misfortune. Despite having clarified the incidents from his second year, he could not shake off the aura of bad luck. Except for Filch's cat. Every individual who encountered trouble had been in direct contact with Harry, many of whom were even close friends. This led many to keep their distance from him, with some even relishing in his misadventures. Coincidentally, Draco seized this opportunity. Thus, when they were among the first to disembark the express, they did not hastily leave but instead lingered, waiting for Harry's arrival. Just as the rumors suggested, when Harry finally emerged, he appeared ethereal, as if he had suffered some profound blow, his soul seemingly adrift and yet to return. Draco cast a sidelong glance at Zabini, who was eager to mock Harry Potter but hesitated, fearing Draco's disapproval. Over the course of their interactions, Zabini had come to regard Draco as the leader. Without Draco's explicit command, he dared not disrupt his decisions. Noticing the approving glint in Draco's eyes, Zabini seized the opportunity to ridicule Harry without reservation. "Potter, I heard you fainted from a Dementor's presence. Aren't you the supposed savior? How is it that among all the young witches and wizards at Hogwarts, you alone succumbed?" His tone dripped with derision, and he added, "With a savior like you, how can anyone feel secure? If a mere Dementor were unleashed, Potter would surrender without a fight. Who's to say if this so-called savior is genuine or merely a fabrication?" As Zabini finished, Crabbe and Goyle immediately chimed in, resembling a schoolyard gang intent on bullying the unfortunate Harry Potter. They effectively blocked Harry's path, with Zabini acting as an eager henchman, continually provoking him while the others merely needed to exude an air of intimidation. "Shut up," Ron Weasley interjected urgently, his tone betraying a desperate urgency, almost resembling a cornered animal, which rendered Zabini somewhat disadvantaged. The sting of Zabini's words was undeniable. Had he merely attacked Harry's courage or personal traits, Ron would not have reacted so vehemently. However, by questioning Harry's status as the savior, Zabini fundamentally undermined Dumbledore's plan. If Harry were to lose his identity as the chosen one, it would render him virtually useless. Anyone could fulfill the role of a savior, but Harry was the one who could maximize the benefits. Harry had merely vanquished Voldemort as a baby, a feat accomplished at the cost of the lives of Lily and James Potter. He had defeated Professor Quirrell in his first year and Tom Riddle in his second. Yet these were feats anyone could achieve if Dumbledore desired it. As the most powerful white wizard, would Dumbledore remain oblivious to dark forces conspiring within his domain? Moreover, this was no trifling matter. Young witches and wizards had been petrified. Could he truly have noticed nothing at all? It seemed rather that he viewed these incidents as a means to toughen Harry, intending to bestow an additional layer of glory upon his title as savior. Surely, if Dumbledore personally confronted the basilisk or dealt with Professor Quirrell, he would not be incapable of handling them? Could it be that Dumbledore is not as astute as Harry Potter, failing to uncover clues as swiftly? The trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione combined could scarcely match Dumbledore's prowess. How then could they possibly outpace him in every endeavor? Once Dumbledore designated Harry as the savior, the mantle of this title must inevitably be borne until death. With so much invested in this sunk cost, altering the identity of the savior becomes a daunting task. Few possess the same level of esteem as Harry Potter. Within the halls of Hogwarts, the only one who retains a modicum of prestige is Draco Malfoy. Yet he hails from a lineage of Death Eaters. If a Death Eater were to become the savior, would that not render the world a playground for Voldemort? Look quickly, for Ron Weasley appears cornered. Our discourse has always revolved around Harry Potter, not you. Have you fainted, Ron? Zabini laughed heartily, seizing the opportunity to mock Ron. Unable to voice his true feelings, Ron's face flushed a deep crimson. "What troubles you, Harry Potter? Do you require my assistance?" Professor Lupin, looking somewhat disheveled and carrying a tattered suitcase, disembarked from the Hogwarts Express. His gaze held a trace of concern as he surveyed the scene. "It has been quite some time, Professor Lupin. I hope you can prove to be of some service." Harry contemplated declining the professor's offer. A tacit understanding existed between them, a silent agreement to avoid disclosing their childish antics unless witnessed by an adult. Harry had never disclosed anything to the professor, nor had Draco, although in a previous life he seemed to have expressed grievances to his father. Yet, Draco abruptly interjected with shocking words. "We are merely cautioning Harry about the escape of Sirius Black. He should be wary and not let Sirius bring him to ruin." As Draco uttered those words, a smile adorned his face. For reasons unbeknownst to others, it sent a chill through the air. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, while bystanders may have remained oblivious. The young wizards present were acutely aware that Draco had just sought to provoke Harry Potter, and the topic at hand bore no relation whatsoever to Sirius Black. However, the majority of those gathered were Slytherin students who would undoubtedly refrain from exposing Draco's intentions. As for Harry Potter, He was wholly captivated by the alarming news that Sirius Black was out for his life. Who was Sirius Black? Why did he wish to kill him? What grievance existed between them? From where had he escaped? Why did the faces of those who heard the news reflect such concern? Professor Lupin, upon receiving the information, was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of complex emotions dancing in his eyes. He silently regarded Harry Potter for a moment before redirecting his gaze towards Draco Malfoy. Draco wore a gentle smile upon his face, yet Professor Lupin harbored a lingering suspicion of his intentions. He scrutinized Draco for an extended period, but could discern no flaws in his demeanor. Reluctantly, he shifted his focus back to Harry Potter. It appeared that he was signaling to Harry, indicating that should he encounter any troubles or uncertainties, he should not hesitate to seek his assistance. Professor Lupin would be more than willing to resolve any issues for him. Why should I be wary of Sirius? What connection does he have to me? I do not even know him, Harry Potter mused, utterly perplexed. You may not know him, but he is well acquainted with you, Potter. It was he who betrayed your parents, revealing their location, which ultimately led to their tragic demise at the hands of Voldemort. Subsequently, he turned against his own brother, Peter Pettigrew, ensuring his own imprisonment in Azkaban. It is said that they were once brothers. One can only speculate the animosity that could drive one to betray their kin to Voldemort. Do you suppose that upon Sirius Black's return, his first course of action may be to eliminate the orphan child of his brother? Draco spoke with a gentle smile, yet it exuded an unsettling chill. Harry Potter's mind was suddenly engulfed in confusion. When he regained his senses, he swiftly rushed to Draco's side, gripping his collar with fervor, his voice hoarse as he demanded, "Are you aware of what you are saying? Is it truly the case that Sirius was responsible for my parents' demise?" Harry's emotions surged with fervent intensity, witnessing Harry's frenzied demeanor. Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger immediately approached, attempting to restrain him by grasping his arm, yet they underestimated Harry's profound yearning for his parents, rendering their efforts utterly futile. Upon encountering Harry Potter in such a frenzied state, Draco was not filled with anger, but rather amused. He grasped Harry's wrist tightly, seemingly hoping that the pain would compel him to relinquish his hold. Yet, Harry seemed to engage in a contest of wills, refusing to let go, no matter the cost. There is no doubt about this matter. Feel free to inquire, and you shall find it to be true. If you harbor any skepticism regarding my words, you might consider seeking the counsel of Professor Lupin, who, it is said, was once the closest of friends with your father, Sirius Black, and the late Peter Pettigrew. Surely, he would not deceive you. Draco spoke, glancing towards Professor Lupin. His gaze was imbued with tranquility, leaving one to wonder if he was truly inquiring about Lupin's thoughts or merely setting a trap. Upon noticing Draco shift the focus onto Professor Lupin, Harry Potter relaxed his grip and resolutely approached the professor. "Professor, is what Draco Malfoy said true? Did he cause my parents' deaths? Did he betray his own brother and take his life? Now, does he wish to come after me as well?" Harry struggled to believe his eyes, his vision gradually reddening as he seemed to endure some hidden torment. Professor Lupin's lips moved slightly, as if he wished to defend Sirius. However, after a brief contemplation, he ultimately spoke the truth. "Indeed, it is as you say." Yet, having known Sirius for so long, Lupin was acutely aware of his character. Although Sirius may appear somewhat unconventional to certain Slytherins, he had always been deeply loyal to their quartet, particularly to James Potter. He would even forsake the Black family to befriend James. It was inconceivable for him to commit such acts or harm Peter Pettigrew. Lupin simply could not accept such a conclusion. Nonetheless, throughout the years, Sirius Black never defended himself, which inevitably sowed a seed of doubt in Lupin's mind. What if Sirius had been framed, ensnared by others who exploited his character to lay the blame upon him? Given Lupin's understanding of Sirius, it was entirely plausible. Regardless, he could not believe that Sirius would harm Harry Potter. In that moment, he found himself unable to utter a word in Sirius's defense. Any attempt to do so might ignite scrutiny upon himself. His own identity was sensitive, and exposure could lead to significant trouble for him, and even for Dumbledore. But what? No plans at all. That scoundrel caused my parents' deaths, and now he seeks to harm me. He should consider himself fortunate for not standing before me now. Otherwise, I would be compelled to confront him in a final battle. I will not spare him. Never. Harry's eyes glowed with a fierce red, as memories of the injustices he had endured over the years flooded his mind. His misfortune seemed inextricably linked to the very man who had recently escaped from Azkaban. If his parents had not perished, would he have had to reside with his aunt and uncle? When faced with mockery and scheming from others, would anyone have risen to defend him against such humiliating slander? Would he have had to risk his life to follow the path laid out by Dumbledore? The calamities in his life may have diminished significantly as a result. However, alas, there are no what-ifs. Harry remained calm. Lupin did not wish for Harry Potter to be engulfed by fury. Regardless of any hidden truths surrounding Sirius, he did not want Harry to be blinded by rage. Harry Potter, a Gryffindor, once consumed by anger, could recklessly confront Sirius Black, engaging him in a potentially lethal confrontation. The mere presence of Sirius, whether or not he betrayed Harry's parents, would be an exceedingly perilous move. Yet, Harry had no intention of heeding Professor Lupin's counsel. He merely sought a place to vent his emotions. According to Draco, Professor Lupin had been a dear friend of his parents. However, since their demise, Professor Lupin had never sent him a letter or paid him a visit. He was even unaware of Lupin's existence. The absence of his father's friends was justifiable. Sirius Black was imprisoned in Azkaban, and Pettigrew had met his end. But what of Lupin? Harry Potter was reluctant to accept Lupin's words. Did Lupin harbor unspoken burdens? Had he made an effort to visit, perhaps Harry's childhood would not have been so bleak. Professor Lupin discerned the resistance reflected in Harry's eyes. He yearned to communicate with Harry, yet this was hardly a suitable environment for dialogue. Harry, Professor Lupin endeavored once more to elucidate his thoughts to Harry Potter. Draco interrupted him. Professor Lupin, the sorting ceremony is about to commence. As a newly appointed teacher, it appears you are required to attend the feast. Potter too must go. He did not attend last year, and if he were to miss it again this year, Gryffindor might lose a significant number of points. Draco remarked with a smile, as if he were coming to Harry Potter's rescue. Yet, he merely delivered another blow to the already fractured relationship between Harry and Lupin. Time can bestow many gifts, it can soothe certain pains, yet it can equally deepen misunderstandings and animosities. Harry Potter, now weary of entangling himself further with Professor Lupin, simply nodded in agreement with Draco's words. Good luck, Potter. Draco and his companions waved farewell as they entered the castle together. It was once again the time for the annual sorting ceremony, which proved to be rather uneventful, merely introducing a few new professors to the assembly. Among them was the indomitable Lupin, who had taken on the role of defense against the dark arts instructor. Additionally, there was the somewhat dim-witted Hagrid, who audaciously accepted the position of professor for care of magical creatures. Draco's perception of Hagrid in his previous life was far from favorable. He conceded that Hagrid possessed a modicum of talent concerning magical creatures and had an extensive knowledge of them. However, he was ill-suited for the role of an educator. He was akin to a teapot with a gaping spout. While the entrance was significantly large, the knowledge that emerged was limited to a mere trickle. The vast reservoir of wisdom within him obstructed from flowing forth. The scant information he dispensed was utterly trivial for young wizards. Being a giant, he inherently lacked the intellect of other races, his mind simple and his physique robust, making him prone to irritation and likely to incite conflict within the classroom. Nevertheless, Draco had already devised a plan to exploit this bumbling giant. Whether Hagrid excelled in his teaching was an entirely different matter. After all, Draco was quite capable himself. As was customary, Dumbledore delivered a few admonitions to the young wizards before allowing them to disperse. The third-year students were not appointed as prefects. Thus, they bore no responsibility for maintaining discipline among the younger witches and wizards. Following the banquet, they returned directly to their dormitories. The newly arrived students at Hogwarts were brimming with excitement, dashing about and creating a delightful chaos within the Great Hall. Dumbledore showed no inclination to intervene. He resembled a benevolent elder, observing a gaggle of grandchildren frolicking and chattering joyfully. This raucous atmosphere was perfectly conducive to Draco's endeavors. As he navigated through the throng, he was inadvertently jostled by the crowd, steadily making his way toward Gryffindor, until, by unfortunate chance, he stepped upon a rat. "Oh, my pet!" Ron Weasley exclaimed upon witnessing Draco Malfoy tread upon his beloved creature, promptly approaching Draco to give him a shove. The Slytherin wizards beside Draco promptly drew their wands. Facing Ron Weasley, the atmosphere instantly grew tense and charged. However, the situation was decidedly inappropriate. The professors were still present, and they dared not engage in combat under the watchful eyes of their mentors. Let us remain calm and ensure that the newcomers do not witness our violent tendencies. Draco smiled faintly and exchanged a glance with the Slytherins behind him. The young wizards promptly stowed away their wands, choosing to disregard the matter. Yet their eyes remained fixed with fierce intensity upon Ron Weasley. "Be cautious, Weasley. With so many people around, it would be unwise to let your pet loose." This rat would go unnoticed, and should it meet its end beneath someone's foot, the consequences would be dire. Draco openly issued a threat, declaring that if Ron Weasley were to release his pet rat once more, he would promptly squash it underfoot. "Do you dare?" Ron Weasley clutched his pet even tighter, raising his voice in a manner that seemed intended to bolster his own bravado. Draco observed Ron Weasley's blustering demeanor. The word had already spread, and there was no need to linger in this confrontation any longer. Draco smirked mockingly before departing from the scene. In this place, when it came to gathering information, Ferk reigned supreme, with the diminutive Peter following closely behind. Ferk was an open book in his inquiries. Others were aware of his ineffectiveness, which rendered him harmless, and thus they did not shy away from him. After all, what he unearthed was of little consequence. Wizards, in their pride, cared not for the trivialities of a mere insect. The other was the small Peter, whose animagus form was that of a mouse, an entity often overlooked and unsuspected. Unless, of course, that mouse were to raise any suspicions. Draco resolved to communicate a message to both parties. Should Dumbledore and Grindelwald engage in correspondence once more, they would undoubtedly become aware of it. After Draco departed, a serene silence enveloped the surroundings, as the young wizards retreated to their respective houses, reacquainting themselves with the wonders of Hogwarts. The newly arrived students, however, exhibited commendable obedience, harboring no intentions of challenging the institution's rules. As night fell, Draco reappeared at the usual hour, where he found Peter Pettigrew already waiting for him. Perhaps haunted by the fear instilled by Draco, he was in his human form upon arrival. "What do you want from me?" he inquired. "I am aware that the Dark Lord you mentioned last time was merely a consequence of that nefarious diary, correct? That diary has now been destroyed by Harry Potter, leaving you without protection." As he spoke, Peter instinctively took a few steps back, vividly recalling the curse Draco had previously cast upon him. The pain inflicted by that spell was truly unforgettable. Had he only kept his distance, he might have evaded its grasp. Yet, such is the peril of narrow-mindedness. Had he ventured beyond his homeland, he would never have uttered such words. "Is that so? Mr. Pettigrew, do you dare to challenge the authority of the Dark Lord?" Draco chuckled softly, casually grasping a bell, showing no intention of shaking it, merely holding it in his hand. "I did not mean to imply anything of the sort. I simply wish to inquire if the Dark Lord has any further instructions. A wise individual knows how to navigate the currents of the times." Peter Pettigrew, wary of a direct confrontation with Draco, was uncertain whether the object Draco held was meant to deceive him or if it possessed the same effect as before. In either scenario, Peter was unwilling to take the risk. The excruciating pain he had previously endured was an experience he wished never to relive. "The Dark Lord seeks to gather information regarding Dumbledore, and has thus come to you to inquire if Dumbledore has received any unusual correspondence or special gifts on significant occasions." Draco seemed to inquire about some rather mundane matters, akin to Voldemort's desire to comprehend his adversary. It appeared he sought to exploit those who were closest to him. This was the conjecture of Peter Pettigrew. Voldemort must have aimed to locate those dear to Dumbledore and strike from within that circle. Those who engaged in casual conversations or exchanged gifts with him were undoubtedly the most intimately connected. In an instant, Pettigrew realized what he ought to report, wearing a smug expression as he spoke to Draco. "I know this. He frequently exchanges gifts with Professor McGonagall, as well as several members of the Weasley family and some of his old friends." Pettigrew fancied himself well acquainted with Voldemort's intentions. If his assumptions were not misplaced, then Voldemort would undoubtedly target Professor McGonagall next, for she shared the closest bond with Dumbledore, and an assault on her would strike the most profound blow to him. Draco furrowed his brow. He already knew the answer to such a question without needing the diminutive Peter to respond. "What I wish to inquire is whether Dumbledore has received any extraordinary letters, as opposed to this worthless rubbish." Draco appeared particularly obstinate. Each time he conversed with the diminutive Peter, it was an arduous task. It was unclear whether this was due to Peter's inability to comprehend Draco's words, perhaps due to his perceived foolishness, or if the generational gap led Peter to look down upon Draco. There were no extraordinary letters. Everything seemed rather mundane. What constitutes a special letter? I cannot ascertain the contents of their correspondence, so how can I discern what is deemed special? The little one felt a surge of irritation. He believed Draco's demand to be utterly unreasonable, devoid of any criteria for judgment. However, there are indeed standards for evaluation, should this individual hold significance for Dumbledore. Then the letters he sent would be considered special. Conversely, if this matter were of particular importance to Dumbledore, then the related correspondence would also be deemed extraordinary. Draco has not established a standard, rendering it impossible to answer this question. He can only respond according to his own reasoning. Draco evidently recognized the flaws within his own reasoning. I apologize for my lack of clarity. What I meant to convey is whether these letters originated from any particular locations, such as Azkaban or Nurmengard. Draco initially mentioned Azkaban to prevent Peter Pettigrew from discerning his intentions. According to Draco's plan, ultimately, Gellert Grindelwald would emerge to engage in a tripartite confrontation. At that juncture, it would not take much imagination to ascertain that this was a scheme orchestrated by Draco. Thus, he deliberately positioned Azkaban in front of Nurmengard, aiming to steer Peter's thoughts towards Azkaban, given that it primarily housed Death Eaters. This would enable the deduction of whether there were any traitors among the Death Eaters and whether such a traitor was in contact with Dumbledore. What are you thinking, Malfoy? Azkaban and Nurmengard are the two most fortified prisons in the magical realm. How could any correspondence possibly escape? If indeed any letters were to slip through, they would not be called Azkaban or Nurmengard. They would more aptly be termed Hogwarts or some other location outside of those two. Peter Pettigrew chuckled mockingly, perplexed at Draco's seemingly juvenile inquiry. If those incarcerated in Azkaban and Nurmengard could transmit letters, what would be the purpose of these prisons' existence? Both Azkaban and Nurmengard were designed to contain the most dangerous offenders. If these felons could still communicate, it would imply that they could wreak havoc in the magical world. With even these two prisons failing to impede their nefarious communications, if letters could escape, would it not suggest that individuals could also do so? Many among them possessed the ability to perform transformation spells. If someone were to transfigure themselves into a letter, could they not also exploit that route to extricate themselves? Peter pondered this and found it highly implausible. The ability to send letters would imply that those within the prisons could also manage to liberate themselves. If they had confidence in their own escape, why would they remain incarcerated? Were they merely idle? Or perhaps seeking atonement? If there were indeed those who wished to repent, they would not be found in Azkaban or Nurmengard. Consider this further. Could there be those who were unaware of their origins, yet encountered by Dumbledore, who did not express surprise over certain letters? However, Draco believed that Grindelwald possessed the capability to escape from Nurmengard and was indeed capable of delivering the letter. If Grindelwald truly cared for Dumbledore, he might not have left any incriminating evidence regarding his origins for Dumbledore to discover. Although he was aware that this evidence would not hold significant weight for Dumbledore, Peter Pettigrew, initially reluctant to engage with Draco, suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. His thoughts were racing, yet the scene crystallized before him. It seemed that before your schooling commenced, he had inadvertently witnessed Dumbledore receiving a particular letter. Though its parchment appeared distinct, he had not given it much thought, only recalling that Dumbledore furrowed his brow while contemplating the contents, lost in thought. Furthermore, Dumbledore showed no intention of responding. After perusing the letter, he incinerated it. To his surprise, Dumbledore seemed profoundly affected by that letter, remaining in silence for an entire day, seated vacantly in his office without attending to any matters. As Pettigrew recounted the events, he was astonished to find that such a memory truly existed within his mind. Could this be what the Dark Lord desired? Were there similar occurrences preceding this? The letter Pettigrew referenced must have originated from Nurmengard, as he would have been unable to procure suitable parchment there, leading to variations in its material. It was evident that some conflict had transpired between Dumbledore and Grindelwald, instilling a sense of guilt in Grindelwald towards Dumbledore. It appeared that Grindelwald had committed an act that harmed Dumbledore, thus making him the one seeking reconciliation rather than Dumbledore. Yet, this seemed implausible. After all, it was Dumbledore who had imprisoned Grindelwald in Nurmengard for such an extensive duration. Why would the one burdened with guilt be Grindelwald instead of Dumbledore? Clearly, some event must have transpired to compel Grindelwald to harbor such feelings of remorse towards Dumbledore. Nonetheless, if Grindelwald remained burdened by guilt towards Dumbledore, it signified that their relationship could be exploited. Although he had only witnessed this particular instance, he had not seen Dumbledore respond to any letters that year. Throughout that month, he had failed to reply to any correspondence. It seemed their communication was one-sided, devoid of any intent for a reply. Were it not for Dumbledore's impassive demeanor, he might have doubted whether the letter had been misdelivered. The diminutive star, Peter, effortlessly articulated his judgment, which also aligned with Draco's sentiments. The absence of a response from Dumbledore signifies an underlying thorn in his heart regarding Grindelwald. There exists a phrase that encapsulates the notion of love breeding hatred. Without love, hatred cannot exist, nor can those peculiar expressions, when one is indifferent towards another. They scarcely bother to glance at their letters. However, it is when one genuinely cares that the anguish and confusion arise. Draco, having come to terms with the nature of their relationship, no longer felt the need to cling to it. He understood how to approach Grindelwald now. Have there been any intriguing developments at Hogwarts lately? Once Draco resolved to set aside the matter, he no longer dwelled on it, choosing instead to focus on the recent developments at Hogwarts. Draco is ultimately destined to seize control of Hogwarts. Thus, he must be attuned to its every movement. Each individual's recent actions must be scrutinized to ensure that every piece remains steadfastly positioned along the trajectory he has meticulously charted. While anyone may act out of line, the pawns cannot afford such liberties. Should they deviate, there are but two recourses. The first is to forcibly redirect them back onto their designated path. The second is to eliminate the errant piece and replace it with another. Recently, Hogwarts has been devoid of any extraordinary occurrences. Yet Professor Snape appears to be behaving rather uncharacteristically. He has embarked upon a quest for immortality, fervently concocting potions related to life, even experimenting on small animals. Wormtail finds himself perplexed by Snape's actions. Could it be that Snape, as a Death Eater, is under Voldemort's influence, thus pursuing eternal life in a manner akin to his master? This theory does hold some merit. However, Snape has been in Voldemort's proximity for quite some time. Why would he only now seek the path to immortality? Has Voldemort already engaged with him? Did Voldemort command Snape to undertake this endeavor? Wormtail is beset by uncertainty. If this is indeed the case, does it imply that Voldemort has lost faith in him? After all, he too is a Death Eater within Hogwarts. Yet Voldemort only seeks Snape, not him. Why has the pursuit of immortality been entrusted solely to Snape? The notion of Professor Snape seeking immortality is hardly surprising. If the Dark Lord is already aware of this development, it would not be a shock. As for the nature of Snape's actions, Draco possesses insight. In their first year, Draco broached the topic of resurrecting Lily Potter in Snape's presence. Snape had subsequently brewed numerous potions with great dedication. The fact that he is now taking action to concoct elixirs for immortality is telling. As for whether Voldemort has reached out to him, Draco harbors no such belief. At present, Voldemort is likely wandering the forest, incessantly inhabiting one small creature after another to augment his soul's power. In his previous life, Voldemort would not fully manifest until the 4th year, utilizing Harry Potter's blood to resurrect himself. Now, being merely in the 3rd year, his return is impossible. Thus, Snape's transformation can only signify one possibility. He has discovered the location of the Resurrection Stone. He is aware of its capabilities, prompting his current course of action. Draco's conjecture suggests that if Professor Snape were aware of the Resurrection Stone's powers, it would imply that the stone merely summons the souls of the departed. I lack the means to bestow sufficient energy to resurrect the dead. If he merely knew the location of the Resurrection Stone, then his cultivation of these life potions would be intended to provide a corporeal form for Lily Potter, facilitating her revival. Draco was uncertain about how to speculate on Professor Snape, yet one thing was undoubtedly clear. Snape's inexplicable actions were intrinsically linked to the Resurrection Stone. This particular maneuver conveniently aided Draco. Professor Snape was renowned for concocting potions, which could be categorized into two distinct realms, one pertaining to the soul and the other concerning the physical form. This bore a resemblance to Draco's dealings with Riddle, where he had advised Riddle to enhance the strength of his soul. As for physical prowess, Draco focused on refining his own alchemical body to greater precision. Are you aware of the direction in which Professor Snape's potions are oriented? Draco, filled with curiosity, pondered the potential utility of this potion in confronting Grindelwald in the future. Thus, his relentless efforts to dig pitfalls for Professor Snape since his 1st year would not be in vain. Uncertain as he was, he had observed the professor conducting experiments on several small creatures. Some of these concoctions induced an exhilarating state in the animals, yet their natural rhythms remained unaffected. Others, however, seemed to drain the very essence of the creatures, initially heightening their vitality only to swiftly render them utterly frail. Once, while wandering, he narrowly escaped being apprehended by Snape for testing a potion. The magical realm, after all, is not devoid of mundane pests. It houses its share of filthy and repugnant insects. There are also suitable little white mice that serve as experimental subjects. Thank you for your contributions, Mr. Pettigrew. The Dark Lord shall reward you in due time, and your past transgressions will be forgiven. No matter the circumstances, a grand design must be executed. Having acquired what he desired, Draco had little inclination to engage further with the diminutive Pettigrew, dismissing such a person from his regard. Pettigrew was merely a cowardly sycophant, reluctant to confront the strong, and Draco found no appeal in dealing with such individuals. He preferred the company of cunning villains over these simplistic and venomous souls, keeping a respectful distance from them. Likewise, Pettigrew was disinclined to interact with Draco, who was known for his unpredictable temperament. He could strike without warning if displeased. Pettigrew had experienced this unfortunate reality on numerous occasions, often left bewildered as to what provocation had led to Draco's sudden aggression. That wretched scion of House Malfoy merely relied on a singular skill and the remnants of glory left in Voldemort's wake to assert his dominance. Let that little brat wait. When he returns to the Dark Lord's side, Draco will be compelled to bow before him, addressing him with the respect due to a master. One day, he would exact vengeance for all the suffering endured during this time. This moment presented a perfect opportunity, if all went as Draco suggested. Voldemort would negate all the punishments accrued from his past misdeeds. Yet, one must ponder whether Draco's words are truly trustworthy. Draco, indifferent to the thoughts of Peter Pettigrew, considers that Voldemort's resurrection is still some time away. Even upon his return, Voldemort will find himself bereft of loyal followers. Thus, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to utilize someone as readily available as Peter Pettigrew. In such a scenario, it is certain that Pettigrew would not escape without facing grave consequences. This situation would cleverly lead Pettigrew to believe he was assisting Voldemort, thus earning him the outcome he received. It is inconceivable that Pettigrew would dare to approach Voldemort, for the Dark Lord is not one to engage in conversation lightly, especially with a fool like Pettigrew, unless absolutely necessary. Consequently, this arrangement ensures that there would be no witnesses to his fate. Disregarding the reaction of the diminutive Peter, Draco departed from the scene, perhaps contemplating a heartfelt conversation with his esteemed godfather. It had been quite some time since he had engaged in a meaningful dialogue with him, and with his mother now serving as a board member at Hogwarts, it provided an opportune moment to share this delightful news. The initial days of the school year were relatively uneventful, allowing young wizards a period of adjustment. So Draco felt no hesitation in promptly knocking on Professor Snape's office door the following morning. Professor Snape was engrossed in his potion-making, and upon seeing Draco enter, he slightly furrowed his brow. Accustomed to Draco's presence, Snape made no further gestures, continuing his silent work with the potion. Draco, much like a master, sat beside Professor Snape on the sofa, indulging in the snacks laid out on the coffee table. "Professor," he remarked, "I must tell you, my mother is now eligible to join the Hogwarts Board of Governors. According to my father, this was permitted by Headmaster Dumbledore himself, who personally assisted my mother in her application to the Hogwarts Board." Draco exuberantly shared his joy with Professor Snape. Upon hearing the news, Professor Snape appeared somewhat taken aback. He had indeed heard that Narcissa had also joined the Hogwarts Board of Governors, yet he was unaware that this was orchestrated by Dumbledore. Dumbledore had not consulted him prior to this decision, leaving Snape especially astonished upon receiving the news. Although it was not Dumbledore's obligation to inform Snape, as he was the leader of the Order of the Phoenix and not required to disclose his plans to subordinates, Snape was nonetheless deeply intertwined with the Malfoy family. Failing to notify him about the recent changes concerning the Malfoys would place him in a rather precarious position. Snape, seemingly inadvertently, inquired about Draco again. Dumbledore? What could his motives be? It was rare for Snape to divert his attention from the potion he was working on. He glanced at Draco, who was seated on the couch, indulging himself without a care in the world, with a treat in each hand. He devoured them with the fervor of a child relishing their favorite sweets, entirely oblivious to decorum. Professor Snape furrowed his brow slightly, astonished that the mature and composed Draco Malfoy, as perceived by others, still exhibited such childlike behavior. "I am uncertain why they excluded me from their conversation, but according to my father, it was related to the mandrakes we supplied. I heard that the batch we provided was given to Hogwarts free of charge, all for the sake of securing this board position." Draco struggled to swallow the morsel and furrowed his brow as he spoke. Professor Snape's words slowed his pace of eating, casting a shadow of discontent over him. This reasoning was indeed cogent. As Dumbledore's subordinate, no one understood the affection that the headmaster commanded at Hogwarts better than Snape. The existence of the Board of Governors was mere formality for Dumbledore. Whenever he desired, countless individuals would rally to support him. Thus, Dumbledore remained indifferent to the composition of the board. Whether one more or one less member made little difference to him. However, the sudden acquisition of a batch of mandrakes by the Malfoy family, particularly targeting Hogwarts, raised suspicions. Could the events of the previous semester be linked to the Malfoys? Or perhaps they were orchestrating it all. Yet, Snape was well aware of the Malfoy family's capabilities. Although Lucius possessed remarkable acumen in business and politics, he was not particularly formidable in magical prowess. Narcissa, on the other hand, was a capable witch, yet she remained reclusive, her thoughts consumed by her husband and child, making it unlikely for her to engage in such machinations. As for Draco, he was still a mere child, his manner of eating betraying his immaturity. Such a young boy would hardly be capable of devising such a scheme. Was there someone behind the scenes guiding them? Or had the Dark Lord resurfaced, orchestrating affairs from the shadows of Malfoy Manor? If this were the case, why had he not reached out to Draco? Was he harboring suspicions against him? Intelligent individuals often indulge in convoluted speculations. This year had indeed been fortuitous. Why had their family suddenly decided to cultivate mandrakes? Who had uncovered this opportunity? From Snape's understanding of Lucius, it was evident that his protection of Draco was somewhat excessive. Lucius shielded Draco as one would a delicate flower in a greenhouse, rarely allowing him to confront dangers from the outside world. Even if Voldemort himself sought Lucius out, it was highly probable that Lucius would keep Draco in the dark. Should this scheme be Voldemort's idea, the information Draco possessed would likely be a fabrication conceived by Lucius himself. The outcome described by Draco, however, left Professor Snape astounded. "Ah, Godfather, you suggested this idea, but initially, during the period when Mrs. Loris was petrified, an abundance of rumors had already circulated within Hogwarts. The young witches and wizards were in a state of turmoil, with even some Slytherin students feeling a twinge of unease. Though Hogwarts had also cultivated a batch of mandrakes, it was well known that the Slytherin students held little trust in Dumbledore. Draco spoke a truth. For the majority of the young wizards from Slytherin hail from families of Death Eaters, while Dumbledore stands as a figure of the opposing faction of White Wizards. This inherent dichotomy breeds animosity, rendering it unsurprising that the Slytherin students harbor skepticism towards Dumbledore. Many of these young wizards openly mock him in public, displaying a blatant lack of the respect one would expect for a headmaster. Thus, it crossed my mind that if we were to have similar circumstances within our estate, the mandrakes of the Malfoy family could undoubtedly yield a substantial fortune from those pure-blood aristocrats, allowing me to procure the latest toys. Draco spoke, then revealed a countenance of profound disappointment. However, in the end, his father did not procure a single penny, nor did he purchase the latest toy for me. Nevertheless, he remarked that this outcome was relatively satisfactory for the Malfoy family. Though the absence of the toy was lamentable, I could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Draco gradually ceased his eating, appearing so disheartened by the situation that he could no longer stomach his meal. Only Draco understood the exhaustion of feigning innocence. He simply could not consume any more. Professor Snape remained with a furrowed brow, yet chose not to pursue the inquiry further. After Draco observed Professor Snape divert his gaze, he resumed his meal. However, his own eyes incessantly scrutinized the office of Snape above him. Draco was exceedingly familiar with this place, to the extent that he could discern precisely where Professor Snape had positioned each potion. Although Professor Snape appeared somewhat casual in personal matters, he exhibited an extraordinary rigor when it came to potion management. He did not hesitate to invest considerable effort into the meticulous care of his brews. For instance, Draco suddenly noticed an additional potion in the area where he had been concocting his own, a potion he seemed to have never encountered before. "Professor, what potion are you practicing this time? Why have I never seen it before? Is it an advanced potion? Will we study it in the future?" Draco's eyes darted around, finally resting on the concoction that Professor Snape was diligently brewing. His curiosity piqued. Professor Snape, taken aback by Draco's sudden inquiry about the nature of the potion, was reluctant to divulge any information. Thus, he casually mentioned a substance that Draco was unlikely to encounter. "This is a polyjuice potion, which requires extensive preparation," he remarked. "Hogwarts does not offer a course on polyjuice potion. However, should you find yourself intrigued, you may borrow relevant tomes from the library and practice diligently. This potion demands considerable time and a modicum of patience. Naturally, this could not be simply a polyjuice potion." Draco, having concocted countless polyjuice potions in his previous life, knew each step by heart and could instantly discern that this was not one of them. Thus, Only one possibility remained. This was indeed the potion related to vitality, which little Peter Pettigrew had mentioned to Draco, the very elixir Professor Snape had been tirelessly developing. Draco could not help but marvel at Professor Snape's profound understanding of him. In his earlier years, although Draco possessed a remarkable aptitude for potions, he was inherently restless, a soul unable to remain still. The prospect of dedicating an extended period to brew a potion, even one of significance to him, would likely test his patience beyond measure, let alone discerning the nuanced differences between the two potions. Such distinctions could only be revealed through countless attempts, far beyond what Draco could ascertain in just 1 or 2 tries. If Draco were to truly discover it, he could simply deny it later. As long as he remained sufficiently convinced, he would attribute it to his own oversight. I am familiar with the Polyjuice potion during our second year. Harry Potter and his friends employed this potion to deceive me. I have heard Harry mention that the person within that diary might have also utilized the Polyjuice potion, or perhaps something related to it. Draco inadvertently remarked that he wished to convey this information accurately into Professor Snape's ears. It is said that when the mysterious figure within the diary emerged, it possessed a corporeal form. However, according to Harry Potter, this seemed to be an alchemical body, indistinguishable from that of a real person. The mysterious figure relied on this alchemical form and the fragmented soul contained within the diary to achieve resurrection. Draco let out a derisive laugh as he began to mock Harry Potter with fervor, as if their relationship had reached an irreconcilable point. That foolish Harry Potter must be attempting to elevate his own reputation by uttering such nonsense. After all, what alchemical body could possibly house a resurrected soul? Who among alchemists does not create wondrous treasures, rather than concocting a body for resurrection? One must question how such a braggart could be deemed a savior. Professor Snape did not pay Draco's words much heed, yet certain key phrases managed to penetrate his consciousness. The notion of resurrection through alchemy and a fragile soul lingered in the air. Surely Potter, that simpleton, would not resort to such trickery, would he? Curiosity piqued. Snape spoke as if probing for information. Who knows? Only Harry Potter possesses the truth of this matter. I am not a parasite within his very mind, nor can I excavate his memories to scrutinize them. In any case, I do not believe this tale. I have never encountered anyone who has successfully resurrected through alchemical means. I understand now, Draco. Have you dined well? If so, be on your way. There are still crucial elements of the potion that require my attention. Having obtained what he desired, Snape unhesitatingly ushered Draco out, oblivious to the fact that one of his potion vials had suddenly lost half its contents. Draco acquired what he desired, but instead of returning to his dormitory immediately, he ventured to the room of requirement. Hogwarts afforded little time for young wizards to adjust, and Draco had to accomplish his tasks within this limited time frame. Any delay could render it impossible to address the matters concerning Grindelwald. With regard to Grindelwald, Draco had no particular plans. His understanding of Grindelwald was regrettably insufficient. He could not fathom what Grindelwald might have conveyed to Dumbledore. Why did Dumbledore never respond? Why would Grindelwald take the initiative to write to Dumbledore? Was it to implore Dumbledore to release him from Nurmengard? That seemed illogical, for Nurmengard was constructed by Grindelwald himself. He would not have left himself without an escape route. If he had even a single means of retreat, Grindelwald would not find himself confined there. Especially considering that in the past, his prowess was on par with Dumbledore's. With the Elder Wand in his possession, even in defeat, he would not have succumbed so decisively. Moreover, having been imprisoned in Nurmengard for so many years, he surely must have been digging tunnels by now. He ought to have reached Hogwarts. It was unreasonable to think that the Dark Lord would remain docile in Nurmengard for all these years. Just look at Sirius Black, who escaped from Azkaban after only a few years. It was inconceivable that Grindelwald would be content with the status quo. This made it all the more challenging for Draco to ascertain the appropriate tone for conversing with Grindelwald. However, he could obtain a sample of Dumbledore's handwriting, as Dumbledore frequently signed documents pertaining to school regulations. After some contemplation, Draco finally took up his quill and, following Dumbledore's notes, inscribed a simple He then signed it, considering it complete. He placed it in an envelope, along with a specially crafted bracelet. In the notes he had gathered from Dumbledore, he found no instance of Grindelwald's name in Dumbledore's handwriting, so Draco engraved only Dumbledore's name upon the bracelet. If they truly understood each other and were in love, then upon receiving this bracelet, Grindelwald would undoubtedly don it at once. As for the remainder, It would be left to Draco. He hoped that the guards of Nurmengard would not cause him too much trouble. Now, more pressing was the matter of the potion he had just pilfered from Professor Snape. What should he do with it? The potions lay intact beside the elixirs previously concocted by Professor Snape. Having spent his formative years within the confines of Snape's household, he possessed an intimate understanding of the professor, a man who approached potion-making with utmost seriousness. In his past, he had crafted numerous potions, only placing those with unequivocal properties in the completed category. Now, Draco's task was to discern the precise effects of this potion. He required a flawless subject for experimentation, ideally. It should be a human, as he intended to test the potion on himself. For this purpose, Peter Pettigrew presented an optimal choice, an individual whose existence at Hogwarts was largely unknown, and whose disappearance would likely evoke little concern or disruption. The plan was to lure Pettigrew with a cursed creature and forcibly cleave his soul in twain, retaining one half within his corporeal form while the other would be bound to an alchemical body. Subsequently, the alchemical form would be severely battered, allowing the soul to be returned to its original vessel. Observing the reactions of the soul within the body would yield significant insights. Finally, administering the potion to Pettigrew would illuminate the potion's effects, revealing its most pronounced impact. Draco sat wearily to the side, a bell clutched in his hand as he sank into deep contemplation. To be honest, Draco felt a twinge of hesitation. He did not consider murder to be an egregious act. However, he found himself conflicted about the prospect of tormenting someone with such cruel methods. Draco does not believe that the diminutive Peter will prove to be of much utility in the future. After all, in terms of strength, he possesses little, and regarding intellect, he is equally lacking. Unless Voldemort finds himself truly in need of followers, he is unlikely to even recall this timid Gryffindor. Draco gazed at the bell in his hand, contemplating for a moment before ultimately relinquishing it. After all, the diminutive star, Peter, was still Ron Weasley's pet rat. Although Ron Weasley was not particularly astute and would likely not react significantly to the rat's disappearance, there were certainly individuals in his vicinity who possessed more intelligence. For instance, Hermione Granger, though it was rumored that she had recently acquired a cat. Draco hesitated for a considerable time, ultimately seizing a serpent from Slytherin to conduct his experiment. The unfortunate creature fell under his control, its body rendered incapable of free movement, reduced to emitting only faint sounds. As it lacked the ability to vocalize in a more pronounced manner, its plight did not stir any significant commotion. However, when his master encountered the serpent the following day, he was merely astonished to observe that the serpent's vitality had diminished considerably compared to before, with no other discernible flaws. Draco ultimately concluded that the potion crafted by Professor Snape had an effect on the soul, possessing a certain capacity for mending spiritual injuries. It could be described as an unconventional soul enhancer. Draco's speculation suggests that Professor Snape intends to enhance Lily Potter's connection between her soul and body through this potion. Naturally, this effect is contingent upon her soul having already entered her body. Only then can the potion establish the desired link. One cannot deny that Professor Snape possesses considerable skill. He has managed to pinpoint the solution after merely a few hints. It remains to be seen how awkward it will be for Harry Potter when he discovers that his mother has been resurrected by Professor Snape. However, given Draco's understanding of Harry, it stands to reason that he would seek Professor Snape's assistance in resurrecting his father as well. The young wizards remain in a state of disarray, and Draco casually set a few traps for Harry and his friends, leading the trio to create quite a number of amusing incidents at Hogwarts. Professor Snape, harboring a particular animosity towards the trio, busied himself with capturing them during that period, relishing the pursuit. This situation conveniently aided Draco, who had previously utilized a half bottle of potion for experimentation. Seizing the opportunity, he once again ventured into Professor Snape's office to pilfer the completed potion, only to refill the bottle with water and leave it behind. At least for the time being, Draco wished to avoid detection by Professor Snape. The Malfoy family, indeed, is a family of immense wealth, with treasures that are virtually countless. However, for his journey to New Mongard, he chose not to utilize the Malfoy family's possessions. Despite their abundance, the Malfoy family's treasures are closely watched by many. He remains uncertain if any of these treasures have ever been seen by outsiders, and whether those outsiders comprehend their significance. The ensuing world is destined to be one of chaos and disorder. Should the Malfoy family truly face misfortune, one must wonder if those fools rummaging through the Malfoy estate and pilfering their treasures, would even care about their true nature. Draco, in truth, was not overly concerned with the quantity of treasures they might pilfer. Wealth was a transient affair, easily regained with the acquisition of power. However, the discovery of their actions and the consequent loss of a few artifacts could prove to be quite troublesome. Thus, the treasures had been prepared well in advance of his journey to the east, for the systems in that realm differed greatly from those here. They had delved into a form of enchantment known as array formation, and the particular schematic Draco brought back from the east was a small-scale teleportation array. This teleportation array was exceedingly simple, capable of facilitating only a rudimentary round trip. After 2 uses, its efficacy would be nullified. Upon his arrival, Draco had already solidified his intentions. Therefore, when he procured these 2 magical formations, he promptly journeyed to the location of Numengard, where he positioned one of the arrays in a nearby village, while the other resided within the Chamber of Requests. Presently, Draco harbored no intentions of engaging in profound discourse with the individual within Numengard. It was likely that the occupant had little desire for conversation with him, regardless of the favorable conditions he might propose. If that individual held no inclination, Draco could not compel him, as he remained uncertain of Grindelwald's remaining strength. Could he, with his current abilities, vanquish such a formidable opponent? The likelihood appeared slim, for Grindelwald was a figure of equal renown to Dumbledore and Voldemort. Even if diminished, his power would not be significantly lacking. However, inciting Grindelwald's animosity towards Dumbledore could prove to be of paramount importance, surpassing all other endeavors. Once Draco solidified his thoughts, he embarked on the creation of an alchemical body. Previously, he had utilized materials sourced by Riddle. When crafting the alchemical body for Riddle, the components were procured with the assistance of the basilisk. During that period, all attention was focused on the petrified young wizard, and few noticed the depletion of alchemical materials. Even if suspicions arose, they were attributed to the Chamber of Secrets. Should anyone discover the truth, they were powerless to act, as capturing the heir of Slytherin remained an elusive endeavor, leaving them to silently endure their anguish. Draco, in his fervor for alchemical materials, reported a considerable surplus. Riddle, lacking substantial knowledge in alchemy, was oblivious to the precise quantity of materials required for the creation of an alchemical body. Thus, when Draco requested an abundance of alchemical materials, he unhesitatingly procured a large quantity, consumed by the desire to perfect his own form, unaware that Draco had clandestinely appropriated a significant portion. This time, it proved to be fortuitous. Contrary to what many anticipated, Draco successfully crafted 2 alchemical bodies in one go, both male, one an adult and the other an elderly man. The visage of the adult was extraordinarily mundane, possessing no muscular definition, so commonplace that one could easily forget him in an instant, an embodiment of the utterly unremarkable, leaving no lasting impression on others. In stark contrast, the elderly body was startling, instilling a sense of profound shock. Anyone who had visited Hogwarts could accurately name him, Albus Dumbledore. The resemblance was striking, as though the body had been meticulously fashioned in the likeness of the esteemed headmaster. Both bodies, in essence, were ephemeral creations. Hence Draco did not intend to render them with meticulous detail. However, the true challenge lay not within these 2 forms, but in the harrowing task of dividing his own soul into 3 fragments. The agony of soul fragmentation is not a pain that all can endure. It is akin to an excruciating torment, exploding within the mind, as if a colossal axe were incessantly cleaving through one's skull. Throughout this torment, one remains acutely aware. Even upon completion of the division, the pain persists, unrelenting. At this moment, Draco sensed an unsettling void, as if he had forgotten something crucial, or perhaps lost his connection to the severed fragments of his soul. These fragments seemed to transform into independent entities, no longer belonging to him, yet not entirely belonging to anyone else either. Draco meticulously infused these souls into their respective alchemical vessels, until the bodies were capable of autonomously controlling themselves, before finally arriving at Numengard. Numengard, indeed, stands as one of the most renowned prisons in the magical realm, with defenses remarkably stringent. It is said that not even a female mosquito could penetrate its confines. Within Numengard lies a special protective barrier, designed to thwart the entry of outsiders. Unless this barrier is deactivated by an individual, no one can gain access. Few possess the ability to breach from the outside in. While it is uncertain whether a complete Draco exists, it is certain that a dismembered Draco does not. Even if such power were available, he would not dare to utilize it, for doing so would summon all the Aurors, leaving the fate of his fragmented existence uncertain, whether he would remain in 3 pieces or be reduced to 5. Draco initially clung to a sense of hope, contemplating the use of an invisibility cloak to smuggle the easily forgotten body into Nurmengard. Yet, ultimately, he found himself unable to fulfill this objective. However, he devised an alternative plan, utilizing an alchemical body that bore an uncanny resemblance to Dumbledore for this very purpose. The fabricated Dumbledore nodded at Draco, and with a flicker of apparition, they vanished to a distant location before proceeding towards Nurmengard. Dumbledore's reputation within the magical realm was unparalleled upon encountering him. Everyone bestowed their utmost attention. Hardly anyone suspected this Dumbledore to be an imposter, for he was celebrated as the most formidable white wizard, and it seemed inconceivable that anyone could acquire Dumbledore's hair to concoct a polyjuice potion. Even if such a potion were created, no one would dare brazenly employ it to enter Nurmengard. "Ah, Mr. Dumbledore, it has been quite some time. Do you have any matters to discuss?" inquired the Auror captain guarding Nurmengard. "Ah, Mr. Wilson, it is indeed a pleasure to see you again. You appear even more distinguished," Dumbledore responded in his customary formal manner, cautious not to reveal too much lest he expose something inadvertently. Draco does not comprehend Grindelwald. Similarly, he lacks understanding of Dumbledore. However, engaging in these actions does not necessitate a profound understanding of Dumbledore. Draco merely needs to grasp the external demeanor that Dumbledore typically presents to the world. Draco greeted those outside with the same demeanor he had displayed. "Surely, it has been years since we last met," he mused. "Has something transpired among those present?" Wilson clearly harbored doubts about Dumbledore's visit being a mere social call. After all, Dumbledore was the preeminent leader of the magical realm. It seemed improbable that he would seek to reminisce with a relatively obscure pawn like himself. The only conceivable reason for Dumbledore's appearance was that something untoward had occurred with the prisoners under his watch. Although he considered himself a mere pawn, the reputation of those he supervised was significant. Recently, Voldemort had once again stirred turmoil at Hogwarts, having been repelled by the Savior on several occasions. Yet the threat still loomed large. Dumbledore, adjusting his demeanor, resolutely announced the latest communique from the Ministry of Magic. Recently, the Aurors had discovered that Grindelwald was frequently communicating with the outside world, even beginning to court high-ranking officials within the ministry. I, too, have received correspondence from Grindelwald. In recent times, Voldemort had gone quiet, yet dark forces were emerging from all quarters. Minister Fudge suspected that Voldemort was clandestinely liaising with Grindelwald, and the latter's recent activities were likely influenced by Voldemort. To prevent any covert collaboration between the two dark wizards, Minister Fudge had instructed me to manage this situation. Dumbledore briefly outlined the purpose of his visit, but upon hearing this, Wilson unexpectedly chuckled. Could Fudge truly exert control over this matter? Although Fudge held the nominal title of Minister of Magic, the majority of wizards regarded Dumbledore as the true leader. After all, Dumbledore was the most formidable white wizard in the magical community, possessing the experience necessary to lead them against the Dark Lord. For all wizards, Minister Fudge was merely a facilitator of governmental operations. If it came to managing the schemes of dark wizards, Dumbledore was the one to reckon with. Moreover, the crucial point was that Fudge, as the Minister of Magic in Britain, had no jurisdiction over Nurmengard, which was not situated within the UK. Thus, Wilson felt no hesitation in mocking Minister Fudge, as he was not the Minister of Magic in his own country. Had he been, perhaps Wilson would have moderated his jesting. Nevertheless, Fudge remained the minister, and this matter fell within his purview. Dumbledore smiled subtly, his words shrouded in ambiguity, yet comprehensible to all present. The implication was clear. Minister Fudge was merely a superficial puppet, yet the authority he wielded ostensibly encompassed the surveillance of the Dark Lord. In order to ascertain the movements of the Dark Lord, Dumbledore required the insincere consent of this puppet. In truth, if Dumbledore were to articulate any pertinent requests, Fudge would find himself incapable of rebuffing him. This is precisely why Fudge harbored a relentless desire to eliminate Dumbledore, as long as Dumbledore remained. Fudge's position as Minister of Magic could never be secure or tranquil. Yet, he failed to consider that should Dumbledore truly aspire to the role of minister, it would hardly be left for him. "Mr. Dumbledore, what commands do you have this time?" How fares Hogwarts? Has the Dark Lord been causing any disturbances? Wilson, astute as ever, posed his inquiries to Dumbledore while subtly ingratiating himself. If any trouble were to arise at Hogwarts, Dumbledore would not be so leisurely visiting Nurmengard to converse with Grindelwald, particularly given the considerable distance between Hogwarts and Nurmengard. Were there any lurking dangers within Hogwarts? Dumbledore could not possibly abandon it, for he could not allow the future luminaries of the magical world to be jeopardized by perilous hands. His presence here could only signify one thing. The Dark Lord had once again been vanquished by Dumbledore. This also attested to Dumbledore's exceptional prowess, capable of rallying others to defeat the Dark Lord, thus elucidating Wilson's tacit flattery. Indeed, there are certain matters that trouble Mr. Wilson. Fortunately, Hogwarts is currently safe. After all, we still have our savior, Harry Potter, who has recently aided Hogwarts significantly by thwarting Voldemort's schemes on 2 consecutive occasions. He is truly a genuine savior. Dumbledore extolled Harry Potter without reservation. Despite Draco's overt disdain for Harry and his contempt for some of Harry's actions in the title of savior, he could not deny that Harry was indeed a remarkably capable individual, gifted, cunning, and intelligent. The sole drawback, from Draco's perspective, was that Harry obstructed his path. Draco was lavish in his praise for Harry Potter, unreserved in his admiration, and equally unrestrained in his actions against him. The counterfeit Dumbledore proclaimed as he retrieved an envelope from his enchanted bag, its bulging form unmistakably suggesting the presence of a bracelet within. You shall discreetly deliver this to Grindelwald via owl, ensuring that your involvement remains concealed and that no one else is aware of this letter's existence. Upon seeing it, Grindelwald will surely become compliant, Dumbledore instructed as he prepared to hand over the item. However, Wilson found himself separated from Dumbledore by a protective barrier, rendering it impossible for the latter to pass the correspondence. Wilson harbored no suspicion towards Dumbledore. After all, he could hardly conceive that a young wizard would dare impersonate him, the most prominent figure in the magical realm. It was akin to an ordinary person masquerading as Napoleon while he still lived, boldly presenting themselves before his army. A blatant disregard for one's own life expectancy. After a moment of hesitation, Wilson deactivated the protective barrier, seemingly at the very moment he accepted the envelope from Dumbledore. Unbeknownst to him, a figure shrouded in an invisibility cloak slipped through the opening into Newmontgard. Very well, Mr. Dumbledore. This matter shall undoubtedly conclude in accordance with your wishes. Please extend my regards to Minister Fudge on behalf of your esteemed country. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. I have numerous affairs awaiting my attention at Hogwarts. Should you find a moment of respite, I would be delighted to invite you to the 3 Broomsticks for a taste of their butterbeer, which I am certain you will come to adore, Dumbledore remarked politely before turning to depart. Utilizing apparition, he ascended once more to Draco's side. Draco did not hesitate to reclaim the soul that resided within the false body of Dumbledore. Unlike Voldemort, who had fragmented his own soul to create Horcruxes, this soul had been ensnared within the object by multiple layers of powerful enchantments. The process of retrieval was intricate and demanding. This complexity is precisely why Riddle had the audacity to enlist Draco's assistance in his resurrection. He was fully aware that Voldemort would never reclaim that soul. Thus, Voldemort was able to harness the power of the Horcrux to attain a semblance of immortality. Draco was not inclined to undertake this task. What he created was not a Horcrux, yet it still involved the severing of souls. Merely partitioning his soul into 3 fragments left him feeling as though he were floating throughout the day, his mind in a foggy haze. Fortuitously, he remained within the confines of Hogwarts. Had he been an office worker commuting by bicycle, he likely would have met with an unfortunate accident and found himself in a hospital the following day. Although the fragments of his soul reintegrated themselves quite well, they still left behind certain fissures. The wounds of the soul are far more arduous to heal than those of the flesh, at least in the short term. Nevertheless, the return of a portion of his soul brought Draco considerable relief. Meanwhile, another fragment of Draco's soul, which had infiltrated Nurmengard, was evading the numerous traps within. The mechanisms here were terrifyingly intricate, a true testament to a facility designed to contain the most dangerous of criminals. One wrong step could trigger a trap. While the art of mechanism in Nurmengard is undoubtedly advanced, its historical legacy remains somewhat brief. Draco had long been aware that he might choose to collaborate with Grindelwald, which is why he delved into the intricacies of Chinese machinery. Although he still found himself clumsily evading traps within Nurmengard, His knowledge spared him from being rendered useless beneath its mechanisms. He journeyed onward, gradually approaching Grindelwald, yet hesitated to draw near. Grindelwald was a seasoned dark wizard, and the acuity of his senses remained a mystery to all. Perhaps Dumbledore was privy to such knowledge, but he would not readily divulge it to anyone. Grindelwald appeared as an ordinary elderly man, quietly seated nearby, his hands and feet bound by chains, devoid of his wand. This was likely a method of his confinement. However, at their level, wandless magic had become second nature, rendering the absence of his wand incapable of stirring any significant turmoil. The reason for Grindelwald's continued presence in Nurmengard was probably his own reluctance to venture out. Indeed, Draco provided him with a rationale. Wilson acted swiftly. In no time, an unfamiliar owl, seemingly emerging from nowhere, flew before Grindelwald, casually dropping a letter before departing once more. The envelope bore no useful information, save for the illustrious name of Dumbledore. The once lifeless old man suddenly exhibited a glimmer of life in his eyes as he repeatedly confirmed the name inscribed on the letter. As if in disbelief, he scrutinized it further, then wiped his hands on his clothing several times before tremblingly opening the envelope. Grindelwald had known Dumbledore for an extensive period, their familiarity beyond measure. And he was well acquainted with Dumbledore's handwriting. Despite the subtle changes it had undergone over the years, the echoes of the past were still discernible. Logically, the appearance of something that ought not to be within the confines of a prison should have prompted the dark wizard to question its origin and intent. What was the purpose of this object's arrival? Could it pose a threat to his life? Yet, for reasons unknown, Grindelwald lowered his guard. He instinctively did not suspect that the contents of the envelope could endanger him, opting instead to open it without hesitation. Perhaps it was due to his confidence in his own abilities, or perhaps an intrinsic understanding of Dumbledore. He did not believe that a mere letter could lead to irreparable damage, nor did he think that Dumbledore would resort to such tactics against him. The letter contained but a single word, yet it left Grindelwald in a state of stunned contemplation for quite some time. After years of correspondence, he finally received a response. But did this echo signify a softening of Dumbledore's stance? Within the letter lay a bracelet, inscribed on its inner side with the name of Dumbledore. Yet, it appeared rather trifling. During his prime, Dumbledore would scarcely have cast a glance at such a trinket. Was this a token he had intentionally chosen to present to himself? Did he genuinely wish to meet him? Should he don a suit or change into fresh attire before their encounter? Grindelwald regarded his own disheveled appearance with disdain. Perhaps, when Dumbledore laid eyes upon him, he would scarcely recognize the once vibrant individual now reduced to such a state of aging. Suddenly, Grindelwald rose, brushing the dust from his garments, and reverently adorned his wrist with the bracelet. In the next heartbeat, however, he sensed something amiss. His magical essence seemed to crystallize at that instant. Even in his unwavering belief in Dumbledore, he could not ignore the disquieting shift. This was dire. He had fallen into a trap. Instinctively, Grindelwald summoned his magic to resist. Yet the bracelet's grip was unyielding, offering no immediate respite. Just as he was on the verge of breaking free, the alchemical body, which had been lurking nearby, could no longer contain itself. It darted toward Grindelwald with the swiftness of lightning, brandishing a knife that sliced effortlessly above Grindelwald's eyes. The blade was exceedingly sharp, not even an alchemical artifact, resembling a mundane self-defense weapon easily found within the magical realm, yet it was laced with venom. Pain surged through Grindelwald's mind. However, he prioritized freeing himself from the bracelet's constraints over tending to his injured eye. With unwavering resolve, he cast several curses without hesitation. To Draco, this alchemical body was merely a disposable creation. Though crafted with care, it lacked the necessary finesse. Coupled with Grindelwald's formidable strength and experience, it was no surprise that the curses felled the body to the ground, inflicting significant damage. Yet now was not the time for reflection. Grindelwald was engulfed in a tempest of rage, unable to fathom that Dumbledore would resort to violence against him. In a surge of fury, he cast aside all reservations. The curses flowed from him relentlessly, creating a tremendous uproar, and fortunate for him, Nurmengard, his own creation, was exceptionally robust. Otherwise, if it were to be replaced with something else, it would have collapsed long ago. Yet, ultimately, it managed to alarm the Aurors outside. The commotion within was indeed too great. Those few Aurors could hardly contain Grindelwald. Aurors were continuously entering and exiting, and the captain, once composed, immediately called upon the Ministry of Magic for assistance. He could only request reinforcements. However, they still clung to their trust in Dumbledore, harboring a glimmer of hope. Perhaps Grindelwald was merely engaging in a desperate struggle against his impending defeat. If they weathered this storm, all would soon return to normal. Dumbledore's prior instructions were merely intended to extinguish Grindelwald's aspirations, which had incited such turmoil. Yet, upon witnessing Grindelwald's current state, he realized this was not the case. Grindelwald sat on the ground in a pitiful condition, incessantly casting every malevolent curse he could conjure. Some Aurors attempted to subdue him, but were thwarted by the barrage of curses. A crimson hue enveloped Grindelwald's eyes, and at that moment, even Wilson comprehended the gravity of the situation. He felt helpless, having no choice but to continuously seek assistance from the outside. He even initiated communication with Dumbledore, despite knowing that Dumbledore had just departed and would likely not receive the message promptly. Nevertheless, he directed his communication towards Dumbledore's two-way mirror. As anticipated, Dumbledore indeed did not receive this message. The young witches and wizards at Hogwarts, already unsettled by the prior Dementor incident, were further destabilized due to the professor's inadequate response to the matter of the Slytherin chamber from the previous semester. Their trust in Hogwarts had waned, leading to an eruption of troublesome conflicts at the slightest provocation. Dumbledore, too, found himself in a state of turmoil. While he busied himself with quelling the Dementor issue within Hogwarts, he was simultaneously lodging protests with the Ministry regarding the entry of Dementors into the school. These soulless creatures could not distinguish between good and evil. Once they infiltrated Hogwarts, what difference was there from a buffet? This is arguably the safest haven within the entire magical realm, Hogwarts, which, in the eyes of the Dementors, might appear as a lavish banquet. Dumbledore has evidently recognized this predicament, resulting in a particularly tense stalemate with the Ministry of Magic. Wilson, unable to reach Dumbledore, finds himself at a loss, resorting to frantically rallying others as numerous individuals enter Newmontguard. Seizing this opportunity, the alchemical body that had harmed Grindelwald stealthily emerged once more, shrouded in an invisibility cloak. Without hesitation, it utilized apparition to return to Draco's side, and the fragment of the soul once again re-entered Draco's body. It must be said that Grindelwald's actions were indeed ruthless. Even with Professor Snape's potions, he found it impossible to fully regain his former state. The torment that Draco endured at the hands of Grindelwald clung to him like a parasite, inescapable and relentless. The agony perpetually echoed within Draco's mind, a ceaseless cycle that even his formidable will could not withstand. He sensed that his strength was waning, and the urgency to return to Hogwarts was paramount. Otherwise, he would soon succumb and collapse in this very place. Draco immediately gathered the alchemical remnants of his nefarious deeds, stumbling towards the direction of the teleportation circle. At that moment, he was truly in a state of disarray. The agony of his soul incessantly tormented him, with each step feeling like an insurmountable burden. He continually fell to the ground. It was during this tumultuous time that Draco confronted the formidable power of Voldemort. Having merely split his soul into two fragments, he found himself in a state of near demise. The might of Voldemort in his prime was undoubtedly beyond his capacity to withstand. He staggered and collapsed onto the teleportation circle, and in the next instant, he was transported back to the room of requirement. While he could not obliterate the circle there, he could indeed destroy the one within the room of requirement. Draco was uncertain whether anyone would discover the array. Yet he hoped that by the time the individual unveiled the secrets of the emblem, the matter would already be irrevocably settled. Even if the conspiracy were to be revealed to him in the end, it would be far too late to alter the course of events. The situation regarding Grindelwald had escalated dramatically. Although Hogwarts lay a considerable distance from the turmoil, news swiftly reached its hallowed halls. However, by the time Dumbledore arrived in Nurmengard, Grindelwald had vanished without a trace. Draco had initially employed an alchemical body resembling Dumbledore's, a move that inadvertently cast a shadow of suspicion upon the esteemed wizard. Dumbledore felt compelled to remain in Nurmengard until he could locate Grindelwald. Of course, it was not a mandate from the Ministry of Magic that required Dumbledore's presence there. With his formidable prowess, no one could compel him to do anything against his will. His decision to stay was entirely voluntary. Dumbledore understood that, apart from himself, no one could subdue Grindelwald, not even the fabled savior, Harry Potter. The name of Harry Potter held weight only in confrontations with Voldemort, proving ineffectual against Grindelwald. Dumbledore was unaware of the transformations Grindelwald had undergone over the years, nor did he know whether Grindelwald would stir chaos in the magical realm upon his release. His immediate objective was to locate Grindelwald as swiftly as possible, while Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape monitored Hogwarts, as long as Voldemort did not make a personal appearance. Significant trouble was unlikely to arise. Based on his experiences, Dumbledore surmised that Voldemort's injuries were severe enough to prevent a swift return. According to his estimations, Voldemort would not regain the capability to resurrect himself until Harry Potter's 4th or 5th year. For the time being, Hogwarts was relatively secure. The true peril lay within Nurmengard, where an unknown force had intervened, facilitating Grindelwald's escape. The fact that Grindelwald could assume his own likeness and deceive the guards suggested that this enigmatic hand might be lurking nearby. In Dumbledore's recollection, only the Eastern arts of puppetry and polyjuice potion could achieve such mastery. However, the efficacy of both methods hinged upon the operator's profound understanding of the subject, ensuring that they did not inadvertently expose themselves before Wilson. Since Harry Potter's first year, Dumbledore had sensed a mysterious force meddling in his efforts against Voldemort. Initially, he believed this force to be an ally of Voldemort, perhaps even one of his subordinates. Yet, it now appeared that the reality was far more complex. He maintained a close association with Grindelwald. Yet, this relationship was not one of collaboration. Rather, it appeared to be a deliberate provocation through Grindelwald's perspective. Dumbledore found himself uncertain whether this group and the one at Hogwarts were indeed connected, yet there seemed to be some correlation between them. Perhaps he had members of the Dark Lord's entourage in close proximity. Dumbledore could not help but think of Grindelwald. And suddenly he felt at a loss regarding how to confront him. Due to his own circumstances, Grindelwald had lost his prophetic eyes. Dumbledore sat in silence, gazing at the room in Nurmengard where Grindelwald often resided, enveloped in a profound stillness. The situation for Draco appeared particularly grim. Ever since his return from Nurmengard, he had been exceptionally weary, emerging from the room of requirement in a disheveled state, utterly lacking the strength to carry on. After merely a few steps, he tumbled down the stairs. Fortunately, no young wizards dared to venture outside that evening. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, and the only patrolling presence was his own, allowing him to swagger with a semblance of confidence. Unable to locate Wilson, he sought out Professor McGonagall after Dumbledore. Thus, the only professor capable of reprimanding Draco was preoccupied with the chaos surrounding Grindelwald and had little inclination to apprehend any young wizards indulging in nocturnal escapades. Despite the fact that any potential captives would be his own, Draco felt no sense of relief. In his weakened state, had he been Peter Pettigrew or Filch, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to plunge a dagger into him without hesitation, subsequently framing Sirius Black for the crime. The arrival of Dementors at Hogwarts implied that Sirius Black had likely fled to the very grounds. It was not unusual for young wizards to suffer at the hands of Sirius Black. After all, anyone who had endured years in Azkaban would be driven to madness. Once insanity took hold, the potential for violence against anyone was a distinct possibility, should someone be manipulating him through some obscure means. Draco resolved that he would eliminate the one controlling him at the first opportunity. However, this presupposed that he, like them, would act without regard, devoid of family or conscience. Thus, in his state of disarray, he returned to his dormitory. Theodore had grown accustomed to Draco's erratic hours, so by the time Draco returned, he was already deep in slumber. Theodore was jolted awake by the sound of decorations crashing to the floor. His countenance was far from pleasant. Little did he expect to look up and see Draco sprawled on the ground in disarray. "Draco, what has happened to you? Did you meet the Dark Lord again? How did it come to this?" Theodore inquired, aiding him to his feet. He carefully laid Draco upon his own bed and used a spell to restore the previous decorations. "Well, it seems that the Dark Lord will not be returning to Hogwarts in the immediate future, granting us ample time to attend to our own affairs." Draco sighed deeply on his bed, attempting to appear nonchalant as he spoke to Theodore. Yet, every word he uttered bore no truth. Not entirely. The words were indeed truthful, yet they bore no connection to his actions. Voldemort would certainly not return to Hogwarts in the immediate future. But that did not imply that Draco had sought an audience with him. "How is your health holding up? Tomorrow marks the day of Hagrid's Magical Creatures class, and we shall be attending alongside Gryffindor. Given your current state, do you think you ought to pay Madame Pomfrey a visit?" Theodore observed Draco's languid form sprawled across the bed, and could not help but feel a twinge of concern. Slytherin and Gryffindor had always been at odds. Regardless of Draco's esteemed status within the house, he was not immune to the collateral damage of their rivalry. It was possible that they did not intentionally target Draco, Yet the repercussions were inescapable. Furthermore, with the upcoming class on magical creatures, one could only speculate what foolishness Hagrid might present, should he introduce them to particularly perilous creatures. Draco's condition would be utterly untenable, and his predicament would soon be laid bare before all. I cannot visit Madame Pomfrey. Should I do so, my injuries would swiftly betray my encounter with the Dark Lord. As for the magical creatures class, I would appreciate it if you could stir up some trouble during the lesson, providing us with an excuse to disrupt the proceedings. The affliction endured by Draco is of a spiritual nature. Hogwarts is presently exceedingly secure, and few young wizards are likely to suffer such soul injuries. Currently, the most probable source of such harm would be the Dementors. However, Dementors have not yet infiltrated Hogwarts, and their pursuit is primarily aimed at Sirius Black. Therefore, the likelihood of Draco sustaining spiritual damage is greatest during his encounters with Sirius Black, particularly if he were to be captured by the Dementors at that moment, resulting in such severe harm to his soul. Draco found himself unable to elucidate his whereabouts this evening, nor could he confirm any interaction with Sirius Black. All he could do was remain confined to his dormitory, unable to venture anywhere. As for tomorrow's classes, that was a matter easily settled. Draco indeed contemplated the remarkable creature that Hagrid had introduced in a previous life. This extraordinary being was characterized by an extreme aversion to provocation. It was proud, astute, and possessed a fierce temperament. Occasionally, even the slightest movement in class could incite the creature, a griffin, into a frenzy, thereby providing a natural means to conclude the lesson. The safety of the other young wizards was of little concern, as one could simply use magic to restrain the griffin at the moment of its outburst. A creature in such a frenzied state was certainly not suitable for educational purposes, and Hagrid, unable to manage such a volatile being effectively, should face some consequences. This would serve to keep Draco away from the relatively perilous creatures and also prevent any exposure of his own injuries. What about the wounds upon you? They appear rather serious. Will they be noticeable tomorrow? It is apparent to everyone that Draco is not quite himself. Today, anyone with eyes can discern this. There is no need to consult Madame Pomfrey. Do not worry about me. I have my own methods to cope with this situation. Furthermore, our dormitory is well stocked with various potions, and after consuming them, I shall surely feel much better by tomorrow. Draco, having mustered his strength, sat up and seized a potion from his bedside table, consuming it with fervor. After downing several bottles, he collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. He had indeed deceived Theodore regarding this matter. If healing from soul-related injuries were such a simple affair, Voldemort would not have been so thoughtless. Nor would he have lacked a nose. The reality was precisely as Draco had anticipated. Upon awakening the following day, he found himself still devoid of vigor. The impact of the wounds to his soul weighed heavily upon him. Nonetheless, during this period, he had no pressing matters to attend to. Based on his previous life's experiences, he surmised that Sirius Black had yet to arrive at Hogwarts. Draco has a considerable amount of time to recuperate, and there is no need for him to act prematurely. Currently, due to the situation involving Grindelwald, Professor Dumbledore has been reassigned, leaving the governance of Hogwarts in the capable hands of Professors McGonagall and Snape. In terms of their respective authority, Professor McGonagall possesses a greater influence at Hogwarts than Professor Snape. However, Professor McGonagall is known for her fairness. As long as no egregious acts are committed, she tends to treat all students equally. In contrast, Professor Snape has perfectly inherited the traits of Slytherin's favoritism, consistently showing a marked bias towards Slytherins, regardless of their actions. Meanwhile, the current tension between Professor Lupin and Harry Potter has created a rift that necessitates time for mending. This period of healing coincidentally allows Draco to rest and gather his strength. Nevertheless, Draco remains completely in the dark regarding Grindelwald's intentions. If he were in Grindelwald's position, blinded by a former lover, he would likely be driven to madness. Moreover, that former lover, who once caused significant discord between them, had cast him into prison for many years, and now, upon receiving a response for the first time, it is a cruel twist of fate that results in the blinding of his eyes. Draco could not assure whether Grindelwald would experience an emotional upheaval and recklessly confront Dumbledore. Grindelwald was indeed formidable, as evidenced by Draco's assessment of the damage to his own soul, reflecting Grindelwald's power. However, his strength should pale in comparison to Dumbledore's. If his alchemical form were to flail before Dumbledore, it was likely that he would not return from that encounter. Yet, should Grindelwald act impulsively and leap before Dumbledore, he would probably be subdued long before Voldemort arrived. Nonetheless, Draco found himself rather preoccupied. He could hardly attend to his own matters, let alone those of Grindelwald. Today, the young wizards of Slytherin appeared particularly listless as they were set to attend Hagrid's magical creatures class alongside Gryffindor. The very essence of Slytherin House was steeped in a hierarchy that rendered them disdainful of Hagrid and his course. Thus, their attendance lacked enthusiasm. With the cover of their peers, Draco felt less conspicuous. It was surprising that they had descended to the point of having a servant instruct them. What was happening at Hogwarts? When did even Hagrid become a professor? It was as if the institution held no regard for its other educators. Salazar Bach furrowed his brow and voiced the shared sentiment of the group. Soon, other young wizards chimed in with agreement. Indeed, what if word got out that serving as a lackey at Hogwarts could lead to professorship? Who would take their studies seriously then? They would flock to Hogwarts merely to observe the farm. One could only wonder how the professors felt about being colleagues with someone who had once been a mere servant on a farm. This was no trivial matter. It not only undermined Hagrid's dignity, but also diminished Dumbledore's stature. Everyone knew Dumbledore was currently absent from Hogwarts. Hence they felt unrestrained in expressing their thoughts before the Gryffindor crowd. Without Dumbledore, Gryffindor's bravado had notably waned. After all, even if Professor McGonagall herself were to intervene, she would find it difficult to render a verdict. Their denial meant that even if all of Gryffindor accused them, it would be futile. For Slytherin and Gryffindor had always been adversaries. Bach, you would do well to show some respect. Just because the other professors have remained silent, does it fall upon you to champion their cause? Harry Potter retorted sharply at Salazar Bach. Of course, in such a scenario, Harry could have chosen to remain silent. However, in Bach's eyes, he, a half-blood emerging from the Muggle world, was of a similar status to Hagrid, the servant. Harry Potter sought to empathize and act accordingly. Without any hesitation, Salazar Bach took a jab at Harry Potter. After all, Potter is the savior. Even the little wizards from Slytherin would exercise caution in their retaliation. Should any unfavorable rumors about Harry Potter arise, it is certain that someone within Hogwarts would suppress them. However, Hagrid's situation is less assured now that Dumbledore is absent. Professor McGonagall might stifle rumors for Harry Potter's sake, but she may not extend the same courtesy to Hagrid, as public opinion can indeed be lethal. 50 years ago, Hagrid had already tasted this bitter truth. Harry Potter, unfazed, defended Hagrid with a word. The professor's indifference stems from their magnanimity. Yet their generosity does not imply that it can be wielded as a weapon against them. Salazar Bach was utterly unperturbed by Harry Potter. In his own perspective, he dared to confront even Dumbledore, let alone Harry Potter, who, at this moment, lacks Dumbledore's esteemed reputation. He possesses merely the title of the savior. And in terms of academics, he does not surpass the companion Granger beside him. Enough, Salar. Class is about to commence. Be courteous. As this is their first lesson, do not ruin it for them. Draco intervened in the dispute between Salazar Bach and Harry Potter, though his intention was not to mediate. Rather, he seized the opportunity to subtly encourage Salazar Bach to make every effort to disrupt Hagrid's first lesson. Salazar Bach shot a glare at Harry, but remained silent. Soon, everyone gathered outside Hagrid's hut, where Hagrid was particularly exuberant, beckoning all the young wizards. Come along, children. Follow me to a fascinating place. After surveying the group to ensure they were all present, he swiftly led them in a particular direction, displaying far more vitality than the young wizards. The Slytherin students appeared lethargic, as if still waking from slumber, and Gryffindor's spirits were hardly better, despite the presence of Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, who shared a close rapport with Hagrid. The majority of Gryffindor still harbored considerable skepticism about Hagrid's reliability as a teacher. They had never heard of him demonstrating any remarkable talent in the magical creatures class, and had only learned last semester about his frightening experience with an eight-eyed spider. Thus, even Gryffindor held substantial doubts regarding Hagrid's inaugural lesson. They followed Hagrid to the vicinity of the enclosure. All right, children, now open your textbooks on magical creatures. Hagrid was visibly excited, seemingly eager to impress all the young wizards during his first class. Yet, it became apparent he had forgotten that the magical creatures textbook differed from the others. He neglected to inform the young wizards how to open it. All the young wizards had tightly bound their magical creatures textbooks with ropes, Draco included. It wasn't that he couldn't open the textbook. Rather, he felt it would be unsociable to be the only one unbound. Sir, it seems you have not instructed us on how to open this book, Theodore promptly interjected. His tone markedly different from that of Salazar Bach and Zabini. He exuded a polished demeanor, courteous to all, yet beneath it lay the pride of pure blood lineage. In contrast, Draco appeared far more obstinate, while Theodore seemed to possess a naturally amiable temperament. "Do you not know how to open the magical creature's textbook?" Hagrid inquired, picking up Hermione's book to demonstrate simply. Indeed, the way he opened the textbook was unlike the manner in which the young wizards had attempted, as it did not scurry about chaotically. However, that was of little consequence. The magical creature's textbook was an intriguing object, and Hagrid believed they would certainly relish such a marvelous experience. Hagrid feigned nonchalance as he spoke, genuinely finding the situation rather amusing. However, his companions did not share his sentiment. "Amusing? Do you find it entertaining that our hands were savaged by the creatures from the magical creature's textbook? Or that we were forced to flee in panic from their pursuit? Or perhaps you find it delightful that we narrowly escaped their clutches?" Zabini's words were particularly sharp, almost as if he were challenging Hagrid, each utterance striking like a dagger, voicing the collective discontent of all the young wizards present. It wasn't just Slytherin who felt this way. Even those from Gryffindor shared the sentiment. Anyone who had endured the bites of those magical creatures found it difficult to shake off the trauma. "Zabini, do not be so harsh. He has never been a teacher before. It is only natural that he is unfamiliar with the art of instruction, as every profession has its own expertise. There's an old saying in the East, if you lack the diamond, do not attempt to handle porcelain." Saddleback boldly interjected, albeit with a somewhat pedantic tone that left the young wizards momentarily confused about his meaning. Fortunately, Zabini kindly clarified his point. "While not everyone is cut out to be a professor at Hogwarts, look at who Dumbledore appointed. He has startled us even before class has commenced." Though Saddleback's earlier remarks may have been lost on some, Zabini's words resonated clearly. "If you cannot perform adequately, then perhaps you should return to your previous duties." This was a thinly veiled critique of Dumbledore's judgment and favoritism. "Silence," they said, while Hagrid himself posed no issue, and his connection to Harry Potter was tenuous. Any criticism of Dumbledore that Harry ignored could easily be perceived as ingratitude. For the sake of preserving his own reputation, and for other reasons, Harry felt compelled to defend Dumbledore. "Silence. Indeed, perhaps we should all take a moment to reflect. Potter, do not fixate on them. They speak without thinking. We ought to focus on our lessons. However, Potter, you might want to untie the rope binding you to the magical creature's textbook before speaking." Theodore gently diffused the tension. Although he remarked that Saddleback and Zabini were overly blunt, he bore no intention of blaming them. Their forthrightness merely articulated what many were too afraid to voice. Theodore even implied that Harry himself had endured similar treatment, yet he hypocritically defended the instigator. With this statement, he elevated himself far above Zabini and Saddleback. Just as Harry prepared to retort, Hagrid's sudden words interrupted him. "Did I, ruin this lesson?" Hagrid appeared somewhat flustered, instinctively glancing at Harry Potter, who had just been defending him. The inquiry he posed left Harry in a state of ambiguity, neither affirming nor denying. "Well, since everyone is now capable of opening their books, let us proceed with the next lesson," Hagrid declared before hastily retreating into the depths of the forest, leaving Harry alone in the midst of the storm. Now, it was solely Harry who stood against the tempest. The Slytherin wizards, liberated from restraint, exchanged glances and slowly advanced toward Harry. They formed a circle around him, akin to a band of bullies poised to torment the unfortunate Potter. "Oh, poor Potter. Observe how your ally has fled in disarray." Theodore was the first to speak up, instigating discord. Everyone was aware of Potter's close relationship with Hagrid. In this instance, when trouble arose, Harry had readily come to Hagrid's defense, a commendable act in itself. While some may perceive this as a hint of hypocrisy, a portion of Gryffindor viewed Harry's loyalty as admirable, willing to stand by his friend in times of need. However, Hagrid's actions painted a different picture. He was acutely aware that Slytherin was intent on making their lives difficult, yet he chose to abandon Harry to confront the tempest alone. Clearly, this was not the behavior one would expect from a true friend, further tarnishing Hagrid's reputation in the eyes of the already skeptical Gryffindors. Moreover, this act of retreat, leaving Harry to take the brunt of the conflict, left scars upon Harry's heart. "Enough of your trivialities, Theodore. Foolish Potter should face the consequences of his actions," he mused, surprised to see the once faint-hearted Harry exhibit such camaraderie. Zabini, however, harbored no such convoluted thoughts as Theodore. He was solely intent on joining the Slytherin wizards in a collective assault on Harry Potter. Yet, this notion of his was indeed rather naive. Draco chose not to involve himself in the fray, standing solitary as he observed the commotion surrounding Harry Potter. Theodore, after uttering a sharp remark toward Harry, returned to Draco's side. Although Theodore expressed uncertainty regarding Draco's current state of health, the events of the previous day suggested it was less than favorable. Thus, he remained close to Draco, wary of the possibility that Draco might falter unexpectedly. Noticing Theodore's subtle gestures, Draco cast him a sidelong glance, yet did not disdain his good intentions. The two appeared to be engaging in a light-hearted jest, with Draco leaning comfortably against Theodore. While Theodore's intentions were indeed kind, Draco's familiarity was rather excessive. His movements flowed with an effortless grace. Theodore instinctively shifted to the side, but Draco discerned his intent and unhesitatingly retrieved an apple from his expandable bag, placing it in Theodore's hand, then gesturing for him to watch the unfolding spectacle. The expression on Theodore's face reflected his discontent as he glanced at the apple in his hand. He was not fond of the fruit. However, with it now placed in his grasp, he found himself at an impasse. Eating it seemed unappealing, yet refusing it felt equally difficult. The atmosphere around Harry Potter grew increasingly tense, with all the Slytherin wizards encircling him. The Gryffindor students appeared momentarily caught off guard. Surprisingly, the first to react were Ron Weasley and Neville Longbottom. Ron, being one of the individuals specifically designated by Dumbledore to protect Harry, was understandably the first to spring into action. As for Neville, his reaction stemmed from his inherent naivety. What do you intend to do? Gang up on him? If Headmaster Dumbledore learns of this, he will surely bring you to heel, Ron stated, resembling a protective hen shielding its chick. In Draco's recollection, Ron had similarly been inclined to guard Harry in their previous lives. It was no wonder that Harry had devoted his heart to the Weasley family. Even after Dumbledore's demise, when the Weasley family lost their esteemed protector, Harry remained steadfast in his loyalty. Are you not aware? Headmaster Dumbledore has left this place and is unlikely to return anytime soon. Professor McGonagall has also gone to the Ministry of Magic today. It appears there is no one to rescue you now. Zabini relished the opportunity to torment Ron Weasley, embodying the archetype of a villain who meets their downfall through excessive chatter. So, do you wish to confront us today? Ron asked, gripping his wand tightly, exuding an air of readiness. Our intention has always been solely to warn Harry Potter. However, if you, as his friends, are willing to share in his suffering, we have no objections. Originally, Hermione Granger intended to observe the situation from the sidelines, seeking an opportune moment to inform Professor McGonagall or perhaps summon some assistance. It was evident that Slytherin had the numerical advantage, and a head-on confrontation would not be a prudent strategy. The individuals capable of mediating the situation were conspicuously absent. Even if they were to charge towards the crowd, it would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. Most Slytherin students hailed from affluent families and possessed an inherent arrogance. Among their fellow housemates, there might be some restraint during exchanges, but with this motley crew, such consideration was unlikely. One was a pure-blood pariah loathed by Slytherin. Another was the half-blood savior they despised. A third was a mud-blood they scorned. And the last was a fool they had always looked down upon. Perhaps there was no one among them whom Slytherin cared to spare. Thus, they would strike without hesitation. Granger was already contemplating alternative strategies when she realized that Zabini's recent remarks were directly aimed at her. He had pointed out that because they were friends of Harry Potter, Slytherin's witches and wizards would target them alongside him. After the events of their second year, Harry Potter had few acknowledged friends left. Here, only Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, and Neville Longbottom remained. With Ron and Neville having stepped forward, it was left to Hermione to make her presence known. After a brief moment of hesitation, she resolved to confront them. However, before she could act, Theodore, who had been observing quietly, suddenly spoke up. Miss Granger, are you prepared to stand alongside Harry Potter? As Theodore's words echoed, a group of Slytherin girls separated from the crowd and encircled Hermione Granger. These ladies, not particularly fond of violence, merely surrounded her without any aggressive intent. Most Slytherin students, raised in pure-blood aristocracy and educated accordingly, understood the decorum of not striking a lady. Should they act rashly in the heat of the moment, they would surely regret it once tempers cooled. Such an action would undermine their collective unity. It was better to extinguish the spark from the beginning. After all, Hermione Granger, in terms of prowess, surpassed both Harry Potter and Ron Weasley combined. She was a quintessential academic prodigy. Isolating her would not be detrimental to the Slytherin students. As they organized themselves and prepared to act, an unexpected sound emerged from a distance. A cry resembling both an eagle and a horse echoed through the air. Soon, they beheld Hagrid, that towering figure, riding a similarly massive creature, charging towards them. What could that be? The attention of the young wizards was instantly captivated, causing all to forget the matters concerning Harry Potter. The hippogriff. Draco spoke in a rather bland tone. His knowledge of the magical creature's name, established by the academic elite, elicited no skepticism from anyone present. The creature appeared ferocious, charging swiftly towards the young wizards. It was only Hagrid's considerable effort that gradually restrained its movements. However, the creature's earlier display of ferocity instilled a sense of caution among the young wizards, prompting nearly all of them to take a few steps back. Yet, this very action disrupted the formation that had encircled Harry Potter. One must admit that the savior possessed a modicum of luck, as he was merely encircled and sustained no harm, with fate intervening in his favor. Fear not. It will not harm you, Hagrid assured them. This magical creature is known as a hippogriff, an exceedingly gentle being. However, it is also a proud creature. If you do not provoke it, it will not initiate an attack. But should you foolishly provoke it, you will witness the true power of a magical beast. Hagrid's words, rather than sounding like those of an educator, bore more resemblance to a threat or warning, further alienating the young wizards who were already disinclined to attend his class. Who among them wished to receive a warning as the first order of business from their professor? Did anyone desire to approach the hippogriff up close? Hagrid gazed at the young wizards with eager anticipation. Clearly, not a single soul wished to step forward, not even Harry Potter himself. In light of recent events, the students had begun to question Hagrid's reliability. They even harbored doubts about the so-called gentle creature he described. More crucially, they did not trust Hagrid's capabilities. If the creature were to attack, could Hagrid truly protect them? Moreover, Hagrid's introduction was exceedingly vague. What did it mean for a creature to be proud? What degree of behavior constituted provocation? This was a delicate balance to navigate, and thus, no one felt inclined to take the risk. After all, each individual's perception varied, and their thresholds differed. For instance, for Draco in his previous life, any action by Harry Potter was perceived as a provocation. If the magical creature were similarly sensitive, interpreting any action by the young wizards as a provocation, would they not be courting their own demise? Observing the reactions of the gathered crowd, even the dimmest among them could discern the prevailing sentiments. Faced with an impasse, Hagrid decided to take a different approach. So, who among you wishes to be the first to approach the hippogriff? Step forward. The young wizards exchanged glances, each taking a step back in unison. Harry Potter, too, desired to retreat, but a Slytherin wizard stood behind him, obstructing his path and preventing any backward movement. Oh, it's Harry. Come over, come over. You will undoubtedly come to like him, Hagrid exclaimed, his enthusiasm soaring at Harry's willingness to support his lesson. Faced with this predicament, Harry gritted his teeth and pressed forward. Halfway through, he turned to glimpse the identity of the wizard pressing against him, but by the time he looked back, the young Slytherin had already vanished, leaving only the Gryffindors standing in place. Very well, Harry forced a smile that barely masked his discomfort. He approached the hippogriff cautiously, eager to engage with the magnificent creature. Unsure of its temperament, he treaded carefully, wary of encountering a beast as combative as Draco. Fortunately, the hippogriff responded amiably, allowing Harry to mount with ease. Soaring into the skies. At this age, young wizards are particularly drawn to excitement. Witnessing Harry's exhilarating ride on such a grand beast ignited their enthusiasm. Harry transitioned from initial anxiety to relaxation, dismounting the hippogriff with a beaming smile. The Gryffindors, champions of bravery, were quick to applaud him. Harry, I knew you could do it. You're nothing like those cowards. Ron Weasley seized the moment to taunt the Slytherin students. A typical routine that would have been reciprocated had a Slytherin been the first to ride. Cowards? Weasley, do you even comprehend what you're saying? You think we wouldn't dare do what Harry Potter did? Zabini, the reigning master of banter, shot back without hesitation, summoning his courage to advance. He was cautious, refraining from stepping too far forward, clearly seeking to retaliate against Ron without provoking the hippogriff. Indeed, the hippogriff showed little reaction to Zabini's approach. However, Ron, overhearing the exchange, erupted in anger. He rushed to Zabini's side, and the two engaged in a heated squabble, their combined maturity likely not exceeding 10 years. Before the griffin, a creature with the head of an eagle, the body of a horse, and wings, you and I began to exchange harsh words. This magnificent beast, inherently proud, misinterpreted our altercation as a provocation. Its demeanor grew increasingly agitated, and it commenced to flap its wings vigorously, breaking free from Hagrid's restraint. It then surged forward, charging toward the two of us who were still engaged in our playful quarrel. "Brace!" Draco called out to Zabini. After casting a puzzled glance at Draco, Zabini suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, prompting him to swiftly evade a barrage from the griffin. The young wizards, witnessing the magical creature's frenzy, instantly fell into disarray. Under normal circumstances, when Draco's spirit was unscathed, he might have drawn his wand to subdue the griffin. However, now he found it difficult to protect himself, let alone confront the creature. The most prudent course of action was to lead the young wizards to safety. Zabini, clearly grasping Draco's intention, took off running. Ron Weasley, however, was a step behind. Caught off guard, he was sent sprawling by the powerful flap of the griffin's wings. Hagrid, perceiving the escalating situation, immediately rushed forward to intervene. In a previous life, Hagrid had been able to tame the griffin, which gave Draco a semblance of confidence. Yet, who could have anticipated the sudden force from behind that propelled Draco forward? Draco, already in a precarious state, was sent flying with a mere push. The previously calmed hippogriff once again became agitated. Without a moment's hesitation, it lashed out with its claws, striking fiercely at Draco. Before Draco could fully comprehend the situation, he was struck aside by the griffin, sent sprawling to the ground like a ball being mercilessly bounced. Having already sustained significant injuries, the severity of the fall exacerbated his condition. A metallic sweetness flooded his throat, and the pain in his chest led him to suspect that the griffin's blow had fractured several of his ribs. Dazed from the impact, he felt as though his very soul had been wounded, causing the world around him to spin uncontrollably. His consciousness urged him to rest, for he was utterly exhausted. Yet, Draco understood that the peril was far from over. Draco struggled to lift himself, yet the blood from his throat surged uncontrollably. The sounds surrounding him began to blur, and he heard familiar voices of friends calling his name. However, their voices seemed to ebb and flow, gradually becoming indistinct even to him. He was aware of a multitude of people converging upon him. This time, he had indeed been overly complacent. He had not anticipated that a moment's negligence could nearly cost him his life. As for whether he would truly perish, Draco felt no trepidation. Life and death are fated, and wealth and honor are divine. Whether he lived or died held little significance for him. He surmised that these injuries were unlikely to be fatal. It was merely the jarring impact on his body and the torment of his spirit that left him immobilized in this moment. When Draco was propelled outward, the most astonished individual was his companion, Theodore. The two of them had been leaning together, engrossed in the unfolding spectacle. Theodore disdainfully returned the apple that Draco had just thrust into his hands, only for it to be snatched back. Little did he know that before the apple could even reach Draco's grasp, Draco himself had been hurled out into the open, landing squarely before the Sphinx. This led to the ensuing chaos. The situation was entirely unforeseen by Theodore. He remained rooted to the spot until Draco collapsed on the ground, blood spilling from his lips, prompting a reaction. Swiftly, Theodore turned his gaze back, eager to identify the individual who had shoved Draco. However, he was met with a group of terrified Gryffindors, who appeared to be mocking the scene. The collective shock from Draco's sudden ejection had silenced everyone, their actions frozen in the midst of their previous raucousness. None of them seeming to be the perpetrator of Draco's tumble. Who could harbor such animosity as to cast someone out to their doom? At Hogwarts, Draco had meticulously cultivated his reputation, and few could truly claim to be his adversaries. In Theodore's recollection, the only contenders for such a title were Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. Just moments prior, Ron had been embroiled in a scuffle with Zabini, both of them having been forcibly ejected by the Sphinx. It did not seem plausible that Ron could be responsible for this act. That left only Harry Potter as the potential culprit. Yet, Harry stood at a considerable distance, his expression one of shock. He appeared more as a witness to the identity of Draco's assailant rather than the instigator himself. Time was of the essence, and Theodore realized he could not rely on Harry to divulge the truth. The immediate priority was to rescue Draco from the frenzied creature before them. Casting aside his reservations, Theodore rushed to Draco's side, gently tapping his shoulder to elicit a response. As the other young wizards sensed the gravity of the situation, their playful antics ceased, and they hurried over. "Hagrid, something has gone awry. Quickly restrain it," Hermione exclaimed, her voice filled with urgency. Hagrid appeared momentarily stunned. Instead of apprehending the perpetrator, He found himself paralyzed, devoid of the capacity to manage the situation. His lack of experience as a professor rendered him flustered and unsure of how to proceed. It was only after Hermione Granger's prompt that he snapped back to reality and began to soothe the hippogriff's agitation. The creature had merely been startled, lacking any intent to harm Draco, and soon its distress subsided. However, once calmness returned, Hagrid was struck by a wave of apprehension. An incident had indeed occurred. Yet he was at a loss for how to resolve it. In his recollection, the Malfoy family had always been unreasonable, and with 2 members already on the school board. The injury to Draco Malfoy would undoubtedly provoke the family to take severe action against Buckbeak. The peculiar thought process was difficult to comprehend. Malfoy, are you all right? Buckbeak didn't he mean to. It was merely startled and reacted instinctively. I had previously discussed this matter with everyone, Hagrid said, resembling a child who had erred, lowering his head in an attempt to seek Draco's forgiveness. While his intentions were not misguided, the choice of setting was certainly ill-fated. Draco lay sprawled upon the ground, utterly devoid of strength even to utter a word, let alone to offer forgiveness. Silence. Has your mind been gnawed upon by a troll? Are you incapable of perceiving the dire state he is in? Prepare yourselves for the wrath of the Malfoy family. Zabini, upon hearing Hagrid's incessant buzzing, felt as though his head might explode. Each individual has their own responsibilities. If one lacks proficiency, they ought not to intrude. Now that a calamity has arisen, how can one expect not to be infuriated by the inability to manage it? Moreover, Draco's condition appeared exceedingly grave, as if he were on the brink of death. Zabini was overwhelmed with anxiety. If Draco were to perish at Hogwarts, all present would surely face dire consequences. The Malfoy lineage has but one direct descendant, and should their sole heir meet his demise here, the Malfoy couple would undoubtedly descend into madness. The Malfoy family, which upholds familial loyalty above all else, would undoubtedly unleash their wrath upon everyone present. Even the members of Slytherin would likely not escape the vengeance of the Malfoys. Hagrid, not particularly astute, found himself momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Let us first convey Draco to Madame Pomfrey, and once he is settled, we shall deliberate on how to address this monstrosity. Do not worry about me. Rest assured, none of you shall be spared. Theodore clapped Zabini on the shoulder and signaled to Selwyn, and together they hoisted Draco towards Madame Pomfrey. However, Buckbeak did not act with malice. It was they who had startled him initially. Hagrid understood that as long as the Malfoy family remained unscathed, with Dumbledore's assurance, his own life would be secure, at worst. He would lose his position as a professor. While he valued the role greatly, he had previously existed without it, and it had not been insufferable. Nonetheless, regardless of whether Draco ultimately faced peril, Buckbeak, in accordance with the Malfoy family's temperament, would undoubtedly be demanded to face execution. From Hagrid's perspective, Buckbeak was entirely innocent. It was Ron Weasley and Blaise Zabini's quarrel that had provoked Buckbeak, leading to this unfortunate incident. Had Draco not flown out, he would not have sustained such injuries. To place the entirety of the blame upon Buckbeak would indeed be excessive. Now, Hagrid, the paramount concern is Draco's safety. This is not the time for such contemplations. If anything were to happen to him, we would all be doomed. Dumbledore may have stepped away momentarily, but that does not imply he will never return. Should he come back and discover such a grave incident occurred during your tenure, how will you explain this to him? You would betray the trust he placed in you. Hagrid. Hermione Granger, filled with exasperation, lamented her premature alignment with the cause. Why must her faction include such a navi giant as Hagrid? He indeed possessed innocence, candor, and bravery, but in the face of such a grave situation, to remain so unworldly was sheer folly. Yet, influenced by her position, Hermione felt compelled to remain part of this alliance. The members of Draco's team are predominantly aristocrats from Slytherin, not to mention that Hermione Granger hails from Gryffindor. Her Muggle lineage renders her unable to assimilate into Draco's little clique. Hermione Granger is an ambitious young girl. To achieve her aspirations, she must align herself with Harry Potter. She can only hope that Harry ultimately succeeds, thereby granting her group equal treatment within the Ministry of Magic. Hermione possesses a profound confidence in her abilities. She believes that as long as she starts on the same footing as those pureblood wizards, she is no less capable than any of them. Even when confronting Draco, she harbors the audacity to stand up to him. However, her identity imposes limitations, and the ideology of blood purity remains stubbornly entrenched in the minds of certain wizards. Thus, she must place her hopes in Harry Potter. Hagrid was momentarily taken aback by Hermione's urgency. Yet, Upon seeing her dash towards Madame Pomfrey, he hurriedly followed suit. The Slytherin crowd moved swiftly, soon arriving before Madame Pomfrey. It was the first time she had witnessed such a scenario. With nearly all the young witches and wizards from Gryffindor and Slytherin converging in her infirmary. What on earth is happening? Madame Pomfrey inquired with a furrowed brow, initially thinking it might be a prank, which made her somewhat irate. What kind of jest involves all the young wizards gathering together? However, the moment her gaze fell upon Draco, she realized this was no joke. "Oh, Merlin, quickly, bring Mr. Malfoy here." Madame Pomfrey, her brows knitted in concern, scrutinized Draco intently. "Oh, Merlin, how could he be so gravely injured?" "Oh, Merlin, perhaps you should notify Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy," she suggested, her expression grave. Draco's injuries were astonishingly severe. Of course, if they were merely physical wounds, they might not have been deemed critical. However, it appeared that his soul had also been subjected to some form of distress. The combination of both factors rendered the situation grave. Although Draco lay on the sickbed, appearing as if he were on the brink of death, it could not be said that his vital organs were gravely affected. "Madame Pomfrey, how is Draco faring?" "He looks exceedingly dire," Theodore remarked, his heart heavy with an unsettling chill. If Draco were to truly encounter misfortune, it would be difficult for him to provide an explanation. "Mr. Malfoy has sustained quite severe external injuries. Perhaps the shock he experienced during the incident has inflicted some damage upon his soul as well. I have prepared the necessary potions, which will significantly alleviate his internal injuries after consumption, though he will require several days of rest. While external wounds tend to heal relatively quickly, the trauma to one's soul necessitates a prolonged period of recovery. During this time, it would be prudent to refrain from scheduling any stimulating activities for Mr. Malfoy. I shall advise Professor McGonagall to suspend Mr. Malfoy's Quidditch training." Madame Pomfrey, however, remains uncertain about the origins of the damage to Draco's soul. The damage inflicted upon Draco's soul is indeed rather severe. While it is possible that such injuries could arise from a fright, it seems improbable that someone as mature and composed as Draco would suffer such profound harm from a mere scare. Nonetheless, the situation at hand has compelled Madame Pomfrey to voice her concerns. "Very well, Mr. Malfoy is now out of immediate danger. A few of you may remain here, while the rest should return to your classrooms and refrain from further disturbing Mr. Malfoy during his recuperation," she instructed, ushering the young wizards out. She then departed to discuss the matter with Professor Snape, the current head of Hogwarts in Professor McGonagall's absence, and notably the head of Draco's house, necessitating his awareness of the situation. Upon Professor McGonagall's return, Madame Pomfrey would certainly bring this matter to her attention. The young wizards hastily exited, leaving behind a few close friends of Draco from Slytherin. Harry Potter contemplated lingering, but surrounded by Slytherins. He felt it would be akin to a lamb entering a den of wolves. After lingering at the door for some time, he ultimately chose to depart. Having taken his medicine, Draco began to regain his senses, leaning against the bedside with an expression that betrayed his displeasure. "Are you all right, Draco? You truly frightened me just now. How did you end up flying out like that? Who was responsible? I am relieved you are unscathed. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain this to Uncle Lucius." Zabini began to ramble. "Enough with the worrying. I'm fine. Your incessant chatter is giving me a headache. Our next obligation must be Professor Snape's class, yes? You all should hurry along to attend. Theodore may stay with me. If we all neglect class, the professor will surely deduct points from us, and if Gryffindor surpasses us, it would be utterly humiliating." Draco unhesitatingly dismissed the onlookers. Still in a state of shock from their recent fright, they offered no objections and obediently departed, leaving Theodore alone. Who could have done this? Theodore gazed into Draco's eyes, sensing that Draco might possess knowledge of the perpetrator's identity. Draco let out a derisive laugh, falling into silence for a moment before finally uttering an unexpected name, Dumbledore. Theodore was momentarily taken aback. Then, as if he could see through Draco, he burst into laughter. "I understand your dissatisfaction with Hagrid's lesson today, and your desire to confide in Professor Dumbledore. However, given his pressing matters, no amount of insistence on your part can summon him back." As Theodore spoke, he rose from his seat, busily searching the confines of the infirmary for something. He rummaged through every corner of the room, ensuring that no one was around before casting several silencing charms. Having set aside his previous playful demeanor, he returned to sit beside Draco, now wearing a serious expression as he regarded him intently. "Do you realize what you're saying? This is Hogwarts. Be mindful of your words. We wouldn't want to drag everyone down with us." Theodore had indeed been startled by Draco's earlier remarks. It was unusual for the typically cautious Draco to make such a grave error. Could it truly be that today's events had rattled Draco to the extent of causing this lapse? Theodore remained perplexed by the situation. Draco was undoubtedly confident that there was no one in the vicinity. Even if there were, he was assured of his ability to swiftly eliminate any potential threat. His intent in uttering those words was merely to lower Theodore's guard, compelling him to listen attentively to Draco and to believe that the forthcoming statements were nothing but the truth. Draco appeared as though he had been reminded by Theodore, his expression shifting momentarily before he addressed Theodore. "Can I trust you?" There was a hint of vulnerability in his gaze, akin to that of one clinging to a lifeline. The fragility in Draco's eyes struck Theodore, leaving him in silence for an extended period before he finally spoke. "I do not know." Theodore found himself unable to provide Draco with a definitive answer. He was certain that, under normal circumstances, he would not willingly divulge the secrets between them. However, in the face of unforeseen events, the situation became much less clear. For instance, should Voldemort employ legilimency to probe Theodore's memories, or utilize Theodore's own life as a means to uncover these secrets, Theodore could not guarantee that he would not inadvertently reveal everything. Thus, he hesitated to offer Draco any assurances that were overly confident. Draco, however, appeared oblivious to the conversation, divulging all that he knew with unreserved candor. "It seems that Headmaster Dumbledore has surmised certain matters. My actions last semester were indeed rather rash. In my eagerness to extricate myself from the suspicions surrounding the Malfoy family, I acted with undue haste. He may have sensed this and thus intends to utilize this occasion as a means to probe the Malfoy family further." Draco spoke in a disjointed manner, leaving Theodore utterly perplexed. "What do you mean by that? What suspicion could possibly surround the Malfoy family? Is it related to the Chamber of Secrets? Wasn't the heir of Slytherin last semester none other than the Dark Lord? What connection does that have to the Malfoy family? Wasn't that diary brought in by Ginny Weasley?" It must be said that the previous dealings between the Malfoy family and Dumbledore were executed with great thoroughness. Dumbledore never revealed that the diary was originally a possession of the Malfoy family. Certainly, had he disclosed that information, the situation would have resulted in mutual destruction, and tranquility would not have prevailed. Furthermore, they also withheld the fact that it was Ginny Weasley who brought the diary to Hogwarts. This silence reflects the unspoken accord between Dumbledore and the Malfoy family. As for why Theodore knew that the diary was brought to Hogwarts by Ginny Weasley, it was simply Draco who informed him. Draco relished the act of revealing snippets of information to Theodore, ensuring that he remained slightly more informed than others, yet still oblivious to the complete picture. This stratagem facilitated Draco's control over Theodore, as he exploited the ignorance of his companion, creating a disparity in knowledge that firmly secured Theodore's allegiance. However, after recent events, Draco began to engage in introspection. Being a reincarnate, he had traversed experiences in his past life that starkly contrasted with those of his current existence, resulting in a palpable sense of disconnection from his present circumstances. Even in the presence of his former close comrades, he found it impossible to confront them with ease, let alone entrust his vulnerabilities to anyone. The information he imparted was always half-told, treating them merely as subordinates, while he undertook nearly all pivotal matters alone. He had effectively fragmented himself into countless pieces, managing various affairs simultaneously, while his friends were relegated to a mere fraction of the tasks. Had the endeavor to confront Grindelwald been a collaborative effort with his remaining allies? Even if Draco had sustained injuries during the confrontation, the spiritual scars would not have been as profound. He would not have been so precariously close to demise from a mere nudge by a magical creature. Indeed, it is likely that he would have sensed the impending threat before any such push occurred. This is the downside of his reincarnation. Possessing knowledge of future events led him to believe he understood everyone's intricacies, elevating himself to a position of superiority, gazing down upon this life through the lens of his past memories. Yet, he neglected the fact that all those he encountered were living, breathing individuals, embodying stark realities. Not mere figures scripted in history. They were capable of adapting and responding fluidly. Furthermore, human nature itself is inherently intricate. The glimpses offered by historical texts reveal only fragments of one's character. Draco, in this instance, has indeed exhibited excessive carelessness and impatience. In the process of absolving the Malfoy family from suspicion, he has not hesitated to procure advantages for them. It is difficult not to cast doubt upon him. especially considering that the Malfoy family stands to gain the most from the events unfolding at Hogwarts. Their previous affiliation with the perpetrator only serves to deepen the suspicions surrounding them. Previously, Draco had exploited a temporal advantage, compelling Dumbledore to acquiesce. However, once Dumbledore regained his composure, he would undoubtedly turn his attention to Draco. Yet, Draco, with his overarching demeanor, remained reluctant to confront his own impatience, a flaw that would inevitably lead to valuable lessons. Consequently, Draco resolved to divulge all that he knew to Theodore, ensuring that he would become a steadfast ally. He aimed to secure Theodore's unwavering loyalty. I had not previously informed you that Ginny Weasley's diary was, in fact, a relic of the Malfoy family. One that my father had personally placed into Ginny Weasley's possession, a matter of which Professor Dumbledore is also aware. Draco succinctly recounted the sequence of events. Yet, Theodore remained profoundly taken aback as new questions surfaced. If the Malfoy family had indeed exposed such a significant flaw, why did Dumbledore not seize the opportunity to decisively undermine them? Among those most eager to curtail the Malfoy family's influence were the Weasley family and, notably, Dumbledore himself. It seemed illogical that the Malfoy family ultimately secured a position on the Board of Governors. Had Dumbledore truly shifted his allegiance? Such a notion appeared nonsensical. One rarely witnesses a leader defecting during a conflict, leaving only their subordinates to struggle valiantly. If that were the case, should not Harry Potter have been the first to perish? Much like in the Southern Song dynasty, when a peace negotiation was on the horizon, it was often the frontline soldiers who bore the brunt of the consequences. How, then, did the repercussions land upon Draco? Why did Dumbledore choose to remain oblivious? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Theodore voiced his perplexity. Initially, the Malfoy family had been implicated in a theft, with the prime suspect being Arthur Weasley. Coincidentally, it was Ginny Weasley who entered with a notebook at that moment. Ordinarily, outsiders would have no knowledge of the whereabouts of the Malfoy family's concealed diary. However, the Malfoy family had a traitor in Dobby, who maintained a close connection with Harry Potter. Fortuitously, Harry shared a strong bond with the Weasley family. Thus, this situation evolved into an accusation that the Weasley family had colluded with Dobby to pilfer from the Malfoy family, with their youngest daughter inadvertently exacerbating the predicament by attempting to showcase the stolen goods at Hogwarts. Draco first clarified the sequence of events with Theodore. Theodore fell into a profound silence, once again struck by the gravity of the situation. Is it truly possible to act so recklessly? The Weasley family, as the parties involved, found themselves unable to refute the claims. However, if Dobby were to return once more, willing to accept the memory charm and capable of providing evidence of his absence, the issue could be resolved quite easily, could it not? Unless, of course, there exists a possibility that everything prior was meticulously orchestrated by Draco. So, can you surmise why I chose to participate in the Quidditch match? Why was I precisely taken down by Dobby? Those two strikes barely grazed Harry Potter. How could he possibly target me? Furthermore, the premise for any defense hinges on locating Dobby. Do they possess such capability? Draco's words made Theodore gasp in astonishment. This scheme was exceedingly audacious, compelling others to swallow their anguish in silence. It was no wonder that they doubted you and sought to retaliate. Had it been anyone else, they would also have taken action against you, albeit with more subtlety and a slower approach. Have you truly killed Dobby? Why is Draco so confident that no one can find Dobby? Is it possible that Dobby has perished? No. How could we ever commit such an act? I ponder. If even the Malfoy family's vast wealth cannot locate Dobby, how could Harry and his companions ever hope to succeed? The Malfoy family still enjoys the support of the entire pureblood community, while Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix has dwindled significantly in numbers. Draco's words were merely a means to placate others. In any case, Theodore was not particularly convinced. Draco asserted that he did not murder Dobby, and Theodore believed him. However, they must have known Dobby's whereabouts, and it was even conceivable that they were holding him captive, treating Dobby as a mere bargaining chip. It became evident that Draco had overthought the situation. Initially, he had not contemplated such complexities. His arrogance led him to believe he could control everything. Consequently, after deeming Dobby had fulfilled his utmost value, he unhesitatingly disposed of him. Thus, was it you who destroyed the Mandrakes within Hogwarts? Mandrakes exist in both Hogwarts and Malfoy Manor, and following the destruction of the Hogwarts Mandrakes, the primary benefactors were undoubtedly the Malfoy family. This raises suspicions regarding their involvement. Yet, this matter does not concern us. It is the doing of the Dark Lord. I was entirely oblivious to these affairs. Initially, upon learning that the heir of Slytherin was the Dark Lord, I did indeed advise my father to cultivate mandrakes. But my motivation was solely to provide us with some security. After all, everyone has heard of the Dark Lord and knows his capricious nature. Professor Dumbledore is likely aware of this as well. However, it does not prevent him from suspecting the Malfoy family. He understands that the Malfoy family prioritizes kin above all else, and among all others, I would be the easiest target. The findings confirm this. Yet seeing is not necessarily believing, and suspicion must persist. Nevertheless, this endeavor was not in vain, as it resulted in the Malfoy family acquiring a board seat, one that they had long obtained through years of donations. Theodore supported this approach, considering that the current cost was negligible compared to the benefits reaped. Yet, why are you so certain that Professor Dumbledore orchestrated this? Did you witness who pushed you? After your incident, I too speculated on the identity of the perpetrator but failed to identify a suitable candidate. However, I believe Harry Potter might possess some knowledge. With so many interconnected events, should Professor Dumbledore become aware, he would undoubtedly suspect Draco and might even take measures to test his theories. Yet, why was Draco immediately under suspicion and so heavily targeted, right after Dumbledore had just stepped out? Could this incident be linked to Draco in some manner? Professor Dumbledore has long sought to take action against me. It is merely that the recent occurrences in Newmungard have accelerated his timeline. Grindelwald's escape has led Dumbledore to suspect a connection between those who facilitated Grindelwald's flight and those responsible for the disturbances at Hogwarts, as well as a possible link between the Malfoy family and this group of enigmatic individuals. Even Draco had to concede that experience often trumps youth. Suspicion can lead one directly to the true culprit. Certainly, Draco would not convey such sentiments to Theodore. Does this matter concern you as well? Are you the one who released Grindelwald? However, the information I have suggests that Grindelwald escaped on his own after sustaining injuries. Theodore is convinced that the majority of the destruction attributed to the mysterious organization that Dumbledore believes to be operating within Hogwarts is indeed the work of Draco. Could it be that the events in Newmungard are also linked to Draco? Draco gazed at Theodore in disbelief. What on earth are you thinking? Do I possess such capabilities? Grindelwald is a figure of immense power, one who stands shoulder to shoulder with the Dark Lord. If I had such abilities, why would I bother with school? Would it not be more advantageous to simply dominate the world? Draco wore an expression that conveyed utter disbelief, which thoroughly convinced Theodore. The matter concerning Grindelwald had created quite a stir. Although their generation of young wizards did not perceive Grindelwald as particularly formidable, the older wizards, particularly their grandfathers, were undeniably haunted by his legacy. In terms of power, he was not inferior to the current Voldemort. What made Grindelwald even more terrifying was his exceptional ability to manipulate hearts and his profound wisdom. As for Voldemort, there was a lingering uncertainty about the reasons behind his gradual descent into impatience and irrationality. The secrets surrounding Horcruxes were known only to Voldemort's most trusted followers, and even Lucius, the rumored confidant, had scant knowledge regarding their whereabouts. It was even more improbable that the lesser followers of Voldemort within the magical community possessed any insight into these matters. However, any astute observer would recognize that he was clearly on a downward trajectory. This decline was starkly evident at the height of his power. Voldemort could dominate the entire magical realm, yet he was ultimately vanquished by an infant, who was subsequently hailed as the savior by the entire wizarding world. This stark contrast illustrates just how devoid of reason Voldemort had become in later years. One would have thought that after so many years, he would have made some progress. Yet recent performances suggest otherwise. After years of seclusion, upon his return to Hogwarts, he was defeated by first-year Harry Potter. And when he attempted to seize Hogwarts again under the mantle of the heir of Slytherin, he was once more bested by Harry Potter, now a second-year student. This situation transcended mere impatience. It hinted at a significant decline in either his strength or intellect. Harry Potter was not born with an innate understanding of spells. As a second-year wizard, his repertoire of spells and powerful magic could be counted on one hand. The mere fact that Voldemort could still face defeat under such circumstances was indicative of his decline. However, Grindelwald was a different matter altogether. Historical records depict him as an exceptionally charismatic and Nazi-like figure. His objectives diverged significantly from Voldemort's, and one could argue that his actions were not without purpose. In certain respects, he was a pioneer. Had he slightly adjusted his former aims and rallied support, he would undoubtedly have garnered considerable backing from many wizards, This is beyond dispute. His destructive capabilities were particularly fearsome. In his youth, he could hold his own against a peak Dumbledore. Even now, Voldemort harbored caution towards Dumbledore. According to Theodore's conjecture, the powers of Voldemort and Dumbledore were likely comparable. If Voldemort truly possessed overwhelming strength, why would he not confront Dumbledore directly? If I were Voldemort, endowed with such formidable abilities, I would undoubtedly rush before Dumbledore without hesitation, casting several spells to hasten his departure from this world. As for the remaining Harry Potter, he would pose no significant threat. A mere third-year wizard, he could stir no tempest even if allowed to progress to his fifth year. This serves as a testament to Grindelwald's prowess. However, having been imprisoned in Nurmengard for such an extended period, his strength may have waned. And compounded by the grievous injuries sustained, it is understandable that Dumbledore would abandon his typical composure and eagerly seek out Grindelwald's whereabouts. This urgency explains why the guards of Nurmengard are so fervently attempting to locate Dumbledore. They lack confidence in their ability to recapture Grindelwald, and should he appear before them, instinct might compel them to flee. After years of peace, no one wishes to court death recklessly. Were Draco truly possessed of such power, he would no longer need to abase himself before Voldemort. Given the opportunity to exploit Voldemort's vulnerabilities, he could easily orchestrate his downfall in an instant. Draco asserted that this matter had no bearing on him, and Theodore was the one to be believed. However, this does not imply that Dumbledore would extend his trust. Why would Dumbledore harbor doubts about you? You are merely a third-year wizard. How could you possess the capacity to harm Grindelwald and facilitate his escape? What incited his hasty actions against you? Any rational individual would find it preposterous to believe that Draco could inflict harm upon Grindelwald. A reasonable person would struggle to even enter Nurmengard, let alone pose a threat to someone who was once the Dark Lord. Why then was Dumbledore's first instinct to target the Malfoy family? This urgency is what I, as well as Dumbledore, have remarked upon. He is more eager than anyone to locate Grindelwald. The current situation has spiraled beyond his control. While he might devise a cunning plan to ensnare the Dark Lord, he cannot simultaneously entrap both of them. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and machinations become trivial. Dueling them one-on-one does not intimidate Dumbledore. He is confident in his ability to vanquish them, and he has long contemplated strategies to counter them. In a previous life, Draco had already discerned Dumbledore's intentions and could even speculate on his potential actions. Had Dumbledore not succumbed to his own desires, he might have evaded death, whereas Voldemort was destined to perish. The circumstances have changed. Grindelwald is not as thoughtless as Voldemort. In terms of cunning, Grindelwald and Dumbledore are indeed equals. However, in terms of strength, Dumbledore is overshadowed by Voldemort. Should the two factions unite, Dumbledore would find himself at a distinct disadvantage. Thus, Dumbledore has grown increasingly impatient. He does not genuinely suspect the Malfoy family. He recognizes that they lack the power and capability to harm Grindelwald. His suspicion arises from my impulsive actions last semester, leading him to believe that a clandestine organization may be covertly associated with the Malfoy family. He suspects that this enigmatic organization has existed within Hogwarts all along. Yet, as this conversation unfolds, it circles back. However, it must be noted that the mysterious organization at Hogwarts is indeed present. We both acknowledge this. Yet, how could the organization responsible for harming Grindelwald possibly be situated within Hogwarts? This operation is taking place far beyond Nurmengard, which organization possesses such extensive reach. Even the Death Eaters would hesitate to act without the Dark Lord's leadership. The events transpiring within Hogwarts are their own doing, and thus they are certain they have no involvement in the affairs of Nurmengard. Why then does Dumbledore direct his suspicions towards the secretive organization at Hogwarts? There indeed lies a hidden truth within this matter. I am uncertain of its authenticity, yet according to the information relayed by my father, he mentioned that this mysterious organization has employed a polyjuice potion to assume the appearance of Dumbledore, thereby deceiving the guards and infiltrating Nurmengard. It appears that Grindelwald's escape is intricately linked to this potion. Whenever this topic arises, Draco cannot help but express his disdain fervently. His impatience is palpable. He is convinced of his ability to extricate himself from this predicament, yet he underestimates Dumbledore's astuteness. Moreover, Draco has neglected the fact that others would naturally associate this incident with the polyjuice potion, inadvertently casting suspicion upon himself in Dumbledore's eyes. Theodore is unaware of this information, as it has been deliberately concealed by Nurmengard. After all, The revelation of such news would be exceedingly detrimental to the wizarding world. The fact that Dumbledore, a prominent figure within the magical community, could be replicated using a polyjuice potion implies the existence of a traitor within his ranks. This inevitably raises doubts about Dumbledore's capacity for leadership. No one wishes to witness Dumbledore orchestrate a tactical plan, only to have his operatives ambushed immediately thereafter, leading to a complete rout. Consequently, this news has been meticulously suppressed. They would rather conduct covert investigations than disseminate information that might disrupt morale. Theodore's ignorance of this development is, in fact, quite plausible. The involvement of a polyjuice potion suggests the presence of an infiltrator within Dumbledore's vicinity. I recall that the potion requires the hair of the one being imitated. The ability to utilize it to gain access to Nermengard indicates a profound understanding of Dumbledore's character and mannerisms. As Theodore reflects on this, a sense of dread washes over him. If this were merely a clandestine organization within Hogwarts, there would be little cause for alarm. It would only involve Draco himself and a few companions. However, this situation is evidently different. Should there exist another enigmatic organization lurking outside Hogwarts, it would indeed be a source of apprehension. Might this other organization be secretly observing their actions? Thus, Dumbledore has redirected his suspicions back towards Hogwarts, with the Malfoy family at the forefront of his inquiries. After all, during the previous semester, the Malfoy family had the most significant entanglements with the mysterious organization. Dumbledore harbors suspicions of a potential conflict of interest between the Malfoys and this organization, which prompts him to consider an experiment. If I were to find myself in peril, would members of the mysterious organization come to my aid? Or, if I encountered trouble, would my father, in his impatience, seek out the organization to confront Dumbledore, thereby allowing Dumbledore to apprehend the entire clandestine group? Theodore inhaled sharply, fully aware of Dumbledore's ruthless nature. It was precisely this unyielding approach that had secured his position as a leader. To ascend to such a role, one must possess decisive measures. However, Dumbledore's methods this time seemed excessively severe, as Draco had nearly perished in the process. Yet, in this instance, Theodore was unjustly accusing Dumbledore. He had never intended for Draco to meet his demise, nor did he wish to send him to his death. Although Dumbledore's actions were indeed resolute, they were not cruel. He merely sought to inflict some harm upon Draco, injuries that Madame Pomfrey could certainly mend. His aim was to provoke the Malfoy family, compelling them to act. For it was well known that Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy cherished their son above all else. Nevertheless, he had not anticipated that Draco had already sustained such severe injuries, and this encounter had truly cost him dearly. Naturally, Draco could never disclose this matter to Theodore. Draco's words are sweetly deceptive. He professes to regard others as confidants and claims to share all matters with them. In reality, he remains shackled by his own suspicions, speaking only partially and concealing as much as he reveals, often diluting his truths with considerable embellishment. Indeed, while persuading Theodore, there lies a flaw in his rhetoric. Those who have caused him harm may very well be affiliated with the mysterious organization. This organization is inciting Grindelwald to target Dumbledore, indicating a pre-existing enmity between them. Should he choose to act against Malfoy at this juncture, compelling the Malfoy family to direct their animosity towards Dumbledore, it could ensnare Dumbledore in a precarious situation, beset on all sides. From this perspective, the rationale is coherent. However, Theodore fails to recall this. And Draco would never broach the subject, for he is the architect of this scheme and has no reason to doubt himself. Should you remain skeptical, feel free to investigate later. I assure you, within Hogwarts, you shall uncover nothing. Draco, with a disdainful scoff, seemed to lament Theodore's lack of faith in him. Theodore appeared taken aback, refraining from uttering a single word, enveloped in silence. After a prolonged pause, as if resolved to a certain determination, he finally spoke. All this discourse between us, is it to solicit my assistance against Dumbledore? Yet, this is Dumbledore's domain, and he is universally recognized as the most formidable white wizard in the magical realm. Theodore sought to gauge Draco's intentions, doubting that their extensive conversation bore no ulterior motive. But this time, he nearly took my life. Draco appeared somewhat agitated, his eyes tinged with a hint of red, resembling tears as he gazed at Theodore. With this occurrence, there will undoubtedly be another. Must I simply lie here and await my demise? Am I not permitted to resist? Theodore, what have I done wrong? Theodore was taken aback by Draco's barrage of rhetorical questions. What do you intend to achieve? Although Theodore did not respond directly to Draco's inquiries, his words nonetheless conveyed his stance. Draco had always excelled at manipulating Theodore. If I cannot contend with Dumbledore, can I not handle Harry Potter? Since he dares to act, he shall inevitably bear some consequences. A fierce glimmer flickered in Draco's eyes, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld it. Is there anything you require of me? He inquired. No, for the moment, there is nothing to be done. Dumbledore is currently preoccupied with uncovering the mastermind behind the scenes. Should we take any action now, we would undoubtedly find ourselves branded as the puppeteers, and escaping such a label would be impossible. Allow me to ponder this. We shall undoubtedly create an unforgettable memory for Harry Potter. Theodore wholeheartedly concurred with this notion. Given their capabilities, they would certainly be unable to ensnare Dumbledore himself. However, targeting those whom Dumbledore cherished would suffice. At present, the individual of utmost importance to Dumbledore was undoubtedly Harry Potter. If anything were to befall Harry, it would inflict a profound blow upon Dumbledore, an ideal opportunity to achieve their goal of retaliation against him. Theodore could agree to this idea. Yet confronting Dumbledore directly was beyond the realm of his consent. The bond between Theodore and Draco was one of true friendship, a camaraderie forged through trials and tribulations. Theodore would gladly endure hardship for Draco, yet this willingness did not extend to engaging in futile sacrifices. Very well, once you have formulated your thoughts, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall offer my utmost cooperation. Theodore wished to voice further sentiments but was abruptly silenced by Draco. Hush, someone approaches. After all, he was a seasoned creature of the world, possessing senses that were remarkably acute. The hurried movements outside suggested the presence of more than one individual. If Draco's intuition served him right, it would likely be his parents. Draco undertook every endeavor in secrecy, shunning the light of his parents' awareness. Lucius and Narcissa possessed an astute understanding of their son, and should the truth come to light, it could easily ensnare him in a web of complications. They might suspect that he was not the true Draco, and although Draco could contrive explanations, such justifications would undoubtedly hinder his actions. This was a critical juncture. Draco had to seize every moment to prepare before Grindelwald's impending eruption. He felt an urgent need to seek out a means to extinguish the ember of Grindelwald's threat. However, such a solution was not easily discovered. Upon hearing Draco's words, Theodore immediately adopted a grave demeanor and fell silent. Subsequently, taking an orange from the fruit platter beside him, peeling it, and stuffing it into his mouth. Within moments, the Malfoy couple hurried into the infirmary. Noticing their arrival, Theodore wisely vacated his spot, ready to attend Professor Snape's potions class. Before departing, he discreetly nodded at Draco, signaling his exit. Father, mother, I truly feel as if I shall be in agony today. Upon seeing his parents, Draco's expression immediately shifted, revealing the countenance of a pampered young master. The grievance in his eyes was nearly overflowing. It was all Hagrid's fault. Had he not brought that detestable creature to Hogwarts, I would not have sustained such severe injuries. Madame Pomfrey has declared that I am forbidden from participating in Quidditch practice, and I had been so eager to redeem myself by vanquishing Harry Potter. Draco furrowed his brow, wearing an expression of deep grievance. Father, he implored, I must tell you, there are malevolent individuals lurking within Hogwarts. I was thrust out unexpectedly. I was engaged in conversation with Theodore, and who could have anticipated that a wicked person would shove me before that monstrous creature? I nearly met my demise. Upon the sight of his parents, Draco felt an overwhelming urge to unburden himself, pouring out all his grievances in a torrent. Lucius, upon learning of Draco's injury, hastened back home, yet remained unaware of the full context. As he listened to Draco's account, his anger intensified. Ultimately, Draco's injury stemmed from two primary factors. First, there were individuals scheming in the shadows, intent on either ending Draco's life or inflicting severe harm upon him. Second, Hagrid, in his inaugural year as a professor, naively presented dangerous creatures to young wizards, resulting in Draco's grievous injuries. In terms of severity, the first cause is undoubtedly more profound. Typically, society attributes blame predominantly to the former, while the latter receives only a cursory acknowledgement. However, the Malfoy family diverges from this norm. Their family creed unequivocally prioritizes kin above all else. Thus, regardless of whether it be the puppeteer behind the scenes or Hagrid himself, neither shall escape unscathed. Draco, are you frightened? Do not be afraid, mother is here. Narcissa gazed at Draco with tenderness, settling beside him on the bed. She gently stroked his back. soothing his troubled spirit with her soft words. Gradually, Draco's visible distress began to subside. Narcissa continued, "Do not fear, Draco. I shall ensure retribution upon all who have harmed you. The beast, the fool, and the unseen hand orchestrating this. None shall evade justice." As she spoke, a glint of determination flashed in her eyes. "Draco, did you discern who pushed you? Was it the pure-blood traitor Weasley, or your long-standing adversary Harry Potter? Or perhaps someone from Gryffindor?" Seeing her son injured, Narcissa felt her composure fraying, her refined upbringing wavering under the weight of concern. The harrowing incident left her with lingering trepidation, prompting her to subtly guide Draco's thoughts. Regrettably, Draco had not discerned the true culprit, even if he suspected Dumbledore's involvement. He could not directly disclose this to his parents, for if they were to learn that Dumbledore was behind this, they would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary to confront him, a feat that, given their current capabilities, would be nothing short of fantastical. In light of this, all actions seemed futile, akin to striking a stone with an egg. Consequently, Draco resolved against revealing the truth, preferring instead to redirect the conflict towards Hagrid. "I do not know. I did not see who pushed me, yet I surmise this incident cannot be divorced from Hagrid's influence." Draco cast a decidedly confident gaze towards Narcissa and Lucius. "The individual who had pushed me must surely be someone intimately connected to him. Otherwise, how could they possibly be aware that Hagrid intended to bring that fearsome creature to class? If they were unaware, there would be no need to leave me with a threat, for if the magical creature were harmless, even 1,000 pushes would not inflict any harm upon me." Draco paused mid-sentence, his gaze deepening as he looked into his parents' eyes, a sudden jolt of realization striking his heart. He had been exceedingly careless, inadvertently shattering his carefully crafted persona. The logic of the situation was astoundingly tight, far removed from the utterances one would expect from a spoiled young master. However, having endured a significant ordeal, it was only natural for him to adopt a more composed demeanor and sharpen his reasoning. Yet, such occurrences should ideally be kept to a minimum. "Regardless, I insist, father and mother, you must hold Hagrid accountable for this matter. It is undoubtedly connected to them." Narcissa and Lucius exchanged a glance, remaining silent. Then, as if to reassure Draco, they spoke to him, saying, "Rest assured, that individual will receive the punishment he rightfully deserves. Nevertheless, Draco, given the severity of your injuries, would you like to return to Malfoy Manor to recuperate?" Draco's injuries were quite severe, and Narcissa could not help but worry for him. The prospect of recuperating at home was indeed the most favorable option, as being at home would be far more comforting than remaining at school. Even Madame Pomfrey advised Draco against participating in Quidditch, indicating the seriousness of his current injuries. In the magical realm, minor injuries can typically be swiftly remedied with potions. Even wounds that are not life-threatening can heal rapidly with the right elixirs. However, Draco's injuries were of a non-magical nature, and yet Madame Pomfrey still issued such a warning, suggesting the gravity of his condition was indeed substantial. Reflecting on this, Narcissa felt a pang of distress in her heart. "Mother, I have no intention of returning home. I wish to witness the downfall of those vile individuals at Hogwarts, and I yearn to mock them in their moment of despair. They shall pay dearly for their transgressions against me." It was absurd to think of going back, as Narcissa would undoubtedly keep a watchful eye on him. At Malfoy Manor, even if Narcissa did not personally oversee him, the house elves would ensure Draco was closely monitored. This would render any attempt at escapade exceedingly inconvenient. It would be far better to remain at Hogwarts, patiently awaiting his foolish uncle to fall into his trap. If he were to leave, how would the show continue? Moreover, with Theodore assisting him, the likelihood of exposure would diminish significantly. If he could endure this period, Dumbledore's suspicions would dissipate, allowing for a more tranquil existence thereafter. Once this phase passed, Draco's time to shine would arrive. "Draco, do not be obstinate. It would be wise to return home with your father and mother to recuperate." Lucius, upon hearing Draco's retort, furrowed his brow, casting a disapproving glance at his son. "I will not. I am quite content at Hogwarts, and I have yet to witness the demise of those individuals. I cannot simply leave. I must see the despair etched upon their faces as their hopes wane. Father, mother, please acquiesce to my wishes. I assure you, I will take good care of myself at Hogwarts. You are now members of the Board of Governors. Should you miss me, you may come to Hogwarts at any time to check on me. I am currently in my 3rd year, having just begun my studies, and there is much for me to learn. If I return home, I would undoubtedly fall behind in my courses. And how would I maintain my position at the top of the class by the end of the term? I refuse to be outdone by those mudbloods. That would be utterly disgraceful. Draco once again presented himself with the demeanor of a pampered young master. Draco was acutely aware that his reasoning might not suffice to persuade Narcissa and Lucius, so he resorted to a rather cunning approach to sway their opinions. His tactics were varied and intricate, momentarily leaving both of them in a state of bewilderment. Yet, despite his efforts, they remained somewhat hesitant, showing no inclination to acquiesce. I absolutely refuse to return, he declared. I have heard that Professor Dumbledore was summoned urgently due to the emergence of a perilous entity. Currently, Hogwarts stands as the safest haven within the entire wizarding world. What if I were to be attacked by this dangerous creature on my way home? That would be the end of me. Mother, I do not wish to go back. Amidst the tumult, there lies an undeniable reluctance to return home. Yet, these revelations have vividly awakened both Narcissa and Lucius. They are undoubtedly aware of Grindelwald's escape, a matter that has stirred considerable unrest within the wizarding community. Even the Malfoy family is discreetly searching for Grindelwald's whereabouts. However, their motives are not to aid Grindelwald. Rather, in a certain sense, they align themselves with Dumbledore. Should the Malfoy family acquire information regarding Grindelwald, they would not hesitate to sell that intelligence to Dumbledore, enabling him to confront Grindelwald personally. The actions of Voldemort during his first year signal that the time is drawing near for his resurrection. If it were merely a matter of dealing with Dumbledore, they might have some means to manage the situation, for Dumbledore's power does not rival that of Voldemort. The Death Eaters rank among the most formidable forces in the magical realm. However, should Grindelwald be involved, the scenario would undoubtedly descend into chaos. If Grindelwald were to collaborate with Dumbledore against Voldemort, the circumstances would become exceedingly dire, making it increasingly difficult to predict who would emerge victorious. Nevertheless, this remains a mere possibility, one that Lucius does not endorse. After all, it was Dumbledore who vanquished Grindelwald last time, imprisoning him in Nurmengard for so many years. Grindelwald must harbor deep resentment towards Dumbledore, leading Lucius to doubt any potential alliance between the two. Likewise, he does not believe that Voldemort and Grindelwald could unite. Those who have once held power are unlikely to accept a subordinate role. Neither Voldemort nor Grindelwald would acquiesce. Even if they were to temporarily collaborate, conflict would inevitably ensue. For both possess a nature that demands supremacy. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Voldemort, having toiled for years, is not seeking resurrection merely to engage in a trifecta of power with the remaining two. As a loyal servant of Voldemort, he must seek Grindelwald's whereabouts. Whether to secure an escape route from Voldemort in the future, or to further Voldemort's ambitions of global domination, this endeavor is imperative and must be approached with utmost dedication. Grindelwald's recent escape undoubtedly carries with it a profound sense of animosity. It is rumored that he fled while injured, with wounds to his prideful, prophetic eyes. Lucius remains uncertain whether Grindelwald will embark on a vengeful rampage or if he will unleash chaos upon Dumbledore's homeland. Draco may find greater safety here than at home, for even Lucius has heard whispers of certain extraordinary enchantments safeguarding Hogwarts. These spells are entrusted solely to the venerable professors of the institution. Lucius himself stands no chance against those esteemed elders, let alone the legendary protective charms of Hogwarts. In light of this, you must exercise discretion. Should I discover any reckless behavior on your part, I shall not hesitate to escort you back to Malfoy Manor. Understood, Father. I shall be mindful of my actions. Draco obediently acquiesced. The Malfoys inquired further about Draco's physical condition, offering him some reassurance before departing, their hearts laden with concern. The matter concerning Draco has indeed left them profoundly shaken, prompting even their search for Grindelwald to come to an abrupt halt. This may be for the best, as Draco has no desire for the Malfoy family to engage with Grindelwald. Unsurprisingly, Grindelwald is likely in a state of frenzy. He has been betrayed by the one he holds dear and compelled to flee due to this betrayal, leading to immense resentment towards Dumbledore. Should the Malfoy family uncover Grindelwald's whereabouts and relay this information to Dumbledore, they would inevitably incur his wrath, regardless of whether Dumbledore successfully captures Grindelwald. Even if Dumbledore manages to apprehend him, it is improbable that he would execute Grindelwald on the spot. He might instead confine him to a prison. Dumbledore's affection lies with Grindelwald, and conversely, Grindelwald harbors feelings for Dumbledore. Neither would be inclined to deal a fatal blow to the other. However, this does not imply that Grindelwald would show the same restraint towards the Malfoy family. As long as Grindelwald lives, The possibility of his escape and subsequent vengeance against the Malfoys looms large. Currently, the only places capable of holding Grindelwald are Nurmengard and Azkaban. Nurmengard was originally constructed by Grindelwald himself, and having spent so many years there, coupled with his prior experience of escape, the Aurors have yet to uncover the method of his previous flight from Nurmengard. Thus, should he be incarcerated there again, he may very well find a way to escape once more. Hence, Azkaban would be the preferable option. Nevertheless, it must be noted that Azkaban recently experienced a breach with the escape of a prisoner, rendering it not entirely secure. Draco is confident that he can manipulate Grindelwald. Thus, he does not intend to risk the Malfoy family. As for the matters concerning Dumbledore and Grindelwald, let them resolve their own affairs. Draco harbored no fear of the confrontation between Grindelwald and Dumbledore. Was it not Dumbledore who had caused the harm to his eyes? Grindelwald, a figure of immense pride, would never deign to consult Dumbledore unless he found himself in an absolute position of advantage or disadvantage. He could never lower himself to such humility. However, if there were genuine sentiments between them, Grindelwald might discern that this matter had nothing to do with Dumbledore. Even if he were to surmise this, what difference would it make? Surely, he could not fathom that a mere 13-year-old wizard was responsible for such an occurrence. After the Malfoys departed, the infirmary once again fell into a tranquil silence. Shortly thereafter, Madame Pomfrey returned, conversing with Draco about several matters before permitting him to return to his dormitory for rest. Draco's injuries were, in fact, rather minor. He had merely been struck by the wings of a hippogriff, sustaining only a few bruises. Observing the similar fate of Ron Weasley and Blaise Zabini, one can ascertain that neither of them suffered any significant harm, and Draco's injuries were only slightly more severe than theirs. The true concern lies in the wounds to his spirit. Mr. Malfoy, here's the potion I have prepared for you. It is imperative that you consume it daily and on time. Once you have finished the entire potion, your body should largely recover, and thereafter, you will no longer need to take any medication. Gradual recovery is essential. Simply avoid any strenuous activity, Madame Pomfrey stated before resuming her own tasks. Draco contemplated whether he should erase Madame Pomfrey's memories. She was acutely aware of the severity of the wounds to his soul. If Madame Pomfrey were to share her knowledge of his injuries with Dumbledore, would it not deepen his suspicions? However, after some reflection, Draco ultimately dismissed the idea. He was certain that this matter was orchestrated by Dumbledore. Should he employ a memory charm on Madame Pomfrey to obliterate all her memories, it would only arouse Dumbledore's suspicions further. Dumbledore, having arranged for someone to manipulate Draco, would undoubtedly foresee the inevitable harm Draco would endure in this scheme, thus making his visit to the hospital wing entirely logical. If, during his conversation with Madame Pomfrey regarding his injuries, she had no recollection of the incident, it would only reinforce Dumbledore's hypotheses. As Draco found it difficult to articulate the damage to his soul, he decided to feign ignorance. After all, he could easily fabricate his own memories, leaving him unconcerned about Dumbledore's inquiries. If even Draco was unaware of the perpetrator, it would imply that certain individuals were secretly controlling the Malfoy family, making them pawns of the enigmatic organization. Thus, manipulating the Malfoy family would not entice the mysterious group to act. This way, Dumbledore would not be perpetually scrutinizing the Malfoy family, which would only serve to overwhelm Draco. The surroundings soon fell silent again. Not every young wizard suffered daily injuries, and consequently, Madame Pomfrey was not perpetually occupied. During her free time, she often visited Professor Sprout to teach, engaging in the cultivation of herbs alongside her. This occasion was no exception. Draco speculated that this potion would undoubtedly be quite spectacular. Given Theodore's temperament, he would surely impose a severe punishment on Ron Weasley. As for the true mastermind behind this affair, even Draco could not fathom. He had not discerned the identity of the person who had pushed him, and he had considered all individuals from both Gryffindor and Slytherin, yet none possessed such a motive. If this incident were indeed orchestrated by Ron Weasley, it might have made some sense. However, Ron had been right in front of him moments earlier, engaged in a heated altercation with Zabini, and had been struck and flung away by a hippogriff. Aside from him, it appeared that Dumbledore had not implicated any other young wizards in this scheme. While Draco was deep in thought, a head suddenly emerged. "Mr. Finnegan, what brings you here? Has the potion class concluded?" He wondered what business Finnegan had with him. Could it be that he had concocted a new product? It must be said that his previous creation had proven quite effective. It had truly shattered Riddle's form. Riddle had been left dazed by the explosion. Aye, I have something to discuss with you. I rushed over as soon as potion class was over. I know what I am about to say may be difficult to believe, but you must trust me. Everything I say is entirely true. Seamus appeared somewhat anxious, as if he wished to convey something of great importance to Draco. Yet for reasons unknown, he hesitated significantly. Noticing Seamus's demeanor, Draco experienced a sense of foreboding. Draco smiled faintly, revealing his characteristic grin, and gently addressed Simon, saying, "Go ahead. I'm listening." His demeanor exuded warmth and courtesy, resembling that of a considerate confidant. This instant relaxation allowed Simon to lower his defenses and divulge everything in a torrent. "I suspect your injury is somehow related to me." Simon's eyes reflected an unprecedented seriousness. Within Hogwarts, Simon was regarded as a cheerful companion, on par with Neville Longbottom. Not particularly bright, but always eager for merriment. Thus, it was rare to witness him in such a grave state. As Draco listened, he raised an eyebrow, contrasting sharply with Simon's expectations. In Simon's mind, had Draco learned that Simon was responsible for his plight, he would surely have reacted with fury, perhaps even pointing his wand at him. Yet, Draco did nothing of the sort. He merely spoke to Simon with kindness, asking, "What leads you to such a conclusion? Could you share your reasoning?" Draco was acutely aware that Simon was not the most astute individual, and if even Simon could deduce a connection between their circumstances, it indicated a high probability that Draco was indeed involved. The Gryffindors would not casually steer Simon to shoulder the blame. Dumbledore, intent on addressing Draco, did not wish to drive him to despair, and thus would not push Simon to the brink over this matter. Therefore, it must have originated from Simon's own musings. "I did not attend the Care of Magical Creatures class. Before heading to class, I was out with my roommates. But I forgot my textbook midway and returned to retrieve it. Just as I was preparing to go to class, I was suddenly knocked unconscious. When I awoke, I learned of your significant predicament." Simon recounted, his eyes filled with terror. He was certain he had not attended that class with Hagrid, having been incapacitated beforehand. So, who was that person in class? A sleepwalker version of himself? Alternatively, one might transform oneself into another through the use of complex potions. Seamus, a member of Gryffindor, perceives his house as an immensely loving family, distinct from all other houses. In light of the recent incident involving Draco's severe injuries, it is evident that this act could not have been perpetrated by the Slytherin wizards. It is common knowledge that the Slytherin wizards hold Draco in high esteem. Thus, the suspicion inevitably falls upon Gryffindor, which harbors animosity towards Slytherin. However, Seamus is also well acquainted with the Gryffindors. They delight in mischief and occasionally engage in playful skirmishes with the Slytherins, yet this does not imply that they would push Draco towards peril. Moreover, Draco enjoys a relatively favorable reputation among the Gryffindors, even surpassing that of several Slytherin wizards, and indeed, outshining some from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw as well. Gryffindor has no justifiable reason to harm Draco. Hence, the perpetrator must be someone who impersonated him to attend Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures class. Draco furrowed his brow upon hearing Simon's words. To be frank, this arrangement was not particularly astute. If the two parties were to confront each other directly, it would be all too easy to uncover the meddler orchestrating the situation, and it is quite likely that they could trace the threads back to the true mastermind. Furthermore, during the process of disguise, one could easily be detected. However, this was Dumbledore's domain. As long as he wished to keep the young wizard oblivious, they would likely remain unaware. Dumbledore was overly anxious, eager to swiftly validate the thoughts swirling in his mind. He sought to ascertain whether there was any connection between the two mysterious organizations, and whether those organizations had ties to Grindelwald. The magical world could not withstand the emergence of a second Dark Lord. Thus, he had previously orchestrated the involvement of an individual, casually incapacitating a lone young wizard and infiltrating Hagrid's class to achieve the objectives of this endeavor. Do not be alarmed, Finnegan. This matter is not your fault. However, I still wish to inquire whether you were able to discern the identity of the person who struck you down. Draco had long since discerned the answer, with Dumbledore's prowess. It was utterly impossible for Seamus to ascertain the identity of the individual who had rendered him unconscious. However, this was a requisite step. He needed to pose the question once more to demonstrate his eagerness, thus avoiding the impression that he was already privy to the outcome. Upon hearing Draco's inquiry, Seamus appeared utterly deflated. The injuries on Draco bear a certain connection to him. However, at present, He finds himself unable to disclose the identity of the perpetrator responsible for his torment. Could Draco believe that he is deceiving him? In an attempt to evade responsibility, he might fabricate a mysterious figure. I apologize. At that moment, I did not see who had rendered me unconscious. However, you must trust me. I am not fabricating this tale. It is a veritable occurrence. You must believe me. The sincerity in Simon's eyes was unmistakable. He did not wish to betray his own conscience, nor did he want Draco to misunderstand him. Of course I trust you, Finnegan, Draco replied. Having known you for so long, and with all the assistance you've provided, how could I not? You are absolutely incapable of such an act. I am truly grateful for the clues you have shared with me. With this information, I may soon uncover the mastermind behind this. Draco immediately sought to reassure Finnegan. His words were soothing, yet he had long since identified the puppet master behind the scenes and intended to impart a lesson upon them. Presently, Simon still proved useful to Draco, who harbored no intentions of harming him nor of venting his frustrations upon him. After all, Dumbledore's methods are not easily countered, and even Draco had fallen prey to them this time. This predicament is not your fault. There is no need for remorse. Your injuries are not severe, and Madame Pomfrey has stated that you shall be able to leave this place in a few days. Alas, it appears you will be unable to participate in the upcoming Quidditch match between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Draco, with a resigned shrug, attempted to console Simon in a manner that seemed almost jestful. It appeared that the time for me to defeat Harry Potter would be postponed yet again. Simon, who had initially worn a tense expression, instantly relaxed. Having spent considerable time in Draco's company, he held a favorable view of him and wished to avoid any misunderstandings. So Draco's words enveloped him in a warm sense of reassurance. If the circumstances had been different, he would have eagerly offered Draco a token of camaraderie. However, he failed to consider that the words of someone capable of bewildering the entire Slytherin house might not always be grounded in truth. I sincerely apologize, but I have faith in your abilities, Simon reassured Draco, noticing his lack of response to the comfort offered. He then pivoted to a new topic. I have made significant progress with the new explosives I am developing. I can now compress them to manageable levels, and their volume is gradually diminishing. It is human nature to seek compensation when feeling guilty towards others, and with limited interactions between Simon and Draco, this was the only form of amends he could conceive. Draco had no intention of assigning blame. However, if he were to feel guilt, he would willingly accept all the benefits that came with it. If all goes as planned, a completed product could be achieved by the end of this semester, allowing for extensive mining operations while significantly reducing costs. Previously, when Draco deceived Simo, he mentioned using explosives to demolish the mines, urging him to compress the size for ease of transport and cost reduction. Simo, lacking the capacity for such convoluted thoughts, believed whatever Draco conveyed. Now, I entrust this matter to you. I genuinely see great potential in you. However, do not let guilt towards me drive you to neglect your own well-being in your research. Your health is of utmost importance. Draco gazed at Simon with an expression of concern, uttering words that implored him not to neglect his studies. Yet, the underlying sentiment conveyed a starkly opposite intention. Human nature often defies counsel, especially when one feels a sense of guilt. The more one proclaims a disinterest in something, the more fervently the other is inclined to bestow it upon them. Having served as Minister of Magic for many years, Draco has become quite adept at manipulating people's sentiments. Upon encountering Seamus, whose grateful gaze upon Draco indicates that he has long been ensnared in Draco's web of influence, one can clearly discern the extent of his entanglement. I can handle it, you need not worry, he professes, yet internally he resolves to significantly accelerate his progress, intending to surprise Draco by the conclusion of the academic year. Meanwhile, Draco contemplates where to deploy this minuscule yet potent bomb for maximum effect. Should it be directed at Grindelwald, or perhaps at Voldemort? Thus far, Dumbledore's faction possesses the greatest strength. Although Grindelwald has escaped, he has yet to establish his own following. He stands little chance against Dumbledore in isolation. Grindelwald is a man of considerable ambition, and given time, he could rally a cadre of supporters within the magical community. However, judging by his previous defeat at Dumbledore's hands, even with a gathered force, his influence is unlikely to surpass that of Dumbledore. Draco seeks a delicate equilibrium among the three factions. Thus, he will inevitably diminish the influence of the stronger party. For instance, at present, Dumbledore's faction appears to be the most formidable, and Draco would endeavor to undermine its members or alternatively, bolster Grindelwald's position. Drawing from the experiences of his past life, it is noted that during his 4th year, Voldemort sought to resurrect himself using Harry Potter's blood. Draco had no intention of hastening the timeline, for Grindelwald, at present, lacked the requisite power. The establishment of his dominion would necessitate a significant passage of time, as his era of glory had long since faded. Those who once rallied to his cause had aged from their zenith, and some had even succumbed to the relentless tide of history. The reconstruction of Grindelwald's influence would demand patience. In stark contrast, Voldemort's situation was markedly different. Had he succeeded in his resurrection during his 4th year, he would have swiftly summoned his followers, for he was a figure from over a decade past, and most of his subordinates remained. The core of his loyalists either languished in Azkaban or thrived within the magical realm. Once resurrected, he could rapidly assemble a formidable faction capable of rivaling Dumbledore, potentially even surpassing him. Hence, in the current landscape, Dumbledore held sway over Grindelwald, while the strength of Voldemort's forces remained uncertain. At present, Voldemort's influence appeared the weakest, yet his concealed power was unparalleled. Draco predicted that post-4th year, Voldemort's might would eclipse that of Dumbledore, which in turn would overshadow Grindelwald's. By that juncture, further adjustments could be made. Nevertheless, Grindelwald and Voldemort bore no animosity toward one another, rather than clashing with Voldemort. They might find common ground in their shared objective against Dumbledore. Draco's mind was incessantly preoccupied, his gaze fixed upon Simon, as if affirming his presence. Strangely, this instilled a newfound confidence in Simon. He felt a subtle sensation within, a realization that Draco had been observing him closely, believing in his capabilities. At last, someone recognized his talent. When Draco returned to reality and noticed that Simon was still there, he was momentarily taken aback. Did Professor Snape impart any lessons today? Regrettably, I was unable to attend Professor Snape's class today. Though Draco's words seemed to convey concern, he was well aware of Professor Snape's penchant for assigning after-class assignments. The intent behind his statement was to urge Simon to promptly leave and return to his homework. Draco was unwilling to continue his altercation with Simon. If all went as anticipated, Theodore would soon arrive here. Draco did not wish to encounter Theo and Simon too frequently. Theo was far too astute. If the two were to interact excessively, he might discern Draco's ulterior motives regarding Simon. Professor Snape, however, did not impart any new knowledge. Nonetheless, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley had a disagreement with the Slytherins, and Professor Snape instructed them to assist Slytherin with their potion ingredients, much to their chagrin. Simon, evidently oblivious to Draco's insinuations, remained rather daft and continued to speak in a vacant manner. Professor Snape then inquired whether there would be further teachings to come. Since Simon appeared not to grasp the nuances, Draco felt no qualms about offering him a gentle reminder. He refrained, yet he did assign homework, mentioning that it could be set aside for the time being, though Simon would need to visit him once he had recovered. Finally recollecting the assignment, Simon furrowed his brow and cast anxious glances toward the exit, seemingly eager to depart and complete his work. Yet he was also mindful of Draco and hesitated to express his intentions. You may leave now. Professor Snape's assignments are notoriously challenging, and I must prepare, Draco suggested. Simon lacked any particular aptitude for potions, frequently causing explosions and thus drawing Snape's relentless scrutiny. Despite diligently completing his assignments each day, he remained among the least favored students in the professor's eyes, one of his primary targets. Upon receiving Draco's approval, Simon was elated, as though rewarded, and nodded enthusiastically before departing, glancing back multiple times. Just a moment after his exit, Theo entered. The timing of their arrivals led Draco to suspect that Theo had been present earlier but had refrained from entering upon seeing Simon inside, choosing instead to linger outside. Have you been here long? Why did you not come in? Draco encountered Theodore and immediately greeted him. Upon arrival, he noticed Theodore engaged in conversation with Finnegan. Was there a matter of significance at hand? Why would he seek you out at such an hour? In Theodore's perspective, Simon had previously accompanied all the young wizards to the infirmary when Draco was injured, and the others had not returned to check on him. Notably, none of the Gryffindor students had come to visit. What could possibly prompt Simon to rush over immediately after potions class? Theodore, along with Harry Potter and others, had dallied a bit after class and did not come straight away, yet their arrival was certainly not tardy. Upon entering, they found Simon and Draco already engaged in lively discourse, indicating that their conversation had been ongoing for some time, suggesting that Simon must have hurried over as soon as class ended. Was there truly something of great importance? Could it be that Draco intended to leverage Simon for some purpose? However, Draco had just advised him to lay low during this period. What do you suppose he would wish to discuss with me? Draco regarded Theodore with a semblance of amusement. However, in the moment of lowering his gaze, a flicker of profound significance crossed his eyes. He was eager to discern just how much Theodore had surmised and to gauge whether his understanding of Theodore aligned with the reality of who Theodore truly was. I cannot fathom it. Surely, it cannot involve confronting Gryffindor alongside you. Theodore, disinterested in the matter at hand, decided to engage in some jesting with Draco. While his remarks bordered on the truth, they were not entirely accurate. He mentioned that this incident involved someone connected to him. To Theodore's astonishment, a seemingly casual remark of his hinted at a significant clue. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that it was someone from Gryffindor who struck? Did Simon possess knowledge of the assailant's identity? The assailant was none other than himself, or rather, a version of himself transformed by the polyjuice potion. It appears our deductions were never erroneous. The orchestrator of these events was indeed Dumbledore. Only he could infiltrate the assembly under the guise afforded by the polyjuice potion, especially within the confines of the young wizard's classroom, and target the son of a board member. Draco spoke casually, observing Theodore's increasingly grim expression. Having listened to Draco's assessment, Theodore harbored a general suspicion, firmly believing that Dumbledore was behind the events. Yet, a flicker of hope lingered within him. If Dumbledore were indeed responsible, it was likely that he had already categorized these young wizards as adversaries in his mind. Given that they were to remain at Hogwarts for an extended period, would they, as opponents, face hostility within its walls? The future remained uncertain, yet caution was imperative. Should I continue my investigation? Is it necessary for me to ascertain who orchestrated this affair? Theodore's intention was not to gather evidence to expose Dumbledore and bring him down. That was an idealistic notion, utterly unattainable in Dumbledore's domain. What he meant was to identify the individual who had pushed Draco that day, to know him unequivocally, and then to discreetly enact revenge. To be wronged and feign magnanimity by forgiving others was clearly not the Slytherin way. The Slytherin approach was to retaliate fiercely, to ensure that the offender would remember the consequences of crossing a Slytherin. One could attempt to investigate, but I suspect it would be futile. After all, this is Dumbledore's territory. If it were possible to uncover information about his people within his own domain, no one would willingly choose to serve under him, for he could not even safeguard his own subordinates. Draco harbored certain suspicions regarding the candidates. Indeed, in such circumstances, those who remained aligned with Dumbledore were rather few. Based on their previous encounters with Voldemort, the principal contenders would not number greatly. Among the two individuals Draco surmised, one was Mad-Eye Moody, and the other was Professor Lupin. Mad-Eye Moody had always been particularly antagonistic towards Death Eaters and lacked a strong moral compass. Thus, should he choose to confront Draco, he would not hesitate. As for his suspicion of Professor Lupin, it stemmed from the unfortunate timing of his arrival. This year, Draco faced tribulations, yet prior to Lupin's arrival, he had been unharmed. Professor Lupin had once been a close friend of Harry Potter's parents, and Draco had openly bullied Harry in front of him. If Professor Lupin bore any desire for vengeance on Draco's behalf, or if he remained steadfastly loyal to Dumbledore, he might be inclined to take drastic measures. Of course, other individuals could not be entirely ruled out, but thus far, the suspicions regarding these two were the most pronounced. Do you have any suspects in mind? Theodore inquired, eager to discern Draco's thoughts, as Draco's intuitions often proved remarkably accurate. Should Draco have a lead, he might be able to uncover the mastermind behind the events. No, that incident truly caught me off guard, he replied with a cold scoff, displaying an air of defiance as he sat up. He casually grabbed a few fruits offered by the nearby Slytherin wizards, preparing to take his leave. Let us go back together, Madame Pomfrey said. I can return to recuperate. But regrettably, I fear I shall miss the Quidditch match. Draco had no desire to delve deeply into the matter with Theodore. He had no intention of uncovering who was orchestrating events behind the scenes. It was not that he was indifferent, but rather that when the time came for him to confront Dumbledore, he would eliminate all of Dumbledore's subordinates without concern for their identities, as they were all destined to perish. Of course, if any among them proved to be of significant utility, he would remain unfazed by the identity of the instigator. Theodore, lost in his own musings, failed to grasp the situation, continually speculating about who might have masqueraded as Simon to deceive Draco. Let us depart. Tomorrow we have Professor Lupin's class. I wonder what insights the esteemed friend of Harry Potter's parents will impart. And I sincerely hope it is not akin to the foolish antics of Harry Potter's friend Hagrid. Draco, with great difficulty, leaned against the nearby cabinet to rise to his feet. The aura of a sovereign was entirely undermined by his unsteady stance. The previously serious Theodore, witnessing Draco's struggle, burst into laughter. "Do you require my assistance?" Theodore, well acquainted with Draco's character, offered to help, yet his arms remained crossed, revealing no intention of extending a hand. He understood Draco's pride. He would not allow anyone to assist him, yet this pretext served to humiliate him, even if the intention behind it was genuinely to offer aid. Whether in his former life or this rebirth, Draco remained unwaveringly proud. "I appreciate your concern." Draco cast a glance at Theodore, then subtly gestured for him to bring along the fruits left by the young Slytherins during their visit. "Must we really take these?" Theodore mused, feeling somewhat reluctant. The Malfoy family had fallen on hard times, and he couldn't fathom the necessity of transporting a few insignificant fruits over such a distance. Would it not be more courteous to leave them for Madame Pomfrey? She had previously expressed her grievances to me, lamenting that I always departed, leaving behind an abundance of fruits she had no desire to consume. This time, she insisted I must carry them away. "Besides, your little pet has been rather listless lately. This would serve as a fortifying treat for it." Indeed, it was a valid point. Theodore's pet had been lacking in vitality. Even Draco, who had split his soul, seemed rather lethargic, let alone the pet that bore the consequences of such division. It was rather peculiar. Each time he visited Hogwarts, his pet appeared particularly drained. At times, he speculated whether there existed some perilous creature within Hogwarts that adversely affected it. Each visit left it seemingly devoid of spirit. This thought troubled Theodore, causing him to furrow his brow. Logically, Slytherins were considered to be the closest to serpents, and one would expect their efforts in serpent rearing to yield fruitful results. They had no fear of snakes, revered them, and treated them with utmost care. It seemed unreasonable that while others thrived in their serpent-keeping endeavors, his own serpent languished in a state of near demise. "Perhaps I am simply ill-suited for serpent husbandry," he pondered, bewildered by the irony that, at home, he had managed to care for snakes quite well. Yet, over the years, their condition had deteriorated, and lately, it felt as though his snake had lost its very essence. Devoid of any vigor, he even feared it might soon perish. Perhaps the snake was merely struggling to adapt. Nonetheless, with time, it should improve. Or perhaps this particular snake bore some inherent flaw, for others seemed to succeed splendidly under similar care. It is highly improbable that Draco would disclose to Theodore that the reason his snake appears lethargic is due to Draco's incessant experimentation on it. Certainly, he would never permit Theodore to cease caring for the serpent, with Theodore being the sole individual around him who tends the snakes. It implies that when Draco wishes to conduct experiments using a pet, he would have to resort to the pets of others. While Draco possesses the capability to do so, the time and manpower costs involved would be significantly greater, not to mention the considerable increase in risk. Among those with whom Draco now associates, only Theodore and Serelbach have experience with snakes, and thus, both serpents have been subjected to his whims. Serelbach's snake had already devoted itself to the Dark Lord in their first year. During that tumultuous period, he seemed utterly deranged, scouring Hogwarts in search of serpents, nearly turning the castle upside down. Regrettably, he found none. This incident inflicted a profound blow upon him, leading him to abandon the care of any snake since that first year. Presently, the only individual willing to keep snakes is Theodore. Other ladies may be inclined to nurture various creatures, yet Draco remains unable to comprehend the languages of these beings. Hence, he must rely on Theodore to continue tending to snakes. As for using snakes as experimental subjects, is that not an act devoid of compassion and empathy? Draco scarcely contemplates such matters. He dares to take lives, even to confront Grindelwald. So what is a mere snake to him? He is prepared to sacrifice a few costs to achieve his ends. Perhaps. Theodore furrowed his brow as he hefted the fruits brought by the young wizards, which were indeed plentiful and notably heavy. After a couple of attempts, he relinquished the effort and tossed the fruits into a stretchable bag. "Did Uncle Lucius not choose to take you back?" he inquired, observing Draco's leisurely pace. "I thought Aunt Narcissa would insist you return to Malfoy Manor." A glimmer of envy flickered in Theodore's eyes as he spoke. His mother had passed away when he was quite young, and his father was exceedingly distant and fervent. His father was a fervent follower of Voldemort, relentlessly pursuing his master's traces during the Dark Lord's absence, while displaying a stark indifference towards his own child. Nevertheless, the Malfoys treated Theodore with kindness. Yet, due to familial circumstances, although Theodore appeared aloof towards everyone, he held a unique closeness to Draco. While this bond may not be apparent to others, it does not hinder Theodore from quietly assisting Draco. The upheaval surrounding Grindelwald had become too substantial. Given his father's unique status, he was reluctant to allow that individual to be influenced by Grindelwald and thus intervened, dedicating himself to the search for Grindelwald's whereabouts. Draco furrowed his brows. A mere glance at his expression revealed his reluctance for the Malfoy family to become entangled in this affair. It seems my father has also involved himself, truly reckless of him. Theodore harbored a complicated perception of his father. Presently, my parents are likely preoccupied with seeking justice on my behalf, possibly setting aside matters concerning Grindelwald. If you wish to prevent your father from meddling in Grindelwald's affairs as well, perhaps you should find him some other pursuits. Draco, for reasons unbeknownst to him, surprisingly offered a suggestion to Theodore. Even if he refrained from engaging in such matters, he would inevitably find himself involved in others. Perhaps this particular endeavor might prove to be safer. After all, Grindelwald is pursued by countless individuals, and locating him is no trivial task. A person of his ineptitude would scarcely succeed in such an endeavor. Even if he were to meet his demise at Grindelwald's hands, what would it matter? For me, it might even be a fortuitous outcome, as it would signify my liberation from the affairs of the Dark Lord. Whether Dumbledore triumphs or the Dark Lord prevails, I would be an impartial observer. The outcome is all but predictable. A monumental clash between the Dark Lord and Dumbledore is imminent, one that will undoubtedly eclipse the conflict of over a decade prior. Yet, the fervent search for Grindelwald persists. For no one wishes for an unforeseen adversary to suddenly disrupt their precarious advantage. Draco's lips twitched slightly, and he fell silent. The two returned to Slytherin together. Upon their arrival, the young wizards of Slytherin gathered around Draco, engaging him in a myriad of trivial conversations. Draco, feeling utterly disinclined to engage, retreated to his dormitory, only making his way to class the following day in a dejected manner. The day's curriculum began with Professor Lupin's first lecture, marking their third year's inaugural class on defense against the dark arts. The previous experiences in this subject had been rather lackluster, leading the young wizards to harbor diminished expectations for this course. Some even opted to arrive just in time for the lesson. When the bell finally rang, Professor Lupin entered the room at a leisurely pace, clad in the same tattered attire Draco had first encountered him in. He presented the appearance of a destitute individual. However, after spending several days at Hogwarts, his complexion appeared to have improved, no longer resembling the pallid figure from their initial meeting. It seemed that during the years of Voldemort's dormancy, his own life had not been particularly kind to him. In their era, the four of them were not devoid of talent. The only one truly lacking was Peter Pettigrew, while Lupin, Sirius, and James exhibited commendable magical prowess. Yet, the fact that someone as capable as Lupin had fallen to such depths indicated that he had been grappling with the anguish surrounding his friends, perhaps even engaging in self-torment and self-loathing. Draco did not believe that his life was particularly difficult due to his inability to secure employment. The fact that Professor Lupin was still allowed to teach at Hogwarts indicated that his identity as a werewolf had not been exposed. A Lupin, whose true nature remained concealed, was a man of considerable magical prowess, gentle and amiable. Unlike those young wizards who hailed from the Muggle world, he was a half-blood, having grown up within the magical realm. If he were willing to humble himself and seek a position, with the support of Dumbledore, he could undoubtedly lead a comfortable life. Observing his disheveled appearance made it clear that he had little desire to pursue employment. Thus, Draco's suspicions deepened, for he believed that his guilt would serve as a weapon for Dumbledore's manipulation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. Today we shall embark on a practical lesson. Kindly put away your textbooks and follow me to a rather mysterious location. The notion of a practical lesson sent shivers down the spines of the young wizards, as their first defense against the dark arts instructor had been Professor Quirrell, who had close ties to the Dark Lord. The second professor, Gilderoy Lockhart, had proven to be a fool, unleashing a swarm of pixies during their inaugural class, only to be unable to recapture them. They fervently hoped that this new professor would not concoct any troublesome schemes. At this juncture, the students no longer cared for the professor's talents. The absence of such skills had become irrelevant. All they desired was for him to be literate enough to read from the textbook. Their sole hope was that Professor Lupin would refrain from causing any undue distress. After delivering his instructions, Professor Lupin proceeded ahead. The young wizards exchanged wary glances, watching as he walked away, and reluctantly followed in his wake. Though they felt a strong sense of reluctance, they found themselves compelled to comply. Draco recollected the moment in his previous life when Professor Lupin escorted them to their first class, encountering Professor Snape along the way. At that time, a heated exchange had occurred between Professor Snape and Professor Lupin, leaving Snape quite embarrassed. However, it seemed unlikely they would cross paths this time. Headmaster Dumbledore had not briefed Professor Snape regarding the incident involving Draco, thus Snape's shock upon discovering Draco had sustained severe injuries was palpable. He was likely currently inquiring with the Malfoy couple about the details of Draco's condition. Professor Snape, wary of any inconsistencies, was also beginning to delve into the study of resurrection potions, apprehensive that Dumbledore might start to harbor suspicions against him. The Malfoy couple, incensed by Draco's injuries, had been relentlessly petitioning the Hogwarts board, making it relatively simple for them to be located. Consequently, Professor Snape had been keeping a close watch on the Malfoys, much as he had in his previous life. Professor Lupin guided everyone to stand before a wardrobe. Inside, a boggart, alerted by the commotion outside, thudded against the cabinet door, producing a series of loud knocks. However, the young wizards, already shadowed by fear, grew increasingly apprehensive. "Do not fret, everyone. It is merely a boggart." "Does anyone know what a boggart is?" Professor Lupin inquired with keen interest, his gaze flitting among the young wizards before ultimately settling on Harry Potter. During this period, he sensed a pronounced resistance from Harry towards him. Yet, this was not necessarily a negative sign. It indicated Harry's deep concern for his parents. As a close friend of the Potters, Lupin worried that their child, having spent so long at his aunt's, might forget his parents and feel no emotional connection to them. Thus, Professor Lupin was not in haste. He believed that a gradual approach would yield more effective results than a sudden shock. The boggart, a creature fond of dark spaces, typically unleashed its attacks by transforming into the object of one's greatest fear. Draco casually responded, yet internally, he remained vigilant. He hesitated to engage with boggart, for he was no longer the Draco of old. Boggart possessed the uncanny ability to unveil one's deepest fears. Should boggart reveal the terror that resided within him, it would undoubtedly provoke confusion among all. Draco wished to keep his secret concealed from everyone, so the most prudent course of action was to avoid an encounter with the boggart altogether. Alternatively, it would be best to confront the boggart just before it transformed into the embodiment of his fears. Indeed, when the boggart encounters an individual, it morphs into their most dreaded form. Therefore, one must ponder how to vanquish such a creature upon its appearance. Professor Lupin affirmed Draco's assertion, but was not as generous in awarding points to Slytherin as Professor Snape might have been. He was, after all, a competent instructor, initiating a dialogue and engaging the young wizards in interaction. Hermione Granger, ever determined to surpass Draco, was prepared to respond immediately to Professor Lupin's inquiry. "Very well. Let us invite Miss Granger to answer." In crowded settings, the boggart can only assume one form. It cannot discern the individual fears of each person present. When faced with a multitude, it becomes uncertain of what shape to take. True to her reputation as a top student, Granger promptly articulated her thoughts, providing the answer Lupin sought. However, he refrained from awarding points to Gryffindor this time, as he had not granted any to Slytherin earlier. Although he hailed from Gryffindor, he felt it necessary to maintain fairness in the eyes of the students. Lupin, being new to Hogwarts, lacked the extensive background of Professor Snape and could not withstand the harsh criticism from young wizards. This position was crucial for him. "Thank you, Miss Granger, for your response. Indeed, when we are in a larger group, the boggart cannot accurately discern and transform into the specific fears held by each individual. This constitutes a viable method to defeat the boggart. However, what should one do when confronted by a boggart alone?" This time, Professor Lupin did not direct the discussion towards the young wizards. The previous question had already illustrated their knowledge base. If he posed another question and they all answered correctly, what would be left for him to teach? The answer, in truth, was quite simple. The boggart possesses the ability to read the fears within each individual and will change accordingly. When the boggart manifests your greatest fear, all you need to do is focus on something that brings you joy, paired with the appropriate spell to counter the boggart, thereby easily defeating it. Professor Lupin paused momentarily, but it was evident to the students, seasoned in their lessons, that he was preparing to call upon someone. The boggart's ability was indeed frightening, as it could reflect the most profound fears harbored within people's hearts. The young wizard, still in the throes of adolescence, naturally wished to conceal his vulnerabilities from others. They feared that when the boggart morphed into the embodiment of their deepest fears, they would be unable to bear the revelation of their own inadequacies. Thus, when Professor Lupin cast his gaze upon them, they collectively lowered their heads, too timid to meet his eyes. Only a few among them dared to raise their heads. One was Harry Potter, who appeared lost in thought, likely preoccupied with matters concerning Sirius Black. The other was Hermione Granger, a prodigy hailing from the Muggle world, who showed no fear of such challenges, even finding them rather intriguing. Then there was Draco Malfoy, whose lips curled into a faint smile as he regarded Professor Lupin with a cold, provocative demeanor. Professor Lupin's gaze lingered on Draco for a few seconds before swiftly shifting to the others, as he was reluctant to allow Draco to be the first to confront the challenge. His eyes oscillated between Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom, leading Draco to ponder whether Dumbledore had divulged any secrets when he invited him to teach the Defense Against the Dark Arts class at Hogwarts. Perhaps he had mentioned the legendary candidates for the role of the Savior, one being Harry Potter and the other Neville Longbottom. Draco had come to ascertain what abilities the other potential savior possessed. "Neville, why don't you take your turn?" Professor Lupin gently encouraged Longbottom. Upon hearing his name, Neville looked up in surprise, his initial hesitation gradually giving way to a burgeoning sense of confidence. The other Gryffindor students were equally astonished, unable to recall who might have shared such information with Professor Lupin. Was Longbottom truly brave? This was a question that even he would struggle to articulate. Once again, he had made the same choice as in a previous life, allowing Longbottom to be the first to attempt his lesson. In that past life, one could argue that it was spurred by Professor Snape's provocations. He had chosen Longbottom as his teaching assistant to provoke Snape. Yet this time, without the presence of Snape, he still opted for Longbottom, suggesting a premeditated plan, one that indicated they had entered Hogwarts with purpose. Draco believed that he had likely come to confront Sirius Black. His disheveled attire suggested a prolonged period of unemployment, only to suddenly find himself appointed as a professor at Hogwarts. Such a drastic change in fortune for someone who had been out of work for an extended period must stem from some significant event or an impetus that prompted this transformation. Perhaps that impetus was Sirius Black himself. Having escaped from Azkaban prior to the start of term, Black was indeed heading towards Hogwarts, a place where he could await his quarry. The nature of their first encounter, whether it would begin with accusations or an embrace, was uncertain. "Can I?" Longbottom appeared incredulous. It was the first time a teacher had sought him as a teaching assistant, given his propensity for turning every task into chaos. Even when mocked for his clumsiness by some Slytherin students, he had often conceded to his own foolishness. Thus, when Professor Lupin expressed a desire for him to assume the role of teaching assistant, he was utterly astonished. "May I inquire what you fear the most?" Professor Lupin asked gently, though internally he was apprehensive. Could someone like Longbottom truly be a savior? If a savior were to be such a person, what would become of the wizarding world? Longbottom, as if reflecting on his deepest fears, hesitated slightly before tremblingly responding, "Professor Snape." This declaration elicited a chorus of laughter from those around him, predominantly from the Slytherin students, who could not fathom how their amiable professor could instill such terror in Longbottom's eyes. However, some Gryffindors empathized with Longbottom's sentiment, recognizing that the venomous Snape was indeed quite fearsome. Professor Lupin understood well. He had conducted his research on Longbottom's fears prior to their meeting and had, to some extent, deduced the truth. It is commendable to articulate one's fears. Everyone harbors their own. "I have heard you were raised by your grandmother. Is that correct?" he gently interjected, curbing the laughter of the students. Longbottom nodded, perplexed as to why the professor would suddenly mention his grandmother. After spending so much time at Hogwarts, he found himself reminiscing about her. "Do you recall what your grandmother's most frequently worn attire looked like?" As he earnestly contemplated his grandmother's wardrobe, he was interrupted before he could respond. "Not yet," Draco interjected at that moment. "But when the boggart appears before you and transforms into Professor Snape, just imagine him in your grandmother's outfit. It would surely be amusing, and you wouldn't feel frightened at all, would you?" In a previous life, Professor Lupin's words were experienced by Draco in their entirety. In that past existence, Professor Lupin had thoroughly humiliated Professor Snape using that foolish Neville Longbottom, effectively trampling upon the dignity of Slytherin. At that time, Professor Lupin stood on the moral high ground, while the young wizards lacked the audacity and courage to challenge his assertions, relegating their discontent to the shadows. However, this time, Draco was already aware of what Professor Lupin intended to convey, so he preemptively interjected, articulating the professor's sentiments as if they were his own. Draco's description was vividly evocative. causing all the young wizards present to erupt in laughter, for they simply could not fathom what Harry Potter would look like clad in a grandmother's attire. It must have been exceedingly comical. Malfoy, be quiet. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Harry Potter, momentarily lost in thought, only realized the cause of the laughter when it reached his ears. It was not he who had spoken, but rather Hermione Granger, who had been steadfastly defending him. Miss Granger, do not be so agitated. I am merely assisting Longbottom in overcoming his fears. Do you not find this rather amusing? It aligns perfectly with Professor Lupin's teachings. Is this not precisely the effect Professor Lupin intended to achieve? I am merely articulating his sentiments. Observe, when the needle does not prick oneself, one remains oblivious to the pain. Now, it was Potter who became the subject of ridicule, prompting them to spring forth. Granger was momentarily taken aback, being astute. She could clearly discern the underlying implications of Professor Lupin's words. She also recognized that Lupin's remarks contained a hint of humiliation directed towards Professor Snape. However, as a Gryffindor, and given that Gryffindors had historically been subjected to Snape's oppression, they harbored a certain resentment towards him. Thus, when Professor Snape faced ridicule, it was already commendable that they did not exacerbate his plight. Remaining a bystander was indeed a course of action Granger might take. Professor Lupin's mention of Neville's grandmother was intended to bolster his confidence, allowing him to feel the strength of familial bonds. Just observe how he trembled at the mere mention of Professor Snape. Were the boggart to transform into Snape, he would likely be rendered speechless. The academic prodigy, true to his nature, quickly devised a strategy to cope, despite a few flaws in his reasoning. As long as one possesses sufficient confidence, others may mistakenly believe they have misinterpreted your intentions. The pureblood families have always taken pride in their heritage and upbringing. How could one use such matters to mock Potter? Fearing that any flaws in her argument might be exposed, Granger hastily cast a blame upon Draco, leading him to completely forget his previous defense. Draco also discerned her subtle intentions, yet some matters are best left unspoken. Clarity can sometimes be detrimental. Regardless, Professor Lupin is destined to remain here for an entire academic year. Should he sever ties with Professor Lupin prematurely, his subsequent days would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulty. Although Professor Lupin consistently presents a gentle demeanor, his methods are anything but mild. Draco knows little about him and is unaware of his background. Thus, rashly severing ties with him is not a wise decision, since when has dressing a certain way become an affront? What is the issue? Is it not permissible for Potter to possess some unique quirks? What if he simply has an affinity for them? I have heard that Potter wore patched clothing during his time in the Muggle world. So what? Now, even fine garments are deemed unsatisfactory. Draco is merely seeking to provoke. He has diverted the topic away from Professor Lupin and redirected it towards Harry Potter. Should the situation escalate, this lesson could be forfeited altogether. He cannot ensure that the creature conjured by the boggart is manageable. His heart is laden with countless fears, many of which he dares not confront. Within him lie numerous secrets and profound terrors, all of which must remain concealed from others, making it preferable to forego this lesson. Silence, Malfoy. I possess no such inclination, nor have I ever donned patched clothing. A young wizard must maintain his dignity, regardless of his circumstances. However, it seems that such garments are indeed absent. Although Harry Potter resides with his aunt, she has a slightly older cousin. At most, he is left with his cousin's hand-me-downs. The conditions at his aunt's home are not particularly dire, and a child would not necessarily wear out his clothes. Even the cast-offs from his cousin should not be too shabby. Draco yearned to provoke once more, intent on rendering the lesson utterly unmanageable. Yet, Professor Lupin, seated nearby, found his patience waning. This was his inaugural class. While he was indifferent to the outcome, he certainly wished for his hard-won position not to be obliterated on the very first day. To complicate matters, the one jeopardizing the lesson was none other than Draco Malfoy, scion of a Death Eater lineage. The audacity to disrupt the class by invoking the name of his best friend's son was particularly egregious. Very well, Mr. Malfoy. I am certain that Mr. Longbottom would be most appreciative of your assistance. However, jesting at another's expense is decidedly inappropriate. Let us conclude this matter here. Professor Lupin refrained from administering any punishment to Draco, aware that his unspoken thoughts mirrored Draco's own sentiments. Only the names had shifted from Harry Potter to Professor Snape. Any astute young wizard could easily surmise his subsequent intentions. Thus, he chose merely to offer Harry Potter a comforting glance, inadvertently widening the chasm between them. While Mr. Malfoy's remarks may have been ill-considered, one truth resonated. One must transform the terrifying images in their mind into something amusing, conjuring visions that could elicit genuine laughter, paired with the appropriate incantation to ultimately triumph over a boggart. At this juncture, Professor Lupin was loath to elaborate further. Verbosity tends to invite missteps, especially with a provocateur like Draco present. With one individual appearing half dead, criticism was a precarious endeavor. A careless remark could lead to serious repercussions. Thus, he resolved to hasten through the lesson. Neville nodded in agreement, eager to escape this battleground of chaos. The arena of conflict between Harry Potter and Draco had never been one he wished to enter. He had never anticipated that this class would revolve around him as its focal point. Draco is certainly not one to be trifled with. One merely needs to observe the domineering demeanor of the Slytherin wizard to understand this. As their leader, Draco is even less approachable. Likewise, Harry Potter, who often finds himself at odds with them, is no easy opponent. Neville Longbottom, on the other hand, wishes to avoid such confrontations altogether. Let us conduct a test. I invite everyone to relax. Due to the nature of the boggart, we must proceed one by one. After each individual has completed their turn, they must vacate their position for the next young wizard. Professor Lupin cautioned everyone about certain aspects to be mindful of, and then, as if to heighten anticipation, he leisurely explained the method to subdue a boggart. The incantation is quite simple, ridiculous. However, it requires earnest imagination. Only if one successfully envisions the transformation can the spell achieve its intended effect. Otherwise, the incantation is rendered ineffective. Professor Lupin emphasized the importance of both imagination and mastery of the spell. He refrained from allowing the young wizards to face the boggart directly at first, instead instructing them to practice the incantation until it became second nature. Only after they had thoroughly familiarized themselves with the spell did he commence the first individual's trial. Unsurprisingly, it was Neville Longbottom who stepped up first. The recent practice had not bolstered his confidence. Instead, it had instilled greater fear within him. He dreaded the prospect of embarrassing himself in front of his peers and feared his inability to follow Professor Lupin's instructions. Initially, under Professor Lupin's guidance, he had begun to cultivate a sense of self-assurance, but Draco's interruption had shattered that newfound confidence. Many things tend to falter progressively after repeated setbacks. Regaining confidence becomes increasingly challenging. "Are you ready, Longbottom?" Lupin inquired with steadfast determination, as if he truly believed Neville could accomplish the task. Yet, it was evident that Neville was far from certain. He appeared particularly hesitant, furrowing his brow and hesitating to respond to Professor Lupin's question. "What are you afraid of? You are a Gryffindor, Longbottom. Everyone knows what you're capable of. If you defeat the boggart, it would be a delightful surprise. If you do not, it is merely your natural performance. What is there to fear? Professor Lupin would not allow you to come to harm. If something were to happen to you, he would cease his duties as well." In truth, selecting Neville for this task was not the wisest decision. When Draco had not interrupted Professor Lupin, the latter had guided Neville smoothly through the process, and at that moment, he possessed sufficient confidence to potentially confront the boggart. However, now, it was clear that his self-assurance had crumbled. To suggest that Neville could confront a boggart is rather imprudent. Even if he were tasked with submitting an assignment to Professor Snape, he might falter. At this juncture, having him face a boggart first is evidently not a sagacious decision. However, Professor Lupin has already made this choice, and it is now irrevocable. Alternatively, one might argue that it could be altered, yet it would be unwise to appear inconsistent before the young wizards. Neville is indeed a Gryffindor, showcasing a brave spirit, yet in Draco's eyes, he often embodies traits more akin to Hufflepuff. Neville possesses the same unwavering loyalty as a Hufflepuff, alongside their cheerful disposition and fondness for food. Perhaps the sorting had hesitated between the two houses during his allocation, but ultimately, as a candidate for the chosen one, Neville's fate was sealed. As long as Dumbledore remains headmaster, he must belong to Gryffindor. For a young wizard like Neville, the most effective approach is not to thrust him into the forefront, but rather to have someone guide him personally before he ventures forth. Alternatively, instilling confidence in Neville through a more persuasive method before encouraging him to advance is clearly the strategy employed by Professor Lupin. Draco was evidently intrigued by Gryffindor's prospective swordmaster, so he took it upon himself to offer a word of caution to Neville. Since he himself lacked confidence, why not adopt a more relaxed attitude and embrace the uncertainty? After all, everyone had known Neville for quite some time, and they all had a general understanding of his character. Aside from his exceptional talent in herbology, He had not particularly distinguished himself in other areas. His proficiency in charms was notably lacking as well. It was entirely reasonable for Neville to falter, should he succeed. It would indeed be a delightful surprise. Rather than dwelling on the negatives, it might be wiser to maintain a calm demeanor, for who knows? Victory might still be within reach. Malfoy, what are you saying? Although Draco intended to counsel Neville, his tone was laced with a distinct air of mockery. This provoked Ron Weasley, the noble-hearted young wizard, to retort sharply at Draco. Draco paid him no mind, for quarreling with Weasley was an endeavor beneath him. Quiet, everyone. Professor Lupin interjected, his years of experience far surpassing that of the young wizards. He understood that Draco's words were not entirely laced with sarcasm. I am about to open the cupboard. Please prepare yourselves. After Neville concludes, it will be your turn. Professor Lupin, shedding his typically gentle demeanor, adopted a serious expression. He approached the cupboard and flung it open, and in an instant, an indistinct, monstrous shape surged forth, colliding directly with the contemplative Neville. Without hesitation, it morphed into the terrifying visage of Professor Snape as remembered by Neville. Professor Snape advanced slowly toward Neville, who, at that moment, had entirely forgotten the incantation he was supposed to recite. As the professor drew nearer, Neville summoned his courage and uttered the spell. In the blink of an eye, the fearsome Professor Snape transformed into Draco, precisely as he had appeared during the second-year Quidditch match when he had fallen from his broom. The sight of him, dazed and comically bewildered, was indeed not Neville's fault. He had envisioned a series of joyful scenes in his mind, and the moment the boggart emerged, he had been ready to conjure those images. However, Draco's earlier interruption of his thoughts had dispelled those pleasant visions, leaving only Draco's voice echoing in his mind. Hence why he instinctively envisioned Draco in the face of the boggart. Despite Draco's esteemed reputation within Slytherin and the unwavering support of his peers, young wizards are often quick to laugh at anyone. Witnessing Draco's embarrassing predicament, they erupted into hearty laughter. To them, Draco was typically the epitome of politeness and composure, rarely displaying such vulnerability. It was only natural that they would find humor in his misfortune. Ha ha ha. Look, Malfoy is hilarious. Weasley, who had never quite seen eye to eye with Draco, seized the moment to point at the boggart and cackle. Having gained no advantage in their previous encounter with Draco, he relished this opportunity to find some semblance of triumph. The young wizards, eager to join in, laughed heartily, but once the laughter subsided, a twinge of guilt washed over them. After all, their overall impression of Draco was still relatively favorable, and they exchanged sheepish glances in his direction. Little did they know, Draco's expression remained impassive, his gaze fixed intently on Harry Potter, prompting everyone to follow suit. The events from second year that Harry had labored to suppress resurfaced once more. Why did Draco fall from his broomstick? Among the young wizards, the prevailing rumor is that Harry Potter, in collusion with Dobby, the house elf from Malfoy Manor, devised a scheme to bring Draco down for the honor of the Quidditch match. The ones leading the mockery of Draco are none other than Harry Potter's close friends, which seems rather bullying. After their laughter subsided, the young wizards cast bewildered glances at Harry Potter, causing a pang of discomfort in his heart. Had it not been for the public setting, he would have surely given Weasley a kick to rouse this inept ally. Why provoke him unnecessarily? Knowing full well that the stakes were beyond his capacity, he still chose to instigate trouble, a truly reckless endeavor. Professor Lupin, ever the protector of Harry, recognized the urgency of the situation, which was rapidly spiraling out of control, and promptly interrupted their thoughts. Well done, Mr. Longbottom. Now who's next? The young wizards were jolted back to reality, acutely aware of the peculiar creature before them. Yet, no one was willing to step forward. They could only rely on their own to salvage the situation. Hermione reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly stepping up to redirect the boggart into the spotlight once more, thereby reclaiming the focus of all the young wizards. From a distance, Draco observed the unfolding scene and couldn't help but marvel at Hermione Granger's remarkable intellect. It was a pity that such brilliance was entangled with a Weasley. If she were to associate with Potter, the synergy could be exponentially greater. However, the presence of an unwelcome variable, like Weasley, complicated matters. Their connection seemed stifled, as if one barely equated to one. Given the necessity to conceal true feelings from one another due to the uncertainty Weasley introduced. Yet, Hermione could not entirely escape the influence of Weasley for the Weasley family. Despite being considered traitors among purebloods, belonged to a lineage steeped in magical heritage, granting access to realms of magic beyond Hermione's reach. Though the Weasley family may have been impoverished, Arthur Weasley's position within the Ministry of Magic provided sustenance for the entire household, underscoring their connections and familiarity with the magical community. While the cost of food in the magical realm may be modest, it certainly does not come without expense. Arthur's meager salary would struggle to support such a large family. The moniker of Golden Gnome was not without reason, highlighting the Weasleys' substantial network within the magical world, an advantage that Hermione lacked. Should she find herself unable to navigate the intricacies of the magical realm, her only recourse would be to return to the Muggle world, a fate that would strip her of her magical abilities. Having glimpsed the splendor of the wizarding world, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to reintegrate into the banality of Muggle life. Thus, while she derided Ron Weasley's foolishness, she found herself compelled to include him in her close-knit circle with Harry Potter. Likewise, Harry had his own motives for keeping Ron close, and thus welcomed this arrangement. In truth, Draco possessed the means to provide Hermione with what she sought. However, her status undeniably posed a considerable challenge. Draco resides in an environment steeped in pure-blood ideology, surrounded solely by individuals of the same lineage. His companions are children of pure-blood descent, and from a young age, they have been indoctrinated with the principles of blood purity. Even if he were inclined to embrace Granger, his friends would vehemently oppose such an acceptance. Although Draco expressed a desire to alter the order of the magical realm, it does not imply that he must initiate such changes at the outset. At this nascent stage, he requires the support of these individuals. It is not the time to sever ties with them. He would certainly not jeopardize his connections within the pure-blood community for a mere spark of talent from Granger. In this particular scenario, lineage supersedes ability. This, of course, is solely relevant to Draco's context, as he is a Slytherin and a member of the pure-blood aristocracy. Should he accept a gesture of goodwill from a Muggle-born, he would inevitably become akin to the Weasley family, a traitor to his own bloodline. When Voldemort returns, his first target may not be Dumbledore, but rather him. The young wizards were incessantly pushing and shoving. Nearly everyone had encountered a boggart, and almost all had triumphed over the creature. The excitement among the wizards grew palpable as they jostled each other. Draco remained against the wall, yet as the crowd shifted, he was gradually squeezed into the center. At that moment, it was Weasley who faced the boggart. Upon noticing Draco huddled nearby, he momentarily set aside any ill intentions. He dashed around the room, leading the boggart closer to Draco, and after uttering the incantation to control the creature, he vanished into the throng, leaving Draco to confront the boggart alone. The boggart, a creature adept at perceiving human fears, swiftly morphed into a scene replete with towering trees, and gradually, shadowy figures began to materialize. Draco contemplated seizing this opportunity to reunite with his deceased relatives, friends, and beloved from his past life. However, upon reflecting on his true objectives, he ultimately relinquished the thought. Without hesitation, he uttered the incantation, and the boggart, which had been a mere scene, instantly transformed into Potter-clad in women's attire. How utterly amusing. Harry looked rather dashing, indeed. "It's all you, Malfoy." Just as Harry, exasperated, rushed forward intending to teach Draco a lesson, the boggart suddenly pivoted, confronting Harry Potter directly. Caught off guard, Harry found himself face to face with the boggart, which did not disappoint in living up to its reputation. It morphed into Harry's most dreaded fear, the Dementor. At the moment the Dementor materialized, the surrounding air seemed to chill. The young wizards had witnessed the formidable power of Dementors, although they had not encountered them up close. Yet, their distant observations left an indelible mark. While their fear did not match the intensity of Harry's first-hand experience, the young wizards were nonetheless paralyzed with fright at the sight of the boggart before them, rendered motionless. Harry Potter had even begun to tremble uncontrollably. Draco could sense that in the next moment, Harry Potter was on the verge of collapsing. This sentiment was not confined to Draco alone. Everyone present could feel the impending crisis. Just before Harry succumbed, Professor Lupin swiftly pulled the terrified boy behind him, standing resolutely against the boggart. Upon encountering a new adversary, the boggart transformed from its original form into a full moon. Professor Lupin, possessing far greater composure than Harry, faced the moon without trepidation and promptly cast a spell upon the boggart. His demeanor suggested an anger born of embarrassment. He was determined not to reveal his own inner fears. With a swift incantation, he banished the boggart back into the wardrobe. The young wizards, while shocked, were undeniably exhilarated by the experience. The realization that their defense against the dark arts instructor possessed genuine skill ignited a sense of excitement within them. They were eager to witness things they had never encountered before, and the prospect of truly learning something in their defense against the dark arts class thrilled them. As they exited the classroom, their eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. In contrast, Harry and his companions appeared somewhat subdued. Harry remained unable to shake off the effects of the Dementor. He was an exceptionally intelligent individual, acutely aware of the profound and detrimental impact the creature had on him, potentially tarnishing the savior image that loomed in the hearts of many. Yet, he could not fathom why the Dementor's presence lingered so hauntingly in his mind, as if he were perpetually hearing mournful cries that did not belong here. This deep-seated fear gripped his heart like a pair of icy hands, rendering him breathless. Nonetheless, the other young wizards were notably enthusiastic, especially Zabini. Witnessing Harry's distress brought him immense joy. Draco had just observed how Harry was utterly terrified by the Dementor. Had it not been for Professor Lupin's intervention, he would likely have fainted. Zabini cheerfully recounted the incident to his fellow Slytherins, with Pansy eagerly joining the conversation. Who could argue otherwise? With his lackluster abilities, he dared to trouble them. This single boggart had exposed his shortcomings. One could only wonder how such an individual became a so-called savior. The Slytherin young wizards harbor an exceptional animosity towards Harry Potter. Prior to his arrival, Gryffindor had long been subjugated by Slytherin, as evidenced by Slytherin's consecutive victories in the House Cup for several years before Harry's entry. Before Harry's advent, Slytherin maintained a dominant position. However, with Harry's emergence, Gryffindor gradually began to turn the tide. In the first year, due to Dumbledore's interventions, Slytherin nearly lost the House Cup that rightfully belonged to them. Such occurrences repeated in the second year, with Pansy and Draco forming a small clique. While others may have been oblivious to the inner workings, she was somewhat aware, recognizing that the members of this clique might have engaged in some underhanded tactics. The House Cup ultimately had to be awarded to Slytherin, yet this also underscored the threat Harry Potter posed to Slytherin's supremacy. It is no wonder that the Slytherin young wizards harbor disdain for Harry, who would appreciate someone who continually threatens their status and opposes them at every turn. Rumor has it that Dementors are agents of the Ministry of Magic. If a great battle were to ensue, and Harry Potter found himself on the battlefield alongside Ministry personnel, it would be quite amusing if he fainted upon merely seeing his own comrades before even encountering the enemy. Zabini has always enjoyed conversing with Pansy, a pattern that has persisted throughout their lives. Pansy originally shared a closer bond with Draco. They were remarkably well-matched in temperament, shared common interests, and hailed from similar backgrounds. However, since Draco's rebirth, he has undergone significant changes in disposition, distancing himself from Pansy, who has since gravitated back towards Zabini. Everyone possesses their own fears, which is an entirely understandable phenomenon. What is there to find amusing in that? Is it not even more comical that Malfoy harbors a fear of an entire forest? Just after class, as everyone had yet to return to their respective houses, the young wizards found themselves on the same path. Zabini spoke freely, naturally overheard by the trio from Gryffindor. Hermione Granger was the one who responded, as only she would articulate such coherent thoughts. Had it been Ron Weasley, chaos would have ensued. When nearby Slytherin wizards sought to insult Granger, Draco abruptly interjected. It must be said that Granger had provided him with a timely reminder. I merely experienced an incident in the forest recently, which has left me somewhat apprehensive about it. Surely, this is common knowledge? Did you not witness it with your own eyes? What is there to find amusing in that? Draco is a seasoned expert in manipulating public opinion. Their meager skills pale in comparison to his. The tide is about to turn. Draco's predicament was influenced by the actions of those behind him, yet it was also exacerbated by his quarrel with Zabini, which startled the hippogriff. To counter with Draco's fears now seems rather impolite. If we speak of intriguing matters, isn't Professor Lupin's fear far more captivating? Who would truly be afraid of a full moon? Remember, in the East, the full moon symbolizes family reunions. Here, it carries no negative connotations. Don't you find that even more fascinating? Draco's words were steering them towards a dark line of thought. Since everyone regarded the full moon as a symbol of beauty, why then did Professor Lupin harbor such fear of it? Was it due to some personal issues, or perhaps past experiences that instilled this dread within him? The young wizards, inherently gossipy, quickly latched onto this topic, engaging in a fervent brainstorming session. What could Professor Lupin possibly fear? That was a matter for him alone, and he might have already mastered his own apprehensions. The boggart failed to comprehend the nature of the professor's fears. and perhaps it would be best to refrain from passing judgment. Hermione found herself unable to formulate a more compelling argument, so she resorted to invoking the professor's authority to quell the discussion. She held a high regard for Professor Lupin and was thus inclined to defend him. Although Hermione had always possessed a somewhat pedantic demeanor, the presence of Harry Potter and Ron Weasley had softened her approach slightly. However, her speech still bore a hint of condescension. This only served to further irritate the already displeased Slytherin students. They had indeed received an aristocratic education, which instructed them against laying hands on a lady, yet they had also been indoctrinated with pure-blood ideology, which deemed Muggle-borns unworthy of comparison to them. Mere insects meant to be crushed at will. The term Muggle-born was on the brink of escaping the lips of the Slytherin students. Draco, weary of the cacophony surrounding him, preferred to retreat into the solace of rest. Though he claimed to have recovered sufficiently to depart from Madame Pomfrey's care, it did not signify that he was entirely healed. "Pardon my departure, but my health is regrettably unfit, and I must take my leave." Draco cast a sidelong glance at Theodore, who nodded in response and disregarded the antics of the young wizards trailing behind them. Without further ado, they departed from the scene. As they left, Draco could distinctly feel the intensity of the gaze lingering behind him, a sensation he needed no prompting to identify as that of Harry Potter. The reason for his extensive dialogue today, even deliberately provoking certain topics, was to dig a substantial pit for both Harry Potter and Remus Lupin. If all went according to plan, Sirius Black had likely already arrived and may have even established contact with Professor Lupin. However, this remained uncertain. In his previous life, Harry Potter had received a firebolt during the Quidditch season. Such an item was not inexpensive, and despite the affluence of the Malfoy family, Lucius would not easily procure such a broom for Draco. It is worth noting that Lucius, who would not hesitate to equip the Slytherin Quidditch team, displayed some reluctance regarding this particular broom, underscoring its exorbitant cost. The Malfoy family, while certainly capable of affording it, operated as a business-oriented household, placing significant emphasis on the intrinsic value of their purchases. In the end, Draco did not become a Quidditch player. This highly specialized broomstick holds little value for him, as he would only use it a couple of times during his school years. While it is available for purchase, it is truly unnecessary. Furthermore, Harry Potter's family cannot be considered particularly affluent. His mother, a Muggle-born witch, did not come from wealth, and the inheritance left for Harry is quite modest. His father belonged to a family that, in its early years, was merely a nouveau riche entity. His father passed away at a young age, leaving no means for financial independence. All the expenditures were drawn from the dwindling resources of the Potter family. Even if some savings could be amassed, the total would not be substantial. Given Harry's background of poverty and hardship, he would certainly refrain from spending a large sum on such a broomstick. Thus, it is plausible that this enchanted broom was a gift from Draco's wealthy and reclusive uncle to Harry Potter. This also indicates that at that time, Sirius Black was already at Hogwarts, observing every move of Harry Potter. Currently, there are few individuals capable of relaying messages to him. Draco suspects that Professor Lupin must be among them. Only by sowing discord between them can Draco glean the advantages he seeks from the disparity of information on both sides, such as the method by which Sirius escaped from Azkaban. As for the wealth of the Black family, Draco holds no desire for it. His mother took with her a portion of the Black family's assets upon her marriage, and his father, the head of the Malfoy family, is notoriously wealthy. In his previous life, he possessed immeasurable riches, thus he does not covet such wealth. Moreover, his ultimate ambition is to upend the wizarding world, a task that necessitates considerable power, as wealth and power have always been inseparable. With sufficient authority, wealth will inevitably follow. Clearly, Harry Potter has been ensnared by Draco's words. His mind is now filled with uncertainty, yet those who could elucidate his doubts are few, and it is evident that Dumbledore is not among them. Dumbledore is currently preoccupied with the search for Grindelwald, showing no inclination to address Harry's minor dilemmas. Professor Lupin could also provide answers to these questions. But due to Draco's manipulative tactics, a rift has formed between Harry and Professor Lupin, rendering Harry reluctant to approach the professor with his inquiries. Thus, he turns his gaze back to Draco Malfoy. Although Draco professes to prioritize personal gain, embodying the archetype of a businessman, he delivers information and choices with remarkable decisiveness. The vast majority of the intelligence he provides has proven to be accurate. Thus, seeking reliable information from Draco would undoubtedly be an astute decision. This explains why Draco, after a brief period of solitude in the dormitory, received a note. If Draco's intuition serves him correctly, this note was likely sent by none other than Harry Potter. Or rather, delivered by his owl cloaked in invisibility. Such tactics may deceive ordinary young wizards, but they are ineffectual against Draco. Nevertheless, Draco does not intend to dwell on Harry Potter's actions. He has orchestrated numerous efforts to await Harry's initiative in seeking him out. It is the one who holds the reins of power who can craft narratives and instill erroneous beliefs in Harry. The concept of primacy is of utmost significance. Draco has effectively severed all channels through which Harry could acquire information. Henceforth, the authenticity of this information and its nature will be determined by Draco. Whether Harry chooses to heed it is, of course, his prerogative. However, should he place his trust in Draco's words, everything will unfold according to Draco's design. As for the information provided, has that individual returned, beckoning you once more? The manner in which information is relayed, akin to that of a spy, is quite peculiar. While Draco indeed possesses an extensive social network and is acquainted with many, it is rare to encounter anyone who conveys intelligence in such a clandestine manner. Could it be that the Dark Lord has returned? Not quite. During his first year, he sustained considerable injuries at Hogwarts and is unlikely to return in the near future. Draco recalled Voldemort, letting out a derisive laugh as the image of that ill-fated child resurfaced in his mind, provoking a sense of amusement. How could Harry Potter possess such power, capable of inflicting such harm on that Dark Lord, rendering him unable to return in the foreseeable future? The extent of Harry Potter's abilities was somewhat understood among their cohort of young wizards, while others might remain oblivious. Those of them hailing from families of Death Eaters were acutely aware. The Dark Lord was immensely powerful, and even their parents combined might struggle to match him, let alone a mere first-year student like Harry Potter. Indeed, first-year Harry couldn't even best Theodore. After all, Theodore came from a pure-blood lineage and had already begun learning magic at home from a young age, while Harry had spent many years in the Muggle world, only just beginning his magical education. The disparity in their learning experiences made it evident that first-year Harry would be no match for Theodore. However, the present circumstances were uncertain. Even Theodore found it challenging to gauge the situation. He sensed that Harry was concealing the extent of his own power, but the depth of that concealment remained a mystery. It was not Harry's doing. He lacked the capability. It was the work of a mysterious individual, whom I do not know, yet their methods did not appear to align with Dumbledore's. All I am aware of is that after Harry Potter fainted, Voldemort suffered another significant blow. Draco appeared indifferent, as if he had no desire to delve into the identity of the puppeteer behind the scenes. After all, it was he himself who had orchestrated the events, leaving him with no recourse but to refrain from baseless speculation, for attributing blame to anyone would be easily debunked. Thus, he chose to forego any analysis. However, his words piqued Theodore's curiosity. Was this enigmatic figure allied with Dumbledore? Would he join forces against that formidable opponent? How did his prowess compare to that of the latter? If he were to enter the fray, would the tide of battle shift? Theodore, a born Death Eater, found his identity largely immutable, yet he yearned for a more radiant future. As fate would have it, Potter had invited him out today, presenting an opportunity to probe whether there was a connection between him and this mysterious individual. The fact that the stranger refrained from harming Potter after his collapse suggested a disposition more inclined towards friendship. Draco merely wished to swiftly dismiss the topic and consequently divulged to Theodore that it was Harry Potter who had taken the initiative to summon him this time. It is truly regrettable that I did not catch a glimpse of the Dark Lord's visage during that encounter. Had I done so, the current predicament would not be so convoluted. Yet, at that moment, in the interest of prudence, I chose not to take that risk. Draco's sentiments are echoed by Theodore as well. As members of Slytherin, their forte lies in self-preservation. When faced with peril, they do not rush headlong into danger. Rather, they ensure their own safety before acting. However, what brings Harry Potter to seek you out? Is there an excessive intersection between Harry and Draco? Have they not always been adversaries? Do these two harbor secrets? Who can say? Let us investigate. After all, he alone cannot best me. No, even collectively. The three of them would falter against my prowess. Surely, they cannot believe that a mere injury would diminish my strength. Draco was acutely aware that this topic was not particularly suitable, so he deftly steered the conversation in another direction, guiding Theodore to contemplate alternative subjects. He urged him not to persistently dwell on the sensitive questions that were challenging for Draco to address. Draco is currently uncertain about whether to divulge everything to Theodore. although he previously resolved to cultivate Theodore as a trusted confidant. Revealing all his secrets would transform him from an ally into a potential adversary and a mere reflection of himself. Draco's inherent wariness towards everyone is a product of his past political experiences, which have instilled in him these peculiar yet rational habits. Since he is prepared, he might as well engage with them. Should he require assistance, he can call upon me at any time. Theodore possesses a remarkable sense of propriety and has not suggested accompanying Draco to meet Harry Potter. Although Draco claimed to have been invited by Harry Potter, Theodore would not have dared to attend unless Draco had actively suggested the invitation. Everyone is entitled to their own secrets. Draco nodded, hesitating no longer. He meandered through the winding paths until he arrived at the familiar spot frequented by him and Harry Potter during their first year. To his surprise, Harry had already been waiting there. It had been quite some time since he last saw Harry. Why had he suddenly sought him out? Had he come specifically to offer him money? Draco immediately engaged in a conversation with Harry Potter, once again exhibiting his characteristic mercenary demeanor. Before Harry, Draco appeared to be an astute and well-informed individual. However, he was undeniably driven by an insatiable thirst for wealth. As long as he was offered sufficient incentive, he was willing to divulge any information. This trait proved particularly advantageous for Harry, who was aware that Draco harbored ulterior motives, yet recognized that, given the right benefits, Draco could provide him with the knowledge he sought. Acquiring such information from Draco was a far more economical choice than seeking it elsewhere, where the cost could be considerably higher. I have matters I wish to inquire about, Harry began, specifically regarding Sirius Black, my parents, and Professor Lupin. I find it perplexing that if Professor Lupin was indeed a close friend of my parents, he has never shown any inclination to meet me. Even when I broach the subject, he seems hesitant to speak, unwilling to disclose the reasons behind his reticence. Yet, when I mention Sirius Black, his demeanor shifts to something rather peculiar. Could it be that he is in league with Sirius Black? Harry appeared utterly conflicted and vulnerable, a display of his usual tendency to show weakness in Draco's presence. Draco listened calmly to his statement, leaning against the wall with a slight arch of his brow, and then addressed Harry Potter, saying, "You are well aware of my disposition. If you wish to exchange information with me, you must offer me sufficient incentives. Have you brought forth those adequate benefits?" Draco indeed harbored intentions of divulging all this information to Harry Potter. If he refrained from sharing such tidings, how could he possibly guide Harry? Nevertheless, this does not prevent Draco from informing Harry while simultaneously extracting certain benefits from him. After all, a merchant is one who seeks to profit from both ends, for maximizing gains is the essence of commerce. This time, Harry Potter was willing to invest significantly. He was an orphan, enduring a meager existence at his aunt's home. While his relatives ensured he was not starved, his material needs were far from being met compared to those of other children. One could say he had the essentials, albeit of inferior quality, perhaps remnants from his cousin or hastily purchased alongside his cousin's belongings. As for pocket money, he received only a few coins, symbolically offered with the assurance that it was sufficient. Clearly, it was not. A poor child, suddenly faced with an unexpected fortune, is unlikely to squander it frivolously. Instead, he would cling tightly to this newfound wealth, being exceedingly frugal with every penny. They understand the immense value each gold coin holds. Thus they are reluctant to spend it on trivialities. Harry Potter was no different. When he encountered certain information that did not urgently require action, he preferred to part with a small sum rather than relinquish anything of true worth. Yet, Draco was not lacking in wealth. Money held no sway over him. This time, the matter at hand concerned his parents, which was of utmost significance to Harry Potter. Therefore, he unhesitatingly presented what he deemed his most valuable possession. "Here, take a look," Harry said, extending a piece of paper towards Draco as he spoke. "Once you have relayed the information, I shall provide you with the latter part." Draco hesitated, not out of fear, but rather in contemplation. He found it difficult to fathom what valuable paper-based item Harry Potter could possibly possess. Moreover, Harry had assured him that this item would indeed resonate with him. However, when Draco laid his eyes upon the contents of the paper, he was momentarily taken aback. It contained a recipe conceived during my grandfather's era, a hair potion that had amassed great wealth for the Potter family. This was merely the first half. "Tell me, and I shall provide you with the latter portion," Harry stated earnestly, presenting the first half of the potion's formula to Draco without a hint of hesitation. This initial part of the potion's recipe was entirely accurate, save for a few subtle adjustments in dosage. Other than that, Harry had altered nothing. He was not foolish. Even if he were to share this recipe, he would inevitably make minor modifications. These adjustments would not prove lethal, merely resulting in a slightly diminished efficacy compared to the original. Draco meticulously scrutinized the potion's recipe, noting its ingenious and audacious combinations. However, he found it hard to believe that someone as astute as Harry Potter would naively relinquish the secret formula that had previously brought prosperity to the Potter family. Nevertheless, Draco was well aware of Harry's capabilities and character. To be precise, Harry Potter was inherently kind-hearted and somewhat naive. Even if he were to alter this concoction, he would never transform the recipe into a harmful poison. At worst, the efficacy of the potion would merely be diminished compared to the original, but that was of little consequence. In his previous life, Draco had experimented with numerous potions, and when it comes to the art of potion making, he would boldly claim to be second only to Professor Snape. While Professor Snape was a combination of innate talent and diligent effort, Draco embodied a blend of hard work with a hint of natural aptitude. Draco may not possess the same lofty potential as Professor Snape, yet his breadth of knowledge is considerable. When it comes to innovative prowess, he undoubtedly falls short of Snape. However, in terms of the variety of potions he has encountered, Draco surpasses Snape. After all, Draco has lived a long life, during which countless young wizards have concocted an array of potions. When Harry Potter provided him with a rough formula, Draco, given a modicum of time, could deduce the essence of the true recipe based on the finished product of the Potter family's hair potion, along with the secrets Harry imparted. He remains unfazed by the minor alterations Harry made. As for Harry Potter himself, Draco is thoroughly ensnared, with no escape in sight. Your sincerity is greatly appreciated. The matter is somewhat intricate, but if you wish to know, I shall divulge the details. Draco wore a smile on his face as he folded the paper in his hand into a small square and tucked it into his pocket. His expression was one of avarice and triumph, reminiscent of a cunning little fox that had pilfered a hen. To recount the tale from the beginning. Your mother entered the school in the same year as your father, who was also sorted into Gryffindor, the same house as your mother. Additionally, Sirius Black was a member of Gryffindor and a contemporary of theirs. Should you inquire further, you would discover that my mother once held faith in Black, and that Sirius Black is my uncle. The Black family has always belonged to Slytherin, yet Sirius Black stands as the sole exception, being a Gryffindor. Draco furrowed his brow, seemingly repulsed by the situation. Thus, Sirius Black was cast out by the Black family and subsequently sheltered by your father, leading to a bond of unwavering friendship between them. Among their circle of companions were the timid Peter Pettigrew and the reserved Remus Lupin. Peter, lacking in both courage and magical prowess, garnered the sympathy and care of his friends. Professor Lupin, shy and considered exemplary in his studies, was not particularly loquacious and remained somewhat sheltered within the group. In contrast, your father and Sirius Black were quite different. My uncle, having been pampered since childhood, possessed a fiery temper and a penchant for mischief. Your father and he were kindred spirits, often regarded as the bullies of Hogwarts, even more notorious than the current Slytherins. Draco spoke with a mocking smile adorning his face. However, upon hearing those words, Harry Potter was immediately filled with rage. Although he acknowledged that Draco's statement might be grounded in some truth, he could not permit anyone to slander his father. Impossible. My father is not that kind of person. Do not speak such nonsense. Draco gazed mockingly at Harry Potter before continuing. How can you be certain he is not that kind of person? Do you possess any memories of him? If you doubt it, you might inquire with Professor McGonagall. She has always been the most impartial and will provide you with the truth. Consider this. Your mother is your aunt's biological sister. Why does she harbor such disdain for you? Why does she despise magic so profoundly? There must be something about your father that explains this. Harry Potter felt momentarily stifled by these words, yet a part of him remained skeptical. On one side was the image of his father he had idolized since childhood, and on the other, the aunt he had known for many years. His aunt's presence in his life was not particularly grand. Although she had not treated him overly well, she had nonetheless raised him. Deep within, Harry harbored resentment towards her. After all, as a young wizard, his heart was not so expansive, and grudges were easily formed. This is precisely why it is often said that one would prefer to raise their own children rather than care for others' offspring. With one's own children, one may discipline freely without fear of resentment, whereas with another's child, even a slight unfairness can lead to lasting grievances. Harry remembered the inequities he had faced at his aunt's hands, yet he also felt gratitude for the years of care she had provided. Having never met his father, Harry had only learned from his studies that his father was a figure of great brilliance and nobility. He had also heard that his title as the Chosen One stemmed from the protection of his parents. Since he had never experienced paternal love, his perception of his father was one of radiant greatness, a composite of the accolades he had received from those around him. His father's excellence loomed like a flawless deity. Yet, suddenly, someone suggested that his father was, in fact, a scoundrel through and through, and that the unfair treatment from his aunt stemmed entirely from his father. How could he accept such a notion? Nevertheless, he recognized that the individual before him might be speaking the truth, though he still found it difficult to believe. Perhaps they had mentioned that his aunt had once yearned for the magical world, even having submitted a letter to Professor Dumbledore, only to be rejected. It was possible that this incident had led her to overlook him. Harry's words were delicately phrased. He did not wish to tarnish his aunt's image in front of Draco. Draco was acutely aware of his own nature, thus any falsehoods uttered would not sway him. Harry Potter, with remarkable candor, expressed his sentiments towards his aunt. This declaration starkly contrasted with his previous statements about the Weasley family. In his endeavor to align himself with the Weasleys, Harry had, regrettably, besmirched his aunt's reputation. To the Weasley family, his aunt's household epitomized cruelty and injustice, while they themselves emerged as his gallant saviors from dire straits. Little did they realize that this entire scenario was orchestrated by Harry himself. His proximity to the Weasley family necessitated the use of his aunt's home as a mere stepping stone. The Weasleys, in their pursuit of a noble reputation, would not resort to any underhanded tactics against his aunt, who, by distancing herself, could also evade the perils of the unknown magical realm. Perhaps her unfairness stemmed from jealousy over his mother's magical heritage, thus affecting her treatment of him, who also possessed magic. At this juncture, Harry's words began to betray his careful consideration. What are you suggesting, Potter? If her actions were indeed influenced by your mother, she would never have taken you in. It would have been far too simple to eliminate a mere child, especially after you had spent so much time in her presence. Is there truly any room left for argument? Draco is entirely engaging in a fallacy of equivocation this time. It is implausible for anyone to regard the children of relatives with the same affection as their own offspring, even if provided with equal treatment and education. Feelings of resentment may easily arise. Moreover, Harry Potter is essentially a burden to his aunt, who has received no financial support from him. They simply cast aside an encumbrance. It is fortunate that his uncle is so magnanimous. Otherwise, his aunt would not enjoy her current circumstances. As for whether any of this is connected to Harry Potter's father, Draco remains oblivious, yet he does not hesitate to place the blame squarely upon him. After all, in matters devoid of witnesses, James Potter could never rise to confront him. Believe it or not, I merely present the facts. Your belief is entirely at your discretion. Draco exhibited an air of indifference, only to continue addressing other inquiries. Subsequently, your father and mother united, and you were born. At that time, Voldemort was wreaking havoc in the magical realm, and he suddenly received a prophecy foretelling that a newborn child would ultimately vanquish him. Draco suddenly articulated the crux of the matter, capturing Harry Potter's attention. Voldemort is a most enigmatic character. He does not believe in fate, relentlessly striving to ascend in power, yearning to dominate the destinies of all. Yet, paradoxically, he is also a believer in fate, constantly attempting to escape its grasp, while simultaneously placing profound faith in the significance of prophecy. His disbelief in destiny fuels his relentless ascent, ultimately leading him to a pinnacle that he claims as his own. Although this journey is marked by bloodshed and ruthless measures, it can be deemed successful from a certain perspective. Had he relinquished his ambition to annihilate the world, with his intellect, he could have thrived within the magical realm, perhaps even surpassing the likes of that fool Fudge as Minister of Magic. However, his disbelief in fate birthed a vulnerability. In his desperate attempt to evade destiny and to extend his life indefinitely, he created Horcruxes, inadvertently fragmenting his own intellect. This transformation rendered him brutal, provoking a collective uprising against him. Yet, he simultaneously clung to the notion of fate, believing wholeheartedly in the prophecies. Draco occasionally ponders that had Voldemort dismissed the prophecy, no one could have defeated him in that war. Ultimately, it was the bloodline curse that vanquished him. Had he not sought to harm Harry Potter, the curse would never have been unleashed. A mere infant, Harry was incapable of confronting Voldemort directly. Voldemort could have effortlessly enjoyed decades of power, and as long as his influence endured, vanquishing Dumbledore would merely be a matter of time. Yet, He was ensnared by his own belief in fate. When one fails to sever ties, chaos ensues. Fearful of his reign being disrupted, Voldemort fervently sought Harry's whereabouts within the magical community. At that time, Voldemort's triumph was overwhelming. The entire magical world lay under his dominion, and even Dumbledore found it increasingly challenging to protect Harry. Draco's words caused Harry Potter to draw in a sharp breath. Although he had previously faced Voldemort, whose notoriety was immense, Harry had managed to triumph over him in every duel, which instilled a measure of confidence within him. He believed in his own potential for success. However, if Dumbledore himself could not vanquish Voldemort, could a mere third-year wizard truly stand a chance? They found themselves in a predicament, needing to seek refuge in a location unknown to Voldemort, yet they required a means of communication with the outside world. Thus, they enlisted the help of a guarantor, Sirius Black. Sirius was the only individual privy to the whereabouts of Harry and his parents. Draco, too, had exerted considerable effort to uncover these seemingly trivial details. Draco is not Harry Potter. Those associated with his parents would never divulge such matters to him. The Death Eaters are indifferent to these affairs, which made Draco's inquiries into these issues quite arduous in his previous life. So it is said that Sirius betrayed his closest friend to save his own life, which ultimately led to my parents' tragic demise at the hands of Voldemort. Is it not? Harry Potter is astute and quickly grasped the nuances embedded in Draco's words. Theoretically, this is the case. Yet the Ministry of Magic did not imprison Sirius Black for this reason. They lacked the evidence to substantiate any connection between Sirius Black and the incident. Or perhaps it is simply a matter of public indifference to governmental accountability. Draco's initial remarks were relatively impartial, yet his subsequent statements began to lead the conversation astray. Your parents are not well acquainted with anyone in the magical realm. Your father's lineage, the Potter family, is sparse, and those who could be located are likely no longer around. Your mother, being a humble witch from the Muggle world, is utterly alone in the magical community, devoid of close female friends with whom she could share her life. Furthermore, your aunt's family consists of ordinary people who would never venture into the magical domain to seek justice on her behalf, rendering the matter unresolved. Such words are undeniably venomous. However, did you not assert that Professor Lupin and Peter Pettigrew, along with my parents, shared a deep camaraderie? If that were indeed the case, why did they not report this? Why did they not use this rationale to consign Sirius Black to Azkaban? It appears that Harry Potter has been somewhat misled by Draco, as there seem to be inconsistencies in the narrative. I am not mistaken. It is precisely because neither Professor Lupin nor Peter Pettigrew came forward to identify Sirius Black that we find ourselves in this current predicament. Professor Lupin and Sirius Black shared an exceptionally close bond, with Sirius having once safeguarded Lupin's secret. Thus their friendship was of the utmost significance. He could not fathom that Sirius Black could be responsible for such an act, which is why he refrained from denouncing him. Draco, in a fit of madness, administered eye drops to Professor Lupin. Initially, Professor Lupin appeared somewhat ambiguous in Harry Potter's eyes, but now he is on the verge of being utterly blackened by Draco's antics. As for Peter Pettigrew, he may have intended to report something, but before he could do so, he was tragically murdered by Sirius Black. Perhaps it was Sirius Black's reckless haste in ending Pettigrew's life that led to his own downfall, leaving him vulnerable and ultimately captured, which resulted in his imprisonment in Azkaban. Although Draco claims to embellish the personas of individuals through language, the verifiable facts available externally indeed reflect this reality. Draco's foolish uncle, yet again, concealed everything within his heart, reluctant to divulge the entire truth to others. Consequently, what everyone comprehends is merely a distorted version of reality. It is entirely reasonable for Draco to be mistaken. Therefore, Professor Lupin remarked that, as a friend of my parents, he had never visited me over the years, simply because he is closer to Sirius Black. He is inclined to sympathize with Sirius Black's perspective, harboring hostility towards me, wishing for my forgiveness of Sirius. Following Draco's words, Harry Potter began to connect all the recent anomalies into a coherent narrative. The clarity of his thoughts grew sharper with each contemplation, while Professor Lupin's reputation became increasingly tarnished. It is certain that Draco would refrain from divulging certain truths to Harry. Eventually, Harry would uncover the reality, and should he feel betrayed, it would complicate any future dealings between them. As for what lies beyond my knowledge, these matters are for them to resolve, and I urge you to form your own judgments. Everything I have stated is well known within the magical community, and you may reference the records held at the Ministry of Magic. Alternatively, you might inquire with Professor McGonagall, who has spent considerable time at Hogwarts and is well informed about these affairs. When your father attended school, she was also a professor at Hogwarts. As an impartial figure, you could pose your questions to her. She may be willing to share her insights. If she declines, then perhaps you could discreetly follow him. Is not the invisibility cloak passed down through your family quite effective? Draco did not offer Harry Potter any unequivocal assurances. Rather, he merely guided Harry's thoughts, leading him to conclusions of his own. Harry Potter, a rather suspicious little wizard, would be disinclined to trust anything if it were merely conveyed by Draco, who, in Harry's eyes, epitomized cunning and a penchant for traps. However, should these notions arise from his own deductions, he would be more inclined to believe them. I can. But how do you know about my family's invisibility cloak? Harry suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. How could Draco possibly be aware of this? It was a rather unsettling thought. Did Gryffindor harbor a spy for Draco? Yet, there were few within Gryffindor privy to the existence of his cloak. Only Neville Longbottom, Hermione Granger, and Ron Weasley. Could they have divulged this secret? Neville was not astute enough, and Harry doubted he would leak such information. Although Hermione was clever, she held herself in too high regard to engage in such treachery. As for Ron, while he might share his whereabouts with Dumbledore, he would never disclose this particular information to Draco Malfoy. Stop overthinking it. You are so ostentatious that anyone with eyes can see through your facade. It is only your own foolishness that leads you to assume everyone else is a fool. Perhaps they are merely toying with you, and you remain blissfully unaware. Draco's words incessantly reshaped Harry Potter's worldview. In an instant, Harry found himself grappling with doubts regarding his own identity. If they had always been aware of his presence beneath the invisibility cloak, did that mean the advantages he had previously gained through its use were a result of their deliberate actions? Harry began a mental tumult, yet no matter how he pondered, inconsistencies persisted. Enough of this, he thought. Hand over the remainder to me. I have already disclosed everything you wish to know. Do not attempt to evade your obligations, for you shall find no escape from this place otherwise. Snapped back to reality, Harry had no intention of shirking his responsibilities. He promptly relinquished the remaining portion of the potion's formula to Draco. I seek to confront Professor Lupin. Do you know his weaknesses? He inquired. What are you pondering? Did not the boggart reveal Lupin's vulnerabilities to you? Reflect carefully, and you may discover a delightful surprise. Observing Draco's indifference toward him, Harry lost interest in lingering any longer and decisively exited the premises. Draco gazed at the retreating figure of Harry Potter, unable to suppress the itch in his throat, and lightly cleared it twice. Only after Harry had walked a considerable distance did he speak. Come out. How much longer do you intend to observe? The person concealed in the shadows stirred slightly, contemplating whether Draco was deliberately provoking her. Yet, she hesitated not for long before stepping into the light. The identity of the emerging figure was indeed surprising, though not entirely unexpected. Long time no see, Miss Granger. Eavesdropping on others' conversations is hardly a display of courtesy, you know. Draco spoke as he grasped his wand tightly in hand, presenting an appearance ready to strike at any moment. Yet, only he understood that this facade was merely for Hermione's benefit. Draco had long since discerned Granger's presence. Had he wished to act, he would have done so without delay. Why wait for her to emerge? He could simply stride up to her, for she would hardly dare to make a rash move. At that moment, he could unleash a formidable spell, ensuring that the name Hermione Granger would no longer be uttered within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. It is indeed my first revelation that you and Harry Potter share such a profound connection. Your exchanges of information must not have commenced just today. Hermione bore an air of unwarranted confidence, yet the wand clutched tightly in her hand betrayed the tumult within her heart. In the face of such circumstances, maintaining absolute composure is an unattainable feat, even for Hermione Granger. Draco let out a silent scoff in his heart, though his expression remained unchanged. Harry Potter was exceedingly hasty this time, to the extent of bringing along a little tale. Draco had not been entirely devoid of contact with Harry Potter. In the past, Harry had exhibited an extraordinary degree of caution, ensuring that no one ever discovered their clandestine conversations. This time, perhaps clouded by the tumultuous events surrounding his parents, he inadvertently allowed Granger to follow him. In truth, when Hermione Granger and Harry Potter appeared in this location, Draco immediately sensed a departure from the norm. His deliberate choice not to cast a silencing charm was intentional, aimed at allowing Granger to overhear their exchange. He sought to gauge her responses and ascertain whether she possessed any qualities that he could exploit. Hermione Granger was an exceptionally promising young witch, as evidenced by their previous encounters. In their past lives, she had been a formidable contender for the position of Minister of Magic alongside Draco. At that time, it was Draco's ruthless tactics, leveraging her husband Ron Weasley and his family as a means of coercion, that ultimately compelled Hermione to retreat. Had it not been for the incompetence of the Weasley clan, the outcome of their struggles would have been far less certain. In a bygone era, Draco had enjoyed the backing of pure-blood families. However, most of these families were aligned with Voldemort, who had since been vanquished, leading to the decimation of much of their living lineage. While remnants of pure-blood ideology lingered among some of the older generation, the support Draco received from pure-blood circles had undeniably waned. Conversely, Hermione, hailing from the Muggle world, represented the interests of half-bloods and Muggle-born wizards. Though few from their ranks held senior positions within the ministry, their sheer numbers rendered them a force to be reckoned with. Draco embodies the elite class, while Granger represents the interests of the common folk. The two are essentially evenly matched, and it is only due to the shortcomings of the Weasley family that Granger ultimately lost her position. As a former colleague, Draco holds a certain admiration for Granger as a subordinate. In fact, during Draco's final confrontation with Harry Potter, Granger's intervention notably hindered Draco's efforts. If he could secure her allegiance, Granger would undoubtedly prove to be an invaluable asset. Draco remarked, "Potter and I were merely discussing our dinner plans." Miss Granger's reaction seems excessively dramatic, as if I had committed some egregious offense that warranted her personal involvement. Regardless of the circumstances, Draco was disinclined to acknowledge the situation, as was his habitual demeanor. "When did you realize I had just arrived?" Granger was taken aback when Draco mentioned the presence of someone nearby. She was confident in her ability to conceal herself effectively, yet in this instance, Draco's keen perception revealed his prowess to be even greater than she had anticipated. "You engaged in such actions, and yet fear discovery? I had assumed you would be prepared for this." Draco, as ever, refrained from providing a direct answer to Granger's inquiry. Having spent years in the political arena, he had mastered the art of insinuation, frequently probing others to gauge their strength. His own speech had evolved into a veneer of extreme smoothness, often veering off topic and leaving listeners confounded. Granger, perceptive as she was, sensed Draco's impatience with her, prompting her to cut to the chase. "Is everything you told Harry Potter truly accurate?" she inquired, seemingly skeptical of the authenticity of the information Draco had relayed to Harry. Her extensive dealings with him had led her to believe that Draco was exceptionally skilled at creating pitfalls, ensnaring the unwary in his traps. It was implausible that he would willingly divulge the truth to Harry Potter. "I failed to comprehend your words. If I were prone to fabricating lies, why would Harry Potter choose to converse with me? Your reasoning is utterly unfounded." Draco, with his obstinate demeanor, displayed an air of incomprehension, impervious to reason, which left Granger somewhat frazzled. Despite her intelligence, her youth rendered her far from the composure exhibited by Draco. "You are aware of my desires, and I trust you have surmised them. I am indifferent to the veracity of the information exchanged between you and Harry Potter, whether it be true or false. As long as it does not impede my interests, I shall feign ignorance. However, should it obstruct my endeavors, do not expect me to show leniency." Suddenly, Hermione Granger grasped a rather alarming realization. The conversation between Harry and Draco suggested that they might harbor some discontent towards Ron Weasley. Hermione was acutely aware of Harry's deep sense of loyalty. Had she not possessed any grievances against Ron, he would undoubtedly align himself with the Weasley perspective to denounce Malfoy, rather than seeking collaboration with him while wielding her family's secret legacy. If their discourse aimed at undermining Ron, it would jeopardize Hermione's meticulous plans. She intended to leverage the Weasley family's pure-blood status to establish a firm foothold in the magical realm, and the failure of her strategy was not an option. She wished to delay any misfortunes befalling the Weasley family until she had securely entrenched herself, as that would yield the most favorable outcome. Thus, she hastily issued a warning to Draco, yet the moment the words escaped her lips, she instantly regretted it. Draco's strength might surpass hers by a considerable margin. Issuing a warning in his presence would be akin to leading a lamb to a slaughter. However, the words have already been spoken, leaving no room for retraction. Draco harbored a sense of admiration for Granger, yet he could not help but mock her audacity. "I believe you have misjudged Miss Granger," he taunted. "You dare to threaten me in my presence. Do you not overestimate the power we each wield?" Do you truly believe that, should I desire it, you could not find your way out of here? Draco had no intention of confronting Granger. Otherwise, he would have acted long ago instead of engaging in such idle chatter. She was acutely aware of her own limitations, recognizing that her prowess paled in comparison to his. After a brief moment of hesitation, she devised a plan. Hogwarts assigns every young witch and wizard a roommate. Should I fail to return, she would promptly inform the professors. Prior to my departure, I had disclosed to her that I was in search of Harry Potter, and the professors would trace the connection back to you. Suddenly, Granger adopted a demeanor of unwavering confidence and continued speaking to Draco. Harry Potter is an exceptionally astute individual. Once it is mentioned that I am seeking him, he will swiftly associate it with you. To avoid bearing the blame himself, he will undoubtedly shift it onto you. Even if you manage to deflect the blame onto someone else in the end, you will still be left with the stench of it. This statement carried an implication of mutual destruction, as if to say that should I perish, you shall not find solace either. Surprisingly, rather than threatening Draco, her words elicited laughter from him. His reaction caused an itch in his throat, prompting him to cough uncontrollably. Miss Granger, are you jesting with me? If memory serves, your roommate should be Miss Lavender Brown. Upon hearing Draco accurately identify her roommate, Granger was momentarily taken aback, her palms instantly damp with sweat. She found herself with no escape, gripping her wand ever tighter. She could only hope that in the moment Draco struck, she would be able to retaliate and swiftly flee the scene. Miss Brown, however, hails from a pure-blood lineage. Does she truly regard you with esteem? I never imagined you two would become such close confidants. Surely you report your whereabouts to her regularly. When did a member of a pure-blood family emerge who holds such regard for you? I was unaware of such a development. The majority of pure-blood families look down upon those of Muggle descent, even among those few purebloods who do not discriminate. It is rare to find a family as amicable as the Weasleys. Lavender Brown, naturally, was not so benevolent. Granger's assertion that she and Lavender were capable of freely sharing their whereabouts was met with skepticism by Draco. Draco's words sent a chill down Hermione's spine, leaving her with no choice but to adopt a defensive stance. Do not be alarmed, Miss Granger, he stated. I bear no ill will. I merely wish to inform you that exploiting the Weasley family is far from a wise decision. Even if you ultimately succeed, history will record only Mrs. Weasley, not Miss Granger. Draco began to soothe Granger's emotions. No matter how exceptional you are, you will merely remain a subordinate product of the Weasley family. Why sacrifice yourself for others' dowries? Merely for an ephemeral identity. That bunch of fools will only hinder your progress. Draco has always held a disdainful view of the Weasley family, and thus, his choice of words regarding them is far from courteous. The statement is rather intriguing. Are you suggesting that I should pledge my allegiance to your cause? What? Pray tell, can you offer me in return? While it is true that Weasley may be deemed ineffectual, he possesses a sincerity that is commendable, albeit coupled with a certain naivety that makes him easily manipulable. As long as I remain in his company, I am free to pursue my own desires, for he lacks the influence to sway my decisions. His parents, too, provide me with ample affection, granting me the greatest latitude to engage in my own endeavors. Hermione could perceive that Draco was attempting to win her over, and her body gradually relaxed, shedding its previous tension. However, whether in the mundane realm or the magical one, once a woman marries, she is often identified by her husband's surname, becoming known as Mrs. So-and-so. Regardless of her exceptional qualities, she inevitably loses her original surname. Draco cannot alter this reality. Thus, everything he articulates appears to Hermione as mere fanciful rhetoric. What Weasley can offer, I can equally provide, and moreover, my family would never accept a daughter-in-law of non-pure blood. Draco's words were unmistakable. Had Granger been aligned with him, there would have been no need to marry Weasley as she did in her previous life. The Malfoy family would never accept a daughter-in-law of Muggle origin, which implies that she would not have to exhaust herself in navigating a relationship with Draco. Of course, in her past existence, Granger harbored genuine affection for Weasley, a fact beyond dispute. Yet, love alone cannot sustain a journey. It is only when interests and love intertwine that affection can find support and flourish. I believe you have lost your mind, Malfoy. I am merely in my 3rd year. Do you not think it premature to ponder such matters? These are not the considerations of the current Granger, yet she concedes to having entertained such thoughts in her heart. Moreover, the seeds of this issue had already begun to sprout. Suddenly being pierced by Draco's insight left her somewhat flustered. Perhaps she was being overly concerned. I suspect you are more aware of that than I. Draco had long sensed the signs, which is why he deliberately provoked her. If Granger had indeed chosen Weasley, there would be no need for any attempts at persuasion. Upon hearing Draco's inquiry, Granger felt no anger. Instead, she was almost amused. Malfoy, I believe you are rather overthinking the situation. Your entire family remains under that person's influence. Even if I were to ally with you, the outcome would hardly be favorable. If such a scenario were to arise, I might as well seek refuge directly with that individual, which would save me a step, wouldn't it? The Malfoy family remains steadfastly loyal to the Death Eaters. Should Voldemort return, Draco would undoubtedly resume his role as a subordinate at Voldemort's side. If Granger were to indeed become Draco's subordinate, she would effectively be a mere underling of Voldemort's underlings, thus diminishing her stature. While aligning with Voldemort could ostensibly elevate one's standing, such circumstances are rarely realized. Voldemort champions the doctrine of pureblood supremacy. If a mudblood were to ally with him, and he were to accept her, it would be a blatant contradiction of his own beliefs. His era of glory has long since passed, and the ranks of his remaining followers have significantly dwindled. To assert dominance over the magical realm, he must recruit fresh talent. However, his insistence on pureblood lineage necessitates that these new recruits be of the same bloodline. Should those of pureblood witness a mudblood they disdain serving as a subordinate to Voldemort, it would undoubtedly undermine their faith in his ideology. Regardless of your thoughts on the matter, if you wish to join, the gates of Malfoy Manor are ever open to you. Draco is utterly unable to refute Granger's words in this regard. Draco harbored no belief in Granger. Thus he expressed agreement with her assertions regarding Voldemort's future, dutifully maintaining silence. Even if Draco possessed the confidence to ultimately subdue Voldemort, he would never divulge any information prior to its occurrence, let alone share such crucial intelligence with a Gryffindor. Consequently, he could only exchange pleasantries, yet both individuals were astute enough to discern the veracity behind the faude. All olive branches are essentially valuable only during the fleeting moment they are offered. One must seize them promptly, for once the opportunity is past, their worth may diminish, potentially transforming them into withered twigs. Granger cautiously retreated, expressing gratitude for Mr. Malfoy's discerning eye. She did not trust Draco and suspected he might seize this opportunity to act against her. From Granger's perspective, Draco represented pure blood, being the leader among pure-blood wizards. Although she claimed not to be intimately acquainted with Draco, she inferred from the views of other Slytherin wizards that he was undoubtedly steeped in the ideology of blood purity. Such deeply entrenched beliefs suggested that not only did he not disdain his own kind, but he also sought to recruit her into his ranks. This all seemed suspect to Granger, rendering her reluctant to place her trust in Draco. Even if Draco were willing to accept her, and she consented to his invitation, the surrounding pure-blood wizards might collectively ostracize her. Would Draco Malfoy oppose his subordinates for his own sake? Clearly, he would not. Therefore, Granger is well aware that while Draco may hold some admiration for her, the present moment is not opportune. Draco, perhaps reluctant to part with such a remarkable individual, contemplates whether he might indeed have the best of both worlds. However, should he come to realize that he cannot possess both the fish and the bear's paw, that would spell true trouble. He would unhesitatingly forsake the fish. Draco observed Granger's vigilance and refrained from making any hasty moves, choosing instead to stand at a distance. It was only after she had completely vanished that he leisurely departed from the scene. The progression of events had been remarkably smooth. Even the previous Care of Magical Creatures class had gone off without a hitch. Hagrid had been suspended due to an earlier incident, yet the matter concerning Buckbeak remained unresolved. Through the machinations of the Malfoy family, the Ministry of Magic sought to execute Buckbeak outright. However, persistent appeals from Dumbledore and Hagrid had caused the case to stagnate. Of course, Dumbledore did not intervene directly. He merely insinuated that he was a supporter of Hagrid. The current situation was exceedingly intricate, for Grindelwald had escaped, leaving Dumbledore as the sole individual capable of confronting him. Dumbledore's influence over the wizarding world was unprecedented, and no one wished to offend him. Yet, the allure of the Malfoy family's interests cast a shadow over matters. Consequently, the magical community found itself mired in indecision, prolonging the issue indefinitely. The identity of the puppeteer remained elusive. The Ministry acted swiftly, uncovering that Seamus had been substituted during the Care of Magical Creatures class. Aurors had questioned him regarding the incident, and nearly all young wizards who had participated in that class, including Draco Malfoy, were interrogated. However, They could only ascertain that the individual masquerading as Fenwick possessed exceptional skills in disguise, and currently, there was no effective method to identify him. Without any clear leads, the identity of the mastermind behind Draco's predicament remained unproven, leaving the matter in a temporary stalemate. Yet, in Theodore's eyes, this situation only served to reinforce his belief that Dumbledore was behind it all. No one else could have so deftly covered their tracks. Upon realizing who the hidden adversary was, he felt utterly deflated, for the puppeteer was none other than Dumbledore, a legendary figure. Even during divination class, he appeared somewhat lackluster. Draco had evidently taken note of the situation, yet he chose not to concern himself with it, allowing Theodore to experience it alone. Only when Theodore came to his own realizations would he be able to fulfill his greatest potential. Their divination instructor was a rather eccentric individual, often referred to by many as a madwoman, due to her tendency to utter nonsensical ramblings. However, it was only Draco, having traversed the tribulations of a past life, who understood that Trelawney's prophetic abilities were deeply ingrained within her essence. Every prophecy she uttered was remarkably accurate. No matter how implausible her statements might have sounded at the time, the reality invariably aligned with her predictions with unwavering precision. Draco and Voldemort belong to a peculiar class of individuals. They are both believers in fate, yet simultaneously skeptical of it. They hold the conviction that through their own exertions, they can alter the destinies of others. They are also firm in their belief that they can seize control of their own fates. However, they are equally persuaded by the concept of destiny and the weight of prophecy. Much like Draco, who exhibits a lackadaisical attitude in most subjects, he nevertheless approaches the study of prophecy with utmost seriousness. He understands that prophecies are intrinsically tied to innate talent. Without such talent, even the diligent Hermione Granger would struggle to achieve notable success in the realm of prophecy. After a rather eccentric introduction of herself, Professor Trelawney imparted a simple method for divination to the class before wandering about the room. The technique is rather straightforward. Brew a cup of tea for oneself, consume it, and then examine the remaining tea leaves to discern the prophetic insights contained within. Draco recalled the prophecy from his previous life, which seemed to revolve around matters of romantic fortune. However, the prophecy of this lifetime bore a stark contrast. The tea leaves before him appeared exceedingly chaotic. Yet, amidst the disorder, a certain order emerged. "Hey, Draco, quickly hand me your teacup," Professor Trelawney instructed. "We shall exchange interpretations of each other's tea leaves." Zabini, seemingly eager to unveil Draco's secrets, snatched the teacup from Draco's hands before he could fully discern the meaning behind the leaves. Yet, as he focused intently, he found his thoughts in disarray. This was, after all, Zabini's inaugural experience in the art of divination. Though he had recently acquired some theoretical knowledge, he was far from adept at its practical application, and it was rather ludicrous to expect a novice to grapple with such perplexing tea leaves, akin to asking a primary school student to prepare for university entrance examinations. Unsurprisingly, Zabini was left bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. He fervently rifled through his textbooks, the pages rustling noisily. Such commotion naturally drew the attention of other young witches and wizards. Some, disinterested in prior preparation and possessing little understanding of tea leaf divination, found the lesson tedious and began to glance around. Upon witnessing the uproar caused by Zabini, they collectively turned their gaze towards him. As anticipated, the disturbance startled Professor Trelawney. Zabini's earnest endeavor to scour through his books captured her attention. Despite her eccentric demeanor, her long tenure at Hogwarts demonstrated her genuine passion for teaching. Silently, she positioned herself behind Zabini, observing as his fingers flew over the pages. Trelawney furrowed her brow and cast a fleeting glance at the tea leaves left beside Zabini. Little did she know that this mere glance would leave her utterly astounded. The enigmatic future, rife with perilous opportunities, presented a solitary figure navigating unprecedented trials in an unparalleled manner. Suddenly, Professor Trelawney seemed possessed by a muse, reciting cryptic lines that eluded comprehension. Yet, Draco knew precisely what her words implied. Trelawney's prophecies, though ambiguous, were indeed reflective of Draco's own path, one fraught with uncertainty and danger, yet capable of overturning the entire wizarding world upon success. Such an endeavor had never been accomplished by any predecessor. The pain and trials required to achieve these aspirations would far exceed imagination, yet this was entirely anticipated. "Are these tea leaves yours, Mr. Malfoy?" she inquired. having suggested the class exchange their teacups. Noticing that few were seated near Zabini, Professor Trelawney made a random guess. Yes, Professor. Draco nodded obediently, intrigued to discover what this seer had truly foreseen. Professor Trelawney adjusted her demeanor and addressed Draco once more. A life akin to that of a formidable hero. Yet this path is destined to be traversed alone. Your romantic prospects appear dim. It might be wise to engage with new acquaintances, for otherwise, you risk a lifetime of solitude. The moment Draco heard Professor Trelawney's words, a sense of relief washed over him. He feared that this seer had uncovered his future intentions. If Trelawney were to discover Draco's plans, he would find himself in a perilous predicament. Little did he know that the professor's discourse was about his romantic destiny. As for matters of love, they were best left unexamined. After all, his beloved from a previous life had returned alongside him, and in this lifetime, he had no desire to pursue romance. Surely, the pursuit of a career held far greater allure. Thank you, Professor, for your insights. I shall contemplate your advice. Draco politely acquiesced, feigning contemplation, yet dismissing her opinion in his heart. Upon witnessing Draco's compliance, Trelawney did not linger, but rather moved on to other areas. She resembled a treasure seeker, occasionally assisting one young wizard with answers, then another. However, she halted at the table of Harry Potter, her gaze fixated intently on Hermione Granger. Unlike Draco and Riddle, Granger was a staunch skeptic of fate. For someone who disbelieves in destiny, prophecies held no weight. She might even regard them as mere jest rather than genuine truths. This stance was a profound affront to Trelawney, who was imbued with the blood of seers. Thus, upon her first glance at Granger, she felt an immediate aversion, believing that the latter had no place in a divination classroom. Despite Granger's evident diligence and intelligence, she lacked the requisite talent, and her mindset would inevitably influence the outcomes of any prophecies. Consequently, Trelawney candidly pointed out this issue before all the young wizards. Her eccentric nature rendered her less attuned to social niceties, leading her to speak with unfiltered frankness. Yet, Granger was not so. She was acutely sensitive. Had she been less so, she would not have cared about her pure-blood status, nor would she have aided Harry Potter in overcoming numerous challenges along their journey. Thus, when Trelawney publicly denounced her lack of aptitude in divination, Granger's face fell, akin to a student being told by a teacher that their efforts in a particular subject were futile and a waste of time. For an academically accomplished individual, this was a grave insult. Nonetheless, Granger bore it with fortitude. She was fiercely determined. If anyone dismissed her capabilities, she would strive to demonstrate her worth, surpassing all expectations. Trelawney, seemingly resigned to Granger's resolve, acquiesced to her persistence. She appeared to believe that once Granger recognized her own deficiencies in divination, she would willingly abandon the pursuit, thereby ceasing to waste her time. Yet, she underestimated Granger's resilience. The class unfolded amidst Trelawney's treasure hunts and Granger's relentless challenges. Hey, Draco, did Professor say you lack charm? Is that true? I think you receive more love letters than I do. Professor Trelawney has also interpreted Zabini's tea leaves, which contained elements that were somewhat credible and appeared quite reliable. However, when she attempted to decipher Draco's tea leaves, a whiff of deception permeated her interpretation. Here was a mere third-year wizard being portrayed as more harrowing than the savior himself, almost as if he were the new generation's Dark Lord. Such statements reeked of falsehood, prompting Zabini to unhesitatingly mock Draco with Trelawney's words. I have heard from wizards in other years that Professor Trelawney's prophetic abilities have considerably waned, and her recent predictions have lost their accuracy. Since that young wizard did not entertain such notions, they all believed Trelawney's prophecies to be fabrications. Draco could very well lead them further down the path of falsehood. If they were to take her words to heart, it would truly spell trouble. Draco, do you think the matter regarding Granger is genuine or fabricated? Draco regarded the person who posed such a question with palpable disdain. How could I possibly know about such matters? However, I am aware of the principle that wisdom often comes at a price. Those who are exceedingly intelligent frequently find themselves unable to grasp the intricacies of prophecy. Draco casually remarked that in her previous life, Granger had no chance of entry, and it seemed that this life would be no different. A clever individual? Are you referring to Granger? Zabini clearly harbored some disdain for Granger. The prejudice against Muggle-born wizards was ingrained in their very essence. They denied the contributions of Muggle-borns to the magical realm, dismissed their intelligence, and disregarded their efforts. They believe the magical world should belong solely to them, viewing muggles as mere intruders unworthy of equal treatment. Furthermore, the ancestors of these outsiders were all muggles, feeble and insignificant. How could a wizard of such humble origins stand on equal footing with them? This bias was deeply rooted in their psyche. Although Granger had demonstrated her intelligence, the pure-blooded young wizards would instinctively reject her brilliance in their eyes. Despite the taint of her muggle heritage, it was undeniable that she possessed a certain cleverness, which hindered her ability to learn divination like an ordinary person. In public, Draco would typically refrain from referring to muggle-born wizards as mudbloods, yet in the presence of Slytherin, he could swiftly adapt his demeanor. He would not spare a single word in conveying his sentiments. Can you learn divination? Theodore did not concern himself with Draco's assessment of Granger. Instead, he inquired about Draco's own matters. Who could have anticipated Draco's silence for a moment? Draco indeed possesses the capacity to study divination. However, his aptitude in this realm is rather limited. In his previous life, he was somewhat naive, allowing him to grasp the basics of the subject. Yet, as he encountered more experiences, that innate sincerity gradually faded. Consequently, he found it increasingly difficult to concentrate during divination classes. He could learn, but his progress was truly subpar, hardly qualifying as amateurish, rendering him quite out of his depth. Nevertheless, it is precisely because he has dabbled in this field and has had his share of experiences that he understands the terrifying nature of prophecy, which explains why Draco places his faith in predictions. He believes in prophecies, yet remains skeptical of his own. I am capable of studying divination, yet my talent leaves much to be desired. Draco acknowledged that his statement merely reflected his own lack of resilience compared to Granger, as well as his absence of her exceptional intellect. Thus, when the Slytherin wizards heard his words, they were utterly astonished, gazing at Draco in sheer disbelief. Surely, one would expect Draco to concoct a narrative more flattering to himself. How could he so brazenly utter the unvarnished truth? Draco sensed the peculiar gazes around him, but paid them little heed as he strode away. Time passed swiftly, and certain matters, such as the situation with Buckbeak, remained stagnant. Yet public sentiment had begun to shift. If all went as anticipated, a verdict would soon be rendered. Harry Potter, however, remained notably restrained, exuding an aura of profound silence. He frequently visited the library to conduct research, appearing even more diligent than Hermione. Lately, his time was divided between the library and Quidditch practice. Initially, the first match was supposed to pit Slytherin against Gryffindor, but due to Draco's recent severe injury, which necessitated further convalescence, the Slytherin match was postponed. It wasn't that Slytherin lacked substitute players. Rather, they all believed Draco's prowess surpassed that of any reserve. Moreover, they had consulted Madame Pomfrey, who assured them that with a bit more time, Draco's body would recover sufficiently, alleviating concerns that the rigorous nature of Quidditch could further jeopardize his health. This turn of events, though unfortunate, proved to be a hidden blessing for Draco. If the situation had not been reported, the burden of healing his soul would have fallen solely upon him. Although Draco could concoct certain potions, his self-made brews often surpassed those obtained from Madame Pomfrey in effectiveness. However, the ingredients for potion making were not easily sourced. He was there to study, not to peddle potions, which limited his supply. If he relied solely on his creations, he would soon face a shortage. Draco estimated it would take an entire academic year to substantially alleviate his physical ailments. Fortunately, he could now openly utilize Madame Pomfrey's potions. While their efficacy did not match that of his own, the continuous accumulation of their effects could lead to a significant breakthrough. Furthermore, consistent medication contributed positively to his recovery, enabling him to regain much of his strength in just a single term. As Quidditch matches were postponed, Draco ceased to focus on this matter. Soon, Halloween arrived, and the young wizards typically opted to visit Hogsmeade. Only students in their third year and above were permitted to venture to the village, making it their first opportunity to do so, which thrilled the younger students. All the young wizards chose to go to Hogsmeade, with the exception of Draco and Harry Potter. Draco had visited Hogsmeade numerous times in his previous life, rendering him devoid of any sense of novelty or curiosity regarding the village. Harry Potter, on the other hand, found himself unable to venture to Hogsmeade simply due to the absence of a signed permission slip. After all, young wizards require parental consent to embark on such outings. The school would not permit a minor to wander to Hogsmeade unaccompanied. Harry lacked any family within the magical realm, with his only relative residing in the Muggle world. Signatures from the Muggle realm may not hold validity in the wizarding world. Furthermore, even if he were to send the request back home, it was highly improbable that his aunt would affix her signature to the document. The entire process of sending and receiving would also be quite protracted, and by the time the permission slip returned, Halloween might have already come to pass. As a result, Harry Potter found himself destined to remain at Hogwarts alone. Draco's decision to remain was partly influenced by Harry Potter. If his memory served him correctly, at this time in his previous life, Sirius Black had already arrived at Hogwarts, causing considerable upheaval. The school had no choice but to gather all the young witches and wizards in the Great Hall, resulting in an outdoor slumber that felt akin to fleeing from disaster. Such promising news could not go unshared with Harry Potter. This was an opportune moment to investigate how Sirius Black had managed to escape from Azkaban. If he could ascertain the method of Sirius's escape in advance, he might also be able to rescue his future subordinate before it was too late. Although Draco was uncertain whether the current Barty Crouch Jr. was still in Azkaban, he took the initiative to invite Harry Potter out while everyone else was off enjoying themselves. It was rare for Draco to approach Harry, and Harry recognized that Draco was not one to seek out others without a compelling reason, even if one wished to engage him. Substantial benefits were required to capture his attention. With Draco proactively seeking out Harry, the latter was intrigued to uncover what scheme Draco was concocting. Despite Dumbledore's absence from Hogwarts, Draco would undoubtedly refrain from recklessness, aware that Harry was the renowned savior. While Harry's abilities paled in comparison to Draco's, he believed he could hold his own for a spell. Given even a moment to breathe, he could amplify the commotion, drawing other professors to the scene or leaving behind hints that would implicate Draco Malfoy. After all, as the savior, it would be reasonable for Harry to entangle the Malfoy family should anything untoward occur. However, Harry was reluctant to resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary. As no one valued his own life more than he did, it must be acknowledged, however, that he had underestimated Draco's capabilities. Had Draco not been reborn and continued to exhibit his previous level of power, Harry might indeed have stood a chance. But now, Draco was no longer the original Draco. If he wished to eliminate Harry, a simple killing curse would suffice, leaving Harry without even the strength to resist. After all, the bloodline curse on Harry was effective only against Voldemort and held no sway over Draco. Draco's intent to eliminate Harry Potter would face no hindrance. On the contrary, given that Harry is merely a third-year wizard, his prowess is far from formidable, and his repertoire of spells is quite limited. Draco would find it exceedingly effortless to target Harry. However, Draco refrains from such actions. The current Harry Potter is simply too weak, lacking the capacity to develop into a figure capable of confronting Voldemort. Thus, if the wizarding world desires Harry Potter to become the savior, it must reconsider its approach.